Chapter 1. The dowry increased suddenly, but my heart still turned cold.
300,000? Auntie, didn't you say that 100,000 would be enough?
Xiaoyi's voice trembled a little, and his fingertips pinched the thin bank card as if he was holding a hot potato. He took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his chest, and looked up at the well-maintained but disdainful middle-aged woman in front of him, his future mother-in-law, Pan Huilan. In the small living room, the air seemed to be frozen. The afternoon sun slanted in through the gaps in the curtains, shining on Pan Huilan's delicate makeup, making the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes look even more cruel and ruthless. Xiaoyi clearly remembered that in order to save up the 100,000 yuan for the bride price, he delivered takeout during the day and worked part-time as a bartender at a bar at night. He was like a machine wound up and did not dare to relax for even a moment. He had almost exhausted all his energy for this day. He originally thought that as long as he took out this money, he would be able to smoothly enter into marriage with his girlfriend Chen Yajiao, whom he had been in love with for 3 years.
That's a different time.
Pan Huilan glanced at Xiaoyi with contempt, took the bank card he handed over, but did not even look at it. Instead, she threw it casually on the coffee table.
Prices are rising so fast now, what can you do with 100,000 yuan? My daughter is a full-time employee of the bank.
If she marries you, our family will suffer a loss. Xiaoyi's heart seemed to be severely pulled, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He looked at Pan Huilan's matter-of-fact look, and thought about the hard work she had put in over the past 3 years, and an indescribable feeling of sadness surged in his heart. He knew that this woman had never looked down on him from the beginning and despised him for being a delivery man.
Auntie, Xiaoyi tried to explain.
He really tried his best.
Don't call me auntie. Pan Huilan frowned and interrupted Xiaoyi harshly. I haven't agreed to your marriage with Yajiao yet. What qualifications do you have to call me mom?
Pan Huilan's words were like a sharp knife, piercing Xiaoyi's heart. He opened his mouth, but found that his throat seemed to be blocked by something and he couldn't utter a word. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into the flesh and veins bulging on the back of his hands. At this time, a young voice interrupted with a bit of impatience. Mom, why are you talking nonsense with him? Of course I have to ask for more dowry for my sister, otherwise people will look down on her.
A sloppy young man walked out of the room. It was Chen Yajiao's younger brother, Chen Yuxuan.
Xiaoyi only felt a nameless fire burning in his chest. He raised his head and swept his eyes across the 3 people in front of him like a knife. An unprecedented feeling of fatigue surged into his heart. He thought of everything that had happened in the past 3 years, and also remembered the expectation that had just risen from the bottom of his heart. All the emotions intertwined together and finally turned into a long sigh.
Okay, 300,000, right?
Xiaoyi tried to calm his voice, but there was still a hint of bitterness in his tone that was hard to conceal.
Then let's not get married.
He no longer looked at Pan Huilan, but turned around and looked straight at Chen Yajiao, who was sitting in the corner of the sofa. Xiaoyi's eyes moved from Pan Huilan to Chen Yajiao, hoping to get some support from her. However, Chen Yajiao just lowered her head, bit her lower lip, and said nothing. There was a hint of struggle and uneasiness in her eyes, but she didn't have the courage to stand up and speak for Xiaoyi. This moment of silence made Xiaoyi's heart feel like it was sinking into an ice cellar, and all his hopes seemed to be shattered at this moment.
Yajiao, you.
Xiaoyi's voice trembled a little.
He tried to seek some understanding and support from Chen Yajiao.
But before he could finish his words, Pan Huilan interrupted him coldly.
Don't be so wishful thinking. In your situation, it's good enough that you can support yourself. How can you want to marry our Yajiao?
Pan Huilan's words were filled with contempt and disdain, as if Xiaoyi didn't even have the qualifications to ask this question. Chen Yuxuan also joined in the fun, and said with a nonchalant smile, That's right, sister, look at how poor he is, and he still has to make a living by delivering food.
It's not too much to add a little money to the betrothal gift, right?
Xiaoyi clenched his fists tightly, his nails dug deep into his flesh, and the blue veins on the back of his hands bulged. He felt that the rage in his heart was almost swallowing him up, but what filled him more was boundless fatigue and despair. He knew that no matter how hard he tried, he could not change the opinions of the people before him. Their indifference and contempt were like invisible shackles that firmly locked his heart.
You guys?
Xiaoyi's voice was low and powerful, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth.
I can't get together 300,000 yuan no matter what. This marriage is not going to happen.
He took a deep breath, calmed himself, then looked straight at Pan Huilan and Chen Yuxuan without a trace of retreat in his eyes.
At this moment, Chen Yajiao finally stood up. Mom, don't do this. Chen Yajio whispered to stop them, but as soon as she said that, she was interrupted by Pan Huilan's angry glare.
Pan Huilan's eyes were as sharp as a knife. She glared at Chen Yajio fiercely with a sneer on her lips. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became more tense, as if it was about to explode.
Xiao Yi's eyes gradually became firm.
He took a deep breath and prepared to leave this place that made him disheartened. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind: "Congratulations to the host for binding to the God level sign-in system.
The reward has been received on the first day of signing in."
A glimmer of hope suddenly ignited in Xiao Yi's heart. He raised his head. Chen Yajiao slowly stood up, her slender fingers nervously tangled together. She bit her lower lip and said softly, "Mom, don't be like this."
Xiao Yi has tried his best.
Her voice was very soft, but it was particularly clear in the quiet living room. Pan Huilan turned her head abruptly, the anger in her eyes almost bursting out, and her sharp voice echoed in the small space, "Tried your best?
That's what you call trying your best? Look at Xiao Wu, how is he not better than him? He asked for a dowry of 500,000 yuan and wanted to take you into business together, but you found a delivery man. Are you going to starve in the future?"
Pan Huilan's voice became louder and louder, her tone was full of contempt for Xiao Yi and disappointment in her daughter's choice. Chen Yajia lowered her head even lower, her shoulders trembled slightly, and tears welled up in her eyes. She knew her mother's hard work and her hope for her daughter to become a successful person, but how could love be measured by money? Seeing this, Chen Yuxuan immediately added fuel to the fire and said, "That's right, sister. Xiao Wu drives a BMW and lives in a villa, and you follow him and live a life of luxury.
Unlike this kid, who works as a delivery boy in the wind and sun, how much can he earn in a month?
Mom is doing this for your own good." As he spoke, he glanced at Xiao Yi provocatively. Xiao Yi's heart sank suddenly, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet to his heart. He didn't expect that Chen Yajio's family had already found a buyer, and he, like a fool, was kept in the dark. He looked at Chen Yajiao, hoping to get some comfort and explanation from her, but Chen Yajiao just lowered her head, cried silently, without saying a word.
500,000? And you want to bring Yajia to do business together?
Xiao Yi repeated Chen Yuxuan's words with a hint of disbelief and self-mockery in his tone.
He looked at Chen Yajiao. "Yajiao, is this true?"
His voice was very low, but with a slight tremor, as if he was suppressing great sadness and anger. Chen Yajiao's body trembled slightly, and she slowly raised her head. Chen Yajiao did not answer Xiao Yi's question directly, but lowered her head, her voice as thin as a mosquito. "Xiao Yi, I know you have paid a lot for us, but you also saw that my mother, she is also doing this for my own good." Her words were vague, with a hint of grievance and helplessness, but she did not mention the 500,000 and the so-called business. This ambiguous attitude made Xiao Yi's heart sink to the bottom.
"So? You mean, I have to scrape together another 200,000 before I can marry you?"
There was a hint of sarcasm in Xiao Yi's tone. He felt like a clown, being played around by the two women in front of him.
He looked at Chen Yajiao.
"Xiao Yi, don't be like this, I am also." Chen Yajiao wanted to explain, but was ruthlessly interrupted by Pan Huilan.
"Yajiao, why are you talking to him? He has no ability, and he blames us?"
"Let me tell you, the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift is to save his face because he has worked hard for 3 years." Pan Huilan's tone was sarcastic, as if Xiao Yi's efforts were worthless in her eyes.
"As for the dowry?
There is no such rule in our family.
It's good enough that I can marry my daughter to you. You still want a dowry? Dream on."
Pan Huilan's words were like sharp knives, piercing Xiao Yi's heart. He took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his chest, and turned to look at Chen Yajia. He hoped that Chen Yajia could refute and explain. Even a simple "that's not the case" would make him feel a little warm. However, Chen Yajio still kept her head down, her shoulders trembling slightly, and did not say a word. "Okay, very good." Xiao Yi's voice was very light, but with a hint of determination. "I finally understand.
I was just being sentimental. In this case, let's not get married."
He stopped looking at Chen Yajio and turned his gaze to Pan Huilan.
He said in a cold tone, "Give me back the card."
Pan Huilan was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Xiao Yi to be so decisive. She hesitated for a moment, but still handed the bank card on the coffee table to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi took the bank card, and it felt like he was not taking a thin card, but a branding iron, which burned his fingertips so much that they were numb.
"Yajiao, I'll ask you one last time, do you want me or your family?"
Xiao Yi looked at Chen Yajia with a hint of pleading in his tone. He still held on to the last glimmer of hope, hoping that Chen Yajia would choose him. Chen Yajiu raised her head, and her silence completely shattered the last glimmer of hope in Xiaoyi's heart.
Ha, I understand. Xiaoyi smiled self-deprecatingly. He looked at the woman in front of him whom he once loved deeply. He decided not to get married. After saying that, Xiaoyi walked towards the door without looking back. Every step he took was firm and powerful, as if he wanted to completely leave everything in the past behind. Xiaoyi! Don't go! Seeing Xiaoyi was about to leave, Chen Yajiu finally panicked. She rushed forward and tried to grab Xiaoyi's arm, but Xiaoyi dodged her cleverly. Don't touch me! Xiaoyi's voice was cold and ruthless. He looked at Chen Yajiu without a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. From today on, there is no connection between you and me. He turned around, opened the door resolutely, and stepped out of this suffocating room. Just as he was about to step out of the door, a clear voice suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations to the host for binding to the God level sign-in system. The reward has been received on the first day of signing in. Chapter 2, The System's Gift of a Wife shocked everyone. Xiaoyi stepped out of the room, but the words God level sign-in system echoed in his mind. Sign in? What sign in? Award? What rewards? He stood at the door in a daze, his mind in a mess. Congratulations to the host for binding to the God level sign-in system. The reward has been credited to your account on the first day of signing in. The system's voice sounded again, this time clearer and more certain. Xiaoyi took a deep breath, suppressed the doubts in his heart, and tried to silently say in his mind, sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning the beautiful wife of the cold and beautiful CEO of Longqing, Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing? The aloof and extraordinary Su Wanqing from Longqing, who is known as the queen of the business world. How is this possible? Xiaoyi felt like he was dreaming, it all seemed so unreal. Inside the house, Chen Yuxuan looked at Xiaoyi's departing back, burning with anger. He stood up suddenly and said through gritted teeth, Mom, this kid is too arrogant. He actually dared to dump Sister Yajiao. I'm going to teach him a lesson. Pan Huilan also echoed with dissatisfaction, that's right, a delivery man really takes himself seriously? He doesn't even consider his status and dares to act wildly in our Chen family. Chen Yuxuan rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the door aggressively. Just then, the doorbell rang. The sudden ringing of the phone interrupted Chen Yuxuan's actions. He walked to the door with an impatient look on his face and suddenly opened the door. Standing outside the door was a woman with noble temperament and beautiful appearance. She was wearing a well-tailored black business suit, with her long, shiny black hair casually draped over her shoulders. Her delicate facial features were as perfect as if they were carefully carved, and she exuded a cold and elegant aura that kept strangers away. Chen Yuxuan was stunned, Pan Huilan was stunned, and even Chen Yajiao, who had just been dumped, was stunned. The person who came was the famous cold and beautiful CEO of Longqing, Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing's gaze swept across everyone and finally fell on Xiaoyi. She opened her red lips slightly, Xiaoyi. Su Wanqing walked towards Xiaoyi slowly, her cold voice carrying a hint of imperceptible tenderness. Xiaoyi, let's go get the certificate. She stretched out her slender white hand and gently held Xiaoyi's hand, as if she was holding a treasure in the world. Xiaoyi was completely stunned, his mind went blank. Get certificate? And Su Wanqing? This famous cold and beautiful CEO of Longqing? He felt like he was dreaming, it was all so unreal. From the disappointment of being dumped to the system prompt, and then to the gorgeous woman in front of him holding his hand and saying that she wanted to get the marriage certificate, this huge turn of events was difficult for him to digest for a while. However, Su Wanqing's soft touch and the faint fragrance emanating from her body reminded him so realistically that all this was not an illusion. Get the certificate? Xiaoyi finally found his voice, his tone filled with incredible surprise. What? You don't want to? Su Wanqing tilted her head slightly, staring at Xiaoyi with a pair of clear and bright eyes, with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, like ice and snow just melting, stunning the time. This sudden change made the three people in the room stand there in a daze as if they were struck by lightning. Pan Huilan was the first to react. She walked quickly to the door, blocking Su Wanqing and Xiaoyi, and said in a sarcastic voice, Boss Su, are you mistaken? He is just a delivery man, how can he be worthy of you? Su Wanqing's eyes turned cold and her tone was firm. I am not wrong, the person I am looking for is him, Xiaoyi. She emphasized her tone, as if she was declaring her sovereignty and leaving no room for doubt. Chen Yuxuan's family of three looked at each other, their eyes full of shock, jealousy, and disbelief.
Shen Yajiao felt her face burning, as if she had been slapped hard in the face. She could never have imagined that the poor boy she had just dumped would be favored by the famous Mr. Su Wanqing. How is this possible? Su Wanqing ignored their shock, took Xiaoyi's hand and turned away. She walked lightly and gracefully, like a queen inspecting her territory, full of confidence and control. Wait a minute. Shen Yajiao finally came to her senses. She chased after him unwillingly. Mr. Su, what is going on? Why are you with him? Pan Huilan and Chen Yushuan followed closely behind. The doubts and resentment in their hearts grew wildly like weeds. Su Wanqing didn't stop and pulled Xiaoyi straight towards the elevator. Xiaoyi, why are your hands so cold? Su Wanqing took Xiaoyi to the downstairs of the community, where a fiery red Ferrari was parked. It was dazzling, like a burning flame, attracting everyone's attention. The car body has smooth lines and reflects dazzling light in the sun, like a fine work of art. The low engine sound, like the roar of a wild beast, demonstrates its powerful power. People around stopped and watched, their eyes full of envy and curiosity. They whispered, guessing the identity of the car owner and who the man was with Su Wanqing. Is this your car? Xiaoyi looked at the cool sports car in front of him, his tone full of disbelief. He never thought that one day he would ride in such a luxury car. Su Wanqing did not answer, but just smiled slightly, opened the car door, and motioned Xiaoyi to get in. Xiaoyi sat in the car. The leather seat was soft and comfortable, wrapping around his tired body. The car is filled with a faint fragrance, fresh and pleasant. He took a deep breath and felt as if he was in a dream. Su Wanqing started the car, and the Ferrari let out a low roar and rushed out like an arrow, leaving a group of stunned passers-by behind. Shen Yajiao and her family stood there, looking at the Ferrari going away, with extremely ugly expressions on their faces. Mom, how could this kid know President Su? And he drives a Ferrari? Shen Yushuan's eyes turned red with jealousy, and his tone was sour. It must be rented. He's just pretending. Pan Huilan also looked unconvinced, but she felt vaguely uneasy in her heart. Could it be that this kid was really lucky? The Ferrari was speeding on the wide road. Xiaoyi looked at the scenery rapidly receding outside the window and felt it was a little unreal. Mr. Su, who are you? He couldn't help but ask, with a hint of confusion and uneasiness in his tone. Su Wanqing looked ahead, concentrating on driving, and said calmly, Don't you remember? You once saved me. Saved her? Xiaoyi tried hard to recall, but had no impression. I don't remember. He shook his head, even more confused. Ding. System prompt, complete the plot. The host saved the heroine 3 years ago. The heroine has been looking for her benefactor. When they met today, she recognized him at first sight. The voice of the system sounded in Xiaoyi's mind, explaining everything. Xiaoyi suddenly understood that all of this was a plot written and directed by the system. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Isn't this too ridiculous? He sighed helplessly, feeling mixed emotions. This sudden happiness made him feel a little unreal, yet so exciting. He secretly glanced at Su Wanqing beside him, thinking to himself, this system is really. Su Wanqing suddenly turned her head to look at Xiaoyi, with a barely perceptible smile on her lips. Su Wanqing was concentrating on driving. The car was filled with a faint scent of perfume, mixed with the aroma emitted by the leather seats, making people feel safe and comfortable. She suddenly asked, Did you bring your household registration book? I brought it. Xiaoyi then remembered that he needed a household registration booklet for marriage registration, and hurriedly took out a slightly old booklet from his backpack. Su Wanqing raised the corner of her mouth slightly, stepped on the accelerator lightly, and the speed of the Ferrari increased a little. In less than half an hour, the two arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Su Wanqing took Xiaoyi to go through the formalities with ease, taking photos, signing, and stamping, all in one go. The efficient and fast speed made Xiaoyi feel like he was in a dream. The red marriage certificate was held in Xiaoyi's hand, and it was so hot that his palms were sweating slightly. He looked at the photo of the two of them standing side by side, Su Wanqing smiling sweetly, while he himself had a dazed look on his face, with mixed feelings in his heart. As soon as I walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, a sharp voice cut through the air, Xiaoyi. Stop right there. Shen Yajiao's family of 3 blocked their way aggressively. Shen Yajiao cried so hard that her makeup was smudged. She pointed at Xiaoyi and complained, Xiaoyi, our 4-year relationship is over just like that? Are you doing me justice? Xiaoyi sneered, 4 years?
What you call 4 years of love is constantly asking for things and constantly comparing with each other? Ask yourself, have you ever been sincere to me? Pan Huilan's sarcastic voice rang out, Boss Su, don't be fooled by him. This guy is just a food delivery man. He rents people and cars, and even his marriage certificate is fake. He just wants to cheat you out of your money. Chen Yuxuan also echoed, that's right. President Su, you are so beautiful and rich, what kind of man can't you find? Why should you be deceived by such a despicable guy like him? As he said that, he looked at Su Wanqing with lustful eyes, his eyes full of greed. Su Wanqing's face darkened, and a cold aura emanated from her body. She was about to speak when Chen Yuxuan reached out to touch her face, Boss Su, you. A cold light flashed in Xiao Yi's eyes, and he took a step forward. Chapter 3 The fierce wife slaps the evil boy in the face. Xiao Yi's anger surged in his chest. He saw Chen Yuxuan's dirty hands reaching out toward Su Wanqing, as if touching his most precious treasure. He was just about to strike out and use his fist to wake this ignorant guy up, but he saw a white figure in front of him who was one step faster. Bang! A loud and crisp slapping sound exploded in the air, and the fat on Chen Yuxuan's face trembled. He was hit and his head tilted to the side, and a trace of blood instantly seeped out of the corner of his mouth. The air seemed to freeze, everyone was stunned where they were, and time stopped at that moment. Su Wanqing slowly withdrew her hand, her fingertips still feeling numb from the blow. Her expression remained as cold as ice, as if the person who had just made the move was not her but a cold robot. She did not show any panic or guilt, as if the slap was justified or even a gift to the other party. Chen Yuxuan covered his face and stared at Su Wanqing in disbelief. He never dreamed that this seemingly weak woman could be so fierce. He only felt a burning pain on his left cheek, which made his head buzz and he was unable to speak for a while. Chen Yaju was also stunned by this sudden scene. She opened her mouth wide, and her tearful face was filled with astonishment and confusion. She even forgot to shed tears. The Su Wanqing she knew was noble and elegant, the kind of person who stood in the clouds, but now, she beat her brother without hesitation. This huge contrast made her unable to accept it for a while. Passers-by were also attracted by the commotion and stopped to watch. They whispered, pointed, and cast curious and gossipy looks at the family of three. Xiao Yi was also stunned. He didn't expect Su Wanqing to be so decisive. Her actions were like a sharp dagger, stabbing directly into the enemy's heart. A strange feeling surged in his heart, including shock, admiration, and a hint of inexplicable excitement. You. Chen Yuxuan finally came to his senses and pointed at Su Wanqing, his tone full of anger and unwillingness. He was about to curse, but was frightened by Su Wanqing's cold eyes and swallowed it back. Su Wanqing glanced at Chen Yuxuan who was covering his cheek, then glanced at Chen Yajia who was shocked and stunned, and finally her eyes fell on Pan Huilan who was stunned. She opened her red lips slightly, her tone calm, but with unquestionable majesty, I beat him, do you have any objections? Pan Huilan's face turned pale and blue. She looked at her son who was beaten, and then at the imposing Su Wanqing. She stiffened her neck and was about to say something, but was shocked by Su Wanqing's next words. She only heard Su Wanqing say coldly, I am the president of Yuexia Group, Su Wanqing. When Pan Huilan saw her son being beaten, her face suddenly changed, as if she had been struck by lightning, with sparks of anger flashing in her eyes. She quickly rushed to Chen Yuxuan, helped him up, and said in a sharp and harsh voice, You bitch, how dare you hit my son, do you still want to live? Chen Yuxuan's ears were buzzing from his mother's roar, and the anger in his heart was instantly ignited. He covered his burning face, pointed at Su Wanqing in frustration, and cursed, You bitch, just wait, I will definitely teach you a lesson today. As he said that, he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to step forward and take action. Xiao Yi hurriedly stood in front of Su Wanqing, with a firm expression and eyes as bright as torches, and met Chen Yuxuan's gaze fearlessly, If you dare to touch a hair on her, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. His words were full of determination and protectiveness, like an indestructible barrier. Su Wanqing felt Xiao Yi's protection, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. An imperceptible tenderness appeared on her originally cold face. Her fingertips lightly touched the palm of her hand, and she felt a slight numbing sensation, which was the aftereffect of the slap left before. Pan Huilan was so angry that her face turned blue. She waved her arms like a shrew out of control. What's your attitude? We are the victims. Do you think we will let it go if I don't teach you a lesson today? Su Wanqing's eyes flashed, but her tone remained calm. I hit him, and it was indeed my fault. But if your son speaks rudely again, I promise I won't be so lenient next time. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a whisper from the crowd around her, and many people looked at her with awe.
When Chen Yuxuan heard this, his anger became even more intense. He took a step forward but was stopped by his mother Pan Huilan. Pan Huilan glared at Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing fiercely, then turned to her son and said, "Let's go. We can't just let today's incident go." At this moment, Chen Yajiao suddenly rushed out from behind the crowd, stood in front of Xiaoyi with tears in her eyes, and said in a crying voice, Why do you treat her like this? We once loved each other, how could you treat my brother like this?" Her tears were like beads with broken strings, sliding down to the ground one by one. Chen Yajiao stood in the middle, her eyes full of tears, her voice tinged with sobs. Why did you treat her like this? After all, we once loved each other, how could you treat my brother like this? Her tears were like beads that had broken off the string, falling one by one to the ground and landing at the feet of Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing. Her expression was so sad, like an innocent victim. Xiaoyi frowned, he looked at Chen Yajiao, he took a deep breath, his tone was firm and calm. "Yajiao, you know very well that all this is because of your family. They insulted and bullied Wanqing again and again, I can't just sit back and watch." Chen Yajiao's tears surged even more. She covered her face with her hands and choked, "I don't care. I won't allow you to do this. Have you forgotten the good times we had?" Seeing this, Pan Huilan's eyes lit up. She pulled Chen Yuxuan's sleeve and whispered, "Son, here's our chance. Let's pretend to be injured and extort money from them." Pan Huilan deliberately pushed Su Wanqing, and Su Wanqing staggered and almost fell to the ground. Pan Huilan immediately fell to the ground, holding her stomach and groaning loudly, "You bitch, how dare you hit me, my waist hurts so much." Her voice was sharp and piercing, attracting more passers-by to watch. Chen Yuxuan rushed over, pretending to be angry, pointing at Su Wanqing and yelling, "Just wait, if you don't pay me today, don't even think about leaving here." Xiaoyi sneered and pointed at the camera not far away, saying in a mocking tone, "What kind of drama are you acting? There are surveillance cameras here. Your method of committing fraud is too crude. We will call the police for today's incident. You should consider the consequences carefully." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sigh from the crowd around him, and many people looked at Pan Huilan and her son with contempt. Pan Huilan's face turned pale. She got up from the ground and glared at Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing fiercely, but did not dare to say another word. She pulled Chen Yuxuan and said with gritted teeth, "Let's go." Chen Yajiao still stood in front of Xiaoyi, tears in her eyes, but she didn't dare to speak again. Su Wanqing looked at the series of clumsy performances by Pan Huilan and her son, a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were cold and firm, like the chill wind at the top of an iceberg, making people dare not look directly at her. The air around her seemed to be frozen by her aura, and even the breathing of passers-by became heavy. "What kind of drama are you guys acting in?" Su Wanqing's voice was calm and powerful, and every word she said was sharp and struck people's hearts. She slowly turned her head, her eyes swept over Pan Huilan and Chen Yuxuan, and finally fell on the crowd of onlookers. The discussions in the crowd disappeared instantly, and everyone held their breath, as if waiting for a storm to come. "I'm Su Wanqing, the president of Yuexia Group." As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere around her became more solemn. Pan Huilan's face changed drastically, as if a basin of cold water was poured over her head. Her Chen Yuxuan's face also showed shock and helplessness, and his hands unconsciously loosened his rolled-up sleeves. "Your method of scamming people is too crude." Su Wanqing's voice remained calm, but every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting Pan Huilan and Chen Yuxuan's hearts. She continued, "If you dare to mess around again, I will definitely sue you. You should think about the consequences carefully." A look of horror appeared on Chen Yuxuan's face, and he suddenly realized what kind of trouble he had gotten into. He took a step back unconsciously, his eyes filled with fear. Seeing this, Pan Huilan's face became even uglier. She clenched her teeth but dared not say anything more. There was a sigh from the crowd, and many people looked at Pan Huilan and her son with contempt. Even Chen Yajiao stayed where she was, tears in her eyes, but she didn't dare to say anything. Her mind was filled with complicated thoughts, including worry about what happened to her brother and fear of Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing's powerful background. At this moment, Su Wanqing's eyes swept across the entire audience, her voice firm and majestic. "I'll say it again, if you dare to continue, I will make you pay the price." Her words were like a sharp knife, cutting the tense atmosphere in the air into pieces. Pan Huilan's face turned pale. She pulled Chen Yuxuan and glared at Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing fiercely, but did not dare to say another word. She gritted her teeth and said, "Let's go, let's go." Chen Yajiao still stood in front of Xiaoyi, tears in her eyes, but she didn't dare to speak again. Just as Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing were about to leave, Pan Huilan suddenly stepped forward and tried to block their way. Chen Yuxuan hesitated for a moment, but finally held her hand.
4. The soft rice is eaten and the heart is gradually at ease.
Seeing Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing were about to leave, Pan Huilan became furious and was unwilling to let them go. She took a step forward and stretched out her trembling hand, trying to grab Su Wanqing's arm. Stop right there.
This is not over yet.
Seeing that his mother was about to act impulsively again, Chen Yuxuan was so scared that he grabbed her arm and whispered, Mom, forget it, stop making trouble. He knew in his heart that Su Wanqing's identity was extraordinary, and continuing to make trouble would only make things worse. He didn't want to experience that kind of fear that went deep into his bones again. Pan Huilan was pulled by her son. She struggled for a few times and roared, Let me go.
I can't swallow this.
Her face was flushed and her chest heaved violently, like an enraged lioness.
Chen Yuxuan held his mother tightly, not daring to let go.
He lowered his voice and said, Mom, calm down.
Do you know who she is? She is the president of Yuexia Group. We can't afford to offend her.
Pan Huilan was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at her son. Su Wanqing glanced coldly at Pan Huilan and her son, ignored their entanglement, took Xiaoyi's arm, and walked straight towards the black Maybach parked on the side of the road. Seeing this, the driver hurriedly got out of the car and opened the door respectfully. Xiaoyi looked back at Chen Yajia, who was still squatting on the ground crying, and felt mixed emotions. The lovers of the past are now strangers to each other. He sighed, bent down and got into the car.
Su Wanqing followed closely and sat next to him.
The car door closed slowly, blocking out the noise outside. The car started and drove away from the Civil Affairs Bureau smoothly, leaving only Pan Huilan and her son and Chen Yajio slumped on the ground. Chen Yajio held her head and sobbed softly, her tears blurring her vision. She didn't understand why things turned out like this. Once upon a time, she was Xiaoyi's girlfriend, and they loved each other so much, but now, everything has changed. Pan Huilan looked at the car driving away, and the anger in her heart burned again. She shook off Chen Yuxuan's hand and shouted angrily, Why did you stop me? Why didn't you let me teach them a lesson? Chen Yuxuan sighed helplessly and said, Mom, I told you, she is the president of Yuexia Group. We can't afford to offend her. Pan Huilan's eyes widened, and she looked at her son in disbelief. What did you say? Yuexia Group? How is that possible? Chen Yuxuan swallowed his saliva, thinking of the noble temperament that Su Wanqing had just exuded in the valuable Maybach. His tone became more certain, it's the Yuexia Group. Mom, the money that slips through their fingers is enough for us to spend for a lifetime. He was secretly envious in his heart, wishing it was him who was favored by the rich woman. Pan Huilan stood there in a daze, as if struck by lightning. Yuexia Group is a well-known large enterprise in Jiangcheng. She murmured in disbelief, how could this happen? How could it be? Just then, Pan Huilan's cell phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and quickly answered the phone, her tone instantly becoming respectful. Hello, Mr. Wu. Yes, I know. What? Now. Okay, I'll take her there right away. After hanging up the phone, Pan Huilan showed a sinister smile on her face. She pulled up Chen Yajiao, who was still sitting on the ground, and said in a tough tone, Don't cry. Get up quickly and follow me. Chen Yajiao was still heartbroken over losing Xiaoyi, and didn't want to pay attention to her mother's words, I'm not going. Let me be alone. Pan Huilan impatiently tugged at Chen Yajiao's arm, with a hint of threat in her tone, Don't play dumb. Master Wu wants to see you, this is such a great opportunity. If you dare to cry again, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Chen Yajiao's face was full of resistance and tears welled up again. I won't go. I don't want to go. Mr. Wu was a well-known playboy, and she didn't want to have anything to do with such a man. At this time, the black Maybach was driving steadily on the road. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat awkward. Xiaoyi held the marriage certificate in his hand and looked at Su Wanqing beside him, but he didn't know how to address her. Calling her wife seems too intimate, while calling her General Su seems too distant. He was conflicted and hesitant. Su Wanqing seemed to have noticed Xiaoyi's embarrassment. She turned her head slightly, her eyes falling on the rapidly receding scenery outside the window, without saying a word. The car was so quiet that the only sounds could be heard were each other's breathing and the faint hum of the air conditioner. Xiaoyi took a deep breath and finally mustered up the courage to break the silence. That. Su Wanqing turned her head and looked at him calmly. What's wrong? Xiaoyi opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Call me Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing said lightly. Su Wanqing. Xiaoyi repeated the name stutteringly.
It felt a little easier than calling her President Su, but he still felt a little inexplicably awkward. The two fell silent again. After a long while, Xiaoyi spoke again, that. Where are we going now?
Xiaoyi asked cautiously, but he didn't dare to look directly at Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing opened her red lips and said, "Go to your new home."
New home?
Xiaoyi was stunned for a moment, then he realized that it should be the residence arranged for him by Su Wanqing.
A complex emotion surged in his heart, including anticipation for future life and a hint of uneasiness about living under someone else's roof.
The black Maybach drove smoothly through the bustling city center and finally stopped at the gate of an upscale residential area. The entrance of the community is shaded by green trees and has a beautiful environment. The security guards stand guard meticulously, demonstrating the dignity and privacy of this place. Su Wanqing took out a bunch of keys and an access card from her handbag and handed them to Xiaoyi. "Here are the keys and access card, Building 12, Room 1201. Xiaoyi took the key and access card, and the metal texture in his hand made him feel a heavy pressure.
He looked at Su Wanqing, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Then where are you going?"
Su Wanqing's face flashed a barely perceptible blush. She coughed lightly and said, "I will go back to the company."
Xiaoyi nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He pushed open the car door, got out, stood on the side of the road, and watched Su Wanqing drive away. The black Maybach slowly drove away and disappeared in the traffic.
Only then did Xiaoyi realize that he didn't have Su Wanqing's contact information. He stood there, holding the keys and access card in his hands, looking confused.
What was going on?
He took a deep breath and told himself to just make the best of it. He turned and walked towards the gate of the community. The security guard took a look at the access card in his hand and respectfully opened the door for him. Xiaoyi walked into the residential complex and found Building 12 according to the house number. He swiped his card to enter the elevator and pressed the button for the 12th floor. The elevator slowly rose, and Xiaoyi's heart began to hang in the air.
With a ding sound, the elevator door opened.
Xiaoyi walked out of the elevator and came to the door of 1201.
He took a deep breath and opened the door with the key. Click.
Xiaoyi pushed open the door, and what came into view was a spacious and bright living room with a simple and modern decoration style, matched with an off-white sofa and a natural wood coffee table, which was warm and comfortable. There is an open view outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing you to take in the entire scenery of the community. He walked into the room and scanned every corner, finding that all the furniture and electrical appliances were available, and even the kitchen utensils were brand new and shiny. He walked to the bedroom, pushed open the door, and a big soft bed came into view. There was an exquisite table lamp on the bedside table. Various styles of men's clothing were neatly hung in the closet, ranging from casual t-shirts to formal suits. Even underwear and socks were prepared. Xiaoyi reached out and touched the clothes in the closet. They felt soft and comfortable, and were obviously worth a lot of money. He opened the drawer of the bedside table again, and inside was a brand new set of toiletries.
Xiaoyi walked into the bathroom.
There was a set of men's skincare products on the sink.
He turned on the faucet. The water flowed smoothly and the temperature was just right. He looked at himself in the mirror and felt that it was a little unreal. From a delivery man disliked by his ex-girlfriend to living in a high-end residential area, his life has undergone tremendous changes. He sighed, but couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Soft rice. It seems to be quite fragrant. At this time, the atmosphere in the president's office of Yuexia Group was extremely tense. Su Wanqing, what's wrong with you? You got married without saying anything? And to a delivery man? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Tang Xini asked angrily.
She slammed a document on Su Wanqing's desk, and the document made a crisp sound. Su Wanqing sat behind her desk, her face still as calm as water. She raised her head, looked at her bestie, and said slowly, "Xini, I will explain to you about my marriage, but it is not convenient for me to say too much now."
Inconvenient to say? What else is inconvenient for you to say? Do you know how much impact your actions will have on the company? Those competitors will definitely seize this opportunity to make a big fuss.
Tang Xini was so angry that her chest heaved violently.
She couldn't understand what Su Wanqing did.
Su Wanqing picked up the water cup on the table and took a sip of water, her tone still calm. "I know my limits, I will handle the company's affairs."
Deal with it? What are you going to use to deal with it? With your marriage? Or with your so-called love? Tang Xini sneered. She felt that Su Wanqing was simply unreasonable.
"Xini, calm down first. Su Wanqing put down the water cup and her tone softened a little.
How can I stay calm? Look at what you are doing. You are just fooling around.
Tang Xinyi pointed at Su Wanqing, her fingers trembling slightly. She felt that the Su Wanqing she knew should not be like this. She was always calm and rational, so how could she do such a ridiculous thing?
Su Wanqing looked at Tang Xinyi. Tang Xinyi became even more angry when she saw Su Wanqing's appearance.
She turned around and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, with her back to Su Wanqing, her chest still heaving violently. In the office, there were only the heavy breathing of two people and the faint sound of traffic coming from outside the floor-to-ceiling window, which seemed extremely depressing. Suddenly, Tang Xinyi turned around and stared at Su Wanqing, her eyes full of inquiry. Do you have any difficulties?
Do you have any reasons for marrying that delivery man? Su Wanqing raised her head, looked at Tang Xinyi, and said slowly, I.
Chapter 5, Enemies Meet Again on a Narrow Road. The early morning sun shines through the heavy curtains, casting mottled shadows in the room. Xiaoyi slowly opened his eyes and felt the soft mattress beneath him, so comfortable that he couldn't help but let out a sigh of contentment. TSK, this rich person's bed is really different. It's such a pleasure to sleep on it. He stretched and felt that all the bones in his body were loosened a little. At this moment, a system notification sound came from my mind. Ding. The host has been detected to have awakened.
Do you want to sign in today?
Xiao Yi's sleepiness instantly disappeared. He sat up, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and thought, this sign-in reward is a good thing, but I have to be careful.
The sign-in location is also a key.
He looked around, his eyes swept across this luxurious bedroom. Although this place is comfortable, it is definitely not the best sign-in location. Let's go to a crowded place to have a look. He got out of bed, stepped barefoot on the soft carpet, and walked into the bathroom to wash up. The mirror reflected a slightly immature but angular face. He splashed cold water on his face to wake himself up completely. After changing into the clothes he wore yesterday, Xiaoyi walked out of the room. I arrived at the gate of the community downstairs, bought some soy milk and fried dough sticks at a breakfast shop, and sat at a small table on the side of the road, eating while thinking about today's check-in location. Where should I sign in? Somewhere with a lot of people. Xiaoyi took a bite of the fried dough stick and looked back and forth on the street, wondering where he could get a richer reward. Well, how about the bank? People come and go every day, and there should be a lot of cash flowing there, right? He made a decision. He put down his breakfast, wiped his mouth, took out his cell phone and called a taxi. Master, let's go to the largest People's Bank branch in Longcheng, Xiaoyi said to the driver while sitting in the back seat. The taxi started quickly and drove towards the city center. Outside the car window, tall buildings are lined up one after another, and the sunlight shines on the glass curtain walls, reflecting dazzling light. Xiaoyi looked at the scenery passing by quickly outside the window, his heart full of anticipation for today's sign-in, hoping that the system could give him a big surprise. He didn't know that in the bank lobby where he was about to go, a familiar figure was standing there with a professional smile on his face, but the smile seemed a little forced. The taxi stopped at the door of Longqing People's Branch. Xiaoyi paid the fare, opened the door and got out. The sunlight was a bit dazzling, so he raised his hand to block it, and then he could see the majestic building in front of him clearly. The huge glass door reflects the blue sky, making it look particularly majestic. Xiaoyi took a deep breath and walked into the bank lobby. The cool air from the air conditioner blew in his face, dispelling the summer heat and making him feel refreshed. The hall was bustling with people, customers coming to handle business in an endless stream, and the air was filled with a faint smell of disinfectant. "Hello, sir. What business do you need?" A sweet voice sounded in Xiaoyi's ears. Xiaoyi looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young woman in business attire standing in front of him with a professional smile on her face. But this smile seems a little stiff. The woman had shoulder-length hair, delicate makeup, a tall figure, and curvaceous curves, looking capable yet charming. But there was a hint of fatigue between her brows, as if she was worried about something. Xiaoyi frowned slightly. He didn't want to be disturbed and just wanted to complete the sign-in as soon as possible. "No, thank you," he replied in a cold tone, then walked around the woman and headed towards the center of the hall. "Sir, if you need anything, you can call me anytime." The woman did not give up and still maintained her professional smile, but there was a hint of helplessness in her tone. Xiaoyi ignored her and walked straight to the center of the hall, looking around for the best sign-in location. "System, start signing in," he said silently in his mind. Ding! Sign-in successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining Before the system's voice had completely died down, Xiaoyi suddenly felt someone pulling his sleeve. He turned around impatiently, only to find the woman standing behind him with a look of surprise on her face.
Xiaoyi? Is it really you?
The woman widened her eyes, her tone full of surprise. Xiaoyi then looked carefully at the woman in front of him and discovered that she was his ex-girlfriend Chen Yajiao. Chen Yajiao also recognized Xiaoyi, and the expression on her face became complicated. She never expected to meet him here.
What are you doing here? Chen Yajiao asked in a somewhat unfriendly tone.
Xiaoyi sneered and did not answer her question.
He didn't want to have any entanglement with Chen Yajiao and just wanted to leave here as soon as possible. What? You don't want to see me? Chen Yajiao was even more unhappy when she saw Xiaoyi's attitude.
I'm telling you, I'm the lobby manager of this bank now, you'd better show me some respect.
Xiaoyi ignored Chen Yajiao's shouting and turned away.
Stop right there. Chen Yajiao stretched out her hand and grabbed Xiaoyi's arm. You.
Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit came over and asked in a serious tone, "What's going on?"
Manager Zhao, this person. Chen Yajiao was about to explain but was interrupted by Xiaoyi.
Nothing, I just came to sign in. Xiaoyi said calmly, his eyes fixed on Chen Yajiao, with a playful smile on his face. Now that I've signed, can I leave? Ding. Sign in successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 million funds and the bank's exclusive Diamond VIP. The system's voice sounded in Xiaoyi's mind, instantly giving him an unexpected surprise.
500 million funds. This is simply a windfall.
Xiaoyi secretly rejoiced in his heart, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, but he remained calm on the surface. Chen Yajiao became even more annoyed when she saw Xiaoyi suddenly reveal a playful smile.
What's so funny? Didn't I tell you to wait until I get off work? Why, are you reluctant to leave now?
She asked arrogantly, trying to save some face.
Can't bear to see me go? You're probably being sentimental.
Xiaoyi sneered and replied, with a hint of contempt in his eyes, I'm a Diamond VIP of the bank now, and you can't even keep up with my back.
The expression on Chen Yajiao's face instantly became distorted. She pointed at Xiaoyi. You, how dare you talk to me like that? Do you know that I'm the lobby manager here? You're looking for death.
Her voice echoed in the hall, attracting the attention of many customers. Xiaoyi ignored her shouting and walked straight to the counter. Please help me with the relevant procedures for Diamond VIP. His tone was calm, as if the dispute just now did not exist at all.
Chen Yajiao was furious. She shouted, look everyone, this is a scoundrel. He was so poor that he couldn't even afford the bride price, and now he comes here to act like a wild beast.
As soon as she finished speaking, people around her cast strange looks at her, and some began to whisper.
People like this should be kicked out. It's so rude. You don't even have the most basic respect. People like this shouldn't have stayed here a long time ago.
Xiaoyi felt the hostility around him, but he did not back down. Instead, he sneered, it turns out that you not only despise the poor and love the rich, but also like to humiliate others in public.
That's enough.
Seeing that the situation was out of control, Chen Yajiao tried to explain, everyone listen to me, I am. But her voice was drowned out by the angry accusations around her, and the atmosphere in the hall became extremely tense. Xiaoyi turned around and looked at Chen Yajiao coldly, with a meaningful smile on his face. It seems that everyone here knows you better than I do.
Well, I won't bother you anymore.
After saying that, he turned and walked towards the bank entrance, leaving behind a mess. Chen Yajiao wanted to chase after him, but Manager Zhao stopped her and said, Manager Chen, calm down first and deal with the situation here first.
Xiaoyi walked out of the bank's door.
The sun was still shining brightly, but his heart was filled with new hope. He turned around, smiled faintly in the direction of the bank, then turned and disappeared into the crowd.
Chen Yajiao's face turned pale.
She wanted to explain and to save her image, but the accusations from all around her came like a tide and drowned her. She could only watch Xiaoyi leave, her heart filled with resentment and anger.
Xiaoyi, stop right there.
Chen Yajiao rushed out regardless of everything and grabbed Xiaoyi's arm. Don't be so complacent.
I have a new arrangement that is 100 times better than yours.
She shouted almost hysterically, her voice was sharp and piercing, attracting more people's attention. Xiaoyi stopped, turned around, stared at Chen Yajiao with cold eyes, a mocking arc at the corner of his mouth.
New arrangement? Do you mean hooking up with some rich old man?
He spoke with contempt, and every word was like a sharp knife piercing Chen Yajiao's heart.
Chen Yajiao's face flushed red.
She raised her hand,
wanting to slap Xiaoyi, but her hand stopped in mid-air and finally dropped weakly. You are shameless. She was trembling all over, tears welled up in her eyes, her makeup was smudged, and she looked disheveled. Enough! A majestic voice sounded, and Manager Zhao pushed through the crowd and walked over, his brows furrowed and his face full of displeasure. Manager Chen, this is a bank, not a vegetable market. Your behavior has seriously affected our normal business. I hope you can control your emotions. His tone was stern, with a hint of warning. Manager Zhao turned to Xiaoyi and said in a more gentle tone, Sir, I know you and Manager Chen have some personal grievances, but can you wait until she gets off work to resolve them? Please leave now and don't affect our work. Xiaoyi looked at Manager Zhao, then looked at Chen Yajia who was crying bitterly, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Manager Zhao, are you sure you want me to leave? His tone was calm, but with a hint of unquestionable firmness. Manager Zhao was slightly stunned, and a sense of uneasiness arose in his heart. Sir, I hope you can cooperate with our work. Manager Zhao, Xiaoyi interrupted him, took out a black card from his pocket and handed it to Manager Zhao. Take a closer look at who I am. Manager Zhao took the card, took a look at it, and his face turned pale instantly. He raised his head and looked at Xiaoyi in disbelief, his lips trembling, but he couldn't utter a word. Chapter 6, Poor Man Furiously Swipes Diamond Card. The black card trembled slightly in Manager Zhao's hand. The words Diamond VIP on the card seemed to carry a tremendous force, pressing him so hard that he couldn't breathe. He looked up in disbelief at the ordinary dressed young man in front of him. This card had only been issued 10 times in the entire Jiangqing Bank, and each holder was a top tycoon worth billions. He could never have imagined that this card would appear in the hands of a delivery man. This. Manager Zhao stuttered and couldn't finish a sentence. Seeing Manager Zhao lose his composure like this, Chen Yajiao, who was standing by, also felt a little confused. She leaned over to take a look at the black card and curled her lips in disdain. TSK, Diamond VIP card? It must be fake. Xiaoyi, why are you pretending? How much money can you make delivering food? And what about a Diamond VIP card? Why don't you say that you are the richest man in the world? Her tone was sarcastic, as if she believed that Xiaoyi was bluffing. Xiaoyi sneered. Oh, you have money? If you had money, would you deliver food? If you had money, would my mom kick you out of the house? Stop pretending, Xiaoyi, don't I know what kind of person you are? Chen Yajia became more and more excited as she spoke, and her voice became louder and louder, attracting the attention of many people around. Chen Yajiao, I didn't have money before, that's because I didn't want to bother with a gold digger like you. Now, I'm going to show you what it means to be rich. Xiaoyi said, swiping the black card on the POS machine, I want to withdraw 500 million in cash. I want everyone to know that I, Xiaoyi, am not someone you can afford. 500 million in cash? Manager Zhao almost fainted when he heard this number. 500 million in cash is no small amount. Even for their bank, they have to prepare it in advance. Chen Yajia widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. She could never have imagined that Xiaoyi actually dared to withdraw 500 million in cash. Did he really get rich? Xiaoyi looked at the shocked expressions of the two people, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. What? Are you scared? Do you regret it now? It's too late. Manager Zhao quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked carefully, Sir, are you sure you want to withdraw 500 million in cash? This will take some time to prepare. I'll give you 10 minutes. Xiaoyi said in a cold tone, leaving no room for doubt. Within 10 minutes, I want to see 500 million in cash in front of me. As Xiaoyi finished speaking, the eyes of the surrounding customers were focused here. Some are curious, some laugh, and some are skeptical. It seems like a fantasy that a delivery man actually asked for 500 million yuan in cash. But Manager Zhao's expression became more and more solemn. He secretly glanced at the black card in Xiaoyi's hand, and his heart began to waver. Chen Yajiao's face turned pale, and she quietly distanced herself from Manager Zhao, as if she had a premonition that something bad was about to happen. Just as everyone held their breath, waiting for the next development, Manager Zhao whispered to a female employee next to him, Quick, go to the vault and prepare cash immediately. Xiaoyi raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and glanced at the people present in an unfathomable manner, as if he was announcing something. He slowly sat back in his chair, waiting for the show that was about to begin. In the bank lobby, the noisy voices rose and fell like the chirping of cicadas on a summer afternoon. But when Xiaoyi walked straight to the counter with the black diamond VIP card in his hand, all the sounds seemed to be paused.
He walked straight to the calling machine and swiped his black card to the sensing area. With a crisp ding sound, a VIP logo instantly popped up on the electronic screen. Then, a striking number 1 appeared on the screen, accompanied by a clear female voice prompting, VIP number 1, please go to window number 1 to handle business. A sneer appeared on Xiao Yi's lips.
He walked towards window number 1.
Every step seemed to be stepping on the faces of Chen Yaju and manager Zhao, making a dull sound. He handed the black card to Li Wang, a female clerk at the counter, and his cold voice was particularly clear in the slightly quiet bank hall. Withdraw, 500 million yuan, cash.
500 million yuan?
The female employee Li Wang was so shocked by the number that she stuttered. She was stunned for a moment, then looked at the black card in Xiao Yi's hand, her eyes full of surprise and doubt.
What? Is there a problem?
Xiao Yi's voice was slightly raised, with a hint of impatience. His cold eyes swept across Li Wang, and then turned to Chen Yajiao, his eyes full of disdain. You won't take my money?
I'll do it for you right away.
King Li responded quickly, picked up Xiao Yi's black card, and started operating it with trembling hands. At this time, the bank lobby was in an uproar. The people who had just been pointing fingers at Xiao Yi were instantly stunned by this sudden dramatic scene. There was a burst of discussion in the crowd. Some people exclaimed in low voices, some whispered to each other, and some directly took out their mobile phones to start recording.
Did I hear correctly? He wants to withdraw 500 million yuan in cash? How is this possible? Isn't he a delivery man?
Who knows, maybe he is some rich second generation who came out to experience life.
Look at that card, it's a real diamond VIP card. There aren't many of them in the whole of Jiangcheng, right?
The discussions came like a tide, filling the entire hall, and all kinds of curious eyes were focused on Xiao Yi, as if they were watching a wonderful performance.
Xiao Yi, who was at the center of the storm, seemed to be standing aside.
He looked indifferently at Chen Yajiao, whose face was pale, and Director Zhao, whose forehead was sweating.
Chen Yajiao, didn't you say that I have no money? Don't you look down on me? Now I'll let you see if I'm someone you can humiliate at will. He pointed at Chen Yajiao.
His voice was not loud, but it was full of deterrence, like a sharp blade, stabbing Chen Yajiao's heart. He then pointed at manager Zhao and said coldly, and you look down on others.
Do you think you are great just because you have a few stinky dollars? Today I will make you open your eyes and see that I, Xiao Yi, am not someone you can afford to offend.
His cold words were like sharp knives, stabbing the self-esteem of Chen Yajiao and manager Zhao.
Chen Yajiao's face turned red, and her originally delicate makeup looked a little distorted.
Manager Zhao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked at Xiao Yi.
Li Wang's operation was still going on.
The sound of keyboard tapping was particularly harsh in the hall. Every number input was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. Suddenly, Li Wang stopped the operation. She raised her head and looked at Xiao Yi, her voice trembling. Sir, there is indeed 500 million yuan in your card. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire bank hall fell silent and everyone held their breath. The corners of Xiao Yi's mouth rose slightly, but she quickly came to her senses, and a sneer of disdain appeared at the corners of her mouth. She shook her head and said contemptuously, Xiao Yi, do you think I'm stupid? This card must have been given to you by someone else. How could it really be yours? You are just trying to pretend and gain everyone's sympathy. Xiao Yi's. Just as Chen Yaju was still mocking, Li Wang's scream interrupted her monologue. Li Wang's face was as pale as paper, and her hands were shaking slightly. She looked up at Xiao Yi, and her voice was full of disbelief. Sir, there is indeed 500 million in your card. This sudden sentence was like a blockbuster bomb, instantly exploding in the entire bank hall. The people around were suddenly in an uproar, and there was a lot of discussion, as if countless sparrows were chirping about this incredible thing. Chen Yajiao's face turned pale in an instant, and she opened her eyes wide, as if she couldn't believe her ears. She hurriedly walked towards King Li, trying to get more information from her. At the same time, manager Zhao also walked over nervously. His face was also pale, and the cold sweat on his forehead had soaked his hair. Is this true? Chen Yajiao's voice trembled a little. She stared at Li Wang closely, as if trying to find a hint of lies in her eyes. Li Wang nodded, his voice trembling a little. It's true, sir, there is indeed 500 million in your card. Chen Yajiao's head suddenly started buzzing and she felt dizzy, as if the whole world had lost its balance at this moment. She looked at Xiao Yi in disbelief, her eyes full of shock and unwillingness. Xiao Yi's mouth corners slightly raised. Chen Yajiao, do you think I really have 500 million? Xiao Yi's voice was calm and clear, and every word seemed to hit Chen Yajiao's heart heavily. His eyes swept over manager Zhao, cold and firm. Now, I want to withdraw 500 million in cash. I want everyone to know that I, Xiaoyi, am not someone you can humiliate at will. At this moment, the bank's door was pushed open suddenly, and the branch manager Zhang walked in hurriedly. His eyes quickly swept across the hall and finally stopped on Xiaoyi. His brows were furrowed and he walked hurriedly towards the counter, followed by several senior bank executives. The corners of Xiaoyi's mouth slightly raised. Chapter 7: Different Treatments Between the Rich and the Poor. A playful smile appeared on Xiaoyi's lips. He looked at President Zhang and his entourage leisurely, as if he was enjoying a good show that was about to be staged. President Zhang walked to the counter, took a deep breath, and put on a professional smile. Hello, Mr. Xiao. I am Zhang Chang, the president of our bank. How can I help you? The female employee named Wang, who had received Xiaoyi before, felt like she had grabbed a life-saving straw. She hurried to President Zhang and explained the whole story in a low voice. After listening to this, President Zhang frowned and his expression turned a little ugly. He turned to look at Xiaoyi, with a hint of apology in his tone. Mr. Xiao, I'm so sorry to trouble you. There may be some shortcomings in our bank's business procedures. I will make improvements immediately. Regarding your withdrawal needs, we will definitely cooperate with you fully. President Zhang, you're too polite. Xiaoyi said calmly, but his eyes were sharp. I just want to get my own money back. Is this a problem? President Zhang smiled awkwardly and quickly explained, of course not. It's just that the amount of 500 million in cash is quite large and we need some time to prepare. To express our apologies, please go to the VIP lounge to rest for a while. We will arrange it for you right away. Xiaoyi glanced at the female employee named Wang with a smile. It seems that the treatment of Diamond VIP customers is indeed different. The female employee named Wang blushed, lowered her head and did not dare to look at him. She was originally just an ordinary teller, but today she was arranged by her leader to be a shield, and she had been feeling uneasy for a long time. I'm not deliberately making things difficult for you. Xiao Yi's voice was a little playful. He swept his eyes across the crowd and finally stopped at President Zhang's face. I just want some people to understand that I, Xiaoyi, am not someone they can easily look down upon. 500 million in cash, I'll take it. Ms. Wang was at a loss as to what to do. She could only bring a cup of tea and handed it to Xiaoyi with both hands. Mr. Xiao, please have some tea. I came here today just to prove that it's not that I can't afford the bride price, but that I just don't want to pay it. Xiaoyi took the teacup, took a sip, but his eyes fell on Chen Yajia not far away. The latter's face was pale and his body was trembling slightly, as if he would faint at any time. Xiaoyi put down the teacup, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. President Zhang, I'll give you an hour. After an hour, I want to see my 500 million in cash. Seeing that Xiaoyi did not seem to have the intention of leaving immediately, female employee Wang secretly groaned in her heart. She knew that the task assigned by her leader was to delay time and wait for professionals to come and negotiate, in an attempt to dissuade Xiaoyi from withdrawing the money. However, facing this seemingly calm but fierce-eyed young man, she felt an invisible pressure and felt that the task was becoming more and more arduous. Mr. Xiao, please have some tea first. We will prepare it right away. Ms. Wang, the employee, forced a smile and said in a low voice. However, Xiaoyi was not fooled by her apparent enthusiasm. Instead, the corners of his mouth turned up, revealing a playful smile. No need, Miss Wang. Actually, I came here today not only to withdraw money, but also to say something. Xiao Yi's voice was calm and firm, attracting the attention of the people around him. Ms. Wang's heart tightened, realizing that she might not be able to complete the task easily. The story I want to tell is about a person. Xiao Yi's eyes swept across the crowd around him and finally stopped on Chen Yajia. The latter's face grew paler and his body trembled slightly, as if he would faint at any moment. There was a hint of regret in Xiao Yi's voice, but there was a fire of determination burning in his eyes. She was my ex-fiancée, Chen Yajia. Xiao Yi's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting the ears of everyone present. The customers and staff in the surrounding lobby stopped what they were doing and looked at the scene curiously. Ms. Wang, an employee, sat helplessly opposite Xiaoyi and could only start the chat mode to try to stabilize the situation. Mr. Xiao, can you tell me more about it? Ms. Wang, an employee, tried her best to show genuine interest, although she knew that this was just a means of delaying time. Xiaoyi nodded, and his eyes softened a little. At the beginning, in order to save enough money for the bride price, I worked hard every day, almost without sleep. I thought that as long as I worked hard, I could get a happy future. But when I finally saved enough money, her mother suddenly raised the price and said that my conditions were not good enough. Xiao Yi's voice was low and bitter.
Ms. Wang responded, and the discussions around them grew louder. This is really too much. Parents like this are so heartless. A middle-aged man couldn't help but interrupt. Chen Yajiao's face became even uglier.
She bit her lips and dared not refute out loud. Her heart was filled with regret and despair.
Yes, Mr. Xiao, it's really not easy for you. Female employee Wang continued to echo, trying to distract everyone's attention.
Xiao Yi did not stop, his eyes became firm and sharp. But today, I want to prove that it's not that I can't afford the bride price, but that I just don't want to pay it. Xiao Yi's voice suddenly rose, and the discussions around him stopped abruptly. He put down the teacup, glanced at everyone, and finally landed on Chen Yajia, with a sneer on his lips.
President Zhang, time is running out and I don't want to waste any more time.
Xiao Yi said coldly, with unquestionable firmness in his voice.
Ms. Wang and President Zhang exchanged helpless looks, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Chen Yajia's body trembled slightly, as if she had some ominous premonition.
The public was talking about this and that, and many of them were indignant for Xiao Yi. When Ms. Wang saw this, she secretly rejoiced that she had finally found a way to stabilize the situation. She continued to echo the voices in the lobby, trying to steer the conversation elsewhere.
Mr. Xiao, it's really not easy for you. Parents like this are really heartless.
The middle-aged man's voice rang out again, resonating with the people around him.
Chen Yajiao's face became even uglier.
She bit her lower lip tightly, not daring to make a sound. Her heart was filled with regret and despair. She regretted following her mother's arrangements and giving up Xiao Yi. Now facing his powerful return, she felt unprecedented pressure and fear.
Yes, Mr. Xiao, it's really not easy for you. Ms. Wang, an employee, also hurriedly agreed, trying to distract everyone's attention.
Her eyes kept moving back and forth between President Zhang and Xiao Yi, hoping that President Zhang could intervene as soon as possible and rescue her from the dire straits. Xiao Yi was not shaken by these voices, his gaze was still firmly fixed on Chen Yajia. Suddenly, he stood up, his eyes were sharp, and he said in a cold voice, President Zhang, I think we can talk alone now.
Ms. Wang felt relieved, stood up quickly, and handed the matter over to President Zhang. She said nervously, President Zhang, please excuse me. Mr. Xiao has something important to discuss.
President Zhang nodded and said to Xiao Yi in a serious tone, Mr. Xiao, I'm Zhang Chang, the president. Let's go to the VIP lounge and talk slowly. Xiao Yi smiled slightly, with a hint of disdain in his eyes, no need, President Zhang.
Let's talk here. I have something to say in public. The smile on President Zhang's face was slightly stiff. He didn't expect Xiao Yi to be so disrespectful. He originally wanted to invite Xiao Yi to the VIP lounge. On the one hand, he could avoid the eyes and ears of others, and on the other hand, he could deal with the situation better and resolve the crisis. But Xiao Yi didn't play by the rules and wanted to talk in public, which made him feel a little tricky. Mr. Xiao, you see.
President Zhang wanted to argue again, but was interrupted by Xiao Yi.
No need to say more, President Zhang.
Xiao Yi's tone was calm, but with an unquestionable majesty.
I, Xiao Yi, don't like to beat around the bush. Let's say it here, and let everyone hear it.
President Zhang sighed helplessly, knowing that this matter would probably not end well today. He turned and looked at the female employee Xiao Wang behind him with a hint of blame in his eyes. The female employee Xiao Wang felt the president's gaze, lowered her head even more, and her body trembled slightly. She knew that her mission today was probably a complete failure. President Zhang took a deep breath, adjusted his mentality, and when he looked at Xiao Yi again, his professional smile returned to his face. Since Mr. Xiao insists, let's talk here. He walked to the counter nearby, took out a pen and a notebook, and put on an attitude of listening attentively. Mr. Xiao, if you have any dissatisfaction, please feel free to tell us.
We will accept it with an open mind and make corrections. The surrounding crowd was attracted again.
They whispered and talked, guessing what Xiao Yi wanted to say. Some people think that Xiao Yi wanted to take this opportunity to blackmail the bank, while others think that Xiao Yi wanted to seek justice for himself.
Xiao Yi looked at President Zhang with a hint of amusement in his eyes.
He said slowly, President Zhang, there's no need to be so nervous.
I'm not here today to embarrass your bank.
When President Zhang heard this, he felt a little relieved. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that today would be a big trouble, but when he heard Xiao Yi say this, it seemed that there might be a turn for the better.
He raised his head and said in a gentler tone, "Mr. Xiao, please speak. If it is because of our employees' inadequate service, I will definitely punish them severely." "Oh? The service is not good enough?"
Xiao Yi's lips curled up with a smile, but his eyes became sharp.
"I don't think so.
President Zhang, you and I both know that the special treatment I received was not because of the service, but because of my identity."
President Zhang's heart trembled. He didn't expect Xiao Yi to be so straightforward and directly point out the essence of the problem. Although he was shrewd and had mastered the ability to deal with people in a flexible manner, he still felt a little pressured when facing Xiao Yi's sharp gaze. He nodded quickly, showing a more humble smile. "Mr. Xiao, you are right. We were not thoughtful enough. Our bank system does need to be improved. I will listen to your opinions carefully and make improvements as soon as possible." As he spoke, he carefully took notes in a notebook, looking humbly seeking advice, which led people around him to secretly praise President Zhang for his high emotional intelligence and ability to handle things. Only Xiao Yi still maintained that calm attitude, as if everything was under his control. He glanced at the crowd around him, and finally fixed his gaze on President Zhang. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. "President Zhang, what I want to say is..." Xiao Yi paused, and his voice suddenly became soft. "Before I tell you my thoughts, I have to give you a compliment first." Chapter 8, Take the cash to punish the evildoer, and secretly save a hand to slap the face. The corners of Xiao Yi's mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. His eyes swept across the crowd around him, finally stopping on President Zhang. He spoke slowly, his voice soft but full of authority. "President Zhang, what I want to say is that before I express my thoughts, I have to praise the teller who received me." These sudden words stunned everyone present, and they all looked at him with puzzlement. President Zhang was no exception, but he quickly reacted, still keeping a humble smile on his face, and repeatedly said, "Which teller is it? Working in our bank, it is really a blessing for her to receive praise from Mr. Xiao." Xiao Yi nodded slightly and said calmly, "It's the teller Chen Yajia. She has a friendly smile and speaks politely, which leaves a deep impression on people." He paused deliberately, and his eyes inadvertently swept over Chen Yajio and found her, but he immediately said, "Of course, the premise is that you don't know that she is my ex-girlfriend." The atmosphere in the venue suddenly became subtle, and the smile on President Zhang's face became a little stiff. He seemed to have realized that Xiao Yi's praise was not that simple, but had a deeper meaning. "Mr. Xiao, please continue." President Zhang maintained his courtesy, but his tone was more cautious. Xiao Yi nodded and continued, "But what makes me angry is that this is not because her service attitude is not good enough, but because she and her supervisor are prejudiced against me and think that I, a delivery man, am not worthy of their serious attention." President Zhang, do you think that such behavior damages the professional image of the bank? Upon hearing this, President Zhang's heart sank and a serious expression immediately appeared on his face. He realized the seriousness of the problem, turned around and whispered a few words to the deputy president, who immediately nodded, then turned and left, apparently to deal with the matter. "Mr. Xiao, don't worry, we will investigate the matter immediately and give you a satisfactory answer as soon as possible," President Zhang said sincerely and in a firm tone. Xiao Yi smiled slightly and nodded, but he was secretly proud in his heart. He glanced at Chen Yajio and found that at this moment, the vice president brought Chen Yajio and the supervisor to bow and apologize to Xiao Yi in public with an extremely sincere attitude. "Mr. Xiao, we are deeply ashamed and we express our most sincere apologies for your disrespectful behavior." The vice president spoke first, with deep apology in his voice. Chen Yajio and the supervisor also bowed. Although they were unwilling, they did not dare to resist at all. Xiao Yi stood there quietly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, feeling a little refreshed in his heart. "President Zhang, however, I feel that this apology is not enough. I hope you can give me a more specific answer." Xiao Yi's voice was still calm, but it revealed an unquestionable firmness. President Zhang nodded quickly, with an even more humble smile on his face. "Mr. Xiao, don't worry, we will definitely deal with it seriously and will not tolerate it. If you have any other requests, please feel free to ask." Xiao Yi smiled slightly, stretched out his hand to shake hands with President Zhang, and said calmly and firmly, "President Zhang, I am very satisfied with your attitude. But let's take our time on this matter. I am not in a hurry." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yi's eyes swept over the crowd around him, then he slowly turned around and walked out the door. The air around me seemed to fluctuate, leaving behind a silence. Xiao Yi walked out of the bank door, looked back at the magnificent sign, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He didn't really intend to take out 500 million in cash. Although doing so would be satisfying, it would be too ostentatious. What he needed was to give President Zhang some face and at the same time make the bank remember this lesson deeply. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Lao Wang, it's me, Xiaoyi. Bring a few people over now, go to the commercial bank headquarters, and help me withdraw 100 million in cash." "Yes, that's right, 100 million. Get the money counting machine and the money truck ready. I also need to deposit this money in the agricultural bank next door." After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyi lit a cigarette, leaned leisurely against the stone lions at the bank entrance, and puffed out smoke. Not long after, an armored car roared in, and several uniformed security guards got out of the car, surrounding a burly middle-aged man, who was the president of the Agricultural Bank of China, Lao Wang. "Mr. Xiao, do you want to withdraw 100 million in cash?" Lao Wang asked respectfully. "That's right. Have all the formalities been completed?" Xiaoyi exhaled a puff of smoke lightly. "It's all done and can be processed at any time." Lao Wan nodded quickly. So, in full view of the public, 100 million in cash was taken out of the safe of a commercial bank, loaded onto an armored truck, and driven to the agricultural bank next door. The staff of the commercial bank were furious but dared not speak out. President Zhang stood in front of the French window, watching this scene with a terribly gloomy expression on his face. At the same time, the news of Chen Yajiao's demotion reached her home. She cried to her mother Pan Huilan and brother Chen Juanfu, and described Xiaoyi's arrogant behavior in the bank in an exaggerated way. "Mom, brother, you must help me vent my anger. Why did Xiaoyi treat me like this?" Chen Yajia cried. 500 million in savings? This kid hid it well enough. Pan Huilan's eyes flashed with greed. "Yajiao, don't worry, Mom will definitely help you get justice, and by the way, make this kid pay a price." Chen Juanfu was also ready to fight, with a sinister look on his face. "Sister, don't worry, I will find a few brothers and teach this ignorant guy a lesson." On the other side, in the office of the president of Yuexia Group, Tang Xini rushed in, grabbed Su Wanqing's hand, and said excitedly, Wanqing, guess what I just saw?" "You will never guess." Su Wanqing put down the documents in her hand and asked curiously, "What's wrong? What made you so excited?" Tang Xini took a deep breath and said mysteriously, "I just saw your girl at the commercial bank." Chapter 9, Wealthy but with many restrictions. Su Wanqing put down the documents in her hand, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes, and asked, "Xini, stop teasing me, tell me what you saw?" Seeing Su Wanqing so curious, Tang Xini became even more excited. She quickly pulled her chair to Su Wanqing's desk, moved closer, and said in a low voice, "I was at the commercial bank and saw your Xiaoyi." He was really showing off his prowess. Su Wanqing raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "Oh? How did he display his power?" Tang Xini took a deep breath and began to describe the situation vividly. "You know President Zhang of the commercial bank, right? He is the one who always treats the poor with a cold eye and greets the rich with a smile. Today, Xiaoyi went directly to the bank and asked to withdraw 500 million in cash." Su Wanqing widened her eyes and asked in surprise, 500 million in cash? How can he have so much money?
"Ha, that's nothing," Tang Xini continued with a smile on her face. "As soon as he entered the bank, he went straight to the president's office and asked for 500 million in cash." Everyone thought he was joking, including President Zhang, who was also very disdainful. In the end, Xiaoyi smiled slightly and took out a passbook. The number on the passbook shocked everyone. 500 million. Su Wanqing couldn't help but laugh. This kid really knows how to act cool. Tang Xini had no intention of stopping. She continued, "What's even more amazing is that Chen Yajiao and her mother Pan Huilan were also in the bank. When they saw the scene, their faces turned very ugly. Chen Yajiao also tried to humiliate Xiaoyi, but was slapped in the face by President Zhang on the spot. It was really satisfying." The smile on Su Wanqing's lips became more obvious. She nodded and said, "This kid is really capable. But, will he get into trouble by doing this?" Tang Xini shook her head, as if to comfort Su Wanqing. "Don't worry, the bank staff were all scared by him. President Zhang even went through the formalities for him and personally sent him out. When Xiaoyi left, he even sneered at Chen Yajiao and the others. That tone was really refreshing." Su Wanqing smiled slightly, with admiration in her eyes. "It seems that he is not only capable, but also knows how to deal with these villains." Tang Xini felt a little dissatisfied when she saw Su Wanqing praising Xiaoyi so much, but she still smiled and said, "Wanqing, if you can't deal with this kid, you can come to me for advice. I have plenty of ways." Su Wanqing's eyes turned slightly, a sly smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she said, "Deal with him?"
I think he is our best helper now. Tang Xini was stunned for a moment, then smiled. That's right, he taught those villains a big lesson this time. It's really refreshing. Su Wanqing stood up, walked to the window, looked into the distance, and secretly thought about her next plan. Her voice was low and firm. Xini, we still have a lot to do next. Tang Xini smiled and nodded, and said confidently, just wait and see what's going to happen next. There was a hint of eagerness in Tang Xini's tone, as if she had already prepared a plan to deal with Su Wanqing. If you can't deal with this kid, you can come to me to discuss countermeasures. I have plenty of ways. Watch how I can make him obedient. As she spoke, she waved her arms, as if to show her strength. Su Wanqing looked at Tang Xini's confident look and couldn't help but smile. She knew that Tang Xini was thinking about her, and she felt a little warm in her heart. However, she wanted to see what kind of surprise Shui could bring her. At this time, Shui was being enthusiastically surrounded by two President Zhangs of the commercial bank and was escorted all the way out of the bank gate. The bank staff around him all smiled flatteringly and vied with each other to greet Shui. Even the security guard, who usually ignored ordinary customers, politely opened the car door for Shui. The sunlight shone on their faces, reflecting a false harmony. The car drove out slowly. Shui saw the scene in the rearview mirror and felt it was absurd and ironic. Back in the car, Shui couldn't wait to open the system panel to check the sign-in rewards for this time. When he saw the huge figure of 500 million, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a satisfied smile. But when he saw the notes at the back, the smile froze on his face instantly. Sign-in reward, 500 million consumption quota only for Miss Wang. What? Shui exclaimed, with a hint of disbelief and surprise in his voice. He rubbed his eyes and confirmed again. Yes, this 500 million yuan spending limit can only be used by a person named Miss Wang. What is this? Is it just a false alarm? He threw his phone aside in annoyance and leaned back in his chair. Was the system playing a trick on him? Giving him huge wealth but restricting his freedom to use it, isn't this just teasing him? He felt like a bird trapped in a golden cage. Although he was rich, he was restricted in every way. The car was driving steadily on the road. The sunlight shone through the window and sprinkled on Xiaoyi's face. He frowned and thought of countermeasures rapidly in his mind. No, he couldn't just let it go. Although I can't use these 500 million myself, they can always come in handy. He must find a way to make the most of the money. Before we knew it, the car had entered the most prosperous commercial district in the city center, with skyscrapers reaching into the sky. The roadside is lined with various luxury stores, with flashing neon lights and magnificent appearance. Shui glanced around casually and his eyes fell on a golden building called Jinyu not far away. He suddenly decided to go there and take a look. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Go to Jinyu Pavilion. He ordered lightly, his voice low and firm. At this moment, Su Wanqing and Tang Xini's conversation was still going on. They had no idea what new adventure would happen to Shui. The car stopped steadily in front of the Jinyu Pavilion. Shui pushed the door and got out of the car. Looking up, he saw that the decoration of this golden building was indeed magnificent, and the golden signboard was shining in the sun. He stepped into the store and a faint fragrance hit his nose. He heard soft background music and the whispers of customers talking to each other. The receptionist walked up to Shui in her high heels, with a professional smile on her face, but her voice seemed a little formulaic. Hello, sir, how can I help you? She looked Shui up and down with a hint of casual scrutiny in her eyes. Maybe because Shui was dressed simply, she did not show too much enthusiasm. Shui didn't care about it. He just nodded casually and walked towards the men's watch area in the store. There, watches of various brands are displayed in glass counters, shining with dazzling luster. Seeing this, a young female salesperson came up quickly with a smile on her face. Hello, sir, do you want to see some watches? We have recently received a batch of new models in our store, you can take a look at them. She introduced enthusiastically with a look of anticipation in her eyes. Shui casually glanced at the watches on the counter, and his eyes finally stopped on a simple watch. He pointed at the watch and said lightly, "This one, take it out and let me see it." The saleswoman looked in the direction Shui pointed, and her eyes suddenly lit up. This was the latest limited edition in the store, and it was very expensive. The smile on her face became even brighter, and she said quickly, "Sir, you have a good eye. This watch is the most popular style in our store. Many celebrities like it." She carefully took the watch from the counter and gently placed it on the display stand in front of Shui, while introducing, "This watch uses Xiaoyi didn't listen to her finish, but just stretched out his hand, wanting to pick up the watch and take a closer look at it. However, before he touched the watch, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and pressed the glass plate on the display stand, stopping his action. A sharp voice sounded in my ear, "Sir, please don't touch our goods casually, they are very precious." Xiaoyi looked up and saw a salesperson in uniform and heavy makeup staring at him with a hint of disdain and disgust in her eyes. Her face, which was smiling just now, was now cold as ice, as if she had become a different person. Xiaoyi's hand stopped in mid-air and he was slightly stunned. He had never encountered such a situation before. This feeling of being disdained in person made him feel a little embarrassed and unhappy. He withdrew his hand, with a hint of indifference in his eyes, and asked indifferently, "Why, you can't even touch me?" The heavily made-up saleswoman, Sun, glanced at Xiaoyi with contempt, her tone carrying a hint of sarcasm. "Sir, this watch is worth 6 million. If you have no intention of buying it, it's better not to touch it casually." She looked Xiaoyi up and down. In her opinion, someone like Xiaoyi, who was dressed in ordinary clothes, could not possibly be their target customer. Xiaoyi frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy, but he did not get angry. He just said calmly, "Who said I have no intention to buy?" He took out a black bank card from his pocket, put it on the display stand, and said calmly, "Swipe the card." When salesperson Sun saw the black card, he was stunned at first, and then a look of doubt appeared on his face. "This card looks ordinary and doesn't look like a high-end credit card." She picked up the card, looked at it carefully, and secretly guessed Xiaoyi's true identity. Is he really a rich man who is pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? "Sir, are you sure you want to pay with this card?" Salesperson Sun asked tentatively, with a hint of uncertainty in his tone. Xiaoyi nodded and said firmly, "Yes, use this card." He looked at the salesperson Sun calmly without any hesitation. Seeing Xiaoyi so determined, salesman Sun became even more confused. She hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to try swiping the card. She took the card and turned to the cashier. At this moment, several sales clerks came over, with smiles on their faces, and enthusiastically recommended other products to Xiaoyi. They had been indifferent to Xiaoyi just now, but now they became extremely attentive, as if Xiaoyi was really a distinguished guest. Xiaoyi ignored their enthusiasm and just stood there quietly, waiting for salesman Sun to come back. As time passed, the air around them seemed to freeze and the atmosphere became somewhat depressing. Finally, the salesperson's son came back with manager Zhou, who was wearing a professional suit and had a capable temperament. However, their faces looked extremely ugly, as if something bad had happened. Salesman Sun's face was filled with fear and anxiety, while manager Zhou's face was ashen. When Xiaoyi saw this, he felt something was wrong. He had a feeling that something bad might happen next. Manager Zhou walked up to Xiaoyi, stared at him fiercely, and said in a cold tone, "Sir, this card." She paused, a cold light flashed in her eyes. "Are you sure this card can be used?" Chapter 10, the consumption was suspected and finally counterattacked, and the gift-giving encountered obstacles and asked friends for help. Manager Zhou walked up to Xiaoyi, stared at him fiercely, and said in a cold tone, "Sir, this card." She paused, a cold light flashed in her eyes. "Are you sure this card can be used?" Xiaoyi smiled slightly, with a hint of helplessness and determination in his eyes. He said calmly, "Manager Zhou, I understand your concerns, but please rest assured, there is absolutely no problem with this card." Although his words were calm, they were filled with unquestionable confidence. Seeing this, the people around dispersed. They talked in low voices, some showed contemptuous smiles, and some stared at Xiaoyi with suspicious eyes, obviously doubting his confidence. Xiaoyi didn't care at all. He just stood there calmly. Instead, he felt a little moved at the wonder of fate. He smiled secretly in his heart. "From today on, my destiny has completely changed. Sir, I understand your confidence, but this is also a considerable amount of money. Are you sure you want to use this card?" Manager Zhou is obviously a very professional person, but her eyes are still full of distrust and vigilance. Xiaoyi nodded, looked at her firmly, and said, "Manager Zhou, please help me with the operation. I specifically want the biggest and most sparkling diamond necklace." Manager Zhou's expression became even uglier. She thought Xiaoyi was going crazy, but she had to act according to her duty. She thought to herself that maybe she could take this opportunity to humiliate him when he made a fool of himself later. Thinking of this, a sneer appeared on her lips, and she turned around and told the salesgirl Lin to bring the diamond necklace over. Saleswoman Lin held the valuable necklace in her hand, feeling uneasy. She knew that if the deal failed, her job would be in jeopardy. She carefully placed the necklace in front of Xiaoyi, her eyes full of embarrassment and uneasiness. "Manager Zhou,
please use the card swipe machine. Xiao Yi's voice was steady and firm, as if he already knew everything that was about to happen. Manager Zhou's face turned pale, but he still nodded and signaled to saleswoman Lin to get the card machine ready. She was secretly proud of herself, as if she had already witnessed Xiao Yi making a fool of himself. However, the moment she pressed the card swipe button, everything around her suddenly became unusually quiet, as if time had frozen at that moment. On the POS machine, a string of numbers jumped slowly and finally stopped at a staggering number of 5,368,000. The entire golden building hall was silent, as if the mute button had been pressed. Everyone's eyes were focused on the small machine, as if they had seen something incredible. Saleswoman Lin widened her eyes and the necklace in her hand almost slipped. She looked at Xiao Yi in disbelief, as if she was looking at an alien. Her face turned from pale to flushed, her breathing became rapid, her chest heaved violently, and her heart seemed like it was about to jump out. Manager Zhou was stunned where she stood, her mouth wide open like a frightened owl, the sneer on her face stiffened into a funny expression. She stared at the number on the POS machine. She could never have imagined that this ordinary dressed delivery man could actually swipe out so much money. The crowd around burst into exclamations, and whispers surged like a tide, one after another. "Oh my God, he actually made it! How is this possible? Isn't he a delivery man? Is it some rich kid experiencing life?" All kinds of speculations and discussions filled the entire hall, making the already tense atmosphere even more heated. However, Xiao Yi, who was at the center of the storm, remained calm, with no ripples on his face, as if what he had just completed was just an ordinary transaction. He gently took the necklace from the saleslady Lin, looked at it carefully, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. "Manager Zhou, please give me the receipt." Xiao Yi's voice was calm and low, but with an unquestionable majesty. Manager Zhou finally came back to her senses from her shock. The stiff smile on her face was instantly replaced by a flattering smile. Her attitude made a 180-degree turn and she quickly nodded and said, "Sir, please wait a moment. I'll do it for you right away." As she spoke, she personally processed the receipt for Xiao Yi. Her attitude was so respectful that she was like a completely different person. After signing the receipt, Xiao Yi carefully placed the necklace into the box, then turned and left the Jinlu. He walked out of the door, and the sunlight shone on him, making him feel a little blinded. He looked up at the sky and laughed at himself. After spending a huge sum of money, I feel a little empty. However, this feeling of loss did not last long. He quickly cheered up. He took out his cell phone, called a taxi, got in, and said to the driver, "Master, let's go to Su Group." The taxi started slowly, and Xiao Yi looked at the scenery rapidly receding outside the window, his heart full of anticipation. He couldn't wait to bring this surprise to Su Ruoyue. However, when he arrived downstairs at the Su Group and was told at the front desk that Su Ruoyue was in a meeting and could not see guests, he did not feel disappointed. Instead, his eyes darkened and he said to himself, "It seems that I have to find someone I know." Xiao Yi walked into the magnificent hall of the Su Group. A faint fragrance lingered around his nose, mixed with the cold air from the air conditioner, making him feel a little cool. People walking in the hall were dressed in suits and walking hurriedly, and everyone had a professional smile on their face. He walked straight to the front desk and gently placed the gift box in his hand on the polished marble table. "Hello, is Ms. Su Ruoyue here?" Xiao Yi's voice was gentle and polite. Receptionist Wu looked up at him with a hint of disdain in her eyes. She glanced up and down at Xiao Yi's clothes, from an ordinary t-shirt to a pair of jeans that had been washed to a pale color. Finally, her eyes stopped on the gift box in his hand. Although the packaging was exquisite, she couldn't tell what expensive brand it was. "Mr. Su is in a meeting. What can I do for you?" Receptionist Wu said in a cold tone, as if Xiao Yi had interrupted her work. "I'm here to give her something." Xiao Yi explained patiently. "Delivering something?" The tone of the front desk lady Wu was even more contemptuous. "Is it a courier? Please put it here. I will pass it on after Mr. Su finishes the meeting." Xiao Yi frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy, but he still suppressed his dissatisfaction and said, "It's not a courier, it's..." Before he could finish his words, a crisp voice interrupted him. "Ms. Wu, what happened?" Tang Xini came over slowly in high heels. She was wearing a red professional suit today, looking capable and charming. "Ms. Tang, this gentleman said he is here to deliver something to General Manager Su." Receptionist Wu immediately put on an aggrieved expression, as if she had suffered some great injustice. Tang Xini turned her gaze to Xiao Yi with a hint of scrutiny in her eyes.
She looked him up and down, her tone slightly aggressive. Sir, who are you? What is your relationship with Mr. Su?
Xiaoyi looked at the woman in front of him with exquisite makeup, and a hint of doubt arose in his heart. He knew that Tang Xini and Su Ruoyue had a special relationship, but her attitude made him feel a little uncomfortable.
I am.
Xiaoyi paused, but ultimately did not reveal his true identity.
I am here to give President Su a gift.
Please give it to her. He handed the gift box to Tang Xini and said calmly, please tell President Su to come home for dinner in the evening. After that, he turned around and left the Su group without any reluctance. Tang Xini looked at Xiaoyi's departing back, her brows slightly furrowed, her heart full of doubts. She turned to look at the receptionist Wu, with a hint of inquiry in her eyes. What did he just say?
Chapter 11 Diamonds brilliantly reflect true hearts.
After Xiaoyi turned and left, the office of Tang Xini and receptionist Wu fell into silence. Tang Xini frowned, staring at the gift box in her hand, her heart full of doubts. She gently placed the gift box on the desk and ran her fingers lightly over the delicate packaging, as if she could sense a hint of something unusual from it. What did he just say?
Tang Xini asked receptionist Wu again, with a hint of urgency and uncertainty in her tone.
Ms. Wu, the front desk lady, was stunned for a moment. Her voice was filled with uncertainty, as if she was wondering if she had heard it wrong.
Tang Xini frowned even more tightly. She and Su Wanqing had been good friends for many years and she knew Su Wanqing's personality and preferences very well.
She knew very well that Su Wanqing had always been cold, arrogant and independent, and rarely let anyone get close to her life. Although Xiaoyi looks low-key and introverted, he can give gifts to Su Wanqing's company in a big way, which is puzzling in itself.
Ms. Wu, are you sure he didn't say anything wrong?
Tang Xini confirmed again, with a hint of severity in her tone.
Receptionist Wu nodded and said she would wait for Mr. Su to come home for dinner.
I was a bit bewildered at the time, wondering who he was and why he was so bold. Thinking about it now, it was really rude. There was a hint of regret in her eyes, as if she was blaming herself for her previous attitude.
Tang Xini took a deep breath and decided to open the gift box to see what was inside.
She carefully untied the ribbon on the gift box and gently opened the lid. Instantly, a bright light came into view, causing her to hold her breath involuntarily. In the box was an exquisite diamond necklace, each diamond emitting a dazzling light, as if stars had fallen into the earth.
Tang Xini's heart skipped a beat.
She had seen a necklace like this before at an auction. She was very tempted at the time, but ultimately she could not bear to buy it because the price was too high.
Is this true?
Receptionist Wu came forward, her eyes full of shock. She looked at the necklace, her heart filled with disbelief.
How could such a gift not be sent by Su Wanqing's true love?
A complicated expression flashed across Tang Xini's face, and her heart was slightly touched. She looked down at the necklace in her hand and said thoughtfully, I'll give it to President Su when she comes back. Front desk lady Wu nodded, with a hint of apology in her eyes, and said softly, Ms. Tang, I will tell the security guard right now. If he sees that person just now, tell him not to embarrass him.
Tang Xini smiled slightly but didn't say anything. She just closed the gift box again and put it aside.
There was a hint of determination in her eyes, as if she was thinking about something important. At this moment, the office door was gently pushed open, and a familiar voice came, Tang Xini, what happened? Chapter 11 Diamonds brilliantly reflect true hearts.
At this moment, the office door was gently pushed open, and a familiar voice came, Tang Xini, what happened?
Tang Xini raised her head, with a hint of admiration and determination in her eyes. She smiled slightly and said, Boss Su, I have good news to tell you about your Mr. Right. At the same time, Xiaoyi had already left Su Wanqing's company because he knew that there would be another satisfying home-cooked meal tonight. He went to a nearby supermarket and used his meager savings to buy food. He felt much more relaxed when he thought that he no longer had to bear the burden of his siblings' extravagance. The lights in the supermarket were soft and warm. Xiaoyi carefully selected fresh ingredients in the vegetable area, his heart full of anticipation. He thought that Su Wanqing probably rarely cooked, so he would let her taste the delicious home-cooked meals tonight. Xiaoyi walked out of the supermarket briskly, carrying a full shopping bag, with a smile on his face, thinking secretly about tonight's dinner. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Xiaoyi stopped, took out his cell phone, and Su Wanqing's name appeared on the screen. He took a deep breath and answered the phone, his heart beating faster.
Hello, Xiaoyi, have you bought the vegetables? Su Wanqing's voice came through the phone, cold and beautiful with a hint of tenderness. Xiaoyi nodded. Even though the other party couldn't see it, he still responded seriously, I've bought it. I'm going to make your favorite home-cooked meal for dinner. Su Wanqing laughed softly, with a hint of surprise in her voice. Then I'm really looking forward to it, come back soon. Xiaoyi nodded, hung up the phone, and continued walking forward with a smile on his face, his steps even more brisk. Su Wanqing's satisfied smile appeared in his mind, and his heart was filled with happiness. Xiaoyi returned to the apartment carrying a heavy shopping bag. He turned the key and the door lock made a crisp click sound. He walked into the house and gently placed the shopping bag on the kitchen counter. The fresh vegetables and meat in the bag gave off a faint fragrance. He skillfully took out the ingredients from the bag, put the lush green vegetables into the fresh keeping layer, and placed the bright red meat pieces properly in the frozen area. The refrigerator door made a slight buzzing sound as it opened and closed, as if responding to his busy schedule. Then he turned around and took out pots and pans from the cupboard. The stainless steel pots reflected a cold luster under the light. The flames on the stove jumped, making a whooshing sound. The bottom of the pot slowly became hot and oil smoke began to spread. Xiaoyi held the spatula and skillfully stir-fried the dishes in the pot. The hot oil in the pot made a sizzling sound, and the aroma of the ingredients gradually emanated. He stir-fried the sliced meat until golden brown, then added the vegetables. The emerald greens gradually became soft and tender under the hot oil. After a short while, several home-cooked dishes were ready. The red and green dishes exuded an enticing aroma and looked particularly warm when placed on the table. Just then, the sound of a lock being unlocked was heard from outside the door, and then Su Wanqing's figure appeared at the door. She took off her high heels, put on soft slippers, and walked into the house lightly. When she saw Xiaoyi busy in the kitchen wearing an apron and holding a spatula, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, revealing a faint smile. When Xiaoyi heard the noise, he turned around and saw Su Wanqing smile. His heart was moved and he stammered, You are back. I just cooked. As he spoke, he wiped the sweat from his forehead nervously and the spatula in his hand almost slipped. The two sat down at the dining table. For a moment, the room was quiet, with only the occasional sound of car horns coming from outside the window. Su Wanqing looked at the delicious dishes on the table and felt a warm feeling in her heart, but on the surface she still maintained her cool temperament. She stood up and walked to the wine cabinet, opened the door, and saw various kinds of wine inside. She turned to look at Xiaoyi and asked calmly, What would you like to drink? Xiaoyi scratched his head and answered embarrassedly, I don't drink often, it's up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, a hint of awkwardness filled the air. Su Wanqing looked at him thoughtfully, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and then she took out a bottle of red wine from the depths of the wine cabinet. She walked towards Xiaoyi with the bottle of wine in her hand and said, In that case, let's try this. Su Wanqing opened the red wine gracefully, and the mellow aroma of the wine spread instantly. She poured a glass for Xiaoyi herself. The deep red liquid swayed gracefully in the transparent glass, setting off her delicate profile, making her look even more cool and charming. Xiaoyi picked up the wineglass somewhat stiffly and took a sip. The mellow taste of the red wine spread on the tip of his tongue, with a hint of sweetness and a hint of bitterness, just like his mood at the moment, complex and full of expectations. Try this, scrambled eggs with tomatoes and red wine, it has a unique flavor. Su Wanqing picked up the chopsticks, picked up a golden egg and put it into her bowl with an elegant and natural movement. Xiaoyi also took a piece. It tasted sweet and sour, and paired with red wine, it was surprisingly harmonious. After a few glasses of red wine, the atmosphere gradually became warmer. Su Wanqing was no longer as cold as she was in the company. Instead, she became more gentle and relaxed. Why didn't you come to me directly when you came to the company this afternoon? Su Wanqing put down her wineglass, with a hint of inquiry in her eyes and a hint of imperceptible tenderness in her tone. Xiaoyi was stunned for a moment, put down the chopsticks in his hand, and explained nervously, I'm afraid of being misunderstood. After all, we haven't made it public yet. And I don't know if you are willing to make the marriage public now. I'm afraid it will cause trouble to you. His tone was sincere. Su Wanqing was silent for a moment when she heard this, and then she smiled gently, as if an iceberg had melted, and in an instant she became extremely charming. Now, I am willing. She raised her head and looked directly into Xiaoyi's eyes, from now on, I will never leave. When Xiaoyi heard this, his throat tightened and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner excitement, and said in a hoarse voice, Well, okay. His hands were clenched tightly together, his fingertips were slightly white, full of anticipation, but also a little uneasy. He looked at Su Wanqing. The corners of Su Wanqing's mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. She raised her glass, opened her red lips slightly, and said in a clear and pleasant voice, "Then, cheers for us." Xiaoyi also raised his glass and clinked it with hers. The crisp sound of the collision was particularly clear in the quiet room. He looked at Su Wanqing, who was smiling happily across from him, and felt mixed emotions in his heart: nervousness, anticipation, and a sense of impending happiness. Su Wanqing was about to speak, but suddenly stopped. Chapter 12, Returning to the Old House with Confused Thoughts. Xiaoyi looked at Su Wanqing. Her smile was as beautiful as a flower, melting the tension in his heart like the warm winter sun. His heart warmed up, gratitude welled up in his heart, and his tone became gentle. "Wanqing, thank you." Su Wanqing tilted her head slightly, her eyes flashing with cunningness. She no longer looked like a cold and beautiful CEO, but more like a girl next door. "Thank me for what?" "Thank me for agreeing to marry you?" Xiaoyi scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, "Thank you for trusting me. I will cook for you every day in the future, okay?" Su Wanqing smiled even more happily, with the corners of her mouth curved into a beautiful arc. "Okay, it's a deal." The two chatted for a while, and as the night deepened, they said good night to each other. Xiaoyi lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, with a faint sense of regret in his heart. Just now, he seemed to be able to take a step further, but finally stopped. However, he soon felt relieved. The most important thing now was to improve his own strength and give her a better life. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists and his heart was filled with strength. In the room, a warm atmosphere with a hint of regret permeated the air. The next morning, after Su Wanqing went to work at the company, Xiaoyi changed into clean clothes and felt an inexplicable sense of nostalgia in his heart. He decided to go back to the apartment he used to share with Hoyu and pack up his things. After taking a taxi to the familiar building, Xiaoyi took out the key and opened the door. From inside the door, a familiar, old smell wafted towards him, and he vaguely heard some noise coming from Hoyu's room. He raised his foot with a wicked smile and kicked Hoyu's door hard, making a loud bang. "Fuck, which bastard kicked my door?" Hoyu's voice came from inside, with a hint of irritability as if he had just woken up. Xiaoyi ignored him and pushed open his door and walked in. The room was still the same as when he left, with some untidy clothes piled up at the bedside and a few dusty books on the desk. Seeing all this, his thoughts couldn't help but go back to the past. He recalled the time he spent with Chen Yajiao, where they had cooked, read, and chatted together. At that time, he thought their love could last until the end, but reality gave him a hard blow. Now, returning here again, although things and people have changed, his heart is surprisingly calm, and even a little relieved. After all, he has something better now. He exhaled slowly, sealing away all those memories, leaving only the marks of his youth here. Just as he was packing his things, the door of his room was suddenly pushed open. Hoyu poked his head out, sleepy-eyed, with a hint of confusion. "I say, Lao Shao, why are you back?" Hoyu walked into Xiaoyi's room sleepily. His hair was messy, and he was still wearing wrinkled pajamas. He yawned and said, "I say, Lao Shao, why are you back? Aren't you going to work today?" Xiaoyi looked at him with a teasing smile on his face. "Hey, Master Ho, the sun is shining on your butt, but you are still sleeping so soundly. Did you skip work again today?" Hoyu waved his hand nonchalantly, walked to Xiaoyi's bed, sat down, and the mattress creaked. "What's the point of going to work? Enjoy life to the fullest. Besides, I want to rest today. So, how come you have time to come back today?" Xiaoyi ignored his nonsense and began to pick up his scattered belongings. He opened the closet, took out some old clothes, folded them neatly and put them into a plastic bag. Seeing that he was still moving, Hoyu asked in confusion, "Old Xiao, what are you doing? It's like you're moving." Xiaoyi didn't even raise his head and said calmly, "I am indeed moving and I won't live here anymore." When Hoyu heard this, he lost all sleepiness, jumped out of bed and shouted, "What? You want to move out? No way, Lao Shao, are you serious? Then who will play games with me, who will chat with me about life late at night?" He was like an abandoned puppy, with a face full of grievance. Xiaoyi stopped what he was doing, looked up at him, and deliberately teased him. "Why, I'm gone, who are you going to play those Japanese audios for?" Hoyu blushed and stammered as he explained, I did that just to practice speaking, pure language learning. Besides, I will wear headphones from now on, okay?" Xiaoyi couldn't help laughing when he saw Hoyu's funny look. He patted his shoulder, didn't say anything, and continued to pack his things. Hoyu wanted to ask something more, but when he saw the meaningful smile on Xiaoyi's lips, he felt uneasy. He always felt that there seemed to be something different when Xiaoyi came back this time. He watched Xiaoyi continue to organize his things, muttering to himself, "Old Xiao, what's wrong with you? Chapter 13, Old Friends Meet Again. Xiaoyi stuffed the last piece of clothing into the suitcase, zipped it up, and stood up. Hou had an unwilling look on his face. He sat on the edge of the bed like a child, staring at Xiaoyi closely, as if he was afraid that he would really disappear. Lao Xiao, you said you wanted to move out, is it because? Hou asked tentatively, but did not finish his words, as if he was afraid of touching on some sensitive topic. Xiaoyi sighed softly, sat down next to Hou, and patted his shoulder. Yes, Yajio and I broke up. I found a new place to live and I won't live here anymore. Hou was stunned for a moment, then jumped up excitedly. Ah, that's great. Lao Xiao, you finally got rid of that snob. We have to celebrate. Let's go to Night Owl and have a couple of drinks. Xiaoyi smiled slightly, did not refuse, and stood up. Okay, since you are so interested, I will go with you. The two went out and walked in the night. In the dim light, neon lights flicker with colorful lights, and the breeze blows, bringing a hint of coolness. As Hou walked, he asked curiously, Old Xiao, what happened between you and Yajiao? Why did you break up so suddenly? Xiaoyi smiled faintly, put his hands in his pockets, and said calmly, it's very simple. We have always been a little incompatible. After the price was raised when I proposed last time, she and her mother thought I was too poor and rejected me directly. I didn't want to force it, so we broke up peacefully. Later, I met someone. Hou widened his eyes and asked in surprise, who did you meet? Could it be a beautiful woman? Old Xiao, you are really amazing. He looked excited, as if he had already seen Xiaoyi's bright future. Xiaoyi smiled slightly. Hou became even more curious, but before he could ask any more questions, he suddenly heard a noise behind him. The two turned around and saw Pan Huilan and her son Chen Yuxuan walking towards them with obvious dissatisfaction and anger on their faces. Hou's face instantly turned livid, he clenched his fists, and cursed in a low voice, what a narrow road for enemies, why are these mother and son here again? Xiaoyi's eyes were calm and firm, and he said calmly, don't worry, let's see what they want to do. As soon as she finished speaking, Pan Huilan had already walked in front of them, pointed at Xiaoyi, and said in a sharp voice, Xiaoyi, you bastard, how dare you come out? You made our Yajia still alone, how are you going to compensate her? Xiaoyi looked at her coldly, raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and said calmly, compensation? Do you think too highly of me? Pan Huilan's face became even uglier. Just as she was about to continue to rage, Chen Yuxuan got in front of her and pushed Xiaoyi hard. Tell me clearly, what do you want? Hou suddenly took a step forward, blocking in front of Xiaoyi, and glared at Chen Yuxuan, you kid, are you looking for death? At this moment, Xiaoyi put his hand gently on Hou's shoulder and shook his head slightly, signaling him to calm down. His eyes were cold and firm, but the smile on his lips became more obvious, as if he had expected all this. Hou was furious after hearing this, and cursed angrily, Xiaoyi, you are so awesome. Such a scumbag mother and son actually dared to come to you, so shameless. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly heard a noisy sound of footsteps behind him. The two of them turned their heads suddenly and saw Pan Huilan and her son walking towards them with obvious dissatisfaction and anger on their faces. Hou's face instantly turned livid, he clenched his fists, and cursed in a low voice, what a narrow road for enemies, why are these mother and son here again? Xiaoyi's eyes were calm and firm, and he said calmly, don't worry, let's see what they want to do. As soon as she finished speaking, Pan Huilan had already walked in front of them, pointed at Xiaoyi, and said in a sharp voice, Xiaoyi, you bastard, how dare you come out? You made our Yajia still alone, how are you going to compensate her? Xiaoyi looked at her coldly, raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and said calmly, compensation? Do you think too highly of me? Pan Huilan's face became even uglier. Just as she was about to continue to rage, Chen Yuxuan got in front of her and pushed Xiaoyi hard. Tell me clearly, what do you want? Hou suddenly took a step forward, blocking in front of Xiaoyi, and glared at Chen Yuxuan, you kid, are you looking for death? At this moment, Xiaoyi put his hand gently on Hou's shoulder and shook his head slightly, signaling him to calm down. His eyes were cold and firm, but the smile on his lips became more obvious, as if he had expected all this. Hou was furious after hearing this, and cursed angrily, Xiaoyi, you are so awesome. Such a scumbag mother and son actually dared to come to you, so shameless. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly heard a noisy sound of footsteps behind him. The two of them turned their heads suddenly and saw Pan Huilan and her son walking towards them with obvious dissatisfaction and anger on their faces. Hou was startled, frowning, and cursed in a low voice, what a narrow road for enemies, why are these mother and son here again? Pan Huilan walked up to them and said in a friendly tone, Xiaoyi, are you confused? Our Yajia still likes you. As long as you are willing to come back, we can reconcile immediately.
There was a hint of hypocrisy in her eyes, trying to hide the malice in her heart. Xiaoyi looked at her coldly, without saying a word, his eyes full of contempt. Seeing this, Hou immediately responded rudely, "Don't be so stupid. Your Yajio has long looked down on Lao Xiao. Don't waste your time here. Lao Xiao has already found someone better." Pan Huilan's face turned pale in an instant, and she angrily retorted, "What qualifications do you have to speak? Who do you think you are? Xiaoyi, if you don't agree, don't blame us for being rude." Hou became even more angry. He took a step forward, clenched his fists, and glared at Pan Huilan, "You bitch, believe it or not, I can punch you away." Seeing this, Chen Yuxuan immediately stood up and protected his mother, staring at Hou fiercely, "If you dare to touch my mother, I will not forgive you." Seeing this, Xiaoyi slowly stepped forward, gently put his hand on Houyu's shoulder, shook his head slightly, and signaled him to calm down. His eyes were cold and firm, but the smile on his lips became more obvious, as if he had expected all this. He said calmly, "Pan Huilan, what on earth are you doing here? If you're just here to cause trouble, then you'd better leave quickly. I don't have time to waste with you." Pan Huilan's face was uncertain, as if she was weighing something. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, "Xiaoyi, we are here today because..." Xiaoyi frowned slightly and interrupted Pan Huilan impatiently, "If you have something to say it quickly, don't dilly-dally." Pan Huilan was choked by Xiaoyi's attitude, but then she put on a smiling face, pulled Chen Yuxuan next to her, and said, "Xiaoyi, you see, we are here today because Yuxuan knows he was wrong. He treated you badly before, so he came here specially to apologize to you." Chen Yuxuan stood there reluctantly, his eyes wandering, with no intention of apologizing at all. Xiaoyi sneered, his eyes swept coldly over Chen Yuxuan, and then returned to Pan Huilan, "Apologize? I don't think it's necessary. You go away, I don't want to see you again." Seeing Xiaoyi being so cold, Pan Huilan immediately put away her smile and her tone became sharp. "Xiaoyi, what do you mean by this? Do you really want to break up with our Yajiao? We have been together for so long, don't you have any feelings for me at all?" She began to play the emotional card, trying to soften Xiaoyi's heart. When Xiaoyi heard this, the last bit of patience in his heart disappeared completely. He looked at Pan Huilan coldly, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "Favor? Why didn't you think about favor when you raised the price of the bride price? You despise the poor and love the rich, why are you pretending to be a good person now?" Pan Huilan's face changed and she argued, "Isn't that a test for you? Who made you so useless that you can't even come up with a decent gift?" Her tone was arrogant, as if everything she did was natural. Xiaoyi looked at Pan Huilan's shameless appearance and felt disgusted. He took a deep breath and decided not to bother with them anymore. He turned to Hou and said, "Let's go. There's nothing to talk about with this kind of people." Hou was already furious. When he heard Xiaoyi's words, he immediately nodded, and the two turned around and were about to leave. At this moment, Chen Yuxuan suddenly took a step sideways and stood in front of Xiaoyi. Pan Huilan also reached out her hand, grabbed Xiaoyi's arm, and screamed, "Stop! Want to leave? Not that easy." Chen Yuxuan stiffened his neck and stared at Xiaoyi provocatively, "Want to leave? Pay us the breakup fee first." Pan Huilan also tightly grasped Xiaoyi's arm and echoed in a shrill voice, "That's right. You have hurt our Yajio so badly, and you want to leave without paying compensation? No way." Her fingers painted with bright red nail polish almost pinched into Xiaoyi's flesh, and her sharp nails made him feel a stinging pain. Hou couldn't help laughing when he saw this face. "Breakup fee? Why don't you just go and grab it? Who was it that despised the poor and loved the rich and kicked Lao Xiao out? You still have the nerve to ask for a breakup fee now. It's really hilarious." When Chen Yuxuan heard this, he immediately became furious. He suddenly let go of Xiaoyi, grabbed Hou by the collar, and said through gritted teeth, "What did you say? Are you looking for a fight?" Hou was no pushover either. He sneered, grabbed Chen Yuxuan's wrist with his backhand and twisted it hard. There was a crisp click sound, and Chen Yuxuan let out a scream, covering his twisted wrist and stepping back repeatedly. Seeing this, Pan Huilan screamed, "Ah! My son! You dare to hit my son, I will call the police to arrest you." While shouting, she rushed forward and tried to push Hou away. Seeing this, Xiaoyi's eyes turned cold. He grabbed Pan Huilan's wrist, shook it hard, and pushed her aside. He looked at Pan Huilan coldly and said in a cold tone, "I warn you, don't bother me again, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." Pan Huilan was frightened by Xiaoyi's eyes, but she still refused to give in. You wait. I won't let you go. As she spoke, she helped up Chen Yuxuan, who was groaning in pain, glared at Xiaoyi fiercely, and turned away. Xiaoyi looked at the two men's embarrassed backs and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He turned around and said to Hou, "Let's go." Hou nodded, and the two walked into the bustling night market side by side. The aroma of sizzling meat from the barbecue stalls filled the air, mixed with the flavors of various spices, stimulating their taste buds. There were bursts of loud music coming from the distance, mixed with people's laughter, making the scene very lively. The two found an empty seat and sat down, ordering a few bottles of beer and some skewers. Hou raised his glass and said to Xiaoyi, "Old Xiao, cheers to you. Now that you've gotten rid of that mother and son, your life will be much better in the future." Xiaoyi smiled, raised his glass, and clinked it with Hou's, "Cheers." The two were about to drink happily when suddenly a familiar voice sounded behind them, "Xiaoyi? Is it really you?" Chapter 14, Trouble Arises in Xiang Shunzhai, Xiaoyi wants to help the beauty. Xiaoyi put down his wine glass and frowned slightly. This sound. Is it Chen Yajiao? He looked back and saw that it was indeed Chen Yajiao, her mother Pan Huilan, and Chen Yuxuan, whom he had taught a lesson to. The three of them had malicious smiles on their faces, especially Chen Yajiao, whose eyes were full of resentment. Xiaoyi sighed inwardly. It seemed that he would not have any peace and quiet tonight. He stood up and said to Hou, "It seems that the party tonight has to end early." Hou also saw the person coming, patted Xiaoyi on the shoulder, and said, "Call me if you need help." Xiaoyi nodded and walked towards Chen Yajiao's family. After a heated argument, Xiaoyi got tired of this meaningless entanglement, and left the night market with Hou, saying a good dog doesn't block the road. After saying goodbye to Hou, Xiaoyi decided to return to Su Wanqing's apartment. When passing by Xiang Shunzhai, he remembered that he had not completed today's sign-in task, so he turned and walked in. Xiang Shunzhai is decorated in an antique style, and the air is filled with a faint scent of sandalwood. A young waiter came up and asked enthusiastically, "Sir, how many people are there?" Xiaoyi replied indifferently, "One." A trace of disappointment flashed across the waiter's face and he continued, "What would you like to eat?" "A pot of tea will be fine." Xiaoyi's answer completely cooled the waiter's enthusiasm. Xiaoyi didn't care and walked straight to a seat by the window and sat down. "Sign in." Xiaoyi muttered to himself in his mind. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 10th level Chinese cooking skill. The system's voice cheered Xiaoyi up, but the next moment the system prompt sounded again, skills loading, estimated time, 30 minutes. Xiaoyi sighed helplessly. It seemed that he could only wait. He called the waiter and ordered another plate of melon seeds. While eating the seeds, he looked at the bustling crowd outside the window, his thoughts wandering. Suddenly, a loud noise broke the tranquility of Xiang Shunzhai. A rough voice rang out, "What the hell is this? It tastes terrible. Call your manager out." The troublemaker was a man with a face full of flesh and a hideous scar on the left side of his face. He had a thick gold chain around his neck and was wearing a cheap suit that was so wrinkled that it looked like it had been picked up from a garbage dump. At this moment, he was throwing a plate of food on the ground, and the greasy juice splashed on the waiter Lin's trouser legs, attracting the attention of the diners around him. "What the hell is this? It's worse than pig food. Call your manager out." Scarface Lu yelled in a rough voice, spitting all over waiter Lin's face. Waiter Lin was a recent college graduate who had never seen such a scene before. He turned pale with fear and said with trembling lips, "Sir, this dish is our restaurant's signature dish. Many customers say." "Bullshit." Scarface Lu slammed the table, causing the dishes and chopsticks on the table to tremble. "If I say it tastes bad, it tastes bad. Stop talking nonsense and call your manager out." The two companions behind him also started to make a fuss. A man as thin as a monkey said in a sarcastic tone, "That's right, what kind of shabby place is this? How dare they open a store? I think the dishes are made with gutter oil." Another bloated woman screamed, "Pay me money. If you don't pay me today, we will smash your lousy store." Waiter Lin wiped the spit from his face helplessly and said timidly, "Sir, our boss is not here today. I'll go get manager Joe to come over." Scarface Lu waved his hand impatiently, "Hurry up. Don't dilly-dally." Waiter Lin turned around and ran to the kitchen as if he had been pardoned. Xiaoyi watched all this coldly, playing with 2 melon seeds in his hands, and secretly laughing in his heart. These guys are obviously here to cause trouble. After a while, a middle-aged man in a suit walked over quickly. He had a professional smile on his face, but his eyes were shrewd. "Dear guests, I am the manager of our store.
How can I help you? Manager Zhou asked in a gentle tone. Scarface Lu glanced at him sideways, pointed at the vegetables on the ground, and said arrogantly, "What kind of rubbish is this? How dare you sell it? Try it. Is this food for human consumption?" Manager Zhou glanced calmly at the dishes on the ground, then looked at Scarface Lu and the other two, and he already understood about 70% of the situation. It was obvious that these three people were here to cause trouble. "Sir, this dish is our restaurant's signature dish. It is prepared by Chef Su Wanqing's disciples. There is absolutely no problem with the taste." Manager Zhou said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Chef Su Wanqing is a famous local cooking master and has great prestige in the catering industry. Manager Zhou brought up the name of Chef Su Wanqing in order to give these troublemakers a warning. "Chef Su Wanqing?" Scarface Lu sneered, "I've never heard of him. Today's dish is unpalatable. Pay me now, or else." Scarface Lu said as he stood up suddenly, grabbed Manager Zhou by the collar, and said viciously, "Otherwise I'll make you pay." Manager Zhou was grabbed by the collar by Scarface Lu. The smile on his face froze instantly, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes, but he held back and tried to explain calmly, "Sir, there is no need to use force. We are willing to serve you a new dish, or get lost." Scarface Lu fiercely pushed Manager Zhou away. Manager Zhou staggered a few steps before he could stand firm. Seeing this, the diners around him all dodged for fear of being implicated. A few brave young people began to talk in a low voice, and soon more and more people gathered around, watching the farce curiously. Xiaoyi looked at the loading progress bar on his phone, which had reached 80%, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But he also knew that he couldn't leave now even if he wanted to, and he can only stay here. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. The aroma of tea filled his mouth, but it couldn't take away the helplessness in his heart. He looked up and around, and saw that Scarface Lu's companions were also making a fuss, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. At this moment, a cold voice came from the kitchen, "Excuse me, which guest has any complaints about my dishes?" The crowd automatically made way for a path, and a woman in a white chef's uniform walked out slowly. She was tall, with a cold face, and an unquestionable firmness in her eyes. She is the beautiful Chef Su Wanqing, the favorite student of Chef Su Wanqing. When Scarface Lu saw the beautiful Chef Su Wanqing, he was stunned for a moment, then a lewd smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He took a step forward, pointed at the dish on the ground, and said, "Are you the one who made this crap? I've eaten in many restaurants, but I've never seen this kind of garbage." The beautiful Chef Su Wanqing looked at Scarface Lu steadily and asked calmly, "Since you think this dish is not delicious, then may I ask, what do you think is wrong with it?" Scarface Lu had a thought in his heart. The word in his heart % is not clear here, so it is retained as in the original text, but just as the words were about to come out of his mouth, he suddenly realized that the diners around him were staring at him with contempt in their eyes. His expression changed, and the smile on his lips became even more intense, but with a hint of coldness. He approached the beautiful chef of Prince Shen and said in a low and threatening voice, "Beauty, you are so noble. I just want to." At this moment, a cold voice came from the side, like a cold wind cutting through the tense air, "Sir, please be polite when speaking." Lu Scarface's obscene smile spread across his face. He approached the beautiful Chef Su Wanqing and spoke in a low and threatening voice, "Beauty, you are so noble. I just want to." At this moment, a cold voice came from the side, like a cold wind cutting through the tense air, "Sir, please be polite when speaking." Scarface Lu turned around suddenly and saw Xiaoyi sitting next to him. He tilted his mouth and asked with disdain, "Hey, who is this? Are you meddling in other people's business?" The beautiful Chef Su Wanqing looked at Scarface Lu steadily, put her hands on her hips and asked, "Since you think this dish is not delicious, then may I ask, what do you think is wrong with it?" Seeing this, Scarface Lu confidently replied, "First of all, this dish was not cooked enough, and the taste is astringent and not flavorful at all. Secondly, the seasoning is not right, the saltiness is unbalanced, and it is so salty that it tastes bitter. It is not a qualified dish at all." People around were talking about it. Some agreed with Scarface Lu's opinion, while others stood up for the beautiful Chef Su Wanqing. After hearing this, the beautiful Chef Su Wanqing looked serious. She picked up a pair of chopsticks on the table, picked up a piece of dish, tasted it carefully, and a complicated expression flashed across her face. Seeing this, Scarface Lu said smugly, "How is it? Is my tongue powerful? You dare to open a restaurant in this shabby place? I've eaten all over the country, and I've never eaten such rubbish." The eyes of the beautiful Chef Su Wanqing were slightly red, but she still stood there firmly and wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Scarface Lu became more and more excited,
his tone was arrogant but with obvious threats. "Beauty, you'd better not suffer here, come with me, I promise you will eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks." When the diners around heard this, they all showed dissatisfaction, but no one dared to step forward. The atmosphere became increasingly unfavorable for the beautiful chef Su Wanqing, and Scarface Lu's companions also laughed and made endless noises. At this moment, Xiaoyi slowly stood up and looked at Lu Scarface firmly. "Since you were so good at tasting, then try my cooking skills."
Lu Scarface was stunned, a trace of confusion appeared on his face. The crowd around him also quieted down and looked at Xiaoyi curiously. Xiaoyi's words instantly made the atmosphere in Xiang Shunsai extremely tense. Chapter 15, Cooking Skills. The scarred man looked Xiaoyi up and down and sneered, "You? With your pretty face, you can cook? Don't make me laugh." His mouth was full of alcohol, and his eyes glanced at the beautiful Wang frivolously. "Beauty, I think you should just follow me. This guy is just an embroidered pillow, good looking but useless." Xiaoyi's eyes turned cold, and his tone was steady. "Sir, please be respectful. This lady did not invite you, and your behavior has constituted sexual harassment." He paused, looking directly at the scarred man. "As for my cooking skills, since you are so interested, why not give it a try?" The scarred man felt a little uncomfortable under Xiaoyi's gaze, but still pretended to be calm. "Just try it. If the dishes you cook are worse than Xiang Shuanjai's, I will smash this restaurant today." He slammed the table arrogantly, attracting the attention of the diners around him. At this time, Miss Wang stood up and said in a firm tone, "Sir, I am the head chef of Xiang Shuanjai. If his dishes are not to your taste, I am willing to bear all the consequences." She glanced at Xiaoyi with a hint of encouragement in her eyes. The scarred man was even more upset when he saw Miss Wang defending Xiaoyi, but he couldn't say anything else, so he snorted coldly. "Okay, then let this kid show off his skills. If the food he makes is not tasty, I won't be polite." Xiaoyi nodded calmly, turned and walked towards the kitchen, leaving behind a tall and straight back. Miss Wang followed closely behind, while the scarred man Zhang sat where he was, looking at their backs with a sneer, as if he had foreseen Xiaoyi's failure. At the kitchen door, Miss Wang whispered to Xiaoyi, "Be careful." Xiaoyi walked into the kitchen, looked around, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The kitchen is clean and tidy, equipped with all the cooking utensils, and even the range hood is as clean as new. He walked to the operating table, his eyes fell on the progress bar of the sign-in system, and his confidence suddenly increased. The system prompts that he is signed in for 30 days and has obtained the Chef God-possessed buff, which allows Xiaoyi's cooking skills to reach a higher level. "It seems like today is an opportunity for me to perform," Xiaoyi muttered to himself. Although his voice was light, it revealed a sense of confidence. He picked up the cabbage on the chopping board, washed it quickly several times, and then skillfully cut it into thin strips. The knife skills are so exquisite that it seems as if every cut is on rhythmic music. The cabbage shreds are even and delicate, like thin threads. Miss Wang stood aside and watched Xiaoyi's technique with her eyes widened. She has been a chef for more than 10 years and considers herself to be an excellent knife worker, but the young man in front of her actually challenged her self-confidence. "This knife skills, what did you do before?" Miss Wang couldn't help but ask, with a tremor in her voice. Xiaoyi smiled slightly, his eyes still focused on the work at hand, and did not answer. He continued to chop the cabbage, and washed and processed the remaining ingredients one by one. His movements were smooth and flowing, like a carefully choreographed dance. "Next, the real test," Xiaoyi whispered to himself, his tone revealing unquestionable firmness. He picked up the spatula, preheated the pan, poured in a proper amount of oil, and waited for the oil to reach the right temperature. The aroma from the kitchen gradually spread, attracting the attention of diners outside the door. They all looked in and talked about it. Animated tension. "Are you ready? I don't want to let you down." Xiaoyi raised the corner of his mouth and turned to look at Miss Wang, with a hint of deep meaning in his eyes. Miss Wang nodded, her heart filled with anticipation and awe. In the kitchen, hot oil jumped at the bottom of the pot, making a sizzling sound, as if playing a prelude to the upcoming culinary feast. Xiaoyi shook his wrist slightly, and the spatula drew an elegant arc in the pot, stir-frying the minced garlic and dried chilies to bring out a rich aroma. Next, he poured the chopped cabbage into the pot and stir-fried it quickly. His movements were smooth and rhythmic. The cabbage shreds quickly softened under the high temperature, making a crisp sound. Miss Wang watched intently from the side. She had never seen such a pleasing cooking process. Every movement of Xiaoyi was full of power and beauty, as if he was not cooking but performing an art performance. The kitchen is filled with an enticing aroma, which is the most original flavor released by the ingredients under high temperature, tempting everyone's taste buds.
Outside the door, the diners watching could no longer contain their curiosity and stood on tiptoe, looking around. They whispered to each other and discussed what was going on in the kitchen. The air was filled with anticipation and excitement.
Xiaoyi smiled slightly. He skillfully added the seasonings into the pot and stir-fried them evenly.
The color of the cabbage became more attractive and a unique fragrance filled the air. He put the prepared side dishes into the pot one by one, stir-fried them for a few times, and then added an appropriate amount of water starch to thicken the soup, making it thick and tightly wrapping each leaf. The whole process was smooth and seamless, as if every step had been practiced countless times.
The dishes in the pot gradually take shape and emit an attractive luster.
The shredded cabbage is emerald green, paired with red dried chilies. It has bright color, fragrant aroma, and is mouth-watering. The aroma from the kitchen had already drifted out, causing exclamations from the people outside the door. Some people couldn't help swallowing, while others opened their eyes wide, unable to believe their eyes.
The scarred man sitting in the lobby looked at the ignorant looks of the crowd and sneered, his heart full of disdain. Isn't it just cooking a dish? What's the big deal? I don't believe he can do anything fancy. He crossed his arms, squinting at the direction of the kitchen, a sarcastic smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he had already won. Xiaoyi put the fried dishes into a plate and brought it to the lobby with gentle and steady movements. The dishes were steaming hot and filled with fragrance. He placed the dish in front of the scarred man with a faint smile on his face. Sir, please enjoy your meal. His tone was calm and confident, as if what he was doing was just a trivial matter. The scarred man looked at the delicious dish in front of him. His expression changed slightly, but he still said stubbornly, "Humph, so fancy, let me see if I want to eat it." After that, he picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of vegetable leaf, and put it into his mouth with a rough and casual movement. This smell.
The scarred man stopped moving suddenly. How does it taste? Xiaoyi did not continue to ask, but spoke softly. His voice was not loud, but it carried a hint of elusive meaning. The scarred man stopped moving abruptly, and every flavor of the dish spread in his mouth. The delicious shredded cabbage, spicy dried chili peppers, and just the right seasoning made him feel like he was in a food paradise.
He swallowed and asked unwillingly, "This taste, how is this made?"
Xiaoyi smiled, with a hint of gentleness in his eyes. "Sir, if you are satisfied, it will be my greatest honor. As for the specific cooking method, perhaps I will have the opportunity to share it later." The scarred man was completely conquered. His face turned red and he scratched his head in embarrassment.
"I'm sorry, kid. What I said just now was too much.
Your cooking skills are really amazing." At this time, Miss Wang also came over with her plate. She took a bite and immediately frowned, obviously feeling a little ashamed of the quality of the dish. She put down her chopsticks and said to Xiaoyi seriously, "Sir, your cooking skills are amazing. I have been a chef for more than 10 years, and I have never seen such exquisite skills.
Can I become your disciple?" Xiaoyi was stunned. He didn't expect such an unexpected request.
He smiled and replied politely, "Ms. Wang, you are too kind. I am just an ordinary delivery man, and cooking is just a hobby. Your cooking skills are already very good, so you don't need to take me as your teacher." Miss Wang seemed more sincere. "No, I'm really not complimenting you.
Every movement you make is so smooth, and every cut is so precise, I can't believe it. If you're willing, I'm willing to treat you to a free meal. I just hope you can teach me."
Xiaoyi was touched by Wang's sincerity, but he still kept a hint of mystery at the right time. "Ms. Wang, I appreciate your kindness. I won't be polite about the meal today, but I still need to think about the matter of becoming your disciple," he said to Ms. Wang, and was about to leave. Miss Wang suddenly bowed and said sincerely, "Mr. Xiao, please listen to me. I have a dream, which is to become a real master chef. Your cooking skills have inspired me a lot, and I really hope you can give me some guidance.
Even if it's just a little bit."
Xiaoyi stopped and turned to look at Miss Wang. He nodded slightly, with a meaningful smile on his face. "Ms. Wang, I really feel your sincerity. How about this, let's add each other's contact information first, and then we can talk slowly when we have time." After saying that, he turned and left, leaving the beautiful Wang standing there. The diners around were talking about what had just happened, and the scarred man suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to Xiaoyi, his face full of admiration and shame. Chapter 16, The beauty learns cooking skills from a teacher, and the food conveys love and warms the heart. Miss Wang, also known as Chen Yuexiao, looked at Xiaoyi's departing back. She felt both a desire to learn about cooking skills and a hint of worry in her heart. She took a deep breath and quickly followed him.
"Mr. Xiao, please wait a moment." Chen Yuexiao's voice was filled with a hint of urgency.
Xiaoyi stopped and turned around to see Chen Yueshao trotting towards him, beads of sweat oozing from her forehead. She was breathing slightly, her eyes full of pleading. "Mr. Xiao, I'm actually an employee of Xiang Xuanzhai. My name is Chen Yueshao, and I really want to learn your cooking skills. I'm not just saying this casually, I really want to have you as my teacher. I've loved cooking since I was a child, but I've never been able to find the right method. Today, when I saw you cooking, I felt that you were simply my guiding light. Please accept me as your apprentice." As she spoke, Chen Yueshao bowed deeply to Xiaoyi. The angle of her bending was almost 90 degrees, and her posture was very sincere. Xiaoyi looked at her, raised his eyebrows slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Don't make it like you're saying goodbye to a corpse, raise your head." Chen Yueshao raised her head abruptly upon hearing this. Her expression was full of surprise and her eyes were shining. She thought Xiaoyi had agreed. She was overjoyed and excited, and spoke incoherently. "Really? Mr. Xiao, you agreed? That's great, I'm so happy. I will study hard and will never let you down." Xiaoyi looked at his watch and said calmly, "Not today, I have something else to do, let's do it tomorrow." The smile on Chen Yu's face froze instantly. Her heart seemed to have fallen from heaven to hell. A sense of loss surged in her heart. She thought Xiaoyi was going to refuse again. She secretly blamed herself in her heart whether she had done something wrong and whether she had made Xiaoyi unhappy again. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Xiaoyi spoke again, with an unquestionable certainty in his voice. Chen Yu was stunned for a moment, then her eyes widened in surprise. She thought she had heard wrongly. After confirming that Xiaoyi was not joking, a bright smile immediately bloomed on her face, as if the haze had dissipated and the sun was shining on her face again. "Really? Mr. Xiao, are you saying that I can start learning cooking from you at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning?" Xiaoyi nodded, didn't say anything more, turned around and prepared to leave. "Mr. Xiao, you haven't told me your name yet?" Chen Yueshao asked hurriedly. "My name is Xiaoyi." Xiaoyi said this without even turning his head, and left in big strides. Chen Yu looked at Xiaoyi's back with a smile, feeling as excited as if there was a lively little rabbit in her heart. She clenched her fists and secretly vowed to be on time tomorrow and never let Xiaoyi down. After Xiaoyi left Xiang Shunzhai, he was in a particularly good mood. When he thought of Su Wanqing, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose slightly. He must give her a surprise today. He decided to cook it himself and make a Buddha jumps over the wall that was amazing enough. He went straight to the nearest large supermarket, pushed his shopping cart, and began to move between the shelves filled with goods. Dried abalone, shark fin, fish maw, sea cucumber. These precious ingredients that are rarely seen in daily life were all collected by him. When he selects ingredients, his eyes are focused, like an artist carefully selecting, striving to make every detail perfect. The shopping cart was gradually filled with various ingredients, exuding an enticing aroma. After shopping, Xiaoyi returned to the apartment carrying a bag full of food. He couldn't wait to place the ingredients on the kitchen counter, then turned on the system and began to carefully study the preparation method of Buddha jumps over the wall. The system explains in detail the key points of each step of the production, including the heat, seasoning, etc., all with accuracy to the millimeter. Xiaoyi listened carefully and followed the steps, his movements smooth and without any hesitation. In the kitchen, the clatter of pots and pans, the sizzling of ingredients tumbling in hot oil, and the clatter of knives on cutting boards interweave into a beautiful symphony. The aroma of various ingredients gradually spread, forming a complex and tempting taste. Xiaoyi carefully cleaned each ingredient, cut them into even pieces, and then placed them in layers into the ceramic pot according to the system's instructions. He looked at the pot of high-level northeastern stew in front of him and couldn't help but reveal a helpless smile. However, he still carefully put the clay pot on low heat to simmer, and then patiently waited for the delicious food to be born. As time passed, a rich aroma filled the kitchen, which was the taste of the perfect blend of various ingredients after being stewed for a long time. Xiaoyi would open the lid from time to time to check the soup to ensure that every step was perfect. Finally, after several hours of patient waiting, Buddha jumps over the wall was completed. Xiaoyi looked at the jar of golden and fragrant delicacy in front of him, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He carefully brought the clay pot to the dining table and began to prepare dinner. At this moment, the sound of a key opening the door was heard, followed by a cold voice, "I'm back." At 10 o'clock in the evening, Su Wanqing pushed open the door of the apartment and walked in exhausted. A busy day left her physically and mentally exhausted. She dragged her heavy steps into the living room and collapsed on the sofa. She closed her eyes and tried to give herself a short rest, but the physical and mental exhaustion made her fall asleep almost instantly. Xiaoyi was busy preparing dinner, and the aroma from the kitchen gradually spread to the living room. When he heard the sound of the key opening the door, he immediately put down his work and walked quickly to the living room. Seeing Su Wanqing lying on the sofa, sleeping soundly, he walked over quietly, afraid of disturbing her. He took a soft blanket and carefully covered her with it. At this moment, Su Wanqing suddenly moved, her eyes suddenly opened, with a hint of panic in her eyes. She saw Xiaoyi standing in front of her, with the blanket in his hand still in his hand, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Why are you here? Xiaoyi was startled by the sudden awakening and instinctively took a step back, his heart beating faster. Why did you wake up suddenly? I just covered you with a blanket, are you dreaming? Su Wanqing smiled softly, trying to relax herself, and she said, Thank you, Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi nodded, looked into Su Wanqing's eyes, and found a hint of fatigue in her eyes. He remembered the Buddha jumps over the wall that had been prepared in the kitchen, and decided to relieve her fatigue with delicious food. By the way, I made a Buddha jumps over the wall today. Can you smell the fragrance? You are tired too, come and try it. Su Wanqing smelled the fragrance in the air and her stomach started to growl. She nodded and followed Xiaoyi into the kitchen. On the dining table, a pot of golden and fragrant Buddha jumps over the wall has been served, with a few exquisite side dishes placed next to it. Su Wanqing looked at the sumptuous dinner and a warm feeling surged in her heart. Did you do this? Su Wanqing's voice was filled with surprise and emotion. Xiaoyi smiled and nodded, Yes, I prepared it especially for you because I thought you must be busy today. Come, try it and see if it suits your taste. Su Wanqing picked up the chopsticks, gently picked up a piece of abalone and put it into her mouth. The delicate taste and rich aroma made her eyes flash with surprise. It's so delicious. This is the most delicious Buddha jumps over the wall I have ever eaten. Xiaoyi looked at Su Wanqing's satisfied expression and felt extremely relieved. The two sat at the dining table, enjoying the delicious meal while chatting about their day. A relaxed smile gradually appeared on Su Wanqing's face, and her fatigue seemed to have dissipated a lot. You look very tired today. Is there anything going on at the company? Xiaoyi asked softly, with concern in his eyes. There are indeed a lot of things happening in the company recently. Su Wanqing put down her chopsticks, rubbed her swollen temples, and said with a hint of helplessness, I don't know what's going on, but there have been a lot of complaints recently, and all departments are busy. I've been dealing with these things almost all day. After hearing this, Xiaoyi felt a pain in his heart. He knew how much pressure Su Wanqing had on her shoulders as the president. He gently held Su Wanqing's hand, kneading it lightly, and said firmly, When you get off work in the future, I will pick you up in advance, so you don't have to work so hard. Su Wanqing looked at Xiaoyi's concerned eyes, and her heart warmed up, a warm current surged in her heart. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a gentle smile, and she said softly, Okay, it's settled, you will be my full-time driver from now on. She knew in her heart that Xiaoyi was not just talking, he would take what she said to heart. The two smiled at each other, and a warm atmosphere filled the small restaurant. Outside the window, the moonlight quietly sprinkled on the dining table, making the figures of the two people appear particularly soft. The next morning, the sunlight shone into the room through the curtains, bringing a hint of warmth. Xiaoyi slept in and didn't wake up until 9:30. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and stretched. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he sat up abruptly, took out his cell phone, checked the time, and found that it was already 10:30. He suddenly came to his senses, slapped his head, and said in annoyance, Oh no! I still have to teach Xiao how to cook today. He jumped out of bed, washed and changed his clothes quickly, then grabbed his keys and wallet and rushed out. As he ran, he took out his cell phone and dialed a taxi app. He was extremely anxious and annoyed at how he could have forgotten such an important thing. On the way, Xiaoyi anxiously looked at the rapidly receding scenery outside the window, silently praying in his heart that Xiao would not wait too long. He turned on his phone and sent a text message to Xiao. Sorry, something delayed me, I'll be there soon. The taxi stopped in front of Xiangshun's high. Xiaoyi paid the fare, opened the door, and rushed into the store like an arrow. He pushed open the door of the shop and was greeted by a bustling noise, and the air was filled with the rich aroma of food. It was the lunch rush hour and the restaurant was bustling with customers. Just when Xiaoyi was at a loss, a familiar voice sounded in his ears, Master, you are here. Chapter 17, Xiangshun Zhai is busy as the sea, and the beauty's intentions are hard to guess. Xiaoyi pushed open the door of Xiangshun's high, and a wave of heat mixed with the rich aroma of food hit him in the face, making his scalp numb. The store was bustling with people, shouting, and the sound of bowls and chopsticks clattering, making it even more lively than a vegetable market. He was a little confused. This was not about teaching an apprentice to cook, it was clearly about asking him to be a chef. Just as he was in a daze, a clear voice rang in his ears, "Master, you are finally here." Shen Yu came up to him with a smile as beautiful as a flower, took his arm and dragged him to the kitchen. "The business in the store is particularly good today, I can't handle it alone, master, please come and help me." Only then did Xiaoyi realize that he was on a pirate ship. He was pulled into the kitchen by Qin Yuexiao, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He saw the chopping board piled with various ingredients, pots and pans clinking, and several chefs busying themselves with beads of sweat on their foreheads. "Master, look, these are the dishes we need to cook." Shen Yu smiled, pointing to the pile of ingredients on the chopping board, and then to the stove not far away, with a hint of excitement in his tone. "I'll get you the apron right now, and you can start teaching me quickly." Xiaoyi sighed helplessly and could only resign himself to rolling up his sleeves, muttering to himself, this wasn't teaching an apprentice, it was clearly him helping him. He picked up a kitchen knife from the chopping board, waited, and with a flick of his wrist, the knife flashed and the vegetables were neatly cut, leaving the chefs around him stunned. "Master, your knife skills are amazing." Shen Yuexiao was dazzled by what he saw and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Xiaoyi smiled and said nothing. He walked directly to the stove, lit the fire, heated the pot, and poured oil. The series of actions were smooth and there was no drag at all. While he was stirring the food with the wok, he was explaining the key points of cooking. His movements were quick and precise, and people around him gathered around and exclaimed in amazement. In less than a short while, dishes with good color, aroma, and taste were out of the pot, making people's mouths water. "Wow! Master, this is too fast. I couldn't even see how you did it." Shen Yu smiled and looked at the table piled with dishes, his face full of disbelief. "What's the big deal? Let's do something else first." Xiaoyi smiled slightly and said calmly, as if he was not the one who cooked just now. Shen Yuexiao brought another stack of menus. "Master, there are more than a dozen orders for signature dishes, please take a look." Xiaoyi held his forehead with his hand, it seemed that he would not be able to have any free time today. He sighed helplessly again, rolled up his sleeves and started to get busy. The lunch rush lasted until about 2 in the afternoon before it gradually dispersed. Xiaoyi hardly had a break and was so tired that his back and waist ached. However, when he saw an old man in plain clothes, he excitedly shook his hand and said, "Young man, this dish you made reminds me of the taste of my youth." "Thank you so much." The old man handed over a business card, and Xiaoyi realized that this person was a retired state official. After finishing his work, Xiaoyi could finally sit down and have a cup of tea. As he watched the store gradually become quiet, he felt a little relaxed. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. The aroma of the tea was refreshing and dispelled the fatigue in his body. Shen Yu smiled and said she was going to change her clothes, then went upstairs with brisk steps. Xiaoyi looked at her leaving back and smiled slightly, but a trace of doubt arose in his heart. She changed clothes? Where to change? Chen Yuexiao changed into a goose yellow dress and walked down the stairs lightly, her skirt swaying like a blooming daisy. Xiaoyi's eyes were involuntarily attracted and he stared at her for a few seconds, until Chen Yu smiled and blinked playfully, then he realized his gaffe and touched his nose awkwardly. "Master, does it look good?" Shen Yu smiled with a sly look in his eyes. It's okay." Xiaoyi pretended to be calm and looked away, picked up the teacup and took a sip to hide his embarrassment. "Master, thank you so much for today. If it weren't for your help, I would have been busy until dark." Shen Yu smiled and walked to his side, with a hint of coquettishness in her tone. "I have conscripted you into the army." "That's right." Xiaoyi put down the teacup and rubbed his sore shoulders. "You little girl, don't do this again next time." "Hee hee, I'll tell you in advance next time." Shen Yu stuck out her tongue and smiled. Suddenly, she took Xiaoyi's arm and said with a hint of pleading, "Master, can you do me another small favor?" Xiaoyi frowned slightly. "What help?" Shen Yu smiled and moved closer to him, whispering, "I have a suitor who keeps pestering me." "Master, can you help me pretend to be my boyfriend and scare him off?" Xiaoyi was stunned for a moment, then nodded helplessly, "Okay, just this once." The two walked out of Xiang Shunzhai and basked in the afternoon sun. Shen Yuexiao suddenly let go of Xiaoyi's arm, kept a distance from him, and said with a hint of apology on her face, "Master, I'm really sorry for what happened just now." "I can't help it." Xiaoyi raised an eyebrow. "Why? You don't need me to pretend to be your boyfriend now?" "No, master," Shen Yu explained with a smile, "I'm just afraid that others will misunderstand and affect your life." Xiaoyi looked at her slightly nervous expression, and felt a little unhappy.
His tone became a little colder. Why, do you think I embarrassed you? Chen Yuexiao waved his hands quickly. No, master, that's not what I meant. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment.
Chen Yuexiao bit her lip and asked carefully, Master, to thank you for your help today, I would like to give you a gift, is that okay?
No need. Xiaoyi refused without thinking. He didn't want to have too much involvement with Chen Yuexiao.
Hey, master, please let me show my appreciation.
Chen Yu smiled and pulled his sleeve, with a hint of naughtiness in his tone, okay?
Xiaoyi couldn't persuade her, so he had to agree reluctantly. Chen Yuexiao immediately cheered and pulled him towards the commercial street. Xiaoyi looked at her excitement and shook his head helplessly, but a barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. The two came to the commercial street and passed by a magnificent gold shop. The manager at the door greeted them enthusiastically.
Chapter 18, Embarrassing Things When Shopping, Signing In to Get New Skills. Chen Yu smiled and held Xiaoyi's hand, happily moving among the crowds in the commercial street.
The sunlight shines through the treetops, dappling onto them, bringing a hint of warmth. The hustle and bustle of the commercial street seems to be able to dispel all unhappiness.
Master, look, that's the Jinlu.
Chen Yu smiled and pointed at the magnificent store in front of him, saying excitedly. The door of the golden building was open, and the bronze lion statue at the door sparkled in the sun, looking particularly majestic. Xiaoyi frowned slightly, but did not refuse. He just followed Chen Yuexiao into the store. At the entrance, a middle-aged man came up with a smile on his face. He stretched out his hands and shook Xiaoyi's hands enthusiastically. Mr. Xiao, you were such a rare guest. Thanks to your care last time, Jinlo's business is so prosperous.
How come you have time to visit us today? Manager Zhang Zhou's tone was obviously flattering.
Xiaoyi was stunned for a moment, somewhat confused, but still responded politely, Manager Zhang, you got the wrong person, right?
I don't think we have met before.
Manager Zhang Zhou insisted, Mr. Xiao, I was the one who received you last time you came.
How could I have made a mistake?
A trace of doubt flashed across Chen Yu's smiling face.
She asked in a low voice, Master, have you been here before?
Xiaoyi shook his head, his tone somewhat helpless, I have never been here, maybe they recognized the wrong person. Manager Zhang Zhou was still enthusiastic and led them deeper into the store. Mr. Xiao, please wait a moment. I will arrange the best refreshments and then take you to see our latest jewelry. Chen Yuexiao followed behind, feeling a little uncomfortable. She whispered to Xiaoyi, Master, are they so enthusiastic because of me? Hearing this, Xiaoyi frowned and his tone became cold. No, they recognized the wrong person. Manager Zhang Zhou's flattery hit the wrong horse, and Xiaoyi and Chen Yu's faces turned a little ugly. Chen Yu smiled and bit her lip, her eyes slightly red, then she turned and left the store. Seeing this, Xiaoyi felt nervous and hurriedly followed. He caught up with Chen Yuexiao and called softly, Chen Yuexiao, don't go.
Let's talk it over.
Chen Yuexiao didn't look back, but said softly, Master, I want to be alone for a while. Xiaoyi stopped and looked at her back as she walked away, feeling an indescribable feeling in his heart. He raised his hand and gently rubbed his eyebrows. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Then he smiled lightly and followed. Chen Yuexiao stopped in front of a store called Qingqing Beauty. The lights in the store were soft, reflecting the dazzling array of cosmetics, as if there was a kind of magic that attracted her to gradually calm down. She took a deep breath, turned to look at Xiaoyi who had followed her, and finally a smile appeared on her face.
Master, do you think the color of this lipstick is pretty?
Chen Yu smiled and pointed at a color trial palette, which displayed lipsticks of various colors. They looked particularly attractive under the light. Xiaoyi walked up to her and glanced at the brightly colored lipsticks, feeling helpless inside.
He didn't understand anything about them and just thought the colors were all similar.
At this moment, a system notification sound suddenly came from my mind, ding. The host has successfully signed in at the beauty area and obtained the Makeup Technology Level 10 skill.
Makeup skills? Xiaoyi was a little confused.
This seemed to have no practical use for him as a delivery man. He felt a little dissatisfied in his heart, but it was soon replaced by helplessness.
Chen Yuexiao didn't notice Xiaoyi's strangeness.
She picked up a bright red lipstick and gently tried it on the back of her hand. Then she looked at Xiaoyi expectantly and asked, Master, does this color suit me? Xiaoyi was stunned for a moment, then activated the Makeup Technology Level 10 skill, carefully looking at Chen Yuexiao's face, and had already made a judgment in his mind. He pointed at the bright red lipstick in Chen Yuexiao's hand, shook his head, and said seriously, this color doesn't suit you. Your skin tone is cold and white. This bright red color will look a bit abrupt and cover up your original pure temperament.
Chen Yuexiao blinked in surprise. She didn't expect Xiao Yi to know something about lipstick. She asked with a hint of curiosity, "What color suits me?"
Xiao Yi pointed to a bean paste colored lipstick next to him, his eyes determined. "This color suits you more, it's gentle and intellectual, and can set off your temperament well." He picked up the lipstick and gently applied it on Chen Yuexiao's lips. His movements were gentle and professional, like that of an experienced makeup artist, and nothing like that of a delivery man. Under Xiao Yi's skillful hands, Chen Yuexiao's already delicate facial features became more three-dimensional, and with her elegant makeup, she exuded a fresh and refined temperament. He not only chose the right lipstick for Chen Yuexiao, but also gave professional advice based on her face shape and skin tone. Use earth tones for eyeshadow, which can make your eyes look deeper, and keep your eyebrows natural, not too exaggerated. The customers and shopping guides around were attracted by Xiao Yi's superb makeup skills. They gathered around and watched Xiao Yi perform magic, bringing Chen Yuexiao's charm to a new level. The air was filled with exclamations and praises.
"Oh my god! This guy's makeup skills are amazing! This makeup is absolutely amazing, it suits this beauty so well. He is such a treasure boy, he even knows how to put on makeup."
Shen Yu smiled as she looked at herself in the mirror. She had never thought that she could be so beautiful.
"Okay, you are beautiful."
Xiao Yi put down the makeup brush in his hand, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, with a hint of satisfaction in his tone.
Chen Yuexiao was about to say something when she was interrupted by an excited female voice. "Little brother, please help me with my makeup. I'll give you money."
Xiao Yi looked at the warm atmosphere around him, a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. He looked at Chen Yu and said, "Let's go."
Chapter 19, First Encounter with a Riot.
Xiao Yi watched the surprise in Chen Yuexiao's eyes gradually being replaced by disappointment, and he couldn't help feeling helpless. He raised his hand to scratch his head and looked at his watch.
It was indeed getting late. "I have to pick up my wife from get off work."
Chen Yuexiao heard this and the corners of her mouth that were originally upturned slowly straightened. She said softly, with a barely perceptible hint of depression in her voice. She understood that Xiao Yi had his own life, but the romantic thoughts that had just arisen in her mind were ultimately dashed. Xiao Yi noticed Chen Yuexiao's mood change, but he had no better solution. He could only smile apologetically and turn around to leave the mall. Chen Yu smiled as he watched Xiao Yi's back disappear in the crowd, then he slowly withdrew his gaze and walked out of the mall alone in a depressed mood. Xiao Yi took a taxi to the downstairs of Yuexia Group, only to find that the company's front desk was surrounded by a group of gorgeously dressed women.
The noisy quarrels broke the originally quiet atmosphere. "You must give us an explanation. There are problems with the products we use."
A woman with wavy hair and heavy makeup stood with her hands on her hips, and her sharp voice almost pierced the eardrums.
"Yes. Our faces are allergic and we must see your president." Another woman in a leopard print dress also shouted.
Miss Wu at the front desk was surrounded by a group of people. She looked pale and beads of sweat oozed from her forehead. She tried her best to explain, "Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Su is out for a meeting today and is not in the company.
Please come back tomorrow." "What? Not here? Are you deliberately avoiding us?"
A woman in a purple suit said in an even more hostile tone, "If you don't give us an explanation today, we won't leave." More and more people gathered around, and the noisy discussions, the women's angry shouts, and Miss Wu's aggrieved explanations mixed together like a tangled mess. The air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, as if it was about to explode at any second.
At this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "Look, isn't that Vice President Shen?"
Shen Xian's appearance was like a ray of light shining into this chaotic scene. The face of Miss Wu, the front desk lady, instantly changed from pale to full of hope. She seemed to have grasped the last straw and hurriedly shouted, "Vice President Shen, you are finally here. These members have been making a fuss just now, saying that they had facial allergies after using the company's products."
Shen Xian walked out of the elevator gracefully, and her aura instantly stunned everyone present.
She was wearing a black business suit, with her long hair draped over her shoulders, and every step she took seemed calm and unhurried. She smiled slightly, walked forward, and said in a gentle and powerful voice, "Hello everyone, I am Shen Xian, the vice president of Yuexia Group.
Do you have any questions?"
Wang Yanan's attitude softened when she saw this.
She sneered, but then she calmed down and said politely, "Vice President Shen, my name is Wang Yanan, and I'm a gold member of Yuexia Group.
A group of us sisters recently used your company's new facial mask, and as a result, everyone's face became allergic.
Look, my face is now red and swollen, what can I do?"
As she spoke, she took off her mask, revealing a face that was terribly red and swollen. When the people around saw this, they exclaimed in surprise, talked one after another, and some even pointed and talked. Xin Xian frowned slightly, but remained calm. She walked forward, gently held up Wang Yanan's face, and looked at her carefully.
I'm so sorry, Ms. Wang, this is indeed our mistake. Xin Xian's voice was gentle and sincere.
To express our apology, I decided to provide you with free deep care services to completely solve your skin problems.
What do you think? After Xin Xian's patient explanation, Wang Yanan was gradually attracted by her professionalism and temperament.
The anger on her face gradually dissipated, and she even nodded shyly. Vice President Xin, you are so kind.
Xiao Yi, who was watching this scene, couldn't help laughing, secretly laughing at Xin Xian's wit and sophistication.
He couldn't help but admire her ability to remain calm at such a moment and even convince people. However, at this moment, a middle-aged housewife squeezed out from the crowd. Her eyes were sharp, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. Vice President Xin, this is related to our health, you can't just fool around like this. As soon as Xin Xian finished speaking, a middle-aged housewife suddenly squeezed out from the crowd. Her eyes were sharp, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. Vice President Xin, this is related to our health, you can't just fool around like this.
Her words were like a fire, instantly igniting the anger at the scene, and the people around her echoed, and noisy discussion sounded again.
Wang Yanan was moved by Xin Xian's generous proposal and was about to accept it, when suddenly she remembered the blind date she had just had. What was supposed to be a perfect blind date was turned into a mess by this sudden farce. A surge of resentment suddenly welled up in her heart, and the redness and swelling on her face seemed to become more obvious. She took a deep breath and her tone became tough. Vice President Xin, it's not just my face, but also the blind date opportunities one missed because of this. You must compensate me. Xin Xian frowned slightly, but remained calm. Her voice was still gentle and powerful. Ms. Wang, I completely understand your feelings, but from a professional point of view, although skin allergies are a problem, we can solve it through professional means. As for other losses, we are also willing to make corresponding compensation. Just as Xin Xian was trying to calm the storm, the front desk lady Wu blurted out in a hurry, Ms. Wang Yanan, you also know that the quality of our products has always been very high.
This is indeed an accident. You shouldn't.
Before she finished her words, Wang Yanan was already furious.
Her anger was instantly ignited.
She opened her mouth and said in a sharp voice that almost pierced her eardrums, shut up.
You, a receptionist who can only do odd jobs, dare to teach me a lesson?
Wang Yanan's words made receptionist Wu burst into tears, her eyes turned red and she almost cried. Her voice was tearful, I didn't mean that, I just... However, no one listened to her anymore, and the atmosphere became even more tense. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the crowd, breaking the depressing atmosphere. Xiao Yi stood up, his voice calm and confident. Ms. Wang Yanan, if I can make your face completely restored, are you willing to stop pursuing the matter? His eyes were firm, as if to say that he had 100% confidence.
Wang Yanan's eyes fell on Xiao Yi suspiciously. She spoke slowly with a hint of vigilance in her tone. Can you do it? Xiao Yi smiled slightly, his eyes showing determination.
He looked at the front desk lady Wu and whispered, Ms. Wu, prepare some natural makeup.
We need to process it for Ms. Wang Yanan on the spot.
Wang Yanan's eyes glanced back and forth between Xiao Yi and receptionist Wu, her heart filled with suspicion and expectation. Her true nature gradually emerged, but at this point, she could no longer hide her curiosity. Her heart beat faster and her eyes were fixed on Xiao Yi, as if waiting for his next move.
Wang Yanan's eyes fell on Xiao Yi suspiciously. She spoke slowly with a hint of vigilance in her tone. Can you do it?
Receptionist Wu quickly did as she was told, her heart filled with gratitude and hope. Although she was hurt by Wang Yanan's cold words just now, she now saw a turning point and the light in her eyes rekindled. She quickly took out several bottles of cosmetics labeled with natural ingredients from the counter, her movements skillful and quick. Seeing that Miss Wu at the front desk had prepared the necessary items, Xiao Yi turned to Wang Yanan and said gently, Ms. Wang Yanan, please sit down. I will take care of everything for you. Although Wang Yanan was still skeptical in her heart, seeing Xiao Yi's confidence and the expectations of everyone present, she obediently sat in her seat at the front desk. Her heart beat faster and her eyes were fixed on Xiao Yi, as if waiting for his next move. Xiao Yi stood in front of Wang Yanan and began to look at her face carefully. He touched her skin gently with his fingers, feeling its warmth and texture. The people around held their breath and stared at the scene silently. The tense atmosphere in the air seemed to freeze. Xiao Yi's eyes were focused and determined, as if they could penetrate all obstacles and find the root of the problem. Don't worry, Ms. Wang Yanan, your face will be back to normal in just a few minutes. As soon as Xiaoyi finished speaking, he took the makeup from front desk Lady Wu and carefully began to process it for her. Chapter 20, Helping to Get Out of Trouble. The situation is complicated and unpredictable. Xiaoyi's fingers continued to dance on Wang Yanan's face. He knew that every step was crucial. He used loose powder to set the makeup and make it last longer, then carefully drew on his eyebrows, outlining a soft brow shape. Under his hands, Wang Yanan's eye makeup became three-dimensional and lively, and her lips were also painted with a layer of soft pink and orange, which instantly improved her overall temperament. The whole process took only a dozen minutes, but the effect was so significant that everyone present couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Xin Xian stood behind the crowd, with a hint of surprise and recognition in her eyes. Wang Yanan was shocked when she saw the changes in herself in the mirror. She stood up excitedly, hardly able to believe her eyes. Is this me? Wang Yanan's voice was filled with disbelief. Xiaoyi smiled and nodded. Yes, Ms. Wang Yanan, you look radiant now. Colleagues around her gathered around and excitedly praised Wang Yanan's beauty. Her face was filled with pride and gratitude. Wang Yanan's emotions gradually calmed down. She turned to Xiaoyi with a hint of excitement in her eyes. Mr. Xiao, your makeup skills are amazing. I'm sure you will achieve great success in the makeup industry. I wonder if you are interested in joining our Yuexia group and becoming a member of our team. We can provide very generous treatment and broad development space. When the colleagues around heard this, they were even more envious. Xiaoyi smiled slightly after hearing this, and shook his head. Thank you Ms. Wang Yanan for your kindness, but I didn't join Yuexia group for this job. I came here today to help you solve the crisis at hand. Now that the problem has been solved, it's time for me to leave. Wang Yanan felt a little regretful, but also understood Xiaoyi's position. She nodded. In that case, I can only thank you for your help. If there is any opportunity for cooperation in the future, please don't refuse it. Xiaoyi nodded and smiled. I will remember your words. Now, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. At this moment, Xin Xian walked out of the crowd. She smiled and waved to Xiaoyi. Mr. Xiao, please wait a moment. I have something to say to you. Xiaoyi's eyes narrowed, and he secretly guessed Xin Xian's intentions, but he still responded politely. Okay, Vice President Xin, I'll be there right away. Everyone made way for him, and Xiaoyi walked towards Xin Xian under everyone's gaze, but for some reason he had an inexplicable premonition in his heart. Xiaoyi followed Xin Xian through the crowd, and the eyes of the surrounding employees were full of curiosity and envy. Xin Xian's steps were firm and graceful. She tilted her head slightly, and in an instant, it seemed as if an invisible pressure filled the air. Xiaoyi took a deep breath and followed her. Although he was full of anticipation, he couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Walking to the office door, Xin Xian gently pushed the door open and invited Xiaoyi in. The spacious and bright layout of the office exudes a sense of luxury, and the city view outside the floor-to-ceiling windows is unobstructed. The documents on the desk are neatly arranged, and there are a few abstract art paintings hanging on the wall, adding a touch of elegance. Xin Xian asked Xiaoyi to sit on a comfortable sofa, while she sat on a high-backed chair behind the desk. Mr. Xiao, your performance just now was really outstanding. Xin Xian's voice was soft and sincere. Without your help, today's matter might not be resolved smoothly. On behalf of Yuexia Group, I sincerely thank you. Xiaoyi smiled slightly and answered modestly, Vice President Xin, you are overpraising me. I just did my part. After all, I am very happy to be able to help you and Ms. Wang Yanan. Xin Xian nodded, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. However, I am very curious, Mr. Xiao, why are you willing to help us for free? You have no intention of joining Yuexia Group, and you don't have any substantial rewards, which makes me a little puzzled. Xiaoyi pondered for a moment and answered seriously, actually, the main reason I helped Wang Yanan was because of one person. Xin Xian raised her eyebrows slightly, as if she had grasped some key information. Oh? Can you tell me, who is it for? She? Xiaoyi's voice suddenly stopped, his eyes became distant and deep, as if he was thinking about how to express himself. Xin Xian's eyes also became curious and expectant, and there seemed to be an indescribable tacit understanding between the two of them. Just then, the office door was pushed open again, and Su Wanqing's figure appeared at the door. Her gaze fell directly on Xiaoyi, with a hint of concern and determination in her eyes. The corners of Xiaoyi's mouth rose slightly, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. Xiaoyi, you are here. I want to talk to you about something. Su Wanqing's voice was calm and powerful, instantly attracting everyone's attention. She is my wife, Su Wanqing.
Xiao Yi's tone was firm and his eyes were full of tenderness. Shen Xian's expression changed slightly. She looked at Xiao Yi deeply, and said with a hint of warning, "Mr. Xiao, you are excellent, but Miss Su is not an ordinary girl. Her status and position determine that she will have high requirements for her partner. If you are not serious about your feelings for her, or just have some other purposes, I advise you to let go as soon as possible. Miss Su should not be hurt in any way emotionally." Xiao Yi frowned slightly. He heard the implicit meaning in Shen Xian's words and felt a little unhappy. He didn't like people speculating like this, especially about his relationship with Su Wanqing. "Vice President Shun, you may have misunderstood. I don't need to prove my feelings for Wanqing to anyone." Xiao Yi's voice was a little cold, and his tone was firm and unquestionable. "Really?" Shen Xian's tone became a little cold. "That's better." Just then, the office door was pushed open again, and Su Wanqing's figure appeared at the door. She was wearing a simple business suit, the well-cut lines outlined her perfect figure. Her gaze fell directly on Xiao Yi, with a hint of concern and determination in her eyes. "Xiao Yi, you are here. I want to talk to you about something." Su Wanqing's voice was calm and powerful, instantly attracting everyone's attention. "She is my wife, Su Wanqing." Xiao Yi's tone was firm and his eyes were full of tenderness. Shen Xian's expression changed slightly. She looked at Xiao Yi deeply, and said with a hint of warning, "Mr. Xiao, you are excellent, but Miss Su is not an ordinary girl. Her status and position determine that she will have high requirements for her partner. If you are not serious about your feelings for her, or just have some other purposes, I advise you to let go as soon as possible. Miss Su should not be hurt in any way emotionally." Xiao Yi frowned slightly. He heard the implicit meaning in Shen Xian's words and felt a little unhappy. He didn't like people speculating like this, especially about his relationship with Su Wanqing. "Vice President Shun, you may have misunderstood. I don't need to prove my feelings for Wanqing to anyone." Xiao Yi's voice was a little cold, and his tone was firm and unquestionable. "Really?" Shen Xian's tone became a little cold. "That's better." Just then, the office door was pushed open again, and Su Wanqing's figure appeared at the door. She was wearing a simple business suit, the well-cut lines outlined her perfect figure. Her gaze fell directly on Xiao Yi, with a hint of concern and determination in her eyes. "Xiao Yi, you are here. I want to." Shen Xian stood up and briefly recounted to Su Wanqing what had happened, and particularly mentioned how Xiao Yi had stepped forward in a moment of crisis to help Wang Yan solve the problem. After Su Wanqing heard this, her eyes were full of admiration. She looked at Xiao Yi with a slight smile on her face. "Xiao Yi, thank you for what happened today." "It's okay, it's just a small favor." Xiao Yi interrupted modestly. He didn't want to talk too much about his own contributions, he just hoped that Su Wanqing could notice his intentions. Su Wanqing nodded slightly, then looked at Shen Xian. "Shen Xian, I'll take Xiao Yi to deal with some things first, you continue to be busy." "Okay, Mr. Su." Shen Xian responded with a complicated look in her eyes. She seemed to want to say something, but finally chose to remain silent. The two walked out of the office side by side. The atmosphere was slightly awkward and the eyes of the surrounding employees were full of curiosity and speculation. As night falls and neon lights flicker, Xiao Yi and Su Wanqing walk side by side on the bustling streets. The cool breeze blew, bringing with it a hint of early autumn chill, and also blew away some of the tension of the day. "What did Shen Xian tell you?" Su Wanqing broke the silence. She turned her head with a hint of inquiry in her eyes. Xiao Yi considered his words and told Shen Xian what she said truthfully. After Su Wanqing heard this, her eyes became deep. She stopped, turned around, and looked at Xiao Yi seriously, with a serious tone. "What about you? What do you think?" Xiao Yi also stopped and looked directly into Su Wanqing's eyes, his tone full of sincerity. "Since I have chosen you, I will not let you go easily. My feelings for you do not need anyone's approval, nor are they affected by any external factors." Su Wanqing looked at Xiao Yi steadily, her eyes deep and unfathomable. After a long while, she slowly spoke. "How did you learn how to do Wang Yan's makeup today?" Xiao Yi was speechless for a moment. He didn't expect Su Wanqing to suddenly bring up this topic. He didn't know how to answer for a moment. Chapter 21, shocked to hear about friends in trouble, rushing to help. Su Wanqing looked at Xiao Yi steadily, her eyes deep and unfathomable. After a long while, she slowly spoke. "How did you learn how to do Wang Yan's makeup today?" Xiao Yi was speechless for a moment. This question came too suddenly. His mind was working rapidly, but he couldn't find a suitable answer. He couldn't say it was a skill rewarded by the system, right? This sounds too incredible. I.
He hesitated, his eyes wandering, not daring to look directly into Su Wanqing's inquiring gaze.
The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment.
A cool breeze blew, bringing a hint of coolness, and Xiaoyi felt a chill on his back. He subconsciously touched his nose, trying to ease the tension.
Ding!
Host embarrassment is detected, and the God-level makeup skills analysis function is activated. The system's voice suddenly sounded, scaring Xiaoyi. He quickly called up the system interface in his mind, and saw an analysis of Su Wanqing's makeup. Perfect.
Perfect? Xiaoyi was stunned. How should he answer? Do you say you are born with this ability? Or is he self-taught?
Seeing Xiaoyi hesitate to answer, Su Wanqing frowned slightly, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Why?
Is it inconvenient to say? Xiaoyi came back to his senses and waved his hands quickly. No. It's not inconvenient, it's just.
He paused, took a deep breath, and decided to make up an excuse. Actually, I've watched some makeup tutorials before, so today I can just give it a try.
Oh? Su Wanqing raised her eyebrows, with a hint of doubt in her tone. Really? It seems that you are quite knowledgeable about makeup.
Xiaoyi laughed dryly twice and didn't dare to continue this topic. He felt that the more he explained, the worse it would get.
He moved slightly closer to Su Wanqing and asked in a low voice, You don't think I like men, do you?
When Su Wanqing heard Xiaoyi's words, a complicated expression flashed across her face.
She subconsciously took a step back and almost fell. Xiaoyi was quick-witted and quick-handed.
He took a step forward and put his arms around her waist. When Su Wanqing's body touched Xiaoyi's arms, she felt a burst of warmth instantly, but more of it was panic. She twisted her body and tried to break free, but was held tightly by Xiaoyi.
You, don't get me wrong, that's not what I meant.
Xiaoyi blushed and his voice trembled a little. He could feel the fragrance of Su Wanqing, and her soft hair brushing against his face made his heart beat faster. Su Wanqing struggled for a few times and finally calmed down.
She looked up at Xiaoyi, her voice low and slightly trembling. What do you mean? Did you do this on purpose? Xiaoyi quickly shook his head and explained, I really didn't mean it.
You suddenly fell backwards and I just wanted to help you.
Su Wanqing took a deep breath and tried to calm down.
She turned her head slightly to avoid Xiaoyi's gaze, and her tone softened a little. Forget it, I won't ask any more questions.
Can you still cook? Xiaoyi was stunned by Su Wanqing's question. He answered subconsciously, yes, a little, what's wrong?
As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyi's cell phone suddenly rang, interrupting their conversation. He quickly took out his cell phone and his heart suddenly tightened when he saw Ho Jun's name.
When the call was connected, Ho Jun's voice was obviously panicked and painful. Xiaoyi, it's bad. I was beaten up in the bar, come and save me.
Xiaoyi's face suddenly became serious.
He glanced at Su Wanqing and asked anxiously, where are you? Tell me the address and I'll be there right away. He quickly wrote down the address and hung up the phone.
Su Wanqing saw Xiaoyi's expression become nervous, and she asked worriedly, what's wrong?
What happened?
My friend is in trouble, I have to go there right away. Xiaoyi said hurriedly, preparing to get up and leave. Su Wanqing frowned slightly. Xiaoyi was stunned for a moment, then nodded, okay, thank you for your help.
The two of them stood up quickly.
Just after taking a few steps, Xiaoyi suddenly stopped, turned around and said to Su Wanqing, thank you, Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing glanced at him softly and replied softly, let's go, time waits for no one. Before she finished her words, she had already walked quickly towards the parking lot, with Xiaoyi following closely behind her. Xiaoyi's footsteps were a little hurried. When he turned around, a breeze blew, blowing the loose hair on Su Wanqing's forehead. His slightly apologetic look seemed particularly sincere under the dim streetlights. Su Wanqing didn't say much, but there was a hint of worry in her cold eyes.
She nodded slightly, turned and walked towards the parking lot not far away with brisk steps.
The silver sports car cut through the night sky like a sharp arrow, and the roar of the engine was like Xiaoyi's anxious heartbeat at the moment. The atmosphere in the carriage was somewhat solemn.
Xiaoyi held the phone tightly.
On the screen was the address of the bar sent by Ho Jun. The closer he got, the more his heart sank. Through the car window, the neon lights of the city flashed by quickly, turning into blurred light and shadows in his eyes, and the only sound in his ears was the whistling wind and the low roar of the car engine. Su Wanqing glanced at Xiaoyi in the rearview mirror from time to time, her brows furrowed. She could feel Xiaoyi's anxiety at the moment, which was a concern and worry that came from the bottom of his heart. Outside the bar, the sound of loud music could be heard faintly, mixed with the pungent smell of alcohol. Xiaoyi almost jumped out of the car, without even bothering to say hello to Su Wanqing, and rushed straight to the bar. Su Wanqing followed closely behind, her high heels stepping on the ground, making a crisp sound, breaking the tranquility of the night. In the bar hall, the lights were dim, and colorful light balls were spinning, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The air was filled with a strong smell of cigarettes and alcohol, and the deafening music stimulated the eardrums. Xiaoyi walked through the crowded crowd and immediately saw Ho Jun, who was curled up in a corner with his head in his hands. Ho Jun! Xiaoyi shouted and rushed over. When Ho Jun heard Xiaoyi's voice, he suddenly raised his head. The moment he saw Xiaoyi, tears could no longer be stopped from flowing out. He hugged Xiaoyi like a wronged child, crying out of breath, "Xiaoyi, I was beaten, they want me to pay compensation." Xiaoyi hurriedly supported Ho Jun, and looking at the bruises on his face, anger instantly surged in his heart. He turned around and saw several security guards in black uniforms looking at them coldly. One of the tall security guards walked over with a disdainful smile on his face. "What's going on? How can you cry here?" The security guard said impatiently, with a bit of contempt in his eyes. Xiaoyi calmed himself down and helped Ho Jun to the side. He looked at the security guard and asked coldly, "What happened to my friend? Who hit him? Why do you want him to pay?" "He was drunk and broke things in the bar, so of course he has to pay for it." The security guard sneered, showing no intention of backing down. "What? I didn't break anything, it was them." Ho Jun heard the security guard's words and quickly retorted, but was frightened by the security guard's cold eyes and was speechless. "They are talking nonsense!" Xiaoyi roared. He knew from Ho Jun's intermittent words that Ho Jun had been cheated, which made him very angry. At this moment, the lights in the bar suddenly dimmed, the music stopped abruptly, and a deep voice sounded in the bar, "Everyone, there are some special circumstances today, please do not leave yet." Everyone was stunned and stopped what they were doing, focusing their eyes on the entrance of the bar. Xiaoyi helped Ho Jun up and said in a firm tone, "Let's go." He turned around and was about to leave, but was blocked by several burly bodyguards. A man in a suit with a slicked back hair and powdered face came over with a bill in his hand. It was Zhao, the bartender. He said to Xiaoyi with a fake smile, "Sir, your friend caused trouble in our bar and broke a lot of things. The compensation has not been paid yet, and you want to leave?" Bartender Zhao pointed to the mess of broken glass and overturned wine rack in the corner of the bar, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "Look, this is all your friend's masterpiece. Red wine, whiskey, all top quality wines. The loss is not small." The strong smell of alcohol mixed with the pungent smell of broken glass made Xiaoyi frown. Xiaoyi suppressed his anger and asked in a deep voice, "How much?" Bartender Zhao handed the bill to Xiaoyi and said casually, "Not much, only 50,000 yuan." 50,000. Xiaoyi took a breath of cold air. For him, this number is almost all his savings. He glanced at Ho Jun, only to see that he was looking away, with a guilty look on his face. "Ho Jun, what is going on?" Xiaoyi asked in a low voice, with a hint of helplessness and blame in his tone. Ho Jun stammered, I don't know what happened. I just remember drinking with a girl, and then I don't know anything else." Xiaoyi took a deep breath. He knew that now was not the time to pursue responsibility. He took out his bank card from his pocket and handed it to Zhao the bartender, swiped the card. Bartender Zhao took the bank card and a smug smile appeared on his face. After swiping the card, he handed the card and the bill back to Xiaoyi and said sarcastically, "Sir, please keep an eye on your friends in the future and don't cause trouble in our bar again." Xiaoyi took the card and bill, turned around and left without saying a word. Ho Jun followed behind him with a playful smile on his face, not realizing the seriousness of the matter at all. After walking out of the bar, Xiaoyi could no longer hold back his anger. He grabbed Ho Jun by the collar and yelled, "Ho Jun, what the hell are you doing? 50,000 yuan. Do you know what this means to me?" Ho Jun was startled by Xiaoyi's roar. He shrank his shoulders and whispered, "I'm sorry, Xiaoyi, I didn't mean it." Xiaoyi took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He knew that getting angry now would not solve the problem. He let go of Ho Jun's collar and asked helplessly, "Tell me, what happened? Who did you drink with? Why did it become like this?" Ho Jun then hesitantly told the story of what had happened. It turned out that he met a girl named Zhang Xiaohua in the bar today. The two hit it off immediately, had a great conversation, and drank a few more glasses. Zhang Xiaohua.
Xiaoyi repeated the name in a low voice, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. Ho Jun continued, later, I seem to see her being very intimate with a man. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stopped and looked at the door of the bar with a dull look. Chapter 22, shocked to see Lu Yun, he is upset and his intention to help him becomes clear. At the door of the bar, Zhang Xiaohua was arm in arm with a man who was dressed in a suit and had a slicked back hair and powdered face, and they were very intimate. The man was none other than Wang Xiaoqing, the son of a famous real estate developer in City A. Ho Jun's pupils suddenly shrank, and a surge of anger in his chest rushed straight to his forehead. Zhang Xiaohua! You bitch! Ho Jun roared and rushed out. Ho Jun! Xiaoyi thought to himself that something was wrong and hurriedly chased after him. Ho Jun grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's arm and yelled, "Explain it to me. What the hell is going on?" Zhang Xiaohua was shocked by Ho Jun's sudden action, and then shook his hand away with disgust, saying, "Ho Jun, what are you crazy about? We have broken up, and it's none of your business who I'm with now." Break up? When the hell did you break up with me? Ho Jun was so angry that he raised his hand and wanted to slap Zhang Xiaohua. Wang Xiaoqing was quick to grab Ho Jun's wrist and said with a contemptuous smile, "Boy, you ought to hit my girlfriend, don't you see what you are?" When Wang Xiaoqing's friends saw this, they immediately surrounded Ho Jun, pinned him to the ground and beat him up. Ho Jun struggled hard, but he was outnumbered and soon his face was bruised and blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. Stop! Xiaoyi rushed to the scene and pushed away several people who were beating Ho Jun. He helped Ho Jun up and asked with concern, "How are you?" Ho Jun covered his aching abdomen and said weakly, "Xiaoyi, I'm fine." Xiaoyi turned around and looked at Wang Xiaoqing and the others angrily, and said coldly, "Who are you? Why are you hitting people?" Wang Xiaoqing straightened his collar and said disdainfully, "Who are you? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." Xiaoyi ignored Wang Xiaoqing's provocation, helped Ho Jun to sit aside, and asked in a low voice, "What happened?" Ho Jun told Xiaoyi everything that had happened, his tone full of regret and sadness. Xiaoyi patted his shoulder and comforted him, "Brother, don't be sad. This kind of woman is not worth your sadness." Ho Jun wiped his tears and asked with a sob, "Xiaoyi, the Su Wanqing you mentioned last time, is she really your girlfriend?" Xiaoyi nodded and smiled, "Of course it's true, why, you don't believe it?" Ho Jun looked incredulous, "Damn. Is this true? When did you climb up the social ladder?" Xiaoyi smiled and was about to speak when he heard a voice behind him, "Sir, your bill." Bartender Zhao stood beside Xiaoyi with the bill in his hand and a stiff smile, breaking the slightly solemn atmosphere. "Hello, sir. The total amount is 1,280 yuan. Would you like to pay by card or cash?" Xiaoyi frowned slightly. He clearly remembered that there were still several thousand yuan in the card, enough to pay for the purchase. He took the bill and took out his bank card and handed it to the bartender. The bartender swiped the card skillfully, but the POS machine made a harsh beep sound, and the four big words "insufficient balance" were clearly displayed on the screen. Xiaoyi's heart sank, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. He took the bank card handed back by the bartender and confirmed it several times. The card number was correct. It was his card. Did I remember it wrong? No, it's impossible. He just checked the balance last night and there was at least more than 3,000. How could it suddenly become less than 1,000 to pay? He quickly recalled his recent spending records. Apart from daily meals, there were no other expenses. So where did the money go? A terrible thought suddenly flooded into his mind, and his fists suddenly clenched, with veins bulging on the back of his hands. Could it be Chen Yajio's family? Before, they had made all kinds of difficulties for him regarding the bride price and even threatened him, saying that they would leave him with nothing. It must be them. They took advantage of him not paying attention and secretly transferred the money from his card. What a bunch of despicable and shameless villains. Thinking of this, Xiaoyi felt a surge of anger rising from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. However, after the anger, what follows is a deep sense of powerlessness and helplessness. He is penniless now, how can he pay the bill? Ho Jun, who was standing by, saw Xiaoyi's embarrassed look and realized that something was wrong. He looked at Xiaoyi cautiously, with a hint of pleading in his eyes. He knew that Xiaoyi was in a difficult situation, but he himself was penniless and could not help at all. The two looked at each other awkwardly, the air seemed to be frozen, the atmosphere was depressing and embarrassing. At this moment, a white jade-like hand reached out and handed over a black bank card. Su Wanqing's voice was cold and indifferent, "Use mine."
When bartender Zhao took the black card, his expression was shocked and his pupils suddenly contracted. He has been working as a bartender for several years and has seen many generous customers, but this is the first time he has seen someone who can take out such a top-level black card. He inserted the card into the POS machine carefully, fearing that he would damage the priceless treasure. With a crisp beep sound, the transaction was successful. Bartender Zhao handed the card back to Su Wanqing with both hands, with a respectful attitude. "Miss, your card." Su Wanqing took the card, glanced at the bill calmly, then looked at Xiaoyi, her tone still calm. "Let's go, I'm hungry." She did not blame at all, as if what had just happened was just a trivial matter. She turned around, leaving everyone with a tall and cool back. Xiaoyi looked at her back and felt a warm feeling in his heart. This didn't seem to be the first time he was rescued by Su Wanqing. Thinking of this, he pursed his lips and looked at Su Wanqing with complicated eyes. But Ho Jun opened his mouth in surprise and looked at Su Wanqing's back in disbelief. This woman can actually take out a black card? Doesn't that mean? Su Wanqing walked to Xiaoyi, naturally took his arm, and opened her red lips. Her voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for everyone present to hear clearly. "Husband, let's go." Su Wanqing's movements were natural and smooth, as if the two of them had rehearsed it countless times. She held Xiaoyi's arm in an intimate manner, with a barely perceptible doting tone. The word husband exploded in Ho Jun's ears like thunder, making his head buzz. His eyes widened, his mouth opened so wide that a fist could almost fit in it, and he looked at the scene in disbelief, as if he had seen some incredible sight. "Wanqing, this is my college classmate." Ho Jun. Xiaoyi came to his senses and hurriedly introduced him to Su Wanqing with a hint of pride in his tone. Ho Jun suddenly woke up from his dream and quickly put away his shocked expression, replaced it with a flattering smile. He nodded and bowed to Su Wanqing, with an attitude as respectful as if he was facing a queen. Hello, sister-in-law. I am Xiaoyi's classmate Ho Jun. You are so beautiful, you are simply a fairy from heaven." Su Wanqing glanced at him calmly and nodded slightly as a response. Her eyes were cold, but without the slightest hint of arrogance. Instead, they gave people a feeling of elegance and nobility. "Hello." She opened her red lips slightly, her voice was as clear and cold as jade, but it made Ho Jun feel flattered, and his heart was immediately filled with joy. "Sister-in-law, your car is so cool, isn't it? Is it a Ferrari?" Ho Jun noticed the red sports car parked on the side of the road, and his eyes lit up instantly, as if he had seen some rare treasure. He rubbed his hands, eager to try, and wished he could rush up and touch it. Su Wanqing glanced at him, then turned to look at Xiaoyi, her tone still calm. "Xiaoyi, since Ho Jun likes it, let him drive it for 2 days. We have to go out for dinner now anyway. This is so embarrassing, sister-in-law, it's too expensive." Ho Jun waved his hands quickly. Although he said polite words, his face was smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. He was already very happy in his heart, thinking that his sister-in-law was so generous that she bought a Ferrari right away. She was indeed a president-level figure. Xiaoyi also looked at Su Wanqing with some surprise, and a hint of doubt flashed through his mind. She seemed a little different today. Su Wanqing ignored their thoughts and walked straight to the Ferrari, took out the car keys from her bag and threw them to Xiaoyi. "Here are the keys. Where do you want to eat? Let's go to the barbecue street, it's lively over there." Xiaoyi took the key and handed it to Ho Jun, saying with a smile, "Let's go, old Ho, you can also benefit from it today." Ho Jun took the key with trembling hands. He glanced at Xiaoyi beside him, then glanced at the tall and cold figure in the distance, feeling a mixture of emotions in his heart. The three of them walked side by side, and the streetlights stretched their shadows very lone. At this time, a ragged drunkard staggered over. He reeked of alcohol, muttered inaudible words, and stared blankly at Su Wanqing with cloudy eyes. "Beautiful lady, have a drink with me." The corners of Su Wanqing's mouth curled up in an imperceptible arc, and a cunning light flashed in her eyes. "Take this car as a thank you gift for helping me keep an eye on Xiaoyi." She looked at Ho Jun and said it in a light tone, but Ho Jun understood instantly. "Don't worry, sister-in-law. I will keep a close eye on Xiaoyi and make sure he doesn't dare to move a hair." Ho Jun patted his chest and made the promise, looking so servile that Xiaoyi felt helpless. The three of them got into the car. The Ferrari's engine let out a low roar, drawing a streak of red lightning in the night. After a while, they arrived at the bustling barbecue street. The air was filled with the rich aroma of barbecue, and the sounds of hawking various snacks could be heard one after another. The place was bustling with people and lively. Su Wanqing looked at everything in front of her curiously, with a hint of novelty on her delicate face. She seldom came to such places, and this kind of worldly life was unfamiliar to her. Xiaoyi looked at Su Wanqing's expression and explained with a smile, "This is the busiest night market in City A. There are all kinds of snacks, barbecue, seafood, crayfish, whatever you want to eat." Su Wanqing listened attentively and asked some questions from time to time. Xiaoyi patiently answered them one by one, his eyes so gentle that they seemed to drip water. They found a barbecue restaurant that looked pretty good. Just as they walked to the door, a ragged drunkard staggered over. He reeked of alcohol and mumbled something inaudible. His eyes were cloudy and he stared blankly at Su Wanqing. "Beauty, have a drink with me." Drunkard Lu stretched out his dirty hand and was about to grab Su Wanqing's arm. Ho Jun was quick to act. He protected Su Wanqing behind him and shouted, "Get out of here! You old rascal!" He pushed Lu Jiugue away, and Lu Jiugue staggered and almost fell to the ground. The air froze instantly, and the atmosphere at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant became tense. Lu Jiugue staggered after being pushed, and he sobered up immediately. He stared at Ho Jun fiercely, cursing, "You dare to push me? Are you looking for death?" Su Wanqing hid behind Ho Jun, frowned slightly, and looked at Lu Jiugue with cold eyes, as if she was looking at a dirty ant. Xiao Yi's face also darkened. He took a step forward, stood side by side with Ho Jun, and protected Su Wanqing behind him. "I advise you to get out right now, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you." Xiao Yi's voice was low, with a hint of warning. "Oh, boy, you are quite capable." Lu Jiugue shook his head, his eyes became more sinister, "But do you think you can protect her?" He looked at Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing with a meaningful look, with an obscene smile on his lips. "I think you two are in that kind of relationship." Chapter 23, A Love Rival Meets a Narrow Road, Causing a Turbulent Wave. Lu Jiugue looked at Su Wanqing with lustful eyes, with alcohol reeking from his mouth. "Girl, come with me, and I will give you double the price." As he said that, he reached out to grab Su Wanqing's arm again. A surge of anger surged from Xiao Yi's heart. He slapped away Lu Jiugue's dirty hand without hesitation, his eyes as cold as a knife. "You are looking for death." A crisp pop sound echoed at the door of the barbecue restaurant. The diners around all looked over here curiously. Lu Jiugue covered the back of his hand that was red from being beaten, and glared at Xiao Yi with a look of resentment in his eyes. "Boy, you dare to hit me? Do you know who I am?" "I don't care who you are." Xiao Yi shouted angrily, grabbed Lu Jiugue by the collar and lifted him up. "If you dare to harass my wife again, I will make you pay for it." Su Wanqing was startled by Xiao Yi's action. She gently pulled the corner of Xiao Yi's clothes and said softly, "Xiao Yi, forget it. Don't bother with him." Xiao Yi turned to look at Su Wanqing, the anger in his eyes gradually subsided, replaced by tenderness and concern. "Are you okay? Were you scared by him?" Su Wanqing smiled and shook her head. "I'm fine, don't worry about me." Seeing this, Lu Jiugue on the ground had a gleam of viciousness in his eyes. He got up from the ground, pointed at Xiao Yi and said viciously, "Boy, just wait, I'll call someone to take care of you." Xiao Yi looked at Lu Jiugue coldly, with a sneer on his face. "Okay, I'll wait, I want to see who you can call." Seeing Xiao Yi being so tough, Lu Jiugue felt a little uneasy. He turned around and ran into the barbecue restaurant, cursing. Upon seeing this, the diners around also dispersed, fearing that they would get into trouble. "Xiao Yi, you're amazing." Ho Jun looked at Xiao Yi with admiration. "I didn't expect you to be so skilled. You subdued that old scoundrel in no time." Xiao Yi smiled and patted Ho Jun on the shoulder. "Now we are in a civilized society, we should convince others with virtue and try to avoid using violence." The three of them found a corner to sit down and continued waiting for the barbecue. The air is filled with the aroma of barbecue, making people salivate. Ho Jun rubbed his hands excitedly, looking forward to the delicious barbecue. Xiao Yi sat quietly aside, his eyes scanning the surroundings from time to time, observing the situation around him vigilantly. Suddenly, a group of people came over. The sizzling sound of grilled meat spread along with the tempting aroma. Ho Jun told jokes in a vivid manner, making Su Wanqing cover her mouth and chuckle. The crisp laughter was as sweet as a silver bell. Xiao Yi couldn't help but smile as he saw his wife's rare relaxed look. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the door of the barbecue restaurant, and a group of people walked in aggressively. Lu Jiugue, who was just taught a lesson by Xiao Yi, was walking in the front. He pointed at Xiao Yi and cried to a well-dressed man beside him, "Master Shui, it's this guy. He hit me." Everyone's eyes fell on Xiao Yi, with curiosity and confusion. Su Wanqing's laughter stopped abruptly and her eyebrows slightly frowned. Ho Jun also put away his playful expression and looked at the person who came vigilantly. The man called Mr. Shui has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and is of imposing manner.
He is Su Wanqing's childhood sweetheart Yuan.
When Su Wanqing saw Yuan, her face turned pale instantly. She subconsciously clenched her fists but said nothing. There was a subtle awkwardness in the air.
Yuan didn't seem to notice Su Wanqing's strangeness.
He turned to look at Xiaoyi and Ho Jun, and said with a hint of pride, "I am Wanqing's childhood sweetheart, Yuan.
Who are you?"
Xiaoyi stood up, looked directly at Yuan without fear, and said firmly, "I am Su Wanqing's husband, Xiaoyi."
Husband?
Yuan seemed to have heard something incredible, and his tone was full of doubt. Why would Wanqing marry someone like you?
You don't need to judge who I am.
Xiaoyi's eyes were cold, with a hint of warning in his tone. You just need to know that Wanqing is my wife now. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder and the atmosphere was tense, as if a fuse could ignite an explosion.
Yuan's face was gloomy and his eyes were flashing with anger.
He stared at Su Wanqing, his tone questioning.
Wanqing, is what he said true? You actually married such a person?
Yuan's tone was filled with disbelief and questioning, his eyes fixed on Su Wanqing, as if he wanted to find the answer from her face. In his opinion, Su Wanqing's silence was undoubtedly a consent. The disappointment and anger on his face became more obvious, and the look he gave Xiaoyi became more fierce.
Xiaoyi was furious.
He hated it most when others questioned his and Su Wanqing's relationship, especially in such a contemptuous tone. He grabbed Yuan's wrist and twisted it hard. With a crisp crack sound, Yuan's face suddenly twisted in pain and he let out a shrill scream.
Ah! My hand!
Seeing this, the people brought by Yuan immediately rushed up and wanted to rescue Yuan. Seeing this, Ho Jun stepped forward, blocked the way of several people, and shouted angrily, "Do you want to use your numbers to bully the few?
Have you asked me, Ho Jun?"
Although he was not as strong as the other party, his momentum was not weaker at all. However, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, and Ho Jun was soon entangled by the opponent. He was hit by several punches. He groaned, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted, refusing to give in.
Stop!
A crisp and angry sound cut through the chaotic scene. A beer bottle was smashed hard on the ground, and broken glass splashed everywhere, reflecting a dazzling light under the light. Su Wanqing tightly grasped the half-broken beer bottle, her eyes as cold as ice as she glanced at everyone. She looked at Yuan coldly, her tone firm. "Yuan, whoever I marry is my freedom and has nothing to do with you. Please let him go." Her voice was not loud, but it carried unquestionable majesty. The whole place fell silent instantly, and everyone was shocked by Su Wanqing's actions. No one expected that this usually cool and noble president would do such a shocking thing.
Yuan was also frightened by Su Wanqing's eyes.
He looked at Su Wanqing with mixed feelings in his heart, filled with resentment and anger.
"Su Wanqing, you..."
He was about to speak but was interrupted by Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi pressed him down on the table with such incredible force in his hands that Yuan could hardly breathe due to the pain.
"Let me go."
Yuan struggled, but Xiaoyi's hand was like an iron clamp, firmly controlling him. Seeing this, Yuan's men hurried forward and tried to pull Xiaoyi away. Su Wanqing pulled Xiaoyi up, with a hint of reproach in her eyes.
Yuan was helped up by his men.
He rubbed his aching wrist and stared at Xiaoyi fiercely. "How dare you, a wage earner, do this to me?
I will make you regret it." Xiaoyi looked at the embarrassed Yuan and sneered with disdain in his eyes. He ignored Su Wanqing's pulling and said coldly, "I'll wait."
Upon hearing this, Yuan looked at Su Wanqing meaningfully with a sinister look in his eyes, then he flicked his sleeves and left the barbecue restaurant with his men. Yuan uttered these harsh words, his eyes full of reluctance and viciousness. His words, "I will make you regret it," were like a poison knife, stabbing Xiaoyi fiercely.
A disdainful sneer appeared on Xiaoyi's lips.
He stared at Yuan with a sharp gaze without any fear. "I'll wait." His voice was not loud, but it was full of power and shocking. Yuan's heart shuddered when he saw Xiaoyi's eyes, as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. He glared at Xiaoyi fiercely, then looked at the silent Su Wanqing meaningfully, then flicked his sleeves and left the barbecue restaurant with his men.
"Bah! What the hell?"
Ho Jun spat on the ground and yelled in the direction where Yuan was going. "He really thinks he's an important person. Xiaoyi, I say you should give him a good beating."
Xiaoyi patted Ho Jun on the shoulder, signaling him to calm down.
He turned to look at Su Wanqing and found that her face was a little pale, with a hint of barely perceptible melancholy in her eyes. He knew that what happened tonight made her a little unhappy.
Let's go,
Xiaoyi said softly, his tone gentle, as if the angry King Kong just now was not him.
Su Wanqing nodded and followed Xiaoyi silently.
Seeing this, Ho Jun quickly shut his mouth and followed them obediently. The three of them walked on the quiet street, and the dim light of the street lamps stretched their shadows very long. There was a faint smell of barbecue in the air, but the hustle and bustle from before was missing.
The silence stretched between them, making it a little suffocating. Have you known him for a long time? Xiaoyi finally broke the silence.
His voice was low, with a hint of subtle temptation. Su Wanqing stopped and looked up at Xiaoyi, with mixed emotions in her eyes.
He and I have a complicated relationship.
Her tone was a little depressed, like a fallen leaf falling into the abyss, with a hint of helpless melancholy.
Who is he? Xiaoyi frowned slightly, feeling vaguely uneasy.
Su Wanqing sighed, her eyes drifting into the distance, as if recalling something. He is my ex-fiancé.
We broke off our engagement a month ago. Ex-fiancé?
Xiaoyi's heart sank suddenly, and a sour feeling surged in his heart. He didn't expect that Su Wanqing had such a past, which made him feel as if his heart was stabbed by something.
Why haven't I heard you say that before?
He asked, with a hint of displeasure in his tone.
Su Wanqing bit her lip, her face pale. Give me some time, okay?
Later. I'll tell you slowly. Looking at the fatigue and sadness in Su Wanqing's eyes, Xiaoyi's heart softened. He knew that Su Wanqing was not a person who liked to hide things, and she must have her reasons.
Okay, I'll wait for you.
Although he agreed verbally, the depression in his heart could not be shaken off.
After returning home, they both went back to their own rooms.
The room was so quiet that only the sound of breathing could be heard.
Xiaoyi was lying on the bed, his mind constantly flashing back to what happened today.
He couldn't understand why such an outstanding woman like Su Wanqing would cancel her engagement. At the same time, he thought of the more than 1 million yuan that was inexplicably transferred from his bank card. Thinking of this, Xiaoyi frowned. He felt that this matter was not simple and he must get to the bottom of it. Just as he was thinking, his cell phone rang suddenly, and the three words Chen Yuexiao appeared on the screen. Xiaoyi hesitated for a moment, but finally answered the call. On the other end of the phone, Chen Yuexiao's voice was tearful and incoherent, as if she had encountered some emergency situation. Xiaoyi, please, save Xiang Xuanjai, please. Her voice stopped abruptly, leaving only intermittent sobs.
Chapter 24, Kitchen Fight Xiang Xuanjai. Xiaoyi, please, save Xiang Xuanjai, please. Chen Yuexiao's intermittent crying voice came from the other end of the phone.
Xiaoyi felt upset when he heard it. He had just experienced what happened to Su Wanqing and was in no mood to meddle in other people's affairs.
What does Xiang Xuanjai's affairs have to do with me? I'm not a chef,
Xiaoyi said with some impatience.
Xiaoyi, I know you're a good cook.
The dish you cooked last time was highly praised by Mr. Chen.
Now only you can save Xiang Xuanjai.
Chen Yu's voice was a little tearful, and her pleading tone was even stronger.
If you don't come, Xiang Xuanjai will be finished, and I'll be out of a job.
From now on, I can only go to your house for free meals.
Free meal? Xiaoyi's scalp tingled.
Thinking of the scene of Chen Yuexiao staying in his house, he couldn't help but shiver.
Okay, I'll go, don't cry.
Xiaoyi agreed helplessly. After hanging up the phone, he sighed, rubbed his temples, and prayed in his heart that nothing else would happen.
After a quick wash and a change of clean clothes, Xiaoyi drove to Xiang Shunzhai.
He had just parked the car and had no time to catch his breath when a figure suddenly pounced on him and grabbed his arm.
Xiaoyi, you're finally here.
Chen Yu smiled anxiously, her eyes red and swollen, as if she had been crying for a long time.
Xiaoyi was startled by her sudden action, and subconsciously broke free, and asked vigilantly, what's wrong? Speak slowly, what happened?
Chen Yu smiled and pulled Xiaoyi's clothes, and hurriedly walked into Xiang Shunzhai, saying anxiously, there is no time to explain, just follow me in and you will know.
Chen Yuexiao pulled Xiaoyi and walked quickly through the corridor of Xiang Shunzhai.
The hurried footsteps echoed in the silent corridor.
As she walked, she explained incoherently, it's all my fault. There was a rich second-generation man named Shuebo Yuan who wanted to buy Xiang Shunzhai.
Mr. Chen refused, so he held a grudge against him. Today, he brought people to mess things up, and even invited a chef who was said to have prepared state banquets to challenge us.
He said he wanted to compete with us in cooking skills, and if we lose, we have to hand over Xiang Shunjai to us.
Chen Yu's voice trembled slightly because of anger. She grasped Xiao Yi's sleeve tightly, and her knuckles turned white. Xiang Shunjai is the hard work of several generations of our Chen family.
How could it fall into the hands of such people? Old Chen was so angry that his blood pressure rose. He is now resting inside. The chef of our restaurant is no match for that state banquet chef. Xiaoyi, only you can save us now. Xiaoyi listened to Chen Yuexiao's anxious narration, but there was no panic on his face. He just nodded lightly. State banquet chef? Interesting. Take me to see it.
When the two men walked to the door of the hall, a tense and oppressive atmosphere hit them. The originally bustling hall was now silent, with a faint smell of gunpowder in the air. The diners gathered on both sides, whispering, their eyes focused on the two tables in the middle of the hall. Xiao Yi's eyes swept across the hall and finally fell on two people sitting at one of the tables. An old man with gray hair and vigorous spirit sat upright with a serious expression. The other was a well-dressed, arrogant young man. It was Shuebo Yuan. Beside the two of them, there was a dazzling array of ingredients, and the knives were shining coldly under the light.
It looks like there's going to be something interesting to watch.
Xiao Yi's mouth curled up slightly. Chen Yuexiao took a deep breath, pulled Xiao Yi to the old man, and said with courage, Mr. Chen, he is Xiao Yi, the descendant of the kitchen god Xiao family. Hearing this, the old man's cloudy eyes flashed with a gleam of light.
He looked Xiao Yi up and down and nodded slowly. Young man, are you the descendant of the Xiao family? You are indeed a handsome man.
Xiao Yi nodded slightly, and said respectfully, Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Xiao Yi, and I have heard of your great name for a long time. At this time, Shuebo Yuan's eyes also fell on Xiao Yi.
He smiled contemptuously and said in a mocking tone, Hey, isn't this Xiao Yi, the delivery man?
Why, you can't make enough money delivering food, so you changed your career and came to Xiang Shunjai to be a cook?
Shuebo Yuan's words were like a sharp knife piercing Xiao Yi's eardrums.
He clenched his fists, and a surge of anger surged in his heart. He suppressed his anger and said in a cold voice, Shuebo Yuan, whether I am a cook or not is not your decision. Today, I will let you see what real cooking skills are.
Shuebo Yuan snorted disdainfully, his tone arrogant. Just you? A delivery man, you think you are worthy of competing with me? Don't you even look at your status and my status? Identity? In my eyes, you are nothing but a clown.
Xiao Yi fought back without showing any weakness, his eyes as sharp as a knife. Today, I will let you know that there are some people you cannot afford to offend. The tension between the two men grew stronger and stronger. The air around them seemed to freeze. The diners who were watching held their breath, nervously watching the conflict that was about to break out. Suddenly, a figure squeezed out from the crowd. It was the uncle who was drunk and acting crazy in the bar yesterday. He pointed at Xiao Yi and shouted, Mr. Chen, you don't really want this kid to fight for Xiang Shunjai, do you? He is a liar and a lunatic. The old man frowned, slammed the table, and shouted angrily, Shut up. You have no right to speak here. The uncle was frightened by the old man's sudden roar and retreated back into the crowd in anger. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a white chef's uniform and with an elegant temperament came out from the kitchen. He walked to Shuebo Yuan and bowed slightly, Mr. Shui, everything is ready. Shuebo Yuan turned to look at Xiao Yi, with a cold smile on his face. Xiao Yi, are you ready to accept your failure? Shuebo Yuan suppressed the contempt on his face, stared at Chen Zhonglao with eyes like a venomous snake, with a sinister smile on the corner of his mouth. Mr. Chen, are you sure you want to use this delivery man to go against me? You have to think carefully. This is not a joke. There was a threat in his tone, as well as a hint of disdain for Xiao Yi. Chen Yuexiao heard this and hurried to Chen Zhonglao's side, saying anxiously but firmly, Mr. Chen.
Old Chen Zhong frowned.
He looked at Xiao Yi who looked confident, then at Chen Yuexiao who looked anxious, and felt hesitant. He knew that Shuebo Yuan had bad intentions, and the power behind him made him even more fearful. However, looking at Chen Yu's trusting eyes, he finally gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and said in an old but firm voice, Okay, I believe Xiao Yi. Seeing that Chen Zhong was determined to do so, Shuebo Yuan's face flashed with displeasure, and he turned to signal Yu Zhengfang beside him. Yu Zhengfang nodded slightly, took a step forward, bowed to Chen Zhonglao and said, Mr. Chen, I've long heard of your name. I'm Yu Zhengfang, and I know a little about cooking. It's an honor for me to be able to learn from a senior like you today. His tone was humble, but there was a hint of pride between his brows. Seeing the other party being so polite, Chen Zhonglao quickly returned the greeting and said, Master Yu, you are too polite.
You are a state banquet chef. It is really an honor for me to come to my small shop.
Shui Yuan interrupted their pleasantries impatiently. All right, stop flattering each other here, and get started.
I don't have that much time to waste.
His tone was full of impatience, and there was a hint of disdain in the look he gave Xiaoyi, as if he believed that the outcome of this competition was already decided. Yu Zhengfang frowned imperceptibly. Mr. Shui is right. Let's start early and let everyone see the skills of us old guys.
Well, let's get started.
As soon as Chen Zhonglao finished speaking, the atmosphere in the venue instantly became extremely tense. Everyone's eyes were focused on Xiaoyi and Yu Zhengfang, holding their breath, waiting for the cooking competition to begin.
Don't be impatient.
Xiaoyi suddenly spoke, breaking the overly quiet atmosphere. He turned to Chen Zhonglao with a deep look in his eyes. Mr. Chen, I need you to tell me first, what is the purpose of today's competition? Upon hearing this, a trace of helplessness emerged on Chen Zhong's old face.
He sighed and said slowly, well, this is a long story.
Originally, our Ziyang Shunsai holds a food tasting conference every year, inviting people from all walks of life to taste the food, which is also a test of our own cooking skills. But this year, Shui Yuan relied on his family's power and insisted on interfering.
He said that he wanted to compete with us in cooking skills and even brought out some state banquet chef. Isn't this obviously bullying us?
When Chen Zhong said this, there was a hint of anger in his tone and his palms clenched slightly. Shui Yuan laughed out loud after hearing this. His laughter was full of arrogance and complacency. Old Chen, you are really wronging me.
I am doing this for your own good.
Your Xiang Shunjai has been going from bad to worse in the past few years. If you continue like this, you will close down sooner or later. Why don't you sell the store to me as soon as possible, so that your family won't suffer? He crossed his legs and spoke in a frivolous tone, as if everything was under control. Chen Zhonglao's face turned pale and he slammed the table so hard that the teacups on the table jumped.
Shui Yuan. Don't go too far.
Ziyang Shunsai is the hard work of several generations of our Chen family. Even if it goes bankrupt, it is not your turn to point fingers. His voice was filled with anger and his turbid eyes stared at Shui Yuan, as if he wanted to see through him.
Shui Yuan didn't care about Chen Zhonglao's anger at all. He just scratched his ears nonchalantly and said with contempt, Hey, old man Chen, are you angry with me? Don't forget, it was you who agreed to compete today. Since you want to compete, why not add a jackpot? If you lose, you will give Ziyang Shunsai to me, how about it?
There was a sinister smile on his face, as if he had already seen the scene of Ziyang Shunsai falling into his pocket. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhonglao was so angry that he trembled all over, and his chest rose and fell violently, but he still suppressed his anger and said coldly, Shui Yuan, don't be complacent. Today, I want to see what real skills this so-called state banquet chef you invited has.
Seeing that Chen Zhonglao did not refuse, Shui Yuan smiled even more proudly.
He waved his hand, signaling Yu Zhengfang beside him to start preparing the ingredients. Yu Zhengfang nodded slightly, then walked to the table and began to organize the ingredients. His movements were graceful and smooth, like flowing clouds in water, attracting the admiration of many diners around him. He seemed to be preparing the food carefully, but his eyes kept glancing at Chen Yu, who was standing next to Xiaoyi, and smiled.
Chen Yueshao didn't notice Yu Zhengfang's gaze at all.
Her mind was completely on Xiaoyi at the moment. She pulled Xiaoyi's sleeve and asked anxiously, Xiaoyi, what dish are you going to cook? You have made all the signature dishes of our restaurant.
Why don't you make the one you made last time? Mr. Chen really likes it.
Her tone was full of anticipation, like a child waiting for candy. Xiaoyi looked at her anxious expression and did not answer immediately. He just glanced at Yu Zhengfang, who was preparing the ingredients, and then looked at the dazzling array of ingredients placed in front of him. He ignored Chen Yuexiao's urging, but silently observed Yu Zhengfang's every move, as if he was brewing something. Chapter 25, Different Tactics in the Food Competition. Xiaoyi looked at Yu Zhengfang's smooth movements, a barely perceptible smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He ignored Chen Yuexiao's anxious urging, and instead slowly grabbed a handful of melon seeds, eating them while asking, Disciple, are you fast? Chen Yu smiled and was stunned for a moment, not understanding why Xiaoyi asked this at this critical moment. She stamped her feet anxiously, Master, is this the time to talk about this? What dish are you going to cook? Xiaoyi was leisurely eating melon seeds, and leaned close to Chen Yuexiao's ear and whispered a few words. Chen Yuexiao looked suspicious when she heard this, but finally gritted her teeth, turned around and ran out of Ziyang Shunsai. Xiaoyi looked at Chen Yu smiling back as she left, then grabbed a handful of melon seeds and continued to eat them leisurely.
The diners around were completely confused and had no idea what this young man was up to. On Yu Zhengfang's side, the bustling scene attracted everyone's attention. He has superb knife skills and his movements are skillful, as if he is performing a gorgeous show. As the last step was completed, a lifelike squirrel fish appeared in front of everyone. The fish body was golden and crispy, the fish tail was raised high, and the fish gills were still fluttering slightly, as if a live fish leaped into the plate. Wow! The crowd burst into exclamations. Chen Zhong walked to the table excitedly, pointed at the squirrel fish and explained to everyone, the squirrel fish is cooked in the royal court. It is characterized by good color, aroma, and taste, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and sweet and sour taste. Everyone tasted it and praised it highly. Shuebo Yuan looked at the empty chopping board in front of Xiaoyi and couldn't help but sneered. Xiaoyi, you're not going to use tofu to participate in the competition, are you? Xiaoyi remained unmoved and just smiled slightly. Yu Zhengfang proudly presented the squirrel fish to the judges, then walked leisurely in front of Xiaoyi and said with a hint of provocation, Master Xiao, my dish is ready, what about you? At this moment, Chen Yuexiao ran back breathlessly. Seeing that the chopping board in front of Xiaoyi was still empty, she suddenly became anxious. Master, why haven't you started yet? She was holding a sealed ceramic jar tightly in her hand. Xiaoyi then slowly stood up, took the jar from Chen Yuexiao's hand, and gently opened it. As soon as the sealed ceramic jar was opened, a rich aroma instantly spread out. It was completely different from the sweet and sour aroma of the squirrel fish. This aroma was mellow and restrained, with a hint of herbal scent, and seemed to contain some kind of mysterious power, which attracted everyone's attention. Xiaoyi carefully poured the soup in the jar into a casserole that had been placed on the chopping board in advance. The soup was milky white in color, with a faint luster on the surface, just like the finest mutton fat jade. He placed the casserole on the small stove and picked up a square piece of tofu from the vegetable basket beside him. The tofu was as white as jade, and its surface was trembling slightly, as if it still had the coolness of having just been taken out of the water. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, Xiaoyi gently placed the piece of tofu into the casserole. As soon as the tofu was put into the soup, it seemed to come alive, floating gently in the milky white soup, like ripples on a lake under the moonlight. Everyone widened their eyes, trying to see what Xiaoyi was doing. However, apart from putting the tofu into the soup, he didn't seem to do anything else. The diners watching around were whispering to each other, is that all? Is he planning to make tofu soup? This tofu doesn't look anything special. Are you really going to compare this to Master Yu's squirrel fish? Ah, it seems that he is really no longer capable. I thought he had some special tricks before, but now it seems that he is just trying to attract attention. Shuebo Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw this scene. His laughter was filled with undisguised sarcasm. Xiaoyi, your big dish is really unique. Could it be that you want to conquer the taste buds of the judges with a bowl of tofu soup? Yu Zhengfang also looked at Xiaoyi with disdain. Chen Yuexiao looked at her master anxiously. She couldn't figure out what Xiaoyi was up to. Time was obviously tight, so why was he making tofu soup? She wanted to ask, but she didn't dare to disturb Xiaoyi, so she could only pray silently in her heart. Xiaoyi seemed not to hear the ridicule and questioning around him. He just stood quietly beside the small stove, looking intently at the tofu and soup in the casserole with a faint smile on his face. He stretched out his finger and gently tapped the edge of the casserole. A strand of clear soup stuck to his fingertips. He put it to the tip of his nose and sniffed it gently. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and an imperceptible light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 26, The Delicious Soup is Worth a Fortune. Xiaoyi ignored the ridicule around him. He carefully took the casserole away from the stove and placed it on a wooden tray that had been prepared in advance. Then, he took out small white porcelain bowls from a bamboo basket nearby and used a spoon to gently pour the soup and tofu from the casserole into the bowls. His movements were smooth and fluid, as if he was performing a sacred ritual. He placed the prepared soup bowls in front of the judges' seats one by one, and then stood quietly aside, waiting for them to taste the soup. Old Chen Zhong looked at the bowl of bland tofu soup in front of him and frowned slightly. He couldn't understand what this young man was up to. For such an important competition, he used such simple ingredients. Was he giving up on himself? However, just as he was questioning, a faint fragrance wafted out from the soup bowl, like the freshness of the forest after the rain, or the fragrance of young buds in early spring, which was refreshing. The fragrance is not strong, but it slowly seeps into everyone's nasal cavity like a trickle, tempting people's appetite. Chen Zhonglao couldn't help but pick up the spoon and gently scooped up a spoonful of soup. The soup was clear and the tofu in it was as soft as silk, trembling slightly in the spoon. He brought the spoon to his lips and took a sip. In an instant, an indescribable deliciousness exploded in the mouth. Fresh, fragrant, sweet and smooth, all kinds of flavors blended perfectly and hit the depths of the soul. He was shocked to find that the ordinary tofu turned into thin threads in the soup, melting in the mouth with a faint bean fragrance. The seemingly light soup contains endless layers of flavor, and every bite is full of surprises. What is this? Old Xinzhong put down the spoon, his eyes full of disbelief. He has been working in the food industry for decades and has tasted countless delicacies, but he has never had such an amazing experience. Li Qibao's heart moved when he saw this. The anger he had felt when Shuebai Yuan mocked him surged up in his heart again. Now, he was determined to avenge himself. He couldn't wait to pick up the bowl of soup and drink it all in one gulp. The moment the soup entered his mouth, he felt his whole body surrounded by an indescribable deliciousness. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling extremely happy, and then praised loudly, "What a good soup! What a good soup! This soup should only be found in heaven, and it is rare to taste it on earth. Master Shao, you are amazing." Seeing this, the diners around became curious. Could this seemingly ordinary bowl of tofu soup really be so delicious? Some people boldly stepped forward and asked Shao Yi for soup. After tasting it, they all exclaimed in amazement and threw away their previous contempt, scrambling to ask for it. Shuebai Yuan was even more furious when he saw this. He pushed the crowd away, pointed at Shao Yi's nose and yelled, "This is impossible. You must have colluded with each other. What's so good about this tofu soup? In my opinion, there must be something shameful in this soup." When Li Qibao heard this, his eyes widened with anger and he glared at Shuebai Yuan fiercely, making Shuebai Yuan dare not make any more loud noises. Shuebai Yuan muttered in disbelief, but still picked up a bowl of soup and took a sip with disgust. After the soup entered his mouth, he was visibly stunned, then took another sip, and then drank the whole bowl of soup in silence. After drinking it, Shuebai Yuan's face turned pale. He pointed at Shao Yi and shouted at the top of his lungs, "This is definitely not made by him. There must be something wrong with this soup. Otherwise, how could it be so delicious? This must be cheating." Chen Yueshao couldn't bear it any longer. She stood up and glared at Shuebai Yuan, "I saw my master make this soup with my own eyes. How could he cheat? Shuebai Yuan, stop slandering me." At this moment, a cold female voice sounded, "Yes, this soup was indeed made by Shao Yi." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Su Wanqing walking towards them. She stood beside Shao Yi with a firm gaze. Her appearance undoubtedly added more suspense to this farce. Shuebai Yuan was choked by Su Wanqing's appearance and was speechless. His face turned red and the finger pointing at Shao Yi trembled slightly. He is not an ignorant person. He knows what kind of person Su Wanqing is. She is someone he needs to look up to. He knew that it was impossible to cause trouble for Shao Yi today. He glared at Shao Yi fiercely, then turned around and yelled to the people around him, "Let's go." Shuebai Yuan left in disgrace, filled with anger and resentment. As he left, he fiercely kicked over the wooden stool at his feet, making a loud noise, as if he wanted to vent all the anger in his heart. At this moment, Chen Zhonglao put aside his previous doubts. He walked up to Shao Yi with a smile on his face, patted him on the shoulder, and his eyes were full of admiration. "Young man, your cooking skills are amazing. I have lived for most of my life, but this is the first time I have tasted such delicious tofu soup. You really opened my eyes." Shao Yi smiled modestly and said, "Mr. Chen, you are too kind. I only know a little bit about it." Chen Zhong laughed and waved his hands, "You are too modest. You are not just superficial, you are really good at cooking. I think you are not only a good cook, but also a hard-working person. It's rare." He turned to look at his granddaughter Chen Yueshao beside him and smiled even more kindly. "Yueshao, look, Master Shao is so outstanding. You should learn more from him in the future." Chen Yueshao has become extraordinarily quiet since Su Wanqing appeared. She nodded obediently without saying anything, but just glanced at Shao Yi secretly, her eyes full of curiosity. Chen Zhong was even happier when he saw this. He smiled and said to Shao Yi, "Young man, what do you think of my granddaughter? She is smart and sensible. You too." Before Chen Zhonglao could finish his words, he was interrupted by a cold voice. "Grandpa, it's getting late. Let's go home first," Su Wanqing said lightly. She didn't look at Shao Yi, her eyes were always on Chen Zhonglao. Chen Zhong was stunned for a moment, then he reacted. He laughed and said, yes, it's getting late, we should go back. Master Xiao, it's really thanks to you today, I will thank you another day. After saying that, Chen Zhenglao took Chen Yuexiao away. Before leaving, Chen Yuexiao looked back at Xiaoyi reluctantly, but Xiaoyi gave her an inquiring look. Chapter 27, The beauty protects her husband and confronts the waiter. Xiaoyi signs in to gain skills. Su Wanqing's sudden appearance and the words "it's getting late" left Xiaoyi a little confused. He vaguely felt that Su Wanqing seemed to be intentionally stopping Chen Zhenglao from continuing, and the content of the stop seemed to be related to him and Chen Yuexiao. Chen Yuexiao's reluctant look when she left made him even more confused. He cast an inquiring look at Chen Yuexiao, but saw that she avoided his sight like a frightened deer. Her pretty face flushed slightly, which made him feel a little funny. This little girl seemed to have misunderstood something. Chen Zhenglao did not notice these subtle interactions. He still said to Xiaoyi enthusiastically, "Young man, I think you are a capable person. If you need any help in the future, just come to me. I have some connections in the catering industry at Xiangshanzhai." Xiaoyi bowed and thanked him. "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Chen. I am very grateful." His tone was sincere and his attitude was neither humble nor arrogant. He expressed his gratitude while maintaining an appropriate distance. After bidding farewell to Chen Zhenglao and Chen Yuexiao, Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing walked side by side on the way back. Xiaoyi couldn't help but be curious and asked, "Boss Su, why did you suddenly come here today?" Su Wanqing glanced at him calmly and said calmly, "Just passing by." These two simple words left Xiaoyi speechless for a moment. He always felt that Su Wanqing's passing by had other meanings, but since the other party was unwilling to say more, he didn't dare to ask any further. After a moment of silence, Xiaoyi spoke again, "Boss Su, thank you for today." Su Wanqing didn't say anything else and walked straight towards the black Maybach parked on the side of the road. Seeing this, Xiaoyi hurriedly followed. He had to deliver takeout and deal with Chen Zhenglao today, and was already exhausted both physically and mentally. At this moment, he just wanted to find a place to have a good meal and then have a good sleep. Go to the mall. Su Wanqing's voice was still cold, but with a hint of unquestionable majesty. Xiaoyi naturally had no objection and sat directly in the passenger seat. The car drove smoothly into the traffic flow, and Xiaoyi closed his eyes, relieving the fatigue of the day. When he opened his eyes again, the car had stopped in the underground parking lot of the shopping mall. The two walked into a Western restaurant with exquisite decoration. The soft lighting, melodious piano music, and the faint fragrance in the air all form a sharp contrast with the hustle and bustle outside. A waiter in a neat uniform came up to us with a big smile on his face. "Good evening, both of you. Do you have a reservation?" Su Wanqing nodded slightly, and the waiter led the two of them to a seat by the window. After Xiaoyi sat down, the waiter handed him the menu. Xiaoyi took the menu, took a look at it, and was completely stunned. He couldn't understand any of the words on the menu, they were so densely packed together, like a string of strange symbols. He looked at Su Wanqing awkwardly, but saw that she was calmly flipping through the menu and didn't seem to notice his embarrassment. "What can I do for you, ladies and gentlemen?" The waiter's voice sounded again, with a barely perceptible hint of contempt. Su Wanqing closed the menu and started talking to the waiter in fluent French. Xiaoyi listened to their conversation and felt like an outsider, completely excluded. He looked at Su Wanqing's elegant profile, feeling mixed emotions. He knew that there was still a huge gap between him and her. "He asked you what you wanted to eat." Su Wanqing ended her conversation with the waiter and turned to look at Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi smiled helplessly, scratched his hair, and said jokingly, "Or, make me a menu." Hearing this, the waiter sneered with disdain, snorted, and turned to look at Su Wanqing, as if mocking Xiaoyi's ignorance. Xiaoyi keenly caught the contempt in the waiter's eyes, and a feeling of powerlessness suddenly surged in his heart. He really knows nothing about these things, but that doesn't mean he can be ridiculed at will. He looked out the window silently, with a barely perceptible gloom in his eyes. Su Wanqing did not miss Xiaoyi's subtle expression. Her eyes moved slightly, and she looked at the waiter again, and said with her red lips, "Do as he says." The waiter was stunned, he suspected he had heard it wrong. Are you sure?" he asked stutteringly, his eyes moving back and forth between Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing with a hint of disbelief. Su Wanqing raised her eyebrows slightly, her eyes were cold, and her tone was full of unquestionable majesty. "Why, you don't understand what I said?" The waiter felt the powerful aura emanating from Su Wanqing and suddenly became silent. He didn't dare to say anything more and quickly turned around and walked towards the kitchen. Xiaoyi looked at the waiters fleeing back and couldn't help feeling a little amused, yet helpless. "Boss Su, there's actually no need to get angry with him.
Su Wanqing turned her head and her eyes fell on Xiaoyi. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, revealing a faint smile.
Do you know why he despises you?
Xiaoyi shook his head. He really didn't understand why he was ridiculed by the waiter just because he didn't understand the words on the menu. Su Wanqing moved closer to Xiaoyi, and the distance between them was so close that Xiaoyi could even smell the faint scent of her perfume, mixed with a unique fragrance that made his heart beat faster involuntarily.
Because you haven't shown your strength. Su Wanqing's voice was low and magnetic, with a hint of bewitching charm.
Xiaoyi was slightly stunned, and before he could react, the waiter came over with 2 exquisite appetizers. The presentation is beautiful, the colors are bright, and the aroma is enticing. Following closely behind was a tall Frenchman in a crisp white chef's uniform with a confident smile on his face.
This is our signature appetizer, foie gras with toast. I hope you two like it.
He spoke fluent French, but his eyes were fixed on Su Wanqing, as if she was the only one in his eyes, completely ignoring Xiaoyi's existence. Xiaoyi noticed the Frenchman's undisguised burning gaze and felt a little unhappy. He picked up the fork, picked up a piece of foie gras and put it into his mouth, savoring it carefully, but it tasted like chewing wax.
Su Wanqing didn't seem to notice the Frenchman's gaze.
She elegantly picked up the knife and fork, cut a small piece of bread, spread foie gras on it, put it into her mouth, and a satisfied expression appeared on her face.
It tastes good.
When the Frenchman heard Su Wanqing's compliment, the smile on his face became even brighter. He spoke again, introducing the preparation process of the dishes in French, his eyes always fixed on Su Wanqing, as if he was showing her his cooking skills. Xiaoyi looked at the scene in front of him, and suddenly felt an inexplicable irritation in his heart. He put down his knife and fork and coughed softly.
Su Wanqing turned to look at Xiaoyi. What's wrong?
Xiaoyi shook his head. Nothing. He paused, as if he suddenly remembered something. By the way. Xiaoyi was about to say something when he suddenly felt a familiar mechanical prompt sound in his mind.
Ding!
The system detects that the host is in a special scene.
Do you want to sign in? Xiaoyi's heart moved and he said sign in secretly. Ding! Sign in successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, proficiency in 10 languages with level 10 love words. A warm current instantly surged into Xiaoyi's mind, and countless unfamiliar intonations and grammatical rules came like a tide and were quickly absorbed by him. He was surprised to find that he had instantly mastered 10 languages, including French, and was able to use them fluently. What surprised him even more was that he also mastered the skill of level 10 of sweet talk, which was truly a pleasant surprise. At this time, the French chef was still introducing the essence of the dishes in fluent French, and every word was accompanied by an inexplicable sense of pride, as if he was showing off his skills. His burning gaze was always fixed on Su Wanqing, and there was undisguised admiration in his eyes.
This foie gras is sourced from a small town in southern France.
The climate there is humid, and the growth environment for geese is excellent.
The meat is delicate and melts in your mouth. The French chef was immersed in his own explanation and completely ignored Xiaoyi's existence. The corners of Xiaoyi's mouth rose slightly. He could clearly understand every word that Chef Fa said, and could even feel the narcissism and contempt in his tone. He sneered in his heart and thought, that's it?
Su Wanqing elegantly rolled up a small piece of pasta with a fork and slowly put it into her mouth. She didn't say anything, but just looked at Xiaoyi quietly, as if waiting for his reaction. Her eyes were calm and deep like a quiet lake, making them hard to fathom. When Xiaoyi looked at Su Wanqing, a subtle emotion suddenly surged in his heart. He put down his fork, looked directly at the French chef, and said in fluent French, "Chef, your skills are indeed good, but the combination of ingredients seems not perfect enough, lacking a bit of soul."
The smile on Chef Fa's face froze instantly.
He was stunned for a moment before he realized that Xiaoyi could actually understand what he said and refute him in such fluent French. The confidence in his eyes was instantly replaced by shock, and was replaced by a hint of doubt and unwillingness.
"Sir, who are you?" Chef Fa asked hesitantly, with a hint of uncertainty in his tone.
Xiaoyi smiled slightly, his tone calm and confident. "I am just an ordinary eater, a person who likes to pursue perfect taste." Su Wanqing looked at Xiaoyi, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing an imperceptible smile. She put down her knife and fork, gently wiped the corners of her mouth with her napkin, and then signaled to the waiter not far away.
"The main course is ready." Su Wanqing's voice was calm and cold, breaking the subtle atmosphere in the restaurant.
The waiter responded quickly and turned to walk towards the kitchen, leaving Chef Fa standing there in a daze.
Xiaoyi looked at Su Wanqing quietly, waiting for what would happen next, but he felt a little excited in his heart.
It seems that the story between them has just begun.
Chapter 28, Restaurant Troubles, Sweet Talk Intoxicates the Beauty.
In the French restaurant, the crystal chandelier emits a soft light, reflecting the exquisite tableware and tempting food on the dining table. The arrival of Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing undoubtedly added a touch of brightness to this peaceful atmosphere. Each carefully prepared dish is presented on the table like a piece of art. The air is filled with rich aroma, making people's appetites wet. The waiter Lin was shuttling between the tables, his busy figure looking a little tired. He carefully changed the guests' plates and filled their drinks, always with a professional smile on his face. However, his gaze would drift towards Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing from time to time. Not far away, a young couple who looked like a couple were talking in low voices. The girl was wearing heavy makeup and designer clothes, while the boy was dressed in a suit and had a sparkling watch on his wrist. While they were eating the food on their plates, they glanced at Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing out of the corner of their eyes.
TSK, why are you pretending? It's just a meal, but you make it seem like you're in a movie.
The girl curled her lips, with a hint of disdain in her tone.
That's right. That man doesn't look that good. He must be some nouveau riche.
He doesn't even look at his own character. He dares to bring such a beautiful woman to a place like this.
The boy echoed.
Their conversation was quiet, but it was particularly clear in the quiet restaurant. Su Wanqing frowned slightly, put down the knife and fork in her hand, and glanced at the couple with a cold look.
You two, do you have any questions?
Su Wanqing's voice was not loud, but it carried a hint of unquestionable majesty. The girl was startled by Su Wanqing's eyes. She opened her mouth and wanted to refute, but was speechless for a moment.
No. No problem. The boy said awkwardly.
Since there is no problem, please enjoy your meal quietly.
Don't disturb other guests.
Su Wanqing said lightly, with a hint of warning in her tone. The girl was furious when she heard this. She stood up suddenly, pointed at Su Wanqing's nose and cursed, "Who do you think you are?
How dare you talk to me like that? Do you know who I am?
The boy quickly grabbed the girl and whispered, Okay, stop talking and let's go."
Leave? Why should you leave? I haven't scolded you enough.
The girl shook off the boy's hand and continued to yell at Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing sneered, picked up the napkin, gently wiped the corners of her mouth, and then said lightly, "Since you want people to know who you are so much, I don't mind letting everyone know you."
The girl's face turned pale instantly.
She realized that her behavior just now was a bit extreme, but the words had been spoken and it was too late to take them back. Looking at this scene, Xiaoyi's thoughts seemed to go back to the past. He remembered that his ex-girlfriend and her family who abandoned him because of the bride price issue were also like this.
An inexplicable emotion surged in his heart and he clenched his fists.
Su Wanqing noticed Xiaoyi's emotional fluctuations. She turned her head, looked at Xiaoyi with soft eyes, and gently held his hand. The warmth from her palm calmed Xiaoyi's heart instantly. When the girl saw the boy pulling her away, she was dragged out of the restaurant crying.
You really are. Waiter Lin looked at Xiaoyi, hesitant to speak. Me what? Xiaoyi looked at Waiter Lin with a smile. You are really amazing.
Lin, the waiter, finally found the right words.
That's not that great, they're just some clowns. Xiaoyi said lightly.
He picked up the napkin on the table and wiped the corners of his mouth elegantly. Waiter Lin looked at Xiaoyi, and a cunning look suddenly flashed in his eyes. He cleared his throat and said in Mandarin with a heavy accent, "Sir, your wife is very beautiful, but I don't think you are worthy of her." After hearing this, Xiaoyi raised his lips slightly. He put down his napkin and responded in fluent Mandarin, "I'm sorry, my friend and my wife, she loves me, and that's the most important thing." Waiter Lin was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Xiaoyi to speak Mandarin so fluently. He was about to speak again, but saw Xiaoyi's.
In fact, in addition to Mandarin, I can speak some other languages.
Xiaoyi said with a smile, and then he said in fluent Mandarin, "My love, you are the light of my life." Then, he said in Mandarin, "I love you, you are everything to me." Finally, he said in magnetic Chinese, "Xingqing, you are my whole world." Su Wanqing's cheeks instantly turned red as she listened to Xiaoyi's touching words of love. She lowered her head, not daring to look directly into Xiaoyi's burning gaze, but her heart was beating like a deer. Waiter Lin was completely stunned. His eyes were wide open, his mouth was wide open, and he was completely speechless. "Waiter, please open a bottle of red wine for me," Xiaoyi said to Waiter Lin with a smile, looking at Su Wanqing with gentle eyes.
Waiter Lin finally came to his senses, responded quickly, and then hurriedly ran to get the wine. Soon, a bottle of mellow red wine was brought up, shining like a ruby in the crystal glass. Xiaoyi picked up the bottle and poured wine for Su Wanqing himself. The mellow aroma of red wine permeates the air, making people feel slightly intoxicated. Su Wanqing took a sip, the wine slid down her throat, and a warm feeling surged into her heart. Maybe it was the effect of the alcohol or the power of the sweet words, but her cheeks became more rosy and her eyes started to blur. She put down her wineglass, leaned lightly on Xiaoyi's shoulder, and murmured some inaudible words. Xiaoyi looked at the beautiful Su Wanqing in his arms, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He gently stroked her hair. Waiter Lin watched this scene, and the envy in his heart was like a torrent of river water. He sneaked close to Xiaoyi and said in a low voice, "Sir, you are really amazing. How did you make such a beautiful woman love you so much? Can you teach me?" Xiaoyi smiled. He helped the already drunk Su Wanqing up, slowly stood up, and said, "Let's talk about it when we have a chance. I have to send her home first." He supported Su Wanqing and walked slowly towards the restaurant door. Waiter Lin was stunned for a moment, then quickly chased after him and said anxiously, "Sir, wait a minute, I haven't added your WeChat yet." Su Wanqing looked at the waiter who caught up with her with drunken eyes and muttered, He is mine, don't let you. She spoke vaguely and stretched out her hand to stop the waiter, but was held firmly by Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi looked at the drunk Su Wanqing. Chapter 29, I woke up in the morning and saw a beautiful woman. The early morning sunlight shines through the gaps in the curtains and sprinkles into the room. Xiaoyi slowly opened his eyes from his sleep, and a faint fragrance lingered around his nose. He turned his head subconsciously, but suddenly froze. Su Wanqing was sitting on the edge of the bed, supporting her chin with one hand, her beautiful eyes staring at him without blinking. The early morning sunlight cast a soft halo on her delicate profile, highlighting the three-dimensionality and perfection of her facial features, like a carefully crafted work of art. She was wearing a silk nightgown with the neckline slightly open, revealing her snow-white skin and exuding a faint alluring scent. Xiaoyi's brain suddenly froze, and he shuddered, losing all sleepiness. In panic, he grabbed the sheet next to him and wrapped it tightly around himself, leaving only his head exposed. His cheeks flushed instantly, and his heart seemed to be beating wildly like countless deer. How come you are in my bed?" Xiaoyi's voice was trembling a little, with a hint of panic. Su Wanqing looked at him like a frightened little rabbit, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She looked calm and said lazily, "Why can't I be here?" Her voice was still cold, but with a barely perceptible hint of teasing. Xiaoyi was speechless and at a loss for words for a moment after being asked back by her. He stammered, Shouldn't you go to work at the company?" Su Wanqing chuckled and asked, "Why do I have to go to work in the company? I gave myself a day off." She spoke casually, as if it was just a trivial matter. "Holiday?" Xiaoyi was a little surprised. He really couldn't imagine that this workaholic president would actually give himself a holiday. Su Wanqing did not answer, but just gently crossed her legs, with an elegant and noble posture. Her eyes passed through the bedsheets and fell on Xiaoyi, as if she could see through his soul. Xiaoyi felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by her, so he turned his back to avoid her scrutinizing gaze. He heard Su Wanqing chuckle, and then the sound of her standing up. "Get up, I'll take you out for a walk today." Su Wanqing walked to the bed with light steps. Suddenly, she raised her hand and gently patted Xiaoyi on the butt. The crisp sound was particularly clear in the silent room. Xiaoyi's body stiffened instantly. He felt an electric current rushing from his coccyx straight to his brain, and he was completely stunned. "What are you still standing there for? Get up quickly and go shopping with me." Su Wanqing's voice contained an unquestionable command, but at the same time, it also contained a barely perceptible hint of coquettishness. After saying that, she turned around and walked out of the bedroom without looking back, leaving Xiaoyi alone lying on the bed. He felt his cheeks burning and his heart beating like a drum. He simply couldn't believe that the cold and noble president just now actually slapped his butt. This is simply incredible. He felt at a loss, yet inexplicably excited. However, he soon realized that he was still wrapped in the quilt, and it would be embarrassing if she came back and saw him like this. He hurriedly threw back the quilt and put on his clothes hastily, moving as quickly as if he was avoiding some monster. After quickly getting dressed, he rushed out of the bedroom. When Xiaoyi arrived at the restaurant, an enticing aroma hit his nose. On the dining table, there was an exquisite breakfast, including golden fried eggs, steaming milk, and a few slices of crispy toasted bread.
These are completely different from the casual breakfast Lin had before, and just looking at them makes people's appetite increase. Xiaoyi picked up a piece of bread and looked at it carefully, as if trying to find something different. He was a little confused.
Was this really done by Su Wanqing? Isn't she supposed to do nothing?
At this moment, a cold voice came from behind. Why, are you dissatisfied with my craftsmanship? Xiaoyi was startled and quickly put down the bread in his hand. He turned around and saw Su Wanqing leaning against the kitchen doorframe with her arms folded across her chest. Her beautiful eyes were staring at him with a hint of displeasure. He was about to explain, but he saw Su Wanqing's mouth corners slightly raised, as if she was going to hit him. Seeing this, Xiaoyi quickly raised his hands in surrender, and said with a smile, No, it's perfect. I was just wondering if there are any special ingredients added to this breakfast, such as a secret love sauce. He deliberately sniffed the air exaggeratedly, as if looking for some mysterious ingredient. Su Wanqing's face darkened, then she couldn't help laughing, and the smile on her lips became more obvious. She stretched out her hand as if to hit Xiaoyi, but deliberately slowed down her movements, as if she was enjoying the teasing of the moment.
If you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not, I will make you eat instant noodles for a month?
There was a hint of intimidation in her words, but her eyes were curved into crescents. Xiaoyi quickly begged for mercy, clasped his hands together, and said innocently, Wife Wanqing, please forgive me, I will never dare to do it again. He deliberately pretended to be pitiful, which made Su Wanqing finally couldn't help laughing out loud.
Okay, stop pretending.
Su Wanqing put away her hands, turned slightly sideways, and said with a little more tenderness, You asked why I wanted to go shopping just now.
Aren't you looking forward to this day?
Xiaoyi was stunned for a moment, then his heart warmed. He finally understood that all the arrangements made by Su Wanqing today were for him.
He felt a warm feeling in his heart, but on the surface he pretended to be surprised. Shopping?
I'm a delivery man, running around outside all day, I'm a frequent visitor on the street. Su Wanqing chuckled and walked towards him, with a hint of teasing in her eyes. You, the delivery man, have to listen to me today.
I want to transform you and make you worthy of me.
Xiaoyi's heartbeat quickened, but he pretended to be scared.
Transformation? I don't want to become something different from myself, Wanqing. You're not really going to change me into something weird, are you?
Su Wanqing squinted at him, a slight smile on her lips. Don't worry, I won't let you become weird. However, your current appearance does need to be improved.
Xiaoyi pretended to be sad and covered his face exaggeratedly. Will I be transformed into someone else?
Su Wanqing patted his shoulder lightly, with a firm look in her eyes. Don't worry, as long as you follow me, I will make you look brand new. As your nominal wife, I will naturally make my husband look even better. Xiaoyi's heart moved, and he felt an unprecedented warmth and happiness. He nodded and looked at Su Wanqing firmly. Then I have no choice but to listen to you.
However, I don't want to fail in this transformation, otherwise it will be embarrassing.
Su Wanqing smiled slightly, with a determined light in her eyes. No, you will definitely get better. The two smiled at each other, and Su Wanqing said softly, Let's go, let's start today's transformation journey. She turned and walked towards the door, leaving Xiaoyi standing there alone, his heart full of anticipation and excitement. Su Wanqing's words were like a thunder, exploding in Xiaoyi's ears.
He stood there in a daze, his mind going blank.
He didn't expect that Su Wanqing would be so direct in saying that she wanted to change her appearance, and even used the words worthy of me.
What? Did I say something wrong?
Su Wanqing looked at Xiaoyi's stunned expression, a teasing smile slightly raised at the corner of her mouth, a cunning light flashing in her beautiful eyes. Are you satisfied with your current image? Xiaoyi suddenly came back to his senses and quickly waved his hands to deny. No, that's not what I meant. He scratched his head awkwardly. I mean, you just said that
I'm not worthy of you?
Su Wanqing chuckled and walked closer to Xiaoyi. The faint fragrance from her body once again flowed into Xiaoyi's nose, making his heart beat faster. She stretched out her slender fingers, gently lifted Xiaoyi's chin, and looked at his face carefully. It's not that I'm totally unworthy. Your face can barely be considered a little handsome. Xiaoyi's heart seemed to skip a beat. He had never been scrutinized so closely before. There was a hint of coolness on Su Wanqing's fingertips, but it made him feel hot all over. It's just that, Su Wanqing's tone changed, with a hint of disgust. You dress too sloppily.
It's a waste of nature's gifts, and it ruins your pretty face.
Xiaoyi curled his lips in dissatisfaction. I call this comfortable style, free and easy, how great.
Su Wanqing raised her eyebrows, with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Comfortable style? I think you are unkempt. Besides, do you think your figure is enough for you to do whatever you want? Xiaoyi was choked by her words and was speechless. He retorted angrily, "How do you know my figure? Have you peeked?" Su Wanqing chuckled, her beautiful eyes full of teasing. "Why, are you shy? I'm your wife, look at your figure, do I need your consent?" There was a hint of teasing in her words, which made Xiaoyi's cheeks turn red instantly. He stammered, Who is your wife? We are just in name." Su Wanqing ignored his explanation, just chuckled, turned and walked towards the door. "Okay, stop talking nonsense. Let me transform you today and let you know what real fashion is." She paused, looked back at Xiaoyi, and raised a meaningful smile at the corner of her mouth. "Let's go, my husband, let's start today's transformation journey." After she finished speaking, she walked out of the restaurant without looking back, leaving Xiaoyi standing there in a daze, feeling mixed emotions. He looked at Su Wanqing's departing back, and a complex emotion surged in his heart, including helplessness and a hint of expectation. He took a deep breath and quickly followed. "Today, I will let you know what a real surprise is." Su Wanqing's voice sounded at the door, with a hint of mystery and her tone full of unquestionable confidence. Su Wanqing grabbed Xiaoyi's wrist and dragged him out of the house without any explanation. A fragrant breeze blew by, and before Xiaoyi could react, a cool-looking car key had fallen into his hand. "Bugatti, you will be the driver today." Su Wanqing's tone was relaxed, but with a hint of unquestionable command. Xiaoyi looked at the key in his hand, his eyes widened and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Bugatti! This is the supercar he has always dreamed of. He was so excited that he could hardly speak. He pressed the unlock button with trembling hands. A pleasant engine roar sounded, and a streamlined black Bugatti Veyron woke up like a dormant beast. "What are you standing there for? Get in the car." Su Wanqing's voice brought him back to reality from his shock. Xiaoyi took a deep breath, calmed his excitement, and carefully sat in the driver's seat. The leather seats are soft and comfortable to the touch, and the steering wheel is just the right grip. He started the engine, stepped on the accelerator, and the Bugatti rushed out like an arrow. Along the way, the roar of the engine was like a majestic symphony, stimulating Xiaoyi's adrenaline. He felt as if he was on a racing track, enjoying the collision of speed and passion. After arriving at the underground parking lot of the shopping mall, Xiaoyi was itching to try his hand at driving. With a beautiful drift, he parked the Bugatti steadily in the parking space. The other people in the parking lot originally looked at the luxury car with disdain, thinking that Xiaoyi was just a designated driver. Some people even started talking and guessing which wealthy person the owner of the car was. However, when they saw Su Wanqing gracefully walk down from the passenger seat and affectionately hold Xiaoyi's arm, everyone's expressions froze instantly. Shock, envy, jealousy, all kinds of complex emotions intertwined in their eyes, like a wonderful ukiyo-e. Xiaoyi felt the gazes from all around him, and a sense of pride arose in his heart. He straightened his back, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and strode into the mall with Su Wanqing under the complicated gazes of the crowd. The two went straight to the Armani menswear area. The bright lights illuminate the dazzling array of high-end clothing, making it even more luxurious. Su Wanqing's eyes swept across the men's clothing of novel styles, and finally stopped on a dark gray suit. "Try this one." Her tone was calm, but with unquestionable affirmation. Xiaoyi looked at the suit and felt a little resistant. He was usually used to wearing casual clothes, so he always felt a little restrained in this formal suit. However, looking at Su Wanqing's determined eyes, he nodded obediently and walked towards the fitting room. "Don't worry, I won't let you down." Su Wanqing's voice sounded behind him, with a hint of a mysterious smile. Chapter 30, Luxury Store in Trouble. Xiaoyi walked into the fitting room with the suit, glanced at the price on the tag, and took a breath. 88,000. That's enough for me to make delivery jobs for half a year. He muttered, feeling the weight of the suit increase several times in an instant, making it hard for him to breathe. The small space of the fitting room made him even more depressed. A hint of luxurious perfume entered his nostrils, but he smelled the pressure of money. He hung the suit back, quietly opened the door of the fitting room and stuck his head out. "Wanqing, I think this suit is a bit too formal. How about we go look at another store?" Xiaoyi suggested cautiously, his eyes unconsciously drifting to Balino on the other side of the mall, where the price of a t-shirt was less than a fraction of the price of this suit. Su Wanqing was looking down at the latest news on her phone. When she heard this, she raised her head and followed Xiaoyi's gaze, her eyebrows slightly frowned. The Balino logo was particularly dazzling under the light, reminding her of some unpleasant past. "What's wrong? Don't you like Armani's style?" Her tone was still gentle, but Xiaoyi felt a hint of subtle pressure. "No, it's just a bit expensive,"
Xiaoyi said hesitantly, avoiding Su Wanqing's gaze and rubbing his hands awkwardly. Miss Wang, who was standing nearby, was already somewhat disdainful of Xiaoyi's dress and appearance. When she heard this, a look of obvious contempt appeared on her face.
"Sir, Armani's suit is..."
Before she could finish, Su Wanqing interrupted her tone carrying a hint of unquestionable majesty.
"Pack up all the clothes in this row and let him try them one by one."
She pointed to the hangers full of various suits. Her tone was calm but revealed her unquestionable courage. Miss Wang at the counter was stunned, then a flattering smile appeared on her face. "Okay, Mr. Su. I'll prepare it right away." She diligently took down a whole hanger of suits and piled them in front of Xiaoyi. The number of them dazzled him. Xiaoyi was even more stunned.
How much would so many suits cost? He felt like he was dreaming. "Why are you still standing there? Go and try it."
Su Wanqing looked at Xiaoyi's dazed expression, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Xiaoyi held the suit that weighed like a small mountain, took a deep breath, and walked into the fitting room again. He felt his heart beating fast, as if something was about to happen.
"Forget it, I might as well make the best of it and give it a try," he said to himself and closed the door of the fitting room. Where's the person?"
Su Wanqing looked around, but there was no sign of Xiaoyi. In the fitting room, Xiaoyi stood there bored, his eyes accidentally falling on an inconspicuous QR code on the wall. The words God-level sign-in system came into view.
Almost subconsciously, he opened his phone and scanned it.
A familiar electronic sound rang out, ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Armani counter, and be rewarded with a top male model body. A warm current instantly surged through his body, and Xiaoyi felt his muscles expanding and his bones reshaping. He subconsciously touched his abdominal muscles, which were well-defined and hard, like pieces of beautifully carved jade. He quickly took off his old t-shirt and put on the suit worth 88,000 yuan. However, the originally loose suit now looks extremely tight, as if it would burst at any time. The buttons couldn't be buttoned, and the cuffs were a little too short, revealing his perfectly shaped arms.
Xiaoyi looked at himself in the mirror.
The man in the mirror had a tall and straight figure, broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and well-proportioned muscles.
He looked like a top male model on the catwalk.
He took a deep breath, opened the door of the fitting room and walked out.
"Su Wan."
Xiaoyi looked around but did not see Su Wanqing. Miss Wang at the counter was originally sorting clothes with her head down. When she heard the noise and looked up, she was stunned. She originally thought that Xiaoyi was just a poor boy dressed in shabby clothes, but she didn't expect that he had been reborn into a walking clothes rack. His perfect inverted triangle figure and sturdy muscle lines exude masculine charm, even more stunning than the male models in magazines. She could even hear her own heartbeat quickening, and her cheeks flushed slightly. "Sir, your figure is really..." Miss Wang at the counter stuttered a little, staring at Xiaoyi as if she wanted to see through him. Xiaoyi felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by her, and subconsciously tugged at the corner of his clothes. Where is my wife?" "Oh, Mr. Su just went out to answer the phone. He said that the bill has been paid and you can try it slowly." Miss Wang at the counter came to her senses and said quickly, but there was still a hint of amazement in her eyes that was hard to conceal.
Xiaoyi smiled helplessly. "This woman is really..."
"Sir, the size of your suit doesn't seem to fit.
Can I change it for you?"
Miss Wang from the counter walked forward attentively, but she couldn't take her eyes off Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi looked down at the tight suit on his body and felt uncomfortable. "Okay." Ms. Wang at the counter pushed a hanger full of new suits and said, "Sir, please take a look at these styles." "No need." Xiaoyi's eyes fell on a simple black t-shirt in the corner. "I'll just try that one."
Chapter 31, Trying on clothes at the counter attracts bees and butterflies.
Xiaoyi's eyes were fixed on the simple black t-shirt in the corner. It was hanging there quietly, as if waiting for a real owner. He pointed to the t-shirt and said, "This one." Ms. Wang at the counter was stunned for a moment, then she smiled professionally. "Okay, sir, please wait a moment." She quickly took off the t-shirt and handed it to Xiaoyi.
Xiaoyi took the t-shirt and put it on in no time.
The ordinary black t-shirt, when worn on him, instantly exudes an indescribable elegance. The fabric softly fits his muscular body, making his perfect inverted triangle figure even sexier. The muscle lines on his chest and arms appear smooth and powerful against the backdrop of the t-shirt. He turned around, feeling the comfort of the t-shirt, and his originally casual attitude turned serious.
"Wow!" An exclamation broke the silence in the store.
A young woman passing by happened to catch a glimpse of Xiaoyi standing in front of the fitting mirror. Her perfect figure, like a sculpture, made her exclaim in admiration instantly. She stopped as if attracted by a magnet, and could no longer take her eyes off Xiaoyi. This exclamation, like a signal, instantly attracted the attention of other women around. They all stopped and looked into the store curiously. When they saw Xiaoyi's figure, they all showed amazed expressions. Then, these women rushed into the store as if they had discovered a treasure.
My god, this figure is too good, right? Yeah, he's even more handsome than a model.
Little brother, do you have a girlfriend? You have such a good figure, you must like sports very much, right? The noisy sound instantly filled the entire counter. These women, like a group of bees seeing nectar, surrounded Xiaoyi, their eyes full of admiration and curiosity. They all chatted with Xiaoyi at the same time, not caring at all whether their behavior was abrupt or not. The Miss Wangs at the counter instantly went into a state of high alert. They reacted quickly, like well-trained soldiers, and consciously formed a human wall to separate the women who tried to approach and prevent Xiaoyi from being harassed.
Ladies, please keep your distance.
Mr. is trying on clothes, please don't disturb him.
If you need anything, you can consult us.
Miss Wang and the others dutifully stood in front of Xiaoyi, blocking those passionate gazes with their professional smiles. Although they were also amazed by Xiaoyi's figure, they knew that it was their duty to protect their customers.
Xiaoyi was a little overwhelmed by this sudden onlooker. He frowned slightly and looked around, trying to find Su Wanqing, but he only saw a group of women with fiery eyes, and the somewhat nervous Miss Wang standing in front of him. At this moment, a slightly sarcastic voice came from outside the crowd, like a sharp arrow, piercing through the noisy voices and shooting straight at Xiaoyi in the center of the crowd. Hey, where did this pretty boy come from? He is surrounded by a group of women and really thinks he is a star?
The voice was sharp and piercing, like a nail, piercing the noisy atmosphere.
Xiaoyi looked in the direction of the voice and saw Su Wanqing leaning against the door of the store with her arms folded across her chest. She looked at him with a half smile and a hint of teasing in her eyes. Her long, shiny black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and her delicate facial features looked even more three-dimensional and charming under the light. She was wearing a light gray windbreaker. The simple style highlighted her noble and cool temperament, forming a sharp contrast with the noisy atmosphere. Why, my handsome Xiao, are you so charming? He can attract a swarm of bees wherever he goes? Su Wanqing raised the corners of her mouth slightly and said in a teasing tone. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, flowing in everyone's ears like a clear spring. When Xiaoyi saw Su Wanqing appear, his originally overwhelmed mood suddenly relaxed. The corners of his mouth curled up into an indulgent smile, and he quickly walked to Su Wanqing, put his arms around her slender waist, and whispered in her ear, "It's because my wife is too beautiful, and I'm afraid that someone will snatch her away, so I want to show my charm." Su Wanqing blushed a little at his sudden intimate behavior, but there was no resistance on her face. Instead, she showed a faint smile. She stretched out her jade hand, gently pinched Xiaoyi's cheek, and said coquettishly, "Slippery tongue." The intimate interaction between the two was like a heavy hammer to the eyes of the women watching, instantly shattering the unrealistic fantasies in their hearts. Feeling bored, they dispersed one after another, leaving only a few Miss Wangs standing aside, still maintaining their professional smiles. Su Wanqing pointed to a dark blue suit not far away and said to Xiaoyi, "Go try that one on. I think it suits you very well." Xiaoyi nodded, walked to the suit and tried it on. The suit has a very straight cut, and when worn by Xiaoyi, it perfectly shows off his broad shoulders and slender figure. His originally tall and straight figure, set off by the suit, looked even more heroic and full of aura. When Miss Wang and the others saw how Xiaoyi looked after putting on a suit, they couldn't help but whisper to each other. "Oh my god, his figure is like a walking clothes rack. Yes, this suit looks like it was tailor-made for him." Just then, a familiar and harsh voice came from the door, "The clothes in this store are nothing special." Xiaoyi looked up suddenly and saw Chen Yajiao walking in arrogantly with a man wearing a famous brand. When Chen Yajiao saw Xiaoyi, her face, which originally had a hint of arrogance, instantly became stiff. Xiaoyi also saw Chen Yajiao, and his mood, which had originally been relieved by Su Wanqing, was instantly replaced by anger. The man next to Chen Yajiao also noticed Chen Yajiao's abnormality. He looked at Chen Yajiao in confusion, then looked at Xiaoyi, and asked, "Yajiao, do you know him?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yajiao forced a stiff smile on her face and said stiffly, "I don't know him." As soon as Chen Yajiao finished speaking, Xiaoyi sneered, and his disdain was obvious. He narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of sarcasm in his deep gaze, as if he was looking at a clown. "Chen Yajiao, you are so forgetful. Who was it that cried and begged me to come back a few days ago? It's only been a few days, and you've turned your back on me?" Su Wanqing also came over. She gently took Xiao Yi's arm in an intimate posture. There was a hint of coldness in her eyes as she looked at Chen Yajia with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Miss, do you have a bad memory? Do you need me to help you recall? Who was crying in front of my husband a few days ago?
Su Wanqing's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone, and there was an unquestionable majesty in her tone. Wang Qinghua was originally just looking at Xiao Yi curiously, but when Su Wanqing appeared, his attention was instantly attracted to her.
He had never seen a woman with such outstanding temperament.
Her noble and cold temperament, like a queen, made him hold his breath involuntarily.
He looked at Su Wanqing in amazement. Hello, young lady. I'm Wang Qinghua.
Wang Qinghua straightened his clothes, walked up to Su Wanqing with a confident step, extended his hand, and smiled like a gentleman. Nice to meet you. Su Wanqing glanced at him coldly, without extending her hand, and said in a cold tone, I am Xiao Yi's wife, Su Wanqing.
Her voice was like ice, instantly extinguishing Wang Qinghua's enthusiasm.
The smile on Wang Qinghua's face froze for a moment, but soon returned to normal. So you are Mr. Zhao's wife, nice to meet you. He turned his gaze to Xiao Yi with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Mr. Xiao, I didn't expect you to be married.
Xiao Yi sneered, with a hint of provocation in his tone. Why? You seem disappointed?
Wang Qinghua chuckled and did not answer Xiao Yi's question. Instead, he turned to Chen Yajia and said, Yajia, let's go. Chen Yajia looked at Xiao Yi and Su Wanqing somewhat unwillingly, and finally left with Wang Qinghua. Wang Qinghua took 2 steps and then stopped, turned to Su Wanqing and said, Ms. Su, I was just being polite and had no ill intentions.
His tone seemed sincere, trying to resolve the embarrassment.
Su Wanqing glanced at Wang Qinghua coldly, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and said in a provocative tone, Since you have no ill intentions, then miss, do you have any objections? She deliberately turned her gaze to Chen Yajiao, with a hint of teasing in her tone, as if waiting for Chen Yajiao's reaction. Chen Yajiao's gaze was still on Xiao Yi, motionless, as if she was thinking about something. Her expression was complicated, as if she was weighing something, but in the end she just shook her head slightly without saying a word. Seeing this, Wang Qinghua revealed a meaningful smile. He put his arm around Chen Yajiao's shoulders and said in a generous manner, Yajia, you are such a generous woman. It's a great fate that I met you two today. Why don't we find a place to have a good chat and enjoy this wonderful time? His words were full of hints, and his eyes kept wandering between Su Wanqing and Chen Yajia.
He was obviously planning to take advantage of them, with a shameless and greedy look. Su Wanqing frowned slightly when she heard this.
Xiao Yi could no longer hold back and stepped forward to stand in front of Su Wanqing.
He said in a firm tone, Wang Qinghua, your words stop here.
Wang Qinghua's smile froze on his face instantly. He looked at Xiao Yi unwillingly, still holding Chen Yajiao's hand, and sneered, Mr. Xiao, you seem to be a little narrow-minded. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled Chen Yajiao and prepared to leave.
Xiao Yi's eyes suddenly became sharp.
He stared at Wang Qinghua closely, and his tone was firm and unquestionable. Wang Qinghua, you'd better not leave. Chapter 32, Disputes arise and it is hard to settle. Wang Qinghua's smile froze on his face instantly. He looked at Xiao Yi unwillingly, still holding Chen Yajiao's hand, and sneered, Mr. Xiao, you seem to be a little narrow-minded. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled Chen Yajiao and prepared to leave.
Xiao Yi's eyes suddenly became sharp.
He stared at Wang Qinghua closely, and his tone was firm and unquestionable. Wang Qinghua, you'd better not leave. The air around them seemed to freeze at this moment, and everyone could feel the strong sense of oppression emanating from Xiao Yi. Although Wang Qinghua thought highly of himself, he couldn't help feeling guilty when facing Xiao Yi's gaze.
He let go of Chen Yajiao's hand and said calmly, Mr. Xiao, what do you mean? Do you want to fight?
Xiao Yi smiled coldly, walked towards the fitting room unhurriedly, his tone full of unquestionable firmness. Let's go to the fitting room and solve it privately.
Wang Qinghua the K, laws?
In the original text may be a spelling error and cannot be accurately translated, so the original text is retained here. Was stunned for a moment. He obviously did not expect Xiao Yi to be so bold. He thought he had a certain status in society, and with Chen Yajiao by his side, he felt he had all the advantages.
However, Xiao Yi's attitude made him feel a little uneasy.
But he still refused to give in, with a scornful smile on his lips, and said slowly, Mr. Xiao, are you provoking me?
Do you think you deserve it?
Xiao Yi ignored his verbal provocation and continued firmly, Wang Qinghua, if you are a man, come with me.
Wang Qinghua's expression became uncertain.
He glanced at Chen Yajiao beside him, as if he was weighing something.
In the end, he decided not to give Xiao Yi this opportunity, and sneered, Mr. Xiao, are you challenging me? I don't want to waste my time with a delivery man. Xiaoyi frowned slightly. Wang Qinghua laughed out loud, as if he had heard something funny. No mercy? Are you kidding? You're just a delivery boy, how dare you lay hands on me? Xiaoyi's eyes became colder and colder. He quickly moved behind Wang Qinghua, grabbed Wang Qinghua's wrist with one hand, and twisted his little finger with the other hand. The sudden pain made Wang Qinghua scream out loud, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Xiaoyi, are you crazy? Wang Qinghua shouted in horror and anger, but Xiaoyi's eyes remained firm. Wang Qinghua, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation, otherwise don't blame me for using legal means to resolve it. Xiaoyi said coldly, his tone full of threats. Wang Qinghua's face turned ashen, and he almost knelt down in pain, but he still tried to keep up his dignity, muttering, Xiaoyi, you are seeking personal revenge, I will make you. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly lost his balance and bent over in pain. Su Wanqing stood aside, watching this scene coldly. Xiaoyi stared at Wang Qinghua closely, with an unquestionable firmness in his tone. Wang Qinghua, you'd better remember what I said today, otherwise you will bear the consequences yourself. Wang Qinghua's expression became even uglier. He glared at Xiaoyi fiercely but did not dare to say anything. Xiaoyi's threat obviously worked. Wang Qinghua endured the pain and slowly stood up. At this moment, Chen Yajia suddenly spoke, with a hint of uneasiness in her voice. Wang Qinghua, are you okay? Wang Qinghua's gaze moved back and forth between Chen Yajia and Xiaoyi, and finally fell on Chen Yajia. His expression became complicated, and the anger in his eyes seemed to be looking for a new target to vent on. Xiaoyi curled up the corner of his mouth into a sneer and increased the strength of his hands. Wang Qinghua's face was distorted with pain, and he whimpered indistinctly like a duck with its throat strangled. There was cold sweat on his forehead and beads of sweat the size of beans were sliding down his cheeks. It was obvious that he had reached the limit of his endurance. Xiaoyi's eyes were as sharp as ice. He stared at Wang Qinghua and said word by word, Wang Qinghua, you keep saying that I am not qualified. Now, am I qualified to make you pay for your words and deeds? Wang Qinghua was in so much pain that he couldn't speak, and his body was bent like a cooked shrimp. He wanted to break free, but Xiaoyi's hand was like an iron clamp, firmly controlling him. He could only force out a few words from his throat. Xiao-yi, you. Chen Yajiao stood aside, watching Wang Qinghua's painful appearance, feeling mixed emotions. On the one hand, she was surprised at Xiaoyi's strength, but on the other hand, she felt a little uneasy about Wang Qinghua's experience. She originally thought that Wang Qinghua could bring her a better life, but now it seems that it was just wishful thinking. At this moment, she was disappointed with Wang Qinghua's incompetence and afraid of Xiaoyi's indifference. Seeing that Wang Qinghua was still stubborn, Xiaoyi exerted force on his hands again, and Wang Qinghua let out a scream. Finally, Wang Qinghua's pride was shattered. He gasped, his eyes full of fear, and said intermittently, I apologize. I was wrong, I shouldn't have said that. Xiaoyi then let go of his hand, and Wang Qinghua instantly collapsed to the ground, covering his almost broken fingers, his face pale and gasping for breath. He struggled to stand up, his eyes avoiding, not daring to look directly at Xiaoyi. He straightened his clothes, with traces of pain still remaining on his face. With a somewhat unwilling tone, he said to Su Wanqing, who was standing beside him, Boss Su, I'm sorry, I was rude just now, please forgive me. Su Wanqing gave him a cold look. Seeing this, Xiaoyi sneered at Wang Qinghua on the ground and followed him. Chen Yajiao stood there, watching Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing leaving, her heart filled with loss. She had originally hoped that Xiaoyi would say a few words for her because she was once his girlfriend, but Xiaoyi didn't even look at her. Wang Qinghua saw Chen Yajiao standing there in a daze and immediately became furious. He directed all his anger at Chen Yajiao, pushed her away, and roared, You jinx, it's all your fault. You made me lose face. Chen Yajiao was caught off guard and was pushed to the ground by Wang Qinghua, hitting her knee heavily. She was in so much pain that tears welled up in her eyes and she cried in grievance. Finally, she covered her face and ran out of the store. Xiaoyi walked to the door and looked back. Wang Qinghua was yelling at Chen Yajiao's back, but Su Wanqing didn't seem to care and got into the car directly. Xiaoyi retracted his gaze, opened the car door and got in. When he closed the door, he only heard Su Wanqing say, You seem to care about her? When Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing walked out of the store, they heard whispers behind them. Several salesgirls were pointing and talking at their backs, their tone filled with gossipy excitement. Hey, did you see that? The delivery man just now actually dared to attack young Master Wang. A girl in a pink uniform whispered, her eyes flashing with excitement. That's right. I've never seen anything like this before. But who is that woman next to him? She looks so elegant. Another girl echoed. I heard that she's his wife. TSK, a delivery man is so lucky to have such a beautiful wife. Although their voices were small, they were clearly heard by Xiaoyi. He frowned slightly, ignored it, and walked straight to the Bugatti parked on the side of the road. Su Wanqing still sat in the passenger seat, with no expression on her face, as if she was indifferent to everything around her. The ladies at the sales counter were even more surprised when they saw this scene. They were all speculating about the relationship between Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing. Xiaoyi started the car and drove away from the mall smoothly. Inside the car, the atmosphere was somewhat solemn. You seem to care about her a lot? Su Wanqing suddenly spoke with a hint of inquiry in her tone. Xiaoyi was startled and almost stepped on the wrong accelerator. He turned to look at Su Wanqing. What are you talking about? Chen Yajiao. Su Wanqing said calmly, looking straight ahead, you hit Wang Qinghua because he scolded her. Is it because you still like her? Xiaoyi's heart sank suddenly, and an indescribable emotion surged in his heart. He took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. I just can't stand his arrogant attitude. It has nothing to do with her. Su Wanqing didn't say anything, but just glanced at him lightly. Xiaoyi's hands holding the steering wheel tightened involuntarily. He could feel Su Wanqing's gaze piercing his body like needles, making him feel inexplicably irritated. He parked the car on the side of the road, turned to look at Su Wanqing, and said with a hint of helplessness, What do you want to say? Su Wanqing did not answer, but reached out to unbuckle her seatbelt and pretended to get out of the car. Since you still have feelings for her, why do you want to marry me? Xiaoyi grabbed her wrist, with a hint of anxiety in his tone, you. Chapter 33, the man who wanted to kiss the beauty was disturbed, and he met his old enemy when he went to help his friend. Xiaoyi's palms were covered with thin calluses, and he gently stroked Su Wanqing's cheek. The smooth and delicate touch made his heart flutter. He forced himself to look directly into Su Wanqing's clear eyes, word by word, as if he wanted to carve the words in his heart into the depths of her soul. In my dictionary, Xiaoyi, there is no such word as regret. You, Su Wanqing, since you have become my wife, Xiaoyi, don't even think about escaping in this life. As soon as the words came out, Xiaoyi's face turned hot. Why does this line sound so much like those melodramatic scenes of overbearing CEOs? He obviously wanted to explain, wanted to tell Su Wanqing that he no longer had any feelings for Chen Yajiao, but when the words came to his lips, they changed their meaning. I felt crazy inside, this damn desire to win. Su Wanqing was confused by Xiaoyi's sudden boss declaration, and her cheeks instantly turned red, like a ripe apple, tempting to pick. Her cold eyes were now covered with a layer of mist, making them look particularly charming. She opened her mouth slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but she hesitated. Xiaoyi looked at the beautiful face in front of him, and his Adam's apple rolled involuntarily. He leaned down slowly, and their breathing gradually intertwined. The air seemed to freeze, and an ambiguous atmosphere filled the small compartment. Just as his lips were about to touch Su Wanqing's soft lips, a sudden knocking sound broke the heart-pounding atmosphere. Boom, boom, boom. The sudden knock on the car window was like a thunderclap, exploding between the two of them. Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing jumped back as if they had been electrocuted, and an awkward atmosphere instantly filled the car. The person knocking on the window was Uncle Zhao, the security guard in the parking lot. He stared at the two people in the car with suspicion, and there was a gleam of inquiry in his cloudy eyes. Young man, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Uncle Zhao knocked on the car window with a hint of vigilance in his tone. Xiaoyi quickly rolled down the window and forced an awkward smile on his face. Uncle Zhao, we are chatting. Uncle Zhao narrowed his eyes and looked Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing up and down, his eyes full of suspicion. Chatting? So engaged in the chat? The girl's face is so red, you kid are not bullying her, right? The atmosphere in the car suddenly became tense. Xiaoyi felt a chill on his back. This old Zhao's eyes were too sharp. He quickly explained, Uncle Zhao, you misunderstood, we are husband and wife. Su Wanqing also blushed and added, we are a legal couple. Uncle Zhao was stunned for a moment, then smiled awkwardly, oh, so you are a couple. That's okay. Sorry for disturbing you. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Halfway through the walk, Uncle Zhao turned around and said to Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing, young couple, you are newlyweds, and it's a good thing that you have a good relationship, but you also have to be careful about the impact. This is a public place. Before Mr. Zhao could finish, Su Wanqing glared at Xiaoyi in shame and anger, then gently hit his shoulder, it's all your fault.
Xiaoyi cleared his throat awkwardly, looking at Su Wanqing's shy appearance. His heart felt as sweet as if he had eaten honey. He was about to start the car and head to the apartment when his cell phone suddenly rang.
Xiaoyi, save me.
Hou Yu's hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. The ringing of the phone was like a thorn, piercing the ambiguous atmosphere that Xiaoyi had worked so hard to create. He picked up the phone and saw the words Hou Yu jumping on the screen. Before he could answer the call, Hou Yu's hoarse cry for help came from the other end of the line, like a trapped beast forced into a desperate situation.
Xiaoyi, save me. Come quickly.
Xiaoyi was already unhappy because his good thing was interrupted, and now he was even more annoyed when he heard Hou Yu's screams.
He frowned and said impatiently, "What's the matter? You feel uncomfortable if you don't cause trouble for a day, right? This time it's really life-threatening. I'm in the night bar, come and save me."
Hou Yu's voice was obviously crying, with noisy music and shouting behind him. Seeing Xiaoyi's unhappy face, Su Wanqing knew that he might not want to go, so she gently persuaded him, "Maybe Hou Yu is really in trouble, let's go and take a look." Hearing Su Wanqing's voice, Hou Yu seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, and his tone instantly became excited. "Sister-in-law.
Sister-in-law. You are here too.
That's great, you must ask Xiaoyi to save me. I'm really about to be beaten to death." Xiaoyi listened to Hou Yu's exaggerated tone, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he cursed in his heart that this kid was really useless. He sighed helplessly, but in the end he couldn't completely ignore it. Su Wanqing had already spoken, and he couldn't just refuse her. His tone was filled with a hint of complaint. All right, I got it.
Where is it? Tell me more clearly." "Night bar. Night bar. Come quickly," Hou Yu said and hung up the phone.
Xiaoyi shook his head helplessly, turned the car around and drove towards the night bar. Su Wanqing looked at the neon lights flying by outside the window and whispered, "Night bar, this name sounds interesting." After hearing what Su Wanqing said, Xiaoyi curled his lips and complained, "This kid only knows how to cause trouble.
He can't even remember the name of a bar."
Although he complained, he still sped up the car. The car soon arrived at the door of the night bar, and deafening music came through the thick glass door. Xiaoyi parked the car, unbuckled his seatbelt, turned to look at Su Wanqing, and stretched out his hand. Su Wanqing looked at Xiaoyi's hand, smiled slightly, and placed her soft little hand in his palm. The two of them held hands tightly together, as if there was an invisible force flowing between them. When he pushed open the door of the bar, a strong smell of alcohol and perfume hit him in the face, mixed with deafening music, hitting Xiaoyi's eardrums.
The dazzling lights kept flashing on the dance floor, illuminating everyone's face in a bizarre way. Xiaoyi was slightly attracted by the scene before him and almost forgot about Hou Yu. Bang! Xiaoyi looked at the people dancing on the dance floor and suddenly heard a familiar male voice. Amid the deafening music, a swaying figure in the booth area waved desperately at them. "It's Hou Yu." Xiaoyi pulled Su Wanqing through the crowded crowd and came to the booth where Hou Yu was. He thought he would see the mess after a melee, or at least confrontations among groups of 3 or 5, but the scene before him stunned Xiaoyi. Hou Yu was sitting alone in a booth with a bottle of beer in front of him. He looked sneaky, and didn't look like he was about to be beaten to death at all. "What the hell are you doing? Is this what you call life-threatening?" Xiaoyi asked unhappily, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Su Wanqing sat quietly aside, looking at the surrounding environment. Hou Yu approached Xiaoyi mysteriously and asked in a low voice, "Guess who I saw? How can I have time to guess riddles? You'd better tell the truth and stop playing tricks." Xiaoyi frowned impatiently. He hated this kind of mysterious trick the most. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. You're smart. I saw that bitch Zhang Xiaohua." Hou Yu's tone was full of hatred, and he gritted his teeth like an angry beast. "Zhang Xiaohua? Your ex-girlfriend?" Xiaoyi was a little surprised. He remembered that Hou Yu and Zhang Xiaohua had broken up for some time. He didn't expect that this guy was still obsessed with her. "It's all over, why are you still thinking about her? There are many better flowers in the world, why bother to love only one flower?" Hou Yu laughed awkwardly and said self-deprecatingly, "It's easy to say, but I just can't forget her." Xiaoyi sighed helplessly. This kid was really stubborn. He was about to continue persuading her, but Hou Yu suddenly pointed in a direction and said excitedly, "You, look." Hou Yu pointed at a booth not far away, his tone full of resentment and jealousy. "You, look. That bitch. With that kid Wang Xiaoqing." Xiaoyi looked in the direction of Hou Yu's finger, and saw Zhang Xiaohua snuggling next to a well-dressed man in a booth.
The man was none other than Wang Xiaoqing. Zhang Xiaohua peeled a grape with a sweet smile and fed it to Wang Xiaoqing, who ate it with great enjoyment. The two of them were so affectionate with each other, oblivious to the people around them. The surrounding booths were also filled with scantily clad young men and women behaving frivolously, and the air was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere.
See? That bitch. When she was with me, she acted like a pure and innocent girl. Now she's with Wang Xiaoqing.
Hou became more and more excited as he spoke, his tone full of resentment and anger.
Look at the people around them.
They're all rich young masters and young models.
This bitch is with Wang Xiaoqing just for money. Xiaoyi couldn't help but feel a little amused when he saw Hou gritting his teeth. He patted Hou on the shoulder and said jokingly, "Since you are so unwilling, why don't you go and get it back?" "Rob? I would like to. But look at the person in the middle of the booth." Hou's tone suddenly dropped.
Xiaoyi followed Hou's gaze and saw a man sitting in the middle of the booth. He was tall, well-dressed, and exuded a strong aura. The man had his back to them and his face could not be seen clearly, but just his back was enough to make people feel an invisible sense of oppression.
"Who is that person?" Xiaoyi asked curiously.
"Shu." Hou made a gesture to silence Xiaoyi, leaned close to his ear, and said in a low voice, "Longcheng."
Chapter 34. Hou Yuqiu and Xiaoyi want to persuade Su. You know Su Xianming, the #1 family in Longcheng? His son. Su Yuqian.
Hou lowered his voice as if he was afraid of being heard by the other party.
The Su family is omnipotent in Longcheng, and they are involved in both the black and white worlds. How the hell can I snatch it? My life is not even enough for them to play with.
Hou said, and took a big gulp of wine. The spicy liquid slid down his throat, but it couldn't extinguish the anger in his heart. He thought of Zhang Xiaohua snuggling up to Su Yuqian with a sweet smile on her face, and his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife.
"Brother, I know you know Miss Su. Miss Su, can you help me say something? Just say that there is still room for redemption between Xiaohua and me."
Hou's voice was filled with a hint of pleading.
Wang Ziyuan has a good relationship with Su Yuqian. Regarding Xiaohua's matter, Su Yuqian has to speak up. Brother, please help me.
Hou grabbed Xiaoyi's arm tightly, as if he was grabbing the last straw.
Su Yuqian he.
Xiaoyi was about to explain the relationship between the Su family and the Lin group, but was interrupted by Hou. I know the Su family is not easy to mess with, but brother, you are so eloquent and have never lost a debate.
You will definitely be able to convince him.
At this time, Su Wanqing walked over, with a hint of worry between her delicate eyebrows.
Xiaoyi, Su Yuqian is not easy to deal with, you. It's okay, Wanqing, I know what I'm doing.
Xiaoyi gave her a reassuring look and patted Hou's shoulder. Don't worry, brother, I'll try.
He took a deep breath, turned and walked towards Su Yuqian.
The loud music and the noisy voices gradually faded in his ears. He only felt his heartbeat speeding up, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps.
Getting closer. Mr. Su, I want to talk to you alone. A delicate voice suddenly interrupted. Hey, isn't this Hou's roommate?
Chapter 34 Hou Yuqiu and Xiaoyi want to persuade Su.
A delicate voice suddenly interrupted. Hey, isn't this Hou's roommate?
There was a hint of provocation in Zhang Xiaohua's voice, and her eyes were full of disdain, as if she was mocking Xiaoyi's appearance. Xiaoyi turned his head to look at her, only to see that she was wearing a red dress that showed off her curves, looking particularly dazzling. Su Yuqian's gaze also turned to Xiaoyi as she spoke, with a hint of curiosity on his face.
Mr. Su, I'm here to help Hou make peace.
Xiaoyi said calmly, without any begging in his tone. Although his clothes were not luxurious, they were clean and neat, giving him a different temperament.
Oh? It's you.
Su Yuqian came forward and smiled slightly, but with a hint of coldness. Hou, that kid, mentioned you to me.
But I'm not that easy to talk to. I usually don't pay attention to people whose net worth is less than 100 million yuan.
Xiaoyi frowned slightly, but he did not back down. He knew that this mission was not easy, but he couldn't let Hou's hopes down. Mr. Su, if it's just to help a friend, I can. Xiaoyi was about to continue speaking when Su Yuqian interrupted him.
Okay, let's have a competition. Su Yuqian's. The corners of Xiaoyi's mouth rose slightly and he nodded.
Just then, a graceful little model came up and whispered something to Su Yuqian. After Su Yuqian heard this, his eyes became more playful.
Then let Xiaohua have a drink first, how about that?
Su Yuqian turned to Zhang Xiaohua and said with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua's face changed, and she immediately said to Wang Ziyuan coquettishly, Ziyuan, I don't feel well today, I don't want to drink. Wang Ziyuan frowned slightly and was about to speak, but Su Yuqian took the lead and raised his eyebrows at Xiaoyi. What do you think, do you dare to accept the challenge? Xiaoyi ease. The atmosphere on the field suddenly became tense and everyone's eyes were focused on them.
Hey, isn't this Ho Yu's roommate?
Zhang Xiaohua's voice was shrill, like a thorn piercing Xiaoyi's eardrum. Her delicately drawn eyeliner was now openly rolling her eyes, with a hint of sarcasm at the corners of her mouth, as if she was looking at a clown. She pressed close to Su Yuqian, her body wrapped in the red dress like a slippery snake, showing off her new trophy all the time. Su Yuqian looked at Xiaoyi with interest, with a hint of amusement in his eyes, as if he was admiring a prey that was about to be toyed with by him.
Mr. Su, I'm here to help Ho Yu make peace.
Xiaoyi's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. His eyes were as sharp as torches, staring straight at Su Yuqian without a trace of fear, which made Su Yuqian slightly stunned as he had thought he would be humble.
Oh? It's you!
Su Yuqian smiled contemptuously, walked closer, and looked down at Xiaoyi condescendingly, like a proud rooster examining his territory.
Ho Yu mentioned you to me. But I'm not that easy to talk to. I usually ignore people whose net worth is less than 100 million yuan.
His words were like a cold blade, with a strong sense of superiority.
Xiaoyi frowned slightly.
He didn't like the feeling of being measured by money, but for Ho Yu, he had to endure it.
Master Su, if it's just to help a friend, I can. Okay, let's have a competition. Su Yuqian's lips curled up with a playful smile and interrupted Xiaoyi's words, you and I will drink. Whoever can make the other drink until he admits defeat, I will promise to help you. There was a cunning gleam in his eyes, as if he had already won. Xiaoyi sneered in his heart. This was obviously an unfair contest, but for the sake of his brothers, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and fight. No problem.
At this time, a hot little model came over with a twisted waist and whispered something in Su Yuqian's ear. After hearing this, Su Yuqian's smile deepened and his eyes became more playful. Then let Xiaohua have a drink first, how about that? Su Yuqian put his arm around Zhang Xiaohua's waist and pulled her in front of him, with a hint of playfulness in his tone. Zhang Xiaohua's face suddenly froze, and she quickly said to Wang Ziyuan coquettishly, Ziyuan, I don't feel well today and don't want to drink. Her delicate voice sounded a little forced at this moment. Wang Ziyuan he picked up a glass of wine and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. He seemed to be enjoying a farce, and Zhang Xiaohua was just a puppet in his hands. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the wine in Wang Ziyuan's hand, then looked at Su Yuqian's playful eyes, and her face turned pale instantly. She knew in her heart that she had to drink the wine today whether she wanted to or not. She gritted her teeth, made up her mind, took the wineglass, and brought it to her lips with trembling hands.
What do you think? Do you dare to accept the challenge? Su Yuqian's voice rang out again, breaking the brief calm.
His eyes were fixed on Xiaoyi.
Xiaoyi glanced at everyone present.
The noisy music seemed to disappear at this moment, and everything around him became blurry. He clenched his fists tightly. The atmosphere on the field was like a lit powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. Everyone's eyes were focused on them, waiting for the good show that was about to begin. At this moment, Wang Ziyuan showed a meaningful smile, raised his glass, and was the first to speak. Come on, let's drink a glass to our happiness tonight. Chapter 35, Drinking at a Party Shocks Everyone. As soon as Wang Ziyuan finished speaking, the paleness on Zhang Xiaohua's face instantly faded away, replaced by a hint of shyness. She smiled slightly, looked at Wang Ziyuan with a hint of provocation, and said softly, Master Wang, I will drink this wine, but you must not refuse to pay. After that, she deliberately tapped Wang Ziyuan's chest with her finger, causing laughter from those around her. Wang Ziyuan curled up a disdainful sneer at the corner of his mouth, took a glass of overflowing foreign wine from the waiter next to him, and stuffed it directly into Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Here you go, drink it. His tone was commanding and overbearing, as if the wine was a reward.
Zhang Xiaohua took the wineglass, raised his head and drank the wine in the glass.
The spicy liquid rushed down the throat into the stomach, bringing a burst of fiery stimulation. She licked the corner of her mouth, glanced at Xiaoyi with a charming look, and said with a hint of teasing, Handsome boy, you see I've had a drink, do you have to drink one too? Xiaoyi was slightly stunned, then a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He picked up a glass of wine on the table and drank it down, imitating Zhang Xiaohua's example. The wine tasted extremely spicy, like a ball of fire burning in the throat, but for Xiaoyi, who was immune to alcohol, this stimulation was far from enough.
The people around began to be attracted by the movement here and gathered around, watching curiously this drinking party that had suddenly started. Seeing Xiaoyi so straightforward, Zheng Xiaohua picked up another glass of wine and raised it to Xiaoyi, saying, "Handsome, keep going." Xiaoyi was not to be outdone. He picked up a glass of wine, clinked glasses with Zheng Xiaohua, and they both drank it all in one gulp again. "You drink a cup, I drink a cup, the two of us seem to be competing with each other and neither of us will give in." More and more people gathered around, and the originally noisy bar became even more lively because of this sudden drinking party. Men and women shouted excitedly, cheering for this seemingly endless drinking party. The air was filled with the spicy smell of alcohol and the excitement of the crowd, as if a grand carnival was taking place. "Come again." Xiaoyi's eyes were like stars in the dark night, with a hint of provocation, and he raised the wine glass in his hand again. When Zhang Xiaohua drank the 20th cup, her face had become extremely pale and her lips were trembling slightly. She covered her mouth and tried to restrain herself, but she couldn't help it in the end, and the stolen goods gushed out of her mouth and spilled on the table. The noise in the crowd died down instantly, and many people frowned and showed disgusted expressions. Seeing this, Wang Ziyuan quickly took 2 steps back and looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a frown. Seeing this, Yang Nenmo, who was standing by, hurried forward to support Zhang Xiaohua and comforted her softly. "Huahua, don't worry, let's go to the bathroom and rest." Yang Nenmo supported Zhang Xiaohua and staggered towards the bathroom. Many people in the crowd whispered, but more of them were disappointed with Zhang Xiaohua. Su Mingqian's gaze swept across the crowd and fell on Xiaoyi. He smiled slightly, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. "Xiaoyi, your alcohol tolerance is really unexpected. Why don't you hang out with me? I guarantee you will enjoy endless wealth and glory." As soon as Su Mingqian finished speaking, the rich kids next to him cast envious glances at him, but Xiaoyi's eyes became cold. "Su Mingqian, people like you only make friends based on interests. Sooner or later, you will be deserted by your friends and relatives." Xiaoyi's voice was firm and calm, and he did not hide his contempt for Su Mingqian at all. Su Mingqian's smile froze instantly, and his expression turned gloomy, but he quickly regained his composure and responded coldly, "Xiaoyi, don't be ungrateful. Now is not the time for you to refuse." Su Mingqian turned his head and nodded to Yang Nenmo beside him. Yang Nenmo understood what he meant, slowly stood up and began to take off her coat. The noise in the crowd suddenly became excited, and men and women gathered around, their eyes flashing with curiosity and excitement. Yang the young model walked step by step to the center of the crowd, wearing only a bra and a short skirt, and looked around shyly. There were bursts of whistles and cheers from the crowd. Su Mingqian took Yang Nenmo's hand and walked slowly with her among the crowd. Yang Nenmo's cheeks were flushed and there was a hint of uneasiness in her eyes, but her steps were firm. Su Mingqian glanced at the crowd coldly, and finally fixed his eyes on Xiaoyi, with a sneer on his face. "Xiaoyi, as long as you can drink more than me, she will take off another piece of clothing." Su Mingqian's words echoed in the air, instantly pushing the atmosphere to a climax. Xiaoyi's eyes were firm, with a sneer on his lips, and he silently picked up a glass of wine. Su Mingqian's provocation shot at Xiaoyi like a sharp arrow. He slowly stood up amid the laughter of the crowd, with a sneer on his lips, and said in an unquestionable tone, "Xiaoyi, as long as you can drink more than me, she will take off another piece of clothing." He pointed at Yang Nenmo, whose face flushed. The atmosphere in the venue instantly reached a boiling point, and the men applauded. Xiaoyi frowned, feeling helpless. He looked at the excited crowd around him, then at the wine glass in his hand. The conflict in his heart was like 2 invisible bags, pressing down on him tightly. But he knew that he could not retreat at this time. He looked at Su Mingqian and shook his head firmly, but there was a hint of embarrassment in his eyes. Seeing this, Su Mingqian's sneer became more obvious, and he shouted, "Xiaoyi, if you can't drink more than me, get out of here naked." The booing in the crowd suddenly became louder, as if they were attracted by this crazy bet, and everyone was excitedly waiting for the result. Su Mingqian took the lead in picking up a bottle of foreign liquor and started blowing into the bottle. His movements were smooth and the wine flowed down his throat into his stomach like a waterfall, causing the crowd around him to exclaim in amazement and cheer. After Su Mingqian finished drinking, he patted his chest with satisfaction. Xiaoyi gritted his teeth, took the bottle of foreign liquor, and started drinking from the bottle. The wine washed down his throat, and although his body felt a little uncomfortable, his eyes remained firm. He drank the bottle in one breath, suppressed the urge to vomit in his throat, and stared at Su Mingqian. Seeing this, Su Mingqian sneered, picked up another bottle of foreign wine and blew into it again. After he finished drinking, he suppressed the discomfort in his throat, with a hint of pride in his eyes. A trace of guilt flashed through Xiaoyi's heart, but he knew that he could not retreat at this time.
He picked up another bottle of foreign liquor and blew into it. The wine burned in his throat like a flame, and the burning sensation almost suffocated him. He finally finished the wine and suppressed the strong urge to vomit. The expression on his face was a little distorted, but his eyes remained firm. Seeing Xiaoyi so stubborn, Su Mingqian said coldly, "Xiaoyi, if you drink another bottle, you can really leave." The laughter and booing in the crowd came one after another. Xiaoyi took a deep breath, with a trace of determination in his eyes. He stood up, shaking slightly, but his eyes were still firm. Xiaoyi turned and walked towards the bathroom before he finished his words. The noise in the crowd instantly died down. Everyone's eyes were fixed on his every move, full of curiosity and expectation. Xiaoyi stumbled into the bathroom and locked the door behind him. He took a deep breath and started the system to sign in. Sign in. A familiar system prompt sounded in my mind. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for gaining alcohol immunity. A warm current surged through my body, and my churning stomach instantly calmed down, and my chaotic brain became clear. Xiaoyi smiled at the mirror. At this moment, his eyes were sharp. How could he not be drunk at all? He opened the bathroom door and walked out. "Oh, I thought you were running away from the toilet." Su Mingqian's sarcastic voice sounded, and a burst of laughter broke out around them, mixed with whistles and ridicule. Xiaoyi ignored him and walked straight to the bar. "Waiter, bring 2 5-gallon mineral water buckets and fill them with wine." His voice was not loud, but it was loud and clear, instantly drowning out the noise around him. Everyone was stunned, and then an even louder noise broke out, mixed with screams of disbelief and excitement. Su Mingqian was stunned at first, then he burst into laughter. "You kid, are you drunk? 5 gallons? Do you think you are a buffalo?" 2 full barrels of wine were placed on the bar, glowing amber under the light, and the air was filled with the rich aroma of wine. Xiaoyi walked to one of the barrels, took a deep breath, and in the astonished eyes of everyone, he picked up the barrel and drank it down with his head tilted back. Gudong gulp. The wine poured down like a waterfall, flowing along the corners of his mouth and soaking his lapels. The crowd was completely silent, and everyone held their breath, as if time had stood still. Good. 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 I don't know who shouted first, and then the whole bar was boiling with cheers, whistles, and screams one after another, deafening. Su Mingqian's expression changed. He didn't expect that Xiaoyi actually dared to drink. "Carry him here." He yelled at the 2 bodyguards behind him. The 2 bodyguards hurried forward and laboriously carried a bucket of wine to Su Mingqian. Su Mingqian gritted his teeth and started to drink as much as he could, imitating Xiaoyi. Gudong, gudong. Unlike Xiaoyi's heroic drinking, Su Mingqian drank very hard. The wine flowed down the corners of his mouth and chin, soon soaking his clothes. "Come on. Mr. Su. Come on." Some people in the crowd began to cheer for Su Mingqian, but their voices were obviously not as enthusiastic as when they cheered for Xiaoyi just now. Xiaoyi put down the empty bucket, wiped the wine stains from the corners of his mouth, looked at Su Mingqian calmly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. Su Mingqian's hands began to tremble. Chapter 36. After the drinking contest, Sister Yang Hui came. Su Mingqian's hands were shaking more and more violently, and the wine in the barrel began to sway, spilling a little bit of wine and landing on his expensive suit, leaving ugly stains. His face turned red, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his breathing became rapid. On the other hand, Xiaoyi was still standing there calmly, with a faint smile on his lips, as if he was not the one who had just drunk the barrel of wine in one breath. The noise around them gradually died down, and everyone's eyes were focused on Su Mingqian. "What's wrong? Mr. Su, you can't drink anymore?" A crisp female voice suddenly sounded, with a hint of sarcasm. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a fashionable young woman walking over. It was Su Mingqian's agent, Sister Yang Hui. She walked to Su Mingqian, took a look at his embarrassed appearance, shook her head, and said with a hint of helplessness and contempt, "Mr. Su, how can you catch up with Lu Shireen in this state?" Su Mingqian's face changed, a trace of panic flashed in his eyes, and he quickly explained, "Sister Yang, you misunderstood, Lu Shireen and I." Sister Yang Hui interrupted him and said with a half-smile, "Misunderstanding? Mr. Su, the gifts you gave Lu Shireen are all very valuable. If this is a misunderstanding, it's a huge misunderstanding." Su Mingqian's face became even uglier. He opened his mouth and wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to start. At this time, a cold voice sounded, "Enough." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice again and saw a woman in a black suit walking over.
It was Su Mingqian's sister Su Wanqing. She walked to Su Mingqian, gave him a cold look, then turned to look at Xiaoyi. Her tone softened. Xiaoyi, don't bother with him. Sister. Su Mingqian was about to speak, but was stopped by Su Wanqing's eyes. She turned to look at Sister Yang Hui and said calmly, Sister Yang, this is my brother. He doesn't know the rules and is causing you trouble. Sister Yang Hui glanced at Su Wanqing, then at Xiaoyi. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes, and then she smiled and said, Boss Su, when did you get a younger brother? How come I didn't know? Su Wanqing smiled slightly, with a hint of imperceptible boasting in her tone. Sister Yang, this is my husband. Husband? Sister Yang Hui was stunned for a moment, then seemed to understand something and looked at Xiaoyi meaningfully. So it's my brother-in-law, I'm so sorry. She paused, then turned to Su Wanqing and said, Boss Su, long time no see, what have you been busy with recently? Su Wanqing smiled faintly, still the same as always, busy with company matters. Sister Yang Hui nodded and her eyes fell on Xiaoyi again. Brother-in-law, are you interested in entering the entertainment industry? Sister Yang. Su Mingqian was about to speak, but was stopped by a sharp look from Sister Yang Hui. Su Mingqian's face turned pale when he heard this. He waved his hands and explained, Sister Yang, you really misunderstood. There is really nothing between Shireen and me. I gave her a gift just out of concern between friends. Sister Yang Hui sneered, her eyes swept over Su Mingqian like a cold blade, and her tone carried a hint of warning. Mr. Su, Lu Shireen is not someone you can covet. I advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible, so as not to get yourself into trouble. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Su Mingqian coldly, turned around and ignored him. Su Mingqian was choked by Sister Yang Hui's words and was speechless. His face turned pale and blue. He could only smile and nod, but he didn't dare to say anything more. At this time, Xiaoyi put down the empty wine barrel in his hand, making a muffled bang sound, which attracted everyone's attention again. He moved his wrist, as if it was not him who had just drunk the barrel of wine, and there was still a faint smile on his face. Su Mingqian saw this. Xiaoyi smiled faintly and did not answer his question. Instead, he looked at Su Mingqian and said with a tone of admonition, Young Master Su, I see that you don't look very well. You'd better not drink anymore. It's harmful to your health. Su Mingqian was stunned, a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face. He had never been cared for like this since he was a child. He looked at Xiaoyi with mixed feelings in his heart, admiration for Xiaoyi but also a hint of inexplicable jealousy. He gritted his teeth and suddenly said, No, I can still drink. I must drink more than you today. He pushed away Su Wanqing who wanted to stop him and looked at the waiter with a firm look. The waiter looked at Su Wanqing awkwardly, then at Su Mingqian, not knowing what to do for a moment. Seeing this, Su Wanqing frowned slightly. She walked to Su Mingqian and said with a tone of unquestionable majesty, Mingqian, stop fooling around and come back with me. Su Mingqian was a little drunk at this moment. His eyes were dazed and he stood swaying, mumbling incoherently, No. I won't go back. I want to drink more. I want to beat him. He pointed at Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi shook his head helplessly. He walked up to Su Mingqian and said calmly, Young Master Su, you've drunk too much. Don't drink anymore. It's not good for your health. Su Mingqian pushed Xiaoyi away. Seeing this, Su Wanqing's face darkened. She snatched the wine glass from Su Mingqian's hand and said in a cold tone, Mingqian, that's enough. Stop embarrassing yourself. Su Mingqian was startled by Su Wanqing's sudden action. He stared at Su Wanqing blankly. Su Wanqing felt a little reluctant when she saw Su Mingqian's appearance, but she still said firmly, Mingqian, you've drunk too much. I'll take you home. As she spoke, she supported Su Mingqian and prepared to leave. Su Mingqian shook off Su Wanqing's hand. Su Wanqing looked at Su Mingqian like this, feeling angry and helpless. She took a deep breath, suppressed her anger, and said in a cold tone, Mingqian, if you don't listen, I will tell my parents. When Su Mingqian heard the words Mom and Dad, his body trembled noticeably. Sister Yang Hui watched this scene. Xiaoyi smiled faintly and said nothing. Seeing this, Sister Yang Hui stopped asking questions and looked at Xiaoyi meaningfully. She said, Brother-in-law, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. We'll talk next time. After she said that, she turned and left. Xiaoyi looked at Sister Yang Hui's departing back. He turned his head and looked in the direction where Su Wanqing and Su Mingqian left, with a faint smile on his lips. Brother-in-law? A weak voice sounded behind Xiaoyi. After Su Wanqing helped Su Mingqian leave, the place fell silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on Xiaoyi.
He shook his head slightly, a helpless smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he thought to himself, this kid really doesn't know what's good for him.
Brother-in-law?
Xiaoyi turned around and saw Su Wanqing holding a bottle of mineral water and standing not far away with a calm expression.
However, Su Mingqian looked like he was struck by lightning.
His eyes were wide open, his mouth was wide enough to fit a fist, and he was completely stunned.
You are my brother-in-law? Su Mingqian's voice trembled with disbelief and surprise.
He pointed at Xiaoyi, who nodded helplessly, but didn't say much, just responded lightly, yes, I am.
Su Mingqian obviously couldn't accept this fact.
He covered his head with his hands, with a hint of despair in his voice, impossible.
How could you be my brother-in-law?
Sister, you. His words were suddenly stopped by Su Wanqing's cold eyes. She said coldly, Mingqian, remember your identity and stop embarrassing yourself. Su Mingqian was shocked by Su Wanqing's cold words. He stood there in a daze, feeling mixed emotions.
Xiaoyi patted Su Mingqian's shoulder gently and said softly, young Master Su, go back and rest.
Your health is the most important thing. Seeing this, Sister Yang Hui raised a playful smile. She walked slowly to Su Wanqing's side, and said with a hint of nostalgia, Wanqing, long time no see, you are still so majestic.
Su Wanqing nodded slightly, and said in a cold tone, Sister Yang, what's the matter?
Sister Yang Hui smiled and looked back and forth between Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing, as if looking for something.
She finally looked at Xiaoyi and said enthusiastically, brother-in-law, how about it? Are you interested in entering the entertainment industry? With your temperament and talent, you will definitely become a hot star.
Xiaoyi was slightly stunned and thought secretly in his heart. He took the business card handed to him by Sister Yang Hui and said politely, thank you, Sister Yang, I'll consider it. When Sister Yang Hui saw Xiaoyi accept the business card, she showed a satisfied smile and her tone was full of expectation. Brother-in-law, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first.
Let's talk next time.
After that, she turned around and left gracefully, leaving behind a series of light footsteps.
Xiaoyi watched Sister Yang Hui leave, thinking about something.
He turned his head and looked in the direction of Su Wanqing and Su Mingqian, with a faint smile on his lips.
Brother-in-law, please really consider it. This is a rare opportunity.
A familiar voice sounded in Xiaoyi's ears. He turned his head and saw Su Wanqing's.
Chapter 37, the first exposure of his life story shocked Xiaoyi.
After Sister Yang Hui left, the eyes of the people around were focused on Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing.
Discussions arose one after another, and an atmosphere of curiosity filled the air. Who is that Sister Yang Hui? She looks so familiar.
I heard that she used to be a big star, and now she is a senior executive of a large group, and she has a wide network of contacts.
Why does President Su have such a good relationship with her?
Xiaoyi put the business card handed to him by Sister Yang Hui into his pocket and looked at Su Wanqing, who seemed to be in a bad mood, with concern.
He walked gently to her side, put his arm around her shoulders, and asked gently, Wanqing, are you okay?
Su Wanqing was slightly stunned, then responded softly, it's okay, just a little tired. She raised her head and saw Xiaoyi's concerned eyes. Her heart was filled with warmth and she nodded vigorously. Just then, a familiar voice broke the silence around.
Wang Ziyuan, the young villain who was quite prestigious in the business world, approached Su Wanqing with an excited look. Wanqing, long time no see. You are still as beautiful as ever. Wang Ziyuan's eyes sparkled, as if he had returned to his childhood memories.
I remember when we were little, we played together in the old yard. You were always so cool and beautiful, making everyone envious. There was a flash of displeasure in Su Wanqing's eyes, but her tone remained cold. Wang Ziyuan, what are you doing here? Wang Ziyuan seemed not to notice Su Wanqing's indifference, and continued excitedly, I just came back from abroad. I heard that you are doing well here, so I came to see you. Have you forgotten everything about our childhood? Xiaoyi stood aside with a frown on his face. He could sense Su Wanqing's displeasure. He gently held her hand, giving her silent support. Su Wanqing leaned slightly to the side, her tone still cold. Of course I remember. Do you still remember the nickname I gave you when you were a child? Wang Ziyuan's smile froze on his face. He forced a smile and said, nickname? Su Wanqing said in a cold voice, yes, Big Pig Head. There was a hint of sarcasm in her words. The discussions around them instantly quieted down, and everyone's eyes were cast on Wang Ziyuan. Wang Ziyuan's expression was extremely ugly, but he still tried to save the situation. Wanqing, are you kidding me? Su Wanqing glanced around coldly and said firmly, I never joke, especially to those who overestimate their own abilities.
Wang Ziyuan's face became even gloomier, but he didn't continue to pester her. Su Wanqing turned around, took Xiaoyi's hand, and smiled at him. Let's go back. The two left side by side, leaving behind a silent and awkward atmosphere. Xiaoyi felt Su Wanqing's strength and determination, and his determination to protect her became even stronger. He asked in a low voice, Wanqing, your family situation. Su Wanqing paused for a moment. Her tone was like ice chips in the cold winter, hitting Wang Ziyuan's face and making his smile stiff, as if he had been slapped in public. The air around him seemed to freeze, leaving only whispers and discussions, like countless needles piercing Wang Ziyuan's self-esteem. He tried his best to maintain his composure, and forced a smile with his mouth twitching. Wanqing, you really love to joke. I never joke. Su Wanqing's tone was cold, her eyes were like knives, sweeping across Wang Ziyuan's flushed face, especially to those who were self-righteous. Her eyes were filled with unquestionable majesty, which made Wang Ziyuan feel a little nervous, like a prey being stared at by a cheetah, feeling uncomfortable all over. At this moment, a staggering figure stumbled over. It was Zhang Xiaohua, who had just run away. Her eyes were red, her hair was messy, and the smell of perfume mixed with sweat made her look disheveled. She grabbed Wang Ziyuan's arm and cried out, Ziyuan, look at me, I. Before she could finish her words, Wang Ziyuan pushed her away. Zhang Xiaohua lost her balance and sat down on the ground. Get away. Don't touch me. Wang Ziyuan looked at Zhang Xiaohua with disgust, as if he was looking at a disgusting piece of garbage. He patted the sleeve that Zhang Xiaohua had touched with disdain. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Wang Ziyuan in disbelief. She thought that she had used all her tricks and finally made this man come back. She sobbed in grievance and spoke incoherently. I did everything for you, do you know? I gave you the best, how could you do this to me? Wang Ziyuan sneered and said, don't make yourself sound so noble. I've seen through all your little tricks. His words were like sharp knives, stabbing Zhang Xiaohua's heart. Su Wanqing watched this farce coldly, with a sneer of disdain on her lips. Without even looking at them again, she took Xiaoyi's arm and walked straight out. Xiaoyi held her hand tightly, feeling the coldness of her palm, his heart filled with pity for her. The two walked out of the crowd side by side, and the noise gradually faded away. Xiaoyi felt that beneath Su Wanqing's strong appearance, there was a hint of subtle fragility. He couldn't help but ask, Wanqing, your family situation. Su Wanqing paused, she looked into the distance, with a complicated look in her eyes, and said slowly, there are some things, I will tell you slowly on the way back. Wang Ziyuan smiled contemptuously, took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket and sprinkled them at Zhang Xiaohua like snowflakes. Want it? Then pick it up. It's enough for you to buy a few more bottles of cheap perfume. The red banknotes fluttered in the air, like a sarcastic rain, falling on Zhang Xiaohua's disheveled body. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She looked at the falling banknotes and the crowds of people rushing around to grab the money in disbelief. Those greedy faces made her feel sick. She seemed to see herself becoming one of them, willing to give up her dignity and everything for money. No. Don't. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly got up from the ground and pushed the people around him hysterically. This is mine. It's mine. She was like a wild beast protecting its food, trying desperately to take back what belonged to her. However, she seemed so powerless in the face of the temptation of money. The crowd surged like a tide, and Zhang Xiaohua was pushed to the ground. She watched those people stuff the money into their pockets with greedy smiles on their faces. Her heart felt like it was torn apart and she couldn't breathe due to the pain. She struggled to get up, but was pushed down again, her clothes were torn, her hair was pulled, and she felt like a doll being played with, at the mercy of others. Suddenly, she stopped struggling, she lay on the ground, frantically picking up the scattered banknotes. There was a greedy gleam in her eyes, as if the money was her life. She forgot her dignity and shame, she just wanted to grab the money, grab this last glimmer of hope. Hou stood beside Xiaoyi and sighed deeply. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua picking up money frantically and felt mixed emotions. He once loved her so much and gave everything for her, but in the end, she became like this. Hou patted Xiaoyi on the shoulder and said in a low voice, brother, thank you for letting me see her true face. I want to be alone for a while. His voice was a little choked, and he turned around and wanted to leave. Xiaoyi looked at Hou's lonely back and felt a little reluctant. He reached out and patted Hou on the shoulder, brother. Brother. Xiaoyi stood beside Hou and patted his shoulder gently, his tone sincere and warm, don't be too sad, her doing this only shows that she is not worthy of your efforts. You still have a long future, and you will meet someone better. Yu, I want to be alone for a while.
Xiaoyi nodded in understanding, without saying much, but just patted Yu's shoulder vigorously, giving him silent support. Yu turned around and left the scene with heavy steps. Xiaoyi turned around and saw Su Wanqing waiting not far away. Her face looked a little tired, but her eyes were still determined. He walked over, gently took her hand, and said softly, "Wanqing, let's go." Seeing this, Wang Ziyuan hurriedly chased after her with a reluctant expression on his face. "Wanqing, are you really leaving? We can still talk more, after all, we have known each other for many years." Su Wanqing frowned slightly, with an annoyed look on her face. "Wang Ziyuan, I think I have made it very clear. I am a little tired today, and I don't want to be disturbed by other things. You should go back and think about yourself." Xiaoyi protected Su Wanqing, his eyes were filled with a strong desire to protect her, as if to say, "I will never forgive anyone who dares to touch her again." Wang Ziyuan's face turned ugly, but he didn't dare to continue to pester her. He just swallowed his saliva and forced a smile. "Okay, Wanqing, take care of yourself. I hope you live a happy life." Su Wanqing did not answer again, but gently took Xiaoyi's hand, and the two of them left the noisy crowd side by side. The night breeze was cool, blowing on them, bringing a hint of freshness. Su Wanqing leaned on Xiaoyi's shoulder, closed her eyes slightly, and felt unprecedented peace in her heart. "Xiaoyi, there are some things I will tell you slowly on the way back." Su Wanqing's voice was soft and firm, as if she was telling a mystery that was about to be revealed. Chapter 38, The Love Awakens to Trouble. Back in the car, Su Wanqing sighed softly, with a hint of sadness between her brows. Xiaoyi held her hand, stroking her soft skin with his fingertips, and asked softly, "What's wrong? Are you still thinking about what happened just now?" Su Wanqing nodded, her eyes slightly red. "Wang Ziyuan, he wasn't like this before." She paused, her voice choked up. "My father got into trouble back then, and the company was facing a crisis. Many people avoided him, but he..." Xiaoyi listened quietly without interrupting. He could feel Su Wanqing's inner pain and helplessness, and he felt an urge to protect her. "He helped me a lot, I thought." Su Wanqing's voice became lower and lower, and finally almost inaudible. Xiaoyi gently held her in his arms, feeling her body trembling. "I know, I understand." His voice was low and gentle. "Let the past be the past. From now on, I will protect you and will never let you suffer any injustice again." Su Wanqing leaned on his shoulder, tears silently falling. She has been bearing tremendous pressure alone for so many years, and has never felt so safe and warm as she does now. Xiaoyi's arms were like a safe haven, allowing her to let down all her defenses and disguises. "Wanqing," Xiaoyi held her face and gently wiped away the tears on her face, "you have suffered a lot. It's all my fault that I didn't show up earlier to protect you. In the future, I will be twice as good to you and make up for the happiness you have lost." Su Wanqing looked into his deep eyes and felt inexplicably moved. She nodded and said with a sob, "Thank you, Xiaoyi." The moonlight shone through the car window onto Su Wanqing's face, reflecting her crystal tears and illuminating the tenderness in her eyes. Xiaoyi couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her lips. Su Wanqing was stunned at first, then slowly closed her eyes, feeling this gentle and affectionate kiss. The initial shyness and hesitation gradually melted away, replaced by an indescribable sweetness and throbbing. This kiss seemed particularly long and lingering in the silent night. The air in the car gradually warmed up and was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. The early morning sunlight poured into the room through the curtains. Su Wanqing slowly opened her eyes and felt the warmth from last night still lingering on her face. She turned her head and looked at Xiaoyi, who was sleeping beside her, and a happy smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Suddenly, a hurried doorbell rang, breaking the silence of the early morning. Su Wanqing got up and opened the door. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie was standing outside the door. He had a gloomy face and sharp eyes. "Dad?" Su Wanqing exclaimed in surprise. Su Jiqian looked at his daughter, then looked inside the house, and said in a cold tone, "Wanqing, you disappoint me." Su Wanqing's cheeks still had a trace of blush. She gently pushed Xiaoyi away, and said with a bit of shyness, Let's just do this for now." Xiaoyi looked at her slightly flustered eyes and understood her concerns. He smiled gently, held her hand and said, "I understand. I'll wait for you. When you are ready, we can take another step forward." His voice was low and magnetic, with a hint of imperceptible desire. Su Wanqing's heartbeat quickened slightly. She lowered her head and hummed softly, the blush on her face becoming more obvious. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat ambiguous and innocent. In the early morning,
Xiaoyi looked at himself in the mirror helplessly with dark circles under his eyes.
The tenderness of last night made him a little sleepless, but more importantly, he was looking forward to the future. After he simply washed up and walked out of the bedroom, Su Wanqing had already prepared breakfast.
Did you not sleep well last night?
Su Wanqing asked with concern, looking at the shadow under Xiaoyi's eyes. Xiaoyi touched his face and smiled bitterly. Maybe I'm too excited. The two smiled at each other and were about to start enjoying breakfast when a hurried doorbell rang suddenly, breaking the tranquility of the early morning.
Su Wanqing frowned and looked towards the door in confusion.
She put down the cutlery in her hands, stood up and opened the door. Outside the door, Su Jiqiang was wearing a neat suit. His face was gloomy and his eyes were sharp, like a dormant beast. He glanced at Su Wanqing coldly, then turned his gaze towards the house. When he saw Xiaoyi sitting at the dining table, his eyes became even colder.
Wanqing, is this what you call work?
Su Jiqiang's voice was full of sarcasm and disdain, and every word pierced Su Wanqing like an ice cone.
Su Wanqing's face turned pale in an instant.
She took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress the anger in her heart.
Dad, what are you doing here? Su Jiqiang sneered, pushed Su Wanqing away and walked into the house.
He looked Xiaoyi up and down with a hint of contempt on his lips.
Are you the gigolo?
My daughter has worked so hard for so many years to build up her family business, and it looks like you are going to destroy it.
Xiaoyi frowned slightly. He could feel the hostility and disrespect in Su Jiqiang's tone.
He was about to speak, but Su Wanqing took the lead and stood in front of him.
Dad,
please be careful with your words.
Xiaoyi is not the pretty boy you call him.
Su Wanqing's voice rose several decibels, with a hint of anger in her tone.
Su Jiqiang looked at the daughter who was defending Xiaoyi and sneered even more. What, now that you've found a backer, you've grown wings? You don't even take me seriously? Su Wanqing's face turned pale, her chest heaving violently.
She gritted her teeth and glared at her father. I'm not a child anymore.
I have my own judgment. I don't need you to tell me what to do.
Su Jiqiang narrowed his eyes, a dangerous light flashed in his eyes, and he approached Su Wanqing step by step. Okay, very good.
You really are increasingly not taking me, your father, seriously. Today I want to see how long you are going to fool around with this man. Chapter 39. Family members are still heartbroken.
Upon hearing this, Su Jiqiang's face instantly turned the color of liver.
He pointed at Su Wanqing's nose and roared, You money loser. I worked so hard to raise you, just for you to talk to me like this? Now that you've grown wings, you dare to disobey me? I'll beat you to death, you unfilial daughter.
As he said this, he raised his hand and was about to slap Su Wanqing in the face. Su Wanqing's eyes were wide open, full of anger, but also with a hint of despair. She bit her lips tightly and her body trembled slightly. Just as the slap was about to fall, a big hand suddenly stretched out and firmly grasped Su Jiqiang's wrist. Xiaoyi stood in front of Su Wanqing, his eyes were as cold as ice, staring at Su Jiqiang coldly.
Father-in-law, let's talk it over nicely. What's the point of using violence?
Xiaoyi's voice was calm, but it carried an unquestionable majesty.
Su Jiqiang struggled hard, trying to break free from Xiaoyi's restraints. He roared like an enraged beast, Let me go! You little white face, what qualifications do you have to meddle in my family's affairs? I must teach this unfilial daughter a lesson today. Xiaoyi didn't move at all.
He held Su Jiqiang's wrist like an iron clamp. No matter how Su Jiqiang struggled, he couldn't budge at all.
Father-in-law, this is my home, not the place for you to throw a tantrum. Please calm down.
There was no warmth in Xiaoyi's eyes. His voice was low and powerful, like a hard rock. Su Jiqiang struggled so hard that he was sweating profusely, the veins on his neck bulged, and the anger in his eyes was like two burning flames that almost swallowed Xiaoyi. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from Xiaoyi's hands.
You. Su Jiqiang was extremely angry.
He pointed at Xiaoyi's nose. His heavy breathing echoed in the living room. His chest heaved violently, as if it would explode in the next second. Xiaoyi glanced at him calmly, with a hint of impatience in his eyes. He said coldly, You'd better think clearly about what you want to do. Su Jiqiang stared at Xiaoyi with red eyes. Suddenly, he relaxed like a deflated ball and stopped struggling. He lowered his head, his voice a little hoarse. I just want to talk to Wanqing. Seeing that Su Jiqiang's tone softened, Xiaoyi loosened his grip, but still did not let go completely. He turned his head to glance at Su Wanqing behind him. She was looking at her father with complicated eyes, which showed both disappointment and a hint of sadness. Xiaoyi sighed in his heart, and said in a slightly heavier tone, "Father-in-law, since we want to talk nicely, please sit down." He loosened his grip on Su Jiqiang's wrist and helped him sit down on the sofa. Although his actions were not enthusiastic, they were just the right amount of politeness. Su Jiqiang rubbed his wrist, which had been pinched red, his face changing from gloomy to bright. He looked at Xiaoyi, then at Su Wanqing, and finally sat down silently. The three of them sat on the sofa in silence. The atmosphere in the living room seemed to be frozen, so depressing that it made people breathless. The only sounds in the air were the faintest breathing and the occasional creaking of furniture. Su Jiqiang lowered his head, his hands twisted together nervously. From time to time, he raised his eyes and glanced at Su Wanqing secretly, as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately he stopped himself. Xiaoyi felt the awkward atmosphere and sighed helplessly in his heart, breaking the silence, and said, "Father-in-law, you came to see Wanqing today, it must be something important, right? Just say whatever you want to say, there's no need to hide it." His voice was low and steady, with a reassuring power. Su Jiqiang's body trembled slightly when he heard this. He raised his head, with a hint of hesitation in his turbid eyes. He looked at Xiaoyi, then at Su Wanqing. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but finally fell silent. He looked shy, like a child who had done something wrong and was at a loss in front of his parents. After a long while, he finally spoke. His voice was hoarse and low, with a hint of indescribable helplessness. Su Wanqing finally broke the suffocating silence. Her cold voice was like an ice bead falling to the ground, with a barely perceptible tremor. "Father, what exactly brought you here today?" When Su Jiqiang heard his daughter's voice, his body trembled violently. He raised his head, his eyes flickering. Under Su Wanqing's cold gaze, he seemed uneasy, like a child who had made a mistake. He rubbed his rough hands and smiled awkwardly, a smile that was uglier than crying. I just came to see you." Su Wanqing's gaze did not waver in the slightest. She stared at Su Jiqiang quietly, without a trace of warmth in her eyes. "Look at me?" She repeated Su Jiqiang's words, her tone full of sarcasm. "In all these years, when have you ever looked at me?" Her voice was not loud, but every word was like a knife, piercing Su Jiqiang's heart. Seeing that the atmosphere had become tense again, Xiaoyi coughed lightly, breaking the suffocating silence. "Wanqing, I'll go get you a glass of water." As he said that, he stood up and walked towards the kitchen, leaving Su Wanqing and Su Jiqiang alone. With Xiaoyi's departure, the atmosphere in the living room became more subtle. Su Jiqiang moved uneasily, lowered his head, and did not dare to look Su Wanqing directly in the eye. He rubbed his hands together, with a hint of guilt in his tone that was difficult to conceal. "Wanqing, Dad knows. I was sorry for you in the past, for you and your mother." "Don't mention my mother." Su Wanqing suddenly interrupted Su Jiqiang. Her voice was sharp and harsh, like a thunder exploding in the living room. She stood up suddenly and glared down at Su Jiqiang, her eyes red, but she tried hard not to let the tears fall. "You have no right to mention her." Su Jiqiang was startled by Su Wanqing's sudden outburst. He shrank his neck like a child who had done something wrong, and did not dare to look up at Su Wanqing. He moved his lips a few times, wanting to say something, but in the end nothing came out. The living room fell silent again, leaving only Su Wanqing's heavy breathing and Su Jiqiang's suppressed sobs. I. Su Jiqiang finally spoke with a sob. He raised his head, tears flashing in his cloudy eyes. I just. Su Wanqing looked at him coldly, without a trace of emotion in her eyes. "You are just what?" Su Jiqiang took a deep breath, as if he had mustered up his courage, and said in a low and hoarse voice, "I just want to tell you." He paused, his eyes flickering. "Your mother. Among the inheritance she left behind, there is a batch of jewels that are worth a lot of money." Su Wanqing heard this, a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. She asked coldly, "Jewelry? How come I don't know? When did you find it?" Su Jiqiang avoided Su Wanqing's sight guiltily, rubbing his hands, his voice trembling. I just found out about this recently. I was thinking of telling you when the time is right." Su Wanqing had an ominous premonition in her heart. She frowned and said in an even colder tone, "Did you do something behind my back again? Tell me, where is the jewelry now?" Su Jiqiang was overwhelmed by Su Wanqing's questioning. He lowered his head, not daring to look directly into Su Wanqing's eyes. His voice became low and weak. "Wanqing, listen to me. I just want to keep it for you first." "Safekeeping?" Su Wanqing's voice was almost filled with anger. She stood up and glared at Su Jiqiang condescendingly, with her hands on her hips.
When did you become qualified to keep my things for me? What happened to the jewels? You must give me an explanation. Su Jiqiang was frightened by Su Wanqing's tough attitude. He shrank his neck and stammered, This. Don't test me, Su Jiqiang. Su Wanqing's voice was as cold as an ice blade. Her. Su Jiqiang's face turned livid. He gritted his teeth and finally mustered up the courage to stand up. His voice was filled with anger. You unfilial daughter, do you know how excessive your behavior today is? Su Wanqing's eyes were as sharp as a torch, and she refused to give in. Too much? You owe me more than just a few apologies can solve the problem. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation about the jewelry, there will be nothing to talk about between us. Su Jiqiang's face was as dark as iron. He suddenly raised his hand, pointed at Su Wanqing, and shouted angrily, You ungrateful girl. Just as he was about to continue venting his anger, Su Wanqing interrupted him with a firm and cold tone, If you don't explain, I will let Xiaoyi send you out today. Su Jiqiang clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. He glared at Su Wanqing angrily and let out a low roar in his throat, but in the end he could only swallow the words. He gritted his teeth, his voice low and hoarse, Okay, you. I'll tell you, that batch of jewels. At this moment, Xiaoyi came out of the kitchen with 2 glasses of water. When he heard Su Jiqiang's words, his eyes flashed. The glass in his hand shook slightly, and water splashed on the edge of the glass. He walked to Su Wanqing calmly, put the glass on the coffee table, and said lightly, Father-in-law, you'd better be honest about the jewelry. Su Jiqiang's eyes swept back and forth between Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing, with a trace of despair and anger on his face. He took a deep breath and finally spoke, That batch of jewelry. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly became complicated, as if he was weighing something. Su Jiqiang took a deep breath, as if he had used up all his strength, and said in a low and hoarse voice, That batch of jewels was sold by your useless brother, Chen Yuxuan. He sold it. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in the living room in an instant. Su Wanqing's already pale face looked even more bloodless at this moment. She suddenly widened her eyes and stared at Su Jiqiang, as if she wanted to see through him. What did you say? Say it again. Her voice trembled slightly and her fingertips turned slightly white. Su Jiqiang was frightened by Su Wanqing's eyes and took a step back. He lowered his head, not daring to look directly into Su Wanqing's eyes, and his voice became smaller and smaller. What I said is true. That batch of jewelry was sold by Chen Yuxuan and exchanged for money. Why does he want to sell it? Where does he get the power to sell it? Su Wanqing's voice suddenly rose, with a hint of sharpness. Her chest heaved violently, as if it would explode at any second. Su Jiqiang stammered, he said it was for home use. Use? Su Wanqing sneered. Su Jiqiang was speechless after being questioned by Su Wanqing. He stammered for a long time but couldn't utter a complete sentence. Seeing that Su Jiqiang refused to tell the truth, Su Wanqing became even angrier. She approached Su Jiqiang and shouted, I want you to get the money back. Not a penny less. When Su Jiqiang heard that Su Wanqing wanted to get the money back, his face darkened instantly. He looked up suddenly and said, Get it back? How? I've sold all my things and spent all the money. Where can I get it back for you? That is my mother's relic. What qualifications do you have to use it? You must get it back for me. Su Wanqing's tone was firm and she would not tolerate any arguments. You unfilial daughter, I raised you to this age, and you actually quarreled with me over some money? I have already spent that money. Su Jiqiang also roared, without any guilt at all. Spend it all? Good, very good. Su Jiqiang, I really misjudged you. Neither you nor they are any good. Su Wanqing was so angry that she was shaking all over. She glared at Su Jiqiang. Seeing that Su Wanqing was so persistent, Su Jiqiang also became angry. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped Su Wanqing hard on the face. You unfilial daughter, I must teach you a lesson today. Pa! The crisp sound of a slap echoed in the living room. Su Wanqing's cheek instantly became red and swollen. Her body shook violently, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She covered her cheek and looked at Su Jiqiang in disbelief. Just when Su Wanqing felt chilled, a tall figure blocked her way. Xiaoyi had a cold face, his eyes swept over Su Jiqiang like ice, and his tone was cold and majestic. Father-in-law, you passed. Who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in my business? Su Jiqian glared at Xiaoyi angrily, pointing at him and scolding him loudly. Xiaoyi ignored Su Jiqian's roar. He turned to look at Su Wanqing, looking at the red mark on her cheek distressfully, his eyes full of worry. He said gently, Wanqing, are you okay? Su Wanqing shook her head stubbornly, but a hint of grievance and fragility flashed in her eyes. She took a deep breath, holding back the tears in her eyes, and looked at Su Jiqian coldly, her tone extremely cold. Xiaoyi, send the guest away. Okay. Xiaoyi helped Su Wanqing stand steadily, then turned around, looked at Su Jiqian with a knife-like gaze, and said word by word, Father-in-law, please leave here. Su Jiqian was frightened by Xiaoyi's momentum and involuntarily took a few steps back. He pointed at Su Wanqing and Xiaoyi and said viciously, You will regret it. After that, he angrily left the living room and slammed the door heavily. The living room was a mess. Su Wanqing stood there blankly. She covered her cheeks and let the tears slide down her face and drip onto the floor. Her heart felt cold. Xiaoyi held Su Wanqing in his arms distressfully, and he comforted her softly, Don't be afraid, I'm here. Su Wanqing raised her head and looked at Xiaoyi, her. Chapter 40, Looking for Jewels in the Black Market. Su Wanqing stood there in a daze, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Xiaoyi patted her back gently, as if to dispel the gloom around her. After a long while, Su Wanqing gradually regained her composure. She took a deep breath, raised her head, and a determined look shone in her eyes. I need to go out for a while. I have an appointment with lawyer Lu Zhang. I need to consult him about some things. Su Wanqing's voice was soft, but her tone revealed an unquestionable firmness. Hearing this, Xiaoyi nodded and asked with concern, Wanqing, are you sure you are okay? It's very chaotic outside now, how about I go with you? Su Wanqing shook her head gently and comforted him, Thank you, I'm fine. The lawyer has some professional legal issues that need to be resolved. Just wait for me at home. If there is anything, I will contact you in time. Although Xiaoyi was a little worried, he still respected her decision. He kissed her forehead gently and said softly, Okay, be careful on the road, I'll wait for you to come back. Su Wanqing nodded, turned and left the living room. Although her steps were firm, there was still a hint of uneasiness in her eyes. Xiaoyi looked at her back, his heart full of worry. After seeing Su Wanqing off, Xiaoyi returned to the living room, but he couldn't calm down for a long time. He thought of Su Jiqian's vicious words and felt a surge of resentment in his heart. He sat on the sofa, his mind racing. Suddenly, he had an idea and remembered Sister Yang Hui's business card. He took out a business card from the drawer and dialed Sister Yang Hui's number. Hello, is this Sister Yang? I'm Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi's voice sounded a little anxious. Oh, Xiaoyi, what's the matter? Sister Yang Hui's voice still sounded calm and rational. Sister Yang, I want to ask, has Su Yuqian resold any jewelry recently? Xiaoyi asked straight to the point. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and Sister Yang Hui seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. Finally, she said, Xiaoyi, what you said is very sensitive, I need to confirm it. However, I can tell you that I did hear that Su Yuqian was reselling jewelry on the black market recently. I have a friend named Yang Yain, she knows a lot about the black market, you can contact her, she will help you. Xiaoyi was delighted and said quickly, Thank you, Sister Yang, I owe you a favor. You're welcome. Let's find out the truth first. However, the black market is very dangerous, so you must be careful. There was a hint of concern in Sister Yang Hui's tone. I will, thank you. Xiaoyi hung up the phone, feeling very excited. He knew that this might be the key to uncovering the truth. He picked up his phone and quickly dialed Yang Yain's number. A clear voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, I'm Yang Yain, you are? Xiaoyi? Yes, Sister Yang asked me to contact you. I want to know about Su Yuqian's reselling of jewelry. Can you help me? Xiaoyi just finished speaking when he heard Yang Yain softly respond, Of course, come to me, I will arrange everything. Xiaoyi nodded, his heart full of gratitude. He hung up the phone and looked out the window at the gradually darkening sky, feeling a sense of inexplicable anticipation and nervousness in his heart. He knew that a more complicated contest was about to unfold. Xiaoyi hung up the phone with Yang Yain, and a current of excitement ran through his body. The news that Su Yuqian was reselling jewelry was confirmed, which undoubtedly provided a key clue for him to clear his name. Sister Yang Hui's enthusiastic help made him feel very warm and also made him look forward to his trip to the black market. Xiaoyi, what's going on?
Sister Yang Hui's voice came again from the other end of the phone.
Sister Yang, thank you so much. Miss Yang Yain has agreed to help me. You are really my benefactor.
Xiao Yi's excitement was beyond words.
You're welcome. It's just a small favor.
Sister Yang Hui said calmly, by the way, I just got the news that there will be an auction on the black market tonight. It is said that there are many rare jewels.
Maybe there will be what you are looking for. I'll let Yain take you in. Auction?
Xiao Yi's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, as if he saw the dawn of hope. Great.
Thank you, Sister Yang. Be careful. Sister Yang Hui warned. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yi took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down.
The black market is a place full of unknowns and dangers.
He must be fully prepared.
He walked to the window and looked at the gradually darkening sky, his thoughts racing. First, he needed a helper. After much thought, he decided to contact Hou Yu.
Hou Yu is agile and quick-witted, making him the best candidate.
He picked up his phone and dialed Hou Yu's number.
Hey, Hou Yu, are you free tonight? I need your help. An hour later, Xiao Yi and Hou Yu followed Yang Yain's instructions and came to a remote street.
The dim street lights cast the street in a hazy glow, and the air was filled with a damp, musty smell.
This place is a bit creepy.
Hou Yu rubbed his arms and said in a low voice.
Be careful. Xiao Yi looked around vigilantly. A black car stopped silently in front of them, the window slowly lowered, revealing an exquisite face. Get in the car. Yang Yain's voice was cold and concise.
The two of them quickly got into the car, which started and drove into the night.
Why does Su Yuqian want to resell jewelry? Xiao Yi broke the silence in the car.
Yang Yang glanced at him and said calmly, as far as I know, he owes a large gambling debt. The car stopped in front of a suburban manor. The tall iron gate was closed, and the two dim lanterns at the door swayed in the night wind, making it look particularly eerie.
We're here.
Yang Yain's voice broke the silence in the car. Xiao Yi and Hou Yu got out of the car, looked up at the gate of the manor, and felt an inexplicable uneasiness in their hearts.
Why is there no one here? Hou Yu asked in a low voice. Wait a little longer.
Yang Yain glanced at her watch. Time passed by minute, half an hour passed, and still no one showed up.
It can't be.
Xiao Yi just opened his mouth and was interrupted by Yang Yain.
Shu.
Yang Yain made a gesture to keep quiet, staring at the gate of the manor with a serious expression. Someone is coming. The low roar of an engine came from far away, breaking the silence of the night. A black business car, like a cheetah lurking in the dark, stopped silently in front of Xiao Yi and Hou Yu. The car window slowly lowered, revealing a delicate face Yang Yain. She was wearing a black tights that outlined her graceful figure, and her long black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, making her skin look even whiter than snow. The dim street lights reflected on her face, adding a touch of coolness and mystery.
Get in the car. Yang Yain's voice was as cold as ice, with an unquestionable commanding tone. Hou Yu was originally restless, stamping his feet and muttering, "What the hell is going on? Are you kidding me?
This shabby place doesn't even have a ghost." Suddenly seeing Yang Yain, his eyes lit up, and he excitedly grabbed Xiao Yi's arm, speaking incoherently with excitement, "Oh my god.
It's Yang Yain. She's even prettier in person than on TV. Xiao Yi, you're amazing, you actually know such a big star."
Xiao Yi smiled helplessly, patted Hou Yu's hand, and signaled him to calm down. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Sister Yang Hui was indeed very reliable. The two of them quickly got into the car and the door slammed shut, blocking out the damp and cold air outside. There is a faint scent of perfume in the car, mixed with the unique smell of leather seats, making people feel a little comfortable. Yang Yain started the car skillfully, and the black business car shot into the night like an arrow, leaving only two red tail lights flashing in the darkness. The friction between the tires and the road made a slight rustling sound, which was particularly clear in the quiet night.
Seat belt.
Yang Yain reminded briefly, her eyes always fixed forward. Xiao Yi and Hou Yu quickly fastened their seatbelts. The car sped along, the trees on the side of the road quickly receded, and the dim street lights outside the window flashed by, leaving mottled light and shadows dancing on the car window.
"Ms. Yang, how do we get in?" Xiao Yi broke the silence in the car.
He knew that the black market was not accessible to just anyone, and without an acquaintance's introduction, one couldn't even find the door.
Yang Yain's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. "Don't worry, I'm here."
She took out a black card from her handbag and swiped it on the car window.
With a soft beep sound, a tightly closed iron door in front slowly opened.
The car drove in smoothly and stopped in front of a brightly lit building.
"We're here."
Yang Yayin turned off the engine and turned to look at Xiaoyi.
Xiaoyi and Hou followed Yang Yayin out of the car.
Looking up, they saw a magnificent manor in front of them, which formed a sharp contrast with the gloomy suburban environment before. Standing at the gate of the manor were two bodyguards in black suits. They were tall and strong with serious expressions.
"Ms. Yang."
The bodyguard greeted Yang Yayin respectfully, while looking at Xiaoyi and Hou warily. Yang Yayin nodded slightly, took out the card and swiped it on the scanner at the door. "Take them in." The bodyguard nodded and extended his hand to make a please gesture. "You two, please follow me." Xiaoyi and Hou looked at each other, both filled with doubts.
"This place doesn't look like a black market at all."
They followed the bodyguard through a long corridor and came to a heavy wooden door. The bodyguard pushed open the door, and a noisy sound suddenly flooded into his ears, mixed with the sound of music, shouting, and clinking of glasses. The car continued to speed through the night, and the atmosphere inside the car gradually became relaxed.
Xiaoyi looked at Yang Yayin's cold and beautiful face and couldn't help but tease her. "Miss Yang, are you playing a cat and mouse game? Did you deliberately make us wait here for so long?" Yang Yayin's lips curled up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. "Cat and mouse? Not really. I just want to make sure everything is foolproof.
The rules of the black market cannot be sloppy at all."
Seeing this, Hou quickly interrupted and said, "Ms. Yang, you are so beautiful. We were almost anxious to death just now, but as soon as you appeared, we felt relieved."
He patted his chest exaggeratedly, making the atmosphere in the car more relaxed. Yang Yayin chuckled, and the smile in the corners of her eyes became even more intense. "Don't worry, I'm here, nothing will happen." As she spoke, she took out a black card from her handbag and swiped it on the car window.
With a soft beep sound, a tightly closed iron door in front slowly opened.
The car drove in smoothly and stopped in front of a brightly lit building.
"Ms. Yang, what is the reason why Su Wanqing is reselling jewelry?" Xiaoyi took the opportunity to ask again, with a serious tone in his voice.
Yang Yayin's eyes flickered slightly, and she said softly, "As far as I know, he owed a large gambling debt, and he had no choice but to sell the jewelry at a low price. But what he did was obviously on the verge of breaking the law.
Once discovered, the consequences would be disastrous." Xiaoyi nodded, and his determination to find out the truth became even stronger. He looked at Yang Yayin gratefully. "Thank you, Miss Yang. This time it is really thanks to you." "You're welcome. This is my duty."
Yang Yayin's voice was still cold, but also had a hint of warmth. "However, the waters at the auction are very deep. You must be careful." The car stopped in front of the manor and the tall iron gates slowly closed, isolating the cold and damp outside. Inside the manor, the lights were bright, and the sounds of music and noise could be heard faintly from a distance.
Xiaoyi and Hou followed Yang Yayin out of the car.
As soon as they took a step, they saw two bodyguards in black suits approaching them. Their expressions were serious and respectful. "Ms. Yang." Yang Yayin nodded slightly, took out the card and swiped it lightly on the scanner at the door. "Take them in." The bodyguard nodded and extended his hand to make a please gesture. "You two, please follow me." Xiaoyi and Hou looked at each other, their hearts full of doubts. This place doesn't look like a black market at all, but the uneasiness in my heart has not dissipated. They followed the bodyguard through a long corridor. As soon as they turned the corner, a burst of noisy sounds suddenly came into their ears. The sounds of music, shouting, and clinking of glasses were intertwined, as if they were in another world.
Suddenly, Hou whispered, Look." The guide saluted Yang Yayin. "This place is really not simple." Chapter 41, Entering the Luxury Auction House. Pink diamonds are coming. Xiaoyi and Hou followed Yang Yayin through the long corridor.
The lights on both sides of the corridor were soft and dim, as if guiding them. As soon as I turned the corner, a burst of noisy sounds suddenly came into my ears. The sounds of music, shouting, and clinking of glasses were intertwined together, as if I was in another world. This formed a sharp contrast with the peaceful manner they had just seen, and Xiaoyi couldn't help but feel a little uneasy.
Look." The guide saluted Yang Yayin. "This place is really not simple."
Hou whispered with a bit of surprise and admiration in his tone. Xiaoyi followed Hoyu's gaze and saw a man in a black suit bowing deeply to Yang Yayin with obvious awe in his expression. Yang Yayin smiled slightly. Her smile was charming, like the most brilliant flower in spring.
She whispered, "Tony, are there any special arrangements for the auction tonight?"
Tony replied respectfully, Ms. Yang, as you know, tonight's auction is highly confidential, and many precious items are waiting for their final unveiling.
You can go to the box to rest first, and I will notify you when the auction starts.
Yang Yang nodded, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. That kind of smile made people feel a little dazed.
Thank you for your help, Tony. Let's go to the box and rest for a while. You couldn't help but flatter her, Miss Yang, you are so honorable here. Even the staff here are so respectful to you.
Yang Yang tilted her head slightly, with a narcissistic look in her eyes. I deserve this. After all, in this circle, ability and status are directly proportional. Tony made a pleased gesture and led the three people towards the box. Xiaoyi and Hojun looked at each other, their hearts full of curiosity and anticipation, but also a little nervous.
Tony led the way in front, and the three followed behind, gradually disappearing at the end of the corridor.
The door of the box slowly opened, revealing a bright light and luxurious decorations that were dazzling. Tony smiled and said, Please come in, three distinguished guests.
I hope you will have a pleasant evening here. Yang Yayin walked into the door gracefully, followed closely by Xiaoyi and Hojun.
The door closed softly behind them, shutting out the noise outside.
Yu looked at Yang Yayin with admiration and was about to express his respect again, but he saw Yang Yayin slowly turn around with a sly smile in her eyes. Xiaoyi, tonight's auction is not simple. I wonder if you are ready.
Yang Yayin's voice sounded in her ears, as if carrying some unspeakable hint. Yang Yayin sat down gracefully in the box, tapping the table lightly with her fingers, a cunning gleam in her eyes.
She smiled slightly and said, Xiaoyi, Hojun, look, this is the mask for you. This is the rule of tonight's auction. Everyone needs to wear a mask to enter.
Xiaoyi took the mask, gently stroked the delicate material with his fingers, and felt the exquisite patterns on it.
He couldn't help but feel a little uneasy, and asked in a low voice, Yang Yayin, you just said, are there any special arrangements for this auction?
Yang Yayin smiled slightly, with a hint of mystery in her eyes. Don't worry, everything will be revealed naturally at the auction.
By the way, Xiaoyi, are you sure you have enough money to bid?
The items this time are all top-notch.
Xiaoyi's heart tightened and some cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He responded in a low voice, I am a little nervous indeed.
After all, the prices of these items are very high.
I am afraid.
Hojun smiled and said, Xiaoyi, don't worry too much.
With Yang Yayin and I here, everything will go smoothly. Besides, your identity is different now. Don't forget that you have the help of the God-level sign-in system. Yang Yayin nodded.
Xiaoyi took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and secretly reminded himself to stay calm. He put on a mask that covered most of his face, leaving only a pair of calm eyes. Yang Yayin and Hojun also put on masks one after another, and the entire box seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious veil. At this moment, the door of the box slowly opened again, and Tony walked in and said respectfully, 3 guests, the auction is about to begin, please follow me to the auction site. Xiaoyi, Yang Yayin, and Hojun looked at each other, and the 3 of them stood up at the same time, followed Tony through the box, and walked towards the unknown and luxurious auction site. Tony led the 3 of them through a long corridor covered with red velvet carpet. Priceless works of art were hung on the walls on both sides. The soft lighting shrouded everything in a hazy and mysterious atmosphere.
Xiaoyi couldn't help but hold his breath.
He had never seen such a luxurious scene. It felt like he was in the aristocratic world in a movie. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, the view in front of you suddenly opens up. The auction hall was magnificent, and the crystal chandeliers emitted a dazzling light, illuminating the elegantly dressed guests below. Everyone wears a variety of masks to hide their true identities, adding a touch of mystery. The air was filled with the faint scent of perfume and champagne, and soft music surrounded the entire hall.
Everything seemed so elegant and noble.
Xiaoyi noticed that on the auction table in the center of the hall, a beautiful woman in a black evening dress was standing elegantly. She was holding the auction hammer, with graceful manners and charming charm in her every move. Tony led the 3 people to the reserved VIP seats. The soft leather seats wrapped around their bodies, making them feel extremely comfortable. Hojun's eyes moved back and forth between the beauty on the auction table and Yang Yayin beside him. He wanted to find an excuse to strike up a conversation with the beauty, but he was reluctant to leave Yang Yayin, and he was conflicted. In the end, he chose to stay with Yang Yayin. After all, top stars like Yang Yayin are not something you can meet every day. A waiter in a white uniform came over with a tray and poured red wine for the 3 people. At the same time, another waiter handed them 3 exquisite auction catalogs.
Hojun couldn't wait to open the catalog. He was dazzled by the dazzling array of treasures in the catalog, and each one was worth a lot of money. Wow, this sapphire is so beautiful. And this famous painting is actually from Picasso's hand. Ho Jun exclaimed.
Xiaoyi took the catalog and gently brushed his fingers across the smooth paper, a faint scent of ink wafting into his nose. He opened the catalog and quickly scanned every page, looking for the pink diamond related to Su Wanqing.
Yang Yayin also picked up the catalog.
She flipped through it gracefully, with a barely perceptible hint of anticipation in her eyes.
Found it.
Yang Yayin suddenly whispered, pointing to the last page of the catalog, on which was printed a diamond shining with pink light, with a detailed introduction next to it.
Xiao Yi's eyes also fell on the pink diamond, and his heart beat violently. Heart of eternity, it really is it, he muttered to himself. Xiao Yi, do you really want to buy this diamond?
Yang Yayin turned her head and looked at him, with a hint of inquiry in her eyes.
Xiao Yi's eyes were fixed on the pink diamond.
The catalog had the following words in gorgeous fonts: Heart of Eternity, a rare pink diamond, weighing 18 carats, with brilliant color, perfect cut, rarely seen in the world. The picture of the diamond seemed to emit a soft glow, which deeply attracted Xiao Yi's attention. His fingers trembled slightly as he stroked the cold paper, as if he could feel the temperature of diamonds. He looked down slowly, and when he saw the string of numbers, his throat rolled uncontrollably and an invisible pressure surged into his heart. Starting price, 30 million. This is not 3,000 yuan, but 30 million. Xiao Yi felt his heart tighten. He took a deep breath and barely controlled himself from screaming. 30 million is an astronomical figure for a former delivery man like him. Even though his wealth is no longer comparable to what it used to be, seeing this figure still makes him feel suffocated. The feeling of heartache surges into his heart like a tide, as if his flesh was being cut.
What's wrong? Are you scared?
Yang Yayin noticed Xiao Yi's strangeness, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly with a teasing smile. She put down the catalog in her hand, leaned forward slightly, approached Xiao Yi, and asked softly, "Is this pink diamond important to you?" Xiao Yi suddenly came back to his senses. He raised his head with a hint of doubt and uncertainty in his eyes, and his voice was a little low. "Is this pink diamond one of the jewels that Su Wanqing sold?"
Yang Yayin was slightly stunned, as if she didn't expect Xiao Yi to suddenly mention Su Wanqing's name.
She thought about it carefully and nodded. "Yes, this pink diamond is indeed one of the jewels sold by Su Wanqing."
"Why? You have a special liking for this pink diamond?"
"As far as I know, you and Su Wanqing have no intersection."
Xiao Yi did not answer.
His brows were furrowed.
He thought to himself, could it be that this pink diamond really belongs to Su Wanqing?
If that was the case, he would take the picture no matter what.
Yang Yayin looked at Xiao Yi's expression and became even more confused.
She keenly felt that Xiao Yi's obsession with this pink diamond seemed to be more than just a simple liking for it.
She asked curiously, "Xiao Yi, are you hiding something from me?
Why do you care so much about this pink diamond?" Xiao Yi raised his head, his eyes were deep and his tone was firm. "There are some things that I can't tell you now." He paused, looked at Yang Yayin again, and said, "In short, I must get this pink diamond."
Yang Yayin smiled slightly. She did not ask any more questions.
She just looked at Xiao Yi quietly, with a hint of inquiry and an inexplicable expectation in her eyes. Just then, a crisp knocking sound was heard in the center of the hall.
Clang! The auctioneer's elegant voice rang out, "Dear guests, thank you all for coming. Tonight's auction officially begins. First of all, we are going to auction a blue and white porcelain vase from the Ming Dynasty. The starting price is..."
Ho Jun, who was sitting next to Xiao Yi, widened his eyes and said in surprise, "This blue and white porcelain vase looks very ordinary, it shouldn't be worth much, right?" The auctioneer's elegant voice echoed throughout the hall, like a beautiful piece of music, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The exquisite gavel in her hand tapped gently on the mahogany auction table, making a crisp and powerful sound, announcing the official start of this luxurious auction. A slim etiquette lady wearing a cheongsam walked up to the auction platform, holding an exquisite brocade box in her hands. Her movements were gentle and solemn, as if she was holding a rare treasure. She gently opened the brocade box, and a porcelain vase with a simple shape and exquisite blue and white patterns came into view. Under the light, the porcelain vase emits a faint green glow, appearing warm and restrained. "Dear guests, this blue and white porcelain vase is from the Ming Dynasty and is well preserved. It is a rare art treasure. The starting price is 800,000. The auctioneer's voice was clear and pleasant. She smiled slightly, looked around, and waited for everyone to bid. Ho Jun looked at the unremarkable blue and white porcelain vase on the auction table, with a puzzled look on his face. this thing doesn't look very good, how much can it be worth?
Yang Yayin smiled slightly.
She picked up the auction catalog in her hand, flipped through it nonchalantly, and said softly, although this blue and white porcelain vase looks ordinary, it is a treasure from the Ming Dynasty official kiln. It has exquisite craftsmanship and pure glaze color, and has a high collection value.
The starting price of 800,000 is just the beginning. The final transaction price may be several times higher. What? Several times more?
Ho Jun's eyes widened as he heard it, as if he had discovered a new world.
Wouldn't that mean millions?
Oh my god, when I was in my hometown, I often saw these bottles and jars in the homes of old men in the countryside. If I had known they were so valuable, I should have picked up more. Yang Yayin chuckled, shook her head, and said in a teasing tone, do you think these things are everywhere on the street?
Collections of this level are hard to come by. Most of the bottles and jars in your hometown are ordinary porcelains that are worthless.
Oh, what a pity!
Why didn't I realize it earlier? Ho Jun sighed, feeling a little disappointed.
Then he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly became excited. No, I must go back to my hometown and do some Taobao shopping next time. Maybe I can pick up 1 or 2 valuable treasures.
Then I will be rich. Yang Yayin couldn't help rolling her eyes at Ho Jun's excitement.
She bluntly said, don't dream.
It's not easy to find such a bargain. Even if it really happened, it would have been taken away by someone long ago. Oh, how do you know there won't be any? Our hometown is a beautiful place with outstanding people and beautiful scenery. Maybe there are some hidden treasures. Ho Jun still didn't give up. He waved his arms excitedly, as if he had seen the beautiful scene of getting rich. Besides, I am a blessed person. Maybe I am the chosen one. Just as Ho Jun was bragging about his hometown, the auction on the stage had entered a white-hot stage. 1.5 million. 2 million. 2,300,000.
As the auctioneer's voice continued to ring out, the bidding price soared all the way. In the end, this blue and white porcelain vase was bought by a mysterious buyer at a high price of 3.2 million. Ho Jun looked at the bidding board that was held high up and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Oh my god, a broken bottle was sold for more than 3 million? This money is too easy to make. He turned to look at Xiaoyi and said excitedly, Xiaoyi, look, that sign is so fun, I want to play it too. Can we also raise the sign later? He pointed at the number plates in the hands of the bidders. Xiaoyi looked at Ho Jun's excited expression and smiled slightly. He whispered, there will be a chance. If you want, I will let you raise the sign. He paused and added, but you have to be mentally prepared. Every item here is very expensive. Really? That's great. Ho Jun jumped up excitedly after hearing Xiaoyi's words. He felt as if he had become a gambler who participated in this big bet, and his heart was full of anticipation. Next, a number of famous paintings, jewelry and antiques were displayed on the auction table. Each item was of great value, attracting bids from the distinguished guests on the scene. Ho Jun looked at those treasures that were sold at high prices, feeling both envious and excited, and he wished he could join this money game immediately. Next, we are going to showcase a special item. It has a unique brilliance and I believe it will astound everyone present. The auctioneer's lips curled up slightly with a hint of mystery in her eyes. She slowly stepped back a few steps, leaving the center of the stage to the protagonist who was about to appear. A lady of etiquette slowly walked onto the stage, holding a tray covered with black velvet. She carefully placed the tray on the auction table, then slowly lifted the black velvet. Chapter 42, Determined to buy pink diamond. Under the velvet cloth, a huge pink diamond rough stone lay quietly in the center of the tray, reflecting charming light under the light. Its delicate pink color is as smooth and delicate as a baby's skin, yet it has the unique brilliance of diamonds that will make you fall in love with it at first sight. Wow! There was a burst of exclamations from the crowd, and many people couldn't help but stand up, wanting to appreciate this rare treasure more clearly. Yang Yayin's fingers were tightly clenched around the auction card in her hand, her eyes full of regret. If she had known that the finale would be such a rare pink diamond, she should have kept the previous funds. Xiaoyi's attention was also firmly attracted by this pink diamond. He thought of Su Wanqing's fair neck. What a beautiful picture it would be if this pink diamond could be made into a necklace and worn around her neck. He secretly decided in his heart that he must take a picture of this pink diamond no matter what. Hoyu, Xiaoyi turned sideways and whispered to Hoyu, when the auction starts, just raise the sign and bid. Do you understand? Hoyu was stunned for a moment, and asked worriedly, Brother Xiao, what if the money is not enough?
Xiaoyi patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, just act like a rich man, I'll take care of the rest." Hou looked at Xiaoyi's confident smile, and the worry in his heart gradually dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable excitement. He nodded vigorously, "Okay, brother Xiao, just wait and see." He rubbed his hands together, as if he had already seen the heroic scene of himself spending money like water. Ahem, the auctioneer on the stage coughed twice to draw everyone's attention back to himself. "I believe you have all appreciated the beauty of this peerless pink diamond. This pink diamond is from South Africa and weighs 100 carats. After professional evaluation by our jewelry appraisal masters, it is a rare treasure in terms of color, clarity, and cutting potential." Auctioneer Mr. Zhang introduced passionately. His voice spread throughout the venue through the loudspeaker equipment, making every bidder excited. "The starting price is 300 million renminbi. Each bid increase must not be less than 5 million. Now, the auction begins." As soon as Mr. Zhang finished speaking, the sound of people raising signs began to emanate from the venue. 305 million. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie was the first to bid. 310 million. Another noble lady followed closely behind. The price soared like a rocket, exceeding 350 million in just a few minutes. Yang Yayin looked at the constantly jumping numbers, could only sigh helplessly, and silently put down the sign in her hand. She knew that this pink diamond was no longer something she could covet. Xiao Yi's eyes were always fixed on the pink diamond. He glanced at Hou beside him. Hou received the signal and immediately raised the number plate in his hand and shouted loudly, 360 million. Hou's voice trembled slightly. After all, he was not really a rich man, he was just trying to act. As the auction progressed, the number of people bidding in the venue gradually decreased. When the price exceeded 380 million, only a few people were left in the venue. One of them was Ms. Zhao, who was sitting in the front row, with a plump figure and covered in jewels. 385 million. Ms. Zhao's voice was sharp and piercing, as if carrying a momentum of determination to win. The assistant beside her hurriedly handed her a glass of water so that she could moisten her throat. 390 million. Hou raised the sign again without showing any weakness. His voice was louder than before, but beads of sweat had already begun to seep out of his forehead. He felt that all eyes were focused on him, and the pressure was pressing down on him like a mountain. The price breaks through the 400 million mark. There was silence in the venue, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the next bidder to appear. 400 million. Ms. Zhao shouted out the number without hesitation, her tone full of confidence and unquestionableness. Hou's hand holding the number plate trembled slightly. He turned his head and looked at Xiaoyi with slightly anxious eyes. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something. However, Xiaoyi did not look at him, his eyes were still fixed on the pink diamond, as if nothing in the world could interfere with his sight. His eyes were filled with desire, mixed with a hint of complex emotions that others could not understand. 400 million. Ms. Zhao's voice cut through the silence in the venue like a sharp blade, and then there was a sound of people gasping for air all around. Her eyes were determined, as if she had already considered the pink diamond as hers. Hou's hand holding the number plate trembled slightly. He turned his head and looked at Xiaoyi with slightly anxious eyes. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something. However, Xiaoyi did not respond, his eyes were still fixed on the pink diamond, as if nothing in the world could interfere with his sight. His eyes were filled with desire, mixed with a hint of complex emotions that others could not understand. 450 million. Ms. Zhao's voice sounded again, her tone full of confidence and unquestionable. Hou's heart was beating as hard as a drum. There were more and more beads of sweat on his forehead, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. He turned his head and looked at Xiaoyi with almost pleading eyes, hoping that he could give a clear instruction. At this moment, Xiaoyi finally moved. He took out a card from his pocket, quickly glanced at the balance on it, then looked at Hou firmly. After a moment of silence, he said, 494,300,000. Hou was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears, but when he saw Xiaoyi's serious and determined eyes, he immediately understood the other party's determination. He took a deep breath, raised the number plate with all his strength, and shouted loudly, 494,300,000. There was silence in the venue, everyone held their breath, and even the host's voice became weak. The beads of sweat rolling down Hou's forehead sparkled like pearls. From the corner of his eye, he saw Ms. Zhao's face turn pale, but she didn't say anything else. However, Xiaoyi did not relax his vigilance and still stared at the pink diamond, as if waiting for the final verdict. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? The voice of auctioneer Mr. Zhang rang out in the venue, echoing in everyone's ears.
Ho Yu's heart almost jumped out of his chest. He held the number plate tightly. The whole audience was silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on the number plate held high by Ho Yu, as if time had stopped at this moment.
Auctioneer Mr. Zhang asked 3 times in a row, "Is there anyone else who wants to bid?"
After confirming that no one answered, he excitedly raised the hammer in his hand and slammed it heavily on the auction table.
With a crisp and loud bang, the battle for the pink diamond was over.
Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully bidding for this peerless pink diamond at a price of 494,310,000. Ho Yu was stunned for a moment, then burst into a scream like a pig being slaughtered. He suddenly jumped up from his seat, dancing with joy, as if he had won a lottery worth tens of millions. His voice was so incredibly loud that many people around him looked at him sideways, and some even showed expressions of disgust. But how could Ho Yu care about these things at this moment? He just felt his blood boiling and every pore opened up as if celebrating this incredible victory. At this moment, a man in a suit with neatly combed hair walked quickly to Xiaoyi and Ho Yu, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, "Gentlemen, I am Tony, the manager of the auction house. Please follow me to the VIP room to go through the pickup procedures."
Tony's appearance finally brought Ho Yu back to his senses from his excitement.
He then realized that the person who had just shouted out the sky-high price was none other than himself.
And it seems that Xiaoyi will have to bear this huge amount of money.
Thinking of this, Ho Yu's face turned pale instantly. He carefully glanced at Xiaoyi beside him, only to see that the latter had a calm expression, as if everything was within his expectations. The VIP room was decorated extremely luxuriously, with valuable oil paintings hanging on the walls, thick carpets on the floor, and even a faint fragrance in the air. Mr. Zhang sat on the leather sofa, looked at Xiaoyi and Ho Yu with a smile, and asked gently, "Excuse me, sir, how do you plan to pay this amount?" Ho Yu's heart rose to his throat again. He secretly glanced at Xiaoyi and thought that this was the end. He would probably have to sell himself to pay off his debts. However, Xiaoyi remained calm. He calmly took out a black bank card from his pocket, handed it to Mr. Zhang, and said calmly, "Swipe the card." Mr. Zhang took the card and his smile became even brighter. He handed the card to the receptionist beside him, who took it carefully and turned to the POS machine beside him. Ho Yu held his breath nervously. He clenched his fists tightly and felt his palms sweating. "Hello, sir. The card has been swiped." The receptionist handed the card and a receipt back to Xiaoyi with both hands. At the same time, she also brought back a small tray wrapped in black velvet. When she slowly opened the velvet cloth, the dazzling pink diamond appeared before everyone's eyes again, radiant and breathtakingly beautiful. Ho Yu widened his eyes and rubbed them in disbelief. After making sure that he was not dreaming, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself hard. The crisp sound of the slap was particularly abrupt in the quiet room. He pointed at the pink diamond and stammered, I'm not dreaming, am I?" His gaze turned to Xiaoyi again. He stood up suddenly, bowed deeply to Xiaoyi, and said loudly, "Brother Xiao, Ho Yu, will only recognize you as my friend in this life." He was so excited that he spoke incoherently, You are simply my idol. From now on, my life belongs to you." Yang Yayin happened to pass by the VIP room and saw the scene inside through the half-open door. She covered her mouth in shock, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She couldn't imagine that a seemingly ordinary delivery man could spend a huge amount of money to buy such a precious diamond. At this moment, she completely understood how huge the gap was between herself and Xiaoyi. Ho Yu was still talking incessantly, but Xiaoyi suddenly raised his hand and motioned for him to be quiet. He looked at Ho Yu, his mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile, and said softly, "Ho Yu, actually." Chapter 43, shocked to hear about a burglary in my house, it was a false alarm and I feel bad. Ho Yu, actually Xiaoyi was about to explain, but was interrupted by Ho Yu excitedly, "Brother Xiao, stop talking, I understand everything. You are being low-key, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger." I understand everything." Xiaoyi smiled helplessly and didn't explain anymore. He knew in his heart that with Ho Yu's character, he would not believe it even if he explained it. Let's go back first." Xiaoyi stood up and picked up the box containing the pink diamond. The three of them walked out of the auction house, and 2 bodyguards in black suits were already waiting at the door. They were specially arranged by the auction house to escort VIPs and their auction items home safely. Along the way, Ho Yu was as excited as a child, chattering non-stop. Yang Yayin sat quietly aside,
occasionally glancing at Xiaoyi with complicated eyes.
After returning home, Xiaoyi carefully locked the pink diamond in the safe and then heaved a sigh of relief. Thinking of Su Wanqing's surprised expression when she received this gift, his heart was filled with satisfaction. Money can be earned again if lost, as long as Wanqing is happy, everything is worth it. He changed his clothes and prepared to go to the supermarket to buy some food to reward Su Wanqing in the evening. After leaving the community, Xiaoyi took out his cell phone and called Su Wanqing.
Honey, are you almost home? Well, about 10 minutes more. Su Wanqing's voice was gentle and sweet.
Okay, I'll go to the supermarket to buy some groceries, and we can eat when you come back.
Hubby, you're so nice.
There was a hint of coquettishness in Su Wanqing's voice. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyi quickened his pace and walked towards the supermarket. However, when he returned to the downstairs of the apartment building carrying 2 full bags of food, he found something was wrong. There was noisy talking in the corridor, and it seemed that something had happened. A bad premonition came to his mind, and Xiaoyi quickened his pace. He climbed the stairs 2 at a time, and when he reached his own floor the noise became clearer. He felt a little worried, and his steps became more hurried. Xiaoyi carried 2 large bags of food and walked quickly to his door. I saw a circle of people gathered in front of my house. 2 men in security uniforms were particularly conspicuous. One of them was fat. He was the community security guard Li Hu.
What are you doing? Why are you gathering here?
Xiaoyi frowned and pushed through the crowd to get in.
You can't go in.
Li Hu's fat body blocked the door, blocking Xiaoyi's way. This is a crime scene, outsiders are not allowed to enter.
Crime scene?
Xiaoyi was stunned for a moment, and the bad premonition in his heart became stronger.
How did my house become a crime scene? I am the resident, why do you stop me? Stop pretending.
Everyone knows that you, Xiaoyi, are a delivery boy.
I don't know what luck you have today.
You are dressed like a decent person, but you dare to pretend to be the owner. I tell you, I have called the police. Wait for the police to arrest you. Li Hu pointed at Xiaoyi with disdain on his face.
I'm pretending to be the owner? Li Hu, are you mistaken?
Xiaoyi was completely furious, a fire burning in his chest. Open your dog eyes and see clearly, I am the resident here.
Bah!
You're such a poor fellow, and you're still a resident?
Bah!
Li Hu spit fiercely, pointing at the food in Xiaoyi's hand. You're carrying things here to pretend, do you think you can get away with it?
I'm telling you, no way.
Xiaoyi could no longer suppress his anger and grabbed Li Hu's arm, trying to pull him away.
I'll say it again, I'm a resident here.
If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for being rude to you.
Okay, you dare to touch me? Just try and see if you dare.
Li Hu challenged arrogantly, his fat cheeks full of pride. Who do you think you are?
Let me tell you, I'm the security guard here, Li Hu.
Stop it. An old voice came from behind the crowd. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw an old security guard with gray hair, leaning on a cane, walking towards them tremblingly. It was Uncle Zhao, the old security guard in the community.
Uncle Zhao, why are you here?
When Li Hu saw Uncle Zhao, his arrogance subsided a little.
You are getting more and more confused as you get older.
Uncle Zhao walked up to Xiaoyi, looked at him carefully, then turned to Li Hu and said, he is the resident of this house. Mr. Xiao, did you make a mistake?
He is a resident? Li Hu was stunned, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Uncle Zhao, what's going on? What happened to my family?
Xiaoyi suppressed his anger and asked anxiously. It's like this, Mr. Xiao, Uncle Zhao sighed. Just now when Zhang Hu was on patrol, he saw your door was ajar and thought a thief had entered. He went in to check, but there was no one inside. Your girlfriend, Miss Su, just arrived, and she was worried, so she called the police.
Zhang Hu?
Xiaoyi frowned, a hint of doubt rising in his heart.
How could it be Zhang Hu?
Is he sure he saw the suspicious person enter? At this moment, Su Wanqing also walked out of the crowd. Her face was a little pale, and there was a hint of worry in her eyes.
Hubby, you're back.
Wanqing, it's okay, I'm back. Xiaoyi gently held Su Wanqing's hand, trying to comfort her.
What's going on?
Su Wanqing shook her head.
I don't know either.
When I came, they said there was a thief in your house and asked me to wait outside first. I'll go in and take a look. Xiaoyi said as he was about to push open the door.
No.
Zhang Hu walked out of the crowd, crossed his arms, and looked at Xiaoyi with disdain.
This is a crime scene. Do you want to destroy it? Destroy the scene? I think you are the most suspicious one. Xiaoyi looked at Zhang Hu coldly, his eyes full of suspicion. He felt that something was wrong. What do you mean? I'm just trying to help you catch the thief. Zhang Hu was suddenly annoyed and retorted. You know what I mean. Xiaoyi stared at Zhang Hu with a sharp gaze, his tone as cold as ice in the cold winter. The door lock of my house is intact. You said a thief got in. Where is the evidence? Zhang Hu felt a little guilty when he saw Xiaoyi's sharp eyes. His eyes flickered, but his tone was still tough. I saw a dark shadow rush into your house with my own eyes. Would I lie to you? The tense atmosphere between the two made the air around them seem to freeze. At this moment, a siren sounded from far away, breaking the deadlock. A police car stopped downstairs of the apartment building, and a middle-aged policeman in uniform walked up. He was tall, with a square face, and looked intimidating without even getting angry. Who called the police? Comrade Police, I was the one who called the police. Su Wanqing hurried forward and briefly recounted what had happened. After hearing this, police officer Zhao frowned slightly and turned to look at Xiaoyi. Are you the resident of this house? Yes, police officer, this is my property certificate. Xiaoyi immediately took out the property certificate and handed it over. Police officer Zhao checked it carefully and returned the property certificate to Xiaoyi after confirming that it was correct. Let's go in and take a look. Xiaoyi pushed open the door, and a familiar scent of home hit him. He looked around and found the house was clean and tidy as usual, with no signs of anything being disturbed. Honey, can you check if anything is missing? Su Wanqing asked worriedly. She walked to Xiaoyi and gently held his hand. The warmth of his hand made her feel at ease. Xiaoyi carefully checked every corner of the house. Valuables, cash, and even Su Wanqing's jewelry box were all placed intact on the dressing table. No, nothing is lost. He said with a hint of doubt, and turned to look at Officer Zhao, Comrade Police, this. Zhang Hu was jealous when he saw these two people showing affection as if they were alone. How embarrassing it was for a single guy like him. He snorted heavily, trying to attract everyone's attention. I clearly saw someone go in. A dark figure, very fast. Police officer Zhao looked at Zhang Hu suspiciously, then looked at Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing. After a moment's silence, he said, maybe it was a false alarm. Everyone, please be careful and keep your doors and windows closed in the future. But Zhang Hu wanted to explain, but was interrupted by police officer Zhao. Okay, it's okay, everyone can go home. Police officer Zhao waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only Xiaoyi, Su Wanqing, police officer Zhao and Zhang Hu. Comrade Police, I really saw it. Zhang Hu was sweating profusely. He pointed at the door of Xiaoyi's house and said firmly, I swear, I definitely didn't see it wrong. Chapter 44, The Shadow Appears, but the public cannot believe it. The truth behind the lost diamond is yet to be found. Zhang Hu's face flushed, and he pointed at the front door of Su Wanqing's house with his neck stiffened. I saw it with my own eyes. A dark shadow rushed in at a whoosh. I saw it clearly at the time. Policeman Lao Zhao frowned, glanced at Zhang Hu suspiciously, and turned to ask security guards Li and Li Sun who were standing nearby, did you see it too? Uncle Li Baoan and Uncle Li Sun Boan looked at each other, hesitating for a long time without being able to make out the truth. Finally, security guard Uncle Li Sun scratched his head and said honestly, I heard it from Xiao Zhang, so he asked me to come along. His eyes flickered as he spoke, and he rubbed his hands nervously. There was a tense and doubtful atmosphere in the air, like a taut string that could break at any time. Policeman Lao Zhao's gaze fell back on Zhang Hu, and his tone became serious. So, apart from you, no one else saw any suspicious figures? Zhang Hu was frightened by policeman Lao Zhao's sharp eyes. He scratched his ears and cheeks nervously, and beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. I really saw it. Zhang Hu was so anxious that he almost jumped up and down. He felt that everyone around him was looking at him with suspicion, as if they were looking at a clown. How could I joke about such a thing? Police comrade, you have to believe me. The people around him were indifferent. Some crossed their arms and watched the fun, some lowered their heads to play with their mobile phones, and some had already started whispering, like a group of buzzing flies, disturbing Zhang Hu and making him upset. At this moment, Xiaoyi, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke, I believe him. Xiaoyi's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Zhang Hu suddenly raised his head, like a drowning man grabbing a life-saving straw, and looked at Xiaoyi in surprise. The diamond I placed on Wanqing's bed is gone.
Xiao Yi's tone was calm, but it was like a bomb that exploded among the crowd. When Zhang Hu heard Xiao Yi's words, his eyes instantly turned red, as if a child who had suffered countless grievances had finally received just support.
He excitedly grabbed Xiao Yi's hand and said repeatedly, "Brother, do you really believe me? Thank you so much."
Xiao Yi gently pulled back his hand, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. "I believe you, because I also found some strange things in Wanqing's house."
Xiao Yi's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart heavily.
He said in a deep voice, "Not long after Wanqing and I came back, I discovered that a pink diamond worth nearly $500 million that was placed on her bed was missing." As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him were suddenly in an uproar, and they all showed incredible expressions. Some people opened their mouths so wide that a fist could almost be stuffed in, while others gasped, their eyes full of surprise.
Policeman Lao Zhao frowned.
As Xiao Yi described, the people around him were stunned, as if the priceless pink diamond was shining right before their eyes.
Policeman Lao Zhao nodded thoughtfully, then looked at Zhang Hu. "Can you describe the black shadow you just mentioned in more detail? For example, what it was like, its body shape, its movements, etc."
Zhang Hu swallowed nervously and recalled, "It was a man wearing black clothes, not tall, and very agile, like a thief." I was startled at the time, so I didn't dare to get close, and immediately ran to notify the security guard. Policeman Lao Zhao pondered for a moment, turned to his assistant and said, "Pull up the surveillance video at the scene and record the testimonies of these people."
The assistant responded and quickly took out a notebook to start recording. Seeing this, security guards Li and Li Sun were embarrassed and apologized quickly. "Sorry, we didn't see anything. Maybe Xiao Zhan was just overthinking."
After that, the two of them hurriedly left the scene. Seeing this, Xiao Yi frowned slightly, but didn't say much.
He turned around and led everyone into Su Wanqing's bedroom.
The room was decorated luxuriously and elegantly, with a faint scent of perfume wafting in the air. Su Wanqing stood beside the bed, her expression calm, but there was a hint of worry in her eyes. She took out an exquisite photo album from the drawer of the bedside table, slowly opened it, and a photo came into everyone's sight. In the photo, a girl was holding a pink diamond exactly the same as the one Xiao Yi described, with a smug smile on her face. Su Wanqing looked at the photo coldly, with a hint of chill in her voice. "This photo was taken at a charity dinner of my company. It seems that what we need to find now is not only the black shadow, but also the whereabouts of this girl."
Su Wanqing slowly closed the photo album, with an indescribable sadness in her heart.
She gently stroked the cover of the album, tears gradually gathering in her eyes. The pink diamond is not only a symbol of her career success, but also a relic of her mother, carrying her endless longing and remembrance for her mother. "This pink diamond was left to me by my mother."
Su Wanqing's voice was low and trembling, with a barely perceptible sob.
She raised her head and looked at Xiao Yi, with a complicated light flashing in her eyes. "For me, it is not just a gem worth hundreds of millions, but also the hope of my mother."
Upon hearing this, police officer Lao Zhao frowned even more tightly.
He took the album, looked at it carefully, then turned to his assistant and said, "Take this photo. We will speed up the investigation when we return and find the whereabouts of this pink diamond as soon as possible." His words were firm and professional, as if he was assuring everyone that things would have a happy ending.
Xiao Yi and Su Wanqing watched police officer Lao Zhao and his assistant leave, and a glimmer of hope surged in their hearts. At this time, Li Baoan and Li Sun Baoan uncles came over and said to Xiao Yi with guilt on their faces, "Mr. Xiao, I'm so sorry that we didn't find the shadow in time. It may be because we were standing far away and didn't see it clearly. If necessary, we will definitely do our best to assist in the investigation."
Zhang Hu also patted his chest and said with a sense of justice, "Brother Xiao, don't worry, I will definitely help you find the thief.
Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will get the pink diamond back."
Although his words were a bit exaggerated, his attitude was extremely sincere.
Xiao Yi smiled and nodded, saying politely, "Thank you, I feel reassured with your support.
Please rest assured, I will resolve this matter as soon as possible." His tone was calm, showing his gratitude to the security guards while remaining steady and cool. Uncles Li Baoan and Li Sun were relieved to see Xiao Yi being so polite. They nodded to each other, then turned and left, leaving Xiao Yi and Su Wanqing in the house. Su Wanqing let out a soft sigh, walked to the window, and looked into the distance. Xiao Yi walked up to her, patted her shoulder, and said softly, "Don't worry, we will find the truth." At this moment, Zhang Hu suddenly turned around, blinked his eyes, and asked curiously, "Brother Xiao, is that pink diamond really worth 500 million? Xiao Yi smiled slightly, and his words came to an abrupt end, leaving a hint of mystery, as if foreshadowing more unknowns and challenges to come.
Zhang Hu blinked his eyes and asked curiously, Brother Xiao, is that pink diamond really worth 500 million? Xiaoyi smiled slightly.
Hearing this, Zhang Hu was stunned and opened his mouth so wide that he could almost fit a fist.
He swallowed and stammered, then, how much is it worth? Billions?
Xiaoyi patted Zhang Hu on the shoulder and shook his head slightly. You go out, leave things here to us.
Zhang Hu was choked by Xiaoyi's speechless attitude and was speechless.
He turned and left the bedroom, but his heart was full of fantasies about this mysterious pink diamond. Xiaoyi closed the door and returned to the apartment. Su Wanqing stood by the window, still looking into the distance with a hint of worry in her eyes. Xiaoyi walked forward, hugged her gently, and said softly, "Don't worry, we will find the truth." Su Wanqing gently leaned in Xiaoyi's arms, her voice trembling. How do you know this pink diamond is left to me by my mother?
Also, how do you have so much money to afford such a precious gem? Xiaoyi stroked her hair and said gently, Wanqing, do you remember that day downstairs in the company, I suddenly appeared to help you out? At that time, I felt that there was something unusual about you. As for money, I have my own way.
Su Wanqing raised her head, her eyes moist, and she choked up a little. I thought you were just an ordinary delivery man, but I didn't expect you to. Xiaoyi kissed her forehead and said gently, Wanqing, some things are not as simple as they seem.
Your mother is an amazing woman.
This pink diamond is not only her relic, but also her pride.
We will find it together, don't worry. Su Wanqing nodded gently, he held her hand tightly and said firmly, Don't worry, I will.
Before he finished speaking, a trace of worry flashed in Su Wanqing's eyes, but it was immediately soothed by Xiaoyi's gentle words.
Chapter 45, Suspected Theft. Xiaoyi gently wiped the tears from the corners of Su Wanqing's eyes.
Her eyelashes were wet, like a wounded deer.
Don't be afraid, Wanqing, I will find the pink diamond back.
His voice was gentle and firm, as if it had a magical power that could soothe her inner anxiety. Su Wanqing tightly grasped the corner of Xiaoyi's clothes, her voice choking with sobs, but, that pink diamond is really important to me.
What if I can't find it back?
I always feel that this matter is very strange. How could it be lost for no reason?
Xiaoyi sighed helplessly. He knew Su Wanqing's feelings for this pink diamond.
It was not just a gem, but also the only memory left by her mother.
It is a little strange. I will find out.
He hugged Su Wanqing tighter, letting her feel his warmth. With Xiaoyi's comfort, Su Wanqing gradually calmed down and her eyelids began to become heavy. She snuggled tightly in Xiaoyi's arms and fell into a deep sleep not long after. Xiaoyi carefully picked her up, put her back on the bed in the bedroom, and covered her with a quilt. Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, Xiaoyi's eyes were full of pity. Back in his room, Xiaoyi leaned against the head of the bed and began to sort out what had happened today. The theft of the pink diamond is indeed too strange.
Surveillance footage showed that no suspicious persons entered or left the apartment building last night. That means the thief could be an insider or even.
He shook his head and dispelled the suspicion in his mind.
It's not the time to draw conclusions yet, he needs more clues.
The next day, the morning light poured into the room through the gaps in the curtains.
Su Wanqing answered a phone call, frowned, and hurriedly got up to go out. What's wrong, Wanqing? Xiaoyi asked with concern. There's something urgent at the company and I have to go deal with it. Su Wanqing's voice sounded a little tired. Do you need me to take you there? Xiaoyi asked. No need, I can go by myself.
Su Wanqing changed her clothes and hurried out.
Xiaoyi was not idle while watching Su Wanqing leave. He went out immediately and went straight to the security room that was on duty last night.
He wanted to find Zhang Hu to find out the details of what happened last night. After all, he was one of the witnesses last night.
Zhang Hu, I want to ask you more details about what happened last night. Xiaoyi went straight to the point.
Zhang Hu was stunned for a moment, then came forward warmly. Mr. Xiao, you are here, please take a seat. He pointed to a chair beside him and continued, whatever you want to ask, I will answer your questions.
Xiaoyi nodded, his eyes sharp. I want to know if you found anything unusual when you were patrolling last night? Even some subtle movements, don't miss them. Zhang Hu scratched his head and recalled, last night? Let me think.
He tried hard to recall and spoke slowly with a hint of hesitation in his voice. Zhang Hu frowned, trying hard to recall every detail of last night.
I patrol about once an hour. The corridor is quiet and there's nothing unusual. Oh, right.
He suddenly slapped his thigh, I remember now.
When I was patrolling on the third floor, I seemed to hear a very slight click sound.
At the time, I thought it was a mouse or something, so I didn't pay much attention to it. He patted his head in annoyance. If I had known this would happen, I should have checked it carefully. He talked incessantly about last night's patrol route, describing every detail in great detail, from the gate to the corridor to the rooftop, and talked for a full hour. Xiaoyi listened patiently, asking some questions from time to time, trying to find some clues. After finishing his speech, Zhang Hu sighed deeply and slumped down in his chair weakly. Oh, it would be nice if I had some superpower so I could tell who the thief is at a glance. Superpower? Xiaoyi repeated these 3 words in a low voice, and suddenly an inexplicable expectation surged in his heart. How great it would be if superpowers really existed. He subconsciously said sign in and immediately heard a familiar system prompt in his mind, ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability of mind reading. Xiaoyi was delighted and quickly checked the reward instructions. Mind peek, you can peek into other people's inner desires and materialize them. He chewed over this text again and again, his heart filled with surprise and curiosity. A desire to spy on other people's innermost thoughts? Wouldn't this allow us to know whether Zhang Hu is hiding something? He looked up at Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu, do you really want to catch the thief? Zhang Hu was stunned for a moment when he heard Xiaoyi's question, then he nodded vigorously, saying firmly, of course I hope so. I thought there was nothing unusual last night, but now that you said that, I really hate myself for not checking carefully at that time. Xiaoyi was secretly delighted. He knew that his mind-reading ability could come in handy. He stretched out his hand to signal Zhang Hu to come closer, and said slowly, Zhang Hu, I actually have a way to help us catch the thief. Zhang Hu asked curiously, what's the solution? Mr. Xiao, please don't keep me in suspense. Xiaoyi smiled slightly, lowered his head and seemed to be thinking for a moment, then said softly, traditional Chinese medicine has a technique of feeling the pulse by touching the bones, which can understand a person's health status through palpation. I have learned some of it before, and perhaps through this method, I can help you find some clues. Zhang Hu's eyes lit up when he heard this. He immediately stood up and said excitedly, really? Then you should try it now. Xiaoyi nodded, walked slowly towards Zhang Hu, stretched out his hands, and gently placed them on Zhang Hu's wrists. His fingertips lightly touched the temperature of the skin, and he silently said peek into the heart in his mind. A light warmth flowed through his fingertips, and he instantly caught a glimpse of a hint of anxiety deep in Zhang Hu's heart. Zhang Hu, have you been anxious recently? Is there something that worries you? Xiaoyi whispered with a hint of concern in his voice. Zhang Hu was startled, with a look of surprise on his face. Mr. Xiao, you are really amazing. I am really worried about my mother's condition recently. She has always been in poor health, and this time some problems were found. I am really anxious. Xiaoyi pretended to be calm, but he was actually surprised by the ability to read minds. He comforted her softly, don't worry, it will be fine. By the way, do you think the click sound you mentioned has any special meaning? Zhang Hu fell into deep thought, his brows furrowed, as if he was recalling something. Suddenly, he raised his head abruptly, with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Mr. Xiao, I actually discovered something last night. Xiaoyi's heart tightened, knowing that Zhang Hu might be about to say something important. He quickly waved his hand to interrupt and said softly, don't worry, calm down first. We'll take it slow, there will always be a way. Zhang Hu nodded, as if infected by Xiaoyi's calmness, and gradually calmed down. He sat down again, but suddenly remembered something and reached out to pat Xiaoyi's shoulder to show his gratitude. Xiaoyi quickly dodged his hand. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Zhang Hu said sincerely. Xiaoyi smiled and shook his head. You're welcome. We'll definitely find some clues if we work together. By the way, tell me something more about your mother. Maybe I can help. Zhang Hu was about to speak when he saw Xiaoyi's expression suddenly become serious, as if reminding him of something. He quickly took back the words and asked in confusion, Mr. Xiao, what's wrong? Xiaoyi replied softly, wait a moment, let me think about it. His eyes suddenly swept out the window, as if he was thinking about something, and then stopped abruptly. Xiaoyi's eyes suddenly became sharp, like a sword drawn from its sheath, and he looked straight at Zhang Hu, interrupting his recollections of his single history. Zhang Hu, don't talk about your mother for now. We'll talk about this later. The most important thing now is to find the thief. His tone was firm and unquestionable. Zhang Hu was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said hurriedly, yes, Mr. Xiao, you are right, catching the thief is important. What do you want? Xiaoyi retracted his gaze, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said with an unquestionable decisive tone, go and check the surveillance video from yesterday to see if there were any suspicious persons in the building. Find all their screenshots and give them to me. He knew that time was running out and he had to identify the suspect as soon as possible. Zhang Hu immediately stood up, ran to the monitoring room, and operated the computer with his fingers quickly. Like a soldier dedicated to his duty, he carefully compared every picture, not missing any clues. After a while, he printed out several screenshots of suspicious people and handed them to Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi took the screenshot and looked through it carefully, with a hint of solemnity between his brows. Some of the people in the photos looked panicked, and some behaved suspiciously. They all have the potential to be thieves. Let's go to the police station now. He called Zhang Hu and strode out of the security room. The two arrived at the police station, and Xiaoyi went straight to Officer Li on duty and handed him the screenshot. Officer Li, I suspect these people are related to the theft of my wife's pink diamond. I hope you can investigate it. His tone was sincere. Officer Li took the screenshot, looked at it carefully, and raised his head again with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Mr. Xiao, the screenshots you provided are indeed suspicious, but we can't just arrest and interrogate people based on these. We need more solid evidence before we can open a case for investigation. Xiaoyi's heart sank, and he explained anxiously, but, Officer Li, my wife's pink diamond is very important to her. The longer we delay, the slimmer the hope of getting it back. Besides, their behavior is suspicious, they might be thieves. There was a hint of pleading in his tone, hoping that Officer Li could understand his feelings. Officer Li sighed and said earnestly, Mr. Xiao, I understand your feelings. But when we handle cases, we focus on evidence. Without sufficient evidence, we cannot suspect anyone casually. Xiaoyi frowned and paced back and forth anxiously in the lobby of the police station. He took a deep breath and suppressed his anxiety. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed. He had to calm down. There must be other ways. Officer Li looked at Xiaoyi and was about to speak to comfort him, but he saw him suddenly stop and stare at him with an indescribable seriousness. Officer Li, Xiaoyi said calmly, but with a barely perceptible tremor, do you believe that there are superpowers in this world? Chapter 46, Trouble arose during the investigation. Xiaoyi's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples in Officer Li's heart. He frowned slightly and looked at the young man in front of him. There was an unquestionable determination burning in his eyes, which made Officer Li feel a little shaken. He has been handling cases for many years and has seen all kinds of people, but it is rare to find someone as persistent as Xiaoyi, who also has a hint of strangeness. Superpowers? Officer Li muttered to himself. He certainly didn't believe in superpowers, but Xiaoyi's eyes made him feel that something seemed to be wrong. Perhaps this young man really had some special discovery. Officer Li hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to trust his instincts. He picked up the intercom on the table and said to the other end, Xiao Zhang, check the person in this screenshot to see if there is any record. Once you find him, bring him to the police station for questioning. After giving the order, Officer Li looked up at Xiaoyi and said in a more gentle tone, Mr. Xiao, I understand how you feel, but we police officers must be rigorous in handling cases. Let me ask my assistant to check it out. If there is indeed a problem, we will immediately launch an investigation. Please wait here for a moment. After hearing what Officer Li said, Xiaoyi felt a little relieved, but still unwilling to give up. He took a step forward and said earnestly, Officer Li, can I help with the investigation? I know a little bit about this person, and maybe I can provide some useful clues. Officer Li looked at Xiaoyi, frowned again, and said in an awkward tone, Mr. Xiao, this is probably against the rules. Besides, this is our internal police matter after all, you. At this time, a young and energetic voice interrupted Officer Li's words, Captain Li, why are you being polite to him? What does a delivery man know about handling cases? I think he just wants to take advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble. Xiaoyi turned his head and saw a young policeman in uniform, who looked to be in his early 20s, looking at him with disdain, with obvious contempt and impatience in his tone. This person was Yan Zhang, who had just spoken rudely to Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi narrowed his eyes slightly. The clues I have may be helpful to your investigation. Humph, clues? What clues can you have? You are just a delivery boy, what do you know about investigating a case? I think you are just deliberately making trouble and want to be in the limelight. Yan Zhang sneered, his tone became more sharp, don't think that you can fool us police officers by just taking out a few screenshots. I think you are just trying to fish in troubled waters. As soon as Yan Zhang finished speaking, the atmosphere in the entire office suddenly became tense, and the air seemed to be filled with gunpowder. Xiaoyi could clearly feel Yan Zhang's hostility towards him, as well as the doubts and distrust of him from other police colleagues. He took a deep breath and slowly looked at Officer Li, who had remained silent. Officer Li looked up at Xiaoyi and Yan Zhang with a frown, then looked at Feng Xiaoxiao's basic information displayed on the computer screen, then stood up. His eyes were serious, and he slowly said, "Well, Xiaoyan, take Xiaoyi with you to Feng Xiaoxiao's residence to find out the situation."
Captain Li.
Yan Zhang looked reluctant and was about to retort, but was stopped by a sharp look from Officer Li. He had no choice but to swallow the words that were on the tip of his tongue, his chest heaving violently like an angry bull.
Follow orders, Officer Li said in an unquestionable tone.
Yan Zhang gritted his teeth, glared at Xiaoyi fiercely, snorted coldly, turned around and left.
Let's go.
He threw down these two words without even turning his head, his tone full of disgust, as if he felt sick to say one more word to Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi glanced at him indifferently, said nothing, and followed calmly.
He didn't care about Yan Zhang's attitude.
He just wanted to find Su Wanqing's pink diamond as soon as possible. Along the way, Yan Zhang had a gloomy face, said nothing, and drove very fast, as if he wanted to deliberately give Xiaoyi a warning. Sudden braking and sharp turns, Xiaoyi's body swayed with the violent shaking of the car, but he remained calm, as if all this had nothing to do with him. He just silently watched the scenery rapidly receding outside the window, thinking about his next move in his mind. Finally, the car stopped at the gate of an old residential area. Yan Zhang opened the car door roughly, slammed it shut, and then strode towards the community, completely ignoring Xiaoyi behind him.
Xiaoyi followed slowly.
There was a faint musty smell in the air, mixed with the smell of various foods, which made him frown uncomfortably.
Following the address on the computer, they arrived at an old residential building.
Yan Zhang walked to an iron door on the third floor and knocked hard several times, but no one responded.
Knock, knock, knock. He knocked harder and shouted impatiently, "Is anyone there? Police." Still no response.
Yan Zhang was about to kick the door when it suddenly creaked open. A woman in a pink silk nightgown appeared at the door, with the neckline slightly open, revealing her fair skin. Her wavy hair casually falls on her shoulders, making her look lazy and charming. The woman looked at the two men at the door with sleepy eyes, as if she was not fully awake yet. Yan Zhang was stunned, his eyes wandering uncomfortably, and a barely noticeable blush appeared on his cheeks. There was a faint scent of perfume in the air, mixed with the unique fragrance of a woman, which made him feel a little hot.
"Who are you?"
The woman rubbed her eyes, her voice a little hoarse and with a hint of doubt.
"We are the police."
Yan Zhang tried to keep himself calm, took out his police ID and waved it in front of the woman. "We are here to investigate a case and need your cooperation."
"Are you Feng Xiaoxiao?"
Feng Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows, a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes.
She leaned lazily against the doorframe, her tone full of obvious dissatisfaction. "Police? What are you doing here so early in the morning? I haven't even woken up yet."
Yan Zhang was stumped by Feng Xiaoxiao's question, and the embarrassment on his face was obvious. He cleared his throat and tried to explain, "Miss Feng Xiaoxiao, we suspect that you may be involved in a jewelry theft case and need your cooperation in our investigation."
Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed with anger, and her voice became louder. "What jewelry theft case? How could I possibly know?"
"You guys came to disturb me so early in the morning for no reason, that's really too much." The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and the smell of perfume in the air seemed to become stronger, making Yan Zhang feel a little suffocated. At this moment, Xiaoyi took a step forward, his tone calm and sincere. "Miss Feng, I'm sorry to bother you so early. We really need your help, and I hope you can cooperate with us.
This will benefit everyone."
Feng Xiaoxiao's dissatisfied expression eased a little after hearing Xiaoyi's words. She looked at Xiaoyi for a few times. Xiaoyi and Yan Zhang followed Feng Xiaoxiao into the house. The decoration in the room is old and a little messy, but there is a fresh fragrance in the air, which makes people feel a little comfortable. Feng Xiaoxiao walked straight to the living room, sat down on the sofa, and asked lazily, "Just tell me what you want to say."
"My time is precious."
Yan Zhang put away the embarrassment on his face and said seriously, "Miss Feng Xiaoxiao, we suspect that you were involved in a jewelry theft the night before last. Please tell us about your situation and whereabouts at the time."
Feng Xiaoxiao frowned, a hint of stubbornness flashed in his eyes. "The night before yesterday? I went home and went straight to bed. Do you have any evidence?"
Yan Zhang's tone became stern. "We know that you have some connections with the owner. I hope you can answer the questions truthfully, otherwise you will bear the consequences."
Feng Xiaoxiao sneered, and his attitude suddenly became tough. "You threaten me? I tell you, I know nothing. If you don't have evidence, don't talk nonsense here."
Yan Zhang was angered by Feng Xiaoxiao's attitude. He slammed the table, stood up and shouted, "I'm warning you, Feng Xiaoxiao, you'd better tell the truth, otherwise." Feng Xiaoxiao also stood up with an indifferent expression on his face. Do whatever you want, I won't admit anything anyway. Yan Zhang's face turned pale and he glared at Feng Xiaoxiao with gritted teeth. The atmosphere was so tense that it seemed like water could be squeezed out of it. Xiaoyi observed quietly from the side, secretly planning his next move in his mind. Just then, he suddenly stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Xiaoyi walked calmly to the kitchen and turned on the old faucet. Clear water slowly poured out, making a gurgling sound. He took out 2 clean glasses, quickly filled them with water, then returned to the living room, handed 1 glass of water to Yan Zhang and the other to Feng Xiaoxiao.
Xiao Yan, drink some water and calm down first.
Xiao Yi's voice was calm and steady, as if there was an invisible force that eased the tense atmosphere in the room. Yan Zhang took the cup of water and sat down helplessly, his eyes still full of obvious hostility. When Feng Xiaoxiao took the cup of water, her fingers touched the back of Xiao Yi's hand intentionally or unintentionally, and there was a teasing light in her eyes. Xiao Yi was slightly stunned, but did not show much reaction. He just smiled indifferently and withdrew his hand.
Ms. Feng, you misunderstood.
We just hope to find the truth as soon as possible.
Xiao Yi's tone remained calm, but Feng Xiaoxiao's smile became more meaningful.
When Yan Zhang saw this scene, he could no longer suppress his anger.
He stood up suddenly and glared at Xiao Yi angrily. What the hell are you doing? We are here to investigate the case, not to flirt.
Xiao Yi ignored Yan Zhang's roar, but closed his eyes, and fragments of Feng Xiaoxiao's memories emerged in his mind. He saw Feng Xiaoxiao arguing with a short, fat, middle-aged man in front of the apartment building. The man threatened her, and her.
You can know a person's face but not his heart.
Xiao Yi sighed silently in his heart. He opened his eyes and there was a hint of understanding in his eyes.
He said softly, Miss Feng, I understand that you have something to hide. But if you really want to know the truth, you'd better cooperate with us.
When Yan Zhang saw the interaction between Xiao Yi and Feng Xiaoxiao, his eyes became even gloomier, as if he might explode at any time. His fists were clenched tightly, his breathing was rapid, and his heart was filled with dissatisfaction and anger. Feng Xiaoxiao's expression became complicated at this moment. She took the water handed to her by Xiao Yi, took a sip gently, and an indescribable emotion surged in her heart. She looked up at Xiao Yi, with a hint of hesitation and expectation in her eyes. Feng Xiaoxiao started to speak, but was interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps coming from outside the door. The door was pushed open with a bang, and a short, fat, middle-aged man rushed in panting, his face ashen, with obvious anger and threats in his eyes.
What are you doing here? The middle-aged man's voice was filled with anger, and the atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. The arrival of the middle-aged man made the atmosphere in the room even more tense.
Feng Xiaoxiao's face turned pale, and she subconsciously took a step back and leaned on the sofa. Xiao Yi quickly stood up, stood in front of Feng Xiaoxiao, and protected her with his body, with a firm and protective look in his eyes.
Sir, we are the police and we are investigating here. Who are you?
Upon seeing this, Yan Zheng quickly pulled out his police officer ID and asked sternly. The middle-aged man's anger seemed to be slightly suppressed by the sullen momentum, but he still glared at Feng Xiaoxiao.
Feng Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down, and whispered, He is my ex-boyfriend, Zhang Ming.
Her voice trembled, and she was obviously very uneasy.
Zhang Ming's face became even gloomier. He took a step forward and stared at Feng Xiaoxiao fiercely. Feng Xiaoxiao, what are you doing? Why are you with the police?
His voice was full of threats, which made people feel chilled. Seeing this, Yan Zhang immediately became alert, put his hand on the baton at his waist, ready to respond to any emergency at any time. Xiao Yi stood calmly in front of Feng Xiaoxiao, using his eyes to comfort her, and said to Zhang Ming, Mr. Zhang, we are investigating a jewelry theft case and need Ms. Feng Xiaoxiao's cooperation.
Is there anything you need to explain? Zhang Ming's gaze swept back and forth between Xiao Yi and Yan Zhang, finally falling on Xiao Yi, revealing a complex hostility in his eyes. He smiled coldly and said, I have nothing to say. Feng Xiaoxiao, you'd better tell the truth, otherwise.
He didn't finish his words, but the threat was already very obvious. Xiao Yi already roughly understood the reason why Feng Xiaoxiao appeared in the apartment building. She was obviously threatened and oppressed by Zhang Ming. He tilted his head slightly and whispered to Feng Xiaoxiao, Ms. Feng, don't be afraid, we will protect you. If you have any difficulties, you can tell us now and we will do our best to help you. His tone was calm and firm, which made Feng Xiaoxiao feel a little warm.
Feng Xiaoxiao's. Xiao Yi, stop being sentimental here.
We are here to investigate the case, not to listen to your love words.
Yan Zhang's tone was full of anger, and he seemed to be increasingly dissatisfied with Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi ignored Yan Zhang's roar, but turned to look at Feng Xiaoxiao and said gently, Miss Feng, I am married. If you are willing, I can help you solve this matter. However, you must trust us and tell us the truth. His words made Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes dim for a moment, but she soon smiled again, obviously understanding Xiaoyi's intention. Okay, I'll tell you everything I know. Feng Xiaoxiao's voice was weak but full of determination. When Yan Zhang saw the scene, he could no longer control his anger. He stood up suddenly and glared at Xiaoyi angrily. What do you mean? We are investigating a case, not here to talk about love. Xiaoyi did not respond directly, but instead saluted Yan Zhang with a standard military salute with a hint of joking. Officer Yan, I understand your duties. But sometimes, a little more patience and understanding may help us find the truth. There was a hint of light-hearted ridicule in his words, which eased the tense atmosphere a little. When Feng Xiaoxiao saw the scene, he couldn't help but chuckle, but Yan Zhang's face became even more gloomy. He clenched his fists, glared at Xiaoyi with gritted teeth, and the dissatisfaction and anger in his heart almost overflowed. Xiaoyi ignored his gaze and continued talking to Feng Xiaoxiao, discussing the details of the case. Just when Yan was about to get angry again, Xiaoyi suddenly turned to Zhang Ming. His eyes became sharp. Mr. Zhang Ming, we hope you can cooperate with the investigation. If you have anything to explain, please say it now. His tone was firm and powerful, and Zhang Ming's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Zhang Ming glared at Feng Xiaoxiao fiercely, as if to warn her, then turned and rushed out of the room, slamming the door. Feng Xiaoxiao's body trembled slightly, obviously under great psychological pressure. Seeing this, Xiaoyi patted Feng Xiaoxiao's shoulder gently and comforted her. Don't be afraid, we will take care of everything. His voice was full of warmth and determination. Yan Zhang watched the scene, and the dissatisfaction in his heart became even more uncontrollable, but he could only grit his teeth and force himself to calm down. He knew that if they didn't find the truth soon, their investigation would not be able to continue. Feng Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and finally said, Okay, I'll tell you everything I know. Her tone was full of determination, yet a little helpless. Yan Zhang snorted coldly, but did not interrupt again. Xiaoyi listened quietly, thinking about his next move in his mind. At this moment, the sound of Zhang Ming's footsteps was heard outside the door, as if foreshadowing that a bigger storm was coming. Chapter 47, Xiaoyi Shi, the suspect, encounters Chen Huijia's memory and reveals new feelings. Xiaoyi looked at Feng Xiaoxiao, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and suddenly imitated the police in Hong Kong movies, raised his hand to salute in a not-so-standard way, and said solemnly, Madam, please cooperate with the investigation. His sudden action made Feng Xiaoxiao, who was originally on edge, burst out laughing, and the tear marks at the corners of her eyes seemed less abrupt. Xiao Yan frowned even more tightly. He felt that Xiaoyi was just fooling around and had undermined the dignity of the police. He was about to open his mouth to scold, but Xiaoyi had already restrained his smile, looked at Feng Xiaoxiao seriously, and his tone became gentle. Miss Feng, we want to know your whereabouts last night. Can you tell us where you went? Feng Xiaoxiao's resistance was obviously relieved. She sighed softly, her eyes evasive, and whispered, I went to break up with my boyfriend last night. After hearing this, Xiao Yan immediately became alert. He felt that Feng Xiaoxiao was obviously lying. He immediately took out his phone and said in a cold voice, Since you are going to break up, call your boyfriend to confront him. Don't try any tricks. Feng Xiaoxiao's face suddenly turned a little ugly. She bit her lip and looked very reluctant. In the end, under Xiao Yan's intimidating gaze, she dialed a number and handed the phone to Xiao Yan. Hello? A man's voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of impatience. Xiao Yan glanced at Feng Xiaoxiao, confirmed that she had not cheated, turned on the hands-free mode, and said coldly, Hello, I am a policeman. I want to confirm with you Feng Xiaoxiao's whereabouts last night. Before Xiao Yan could finish, Feng Xiaoxiao suddenly snatched the phone and shouted into it, Zhao Aipeng, don't lie, you were clearly waiting for me downstairs of the apartment building yesterday. There was silence for a few seconds on the other end of the phone, and then a man's sharp roar was heard, You bitch, how dare you betray me? On the other end of the phone, Zhao Aipeng's roar came through the speakerphone, so sharp that it seemed to pierce the eardrums. You stinky bitch, how dare you betray me? I waited for you with good intentions last night, and you dared to call the police to arrest me? Feng Xiaoxiao turned pale after being scolded, and the tears that had just stopped in her eyes welled up again. She bit her lower lip tightly, her body trembling slightly, but she couldn't utter a word. Xiao Yan frowned even more. He snatched the phone and said coldly into the receiver, I'm a policeman. I'm asking you formally, Zhao Aipeng, where were you last night? Where were you when you broke up with Feng Xiaoxiao? Zhao Eipan felt as if his neck was strangled, and his arrogance just now disappeared without a trace. His tone became cautious, with a hint of flattery. Officer, please don't misunderstand me. I didn't do anything illegal. I broke up with Feng Xiaoxiao last night, in a cafe, right downstairs from her apartment. Xiao Yan sneered, then why did Feng Xiaoxiao say that you were waiting for her downstairs in the apartment building? Zhao Eipan hesitated for a long time and finally admitted that he was indeed waiting for Feng Xiaoxiao downstairs of her apartment last night, but he just wanted to save the relationship and had no other intentions. After listening to Zhao Eipan's explanation, Xiao Yan asked a few more details. After checking them one by one, he nodded with satisfaction and softened his tone. It seems that you are still quite cooperative. If you cooperate with the investigation like this, we will naturally trust you. Feng Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes when she heard this, and was obviously very dissatisfied with Xiao Yan's praise. She turned her head away, not looking at Xiao Yan or Zhao Eipan, her face full of helplessness and reluctance. Xiao Yi saw this and raised the corners of his mouth slightly, thinking that these two people were really a perfect match. He knew that Feng Xiaoxiao was not a thief, so he didn't say anything more. After confirming that Feng Xiaoxiao had nothing to do with the theft, Xiao Yan looked at the watch on his wrist and said to Xiao Yi, "It's getting late. Let's go to the internet company to find the second suspect." Xiao Yi nodded, and the two of them walked out of Feng Xiaoxiao's apartment one after the other. When I arrived at the internet company, the towering glass curtain walls reflected dazzling light under the sun. Xiao Yan straightened his police uniform and strode towards the front desk. He placed his police ID card on the smooth marble table at the front desk with a slap sound and asked in a deep voice, "Hello, we are police officers from the Municipal Bureau. May I ask if your company employee Chen has come to work today?" The receptionist was startled by Xiao Yan's behavior. She quickly picked up the police officer's ID, carefully identified it, and then respectfully handed it back to Xiao Yan, saying, "Hello, officer. Please wait a moment. I will help you check it." She quickly operated on the computer, then looked up with a hint of doubt in her eyes. "Mr. Chen asked for leave today. It seems that he said that there was something going on at home." Xiao Yan frowned again. He stared at the receptionist and asked in a cold tone, "Then do you know where he lives?" The receptionist hesitated for a moment, but finally, under the stern gaze of the police officer, she truthfully told Chen's address, which was an old shared housing complex. The two walked out of the internet company, and Xiao Yan said hurriedly, "Let's go to that address now." Xiao Yi was about to respond when he glanced across the street and saw a familiar figure walking out of a convenience store. It was Su Wanqing's nanny, Sister Chen Hui. Some fragmented images suddenly flashed through Xiao Yi's mind. Those images were like sand blown away by the wind, blurry, but faintly revealing a hint of unusual meaning. He stopped and his pupils contracted slightly. "Xiao Yan, wait a minute," Xiao Yi suddenly said, staring straight in the direction of Sister Chen Hui. Xiao Yan frowned when he saw Xiao Yi suddenly stop. He followed Xiao Yi's gaze and saw Sister Chen Hui walking out of the convenience store across the street with a bag of milk and a few newspapers in her hands. Xiao Yi frowned slightly. "Xiao Yan, wait a minute," Xiao Yi said again, with a hint of uncertainty in his tone. Xiao Yan looked back at Xiao Yi impatiently, but still stopped and asked, "What's wrong? We don't have time to waste here." Xiao Yi did not answer immediately, but just stared in the direction of Sister Chen Hui, as if recalling something. After a moment, he retracted his gaze and said decisively, "Let's go to that address first and talk about it later." Xiao Yan nodded, and the two of them walked towards the old shared housing complex, one in front and one behind. The environment in the community is a bit messy, with all kinds of debris piled up in the narrow alleys, and the air is filled with a damp and moldy smell. The sunlight was blocked by the tall buildings, and only a few rays of light occasionally shone on the dim path. The two asked along the way and finally found the residence of the second suspect, Chen. It was a narrow and simple rental house with a tattered curtain on the door and some cracks on the window glass. Xiao Yan knocked on the door, but there was no response. He frowned and knocked hard a few times before the door creaked open. The room was in a mess, with the quilts on the bed piled up in a mess and some empty beverage bottles and cigarette butts scattered on the floor. The second suspect, Chen, was sitting on the bed with his phone in his hand. When he saw the two men coming in, "Are you Chen?" "We are the police." Xiao Yan showed his police officer ID and spoke in a stern tone. Chen became visibly nervous and subconsciously took 2 steps back, his eyes darting around. Xiao Yi keenly sensed his uneasiness, and quickly approached him, forcing him into a corner. "Don't move, we have some questions to ask you." Xiao Yi's voice was low and firm. Chen seemed to be panicked and suddenly rushed to the window, trying to escape through the window.
Seeing this, Xiao Yan immediately rushed forward and reached out to pull his legs, but was kicked hard by Chen and fell to the ground. Xiao Yan's legs went limp and his body fell heavily to the ground, gasping in pain.
Xiaoyi was quick-witted and quick-handed. He rushed forward and pounced on Chen.
The two struggled on the floor for a few times. Chen tried to get rid of Xiaoyi with his elbow, but Xiaoyi used the female self-defense skills to cleverly control him.
Chen struggled for a few times and finally lay on the ground powerlessly, gasping for breath.
Xiao Yan gritted his teeth, stood up, pulled out handcuffs from his waist, and quickly put them on Chen.
He dusted himself off and said coldly, "I didn't expect you to be so uncooperative."
Xiaoyi looked at the subdued Chen, frowned, and said firmly, "Xiao Yan, I have reason to believe that this person may not be the real murderer we have been looking for." Xiao Yan raised his head with a hint of doubt in his eyes, but did not refute immediately. He glanced coldly at Chen, who was handcuffed, was silent for a moment, and suddenly said angrily, "I don't care if he is the real murderer or not. Anyway, he is suspected of escaping and assaulting police officers and must be taken away." Xiaoyi squatted down and gently touched the arm of the second suspect Chen with his fingertips. An electric current-like touch instantly spread throughout his body, and fragments of Chen's memory flashed through Xiaoyi's mind like movie clips: a dim room, a disheveled woman, hurried footsteps, and a terrified face. That's not Feng Xiao, but the wife of the internet company boss. Xiaoyi stood up suddenly, his tone firm. He was not in Feng Xiao's apartment last night.
He went to.
Xiaoyi paused, but finally did not tell the truth. The place he went to has nothing to do with the case.
He is not the person we are looking for. Xiao Yan waved his hands impatiently, rubbing his aching knee. "Stop talking nonsense.
Assaulting a police officer and resisting arrest, and catching the person red-handed.
What else do you have to say?"
He grabbed Chen and pushed him out the door.
"Xiao Yan, listen to me."
Xiaoyi tried to explain again, but Xiao Yan didn't listen at all and was only concerned with escorting Chen downstairs. Xiaoyi sighed helplessly. He knew Xiao Yan was eager to close the case, but acting rashly like this would only result in wrongly arresting good people. Watching the police car speeding away, Xiaoyi clenched the other piece of paper with the address on it in his hand. It was an old residential building located in the old city area.
A name was written crookedly on the note: Wang Chang. He must find the real thief as soon as possible to clear Chen's name.
The narrow alleys of the old town were filled with a damp and musty smell, with garbage cans emitting a foul stench and flies buzzing around.
Xiaoyi took a deep breath and walked quickly towards the old residential building.
The mottled walls silently told the traces of time. He found room 302 according to the address and knocked on the door.
The sound of knock 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 on the door echoed in the quiet corridor. After a moment, a familiar female voice came from the door. "Who is it?"
When Xiaoyi heard the familiar voice, he became even more confused. He gripped the door handle tightly and turned it gently, and the door creaked open.
Standing at the door was Su Wanqing's nanny, Sister Chen Hui.
Sister Chen Hui obviously didn't expect it to be Xiaoyi. She was holding a half-peeled apple in her hand and staring at him blankly, with the paring knife suspended in mid-air. Xiaoyi was also stunned, and for a moment, both of them felt a little awkward. The dim room was filled with a faint scent of apples, mixed with the smell of old furniture. There were a few faded celebrity posters on the wall and some sundries piled in the corner, making the place look a bit messy.
"Sister Chen Hui, why are you here?"
Xiaoyi broke the silence first, with a hint of surprise in his tone. Sister Chen Hui came back to her senses and quickly put the paring knife aside, forcing a smile on her face. "Oh, Mr. Xiao, I
live here."
As she spoke, she stepped aside and motioned Xiaoyi to enter the house. Xiaoyi hesitated for a moment, but still walked in. The room is not big, with only a single bed, an old wardrobe, and a simple table. The sun shone through the dirty windows, casting mottled shadows on the floor.
I actually came to see a friend,"
Xiaoyi explained, looking around with a somewhat unnatural look.
"Oh, I see." Sister Chen Hui nodded, not seeming to doubt his words. "Does your friend live in this building too?"
"Well, yes.
I live in this building,"
Xiaoyi responded vaguely, his eyes falling on the apple that Sister Chen Hui had not yet peeled.
"This apple." Sister Chen Hui quickly picked up the apple and said with a smile, "I'm peeling an apple. Would you like some, Mr. Xiao?" "No, thank you."
Xiaoyi waved his hand quickly, but his eyes always stayed on Sister Chen Hui, feeling confused. He always felt that there was something strange about Sister Chen Hui's appearance, but he couldn't tell what was wrong.
Then, "Mr. Xiao, which floor does your friend live on?"
Sister Chen Hui asked again, with a hint of concern in her tone. Xiaoyi was just about to make up a room number when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his mind and some blurry images flashed through his mind again. He subconsciously reached out and held Sister Chen Hui's hand, and a current-like touch instantly spread throughout his body. Sister Chen Hui was stunned and looked at Xiaoyi in confusion. In Xiaoyi's mind, those blurry images gradually became clear. Under the dim light, a young man, tall and with a vicious face, was yelling at Sister Chen Hui, "Where's the money? Where's my money? You old man, have you hidden the money again?" The man snatched the wallet from Sister Chen Hui's hand, rummaged through the money inside, and kept cursing. Sister Chen Hui lowered her head, her body trembling slightly, but she did not dare to resist. Xiaoyi suddenly withdrew his hand, his face turned pale. He looked at Sister Chen Hui. "Mr. Xiao. Xiao, what's wrong with you?" Sister Chen Hui noticed that something was wrong with Xiaoyi and asked with concern. Xiaoyi took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He looked at Sister Chen Hui and spoke slowly. "Sister Chen Hui, do you know this person?" Chapter 48, The Mystery of the Su Family is getting thicker. Xiaoyi shook his head slowly, suppressing the image of Sun Xiaohao in his mind. "It's okay, I just felt a little dizzy." He forced a smile. "Sister Chen Hui, your son, what kind of work does he usually do?" Sister Chen Hui sighed, and the wrinkles on her face deepened. "Oh, don't mention it. This child has been a worry to his father since he was young. Now that he's grown up, he's even more worried." As she spoke, her eyes became red again. "His father passed away early, and I was the only one in the family who raised him. I've suffered all kinds of hardships. But this child is not ambitious. He doesn't study hard, and changes jobs every few days. Now he's doing odd jobs at the Su family mansion." Xiaoyi's heart tightened. The Su family? How is Sun Xiaohao related to the Su family? Could it be that? He suppressed his uneasiness and asked casually, "The Su family? That's a wealthy family. It's not bad for Xiaohao to work there." Sister Chen Hui smiled bitterly. "What's good about it? He's just a handyman. Alas, this child has been spoiled since childhood and can't endure any hardship. He complains about the hard work and low salary every other day. Speaking of which, if his father were still alive." Sister Chen Hui began to wipe her tears again, her tone full of helplessness and bitterness. "Mom! What are you crying about again?" A loud shout came from the room, and then a tall figure rushed out. It was Sun Xiaohao. His face was full of anger and his eyes were red, as if he had just cried. "If my dad were still alive, would our family be like this? From childhood to adulthood, when have I ever worn a nice piece of clothing or eaten a good meal? Why should other children live in luxury while I have to live such a hard life?" "Shut up!" Sister Chen Hui stood up suddenly and slapped Sun Xiaohao in the face. "How dare you say that? If you hadn't studied hard and worked hard, would our family be in this state?" Sun Xiaohao covered his face and glared at Sister Chen Hui. "I've had enough. I don't want to stay in this house for a moment." He turned and rushed out of the room, slamming the door heavily. Sister Chen Hui sat back in her chair dejectedly, her eyes blurred by tears again. "Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you," she said chokingly. Xiaoyi looked at Sister Chen Hui's haggard appearance and felt mixed emotions. He stood up and comforted her. "Sister Chen Hui, don't worry too much. Xiaohao is still young and will be sensible." "I hope so." Sister Chen Hui sighed weakly. Xiaoyi walked to the door, as if he suddenly remembered something, and turned around to ask, "By the way, Sister Chen Hui, when does Xiaohao usually go to the Su family?" Sister Chen Hui shook her head, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said in a flat tone, "The time he goes to the Su family is not fixed, sometimes early, sometimes late. However, he should go to Miss Su's residence to pick me up today." Xiaoyi nodded, and he became more convinced that Sun Xiaohao had an unusual connection with the Su family. He patted Sister Chen Hui on the shoulder and comforted her. "Sister Chen Hui, don't worry, I will help you find a solution." After that, he turned and left Sister Chen Hui's house, his heart full of doubts and determination. The moment he walked out of Sister Chen Hui's house, Xiaoyi took a deep breath of the cold air, and the doubts in his heart grew stronger. He tightened his coat and looked firmly at the Su family mansion not far away. The Su family is a wealthy and powerful family in Longcheng. Once upon a time, the Su family's glory was almost unmatched. However, the good times did not last long. The rise and fall of the Su family was like the cycle of history. By the third generation, the family's glory had begun to fade. Today, although the Su family is still wealthy, internal conflicts and disputes are becoming increasingly severe.
The Su family's mansion is located in the most prosperous area of Longchang.
The tall walls and iron gates give people a solemn and mysterious feeling. Xiaoyi walked slowly along the wide street, constantly recalling the clues related to Sun Xiaohao in his mind. He felt that every step he took was based on a huge mystery, and the solution to this mystery might affect the fate of him and Su Wanqing. Finally, he arrived at the gate of the Su family mansion. The iron gate was closed. A middle-aged man was sitting leisurely in the guardroom, occasionally looking up at the door. Xiaoyi took a deep breath, walked to the guardroom, and knocked on the window politely. "Hello, I'm looking for Sun Xiaohao, he's a servant of the Su family." Xiaoyi's voice was steady and firm, with an unquestionable light in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the security guard Li Baoan frowned, looked at Xiaoyi vigilantly, and finally said, "Who are you?" "Sun Xiaohao didn't come to work today." "What do you want from him?" As Xiaoyi finished speaking, a black Lincoln sedan slowly drove up and stopped at the door of the Su family mansion. The car window slowly lowered, revealing a familiar face. It was Sun Xiaohao. He was wearing a brand new suit today and his hair was combed sleekly, looking completely different from his previous decadent appearance. Seeing Xiaoyi standing at the door, a hint of surprise flashed across Sun Xiaohao's face, and then a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Hey, isn't this Xiaoyi, the delivery man? Why, he's delivering food to the Su family," he said with contempt and a hint of sarcasm. Xiaoyi ignored Sun Xiaohao's sarcasm, walked straight to the car window, and stared at him sharply. "Sun Xiaohao, I have something to ask you." Sun Xiaohao smiled disdainfully and rolled down the car window. "What can I say to you? Get out of my way." Xiaoyi did not move, his tone was low and firm. "There are some things you must explain to me clearly." Sun Xiaohao's face changed. What do you want to do?" Just then, the back door of the Lincoln opened and a young man in a suit and tie got out. He is tall, with handsome features and a hint of arrogance between his brows. It was Su Wanqing, a member of the Su family. "What's going on?" Su Wanqing asked in a bad tone, his eyes sweeping over Xiaoyi with a hint of contempt. "Brother Wanqing, this is the delivery man. I don't know how he found his way here and he's blocking my way." Sun Xiaohao hurriedly ran to Su Wanqing and said something exaggerated. Su Wanqing looked Xiaoyi up and down, a sneer appearing on the corner of his mouth. "Who are you? What are you doing here at the Su family?" "I'm here to propose marriage," Xiaoyi said calmly, looking straight at Su Wanqing without any fear. Su Wanqing was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Propose marriage? You? Don't you see your own status? Are you worthy enough to come to the Su family to propose marriage?" His laughter was full of disdain and ridicule. "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I like Su Wanqing and I want to marry her," Xiaoyi said in a firm tone. "Wishful thinking." Su Wanqing's face darkened. "Su Wanqing is my fiancée. Who do you think you are? How dare you set your sights on her?" "Fiancé?" Xiaoyi sneered, "I am Su Wanqing's husband." Su Wanqing laughed in anger, took a step forward, and grabbed Xiaoyi by the collar. "You're looking for death." Xiaoyi met Su Wanqing's gaze without fear. "I advise you to let me go." Su Wanqing sneered and pushed Xiaoyi away. "You dare to challenge me?" Xiaoyi staggered back a few steps and grabbed Su Wanqing's wrist. His eyes were cold as he stared into Su Wanqing's eyes, his voice low and firm. "I came here today to figure out some things." The air around him seemed to freeze, the doorman Li Baoan widened his eyes nervously, and Sun Xiaohao was even paler, as if he had a premonition of something ominous. Su Wanqing was shocked by Xiaoyi's aura for a moment, but he quickly regained his usual arrogance, with a sneer on his lips. "You are courting death." He tried hard to break free from Xiaoyi's restraints, but Xiaoyi's hand was like an iron clamp, holding his wrist tightly without loosening. The moment the two looked at each other, a blurry picture suddenly emerged in Xiaoyi's mind. He seemed to see a different perspective, as if he saw a completely different world through Su Wanqing's eyes. The surrounding sounds became blurred, and only the strong sense of malice and expectation filled the air, covering the entire Su family mansion like a thick fog. Xiaoyi frowned slightly. He felt a strange and powerful force surging into his mind, and those scattered fragments of memory were quickly pieced together like a puzzle. He saw a card table and a middle-aged man, Zhao Zhengyan, who was holding a card tightly in his hand with a victorious smile on his face. On the other side, Song Shizong had a grim look on his face, and it was obvious that he had been defeated miserably. Who are you?" Su Wanqing's voice was trembling. Xiaoyi's eyes became more determined, and he whispered, "There are some secrets you don't want me to know, right?"
Chapter 49, Things become clearer when I arrive at Su's residence.
On Xiaoyi's mahogany desk, the chips were piled up like a mountain, reflecting a dazzling light. A slightly fat middle-aged man with a greasy smile on his face.
He was Zhao Zhongyan.
He was holding a card tightly in his hand, which seemed to be a symbol of victory. Opposite him, a man in a suit had a livid face and veins bulging on his forehead. It was obvious that he had lost all his money. He was Song Shizong. The air was filled with a strong smell of cigarettes mixed with the nauseating smell of money.
Ha ha ha, Mr. Song, thank you for your courtesy.
Zhao Zhongyan laughed so hard that he fell backwards, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and his voice was sharp and piercing. Song Shizong glared at him fiercely, spat at him fiercely, and left without saying a word, full of anger.
Xiaoyi's gaze switched again, and Su Wanqing was already sitting opposite Zhao Zhongyan with a confident smile on his face.
He picked up the cards, examined them carefully, and a smug look appeared on his face.
Ah, Uncle Zhao, I'm lucky today. Why don't we play something bigger? Su Wanqing's voice was a little provocative, revealing the arrogance unique to young people.
Zhao Zhongyan narrowed his eyes, looked at Su Wanqing, and said with a smile, "Okay, young people are bold, I like it.
How do you want to play?" Su Wanqing raised a wicked smile. How about a game to decide the winner? Zhao Zhongyan looked at him and said with a half smile, "Oh? 1 round to decide the winner? Great. I like it.
I'm just afraid you can't afford to lose." Su Wanqing looked at Zhao Zhongyan, then looked at the cards in his hand, and said confidently, "How could I lose, Uncle Zhao? Are you ready for the money?"
Zhao Zhongyan looked at Su Wanqing with a puzzled expression on his face.
Su Wanqing bet all his chips on it, with a hint of excitement in his tone, "I'm all in." Seeing that Su Wanqing had taken the bait, Zhao Zhongyan pushed all his chips out, with a smile of confidence on his face.
Finally, Su Wanqing's smile froze on his face.
The cards in his hand felt like a hot potato. He looked at the cards on the table in disbelief, and his face turned pale instantly.
How could it be possible?
He muttered to himself, as if he had lost his soul, and his whole body was wilted.
Ah, young people are still too naive. Zhao Zhongyan laughed proudly.
Su Wanqing gritted his teeth unwillingly and shouted to the housekeeper behind him, "Go and get me another 300 million chips." Soon, new chips piled on the table again. However, fate did not seem to favor him. After a while, Su Wanqing lost all his chips again. His face was full of unwillingness, his body was shaking slightly, and the bloodshot in his eyes was clearly visible, like a gambler who had lost all his money and had lost his mind.
Come again. Bring me more money. I must win it back.
He roared hysterically, as if he was possessed by a demon. Xiaoyi came out of that strange state. He stared at Su Wanqing closely and said in a cold tone, "Now, take me into the Su family."
Su Wanqing lost his temper and the dam of rationality collapsed completely.
He stood up suddenly, grabbed Zhao Zhongyan by the collar, and spit in his face, "You are cheating.
You must be cheating. I don't accept it." The smile on Zhao Zhongyan's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a look of horror.
His fat body trembled slightly, and his breathing became rapid as he felt the huge force coming from his collar.
"Master Su, calm down. You have to accept the defeat if you lose the bet."
He struggled to squeeze out a few words, his fat face full of panic. Seeing this, the bodyguard at the side quickly stepped forward and pulled Su Wanqing away. Zhao Zhongyan hurriedly tidied up his messy clothes, his thick lips trembling, and warned in a timid tone, "Master Su, you have to provide evidence when you speak. Although I am not a big shot, I am not a soft persimmon that can be bullied by others." Xiaoyi, who witnessed all this, sneered in his heart.
He finally understood why Su Wanqing wanted to sell the jewelry. Gambling is a bottomless pit. He walked to Su Wanqing, twisted his arm, and said in a cold tone, "Now, take me into the Su family."
Su Wanqing felt pain and grimaced, but did not dare to resist. At this moment, he was like a deflated ball, completely losing his former arrogance. He understood that if he did not cooperate, this man would never let him go easily.
Okay.
I'll take you there." Su Wanqing uttered a few words with difficulty.
An extended Lincoln was parked at the entrance of the casino.
The car body was as black as ink, reflecting a cold light in the sun. Su Wanqing opened the car door and Xiaoyi bent down and sat in. The interior of the car is spacious, the leather seats are soft and comfortable, and the air is filled with a faint scent of sandalwood. Xiaoyi looked around curiously, his eyes sweeping over the car refrigerator, high-end audio system, and finally landing on the small bar in front of him. Various famous wines are placed on it, and the crystal clear wine glasses sparkle under the light.
Let's go, Xiaoyi said lightly.
Su Wanqing started the car, and the Lincoln drove smoothly towards the Su family villa. The extended Lincoln slid smoothly into the Su family manor like an elegant black beast, and finally stopped in front of a magnificent villa. The architectural style is elegant and grand, and the details are luxurious, which highlights the owner's noble status. Su Wanqing took Xiaoyi through the spacious courtyard and entered the villa's reception room. The reception room is magnificently decorated, with famous oil paintings hanging on the walls and crystal chandeliers emitting soft light, illuminating the entire space. The soft wool carpet feels delicate and comfortable when you step on it. Su Wanqing carefully asked Xiaoyi to sit on the sofa in the living room, but Xiaoyi half lying on the sofa casually, with one hand on the back of the sofa and the other hand gently stroking the soft leather seat, with a comfortable curve at the corner of his mouth. He felt the silky touch of the fine leather, as if he was enjoying a personal massage. Su Wanqing saw it and became furious, but he did not dare to vent his anger.
Tell me, what do you want to do?
Su Wanqing broke the silence in the living room with a hint of impatience in his tone. He couldn't wait to find out the man's purpose. Xiaoyi raised his eyebrows slightly, glanced at Su Wanqing indifferently, and then turned his gaze to Sun Xiaohao, who was standing beside him.
You can ask him.
Su Wanqing was stunned and turned to look at Sun Xiaohao with questioning eyes. Sun Xiaohao felt the young master's gaze, his heart skipped a beat, and a bad premonition arose.
He subconsciously lowered his head and avoided Su Wanqing's sight. Sun Xiaohao, I want to ask you.
Xiaoyi's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. He half closed his eyes, like a cheetah ready to pounce, locking onto his prey.
Beads of sweat appeared on Sun Xiaohao's forehead. He pretended to be calm, raised his head and looked at Xiaoyi, and said in a trembling voice, Sir, do you have any questions? I will tell you everything I know. Where were you around 9:40 last night?
Xiaoyi's tone was still calm, but with a suffocating sense of oppression. Sun Xiaohao almost didn't think about it and blurted out, Of course I sleep at home.
I go to bed at 9:30 every night. Xiaoyi raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a meaningful smile, with a sharp light flashing in his eyes, and said meaningfully, Really?
The sweat on Sun Xiaohao's forehead became more dense, his voice trembled, and he was obviously frightened by Xiaoyi's questioning. Xiaoyi's eyes were like sharp eagle eyes, fixed on Sun Xiaohao, as if he could penetrate the other's soul.
Really?
Xiaoyi's voice was a little cold, and then he suddenly stood up. His body seemed to have entered another dimension in an instant, and the scenes in his memories played in his mind like a movie. Sun Xiaohao was furious and was irritated by Xiaoyi's persistence. He rushed to the sofa, clenched his fists, and his eyes were full of anger.
You bastard, stop talking nonsense! He roared and punched Xiaoyi in the face.
However, just as Sun Xiaohao's fist was about to touch Xiaoyi and Sun Xiaohao ran through the narrow alley in a panic, turned into the back door of the Su family villa, and carefully handed the diamond to a young and mysterious woman named Zhao.
Miss, the diamonds are here.
Sun Xiaohao's voice was so low that it was almost inaudible, with a hint of uneasiness in his tone. Mrs. Zhao took the diamond. Sun Xiaohao's heart tightened, and he took Xiaoyi through the corridor of the villa. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the quiet night, as if foreshadowing some unspeakable uneasiness. At the end of the corridor, a gorgeous carved wooden door slowly opened, and Mrs. Su's figure looked particularly majestic under the light.
Mrs. Su, this gentleman has something important to discuss with you.
Sun Xiaohao's voice trembled as he led Xiaoyi to Mrs. Su. Mrs. Su's eyes were as sharp as a sword. She glanced at Xiaoyi coldly, frowning slightly. Tell me, what's the important matter?
Xiaoyi smiled slightly, a deep light flashed in his eyes, and a playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Mrs. Su, I want to know, where is this pink diamond hidden?
Before he finished speaking, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps.
Chapter 50, Different Minds During the Confrontation. Sun Xiaohao lowered his head even more.
He carefully took out an exquisite velvet box from his pocket and handed it to Mrs. Su with both hands. The material of the box is soft and delicate, and it glows faintly under the light, as if foreshadowing the treasure hidden inside.
Mrs. Su's eyes instantly became eager. She couldn't wait to take the box and open it.
A pink diamond lay quietly in it, emitting charming light. The diamond's facets are flawless, like a crystal-clear pink heart, exuding breathtaking beauty.
Mrs. Su's breathing quickened slightly.
She gently stroked the edge of the diamond with her fingers and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Well done, Mrs. Su looked up at Sun Xiaohao with a hint of appreciation in her tone. You did a very safe and stable job this time and did not let me down. Although there was a smile on her face, her eyes still carried the majesty of a superior, making people dare not approach her easily. Sure Sun Shouhao felt Mrs. Su's approval and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly bent down and said sincerely, "Madam, you are too kind. It is my honor to work for the Su family. My life, Sure Sun Shouhao, will always belong to the Su family." His words were sonorous and powerful, full of loyalty and determination, and people did not feel any hypocrisy at all. Just then, a servant came hurriedly and broke the brief peace.
"Madam, the master is back."
The servant's voice, with a hint of panic, broke the silence of the corridor. Mrs. Su's expression changed slightly, but she immediately regained her composure, put the pink diamond back into the box, and closed the box. She glanced at Xiao Ling, who was standing beside her, and signaled with her eyes.
Xiao Ling immediately understood. She walked up to Mrs. Su and said respectfully, "Aunt, leave the diamond to me for safekeeping."
Her voice was clear and pleasant, with a hint of the liveliness of a young girl. Mrs. Su nodded, handed the box to Xiao Ling, and glanced at Sure Sun Shouhao.
"Shouhao, you've worked hard today. Go back and have a rest. I have things to do at home, so I won't keep you for dinner today." "I understand, ma'am."
Sure Sun Shouhao did not complain at all and responded respectfully, as if this was all a matter of course. Mrs. Su nodded slightly in response, then turned and walked towards the reception room. Xiao Ling held the pink diamond, glanced at Sure Sun Shouhao meaningfully, smiled gently, and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to put it away." Sure Sun Shouhao followed Xiao Ling and walked towards Mrs. Su's bedroom. His eyes were so deep that it was impossible to see his true thoughts. Xiao Ling took Sure Sun Shouhao through the long corridor and came to Mrs. Su's bedroom. The room was filled with a faint scent of perfume, mixed with the woody aroma of expensive furniture.
Sure Sun Shouhao couldn't help but look around.
This magnificent scene made him feel a little uncomfortable, but he couldn't help wanting to explore more. Xiao Ling walked to an ornately decorated cabinet in the corner, touched the secret compartment a few times, and the door of the safe opened silently. After a slight sound of metal friction, the scene inside the safe made Sure Sun Shouhao gasp. A dazzling array of jewelry sparkled brightly under the soft light, like the bright stars in the night sky.
"Put the pink diamond in."
Xiao Ling's voice interrupted Sure Sun Shouhao's fascination, with a barely perceptible hint of showing off in her tone. Sure Sun Shouhao finally came to his senses and quickly handed the velvet box in his hand to Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling took the box, opened it, carefully placed the pink diamond in an empty space in the safe, then closed the door and locked it again.
"Okay, you can go."
Xiao Ling turned around and said to Sure Sun Shouhao with a hint of impatience in her tone. Sure Sun Shouhao hesitated for a moment, rubbed his hands, and showed a flattering smile on his face. "Miss Ling, you see I have put in a lot of effort today, can I?"
Before he could finish his words, Xiao Ling interrupted him. "What do you want to do?"
Her eyes became sharp and her tone became cold.
Sure Sun Shouhao was intimidated by Xiao Ling's aura. He smiled awkwardly and dared not say anything else.
Xiao Ling walked to the door, opened the back door, and said coldly, "Get out of here." Sure Sun Shouhao sighed helplessly, turned and walked towards the back door. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped and looked back at Xiao Ling.
"Ms. Ling, hurry up and go."
Xiao Ling urged impatiently, with a hint of warning in her tone. Sure Sun Shouhao gritted his teeth, but finally said nothing more and turned away. Xiao Ling watched Sure Sun Shouhao disappear into the night with a sneer on her lips. She closed the back door, turned back to the room, walked to the safe, opened the door again, and stared greedily at the jewels inside. "All mine," she whispered softly, a crazy gleam in her eyes.
Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. "Really?"
Xiao Yi's voice was like a midnight thunder, causing Xiao Ling to turn around abruptly and her pupils to shrink suddenly. She saw a tall and straight figure standing at the door. The light was against her so she couldn't see his face clearly, but he exuded a sense of oppression that could not be ignored.
"Who are you? How did you get in?"
Xiao Ling asked harshly, her fingers clenched so tightly that her nails almost dug into her palms. Xiao Yi walked into the room slowly, his eyes as sharp as a knife, sweeping across every corner of the room, finally stopping on the safe.
He did not answer Xiao Ling's question, but said coldly, "Where is Sure Sun Shouhao?"
Xiao Ling was startled, but she pretended to be calm and said, "He's gone."
"Who are you? What do you want to do by trespassing into the Su family?" "Sure Sun Shouhao is a thief.
He stole my wife's pink diamond." Xiao Yi's voice was low and magnetic, but with a hint of unquestionable majesty, like a cold winter wind, which made the temperature in the room drop suddenly. Xiao Ling couldn't help but sneer when she heard this. How ridiculous.
"What makes you say he's a thief? And who is your wife?" You don't need to know.
Xiaoyi was too lazy to talk nonsense with her and looked directly at the safe behind her, hand over the pink diamond.
At this moment, a hurried voice came from outside the door. Who is it? What are you arguing about? Su Wanqing rushed into the room angrily. Seeing a strange man in the room, he immediately stood in front of Xiaoling and glared at Xiaoyi. Who are you? How did you get in? Where is the security guard? Master Lin, I'm here to get my things back.
Xiaoyi's face was calm, and there was no trace of fear in his eyes, but instead a hint of contempt.
Your stuff? What a joke. Su Wanqing sneered, this is the Su family, where are your things? I warn you, leave immediately, otherwise I will be rude to you.
Xiaoyi ignored Su Wanqing's threat and turned his gaze to Xiaoling. I said, hand over the pink diamond. Xiaoling was intimidated by Xiaoyi's aura and was afraid to look him in the eye.
She said with all her might, pink diamond? I don't know what you are talking about.
Xiaoyi's eyes turned cold, and there was a hint of threat in his tone. Since you refuse to hand it over, then call the police and let them investigate.
Call the police? Su Wanqing's face changed drastically when he heard this.
He hurriedly stopped Xiaoyi, and his tone was filled with anxiety. Who are you?
Do you have any evidence to prove that Xiao Hao stole it? Is there any misunderstanding here? Xiaoyi did not answer Su Wanqing's question, but stared at Xiaoling. He said in a cold tone, I'll ask you one last time, pink diamond, are you going to hand it over or not?
Su Wanqing was furious when he saw Xiaoyi being so arrogant.
He roared, who the hell do you think you are? You dare to act wildly in the Su family. Security! Security! Someone come quickly!
Xiaoyi looked at the furious Su Wanqing in front of him, his eyes moved slightly, he suddenly realized something, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said softly, it seems that you don't know. Just then, a gentle voice came, with a hint of curiosity and tenderness. What happened? Mrs. Su walked into the room slowly, her steps light and calm, as if everything was under her control. Her appearance was like a breeze, instantly dispelling the tense atmosphere in the room. She was wearing a light blue cheongsam, her fair skin looked even more delicate under the light, and there was a gentle smile on the corner of her mouth, like a quietly blooming lily.
What happened?
Mrs. Su's voice was gentle and penetrating, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Seeing this, Su Wanqing immediately suppressed his anger and respectfully stepped aside, but still stared at Xiaoyi with strong hostility in his eyes. Xiaoling breathed a sigh of relief and her expression returned to calm, but she still remained vigilant.
Xiaoyi was not fooled by Mrs. Su's gentleness.
He remained calm, scanning everyone in the room with sharp eyes, finally stopping on Mrs. Su. He bowed slightly and said politely but firmly, Mrs. Su, I am Xiaoyi.
Xiaoyi?
Mrs. Su's tone was a little surprised, but she quickly regained her composure, smiled and motioned Xiaoyi to sit down. What are you doing here at the Su family? Seeing Mrs. Su being so polite, Su Wanqing was dissatisfied in his heart, but he did not dare to say much. He took the lead and said, Mom, he came here to make trouble, saying that your son Xiaohao stole his things. Mrs. Su frowned slightly, her eyes moving back and forth between Xiaoyi and Xiaoling, obviously weighing something in her mind. She turned to Xiaoyi, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes, and her tone was still gentle. Mr. Xiao, can you tell me about this in detail? Xiaoyi did not answer directly, but quietly observed Mrs. Su's reaction. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle, as if he could see through people's hearts. He said softly, Mrs. Su. Mrs. Su smiled slightly, signaled the servant to serve tea, and then she sat down gracefully, picked up a cup of hot tea, and sipped it slowly. Her movements were graceful and calm, as if everything in front of her was just a trivial matter. Seeing this, Xiaoyi also sat down gently, his eyes never leaving Mrs. Su's face. He didn't say anything more, but just silently observed every change in her expression and sensed her inner fluctuations. Seeing this, Su Wanqing became more and more impatient, but he didn't dare to interrupt and could only worry secretly. Xiaoling stood aside, looking at Xiaoyi with complicated eyes, as if thinking about something. Mrs. Su put down the teacup, looked at Xiaoyi with a smile, and her eyes were full of deep meaning. Mr. Xiao, can you tell me more about your son Xiaohao? Xiaoyi's eyes froze slightly, he stood up, and responded with a firm look, of course the truth will be revealed to the world. A barely perceptible surprise flashed across Mrs. Su's face. She nodded slightly, with a hint of thought in her eyes. Just then, there were slight footsteps outside the room, as if someone was slowly approaching. Chapter 51, Dispute arises in the Su family, Xiaoyi points out the thief. Mrs. Su's voice was gentle, but it carried unquestionable majesty.
Xiaohao, tell me, what's going on?
Her son Xiaohao had already turned pale with fear. When he heard Mrs. Su's question, he immediately knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, crying, "Madam, I am innocent.
How could I steal something?
From childhood to adulthood, I have never taken a needle from others.
Someone must have framed me." He raised his hand and pointed at Xiaoyi. "He just doesn't like me and is deliberately looking for trouble." Xiaoyi sneered, his eyes flashing coldly. He slowly took out his phone from his pocket, clicked on a photo, and handed it to Mrs. Su. "Mrs. Su, take a look. I took this photo in the garden this morning. Does the thing he is holding look familiar?"
In the photo, Shi Sun Xiuhao's clothes were disheveled, and he was holding something wrapped in cloth tightly in his hand. Although the contents inside could not be seen clearly, it could be seen from the outline that it should be a large object. Mrs. Su took the phone, looked at the photo carefully, and then looked at Shi Sun Xiuhao, who was kneeling on the ground crying.
Her brows slightly frowned.
She returned the phone to Xiaoyi, her tone still steady, but with a hint of displeasure. "This doesn't prove anything."
"Maybe he just took his own things?" Xiaoyi's eyes were sharp and his tone was firm. "He said it was his thing? Okay, then let him tell me, what is this thing?"
Shi Sun Xiuhao's eyes were evasive, he stammered and couldn't speak, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. He originally thought that the delivery man was just speaking casually, but he didn't expect the other party to actually take photos, and he was at a loss for what to do. Seeing this, Su Yuqian immediately stood up to defend him. "Xiaoyi, don't go too far.
Xiaohao has always been honest, how could he steal something? You must think that our family is easy to bully."
Xiaoyi sneered, his eyes shot towards Shi Sun Xiuhao like a sharp sword, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "He's honest? If I remember correctly, he was gambling outside yesterday and lost everything, right?"
"You believe the words of a gambler?"
Shi Sun Xiuhao's face instantly turned pale, and he quickly retorted, "You're talking nonsense. I just went to play with my friends, I didn't
gamble." "Really?
But I heard that you lost all the cash you had yesterday and even borrowed money from loan sharks." Xiaoyi glanced at him contemptuously, as if he was watching a clown show. Mrs. Su's expression turned a little ugly. She narrowed her eyes, glanced at Shi Sun Xiuhao, and shouted sternly, "Shut up.
You are getting more and more outrageous."
There was an intimidating aura in her words, which frightened Shi Sun Xiuhao so much that he shrank his neck and dared not speak anymore.
The atmosphere suddenly fell into a stalemate.
Xiaoyi raised a meaningful smile and said calmly, "In this case, we can only ask the old man to make the decision." He paused, glanced at everyone, and said slowly, "What I lost was not a small thing." Xiaoyi's words were like thunderclaps out of the blue, causing everyone present to change their expressions.
"What? What you lost was a rough pink diamond?"
Su Yuqian exclaimed with a hint of disbelief in his tone. He widened his eyes, as if trying to find some clues from Xiaoyi's face, but only caught a glimpse of the arc at the corner of the other's mouth that seemed to be smiling but not smiling. Mrs. Su's face turned pale in an instant, and she shouted sternly, "What nonsense are you talking about? How could our Su family have such a thing?" She spoke in a hurried tone, trying to cover up something, but was interrupted directly by Xiaoyi. "What I lost was the priceless pink diamond," Xiaoyi said with a firm tone, his eyes were like torches, scanning everyone present. "I came here today for only one purpose, and that is to find the real culprit who stole my pink diamond." Su Yuqian stood there in a daze. The words he just blurted out seemed to reveal something that shouldn't be revealed, and his face turned extremely ugly. Mrs. Su's eyes flickered. She wanted to explain herself but didn't know how to start. Xiaoyi ignored them and turned his gaze to Shi Sun Xiuhao, who was kneeling on the ground. He sneered and said, "In my opinion, Shi Sun Xiuhao is the most suspicious. Why not ask him to go with me to the Zhao police station and conduct a thorough investigation?" Shi Sun Xiuhao turned pale when he heard this, and hurriedly said, "I didn't steal anything."
"What evidence do you have? Why are you arresting me?"
Xiaoyi sneered, looked around, and said calmly but with a hint of unquestionableness, "Since no one believes that he stole anything, how about opening the Su family's safe and letting me check it?"
Mrs. Su panicked when she heard this. She waved her hand and refused. "No. How can we let people see the things in the safe?"
Seeing her reaction like this, Xiaoyi raised a mocking smile. "Why, you don't dare?
Are you afraid that I will find something I shouldn't find?"
He paused for a moment and observed Mrs. Su's expression. "Or are you feeling guilty, Mrs. Su?" Su Yuqian couldn't bear to watch this, and wanted to jump out and humiliate Xiaoyi. "Who do you think you are? How dare you act wildly in our Su family?"
"Shut up!"
Mrs. Su shouted angrily and glared at Su Yuqian fiercely. She knew very well that the more anxious she was at this moment, the easier it would be to reveal her flaws.
Just then, a steady voice came. What happened? What's the noise? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Su Jiqiang, the old man of the Su family, walking slowly in with steady steps. A gleam of light flashed in Xiao Yi's eyes. After listening to the whole story, Su Jiqiang was silent for a moment. He looked up at Xiao Yi and said in a deep voice, "Since you have doubts, take him to see the safe." As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at Xiao Ling standing beside him and said meaningfully, "Let's go and take a look together." The corners of Xiao Yi's mouth rose slightly. He turned around, followed Su Jiqiang, and walked towards the Su family's safe, leaving the Su family members behind, each with their own thoughts and feeling uneasy. Chapter 52, Disputes and Sudden Changes. Su Jiqiang walked in front with steady and powerful steps, and the aura of a superior was intimidating without even getting angry. Xiao Yi followed behind, observing the surrounding environment calmly. The luxury of the Su family mansion was far beyond his imagination, and every detail showed the heritage of the wealthy family. When he reached the door of the safe, Su Jiqiang stopped and turned to look at Xiao Yi with a warning in his eyes. "Young man, I'll give you one last chance. If you can't find the so-called evidence, I'll sue you for defamation." Xiao Yi met Su Jiqiang's gaze without fear, and said firmly, "Mr. Su, since I dare to say it, I must be sure. If I can't find it, I am willing to bear all the consequences." There was a tense atmosphere in the air. Su Jiqiang looked at Xiao Yi deeply, said no more, entered the password, and opened the door of the safe. The heavy metal door slowly opened with a low boom sound, as if a mysterious treasure was opened. Mrs. Su, who was following behind, turned pale and wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Su Yuqian, Chen Yajiao and others were excited, looking forward to the treasures they were about to see. Inside the safe, the lights are bright, illuminating the dazzling array of jewelry. There are all kinds of rare gems, valuable watches, antique calligraphy and paintings, which are dazzling. Everyone exclaimed in amazement, their greedy eyes lingering on the jewels. Xiao Yi's eyes were fixed on the empty space in the center of the safe, where the relic of Su Wanqing's mother, a rare pink diamond, should have been placed. But now, it is empty, with only the red velvet padding, indicating that valuables were once placed here. "Where's Pink Diamond?" Xiao Yi suddenly turned his head to look at Mrs. Su with a cold tone. Mrs. Su's face was pale and her lips were trembling, but she couldn't utter a word. Just then, a cold voice came from the door. "What happened?" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Su Wanqing wearing a black dress, standing elegantly at the door, scanning everyone with cold eyes. She walked straight to Xiao Yi and asked indifferently, "Where are the things?" "Gone," Xiao Yi said in a low voice. Su Wanqing's eyes fell on Mrs. Su, and her tone was cold. "My things, I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation." Mrs. Su took a step back in horror, her eyes flickering, but she didn't dare to look Su Wanqing directly in the eye. Xiao Ling stood aside, head down, fingers tightly clenched on the corner of her clothes, her knuckles turning white. Xiao Yi's gaze lingered on Xiao Ling for a moment, and a hint of doubt flashed through his mind. He remembered that just now when they were downstairs, Xiao Ling had briefly left everyone's sight. "Wanqing, please listen to my explanation," Mrs. Su said in a trembling voice. Su Wanqing ignored Mrs. Su and turned to look at Xiao Yi. "Let's go." Xiao Yi looked at Xiao Ling deeply, then followed Su Wanqing out of the safe. "Wait!" Xiao Ling suddenly called out to them. Xiao Ling's voice sounded particularly harsh in the silent vault. She raised her head slightly, with a hint of panic and pleading in her eyes, and her lips trembling slightly, as if she was looking for the right words. A hint of confirmation flashed through Xiao Yi's mind, but on the surface he remained calm, just staring at Xiao Ling coldly, making her even more nervous. "Mr. Su, what is going on?" Su Jiqiang's face was gloomy, and his eyes swept back and forth between Xiao Ling and Xiao Yi, finally stopping at Xiao Yi. His tone was stern and threatening. "Xiao Yi, if you slander our family without any evidence, I will never let you off easily." Su Jiqiang's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Xiao Yi's chest. He felt as if the air around him had frozen, and all eyes were focused on him, as if he would be torn to pieces by everyone in the next moment. Xiao Yi's eyes never left Xiao Ling. Her fingers clenched tightly due to nervousness, and her slightly trembling lips made him more certain of his judgment. "How could the daughter of the Lin family fall in love with a delivery man like you?" Mrs. Su's voice was sharp and harsh, with a strong sense of gloating. "You really don't know what you are talking about." Mrs. Su's words were like a sharp knife, piercing Xiao Yi's heart. He felt a sting but didn't flinch. The people around also echoed and added insult to injury, their words full of ridicule and sarcasm. "That's right. A delivery man dares to come to our house and cause trouble. He really overestimates his own abilities." Chen Yuxuan sneered. "Xiao Ling, don't be afraid. Just tell us whatever you have to say. We will all testify for you.
Sure, Sun Shouhao took a step forward, trying to give Xiao Ling some courage, but there was a noticeable sense of superiority in his tone.
Xiao Ling's body trembled.
She lowered her head and clutched the corner of her clothes even tighter, with a hint of despair in her eyes. A feeling of powerlessness surged in Xiao Yi's heart. He felt as if he was in a desperate situation, but his eyes remained firm.
Xiao Yi, do you have anything else to say? Su Jiqian's voice sounded again, with unquestionable majesty.
Xiao Yi took a deep breath, still looking at Xiao Ling firmly, and slowly said, I believe there is only one truth, and the truth will always come out. As soon as the voice fell, Su Wanqing suddenly rushed in from outside the door, grabbed Xiao Yi's hand, and said firmly and confidently, Husband, let's go.
Everyone was stunned.
The air seemed to freeze at this moment. All eyes were focused on Su Wanqing.
Everyone's face was filled with surprise and confusion.
Su Wanqing suddenly rushed in from outside the door, grabbed Xiao Yi's hand, and said in a firm and confident tone, Husband, let's go. Everyone was stunned, the air seemed to freeze at this moment, all eyes were focused on Su Wanqing, and everyone's face was filled with surprise and confusion. Upon seeing this, Mrs. Su immediately put on a fake smile and walked forward. Wanqing, you're finally back.
We've been looking for you everywhere.
However, Su Wanqing ignored her. She just glanced at her coldly and continued to pull Xiao Yi out.
Stop.
Su Jiqian's low voice sounded like thunder, with unquestionable majesty.
He stared at Su Wanqing coldly. What do you mean?
Su Wanqing stopped and turned around.
I just want to get back what belongs to me, why is it so difficult?
Teacher Su's smile froze on her face. She looked at Su Jiqian uneasily. Su Jiqian frowned and said in a harsher voice, These things are your mother's relics.
You can't just take them away like this. Do you know what this means? Su Wanqing did not flinch, staring at Su Jiqian with a sharp gaze. Of course I know.
These jewels were left to me by my mother, and I have the right to take them. Now, I want to take these things away, and I hope you won't stop me.
Su Jiqian's expression became even gloomier.
He slammed the table next to him, causing the items on the table to shake and make a crisp sound.
You are challenging the authority of the family. Do you know what you are doing?
These things of Su Wanqing mean a lot to me, I must get them back. Mrs. Su saw this and hurried forward, saying in a trembling voice, Wanqing, calm down.
This is not worth getting into trouble with your family.
Su Wanqing ignored her and just glanced at her coldly, then turned to look at Xiao Yi. Hubby, let's go.
You dare.
Su Jiqian shouted loudly, and his voice shook the whole room. He stepped forward with an imposing manner, as if he wanted to stop Su Wanqing and Xiao Yi where they were. Su Wanqing was not afraid at all and looked at Su Jiqian firmly. Dad, this is my decision.
I will not change it.
She gently held Xiao Yi's hand.
Su Jiqian's face turned pale and the anger in his eyes almost burst out. He picked up a document on the table and waved his hand threateningly. Do you think you have evidence? If you want to take these things away, you must have a reasonable reason.
Su Wanqing's eyes were firm and confident, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she took out a document from her pocket. I have always had the evidence. She slowly unfolded the document, and the words on it appeared particularly clear under the light.
Everyone held their breath, waiting for the next turning point.
The document that Su Wanqing unfolded turned out to be the will left by her mother. It was written in black and white, clearly stating the ownership of all the jewels. All of them belonged to Su Wanqing. Under the light, the handwriting on the will seemed to carry a mother's tenderness, silently accusing the injustice of the past few years.
Su Jiqian's originally angry face suddenly became stiff.
He took the document in disbelief, his fingers trembling slightly. Wen Meiying's face was like a deflated balloon, and she instantly lost all her arrogance. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but found that all her excuses seemed pale and powerless.
The look in her eyes when she looked at Su Wanqing was full of unwillingness and loss.
It was like a poisoned knife, scraping at Su Wanqing. The surrounding noise gradually faded away, leaving only the sound of everyone's shocked breathing. Wen Meiying lost her power and glared angrily at Xiao Ling, who was hiding behind the crowd. She walked quickly to Xiao Ling and raised her hand to slap her. Xiao Ling shrank back in fear, but did not dodge. Just as the slap was about to land on Xiao Ling's face, Su Jiqian stopped her in a deep voice. Enough.
How shameful.
Wen Meiying's hand froze in the air, and she withdrew it angrily, then pointed at Xiao Ling and cursed, It's all because of you, this unlucky star.
You made me lose face in front of everyone.
Xiao Ling lowered her head, tears silently sliding down her cheeks. She bit her lips tightly and said nothing. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became awkward and dull, as if the air had frozen into ice.
Xiao Yi's eyes never left Xiao Ling.
Her lowered head, slightly trembling shoulders, and clenched fists were all caught in his eyes. Just now, he noticed that there was a slight bulge in Xiao Ling's skirt, which was shaped like a small box.
Xiao Yi's heart moved and he understood something instantly. He walked to Su Wanqing calmly and whispered a few words in her ear.
After listening to this, Su Wanqing frowned slightly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock and surprise. She looked at Xiao Ling in disbelief. The coldness in her eyes turned into a hint of complexity and disbelief, as if she couldn't believe that Xiao Ling, who had always been like air, would do such a thing.
I saw it.
Just now, she hid the thing. Xiao Yi confirmed again in a voice that only Su Wanqing could hear. Su Wanqing's gaze, like a knife, fell on Xiao Ling again, with inquiry and confusion.
Xiao Ling, do you know what you are doing?
Su Wanqing's voice was calm without any ripples, but it made Xiao Ling's body tremble violently. Chapter 53, The farce is over, the people are separated, the room is full of jewels and the love is growing stronger. Xiao Ling stood there stiffly. She swallowed hard and tried to calm herself down. The eyes of everyone in the room were focused on her at this moment, with curiosity, surprise, and disdain in their looks. Xiao Ling's heart was beating like a drum, and she felt beads of sweat appearing on her forehead.
Xiao Ling, you know what you did.
Su Wanqing's voice was cold and firm, and every word was like a sharp arrow piercing Xiao Ling's heart.
Xiao Ling was shocked and raised her head quickly, pretending to be innocent. Su. Mr. Su, I don't know what you are talking about. I didn't do anything. Su Wanqing's.
Xiao Ling took a step back, her body pressed tightly against the wall, her hand unconsciously touching the bulge under her skirt. Xiao Yi stood beside Su Wanqing without saying a word, but Xiao Ling, you know, the consequences of any lie are serious.
Su Wanqing's voice became even colder, almost without any emotion.
She pressed on step by step, and Xiao Ling's face became paler.
I really don't know, you misunderstood.
Xiao Ling's voice was crying, almost begging for mercy. Su Wanqing stopped and looked at Xiao Ling coldly. She suddenly reached out, quickly touched the hem of Xiao Ling's skirt, and then snatched a small box from her hand. The moment the lid of the box was opened, a dazzling pink diamond sparkled under the light. The room suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on the pink diamond, as if time had stopped at this moment. Su Jiqiang and Wen Meiying looked at each other, and their faces became extremely ugly.
You, how could you? Wen Meiying's voice trembled, she obviously couldn't believe what she saw.
Xiao Ling's face was as pale as paper and her body was shaking even more violently. She tried to argue, but her voice became weaker and weaker, and she finally lowered her head.
There is only one truth.
Su Wanqing said coldly, placing the pink diamond in her palm, her eyes sweeping over everyone present.
This is the evidence that you are willing to do anything to fight for the Su family's property. Su Jiqiang's face turned pale and he clenched his fists. Su Wanqing's stepmother Wen Meiying looked pale. Next, it's your turn to explain.
Su Wanqing turned her gaze to Wen Meiying, with a hint of unquestionable majesty in her voice.
Wen Meiying's expression became even uglier.
She opened her mouth but immediately closed it, obviously not knowing what to say. Su Wanqing stood there like a cold and beautiful queen, her eyes stern and firm. Xiao Yi gently held Su Wanqing's hand, giving her silent support. Su Wanqing tilted her head slightly, with a hint of tenderness and gratitude in her eyes, and the two people's hearts were closely connected at this moment. Su Wanqing held the pink diamond high up. Under the light, it was like a mocking symbol, reflecting the ugly hearts of everyone present.
This pink diamond was originally a wedding token given by my father to my mother, right?
Su Wanqing's tone was calm, but with a hint of sadness that was hard to detect.
And when you deliberately wanted to get it just to prove that you are more valuable than my mother?
Su Jiqiang's face turned from livid to pale, and his finger trembled slightly as he pointed at Wen Meiying. You actually did such a thing.
He looked at Wen Meiying with eyes full of disappointment and disbelief. Wen Meiying took a few steps back in panic and shook her head desperately. No. It's not me. It's Xiao Ling. She must have stolen my things and framed me. Nonsense. An angry voice suddenly sounded.
It was Shi Sun Shouhao. His eyes were red. He pointed at Wen Meiying's nose and cursed, "Wen Meiying, you are a vicious woman. I saw with my own eyes that you stuffed the things into Xiao Ling's pockets. In order to marry me, you even resorted to such despicable means.
It makes me sick."
Shi Sun Shouhao's words were like sharp knives, stabbing Wen Meiying's body fiercely. Her face became even paler and her body was shaking. The room suddenly became a mess, with accusations, excuses, and crying mixed together. When Mei Ying suddenly covered her chest, her face pale, I feel dizzy, I feel like I'm going to faint. Her body went limp and she was about to fall down. Sure, Sun Xiaohao's eyes became panicked when he saw this. He took advantage of everyone's panic to run outside and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Su Wanqing looked at the farce in front of her, her heart was cold. She took Xiaoyi's hand. Let's go. The two walked out of the door, and a cold wind blew, making Su Wanqing feel a little cool. She looked at the starry sky in the distance and sighed softly. Father, you still don't care enough about mother after all. Xiaoyi hugged her in his arms with heartache and patted her back gently. Don't think too much, I'm here. Su Wanqing leaned on Xiaoyi's shoulder, feeling his warm embrace, and the boredom in her heart dissipated a lot. They walked to the car, opened the door, and got in. The car started slowly and drove away from the Su family mansion. There was silence in the car except for the low hum of the engine. Su Wanqing looked at the scenery passing by quickly outside the window, with a lot of thoughts in her mind. By the way, what should we do with these things? Su Wanqing pointed to several jewelry boxes on the back seat, which contained priceless jewelry taken from the Su family. Let's go to the bank and deposit it first. Xiaoyi looked straight ahead and answered casually. What about the funds for future dates? Su Wanqing tilted her head and looked at Xiaoyi in confusion. Buy a lottery ticket and try your luck. Xiaoyi raised the corners of his mouth slightly and spoke in a light tone. The car drove smoothly into the underground garage of the apartment. After turning off the engine, the two men went upstairs carrying the jewelry box. The apartment was filled with a faint scent of sandalwood, which was the scent of incense that Su Wanqing liked. Xiaoyi carefully placed the jewelry box on the coffee table and opened the lid. The dazzling array of gems sparkled brightly under the light. TSK, it seems like a delivery man, married a rich woman. Xiaoyi leaned on the sofa, his arms folded across his chest, with a hint of teasing in his tone. He looked at Su Wanqing with eyes full of love. Su Wan gave him a blank look, but the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. You just realized it now? It's too late. Xiaoyi stood up, walked to Su Wanqing, and hugged her in his arms. It's not too late, not too late, I have found a treasure. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead gently. Su Wanqing leaned into his arms, feeling his warm embrace, and her heart was filled with peace. She reached out and gently stroked his cheek, her fingertips feeling his slightly rough skin, her heart filled with tenderness. The two of them stayed together for a while, and Xiaoyi suddenly seemed to remember something, and pulled Su Wanqing out of the door. They deposited the jewelry in the bank's safe, and after completing a series of procedures, it was already late. Now, our dating funds are counting on you. Su Wanqing clasped her arms, with a hint of teasing on her lips, and looked at Xiaoyi with curved eyebrows. Xiaoyi chuckled and led Su Wanqing to the lottery shop. The variety of lottery tickets dazzled him. He took a deep breath, walked to the scratch-off counter, and picked out a few lottery tickets that looked pleasing to the eye. While scratching the lottery ticket, he said to himself, May the god of wealth bless me, may the Jade Emperor bless me, I must win the jackpot today. After scratching the first one, thanking you for your patronage, Xiaoyi's mouth twitched, and he silently threw it into the trash can. I scratched the second ticket and said thank you for your patronage again. He was a little discouraged, but unwilling to give up. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Wanqing. She was looking at him with a smile, full of encouragement. He took a deep breath, picked up the third one and started scratching it again. His hands trembled slightly and his breathing became rapid, as if he was waiting for the judgment of fate. Did you win? Su Wanqing asked softly, with a hint of curiosity and anticipation in her tone. Xiaoyi did not answer. He stared at the lottery ticket, and his expression seemed a little strange. Chapter 54, The Koi Carp Brings Good Fortune to the Beauty. Xiaoyi's hands trembled slightly, and he finally scratched a corner of the last lottery ticket. His heart beat faster and he could almost hear the sound of his blood rushing through his veins. Su Wanqing's gaze remained focused, with an encouraging smile on her face. I will definitely win this time. Xiaoyi prayed silently in his heart, took a deep breath, and slowly scratched the last lottery ticket. However, a few minutes later, he still only saw the familiar words thank you for your patronage. A trace of disappointment appeared on Xiaoyi's face, and the lottery ticket in his hand was crushed into a ball with a slight tremor. It looks like the god of wealth is on vacation today. Su Wanqing chuckled, her eyes flickering with a playful gleam, and her seemingly relaxed tone revealed a hint of concern.
Xiaoyi shook his head helplessly, threw the invalid lottery ticket into the trash can, turned to look at Su Wanqing, with a hint of embarrassment in his eyes. It seems that my luck is really not good. Don't be discouraged, maybe it will be better next time. Su Wanqing walked forward, patted Xiaoyi's shoulder gently, and a gentle smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Xiaoyi smiled helplessly, and was about to say something, but suddenly he felt the system prompt sound in his mind. Congratulations, you have signed in successfully and obtained the koi physique for 1 day, but it is only valid for Miss Wang. Xiaoyi was stunned for a moment, then something came to his mind and he handed the last lottery ticket to Su Wanqing. Try it, maybe you will have good luck. Su Wanqing took the lottery ticket, raised her eyebrows slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She gently scratched the lottery ticket, and as the pattern gradually appeared, a look of surprise gradually appeared on her face. Xiaoyi held his breath nervously, his heart beating faster, and he could almost hear the sound of sweat from his palms dripping onto the ground. I got it! Su Wanqing shouted excitedly, with excitement that was hard to conceal in her voice. The lottery ticket in her hand had the words "Congratulations on winning a prize of 100,000 yuan" written on it in large letters. Xiaoyi was stunned, with an expression of disbelief on his face. He thought about it and said in confusion, I thought it was my koi physique, why did you win the prize? Su Wanqing couldn't help but laugh, with a hint of amusement in her eyes. It seems that your koi physique is really special. Maybe it's my own Wang Mimi halo that has played a role. Xiaoyi stared at Su Wanqing blankly. Although he was confused, he also felt a sense of inexplicable relief. Just as he was about to continue asking, Su Wanqing suddenly raised her eyebrows and smiled. Try again? Xiaoyi blinked, somewhat puzzled. Of course, there may be even bigger surprises waiting for us. Su Wanqing said, holding Xiaoyi's hand and striding towards the door. Xiaoyi nodded slightly. Although he had some doubts in his heart, he still followed Su Wanqing out, with a hint of anticipation in his heart. As they walked out of the lottery shop, their cell phones suddenly rang. Xiaoyi picked up the phone and heard Yang Hui's anxious voice. Xiaoyi, something happened to Yain, please come over soon. Xiaoyi looked at the small line of words in the system prompt, only valid for Miss Wang. The corners of his mouth twitched and he was speechless. It turned out that his so-called koi physique was actually aimed at Su Wanqing. He turned to look at Su Wanqing, only to see that she was excitedly showing him the 100,000 yuan lottery ticket in her hand, with uncontrollable joy on her face. It seems that you are really my lucky star. Xiaoyi smiled slightly. Although he felt a little helpless in his heart, he was also happy for her. Su Wanqing seemed not to notice Xiaoyi's subtle expression. Her eyes were shining with anticipation. Let's go, let's try again. Maybe we can win a bigger prize. Xiaoyi nodded. Although he knew in his heart that this so-called koi physique was actually brought about by himself, he still followed Su Wanqing into another lottery shop. The lights in the store were a little dim, and there were already quite a few people gathered in front of the counter. They looked at Su Wanqing curiously, as if they had already foreseen what would happen next. Su Wanqing seemed to feel everyone's gazes, but she did not back down. Instead, she picked up a stack of lottery tickets more excitedly and began to scratch them one after another quickly. The air around seemed to freeze, and only the rustling sound of lottery tickets being scratched and people's whispers could be heard. Wow, I won! 5,000 yuan. A middle-aged woman watching the scene shouted excitedly, her eyes full of envy. Oh my god, how did she do that? Another young man whispered to his friend next to him, with disbelief in his words. Su Wanqing won the prizes one after another, and the atmosphere around her became more and more lively. She seemed to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention, with a confident smile always on her face. Every time she won a prize, she would hand the ticket to the onlookers, as if it had become a habit for her. Miss, you are so lucky. The clerk couldn't help but exclaim. The lottery tickets in his hand had piled up into a small mountain. Xiaoyi stood aside and watched all this, feeling helpless. He took the lottery ticket handed to him by Su Wanqing and prayed silently in his heart, it's my turn this time. However, when he scratched the lottery ticket, he still saw the familiar words, thank you for your patronage. Xiaoyi sighed and handed the lottery ticket back to Su Wanqing. After Su Wanqing saw this, a smug smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She gently patted his shoulder and said jokingly, it seems that your koi physique can only make me win the prize. Xiaoyi shook his head helplessly and was about to say something when his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and heard Sister Yang Hui's anxious voice. Xiaoyi, something happened to Yain, please come over quickly. Xiaoyi's heart tightened, and he immediately agreed, okay, I'll be there right away. He turned to look at Su Wanqing, with a hint of apology in his eyes. Boss Su, something happened to Yain, I have to go over first. Su Wanqing nodded, still with a gentle smile on her face. Go ahead, remember to contact me anytime if you have anything. Xiaoyi nodded, turned around and left quickly, but a trace of doubt arose in his heart. This day seemed really unusual. In the next half day, would something unexpected happen to Su Wanqing? After Xiaoyi left, Su Wanqing continued to shine in the lottery shop. The surrounding spectators were already packed with people, staring at the lottery ticket in Su Wanqing's hand intently. Every time a lottery ticket was scratched, there would be exclamations from all around. Su Wanqing seemed to be infected by this atmosphere, with a satisfied smile on her lips. Every time she won a prize, it was like a crowning for her. Su Wanqing walked out of the lottery shop. The sunlight from the street shone through the shade of the trees onto her shoulders, making her feel warm and comfortable. She walked briskly to an ice cream shop not far away. As soon as she entered the door, the clerk greeted her warmly. Welcome, beautiful lady, what would you like to eat today? Su Wanqing smiled slightly and chose her favorite matcha flavor. I'm in a good mood today, so give me more. She said softly, with a hint of coquettishness in her voice. The waiter agreed with a smile, and deftly scooped a few more spoonfuls of ice cream into the bowl, and also added a small strawberry to garnish it. Su Wanqing walked out of the ice cream shop with satisfaction, the ice cream in her hand glowing temptingly in the sunlight. She took a light sip, and the aroma of matcha spread in her mouth, making her squint her eyes. She sat down on a bench on the street, enjoying this rare leisure time. At this time, Xiaoyi's cell phone rang again. He hesitated for a moment, but finally answered the call. Sister Yang Hui's voice was still urgent and firm. Xiaoyi, something really happened to Yain. She is very emotionally unstable now. You have to come and help her quickly. Xiaoyi's heart sank. He could feel the anxiety in Sister Yang Hui's words. He looked at Su Wanqing not far away. She was immersed in her own happiness with a happy smile on her face. Xiaoyi took a deep breath and decided to put aside his doubts for the time being and deal with the matter at hand first. Okay, I'll be there as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyi walked to Su Wanqing and said softly, Boss Su, something happened to Sister Yang Hui. Yain needs my help. I have to go over there. Su Wanqing smiled slightly, with a gleam of understanding in her eyes. Go ahead, and contact me if you have anything. We'll meet at home in the evening. There was tenderness and concern in her words, which made Xiaoyi feel warm in his heart. Xiaoyi nodded. Although he felt a little reluctant, he still said firmly, Okay, see you tonight. He turned and left, feeling a little uneasy in his heart, not knowing what would happen next. Su Wanqing watched him leave, a smile on her lips and a determined light in her eyes. She knew that no matter what happened, she would be by Xiaoyi's side to support him. Xiaoyi walked quickly towards the high-rise office building where Sister Yang Hui was, muttering to himself, I hope everything goes well. Xiaoyi rushed to the bottom of the high-rise office building that Sister Yang Hui mentioned, looked up, and the sunlight reflected dazzlingly on the glass curtain wall. He took out his cell phone and was about to make a call when he saw Sister Yang Hui hurriedly walking out of the revolving door. She was wearing a smart business suit today and high heels, and her steps seemed a little hurried. Xiaoyi, I'm really sorry to trouble you. I called you here in such a hurry. There was a hint of apology in Sister Yang Hui's tone, and beads of sweat oozed from her forehead. It's okay, Sister Yang, what happened to Yain? Xiaoyi asked with concern. Sister Yang Hui sighed, pulled Xiaoyi aside, and said in a low voice, Alas, it's still about the endorsement. We had already negotiated it, but the brand suddenly changed its mind this morning and said they wanted to replace her. Yain is having an emotional breakdown now, and no one can persuade her. I really have no choice but to. Xiaoyi understood Sister Yang Hui's difficulties and patted her on the shoulder. I understand, Sister Yang, you don't have to explain. Sister Yang Hui glanced at Xiaoyi gratefully, and then returned to her vigorous and resolute demeanor. Come on, I'll take you upstairs. The two walked into the elevator, and as the elevator rose, Xiaoyi's heart gradually became more hanging. He recalled his previous meetings with Yang Yain. That girl who always had a bright smile on her face was now having an emotional breakdown because of her endorsement, which made him feel distressed. The elevator door opened, and Sister Yang Hui brought Xiaoyi to the door of a dressing room and knocked gently. Yain, it's me. I brought Xiaoyi here. A low sobbing sound came from inside the door, and then the door opened a crack. Yang Yain's eyes were red and swollen, and her face was full of tear marks. Seeing Xiaoyi, she silently opened the door and let him in. Xiaoyi walked into the dressing room and saw Yang Yain lying on the dressing table with her shoulders shaking constantly.
The dressing room was filled with a faint scent of perfume mixed with a strong sense of sadness. He walked to Yang Yain and patted her shoulder gently, but for a moment he didn't know what to say.
Yain. Yang Yain did not respond, but just buried her head even lower.
Xiaoyi hesitated for a moment, then reached out and gently touched her hair, like comforting a wounded animal.
You.
Yang Yain raised her head suddenly and stared at Xiaoyi with tearful eyes. What are you doing?
Chapter 55, Makeup in front of the mirror for a new look. Xiaoyi's fingers froze in midair, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Yang Yain's harsh rebuke.
He took his hand back, scratched his head, and explained, I just saw that you were sad, and wanted to comfort you, there is no other meaning.
Yang Yain wiped her face fiercely, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Comfort? Who do you think you are? What do you know?
Her tone was heavily nasal, sounding aggrieved and sharp.
Xiaoyi was speechless for a moment.
He was indeed not good at comforting people, especially a girl like Yang Yain who had an emotional breakdown. He just felt that it was really heartbreaking for such a glamorous star to get herself into such an embarrassing situation because of endorsement issues.
I'm a waste.
Yang Yain suddenly hugged her arms and curled up like a wounded animal.
I can't do anything well. I can't even get an endorsement. What use am I?
She muttered to herself, her voice getting smaller and smaller, full of self-denial. Xiaoyi looked at the girl in front of him who was once radiant, but now withered like a flower destroyed by a rainstorm, and an indescribable feeling surged in his heart.
He thought, maybe Yang Yain was really depressed.
He had heard about depression before and knew that depressed people would fall into deep self-denial and be unable to extricate themselves. He just felt that people like them who were struggling for life, busy making money and eating every day, had no time to think about these psychological problems.
Now seeing Yang Yain's condition, he realized that life is not just about survival, mental health is also important. But what can he do? He is also a clay Buddha crossing the river, how can he save others? Don't say that.
Xiaoyi tried to speak, his voice a little dry, you are very good, otherwise you wouldn't have become a star. He felt that his consolation seemed very pale and powerless, even he himself felt it was not convincing.
Yang Yain didn't seem to hear what he said. She just murmured, I'm nothing. I'm good for nothing. No one will like me.
Her voice became lower and lower, and weaker, as if it would disappear at any time.
Xiaoyi looked at Yang Yain and suddenly felt his throat tighten.
He thought back to how he had struggled to make a living over the years and how he had experienced confusion and loss, and even moments of self-denial. However, he never had time to think about these things, because he was pushed forward by life every day and could not stop.
Yain.
Xiaoyi called her name softly again. This time, he did not touch her rashly like before, but slowly approached her. He took a deep breath, slowly reached out his hand, and gently held Yang Yain's shoulders. Yang Yain's body trembled slightly, she raised her head and looked at him in confusion.
Xiaoyi didn't say anything, but gently combed the messy hair on Yang Yain's forehead with his fingers.
Then, he looked at her with a firm and gentle look, and said in an unquestionable tone, look at me. He paused, then said slowly, now, look at yourself in the mirror. Yang Yain slowly raised her head and her eyes fell on the mirror. What came into view was a haggard face, with tear marks at the corners of the eyes not yet dried and mascara smudged, making him look like a clumsy clown on stage. She flinched, her shoulders shaking slightly, trying to avoid the embarrassing sight.
Look, Xiaoyi's voice was very soft, but with an inexplicable power, you have such a good foundation, you're just not in good condition.
His fingers gently brushed across Yang Yain's cheek, and the warmth of his fingertips passed through her thin skin and reached her cold heart. Look at your eyes, they are so beautiful, like stars.
Yang Yain's eyes flickered, and she followed Xiaoyi's gaze and looked at herself in the mirror. Those eyes that once shone with confidence are now dull and have lost their former liveliness. She smiled bitterly, what's the point of being beautiful? I have no chance of being chosen in my current state. Who said that?
Xiaoyi's voice was filled with a hint of smile, you just need a small change. He picked up the makeup brush, dipped a little foundation, and gently applied it evenly on Yang Yain's face. His movements were gentle and skillful, like that of an experienced makeup artist.
Even if the makeup is good, I don't have the confidence to play that role well.
Yang Yain's voice was low, with a hint of despair.
Believe me, Xiaoyi said firmly, you can do it. Do you still remember the feeling when you first stood on the stage? That kind of radiance cannot be concealed by anyone. With Xiaoyi's skillful hands, the haggardness on Yang Yain's face was gradually covered up, and replaced by a confident glow.
Her eyes gradually regained their spirit, as if hope was rekindled.
Okay. Xiaoyi put down the makeup brush in his hand and admired his work with satisfaction. Now, you are the most dazzling star.
Yang Yayin looked at herself in the mirror, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a long-lost smile. She took a deep breath, stood up, and prepared to go to the audition site. At this moment, the door was pushed open and a sharp voice rang out, "Yang Yayin, are you still not ready? Everyone else has arrived." The person who came was Yang Yayin's agent. She looked at Yang Yayin impatiently. "Why are you still dawdling here? Hurry up and leave." Yang Yayin glanced at Xiaoyi, then at her agent, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes. The agent's sharp voice was like a thorn, piercing the just relaxed atmosphere in the room. Yang Yayin's confidence, which had been restored by her makeup, was instantly shattered. Her face turned pale, and the fingers hanging at her sides curled up slightly, as if she had returned to the state of self-denial just now. She looked at her agent, who looked impatient, then at Xiaoyi, with a hint of hesitation in her eyes, as if she was making a difficult decision.
"What? You're not leaving yet?"
Seeing Yang Yayin standing there in a daze, the agent's tone became even more displeased. "If you waste any more time, forget about the audition today." As she spoke, she reached out to grab Yang Yayin, as if she wanted to drag her out of the room. Yang Yayin took a step back suddenly, avoiding the touch of her agent, and bit her lower lip.
The agent was stunned for a moment, then she became furious. "What did you say? Do you know how much effort the company has put into this audition? You're telling me you can't go now?" She pointed at Yang Yayin, her fingers trembling. "Are you crazy?" Yang Yayin opened her mouth, wanting to explain, but didn't know what to say. She looked at Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi noticed her gaze, and an inexplicable feeling surged in his heart. He took a step forward, stood in front of Yang Yayin, and said calmly, "It's not that she doesn't want to go, she just needs some time." "Who are you?" The agent looked Xiaoyi up and down, his eyes full of disdain. "You are a delivery man, why are you interfering here? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." Xiaoyi ignored his agent's words and turned to look at Yang Yayin. His tone was gentle but unquestionable. "Do you believe me?" Yang Yayin looked at Xiaoyi's clear and determined eyes, and her heart seemed to be touched by something. She hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. Seeing her nod, Xiaoyi raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile. He turned his head and looked at his agent. "I can do her makeup." The agent was stunned. She seemed to not believe her ears. "What did you say? You can put on makeup? You're a delivery boy. Are you kidding me?" Xiaoyi did not answer her agent's question. Instead, she walked to the dressing table and picked up the makeup brush. Her movements were skillful and natural, like an experienced makeup artist. He looked at Yang Yayin in the mirror and said calmly, "Turn your face around." Yang Yayin was a little hesitant, but finally turned her face to the mirror obediently. His movements seemed casual, but they carried an irresistible force. Yang Yayin subconsciously wanted to dodge, but found that she was unable to move. Her body seemed to be restrained by an invisible force. At this moment, a cold voice sounded in Xiaoyi's mind. "It is detected that the host needs makeup skills. Do you want to activate the god-level makeup technique?" Xiaoyi's heart moved, and he silently said, "Start." The next second, a huge amount of information flooded into his mind. Countless makeup techniques and methods flooded into his consciousness like a tide. At the same time, a faint light appeared in his eyes that only he could see. In the light, Yang Yayin in the mirror, her facial features, skin color, and even her mood today were all presented in front of him in digitized form. Makeup suggestion: today's makeup should highlight a confident and bright style. Choose XX color for foundation and XX color for eyeshadow. Yang Yayin only felt a flash before her eyes, and then she saw Xiaoyi's eyes became deep and focused, and his fingers moved flexibly on her face, as if he was carving a piece of work of art. She looked at herself in the mirror with a dazed look in her eyes. She had never seen Xiaoyi so serious, nor had she ever been treated so gently. She could feel Xiaoyi's fingers gently stroking her face. The feeling was like a feather skimming across the water, soft and a little itchy. Her heartbeat began to speed up, her cheeks began to feel hot, and even her breathing became a little rapid. She quickly looked away, not daring to look at the mirror again. In the mirror, Xiaoyi was concentrating on applying eyeshadow for her. His movements were gentle and delicate, and his focused expression made Yang Yayin feel as if what he was holding in his hand was not a makeup brush, but a priceless treasure. "Don't move." Xiaoyi's voice was a little low, but full of tenderness.
His deep eyes, like two shining stars, firmly attracted Yang Yin's gaze.
Yang Yin's heart skipped a beat.
She felt her cheeks burning.
She hastily looked away, not daring to look at the mirror again.
She felt that breathing had become a little difficult.
She whispered, You hurry up.
Xiaoyi chuckled and said nothing, but just quickened his movements. He picked up a lip brush, dipped a little lipstick on it, and slowly approached Yang Yin.
Xiaoyi's fingertips gently outlined a perfect arc on Yang Yin's lips.
His movements were meticulous, as if he was completing a work of art.
Yang Yin's heartbeat accelerated involuntarily, and a shy blush appeared on her cheeks.
She felt Xiaoyi's breath almost close to her ear, and that low and gentle voice echoed in her ears, gradually calming her originally nervous mood.
Okay.
Xiaoyi's voice was like the spring sun, warm and comfortable. He slowly stepped back, his eyes full of anticipation. Now, you can look at yourself in the mirror. Yang Yin took a deep breath, slowly turned her head, and her eyes fell on herself in the mirror. She could hardly believe that the person in front of her was herself. The girl in the mirror is like an exquisite doll, with three-dimensional and distinct facial features, a bit more confidence and spirit between her eyebrows, skin as delicate as porcelain, and bright and plump lips. The whole makeup not only highlights her beauty, but also retains her unique temperament, which is eye-catching.
Is this me?
Yang Yin's voice trembled slightly, with a gleam of disbelief in her eyes. She stretched out her fingers and gently touched her cheek, as if to confirm whether this was real.
Xiaoyi smiled slightly.
Yang Yin's mood suddenly improved a lot, and a gleam of confidence rekindled in her eyes. She stood up, smiled at the mirror, her lips curled up, and she seemed to be completely refreshed.
Thank you, Xiaoyi. Yang Yin's voice was full of gratitude. I feel much better now.
Xiaoyi nodded, his tone calm and firm. Believe in yourself, you can do it.
Now, I will take you to the audition site. Yang Yin nodded and followed Xiaoyi out of the room happily. The two walked out the door and heard the agent's anxious footsteps in the corridor.
Xiaoyi gently held Yang Yin's hand, as if giving her silent encouragement.
Yang Yin felt the warmth and smiled slightly.
She took a deep breath, took a step forward, and walked confidently towards the audition site. Xiaoyi followed behind her, with a determined gleam in his eyes, as if he was protecting her. Just as she was about to arrive at the audition site, Yang Yin suddenly stopped and looked back at Xiaoyi.
Xiaoyi smiled slightly, nodded gently, and didn't say much.
Yang Yin took a deep breath, took a firm step, and walked towards the stage that would soon belong to her. When Yang Yin stepped into the bustling audition waiting area, there was a tense atmosphere in the air. The room was filled with tension, a symphony of whispers and the sound of flipping scripts. The glamorous people, all vying for the same coveted role, sized each other up with undisguised competition. Among them, a familiar face sneered. That was Lu Xin, an up-and-coming star known for her ruthless ambition and her uncanny ability to snatch roles from under the noses of her competitors. She glanced down at Yang Yan, the smirk on her lips full of contempt. A feeling of insecurity surged into Yang Yan's heart, almost shattering the fragile confidence that Xiaoyi had painstakingly rebuilt. She instinctively reached for the makeup box, her hands trembling slightly. When she saw her reflection, she didn't see the defeated, tear-stained face from before, but the confident, radiant woman that Xiaoyi had helped her find again. The carefully applied makeup was now more than just makeup, it reminded her of Xiaoyi's unwavering trust in her. A determined little smile made its way to the corners of her mouth.
Lu Xin's trick 1T succeed this time.
The fear and self-doubt that had plagued her before had been replaced by a quiet strength and a newfound belief in her own abilities. Taking a deep breath, Yang Yan straightened her posture, her eyes shining with renewed determination.
She walked past Lu Xin and nodded politely but firmly. This is her moment.
This is her stage. And she was ready. Chapter 56, Regaining Confidence and Looking at the Mirror Again, Job Invitation and Returning Home. In the lounge, the air was as heavy as a ball of wet cotton, blocking the chest and making it hard to breathe. Yang Yin curled up in a corner of the sofa, her delicate makeup could not hide the haggardness on her face. Tears slid down silently, leaving two clear marks on the cheeks, like pearls that had broken off the string, hitting Xiaoyi's heart one by one.
I really can't do it.
Yang Yin's voice trembled, choking with a hint of despair. I come from a poor family, and have grown up under the contempt of others. I finally entered the entertainment industry, but I encountered obstacles everywhere, was laughed at, and was excluded. Xiaoyi sat quietly beside her, without saying a word, just silently handed her the tissue. He knew that any words were pale at this moment, and only companionship was the most sincere comfort. The lounge was very quiet, with only the intermittent crying of Yang Yain and the occasional sound of traffic coming from outside the window.
I know I should be strong, but I'm really so tired.
Yang Yain covered her face with her hands, her shoulders shaking constantly. She felt like a trapped beast, struggling in the cage of Vanity Fair, but could never find a way out. After a long while, Xiaoyi gently patted her shoulder, his tone gentle but firm. Do you know the magic of another bottle? Yang Yain raised her head and looked at him with tearful eyes, not understanding why he suddenly mentioned this. Xiaoyi smiled, took out a bottle of drink from his pocket, unscrewed the cap, pointed to the words on the inside of the cap and said, "Look, have another bottle.
Maybe your good luck is hidden here too." Yang Yain was amused by his words and burst into laughter.
She took the drink, unscrewed the cap and saw that she had won the another bottle. At this moment, she felt as if she had been injected with some kind of magical power, and her originally heavy mood became lightened.
Thank you, Xiaoyi.
Yang Yain stood up, wiped away her tears, with confidence shining in her eyes. I will definitely succeed. She took a deep breath, pushed open the door of the lounge, and walked towards the viewing room with her head held high. Her figure appeared particularly tall and straight under the light of the corridor, like a queen about to go to war. Wait, Xiaoyi called behind her, with a meaningful smile on his face. Good luck to you. Yang Yain turned around and smiled at him, then turned and disappeared at the end of the corridor. The door of the viewing room slowly opened, and Yang Yain's face was filled with a bright smile, like a plum blossom blooming in winter, delicate and full of vitality. She walked quickly to Xiaoyi and excitedly grabbed his arm. I did it.
Xiaoyi, I did it.
Xiaoyi looked at her and saw that she was as excited as a child, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. I knew you could do it. He raised his hand and gently rubbed Yang Yain's hair, his tone gentle and doting.
Thank you, Xiaoyi, thank you so much. Yang Yain's eyes were slightly red.
If it weren't for Xiaoyi's encouragement, she might really give up this opportunity.
It's just a piece of cake. Xiaoyi smiled modestly. By the way, what are your plans next? I plan to set up my own studio. Yang Yain's eyes sparkled with confidence. Would you like to help me? I really need you.
Xiaoyi was slightly stunned.
He didn't expect Yang Yain to invite him to join her studio. This is undoubtedly a huge opportunity for him.
He was a little shaken in his heart, but when he thought of Su Wanqing, he became hesitant again.
As if she noticed Xiaoyi's hesitation, Yang Yain said sympathetically, It's okay, you can take your time to think about it, don't rush to answer me.
Okay, I'll seriously consider it.
Xiaoyi nodded gratefully. After saying goodbye to Yang Yain, Xiaoyi drove home.
When he opened the door, the aroma of food hit him in the face, making him feel warm.
In the kitchen, Su Wanqing's figure looked particularly gentle under the light. Are you back?
Su Wanqing heard the door open, turned around, and had a faint smile on her face. Xiaoyi walked behind Su Wanqing and gently put his arms around her waist. It smells so good. What delicious food did you make? Your favorite sweet and sour spare ribs. Su Wanqing gently pressed her cheek against the back of Xiaoyi's hand, feeling the warmth of his palm. Thank you for your hard work. Xiaoyi lowered his head and kissed Su Wanqing's forehead. After dinner, Xiaoyi told Su Wanqing what happened today.
Yang Yain invited you to join her studio?
After hearing this, Su Wanqing did not show any surprise. Instead, she said calmly, promise her.
Xiaoyi looked at Su Wanqing in surprise. You don't mind?
Su Wanqing turned her head and looked at Xiaoyi with deep eyes. Why should I mind? She paused and said meaningfully, you should go to a broader world to develop.
Chapter 57, Returning to the Old Job Without Fear.
Xiaoyi looked at Su Wanqing's calm yet encouraging eyes, and a hint of doubt arose in his heart. He originally thought that with Su Wanqing's personality, she would mind other women getting close to her, especially a dazzling female star like Yang Yain.
But not only does she not mind, she also encourages herself to develop in a broader world? What is she thinking? Does she really trust herself so much?
You don't mind her, she treats me.
Xiaoyi was a little incoherent.
He wanted to ask Su Wanqing if she minded Yang Yain's kindness, but he felt that this question made him seem too petty. Su Wanqing smiled slightly. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently stroked Xiaoyi's cheek.
I said you don't need to explain anything to me.
She paused, her tone gentle but firm. You should do what you want to do instead of being bound by me. Xiaoyi felt warm in his heart. He held Su Wanqing's hand tightly, feeling the warmth of her palm.
He suddenly remembered his job before marriage and asked nervously, Wanqing, do you know what I did before?
Su Wanqing raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. Of course I know, you are a delivery man.
Xiao Yi was stunned.
He didn't expect Su Wanqing to know that. He still remembered that when they first met, he was still wearing that old takeout uniform.
Then why did you marry me? Su Wanqing's eyes softened.
She recalled that rainy night when she fainted on the roadside, and it was this man who showed up in time and sent her to the hospital. At that time, she didn't even know his name, but she remembered his fearless spirit.
Because you saved me, and because I believe that you are someone worthy of entrusting my life to.
Su Wanqing's voice was soft, but with unquestionable certainty. A warm feeling surged in Xiao Yi's heart. He didn't expect that he married this cold and beautiful CEO just because he saved her. He couldn't help but hold Su Wanqing in his arms and whispered in her ear, "Thank you, Wanqing." After a moment of silence, Xiao Yi raised his head and looked at Su Wanqing seriously. "Wanqing, if I want to go back to delivering food, would you agree?" Su Wanqing did not show any surprise, she just looked at Xiao Yi calmly. Her voice was cold, but with a hint of tenderness. "As long as it is what you like, I will support you."
Xiao Yi was touched.
He held Su Wanqing's hand tightly and said, "Thank you, Wanqing." He took a deep breath and said firmly, "Okay, I'll go back tomorrow to see you."
Su Wanqing just smiled slightly and didn't say much.
She just took a step forward, took Xiao Yi's hand, and slowly walked towards the bedroom. "Go to bed early." The next morning, the sunlight shone into the bedroom through the gauze curtains.
Su Wanqing had already woken up.
Looking at Xiao Yi, who was still sleeping, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She stood up gently, walked to the window, looked into the distance, her mind full of thoughts. After Xiao Yi woke up, he found that Su Wanqing was no longer around. He got up and walked to the living room and saw Su Wanqing preparing breakfast.
"Wanqing, good morning."
Xiao Yi walked to Su Wanqing and hugged her gently.
"Good morning."
Su Wanqing turned around and gave Xiao Yi a light kiss on the cheek.
"Aren't you going to the company today?" Xiao Yi asked. "No, I'll accompany you today,"
Su Wanqing said with a smile. Xiao Yi felt warm in his heart. He knew that Su Wanqing stayed at home with him just for him.
"Wanqing, thank you." "Silly boy, why are you saying thank you to me?"
Su Wanqing gave Xiao Yi a reproachful look. "By the way, Wanqing, I told you yesterday that I wanted to go back to deliver food, but actually..." Xiao Yi hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell Su Wanqing the truth.
"What actually?"
Su Wanqing looked at Xiao Yi curiously. "Actually, I want to study my system by delivering food," Xiao Yi said courageously.
"System?" Su Wanqing was even more confused. "Well, I'm bound to a system that allows me to get rewards by completing tasks, and delivering takeout is one of the tasks," Xiao Yi explained.
Su Wanqing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "I see, I thought you really wanted to go back to deliver food."
"Of course not, I just want to complete the system task," Xiao Yi quickly explained.
"I believe you." Su Wanqing looked at Xiao Yi firmly. "No matter what you do, I will support you."
Xiao Yi was deeply moved.
He hugged Su Wanqing tightly, feeling her warmth.
"By the way, Wanqing, what wish did you make last night?"
Xiao Yi suddenly remembered what happened last night and asked curiously.
Su Wanqing smiled mysteriously. "This is a secret." "Tell me,"
Xiao Yi said coquettishly.
"I won't tell you,"
Su Wanqing said with a smile. Xiao Yi smiled helplessly. He knew that Su Wanqing would not tell him easily. At this time, Xiao Yi's cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a text message from Yang Yain. "Xiao Yi, I lost the role of the female lead, but I got the role of the second female lead." After reading the message, Xiao Yi felt a little helpless. He replied, "Congratulations, Yain.
Although you are not the heroine, it is also a good opportunity."
"Thank you, Xiao Yi." Putting down his phone, Xiao Yi sighed. It seemed that the competition in the entertainment industry was indeed fierce.
"What's wrong?" Su Wanqing asked with concern. "It's nothing, it's just that Yain lost the choice for the female lead," Xiao Yi said.
"It's okay," Su Wanqing comforted.
"Yeah."
Xiao Yi nodded, but felt a little uneasy in his heart. He always felt that things would not be so simple. "Go to bed early, you have to get up early tomorrow," Su Wanqing said.
"Okay."
Xiao Yi nodded and returned to the bedroom with Su Wanqing. The next morning, Xiao Yi said goodbye to Su Wanqing and returned to the rental house in the old city. As soon as he reached the door, he saw Hoyu standing at the door, running towards him excitedly. As soon as Xiaoyi stepped into the yard of the rental house in the old city, a figure rushed over like an arrow. Hou opened his arms and hugged Xiaoyi directly like an excited big dog.
Oh! My good brother, you are finally back. I missed you so much. Xiaoyi was a little breathless due to being hugged by him. He frowned slightly and pushed Hou away with a cold face. Get out of the way. His tone was cold, as if there was an invisible wall between the two of them. Hou was stunned for a moment. He had never seen Xiaoyi with such a cold expression. He scratched his head and asked in confusion, "Brother-y, what's wrong with you? Who made you angry? Did you have a quarrel with your sister-in-law? I tell you, women can be coaxed and they will be fine." Xiaoyi didn't bother to pay attention to Hou's nonsense. He walked straight to the door of his room, opened it and walked in. With a bang, the door closed tightly, blocking out Hou's noisy voice. Hou looked at the closed door and became even more confused. He knocked on the door cautiously. "Brother-y, what's wrong with you? Tell me, I'll give you some advice." There was no response from inside the door, so Hou could only sigh helplessly. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't asked Xiaoyi why he came back. Just when he was puzzled, the door opened with a click, and Xiaoyi walked out with a set of old delivery work clothes in his hand. He put on the familiar blue uniform, like putting on a battle robe, and his eyes became sharper. Hou's eyes widened immediately, and he looked at Xiaoyi in disbelief. "Brother-y, what are you doing? Are you going to deliver food? No way. You have a wife now, why are you still doing this?" Xiaoyi glanced at him calmly, his tone calm, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. "I was originally a delivery man." Hou's jaw almost dropped to the ground. He looked at Xiaoyi in disbelief, as if he saw an alien. But, you are the president's husband now. Why are you still delivering food? This doesn't make sense." Xiaoyi did not answer Hou's question. He just straightened his collar, picked up the helmet on the table, turned around and walked out of the room. Hou looked at Xiaoyi's back, still muttering to himself, What's going on? Why did Brother-y suddenly have to go back to deliver food? Did he have a fight with his sister-in-law?" At this moment, Xiaoyi had already got on his old electric bike. He started the car, looked back at Hou, a barely perceptible smile on the corner of his mouth, then he stepped on the accelerator, the electric bike made a buzzing sound, and quickly drove away from the yard. Xiaoyi rode his old electric bike through the streets of the old city. The familiar street scene came into view, the bustling hawking sounds, the shrill honking of horns, and the smell of oil smoke in the air all made Xiaoyi feel dazed, as if time had gone back to the days when he was an ordinary delivery man. He skillfully weaved in and out of traffic, with new orders constantly popping up on the screen of his mobile phone on the handlebars. He gripped the handlebars tightly, feeling the wind whistling in his ears, but his heart was unusually calm. He stopped at the door of a familiar restaurant. When he was picking up his food, a man in a brand new delivery uniform, with a sturdy build and a very loud voice caught his attention. The man was yelling into his phone, "I'm telling you, I must deliver 50 orders today. Let those old guys see who is the king of the takeaway station." His voice was so loud that everyone around him couldn't help but look sideways. Xiaoyi glanced at the work ID card on his chest, which had the words Zhang Dasang printed on it. "New here?" Xiaoyi asked casually. He just felt it was a bit noisy and didn't mean anything else. Zhang Dasang turned around and looked Xiaoyi up and down. Seeing Xiaoyi's old delivery uniform and the old electric bike, he smiled disdainfully. "Hey, old man, where are you from? You're still wearing these tattered clothes. Go home and retire." Xiaoyi frowned. He didn't want to argue with such a person. He just wanted to complete the order at hand as soon as possible, but the other party's words were really harsh. He took a deep breath, suppressed his displeasure, took the food, turned and left. After delivering the order, Xiaoyi looked at the time on his mobile phone. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He rubbed his sore wrist, found a shady place to sit down, and planned to take a rest. He closed his eyes and recalled Su Wanqing's gentle smile in his mind, and the annoyance in his heart dissipated a lot. Just as he was about to fall asleep, a violent vibration came from the soles of his feet. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw a provocative face. The owner of that face was Zhang Dasang, who was kicking Xiaoyi's electric bike with his feet. Xiaoyi stood up suddenly, with a flash of anger in his eyes. "What are you doing?" Zhang Dasang saw Xiaoyi wake up and smiled grimly. "Why, old man, you're sleeping so soundly. I just wanted to see if your broken car is about to fall apart like you." Xiaoyi clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deeply into his palms. He suppressed his anger, stared at Zhang Dasang coldly, and said word by word, "I don't want to cause trouble, you'd better stop it." Zhang Dasang didn't seem to intend to let Xiaoyi go. He raised his hand, pointed at Xiaoyi's nose, and said arrogantly, "Hey, you dare to threaten me? Let me tell you, in this place, no one dares to say no to me when I, Zhang Dasang, say something." He laughed wantonly, and his laughter was as unpleasant as a broken gong. Xiaoyi's heart seemed to be on fire, anger boiling in his chest, and he wanted to rush forward and smash this hateful face to pieces. But he took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He knew that now was not the time to act impulsively and he had more important things to do. He turned around silently and ignored Zhang Dashang's provocation. He was afraid that if he looked at him again, he would lose control of himself. When Zhang Dasang saw that Xiaoyi ignored him, he felt that his authority was challenged and an even more displeased expression appeared on his face. He took a big step and kicked Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi was caught off guard and lost his balance and fell to the ground. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw Zhang Dashang's distorted face. He was stunned. Chapter 58, The Takeaway Dispute begins. Xiaoyi's body fell heavily on the cold ground, and he felt a dull pain in his back, as if countless needles were pricking him at the same time. He felt a surge of anger rising to his head, and the anger almost swallowed him. He raised his head suddenly, his eyes as sharp as a knife, staring at Zhang Dasang. "You're looking for death," Xiaoyi growled, his voice full of suppressed anger. He suddenly got up from the ground, clenched his fists so tightly that his joints crackled. When Zhang Dasang saw Xiaoyi standing up, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he laughed even more arrogantly. He pointed at Xiaoyi's nose and spit out saliva. "Why, you want to hit me? Come on, I'm waiting." Many delivery men gathered around to watch the fun. They were whispering to each other and making some booing noises from time to time. Xiaoyi took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He knew that now was not the time to act impulsively and he had more important things to do. "I don't have time to waste with people like you," Xiaoyi said coldly, and he turned around and was about to leave. "What? Are you scared?" Zhang Dasang insisted. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed Xiaoyi's arm. "Aren't you a very capable boy? Why are you like a turtle now?" Xiaoyi turned his head and looked at Zhang Dasang with cold eyes. He said word by word, "I'll say it again, I don't have time to make trouble with you." "I think you're scared," Zhang Dasang said even more arrogantly. He deliberately raised his voice to attract the attention of the people around him. "I see that you're so slow even when delivering food. How dare you say you're a delivery man?" Xiaoyi clenched his fists even tighter, his nails almost piercing the flesh of his palms. He suppressed his anger and tried to stay calm. "What does it have to do with you if I deliver the food quickly or not?" "Of course it matters," Zhang Dasang sneered. "We are all delivery men, so who is faster and who is slower is related to our reputation. I, Sun Yanxiao, am the fastest delivery man in Longcheng, and you dare to act so arrogant in front of me? The fastest in Dragon City?" Xiaoyi looked like he had heard a joke, with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. "Who do you think you are? Why do you say you are the fastest in Dragon City? Not convinced? Then let's have a competition." Sun Yan laughed arrogantly, his eyes full of provocation. "Whoever loses will admit in front of everyone that he is the slowest delivery man in Longcheng. How about that?" Xiaoyi didn't want to pay attention to this boring provocation, but Sun Yanxiao's words were like a thorn, piercing his heart fiercely, and the anger in his chest erupted like a volcano. He stared at Sun Yanxiao, his eyes full of determination. "Let's compete, who's afraid of who?" The delivery men around them suddenly became excited. They started to make a fuss and asked the two to start the game immediately. Sun Yanxiao smiled triumphantly, clapped his hands, and said loudly, "Okay, if that's the case, then let's find a witness and start the order-taking competition now. How do you think?" Xiaoyi didn't say anything, but just looked at Sun Yanxiao coldly. Witnessed by everyone, the two opened the food delivery app and started taking orders. The moment Xiaoyi's fingertips touched the screen, he felt as if he was struck by an electric current, and a cold electronic prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. "Bite. The host's emotional fluctuations have been detected. The God-level sign-in system has been activated. Would the host like to sign in now?" This sudden voice made Xiaoyi stun for a moment, and then he immediately realized that this might be the reward for his previous binding to the system. He silently said in his heart, "Sign in. Bite. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Super Racing. The complete space map of Dragon City has been loaded.
A warm current instantly flowed into Xiao Yi's limbs and bones, and he felt as if his body had been reshaped, light and full of strength. At the same time, every street and every corner of Dragon City appeared clearly in his mind, as if he was there himself. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a confident smile bloomed on his face. After the race started, Xiao Yi started the electric car and rushed out at the speed of an arrow. He accurately avoids congested roads and flexibly moves through traffic, and with his super racing skills, he is incredibly fast, yet rock steady, safe and efficient. The takeout orders increased rapidly like snowflakes. After delivering one order, he immediately received a new order. The whole process was smooth and unobstructed. Sun Yanxiao was complacent at first, but soon the smile on his face froze. He found that his delivery speed was far slower than Xiao Yi's. After he delivered one order, he saw that Xiao Yi had already delivered several orders, which made him feel anxious. When he came to a business to pick up his food, he happened to meet Xiao Yi, who had just delivered a takeaway. "Hey, isn't this Xiao Yi? How come you've only delivered so much?" Sun Yanxiao said sarcastically, deliberately raising the takeout order in his hand. "I've already delivered more than 30 orders, how about you?" Xiao Yi just glanced at him calmly and said nothing. He opened his phone, glanced at the orders, and found that he had delivered 70 or 80 orders. This huge gap made Sun Yanxiao feel uneasy in an instant. His eyes flickered, and he hurriedly said goodbye to the merchant, ran to the side and made a phone call. "Hey, you guys come over and help me quickly, bring your stuff, and wait for me at the takeaway point on XX Street, quick." Xiao Yi sensed the abnormal panic in Sun Yanxiao's tone and sneered in his heart. He no longer needed to prove himself. He slowed down and began to enjoy the process of delivering the takeaway. When he rode his bike into a narrow street, he found that the road ahead was blocked by 2 electric bikes, and a young man with dyed yellow hair was following behind and approaching him. Xiao Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly, deliberately turned a corner, and rode into a dark alley next to him. Deep in the alley, the atmosphere suddenly became tense and the air seemed to freeze. "Boy, you run pretty fast." The yellow-haired young man approached slowly with a grim smile on his face. Chapter 59, Fight in the Alley. Ferrari delivers. The cold and damp alley was filled with a faint musty smell. On the mottled brick walls on both sides, graffiti was crooked, as if mocking the prey that had strayed into them. Xiao Yi rode his electric scooter neither fast nor slow, controlling the throttle extremely smoothly, and could easily move through narrow alleys. He knew that Huang Mao was following him, but he did not panic. Instead, he observed the map navigation on his mobile phone with interest, looking for the best escape route. "Boy, don't run." The yellow-haired man's voice echoed in the alley, with a hint of exasperation. He didn't expect that Xiao Yi, who looked thin, was so agile in riding a bike. He tried to speed up and catch up with him several times, but was left behind by Xiao Yi with a beautiful turn. A sneer appeared on Xiao Yi's lips. He knew it would be futile for Huang Mao to continue chasing him. He deliberately slowed down and led the yellow-haired man to a dead end, then slammed on the brakes, turned the car around, and took another path, leaving the yellow-haired man cursing on the spot. As soon as he rode out of the alley, a tall figure blocked Xiao Yi's way. The person who came was Zhang Dasong, followed by a few hooligans with colorful hair, staring at Xiao Yi ferociously. "Hey, isn't this Xiao Yi? What, you want to run away?" Zhang Dasong grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Don't you see where you are? This is my territory, how can you run away?" "Zhang Dasong, what do you mean?" Xiao Yi stopped the car and spoke calmly. "What do you mean?" "Humph, you've been delivering orders quite happily lately, 70 or 80 orders a day. Do you think we are fools? You must be using some crooked tricks," Zhang Dasong said with disdain. "What does my method have to do with you? I deliver my order, why do you care?" Xiao Yi smiled disdainfully. "You?" Zhang Dasong was irritated by Xiao Yi's attitude, his face flushed. "Boy, don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you still think you are so great." Zhang Dasong waved his hand, and several thugs behind him immediately surrounded him and approached Xiao Yi with bad intentions. Xiao Yi sighed helplessly and parked the electric scooter. Xiao Yi slowly exhaled a breath and shook his head helplessly. He parked the electric scooter steadily against the wall, his movements so gentle as if he was handling a precious work of art, which seemed out of place with the conflict that was about to break out. However, there was a sharp light flashing in the depths of his eyes. "Come on!" With a loud command, those colorful gangsters pounced on Xiao Yi like wolves and tigers. Fists, sticks, and shouting instantly filled the narrow alley. However, what they were facing was not a lamb to be slaughtered, but a tiger hiding in the grass. Xiaoyi moved and shuttled through the crowd like a ghost. He dodged an oncoming punch by leaning sideways and took hold of the opponent's wrist. With a quick twist of the joint, the man immediately let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoyi kicked the iron stick out of another person's hand at an extremely fast speed and caught it. The stick seemed to come alive in his hand, sweeping, stabbing, and hitting. Each strike was precise and powerful, with a whistling sound. Screams, wails, and collisions intertwined into a chaotic melody in the small space. Those thugs who were so aggressive just now all fell to the ground at this moment, covering their swollen faces or broken arms. They had never seen anyone with such agile skills. He was simply a devil from hell. Xiaoyi brushed off the non-existent dust on his body and slowly walked towards Zhang Dasang, whose face was ashen. With every step he took, Zhang Dasang's heart felt like it was hit by a heavy hammer, and breathing became extremely difficult. Xiaoyi stood in front of him, a playful smile on his lips, raised his hand and made a fake move to hit him on the head. Zhang Dasang was so frightened that he trembled all over and subconsciously closed his eyes. However, the expected pain did not come, instead there was a sharp pain in the cheek. Bang! The crisp sound of a slap was particularly harsh in the quiet alley. Zhang Dasang felt dizzy and several of his teeth were loose. He covered his face with his eyes full of anger and fear. He never thought that he would be beaten like this by a delivery man. Xiaoyi moved his ankle and then walked towards the alley. You kid. Zhang Dashang covered his face, pointed at Xiaoyi, gritted his teeth, and wished he could eat him alive. Xiaoyi stopped, turned around, and looked cold. Why, you want to say it again? Zhang Dasang looked at Xiaoyi's cold eyes, as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake, and his hair stood on end. He suppressed his fear and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Misunderstanding, it's all misunderstanding. I just wanted to play a joke on you, brother. Are you kidding? Xiaoyi's tone was calm, but with unquestionable majesty. You brought so many people to surround me, and this is what you call a joke? He approached Zhang Dasang step by step, and every step seemed to step on Zhang Dashang's heart. Zhang Dasang stepped back repeatedly, his body hitting the cold wall, and he could no longer retreat. His face was pale, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his voice trembled. I was wrong, brother, I was really wrong. I will never dare to do it again. His previous arrogance had long disappeared without a trace, replaced by deep fear. Xiaoyi sneered and pointed at the electric donkey on the ground. Ride my bike back and park it at the old place. Zhang Dasang felt as if he had been pardoned. He crawled to the electric scooter, hurriedly picked up the bike, and stepped on it carefully, for fear of angering Xiaoyi. He rode his electric scooter and ran in the direction he came from without daring to look back, for fear that Xiaoyi would change his mind. Xiaoyi took the takeaway out of the thermal box. The paper bag was still warm. He waited and walked towards the alley. He didn't have time to waste any longer. Just as I reached the entrance of the alley, a familiar voice came, Xiaoyi, this way. Yu ran over breathlessly, holding a bunch of keys in his hand. Seeing that Xiaoyi was safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily you are okay. I left your car keys with me. Here they are. Xiaoyi took the key, and the cold touch of the metal made him frown slightly. He raised his head and glanced towards the main street. It was no small matter if the takeaway was overdue. Zhang Dasang hid in the shadows at the alley entrance, watching Xiaoyi take the keys and walk towards the red sports car parked on the side of the road. He rubbed his hands curiously and followed. When he saw Xiaoyi skillfully open the car door and calmly sit in the driver's seat, he was stunned and his mouth opened so wide that a fist could fit in it. Let's go. Xiaoyi lowered the car window and shouted to Yu. Yu quickly opened the passenger door, got in, fastened his seatbelt expertly, and said to Xiaoyi, let's go, brother, the time for this order is a bit tight. The Ferrari made a low roar and slowly drove away from the alley. Zhang Dasang stared with wide eyes at the red sports car and the dazzling lines of its body, feeling as if he was in a bizarre dream. He rubbed his eyes, trying to confirm that this was not an illusion, but the sports car had disappeared into the traffic like an arrow. I didn't see it wrong. He muttered to himself, his eyes full of confusion and puzzlement. The Ferrari sports car's deep engine roar is like a dormant beast suddenly awakening, with a metallic roar that shakes the surrounding air. Xiaoyi skillfully adjusted the seat and started the engine. The lines of the car body were smooth, like a sharp arrow ready to be launched. Yu fastened his seatbelt and turned to look out the window. His expression showed a hint of excitement and a hint of worry. He secretly swallowed and tightly grasped the door armrest. Zhang Dasan was still standing at the entrance of the alley, as if he was under a spell, his eyes fixed on the red Ferrari. The sunlight shone on the car body, reflecting a dazzling light, like a red-hot iron, branding his heart deeply. He felt that his worldview had been strongly impacted.
A delivery man actually drove a Ferrari? This is simply a fantasy.
Big brother.
The yellow-haired man carefully tugged at the corner of Zhang Daxing's clothes and said in a trembling voice, "Is that really a Ferrari? Am I dreaming?" Zhang Daxing finally came back to his senses.
He shook his head vigorously, as if trying to get rid of the unreal picture in his mind.
He looked at the direction where the Ferrari disappeared, he swallowed, and said in a dry voice, how could he have a Ferrari? Could it be some rich second generation who was trying out life? Then what we just did. Huang Mao swallowed his saliva.
He thought of his arrogant attitude towards Xiao Yi just now, and his body couldn't help but shudder.
Did we offend a big shot? Zhang Daxing's face was gloomy and uncertain.
He paced back and forth, muttering to himself, No, if we offend this kind of person, we will definitely suffer the consequences.
Will he retaliate against us?
When he thought of Xiao Yi's cold eyes just now, he felt a chill on his back, as if a cold hand was stroking his spine.
Huang Mao, you have to return his electric scooter to him. Hurry up.
Zhang Daxing suddenly stopped, pointed at Huang Mao and ordered loudly.
Me?
The yellow-haired boy pointed at his nose, looking incredulous.
Brother, why me? Stop talking nonsense. Just go if I tell you to. Hurry up. Don't cause trouble for me. Zhang Daxing glared at the yellow-haired man and said fiercely.
Huang Mao was so frightened that he trembled and ran to the alley and rode his electric scooter out. He secretly groaned in his heart, thinking how unlucky he was that he had to give a car to a big shot who drove a Ferrari. Zhang Daxing looked at the back of Huang Mao riding away on his electric scooter and sighed deeply, with an inexplicable emotion surging in his chest. He raised his head and looked at the glaring sun above his head, and suddenly felt that he should do something.
He patted his chest and said loudly, "No, I have to deliver the takeaway too. I must take a few more orders today and earn some money. I can't lose to the guy driving the Ferrari." He strode to his electric bike parked on the street, stepped on it, and struck a pose that he thought looked very handsome, with his chest puffed out, like a general about to go to war, full of energy. I'm going to make a career out of it even if I raise my voice a lot, so that those who look down on me can see it. He turned the accelerator hard, and the electric car made a buzzing sound. He felt that his back at this moment was so majestic. The Ferrari was weaving through the traffic. Xiao Yi's face was calm as water. He held the steering wheel steadily with both hands and looked straight ahead. He gently stepped on the accelerator and the car speed increased instantly. Hoyu let out a short exclamation and his face turned a little pale. "Brother, you go slower." Chapter 60, The Flying Car Takeaway Incident. The business world is in turbulence. The Ferrari's engine let out a low roar, like a beast ready to go, weaving flexibly in and out of traffic. Xiao Yi held the steering wheel steadily with both hands, his eyes focused and calm, as if this was not a sports car worth tens of millions, but an ordinary means of transportation. He stepped lightly on the accelerator, and the car speed increased instantly, causing Hoyu in the passenger seat to exclaim in surprise, his face turning pale. "Brother, you slow down." He gripped the edge of the seat tightly, his heart almost jumping into his throat. "It's okay, hold on tight." Xiao Yi's lips curled up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. His skills were as steady and reliable as he was. Soon, the Ferrari stopped steadily in front of a store called Wang Hardware Store. Xiao Yi unbuckled his seatbelt, picked up the takeaway from the back seat, pushed open the car door and got out. Wang Wu, the owner of Wang Hardware Store, was sitting in a rocking chair at the door of the store, squinting his eyes in the sun. When he saw a cool red Ferrari parked at his door, he immediately perked up. He looked at the luxury car curiously, then looked at the delivery man Xiao Yi who got out of the car, his heart full of doubts. "Young man, your car is quite impressive." Wang Wu touched his chin, marveling at the sight, with curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Xiao Yi smiled, handed the takeaway to Wang Wu, and explained, "This is my wife's car. I borrowed it to deliver food today to experience life." Wang Wu took the takeaway, opened it and saw that it was the same thing he usually ordered, so he let down his guard. He picked up a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed it and took a sip, then continued, "You are an interesting guy. I've never seen anyone deliver food in a Ferrari before. Your wife must be a beautiful woman, right?"
Xiao Yi's eyes were full of tenderness, and he said in a relaxed tone, "Of course, my wife is a great beauty." The two chatted for a few more sentences in a relaxed and humorous atmosphere, then Xiao Yi started the Ferrari and left the gold shop. At the same time, in the president's office on the top floor of Yuexia Group, Su Wanqing was sitting behind a large desk, holding a pen in one hand and flipping through documents with the other, with a hint of fatigue between her delicate brows. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the sun shines down, illuminating her beautiful profile, but it cannot dispel the faint chill emanating from her body.
"Mr. Su, your coffee." Secretary Zhao Xiaoqian walked in with a cup of steaming hot coffee and gently placed it on Su Wanqing's desk.
At the same time, she handed over a thick document. "Here are the documents you need to sign today, and there are several cooperation proposals." Su Wanqing raised her head, rubbed her swollen temples, took the document, simply said thank you, and began to deal with it seriously. The office was so quiet that the only sound was the flipping of documents and the occasional click of the mouse. She frowned as she dealt with the company's complicated affairs, while also coping with pressure from all sides and the troubles caused by the lingering personal emotions deep in her heart. This feeling made her feel a little breathless. At this time, the internal phone on the desk rang, and Su Wanqing pressed the answer button.
"What's the matter?"
Her voice was cold and a little tired. Xian Xiaoqian's voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of doubt. "Boss Su, Boss Shui just called and said he wants to make an appointment to meet with you."
Su Wanqing paused holding the pen.
She put down the pen in her hand, stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling city. Her eyes were deep and complex, and she seemed to be thinking about something important.
"What are the recent complaints about the company?"
She suddenly turned around and looked at Qian Xiaoqian, who was standing beside her, and asked in a calm tone.
"Since the last takeaway allergy incident, the number of complaints has dropped to 0.
Qian Xiaoqian answered respectfully, with a hint of relief in his tone. "Mr. Xiao really helped a lot. Now the female colleagues in the company have a good impression of him."
Su Wanqing's slender fingers tapped lightly on the table, making a crisp sound, again and again, as if tapping on Qian Xiaoqian's heart.
The air in the office seemed to freeze for a moment, filled with a subtle atmosphere.
Su Wanqing's eyes flickered, and a barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Really?"
Her tone was calm, without any emotion fluctuations. Qian Xiaoqian observed everyone's expressions and added cautiously, "Everyone is discussing that Mr. Xiao is not only handsome, but also very skilled, and can stand up at critical moments.
He is simply a model of a perfect man."
She secretly glanced at Su Wanqing and found that there was no special expression on her face, so she felt relieved.
"What has Xin Xian been busy with recently?"
Su Wanqing suddenly changed the subject, her tone still calm, as if it was just a casual question.
"Vice President Shen has been busy with the company's listing recently and has been meeting with shareholders frequently.
I heard that he has also contacted several investment institutions recently." Qian Xiaoqian quickly adjusted his thoughts and answered seriously. Su Wanqing frowned slightly, a hint of doubt rising in her heart. She has always been personally responsible for the company's listing. Although Sun Xian is the vice president, she does not participate too much. Recently, she has been in frequent contact with shareholders and has also contacted investment institutions privately, which makes her feel something is wrong.
"I understand. You can go out first." Su Wanqing waved her hand, signaling Qian Xiaoqian to leave.
Qian Xiaoqian closed the door gently, and the office became quiet again.
Su Wanqing walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the bustling city outside with deep and complex eyes.
The afterglow of the setting sun fell on her, outlining her graceful figure, but it could not dispel the slight uneasiness in her heart. She picked up her cell phone and dialed a number. "Please help me check who Xin Xian has been in contact with recently, and what are the backgrounds of the investment institutions she has contacted." Her voice was low and calm, as if she was arranging something insignificant. A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. "Okay, Mr. Su." Su Wanqing hung up the phone and her eyes fell on a photo on the desk. In the photo, she was snuggling closely with a man who was handsome and had a happy smile on his face.
That was her ex-boyfriend, Shui Yuan.
At this moment, the cell phone rang suddenly, breaking the silence in the office. Su Wanqing glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Shui Yuan.
She hesitated for a moment, and finally pressed the answer button. "Hello? Wanqing, long time no see. I want to meet you."
Shui Yuan's voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of excitement that was difficult to conceal. Su Wanqing wanted to refuse, but Shui Yuan said in an urgent tone that there were important matters that had to be discussed in person, about the company and about their relationship.
Su Wanqing's heart tightened, and an ominous premonition came to her mind.
She hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed to meet, and the location was set at Xiangshunsai, a tea house with a quiet environment.
After hanging up the phone, Su Wanqing felt even more confused. Yuan's sudden appearance made her already tense nerves even more tense.
She rubbed her temples, trying to keep herself calm.
The private room of Xiangshunsai was filled with a faint scent of tea.
Su Wanqing sat upright in the chair, stroking the teacup gently with her slender fingers, but her eyes were a little vague. Yuan sat opposite her, staring at her intently with a hint of complicated emotions in his eyes.
Wanqing, let's start over. Yuan's voice was low and hoarse, with a hint of pleading.
Su Wanqing raised her head, her eyes calm and indifferent. Yuan, we are over.
No, not yet.
Yuan stood up excitedly and walked to Su Wanqing. I know you still love me, there is still a chance between us. Su Wanqing looked at him coldly. You are wrong, I don't love you, and there will never be another chance between us.
Yuan suddenly became agitated.
He reached out and grabbed Su Wanqing's wrist.
Wanqing, why are you so cruel? How am I inferior to that delivery boy?
Su Wanqing shook his hand off, picked up the teacup on the table, and splashed the tea on Yuan's face. Yuan, wake up.
The tea flowed down Yuan's cheeks. He was stunned.
He wiped the tea off his face, and stood up suddenly in anger, raising his hand to hit Su Wanqing.
Stop!
A clear voice suddenly rang out, and then a strong hand grabbed Yuan's wrist. Xiaoyi, dressed in a takeaway uniform, appeared at the door of the box, staring at Yuan with cold eyes.
Yuan was stunned at first, then turned to mockery. Hey, isn't this Mr. Su's good husband? Why, is he delivering food here? Chapter 61, A Downtrodden Man Still Has Dignity. Yuan's wrist was tightly grasped, as if clamped by an iron clamp, and he could not move.
He was enraged and struggled hard, but found that the other person's hand was like steel and did not move at all.
He looked up at Xiaoyi, his eyes full of disdain and ridicule. Hey, isn't this Mr. Su's good husband? Why, did you deliver the food here? Did you come here to deliver the food and save the beauty?
Xiaoyi stared at Yuan coldly with a dagger-like gaze, and a sarcastic arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. What's wrong with me delivering food?
What's shameful about earning money with your own hands?
It's better than a prodigal like you who relies on your family.
You!
Yuan was so angry at Xiaoyi's words that he shook off Xiaoyi's hand, pointed at Xiaoyi's nose, and shouted, Who do you think you are?
How dare you, a delivery man, talk to me like that? Do you know who I am? He puffed out his chest and said arrogantly, I am the young master of the Shui family. My family assets are over 100 million. People like you can only deliver food for the rest of your life.
Xiaoyi curled his lips in disdain and sneered, So what if you are the young master of the Shui family?
Did your family's money fall from the sky? Isn't it all thanks to your parents' hard work? What's there to brag about?
Although I'm a delivery man, I earn every penny with my own sweat. I'm proud of myself and I live an open life.
Yuan's face turned pale.
He felt that his dignity was trampled under the feet of Xiaoyi. He was tired of being despised by a delivery man. He rolled his eyes, smiled sinisterly, and said, Okay, Xiaoyi, since you are so capable, how about we have a competition?
Xiaoyi raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, comparing what?
Yuan pointed at several luxury cars parked outside the clubhouse and said with contempt, Racing.
Do you dare?
Let's use our cars parked outside as stakes, and the loser will give his car to the winner, how about that?
He paused deliberately and added, Of course, a delivery man like you probably doesn't even have a decent bicycle, right? Ha, you wouldn't dare.
Su Wanqing watched quietly from the side, her heart sinking slightly. She knew Yuan's racing skills were very superb, and Xiaoyi. She glanced at the takeout uniform he was wearing and a look of worry appeared on her face. Xiaoyi sneered, staring into Yuan's eyes with a sharp gaze, and said without giving in, Let's compete, who's afraid of who?
But I can't guarantee that your broken car can be kept. Yuan raised his head and laughed, as if he had heard a big joke. He pointed at his car arrogantly and said, My car? Ha, you may have never seen a good car. When you see my car, you probably can't even touch the hood.
You should worry about yourself first, so that you don't lose control of the car keys.
Su Wanqing looked at Xiaoyi and said softly, Xiaoyi, why don't we just forget it?
There's no need to bother with him. Xiaoyi turned his head and gave Su Wanqing a reassuring smile. Wanqing, don't worry, I won't lose. Su Wanqing pursed her lips, and finally said nothing more, just nodded silently.
She took out a key from her bag and handed it to Xiaoyi. This is my car key, go with my car.
Yuan saw Su Wanqing handing the car keys to Xiaoyi, then looked at the sports car with smooth lines and shiny metallic luster at the door, and his arrogant smile froze on his face.
He said sarcastically, Su Wanqing, you don't really think he will win?
You dare to take out a broken sports car and embarrass yourself.
I really don't know what you are thinking, ha ha ha.
After saying that, he strode out of the box. Xiaoyi tightly grasped the car keys in his hand, a surge of blood rushing to his heart. He glanced at Su Wanqing indifferently and said, let's go, let's see how powerful this rich second generation is. After that, he turned and left the box. Su Wanqing looked at Xiaoyi's departing back, frowning, and the uneasy feeling in her heart became stronger.
She felt as if something was going to happen.
She followed hurriedly. At the entrance of the club, when Yuan saw the sports car Xiaoyi drove, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. He sneered in an exaggerated tone, I thought it was a nice car, but it turned out to be just a broken sports car.
I'm so disappointed. Xiaoyi ignored Yuan's ridicule and said to Su Wanqing, wait for me here.
Su Wanqing opened her mouth and seemed to want to say something, but finally swallowed her words back. Xiaoyi walked to the sports car, opened the door, got in, and started the engine. The engine made a low roar, as if a sleeping beast was about to wake up. He took a deep breath, his eyes filled with determination. As night falls, the city lights flicker. Xiaoyi ended a day's travels and returned to his and Su Wanqing's home. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Su Wanqing sitting on the sofa, holding a tablet in her hand with a focused expression. Hearing the door open, she looked up with a worried look on her face. You're back.
Yeah.
Xiaoyi put on slippers and walked over to Su Wanqing and sat down. He noticed that she was frowning, so he asked, what's wrong?
Are you still worried about the race? Su Wanqing nodded, put down the tablet, and turned to face Xiaoyi. I know Yuan. He's a very good driver and very insidious. I think this race.
Before Su Wanqing finished speaking, Xiaoyi interrupted and said, don't worry, I have to go.
His tone was firm and unquestionable, this matter concerns dignity, I can't back down.
Su Wanqing looked at Xiaoyi's determined eyes. Although she was worried, she still chose to support him.
I'll let you drive my car. I asked the technical team to modify it,
she said, picking up a uniquely shaped key from the coffee table.
No,
Xiaoyi was about to refuse, but Su Wanqing interrupted him. She stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and gently opened the curtains. Here, look over there. Xiaoyi followed her gaze and saw a pink Bugatti Veyron, which was particularly eye-catching in the night.
He looked at Su Wanqing in surprise. You changed my sports car to pink?
Su Wanqing turned around with a playful smile in her eyes. How is it?
Do you like it?
I specially modified it for you, I think it suits you very well.
Xiaoyi's mouth twitched.
He really couldn't associate himself with this pink color, but he knew Su Wanqing was doing it for his own good, so he sighed helplessly. Okay, but you have to promise me that you can't go to this game.
No.
Su Wanqing rejected it outright, and said firmly, I want to go with you. Just as Xiaoyi was about to retort, Su Wanqing said, I won't interfere with your competition.
I just want to see you win with my own eyes.
Her tone was gentle, but with a hint of unquestionable firmness.
Xiaoyi had no choice but to agree.
He knew in his heart that few people could change Su Wanqing's decision. Soon, the two arrived at the racing venue in the suburbs. The venue had been blocked off long ago, and was surrounded by luxury cars and beautiful women. The roar of engines was heard one after another, the air was filled with the smell of gasoline, and the tense and exciting atmosphere made people's blood boil. When the pink Bugatti Veyron drove into the venue, the people around it moved away, their eyes full of surprise and confusion. This pink sports car, which is out of place on the racetrack, looks both abrupt and eye-catching.
Yuan had been waiting for a long time.
When he saw Xiaoyi getting out of the pink sports car, the mockery on his face became even more intense.
He walked forward and said with contempt, Hey, isn't this our takeaway boy?
Why are you driving a sissy sports car to embarrass yourself? He glanced at Su Wanqing beside Xiaoyi and said in an even more sarcastic tone, Boss Su, your taste is getting worse and worse.
You actually found such a...
Before Yuan could finish his words, Xiaoyi interrupted him coldly, Stop talking nonsense and let the game begin. His eyes were cold and sharp as torches as he stared directly at Yuan. A powerful aura instantly enveloped the entire venue, making the originally noisy place quiet in an instant.
Yuan looked at Xiaoyi with a sneer on his face.
He didn't say anything else, but walked towards his sports car and fiercely opened the door.
Chapter 62, The competition is hard to stop.
There was a burst of whispers all around, which were nothing but ridicules such as overestimating one's own abilities and seeking to attract attention. Xiaoyi turned a deaf ear to these voices and walked straight to the pink Bugatti, gently stroking the body of the car. He turned his head, a provocative smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said to Shuebuoyuan, "What, are you scared?
Don't you dare to compete?"
Shuebuoyuan snorted coldly, ignored Xiaoyi's provocation, turned around and walked towards his sports car, slammed the door, as if he wanted to vent all his anger on the door. The air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, and a war was about to break out. Xiaoyi and Shuebuoyuan drove their respective sports cars to the starting line. The two cars were parked side by side, and the engines made a low roar, as if they were demonstrating against each other. Referee Zhang stood between the two cars, holding a black and white checkered flag in his hand, looking at the two drivers with a serious expression.
Ready, Referee Zhang held up the flag.
The whole audience fell silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on the starting line.
Start!
The flag fell suddenly, and two sports cars rushed out like arrows. The tires rubbed against the ground, making a sharp scream and leaving two black tire marks. The crowd instantly became excited, with cheers, screams and cheers coming one after another, deafening.
Su Wanqing couldn't help but be infected by the atmosphere at the scene.
She clenched her fists tightly and shouted loudly, "Xiaoyi!
Come on!"
Her voice was crisp and powerful, and it stood out in the noisy crowd. Xiaoyi seemed to have heard her shouting.
He drove the pink Bugatti, stared firmly ahead, and a confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The pink Bugatti was like a flowing glow on the track.
Xiaoyi gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes sharp. The roar of the engine roared in his ears, making his chest slightly numb. He glanced in the rearview mirror at the black Ferrari that was chasing him. Shuebuoyuan's driving skills were better than he thought, which made him feel a little pressured. The wind whistled past his ears, bringing with it a slight smell of burnt tires. Xiaoyi took a deep breath and activated the god-level racing skill rewarded by the system. The speed of the Bugatti instantly increased to a higher level, like a pink lightning, drawing a graceful arc on the track. Shuebuoyuan gritted his teeth and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, but he still watched the distance between the two cars getting bigger and bigger.
He was unwilling to admit defeat.
As he approached the bend, a crazy idea flashed through his mind. Just when the two cars were about to draw side by side, he suddenly turned the steering wheel to the left, and the black Ferrari slammed into the rear of the Bugatti.
Bang!
With a loud bang, a puff of white smoke came out of the rear of the Bugatti, and the car body shook violently and deviated from the original track. There was a burst of exclamations from the audience.
Su Wanqing's heart suddenly tightened and she almost didn't dare to watch any further. A triumphant smile appeared on Shuebuoyuan's face.
He stepped on the accelerator and the black Ferrari roared forward, about to overtake the Bugatti.
However, Xiaoyi did not panic.
He quickly adjusted the steering wheel, stabilized the car body, and then stepped on the accelerator to the bottom.
The Bugatti made a deafening roar and rushed out again like an arrow.
The two cars were almost running side by side, chasing each other and sprinting towards the finish line. The red flag at the finish line fluttered in the wind, as if waiting for the final winner. Shuebuoyuan's eyes were bloodshot, he roared and stepped on the accelerator to the limit. Xiaoyi had a blank expression on his face, but his eyes were gleaming with determination.
It's almost time to cross the finish line. Who will be the champion?
Referee Zhang shouted excitedly, holding the black and white checkered flag high in his hand.
The pink Bugatti crossed the finish line first.
Referee Zhang waved the black and white checkered flag in his hand, announcing the end of the game. The crowd was boiling in an instant, with cheers, whistles and applause intertwined into a deafening sound. People don't care about the thrills and collisions in the process, they only care about the final winner.
The flashlights flashed wildly, freezing Xiaoyi and his pink Bugatti at the moment of victory.
Xiaoyi slowly stopped the car, unbuckled his seatbelt, and pushed open the car door. The crowd surged in like a tide, surrounding him, with cheers and praises ringing in his ears. Some people patted his shoulders excitedly, some asked him for his autograph excitedly, and some held up their mobile phones and rushed to take photos with him. He seemed to be in a sea of joy, feeling the joy of victory and the admiration of the crowd. In sharp contrast to the lively scene here, Shuebuoyuan and his rich second-generation friends watched it all with cold eyes. Their faces were filled with resentment and jealousy, as if the loss of this game was a great humiliation for them.
Shuebuoyuan clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his flesh.
He felt an unknown fire burning in his chest, almost swallowing him up.
In the crowd, Su Wanqing ran towards Xiaoyi excitedly. Her delicate makeup was a little messy because of excitement, and her eyes and eyebrows were filled with uncontrollable joy. She threw herself into Xiaoyi's arms regardless of everything and hugged him tightly, as if she wanted to pour all her thoughts and worries into this hug. Xiaoyi also hugged her tightly, feeling her soft body and warm breath, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. You won. You really won. Su Wanqing's voice was a little choked. She raised her head and looked at Xiaoyi affectionately, with crystal tears flashing in her eyes. Xiaoyi stroked her hair gently and whispered in her ear, I said, I will definitely win. The two hugged each other tightly, as if everything around them had disappeared, leaving only each other's heartbeat and breathing. This warm and sweet scene stung the eyes of Shuebuayuan, who was not far away. He turned around abruptly, strode towards his black Ferrari, slammed the door, started the engine, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the black Ferrari sped away like a black lightning. Xiaoyi looked at the black Ferrari going away, a meaningful smile appeared on his lips, and he said to Su Wanqing, wait for me. Then, he turned and walked towards the crowd. Xiaoyi pushed through the crowd and walked straight towards Shuebuayuan's Ferrari. Shuebuayuan was about to get in the car but was stopped by Xiaoyi. Car keys. Xiaoyi's tone was calm, but with unquestionable majesty. Shuebuayuan snorted disdainfully and threw the keys to Xiaoyi, take it, it's just a broken car, I don't want it. He said this, but his heart was bleeding, this Ferrari was his most beloved baby. You crashed my car and you want to just walk away? Xiaoyi played with the keys in his hand, looking at Shuebuayuan with a smile. I bumped into you? It's obviously your own fault. Shuebuayuan was furious. Several of his rich second-generation friends also surrounded him and warned Xiaoyi in a bad tone, boy, don't be shameless. It's good enough that Master Shui is willing to give you the key. What else do you want? Xiaoyi looked around at everyone, with a scornful smile on his face. Shuebuayuan, do you dare to admit that you deliberately bumped into me when you were turning the corner? Shuebuayuan's face changed, his eyes flickered, you're talking nonsense. It was obviously your own operating error. Really? Do you want me to play the game video? Xiaoyi pressed on, with a hint of provocation in his tone. Shuebuayuan was speechless for a moment. He knew he was in the wrong, but he couldn't bring himself to admit it in front of so many people. The air around them seemed to be frozen, filled with the smell of gunpowder, and a conflict was about to break out. After a short stalemate, Shuebuayuan took out a bank card from his pocket and threw it to Xiaoyi. There are 500,000 yuan in it, enough to repair your broken car. The day after tomorrow, let's have another competition, dare you? Xiaoyi wanted to refuse. You want to get rid of him with just 500,000? However, after hearing what Shuebuayuan said next, he changed his mind. Let's make a bigger bet this time. Whoever loses will kneel down and call me daddy. Xiaoyi took the bank card with a playful smile on his face, okay, I promise you. Shuebuayuan snorted coldly, and left with his friends, leaving Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing standing there. Watching the luxury cars go away, Su Wanqing gently took Xiaoyi's arm and said, let's go back too. Xiaoyi nodded, and the two left the racetrack side by side. It was late at night and Xiaoyi was lying in bed, but he couldn't fall asleep. He got up and went downstairs to get a bottle of beer from the kitchen. As soon as I walked to the kitchen door, I saw Su Wanqing, also in pajamas, standing in front of the refrigerator. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Xiaoyi walked to her side and asked softly. Su Wanqing took out 2 bottles of beer and handed one to Xiaoyi. I can't sleep, I want to drink something. The two walked into the living room, sat on the sofa, and chatted casually while drinking beer. Your driving skills today are really great. Why didn't I realize you could race before? Su Wanqing asked curiously. Xiaoyi took a sip of beer and smiled mysteriously. Actually, I used to be a professional racing driver, but later retired for some reasons. Really? Su Wanqing opened her eyes wide, looking surprised. Xiaoyi nodded, absolutely true. Su Wanqing wanted to ask something else, but Xiaoyi suddenly stood up and said, it's getting late, let's go to bed early. He walked up to Su Wanqing and stretched out his hand. Chapter 63, I send you off in the morning. It's getting late, let's go to bed early. Xiaoyi walked up to Su Wanqing, stretched out his hand, and gently held her in his arms. Su Wanqing snuggled into his arms, feeling his warmth and breath. The early morning sunlight shone into the room through the curtains, waking up the two sleeping people. After Xiaoyi woke up, he saw Su Wanqing still sleeping soundly, so he got up gently, washed up, and started preparing breakfast. After making breakfast, Xiaoyi gently woke up Su Wanqing.
After the two of them enjoyed a warm breakfast together, Xiaoyi drove Su Wanqing to work. Arriving downstairs at the company, Su Wanqing unbuckled her seatbelt, turned to look at Xiaoyi, and smiled brightly. "Thank you for sending me here, husband." As she spoke, she took the initiative to move forward and gently kissed Xiaoyi on the lips. The soft touch and sweet breath made Xiaoyi's heart palpitate.
He watched Su Wanqing walk into the company building.
Her tall figure disappeared behind the revolving door. He started the car and prepared to start a day of delivery work.
Xiaoyi rode an electric bike through the streets and alleys of the city.
At noon, he came to a high-end office building to deliver food. As soon as he parked the car, he heard a familiar voice calling his name.
"Shuebua Yuan?" Xiaoyi turned around and saw a woman in professional attire and delicate makeup walking towards him quickly.
The woman had long, smooth hair draped over her shoulders, delicate features, and an elegant temperament.
She was Su Wanqing's vice president, Shen Xian.
Xiaoyi was stunned for a moment before realizing that Shen Xian mistook him for Su Wanqing's ex-boyfriend Shuebua Yuan. He smiled awkwardly. "Mr. Shen, you got the wrong person."
"I'm not Shuebua Yuan."
Shen Xian was also stunned. She stopped and looked at Xiaoyi carefully. Xiaoyi, wearing delivery clothes and a helmet, does not look much like Shuebua Yuan, who is dressed in a suit and driving a luxury car. Realizing that she recognized the wrong person, Shen Xian's face flashed a hint of embarrassment. "I'm sorry,
I recognized the wrong person." "It's okay."
Xiaoyi also felt a little embarrassed, and the atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. Shen Xian hurriedly said sorry and turned away, walking into the building.
Xiaoyi looked at her back and felt something was wrong.
He shook his head, delivered the meal to the designated floor, and left the office building. After Xiaoyi left, Shen Xian returned to the office, picked up her phone and dialed a number.
"Bua Yuan, did you come to the company just now?"
"I think I saw you."
On the other end of the phone, Shuebua Yuan's voice was a little impatient. "Shen Xian, what's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you that I'm very busy recently? Don't call me if you have nothing to do." Shen Xian tightened her grip on the phone, her tone pleading. "Bua Yuan, I just want to ask you, did you come to the company today? I seem to have seen you just now."
She could feel the alienation in Shuebua Yuan's tone, but she was unwilling to give up. Even if there was only a slight possibility, she wanted to grasp it.
"Me? I've been in meetings all day, how can I have time to go to the company?" Shuebua Yuan's tone was obviously perfunctory. "Did you see it wrong?"
"Okay, I have something else to do here, I'll hang up first."
"Don't."
Shen Xian wanted to say something else, but there was only a busy tone on the phone. She looked at the screen of her mobile phone, her eyes dimmed, as if all her strength had been drained away.
Her originally delicate makeup could not hide her inner loss.
She slowly leaned back in her chair, feeling the cold temperature in the office, her heart filled with confusion.
She liked Shuebua Yuan and even came to this company for him.
She also knew that Shuebua Yuan didn't like her, but she always felt that as long as she worked hard, she would be able to impress him one day. Now it seems that everything was just her wishful thinking. Suddenly, the phone rang again.
It was Shuebua Yuan.
Shen Xian's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and a look of surprise instantly appeared on her face.
She hurriedly answered the phone. "Bua Yuan?"
"Shen Xian, I may have spoken a little harshly just now, please don't mind." Shuebua Yuan's voice sounded a little low. "Actually, I did go near the company today, but I didn't go in, because
I lent my car to someone else." "Lend it to someone else?" Shen Xian asked puzzledly.
"Well, a food delivery man." Shuebua Yuan paused slightly. "I met him at the gate of the community this morning. He was riding a broken electric bike. I felt sorry for him, so I lent him my bike for a delivery."
"I didn't expect that you would misunderstand me."
Shen Xian felt a sense of loss in her heart, but it was soon replaced by an inexplicable excitement, and her tone became cheerful. "So that's how it is."
"I felt something was wrong at the time. His temperament is so different from yours."
She thought of the delivery man riding an electric bike in the morning, and a vague outline emerged in her mind.
He was indeed very different from Shuebua Yuan.
"Yeah, that kid probably won't be able to afford a car like mine in his lifetime."
Shuebua Yuan's tone was filled with a hint of disdain and a subtle sense of superiority. "But it's quite interesting that he can make you admit your mistake."
Shuebua Yuan chatted for a few words on the phone, and then took the initiative to offer to treat Shen Xian to a meal after he was done with his busy schedule. This instantly made Shen Xian feel better. She felt as if she had returned to her previous hopeful state. She even began to think about what clothes to wear and what kind of makeup to put on.
After hanging up the phone, Xin Xian raised a faint smile. She picked up the landline on the table and dialed the internal line of her assistant Zhang Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, come in for a moment. After Xin Xian hung up the phone, there was a sneer on her lips and a cunning light in her eyes. She called her assistant Zhang Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, please order 300 cups of milk tea for me and have them delivered to the company. Zhang Xiaoyan was stunned for a moment. 300 cups? Mr. Shin, there are only more than 100 people in our company. Ordering so many.
I know, Xin Xian interrupted her, with an unquestionable command in her tone. I want to designate a delivery man, the one who delivered food this morning. Contact the nearby milk tea shop and ask them to arrange for him to deliver it.
Although Zhang Xiaoyan was confused, she still did as she was told.
She contacted a milk tea shop with a good reputation, explained her requirements, and added additional delivery fees. Xiaoyi was about to go for lunch when he received a call from the milk tea shop. When he heard the order for 300 cups, he was stunned for a moment, then realized that this might be a large order from some company, so he gladly accepted it. When he arrived at Su Wanqing's company and placed a full bottle of milk tea at the front desk, the receptionist, Miss Wu, recognized him at a glance.
Mr. Xiao, it's you again. Are you sending so much milk tea this time?
Miss Wu's tone was enthusiastic, but compared with the past, there seemed to be a subtle sense of distance.
Yes, it was ordered by the company. Xiaoyi replied calmly.
Miss Wu couldn't hide her curiosity as she looked at Xiaoyi with inquiry in her eyes, but she said nothing more. At this time, Zhang Xiaoyan walked out of the elevator in high heels. Seeing the mountains of milk tea, an imperceptible sense of pride appeared on her face.
She walked up to Xiaoyi and said in a harsh tone, "Are you the delivery guy?
Deliver these milk teas to every employee, not one less."
Xiaoyi frowned. 300 cups of milk tea were delivered to each employee.
This was clearly a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for them. He looked at Zhang Xiaoyan, his tone calm but with a hint of coldness. I am only responsible for delivering the goods, just deliver them to the front desk.
As for distribution, that is your company's internal business.
Zhang Xiaoyan crossed her arms over her chest and raised her chin proudly. No, I want you to deliver it to everyone.
Otherwise, I will file a complaint against you and make sure you don't get a penny.
The air was filled with gunpowder. Xiaoyi and Zhang Xiaoyan were confronting each other, and neither of them was willing to give in.
Suddenly, a crisp voice broke the deadlock. Assistant Zhang, what's going on? Chapter 64, Harsh Words Hurt People in June.
Zhang Xiaoyan heard the voice, turned around, and saw Xin Xian coming towards her. A look of gratitude immediately appeared on her face. She quickly explained, Boss Xin, this delivery man refused to deliver milk tea to every employee and was rude. Xin Xian's eyes swept between Xiaoyi and Zhang Xiaoyan, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She slowly said, Mr. Xiao, the company has a rule that every takeaway must be delivered to the employees in person to ensure the safety of the food. For the sake of the company's image, please cooperate. Xiaoyi knew in his heart that this was an obvious challenge.
But he did not show the slightest discouragement.
Instead, he smiled and said, Boss Xin, I understand the company's rules, but I do have difficulties.
There are too many milk teas. If I deliver them all by myself, I'm afraid it will delay other orders.
At this moment, Wang Xiaomei came over. She looked at Xiaoyi worriedly and whispered, Brother Xiao, don't worry.
I'll help you. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyan immediately sneered and said sarcastically, Wang Xiaomei, are you meddling in other people's business? It's not your turn to interfere in the company's affairs.
Wang Xiaomei was stunned by the rebuke, but still insisted, I just want to help, I can't just watch him get bullied. Xiaoyi waved his hand and said gently, Xiaomei, it's okay, I can handle it myself.
You go and do your thing.
Wang Xiaomei nodded, but still looked at Xiaoyi worriedly. Xiaoyi comforted her with a smile, then turned around, picked up a box of milk tea, and walked straight towards the elevator. He delivered the milk tea floor by floor, and at each floor an employee would enthusiastically accept the milk tea and thank him for his hard work. Zhang Xiaoyan gnashed her teeth in anger when she saw this. She said to Xin Xian unwillingly, Boss Xin, he is clearly trying to win popularity. Xin Xian narrowed her eyes and said coldly, Don't worry, I will take care of it.
Lunchtime is almost here, let's go to the restaurant and take a look.
At lunchtime, Xiaoyi finally finished delivering all the milk tea and came to the staff cafeteria. As soon as he walked in, several girls surrounded him and thanked him. Xiaoyi responded with a smile, and the atmosphere seemed to become much more relaxed. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyan suddenly came from behind, with a look of complacency and viciousness in her eyes. She shouted loudly, Xiaoyi, you actually took advantage of the chaos to touch a girl, how shameless.
Upon hearing the sound, the surrounding employees looked at Xiao Yi in an uproar.
Before Xiao Yi had time to explain, Zhang Xian grabbed his arm and shouted, "You rascal, come and help us." For a moment, the atmosphere in the restaurant became very chaotic. Everyone's eyes were filled with doubt and anger, and they all blamed Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi had no way to defend himself and could only try his best to remain calm, hoping to clarify the facts.
At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyan seemed to get Xin Xian's signal and performed even harder, holding Xiao Yi tightly. She said loudly, "I saw him do it with my own eyes, don't be fooled by him." Xiao Yi's eyes turned cold and he stood there quietly, waiting for the truth to come to light.
Suddenly, his cell phone vibrated and a message popped up. The noise in the restaurant surged like a tide, with all kinds of accusations and discussions interweaving into a harsh cacophony. Xiao Yi stood in the middle of the crowd, as if he was in the center of a storm. He could clearly feel those hostile gazes pricking his skin like needles. His clenched fists trembled slightly, and the anger in his heart continued to accumulate, but was forcibly suppressed by reason. At this moment, the screen of his mobile phone suddenly lit up, and a short video message came into view. The video clearly records everything that happened in the restaurant, including the entire process of Zhang Xiaoyan framing him. The person who sent this message was actually a group of employees within the company. A hint of coldness flashed across Xiao Yi's brows. He knew very well that this might be his only chance to turn the tables. However, before he could take any action, the crisp sound of high heels hitting the ground came from far away. Everyone looked sideways and saw Su Wanqing, wearing a well-tailored black business suit. She appeared at the door of the restaurant like a cold light in the dark night, looking cool and imposing. Her appearance seemed to have pressed the pause button on the chaotic scene, and the noisy noise came to an abrupt end. When Zhang Xiaoyan saw Su Wanqing appear, she felt like she had grabbed a life-saving straw. She immediately let go of Xiao Yi's hand, threw herself towards Su Wanqing, and cried out in tears, "Mr. Su, you have to do it for me. This delivery man took advantage of the chaos to touch me, he was a hooligan." Whoa! Her exaggerated performance, as if she was a weak person who had suffered all kinds of grievances, attracted sympathetic glances from the employees around her. Su Wanqing's gaze swept across everyone present like ice, finally landing on Xiao Yi. There was no suspicion or disgust in her eyes, but rather a hint of complicated emotions. She opened her red lips slightly, and her cold voice echoed in the restaurant, "Xiao Yi, my husband, tell me, what happened?" "What?" The crowd's exclamations of surprise came one after another, like a pot of boiling water. They couldn't believe their ears. The delivery man who was framed as a gangster by Zhang Xiaoyan turned out to be their cold and beautiful CEO's husband? Zhang Xiaoyan stood there in a daze. The tears on her face had not yet dried, but her face had already become stiff and pale. She looked at Su Wanqing in disbelief, as if she had heard a fairy tale. The person she tried so hard to discredit turned out to be the president's husband. How is this possible? Su Wanqing ignored everyone's shocked looks. She walked to Xiao Yi and gently held his hand. The cold touch made Xiao Yi's heart slightly warm. She turned to look at Zhang Xiaoyan. Zhang Xiaoyan's heartbeat suddenly quickened. She stammered, avoided eye contact, and did not dare to look Su Wanqing in the face. She began to stumble over what had just happened, but her words were full of loopholes and it was obvious that she was feeling guilty. Su Wanqing listened to Zhang Xiaoyan's story quietly, with a cold arc on the corner of her mouth. She raised her head, her eyes as sharp as a hawk's, and looked around at every employee present. She said in a resounding voice, "I will investigate this matter thoroughly. I will never wrongly accuse a good person, nor will I let any bad person go." There seemed to be a hint of murderous intent in her cold eyes, which made people shudder. After that, she turned to Xiao Yi and said gently, "Let's go." She took Xiao Yi's hand and left the staff cafeteria without looking back. The two figures disappeared at the door, leaving the restaurant in dead silence. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the final truth to come out. Xin Xian looked at the two people's backs as they left, a meaningful smile appearing on the corner of her mouth. She turned and walked towards the restaurant's monitoring room with a sly gleam in her eyes. She knew that something exciting was going to happen next. Chapter 65, Right and Wrong Become Clear. You are invited to join the party. Su Wanqing pulled Xiao Yi out of the restaurant and ran into Xin Xian, who was rushing over. "Mr. Su, what happened?" Xin Xian pretended to be concerned, but her eyes were wandering and quickly swept across Su Wanqing's hand, which Xiao Yi was holding tightly. Su Wanqing stopped and looked directly at Xin Xian with a cold gaze, and said firmly, "Vice President Xin, I need to explain, this is my husband, Xiao Yi." "Husband?" Xin Xian seemed to have heard something incredible. She widened her eyes, unable to conceal her surprise and a hint of panic.
Boss Su, are you kidding me? Does Vice President Shin think I'm joking?
Su Wanqing asked back, with a hint of unquestionable majesty in her tone. Xin Xian was speechless for a moment and looked at Zhang Xiaoyan beside her as if asking for help. Zhang Xiaoyan's face turned pale, and her lips trembled. Encouraged by Xin Xian's eyes, she stammered and changed her words, Boss Su, I may have seen it wrong just now.
This gentleman and you are really a good match. Su Wanqing sneered, did you see it wrong? Zhang Xiaoyan, are you sure you just saw it wrong? And you are not deliberately making trouble and slandering me and my husband?
Zhang Xiaoyan was so frightened that she trembled all over and dared not speak anymore. Xin Xian quickly tried to smooth things over. Boss Su, Xiaoyan may have been under too much work pressure recently and her mental state is not very good, which is why she has this hallucination. I will criticize and educate her.
Not in a good mental state?
Su Wanqing raised her eyebrows. Vice President Shin, since Zhang Xiaoyan is not in a good mental state, she should take a good rest instead of continuing to work. I suggest that she take a leave of absence without pay, go home to see a doctor, and come back to work when she is well. Xin Xian's face changed. This was not the result she wanted.
If Zhang Xiaoyan is suspended from work without pay, how will she be able to stay in the company in the future? Boss Su, isn't this punishment too severe? Su Wanqing's tone was cold, is it serious? I don't think it's serious at all. If I wasn't here today, wouldn't my husband be thrown dirty water by her? Vice President Shin, is this how you manage your employees? Xin Xian opened her mouth but was unable to refute.
Su Wanqing ignored her and left holding Xiaoyi's hand. When she reached the corner, Su Wanqing stopped, turned to look at Xiaoyi, and said softly, Xiaoyi, do you think this matter is just Zhang Xiaoyan's problem?
Xiaoyi pondered for a moment and shook his head, I think there is something wrong with Xin Xian. Su Wanqing gave him an appreciative look and said, I thought so too.
Let's go to the cocktail party first. We can take our time with this matter. In the evening, a black car was parked in front of Xiaoyi's house. The person who got off the car was Su Wanqing. She was wearing a simple cheongsam today, which made her look more elegant and noble.
Uncle Qin is already waiting for you inside,
Su Wanqing said with a hint of tenderness in her tone.
Xiaoyi nodded and walked into the house.
Old man Qin was in the living room, holding a tape measure and cloth in his hands.
Mr. Xiao, please change into this suit.
Old man Qin handed Xiaoyi a Chinese-style dress. After Xiaoyi changed his clothes, Uncle Qin carefully measured his body and tailored clothes for him.
It fits very well.
Old Mr. Qin nodded with satisfaction. At this time, Su Wanqing came in and saw Xiaoyi wearing a formal dress. Let's go, it's time for us to leave.
Su Wanqing took Xiaoyi's arm and walked towards the door.
Wait, old man Qin stopped them, there's one more thing. He took out an exquisite wooden box from behind and handed it to Xiaoyi. This is what Miss Su prepared specially for you. Xiaoyi opened the wooden box, and inside was an ancient jade pendant. Xiaoyi held the jade pendant, which felt warm to the touch, with the carved dragon pattern lifelike, and a faint sandalwood scent lingering around his nose. He looked up at Su Wanqing, her eyes were moving and her face was full of smiles.
This is what my father left me. I hope it can bring you good luck.
Xiaoyi solemnly put the jade pendant close to his body and walked out of the house with Su Wanqing.
The black car drove smoothly in the city night.
Neither of them spoke, but a tacit understanding flowed in the air. At the same time, downstairs of the company building, Zhang Xiaoyan was still begging the security guard to let her in.
Brotherly, please, let me in. I left something in the office.
Zhang Xiaoyan's voice was tearful and her eyes were blurred with tears. Li Baoan stood in front of her with an expressionless face and said in a cold tone, President Su has ordered that you are not allowed to set foot in the company again. The employees around pointed and whispered.
Zhang Xiaoyan was extremely ashamed and angry, but there was nothing she could do. Li Baoan's tough attitude and the fact that Su Wanqing had previously publicly admitted that Xiaoyi was her husband made everyone more convinced that Zhang Xiaoyan had been lying. The car arrived at the company's underground parking lot. Su Wanqing took Xiaoyi's hand, walked into the exclusive elevator and went directly to the top floor office.
In the office, outside the floor-to-ceiling windows is the brilliant city night view, like stars scattered on a black curtain. Su Wanqing walked to the wine cabinet, took out a bottle of red wine, and poured 2 glasses. Xiaoyi, how much coincidence do you think was involved in today's events? Su Wanqing handed a glass of red wine to Xiaoyi with a low voice. Xiaoyi gently shook the wineglass, and the bright red liquid swirled in the glass, reflecting his deep gaze.
Almost nothing. He took a sip of the wine, feeling the richness of the wine spreading on his tongue. From Zhang Zhang Xiaoyan's appearance, to her repeatedly saying that you are my sister, to Xin Xian's timely appearance, all of this was too deliberate. Su Wanqing walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looked at the flashing neon lights, and frowned. Xin Xian, why did she do this? Maybe. Xiaoyi put down his wine glass and walked to Su Wanqing's side. She wants to ruin your reputation and take your place? Su Wanqing turned around and stared at Xiaoyi with burning eyes. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became solemn. If that's the case. She paused, her tone meaningful, then who is the person behind her? Xiaoyi held the jade pendant tightly in his hand. The warm touch made him feel at ease. He thought of Xin Xian's pretended surprised expression in the restaurant and sneered in his heart. Actually, Vice President Xin has met me before. Xiaoyi's tone was calm but powerful. Su Wanqing was slightly stunned, then turned to look at Xiaoyi. Oh? When? Just a few days ago, in Yuan's private club. Xiaoyi's tone was calm, but it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples. Su Wanqing's hand holding the wine glass tightened unconsciously, and her knuckles turned white. Yuan was her former fiancé and also Xin Xian's longtime public pursuer. It seems that Vice President Xin's memory is not very good. Xiaoyi's mouth curled up with a hint of sarcasm. The day, she saw with her own eyes that Yuan was very respectful to me, one could even say, humble. He paused deliberately, observing Su Wanqing's reaction. Su Wanqing's face turned a little ugly. She took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. So, you think Xin Xian deliberately pretended not to know you in order to alienate us and make you doubt me? Xiaoyi took over Su Wanqing's words with a firm tone. The room fell into silence, with only the low hum of the air conditioner and the faint noise coming from outside the window. Su Wanqing's gaze fell on the wine glass in her hand. The deep red wine was like solidified blood, exuding a suffocating feeling of oppression. Wanqing, Xiaoyi broke the silence, with a hint of worry in his tone. Tonight's cocktail party. Of course I will participate. Su Wanqing raised her head. But? Xiaoyi hesitated. I'm worried that my presence will make things difficult for you. He knew clearly that he was just an ordinary delivery man, far from a business elite like Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing walked up to Xiaoyi and gently held his hand. Xiaoyi, she said in a gentle but firm tone, I don't care what others think, I only care about you. Her eyes were full of trust and expectation, which gradually dissipated the uneasiness in Xiaoyi's heart. I believe you. Su Wanqing stood on tiptoe and kissed Xiaoyi gently on the cheek. Tonight, you will be my pride. A rapid ring of a cell phone broke the warm atmosphere between the two. Su Wanqing glanced at the caller ID and frowned slightly. Let me take a call first. She walked aside and pressed the answer button. Xiaoyi looked at her back, feeling a little uneasy, as if something was about to happen. In the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun shines on the old residential buildings, giving the mottled walls a layer of warm color. As soon as Xiaoyi opened the door, he saw an old man in tang suit standing in the living room. It was Mr. Qin whom he had met in Su Wanqing's office last time. Next to the old man was an open suitcase, filled with various fabrics and tools neatly arranged inside. Mr. Xiao, you're back. Old man Qin put down the measuring tape in his hand and showed a kind smile on his face. Miss Su asked me to tailor a dress for you. Before Xiaoyi could react, Su Wanqing walked in with light steps. Today she changed into a well-tailored moon-white cheongsam that outlined her graceful figure. The cheongsam was embroidered with delicate dark patterns, and as she walked, it seemed as if there was flowing light. She walked gracefully in front of Xiaoyi with a shy smile on her face, which made Xiaoyi a little dazed. How is it? Does it look good? Su Wanqing's voice was soft, like a spring breeze blowing past the ears. Xiaoyi came back to his senses, his eyes full of amazement. He nodded, speechless for a moment. He just felt that Su Wanqing in front of him was incredibly beautiful, completely different from her previous cold and elegant image. At this moment, she was like a delicate flower in bud, bright and charming. Hurry up and change into this dress. Su Wanqing pointed to a dark blue Chinese-style dress in Uncle Qin's hand, breaking Xiaoyi's stunned state. Xiaoyi took the clothes and went into the bedroom to change. The fabric is soft and smooth and feels great to the touch. When he walked out of the bedroom again, Uncle Qin had already prepared a tape measure and a notebook. Mr. Xiao, please stand up straight. Old man Qin carefully measured Xiaoyi's size and said softly, Miss Su has very high requirements for you. I put a lot of thought into this suit. After taking the measurements, Uncle Qin put away his tools and stroked his beard with satisfaction. It fits very well, very well. He looked up at Xiaoyi. I'll make some minor modifications, and I'll definitely amaze everyone tonight. Su Wanqing walked up to Xiaoyi and looked at him carefully. She stretched out her jade hand and gently stroked the lapels of his dress. Her fingertips inadvertently brushed across Xiaoyi's chest, causing his heartbeat to speed up. This dress is so beautiful, it suits you very well. Su Wanqing said in a low voice, with a hint of surprise and a barely perceptible shyness in her tone. She seemed to be amazed by Xiaoyi in front of her. Xiaoyi looked at Su Wanqing, somewhat bewildered. He didn't know why she was praising him so much since he was only wearing a set of clothes. He opened his mouth and was about to ask something, but Su Wanqing suddenly screamed. Ah! Su Wanqing covered her mouth, with even greater surprise in her eyes. You look so. She hesitated, with a mysterious smile on her face, and turned to look at Mr. Qin, as if asking for his opinion. Old man Qin also looked at Xiaoyi with admiration and nodded slightly, as if to say, that's true. Xiaoyi felt a little frightened by the stares of the two men. He touched his face and wondered if there was anything special about the clothes he was wearing. Just when he was puzzled, Su Wanqing suddenly took his hand, with a hint of excitement in her tone. Let's go, it's time for us to set off. Chapter 66, Meeting an old friend at a drinking party, each with their own reasons for love and hate. Su Wanqing held Xiaoyi's arm, and the two of them stood together, like a perfect couple. Xiaoyi was wearing a suit carefully made by Uncle Qin. His tall figure made him look even more handsome, and his every move revealed a confident temperament. Su Wanqing was wearing a burgundy evening dress, which set off her fair skin and noble temperament. She was elegant and radiant. Uncle Qin, we're leaving first. We'll come to see you next time. Xiaoyi said goodbye to Uncle Qin politely. Okay, go ahead and have fun. Old man Qin waved his hand with a smile. After saying goodbye to Mr. Qin, the two drove to the cocktail party. Along the way, Su Wanqing was in a particularly good mood. She turned her head to look at Xiaoyi from time to time, with happiness shining in her eyes. Xiaoyi felt Su Wanqing's gaze, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. The cocktail party was brightly lit, with clinking glasses, elegantly dressed people and a lively atmosphere. As the president of the company, Su Wanqing is busy welcoming members and shareholders, while Xiaoyi stays by her side, diligently playing the role of flower protector. A French perfume brand founder greeted Su Wanqing in French. Su Wanqing was about to ask her assistant to translate, but Xiaoyi responded fluently in authentic French, which surprised the other party and made him admire her. Next, several guests from different countries came to communicate with Su Wanqing, and Xiaoyi responded with ease, showing amazing language talent. He spoke 10 languages fluently, including English, German, and Spanish, to converse with the guests in a relaxed and cheerful manner. Su Wanqing watched Xiaoyi handle various situations with ease. Xiaoyi, you are so awesome. Su Wanqing exclaimed in a low voice, with a hint of admiration in her tone. Xiaoyi smiled modestly and said, these are just some basic skills. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared in their sight. A slightly frivolous voice came, isn't this Mr. Su? Long time no see. Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing looked in the direction of the voice and saw Du Ying, the president of Xinqing Cosmetics, walking towards them with a smile on his face. The woman next to him, holding his arm, was actually Xiaoyi's ex-girlfriend Chen Yajia. Su Wanqing raised her delicate eyebrows slightly. She didn't expect that Chen Yajio had found a new backer so quickly, and that he was the president of a cosmetics company that had cooperated with her company. Xiaoyi was also a little surprised, but he quickly regained his composure, without a trace of emotion on his face, as if Chen Yajio in front of him was just an insignificant stranger. When Chen Yajio saw Xiaoyi, her heart skipped a beat and a complex emotion surged in her heart. She originally thought that Xiaoyi would never recover after leaving her, but she didn't expect that he would become so outstanding now. He stood next to Su Wanqing, and they were such a perfect match. His confident and calm temperament was something she had never seen before. She was jealous of Su Wanqing, and even more jealous of Xiaoyi's indifferent attitude at the moment. Mr. Su, this is my fiancé, Chen Yajio. Du Ying introduced her to Su Wanqing enthusiastically, his eyes full of pride. He seemed to enjoy the feeling of superiority of getting the beauty. Su Wanqing smiled politely and said, Mr. Du, congratulations. Miss Chen is getting more and more beautiful. Chen Yajio forced a smile and said in a pretentious manner, Mr. Su, long time no see. This is Mr. Xiao, right? You're getting more and more handsome.
She deliberately emphasized the word handsome, but her eyes were fixed on Xiaoyi, trying to see something on his face, even a hint of nostalgia or regret. However, Xiaoyi just nodded lightly without even giving her any extra expression. The more he did this, the more unwilling Chen Yajiao felt. Duing looked at Chen Yajiao and Xiaoyi in confusion, then looked at Su Wanqing and asked curiously, Yajiao, do you know each other? Chen Yajiao quickly smiled and tried to smooth things over. I met you at a friend's party before, but I didn't expect to run into you here today. Xiaoyi didn't say anything, but just turned his gaze back to the other people at the party. At this moment, his heart was as calm as water, without a single ripple. For him now, the past is just a thing of the past. However, Chen Yajiao felt that she was ignored by Xiaoyi. She felt like there was a stone blocking her heart and felt extremely uncomfortable. She looked at Xiaoyi, then at Su Wanqing beside him. At this moment, a well-dressed middle-aged man walked over. He walked straight towards Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing, and said with a somewhat arrogant tone, "This must be Mr. Su? Nice to meet you, I am Shuebo Yuan." Su Wanqing frowned slightly, feeling displeased with this person who suddenly appeared. She politely extended her hand and shook hands with Shuebo Yuan, but did not speak. "I heard that Ms. Su's husband is a delivery man?" Shuebo Yuan glanced at Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi's eyes flashed, and a sense of coldness gathered in his eyes. Su Wanqing stretched out her hand to Xiaoyi, held it tighter, and her eyes became cold. She was about to speak, but was interrupted by Xiaoyi. "I have something else to do, so I'll leave you first." After he said that, he pulled Su Wanqing towards the rest area not far away. The light from the crystal chandelier poured down, enveloping the lounge area in a soft halo. Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing sat side by side on the soft sofa, each holding a glass of champagne in their hands. Su Wanqing gently shook the wine glass, and the golden liquid swirled in the glass, reflecting her complex eyes. In the distance, Duing and Chen Yajiao were still entertaining guests. From time to time, Chen Yajiao cast her gaze towards Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing in the rest area, with resentment and unwillingness in her eyes. Duing noticed her strangeness, followed her gaze, saw Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing being close, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He leaned close to Chen Yajiao's ear and whispered, "It seems that your ex-boyfriend is doing well now." Chen Yajiao's face froze, and she forced a smile and said, "Yeah, I didn't expect that he would climb up the big tree of Su Wanqing." Duing chuckled, patted the back of Chen Yajiao's hand and said, "Don't worry, my baby. Even if he hooks up with Su Wanqing, so what? How can my woman, Duing, be outdone?" There was a hint of contempt and provocation in his tone. Chen Yajiao felt a little relieved after hearing this. She took Duing's arm and moved closer to him, as if to assert her sovereignty. She secretly swore that she would make Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing pay the price and let them taste the feeling of being abandoned. On the other side, Shuebo Yuan also came to the rest area. He walked straight to Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing, with a hypocritical smile on his face, and said, "Boss Su, your cocktail party was such a success. Not only were there many guests, but the atmosphere was also very good. Of course, the most important thing is that you, Boss Su, are so dazzling tonight, outshining all the other beauties." Su Wanqing held Xiaoyi's arm tighter, stared at Shuebo Yuan with cold eyes, and did not respond to his words. She was disgusted by the man's sudden appearance and false compliments. Shuebo Yuan didn't seem to notice Su Wanqing's indifference, and continued, "Boss Su, I have always admired strong women like you. I wonder if you are interested in working with me to develop new projects together." Xiaoyi gently patted the back of Su Wanqing's hand, signaling her to be patient. He stood up, stood in front of Su Wanqing, stared at Shuebo Yuan sharply, and said indifferently, "Mr. Xue, I think you may have made a mistake." Chapter 67, Forced Marriage Farce. Before Xiaoyi finished speaking, whispers broke out in the banquet hall. Those who were originally curious about the relationship between Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing now had a hint of inquiry and contempt in their eyes. What went wrong? Shuebo Yuan pretended to be confused, but there was an imperceptible sneer on the corner of his mouth. He appreciated this situation, and he would never let go of the opportunity to embarrass Su Wanqing. A mocking arc appeared on Xiaoyi's lips. He didn't care about the opinions of these people, he just didn't want Su Wanqing to bear false accusations. "Mr. Xue, you are wrong. I am not a cooperative partner. I am just a delivery man." Wow. This sentence was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing an uproar. The originally whispered discussions suddenly became louder and filled the entire banquet hall. People were whispering to each other. "Delivery guy? Really? Oh my god, President Su is actually with a food delivery guy? This is simply incredible. No wonder he was dressed so ordinary.
I thought he was Mr. Su's driver. Boss Su has such bad taste that he hired a food delivery guy. These discussions were like sharp needles piercing Su Wanqing's eardrums. She frowned and was about to open her mouth to refute, but was stopped by Xiaoyi's eyes. He gave her a reassuring smile, indicating that she should leave everything to him. Just then, a sharp female voice broke the noise in the banquet hall. "Oh, my dear daughter, you really made me look for you." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a gorgeously dressed woman with a young man, walking towards them aggressively. It was Su Wanqing's stepmother Wen Meiying and her good-for-nothing little son Su Yuqian. Wen Meiying's heavily made-up face was filled with a fake smile. She walked quickly to Su Wanqing, with a barely perceptible sarcasm in her tone. "My dear daughter, why didn't you tell your family and held such a big cocktail party? Look, I'm here now, aren't I? Oh, this cocktail party is so grand, you are worthy of being our Su family's good daughter." Su Wanqing's eyes were cold, and she responded calmly, "Stepmother, you came at the right time. I just wanted to let you see whether this cocktail party I hosted brought shame to the Su family." Wen Meiying. After she finished speaking in a seemingly affectionate manner, she turned to look at Xiaoyi, and immediately a disgusted expression appeared on her face. "Who is this gentleman?" "I said, I'm a delivery man," Xiaoyi said calmly, without any panic. Wen Meiying covered her mouth exaggeratedly, her eyes full of contempt. "A delivery man? My God, why did he look so unfamiliar? It turns out that he is a delivery man. My dear daughter, you really disappoint me. Our Su family is a well-known figure in Longcheng after all. How could you find a delivery man as your boyfriend? If this gets out, our Su family will lose all their reputation." As soon as Wen Meiying finished speaking, whispers rang out again in the banquet hall. This time, people. Xiaoyi's face suddenly turned gloomy, he clenched his fists, and a fire of anger burned in his chest. Just when Su Wanqing was about to open her mouth to refute, Xiaoyi gently patted the back of her hand, signaling her not to be impulsive. He took a deep breath, looked at Wen Meiying calmly, and slowly said, "Auntie, I." Just as Xiaoyi was about to speak, Su Wanqing suddenly stood in front of him, her eyes as cold as ice, staring directly at Wen Meiying. "Stepmother, it's not your turn to point fingers at my affairs." Xiaoyi gently held Su Wanqing's arm and gave her a soothing look, then turned to Wen Meiying, his tone calm but with a hint of sharpness. "Auntie, I understand your concerns as an elder, but when it comes to relationships, only the person who drinks the water knows whether it is hot or cold. Wanqing and I are truly in love, you don't have to be so aggressive." He paused, his eyes swept over Su Yuqian, his tone even colder. "Besides, although I'm just a delivery man, at least I can support myself, unlike some people who are idle and only rely on their parents." Wen Meiying's face changed, and the fake smile on her face could no longer be maintained, turning ashen. She glared at Su Yuqian fiercely, then stood there awkwardly, speechless for a moment. "Who are you calling a parasite?" Su Yuqian rushed forward and pushed Xiaoyi in the chest, his eyes wide open. "You are a delivery man, what qualifications do you have to criticize me?" He stiffened his neck, his face flushed. "I am a parasite, so what? My mother is rich, I am happy with it." Wen Meiying was so angry that she was shaking all over. She glared at Su Yuqian with disappointment. This good-for-nothing son actually admitted in front of so many people that he was idle. She felt her face burning, as if she had been slapped hard in the face. Xiaoyi steadied himself. "You." Su Yuqian was so angry that he was speechless and raised his fist to hit Xiaoyi. Su Wanqing was quick to act and grabbed Su Yuqian's arm, saying coldly, "Enough. This is a public place, what do you want to do?" "Wanqing, you." Wen Meiying was about to speak but was interrupted by Su Wanqing. "I haven't asked you yet, who invited you?" Su Wanqing's eyes were cold, and her tone was questioning. "I didn't invite you to this cocktail party." Su Wanqing's questioning was like an icy blade, piercing Wen Meiying and her son. The fake smile on Wen Meiying's face froze completely. She stammered and couldn't make any sense for a long time. Su Yuqian even lowered his head, not daring to look directly into Su Wanqing's eyes. The atmosphere in the banquet hall became subtle. Those who were originally whispering now closed their mouths, held their breath, and waited for what would happen next. Just when Wen Meiying and her son were so embarrassed that they were about to squeeze out of the 3-bedroom apartment, a crisp voice broke the deadlock. "I invited you." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw an elegant woman in a champagne-colored dress walking towards them. It was Su Wanqing's friend and business partner, Xin Xian. She had a faint smile on her face, but her eyes had a barely perceptible depth. Su Wanqing frowned slightly, looked at Xin Xian with a sharp gaze, and asked with a hint of confusion, "Xin Xian, what's going on?" Xin Xian walked to Su Wanqing and gently took her arm. Her gesture was intimate, but her tone was very official. Wanqing, I know you may have some doubts, but I do this for our common interests. The cooperation between Su Group and Yuexia Group is of great importance. Your marriage is not only your personal matter, but also related to the future development of the two groups. She paused, her eyes swept over the people present, and her tone became more sincere. I invited Madam Wan and Mr. Su to come here because I want everyone to get to know you better and let everyone understand that your choice is well thought out. As soon as she finished speaking, whispers rang out again in the banquet hall. Everyone's eyes were filled with mixed expressions, some with doubt, some with approval. Xin Xian's words obviously touched some people present. They felt that Xin Xian considered things carefully and took the overall situation into consideration, and she was indeed a strong woman in the business world. After listening to Xin Xian's explanation, Su Wanqing's face remained cold. She looked at Xin Xian deeply, and her tone was calm but with a hint of oppression. So, do you think my marriage needs to be approved by others? The smile on Xin Xian's face became a little stiff. She was about to explain but was interrupted by a sudden voice. Mr. Su, I think what Miss Xin said makes sense. Marriage is a serious matter and should indeed be considered carefully. A male voice with a hint of playfulness was heard. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was Shui Boyuan, a wealthy young man from Longcheng. There was a hint of an ambiguous smile on his lips, and a hint of smugness in his eyes. After all, no one wants to see the president of Yuexia Group marry a. He paused deliberately, and said with contempt, a delivery man. Before Su Wanqing could respond, Wen Meiying, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, immediately replied, Mr. Shui is right, she is destroying the reputation of our Su family. Wen Meiying's tone was sarcastic, and her eyes were filled with undisguised contempt. She looked at Xiaoyi, and the disgust on her face seemed to be overflowing. Su Wanqing's eyes turned cold instantly. She turned her head sharply and looked at Wen Meiying, with a hint of anger in her tone. It's not your turn to point fingers at my business. Seeing Su Wanqing angry, Wen Meiying became even more proud, and her sarcastic words burst out like a machine gun. What? Did I say something wrong? Look at the man you found. He has no looks and no family background. What future can a delivery man have? If you marry him, how will you live in the future? How can our Su family afford to lose this man? She even covered her mouth with a handkerchief when she was excited, as if Xiaoyi was some dirty thing. Su Wanqing laughed in anger. She took a step forward, stared at Wen Meiying, and said word by word, I'll say it again, it's not your turn to interfere in my affairs. It's my freedom to choose what kind of partner I want. It has nothing to do with you or the Su family. If you dare to talk nonsense again, don't blame me for being rude. She exuded a cold aura, like a volcano about to erupt, and people dared not approach her. The banquet hall was completely silent. Everyone was intimidated by Su Wanqing's aura and dared not make a sound. Wen Meiying was also frightened by Su Wanqing's momentum. She subconsciously took a step back and dared not speak anymore. At this moment, Shui Boyuan suddenly stood up. He looked at Su Wanqing affectionately, with a hint of helplessness and affection in his tone. Wanqing, I know you are still angry with me, but so many years have passed, and I still can't forget you. I know I did a lot of wrong things in the past, but I have really changed. I hope you can give me a chance and let us start over. As he said this, he actually knelt on one knee in front of everyone, took out an exquisite ring box from his pocket, opened it, and a shining diamond ring lay quietly inside. Wanqing, marry me, I will use my whole life to make it up to you. There was an uproar in the banquet hall and everyone started talking. Wow, Master Shui actually proposed to me in public, how romantic. Yes, Master Shui and President Su are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. How can that delivery guy compare to Master Shui? Mr. Su should still choose Master Shui. The discussions of the crowd came like a tide, and Su Wanqing felt dizzy. She didn't expect Shui Boyuan to suddenly propose to her at this time, which caught her off guard. She subconsciously looked at Xiaoyi, only to find that he was looking at her calmly, without a trace of emotion in his eyes, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Su Wanqing's heart sank suddenly, and she suddenly realized that she seemed to be in a dilemma. On one side is Shui Boyuan, a famous rich young man in Longcheng, with a distinguished family background and handsome appearance. Marrying him would undoubtedly be the best choice. On the other side is Xiaoyi, an ordinary delivery man. Although he is very good to her, can she really put aside her status and be with him? Su Wanqing felt like she was about to suffocate. She took a deep breath and tried to keep herself calm. She slowly said, Shui Boyuan. Chapter 68, Playful words motivate Shui Boyuan to sign in and win a chica.
Su Wanqing ignored the whispers around her, staring straight at Yuan with eyes as clear as a spring. She opened her red lips slightly, and her voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Mr. Shui, you just said you like me, right? So, if I have more than one boyfriend, can you accept it? Even if he is right next to me? Yuan was stunned by Su Wanqing's sudden question, and then a flattering smile appeared on his face. Wanqing, are you kidding? You and that delivery man are from completely different worlds. Don't worry, as long as you are willing, I, Yuan, will never care about those trivial things. I will obey you and take good care of you. His eyes were full of desire and possessiveness for Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing raised her lips in an imperceptible arc, and she asked calmly, what if I already have a child? Can you treat my child as your own flesh and blood and treat him sincerely? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire banquet hall fell silent, as if time had stood still. Everyone stared with wide eyes, looking at Su Wanqing in disbelief, then at Yuan, trying to read something from his face. The air was filled with curiosity, excitement, and a hint of gossip. Yuan's handsome face froze instantly as if he was struck by lightning. He looked at Su Wanqing in disbelief, as if he was confirming whether he had heard it wrongly. He never dreamed that Su Wanqing would say such a thing. Just as Yuan was stunned, Su Wanqing suddenly leaned towards Xiaoyi beside her, with a natural and intimate gesture. Yuan looked at the scene in front of him, and a surge of anger rushed to his head. He felt that he had been humiliated like never before. Anger surged into his heart like a tide. His face was twisted with anger, and his fists were clenched tightly together, with veins bulging. He stared at Xiaoyi intently. At this moment, a clear but majestic voice sounded at the entrance of the banquet hall. TSK, it's really lively, what kind of drama is going on? Yuan could no longer suppress his inner anger, and pointed at Su Wanqing and cursed, Su Wanqing, you shameless woman. Who do you think you are? What kind of person do you think you are? You. He even insulted Su Wanqing's deceased mother. A cold light flashed in Xiaoyi's eyes. What he could not tolerate most was others insulting Su Wanqing and her family. He took a sudden step forward, grabbed Yuan by the collar, lifted him up, and said in an icy tone, apologize. Apologize to Su Wanqing and her mother. Yuan was startled by Xiaoyi's sudden action, but he reacted quickly and snorted disdainfully, apologize? Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of my apology? A stinky loser who delivers takeout dares to lay hands on me? Before he could finish his words, Xiaoyi's grip tightened a little more, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Ding! The host is detected to be in a state of extreme anger, triggering the God-level sign-in system. Sign in. Xiaoyi muttered to himself. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Supreme Favor card. Supreme Favor card, you can designate one person to unconditionally agree to a reasonable request from the host. Usage restrictions, it can only be used once within a year, and the other party must be someone the host knows. The system's voice sounded in Xiaoyi's mind. Xiaoyi was delighted, God was really helping me. His eyes swept across the banquet hall and finally stopped on a graceful and elegant woman, the richest woman in Longcheng, Wang Jingjing. He had delivered takeout to Wang Jingjing several times. Wang Jingjing was a generous person and gave generous tips, which left a good impression on him. Use the Supreme Favor card, target, Wang Jingjing. Xiaoyi muttered to himself. Ding! The Supreme Favor card has been activated. Almost at the same time, a bodyguard beside Wang Jingjing walked up to her and whispered something in her ear. Wang Jingjing nodded slightly, then walked straight toward Xiaoyi. With a meaningful smile on her face, she looked back and forth between Xiaoyi and Yuan, and finally stopped at Xiaoyi. She slowly said, Xiaoyi, long time no see. Xiaoyi's eyes were as sharp as a knife. He looked directly at Yuan and said word by word, I'll say it again, I apologize. Yuan was shocked by Xiaoyi's eyes, but soon regained his arrogance. He smiled contemptuously, stretched out his hand and patted Xiaoyi's cheek, saying frivolously, boy, who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to apologize? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Xiaoyi's eyes were cold and chilling. He grabbed Yuan's wrist and twisted it hard. Yuan grimaced in pain and begged for mercy. But Xiaoyi remained unmoved, and said firmly, apologize. The crowd around began to talk. Someone recognized Wang Jingjing and exclaimed, isn't that Wang Jingjing, the richest woman in Longcheng? Why is she here? I heard that Wang Jingjing and Su Wanqing's mother are old acquaintances.
Wang Jingjing provided great help to Su Wanqing's mother in the early days of her business. Another person added.
When Yuan heard these discussions, his face turned ugly, and feelings of jealousy and uneasiness mixed together in his heart.
He didn't expect that Su Wanqing was also related to Wang Jingjing.
Wang Jingjing walked up to Xiaoyi with a faint smile on her face, and said to Yuan, "Mr. Shui, I have heard of your name for a long time. The Shui family is one of the most powerful families in Longcheng, and your father is a genius in the business world." Yuan was immediately proud when he heard Wang Jingjing's praise, and he nodded and flattered her. "Mr. Wang, you are too kind.
My father has always taught us to be modest and cautious. I don't deserve it."
Wang Jingjing interrupted Yuan and her tone became serious. "Mr. Shui, your father is indeed a business genius, but you." She paused and glanced at Yuan sharply. "Excuse me, you are not cut out for business. Young man, you should be careful with your words and actions, and don't be arrogant just because of your family background."
Yuan turned pale with fright at Wang Jingjing's words.
He didn't expect that Wang Jingjing would criticize him in public, and said it so bluntly.
He lowered his head in fear and dared not speak again.
Wang Jingjing turned her gaze to Xiaoyi with a hint of admiration in her eyes. "Young man, you are very good."
Then, she looked at Yuan again, her tone cold. "Mr. Shui, do you know where you went wrong?"
She paused, her eyes sharp. "You." Wang Jingjing's sharp eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. She looked directly at Yuan and said word by word, "Your biggest mistake is that you don't know how to respect others. Respect is not because of the other person's status, but out of the most basic courtesy and upbringing. Your father is a business genius and he must be well aware of this, but unfortunately you have not learned his essence." Wang Jingjing's voice was not loud, but it was loud and resounding in the banquet hall, so that everyone present could hear it clearly.
Yuan's face was pale and sweat was pouring down.
He felt like a stripped clown, exposed in front of everyone, feeling ashamed. His lips trembled, and he wanted to argue, but found that he was powerless to refute.
Wang Jingjing sighed slightly, and her tone softened a little. "Young man, it is a great virtue to admit your mistakes and correct them.
Now, apologize to Mr. Xiao and Miss Su." After she finished speaking, she stood quietly aside, waiting for Yuan's response. The entire banquet hall was silent. Everyone held their breath, their eyes focused on Yuan, waiting for his final decision. The air was filled with tension and anticipation, like a taut string that could break at any time.
Yuan took a deep breath. He knew he had no way out. To offend Wang Jingjing would be equivalent to offending the entire Longqing business community, and even his father would not be able to protect him. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing. His throat was dry and his voice was hoarse. I was wrong, I apologize to you." He bowed deeply, and the cold sweat on his back soaked his shirt. He felt that his dignity was being trampled on the ground, and the feeling of humiliation surged into his heart like a tide. But he didn't dare to resist and could only endure it silently. When everyone saw Yuan bow his head and apologize, they all breathed a sigh of relief, and the lively atmosphere in the banquet hall returned to normal. However, at this moment, a sharp voice broke the brief calm. "Yuan, are you crazy? You actually apologized to a delivery man? You?"
Pan Huilan's voice was full of disbelief and anger. She rushed to Yuan, pointed at his nose and scolded him loudly. Chapter 69, The one who slaps him in the face gets slapped in the face. Pan Huilan's roar was like a basin of cold water, extinguishing the anger that Yuan had finally suppressed. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, and glared at his mother. He really wanted to ask her loudly whether she had to force him to death.
"Mom, please stop talking."
Yuan lowered his voice, with a hint of pleading in his tone, but more of it was anger and despair that could not be concealed. He glanced at Su Wanqing out of the corner of his eye, but found that she didn't even look at him, as if he was just air. Yuan's heart stagnated, and a strong sense of humiliation surged into his heart again. He felt like a clown, being played around with. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails almost pierced his palms. He suppressed his anger and unwillingness, gave a slightly stiff smile, and shrugged his shoulders in a relaxed manner. "Mr. Su, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, I'll take my leave first." His voice trembled slightly, as if he was trying hard to hide the turmoil in his heart. Su Wanqing still did not respond, but just picked up the wine glass elegantly and gently swirled the red wine in the glass, as if he did not exist at all. Yuan just felt like there was a breath stuck in his chest, unable to go up or down, and his face turned pale and blue. He glared at Xiaoyi fiercely, but found that he was looking at him with a faint smile on his face, as if saying, "Let's see how you can continue to act." Yuan's rage grew even stronger, but his reason told him that now was not the time to lose his temper.
He took a deep breath, turned around and was about to leave the banquet hall. Mr. Xue, are you leaving now? I still want to have a good chat with you.
A crisp female voice sounded behind him, with a barely perceptible hint of teasing. Xue Boyuan paused, his expression instantly turning ugly. He turned around stiffly and saw Wang Jingjing looking at him with an amusement expression, a hint of scrutiny and indifference in her eyes. He forced a smile. Ms. Wang, you are joking.
I have something urgent to do. I will come back another day. Urgent? Where are you in such a hurry to go?
I heard that you like to help people solve their problems.
Why, when you met someone who really needed your help today, you wanted to slip away?
There was a hint of sarcasm in Wang Jingjing's words, and the ladies around her also showed expressions of watching a good show. Xue Boyuan only felt his scalp tingling, and beads of sweat began to seep out of his forehead.
He suppressed his panic and explained hastily, Ms. Wang, you misunderstood.
I was just trying to stop the rogue behavior.
I had absolutely no other intentions. You.
His voice became smaller and smaller because he noticed that Wang Jingjing's eyes were becoming colder and colder. More and more people were gathering around to watch the fun, and everyone's gazes were piercing him like needles. He felt as if he was being roasted on a fire, and his whole body was hot and uncomfortable. Xiaoyi looked at Xue Boyuan, who was anxiously explaining himself like an ant on a hot pan, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He knew that the fun had just begun. At this time, an old but vigorous voice came from outside the crowd. It's really lively today. The crowd automatically made way for each other, and an energetic old man walked slowly towards them, surrounded by several bodyguards. He was wearing a tang suit, had white hair and a youthful face, a pair of bright eyes, and an intimidating presence without even getting angry.
It was none other than the old patriarch of the Long family, Old Long.
When Xue Boyuan saw Old Long, his face turned pale instantly, his lips trembled slightly, but he couldn't utter a word. He never expected that Old Long would appear here.
Ms. Wang, long time no see.
Old Long walked straight up to Wang Jingjing and smiled kindly.
Wang Jingjing hurriedly greeted him respectfully. Mr. Long, why are you here? You are such a great honor to my humble home.
Elder Long waved his hand, his eyes swept across everyone, and finally landed on Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi was slightly stunned, and then he remembered the previous encounter with Mr. Long in the hospital and the business card that the other party gave him. He didn't expect that Old Long still remembered him. Hello, Mr. Long. Xiaoyi stepped forward and greeted politely. Elder Long laughed, patted Xiaoyi on the shoulder, and said loudly, young man, not bad, very good. When the people around heard Elder Long's praise for Xiaoyi, there was an uproar. They all understood what it meant to be recognized by Elder Long. Xue Boyuan stood aside, his face ashen and his whole body trembling. He never imagined that the delivery man whom he had always looked down upon actually knew Mr. Long. Moreover, judging from the tone of Elder Long, he seemed to admire Xiaoyi very much. Elder Long's eyes swept over Xue Boyuan again, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Young man, I heard that your behavior just now was very indecent? Xue Boyuan was so frightened that he trembled all over and quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at Old Long. He stammered, Mr. Long, I heard that you not only deliver food, but also cheat women and use their kindness and trust to achieve your own goals. Wang Jingjing's voice was cold and sharp, with a hint of undisguised disgust. People like you are simply the scum of society. The people around immediately started talking, and accusations against Xue Boyuan continued one after another.
People like this should be arrested, said a fashionably dressed young woman indignantly. It's really embarrassing. Another middle-aged man echoed.
Xue Boyuan felt his face burning and he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. He raised his head and wanted to refute, but saw Wang Jingjing looking at him with a mocking expression.
Wang Jingjing sneered, raised her voice, and spoke clearly. Xue Boyuan, do you think no one knows what you did? Do you think you can get away with it after deceiving so many women?
Xue Boyuan's face turned even paler. He opened his mouth and wanted to explain, but found that he could not say anything.
You. Xue Boyuan pointed at Wang Jingjing, trembling, and was furious.
Xue Boyuan's face turned pale, and water was almost dripping out of it. He pointed at Wang Jingjing with a shaking finger, his voice almost hoarse with rage. Don't think you can slander others just because you have a few dollars.
Wang Jingjing showed no intention of backing down.
Instead, she raised the corners of her mouth and revealed a mocking smile. Her eyes were as cold as a knife, as if she was pitying a liar who was about to be exposed. The guests around him cast contemptuous glances at him, making it even more difficult for Shuebuayuan to control himself.
Don't forget, Shuebuayuan, how glorious your father once was. But because of his own greed and depravity, everything you have now has become a joke.
Wang Jingjing's voice was sharp and clear, and every word was like a knife piercing Shuebuayuan's heart. She continued in a reciting voice, "You are a scum, you don't deserve to be here." Shuebuayuan's face suddenly became extremely ferocious, and he almost exploded, but he did not dare to lose his composure in front of Elder Long and so many nobles. He took a deep breath and tried to control his emotions, but he couldn't hide the anger in his eyes.
You're talking nonsense.
Shuebuayuan's voice trembled slightly, but he still tried to maintain his last dignity.
Wang Jingjing smiled disdainfully, turned to look at Xiaoyi, with a playful light in her eyes. "Mr. Xiao, don't you think so? This kind of person doesn't even have the most basic integrity, how can he talk about other things?"
Xiaoyi smiled slightly and looked at Su Wanqing beside him with a questioning look in his eyes. Su Wanqing's eyes were calm and cold, as if everything was under her control.
She nodded slightly, signaling Xiaoyi not to be impulsive. "Miss Wang is right."
Xiaoyi smiled lightly, as if teasing, "People like Shuebuayuan are indeed vulnerable."
Shuebuayuan's face became even uglier and he almost collapsed. Suddenly, Wang Jingjing's voice sounded again, this time with an unquestionable command tone. "Mr. Long, how do you think we should deal with such a person?"
Elder Long's eyes were cold as he swept over Shuebuayuan, and his tone was majestic. "Young man, your behavior just now has violated the bottom line. I suggest that you apologize to Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing, otherwise you will bear the consequences yourself."
Shuebuayuan's heart felt like it was being gripped by a huge hand and he was almost suffocating. He clenched his teeth, a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes, but in the end he had to lower his head, his voice so low that it was almost inaudible. "I'm sorry." Xiaoyi smiled slightly and pretended to be magnanimous. "Forget it, no one is perfect. As long as you sincerely repent, I can forgive you." Shuebuayuan's face was filled with humiliation, but he didn't dare to resist at all.
He could only nod his head like crazy, his attitude as low as the dust. Almost all of his dignity was completely shattered at this moment, and the guests around him cast contemptuous glances at him. Su Wanqing's eyes were stern, but without the slightest sympathy. She gently picked up the wineglass and took a sip of red wine gracefully, as if all this was just a small episode in her life.
"Shuebuayuan, remember today. I hope you won't make the same mistake again in the future."
Old Long's voice was cold, as if he was sentencing his future.
Shuebuayuan lowered his head and almost cried, but finally gritted his teeth and held it back. He turned around slowly, but at this moment, his hands suddenly clenched into fists, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, as if there was a bigger plan brewing in his mind. He walked towards the exit of the banquet hall step by step, and each step seemed extremely heavy. The people around were talking about it.
Wang Jingjing smiled with satisfaction, turned to Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing and said, "You are really proud of yourself today." Su Wanqing smiled slightly, with a meaningful light in her eyes. She whispered, "Today's events are far from over."
Chapter 70, Love, Hate and Resentment arose at the turmoil party.
Shuebuayuan walked towards the exit of the banquet hall with heavy steps, but stopped just before stepping out of the threshold. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the humiliation and anger in his heart.
Tonight's plan must not fail. He must get close to Xinxian.
Only through her can he get in touch with Su Wanqing. He turned around, looked around the banquet hall, and finally found his target in the corner. Xinxian was sipping champagne alone, and her every move revealed a noble and elegant temperament. Shuebuayuan straightened his collar, forced himself to be more alert, and walked towards her. However, just as he was about to approach Xinxian, a figure suddenly stood in front of him. The strong smell of perfume hit him in the face, and a slender arm wrapped around his arm affectionately.
"Buayuan, why are you here alone? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Lu Shiqian's tender voice rang in Shuebuayuan's ears.
Her fingers painted with bright red nail polish gently stroked his arm.
Shuebuayuan felt disgusted, but he didn't dare show it on his face. He could only force a smile. "Shiqian, why are you here too?"
"Of course I'm here to attend the cocktail party," Lu Shiqian said, moving closer to Shuebuayuan, "but more importantly, I want to see you." Shuebuayuan smiled perfunctorily, but his eyes were always drifting in the direction of Xinxian.
Lu Shiqian didn't seem to notice his abnormality and continued to talk to him enthusiastically.
The two of them were flirting as if no one was around, but accidentally bumped into Yang Yayin, who was passing by with a glass of wine. The bright red wine instantly splashed onto Yang Yayin's white dress, leaving shocking stains.
"Ah! Yang Yayin exclaimed, and her face turned pale in an instant. Seeing this, Lu Shiqian not only did not apologize, but angrily scolded, "Don't you have eyes when you walk? This dress of mine is custom made." Yang Yayin was so scared that she trembled and quickly apologized, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." She lowered her head, her voice was as soft as a mosquito, and she almost didn't dare to look at Lu Shiqian's angry face. Lu Shiqian was relentless, her sarcastic voice echoing in the banquet hall, "Just say sorry and that's it? Do you know how much this dress costs? Can you afford it?" Tears welled up in Yang Yayin's eyes. She bit her lips tightly and dared not speak anymore. The guests around cast curious glances and whispers were heard everywhere. Just then, a cold voice came from the crowd. "What happened?" Su Wanqing walked over gracefully, her eyes swept across the crowd, finally falling on Lu Shiqian. Lu Shiqian's arrogance suddenly subsided a little, but she still glared at Yang Yayin, unwilling to be outdone. Su Wanqing frowned slightly. Shui Yuan frowned when he saw this. He didn't want to delay his plan because of Lu Shiqian, this shrew. He grabbed Lu Shiqian's arm, his tone was a little impatient. "Okay, Shiqian, stop it. It's just a piece of clothing, right? I'll compensate her no matter how much it costs." As he said that, he turned to look at Yang Yayin, his face full of smiles. "Miss, I'm so sorry, I apologize to you on behalf of Shiqian. How much is this dress? I'll compensate you 10 times. Yang Yayin raised her head in panic and saw Shui Yuan's aggressive eyes. She felt even more uneasy. She waved her hands quickly. "No. No need, I really didn't mean it. I am also responsible. You don't have to compensate me." She just wanted to end this farce as soon as possible. Seeing that Yang Yayin was so understanding, Shui Yuan smiled even more. "How can I do this? This is my responsibility. How about this, to express my apology, I will treat you to a meal, just as an apology. What do you think?" His enthusiastic tone made Lu Shiqian beside him furious, and her face became terribly gloomy. "Shui Yuan, what do you mean?" Lu Shiqian screamed, pointed at Yang Yayin's nose, and roared, "I haven't asked her to compensate for my clothes yet, and you are so eager to show your affection? This woman is doing it on purpose. I think she just wants to seduce you." Yang Yayin was so frightened by Lu Shiqian's scream that she stepped back, her face turned pale and she could no longer control her tears. Seeing her like this, Lu Shiqian became even more arrogant and domineering, step by step approaching Yang Yayin, saying viciously, "This matter is not over today, you want to leave without taking off this dress? I see that what you are wearing is also cheap, just use it as a rag for me." As Shui Yuan listened to Lu Shiqian's increasingly outrageous remarks, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by deep disgust and impatience. He cursed this woman in his heart for being such a fool, but he didn't dare to show it directly on his face. He could only suppress his anger, grab Lu Shiqian's arm, and try to persuade her to stop. At this moment, Su Wanqing walked to Yang Yayin's side, gently helped her up, and at the same time glanced at Lu Shiqian with a barely perceptible coldness on her face. Her cold eyes fell on Lu Shiqian, and her tone was polite and distant. "Miss Lu, long time no see, I didn't expect to meet you here." Lu Shiqian didn't expect Su Wanqing to suddenly appear. She was a little surprised, but soon she put on a flattering smile and quickly responded, "Boss Su, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here." Su Wanqing nodded slightly, then looked at Yang Yayin and asked gently, "Are you okay? Do you need me to help you change your clothes?" The appearance of Su Wanqing instantly quieted the people around, and they all looked over here. "Ms. Lu, my company is looking for a spokesperson recently and we are considering a candidate." Su Wanqing's voice was still cold, but it shocked Lu Shiqian's heart. She raised her head suddenly. Chapter 71, Flattery but no endorsement. Su Wanqing's gaze fell on Lu Shiqian's face with an elusive smile. "Ms. Lu has been very popular recently, and our company has been paying attention to you." Lu Shiqian's heart was pounding and her cheeks flushed with excitement. She was almost certain that this endorsement belonged to her. She suppressed her inner joy and responded modestly, "Mr. Su, thank you for your compliment. It is my honor to receive your company's attention." At this time, Yang Yayin came over with the help of the waiter. Her face was pale and her lips were trembling slightly. It was obvious that she had not recovered from the shock just now. Seeing this, Lu Shiqian was secretly happy, but pretended to be concerned. "Yayin, are you okay? It's all my fault that I didn't stand firmly and caused you to fall." Yang Yayin forced a smile. "I'm fine, Sister Shiqian, don't worry." Su Wanqing looked at the two people's false courtesy, and a hint of sarcasm flashed in her eyes. She turned to look at Yang Yain and asked softly, Yain, are you interested in being the spokesperson for our company? Yang Yain was stunned. She didn't expect Su Wanqing to suddenly extend such an olive branch. The smile on Lu Shiqian's face froze, and she widened her eyes in disbelief, as if she had heard a huge joke. Mr. Su, you mean? Lu Shiqian stuttered. She couldn't believe that she was intercepted. Su Wanqing smiled slightly and nodded affirmatively. Yes, I think Yain's temperament is very consistent with our company's products. Lu Shiqian felt a burning sensation on her face, as if she had been slapped hard in the face. She suppressed her anger and forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Congratulations, Yain. People around congratulated Yang Yain and praised her good luck. Lu Shiqian could no longer endure this humiliation. She glared at Yang Yain fiercely, then turned and left the party. After the cocktail party, Shuebuoyuan and Xin Xian walked to a secluded corner. Shuebuoyuan's face was gloomy, and he whispered, Is the USB flash drive ready? Xin Xian took out a USB flash drive from her handbag and handed it to Shuebuoyuan, with a hint of obsession in her eyes. Buoyuan, don't worry, I will definitely help you and take back everything that belongs to you. Shuebuoyuan took the USB flash drive. The light of the crystal chandelier fell, the cocktail party was coming to an end, and the air was filled with the scent of champagne and perfume. Yang Yain was surrounded by the crowd, compliments and praises came like a tide. She had a decent smile on her face, but her heart was filled with mixed feelings. After Lu Shiqian left, the atmosphere of the cocktail party became more lively, as if to celebrate her defeat and to welcome a new favorite. Yang Yain could feel the eyes falling on her, filled with envy, jealousy, and inquiry. She gently clenched the champagne glass in her hand, her fingertips were cold. The noise gradually died down and the guests dispersed one after another. Su Wanqing walked through the crowd and came in front of Yang Yain with a meaningful smile on her lips. Yain, come with me. Her tone was gentle, but with unquestionable majesty. Yang Yain nodded slightly, handed the champagne glass in her hand to the waiter, and followed Su Wanqing to a secluded lounge. Pushing open the door of the lounge, Su Wanqing saw Xiaoyi sitting on the sofa at a glance. He was looking down at his cell phone, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Hearing the door open, he looked up and saw Su Wanqing and Yang Yain, with a hint of confusion on his face. Boss Su, what's the matter? Su Wanqing walked up to Xiaoyi, patted his shoulder, and said in a tone that left no room for doubt, From today on, you are Yain's personal bodyguard. Xiaoyi and Yang Yain were both stunned, and their eyes met. Chapter 72 Bodyguard's Appointment with the Van. In the lounge, the air seemed to freeze. The screen of the phone in Xiaoyi's hand was still on, reflecting the stunned expression on his face. Yang Yain's eyes moved back and forth between Su Wanqing and Xiaoyi, and her shock could not be concealed under her delicate makeup. Boss Su, are you kidding me? Xiaoyi was the first to break the silence. He put down his phone, scratched his head, and said with a hint of uncertainty, How can I, a delivery man, be a bodyguard? Yang Yain also came back to her senses. She shook her head and quickly refused, Mr. Su, this won't work. I don't need a bodyguard, and Mr. Xiao is your husband. This is too inappropriate. Her tone was gentle, but with unquestionable firmness. Su Wan had expected such a reaction from them. She smiled gently, walked up to the two of them, and softened her tone. I know it's hard for you to accept it at the moment, but this is a decision I made after careful consideration. She first looked at Yang Yain. Yain, I've also seen your recent situation. Those paparazzi and illegitimate fans are too much. You need someone you can trust to protect you. Then, she turned her gaze to Xiaoyi, with a hint of request in her tone. Xiaoyi, I know that asking you to be a bodyguard is a bit unfair to you, but you also know that Sister Yang Hui has done me a favor. Now her daughter is in trouble, I can't just stand by and watch. Besides, I don't trust others to protect Yain. Xiaoyi frowned slightly when he heard this. He knew Su Wanqing's character, and she would not make such a decision for no reason. He looked at Yang Yain and found that although she appeared calm on the surface, there was a hint of anxiety and fatigue in her eyes. He sighed, knowing that Su Wanqing was right. Seeing that both of them remained silent, Yang Yain's heart began to waver. Su Wanqing's words made her realize the danger of her situation, and perhaps she really needed someone she could trust to protect herself. However, she still felt a little uncomfortable accepting Xiaoyi as her bodyguard. After all, he is Su Wanqing's husband. Su Wanqing saw the changes in their expressions and knew that they had begun to waver. She struck while the iron was hot. You all know how many people are watching Yain outside. If I don't send someone to protect her, the consequences will be disastrous. Besides, you have seen Xiao Yi's skills. I can feel at ease with him around.
Xiao Yi listened to Su Wanqing's words, feeling helpless and inexplicably touched. He knew that Su Wanqing was doing this for his own good and for Yang Yin's own good.
He finally nodded and said, Boss Su, I understand. I'll try it for a while.
Yang Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Xiao Yi nod. She showed a grateful smile. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Xiao. Seeing that the two had reached an agreement, Su Wanqing revealed a satisfied smile. She clapped her hands. It's settled then.
Starting tomorrow, Xiao Yi will officially become Ye Yin's bodyguard.
The next morning, sunlight poured into the room through the thin curtains. Xiao Yi rubbed his sleepy eyes, looked at Su Wanqing who was still sleeping beside him, and quietly got up. After a simple wash, Xiao Yi changed into casual clothes and went downstairs to meet Yang Yin. After a simple breakfast, the two drove to Yang Yin's filming location. The car was driving on the wide street, the morning sun was shining on the window, and everything seemed so peaceful. Suddenly, Yang Yin whispered, Mr. Xiao, do you think the van behind you is a little strange? Hearing this, Xiao Yi glanced through the rearview mirror and found a silver van following them slowly. He narrowed his eyes and a sense of foreboding came over him.
Maybe it's just a coincidence.
Xiao Yi said this, but he was already on high alert in his heart. Xiao Yi nodded helplessly, like throwing a stone into a lake, causing ripples. He knew that although Su Wanqing seemed gentle, things she had decided were actually difficult to change. He looked at Yang Yin, whose bright eyes were filled with a hint of gratitude and expectation. His heart softened and he finally agreed. Okay, Mr. Su, let me try it first. When Yang Yin saw Xiao Yi agreed, a faint smile appeared on her face, as gentle as the spring breeze blowing over the willows. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Xiao. Her heart moved slightly. Xiao Yi agreed so readily that she felt an indescribable emotion in her heart. Seeing that the two had reached an agreement, Su Wanqing smiled even brighter. Then this matter is settled.
It's getting late. I'll take Xiao Yi back.
You have a good rest. The three of them walked out of the lounge together, and the sunlight outside shone on their bodies, making them feel warm. Su Wanqing naturally took Xiao Yi's arm, and the two of them talked and laughed, and their intimate gestures were seen by Yang Yin. She sighed in her heart, and a hint of envy quietly rose up. She also longs for such a love of mutual support. Watching Xiao Yi and Su Wanqing leave, the smile on Yang Yin's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a trace of loneliness. She turned around, picked up her car keys, and drove back to her apartment. As night falls, the city's neon lights begin to flicker like countless falling stars. Yang Yin drove her white Porsche through the traffic. She didn't know that a silver van was following her slowly. Inside the car, a man in a black jacket was holding a burning cigarette in his mouth. In the smoke, his eyes were fixed on the rear of Yang Yin's car. He glanced at the rearview mirror from time to time, with a sinister smile on his lips, like a hunter eyeing his prey. The wind blew away the smoke, and his face looked even more distorted in the dim light. Inside the car, only his low voice with a hint of sneer could be heard. Huh, big star, you're really a stunner. His eyes were fixed on the white Porsche in front of him, as if he wanted to see through Yang Yin in the car. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. He frowned and took out his phone to answer it. He quickly pressed the answer button and said in a flattering tone, Hello, Sister Lu, what do you want me to do for you? His obscene expression instantly changed into a flattering look. After hanging up the phone, his face twisted again, like a devil crawling out of hell. He spat fiercely, Bah! Stinky woman, you really think you're someone important? He threw the cigarette butt out of the car window and crushed it hard, then started the van again and continued to follow Yang Yin's car slowly. The silver van was filled with a choking smell of cigarettes, mixed with the pungent scent of cheap cologne. Zhao Chang took a deep puff of the cigarette, the smoke swirled around his rough face, obscuring the greed flashing in his eyes. The phone rang suddenly, breaking the silence in the car. Zhao Chang impatiently took out his cell phone and saw the three words Lu Shiqian on the caller ID. The expression on his face instantly became flattering, like a pug seeing its owner. Hey, Sister Lu, what do you want me to do for you? His voice was greasy and flattering. A woman's sharp voice came from the other end of the phone. Zhao Chang, how is it going? Did you take the photos I want? Sister Lu, don't worry, everything will be done according to your instructions. I have taken the photos and I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Zhao Chang nodded and bowed, as if the person on the other end of the phone was right in front of him. Very good. Remember, if this thing fails, you know the consequences. Lu Shiqian's voice was cold and threatening.
Yes, yes, Sister Lu, please rest assured that I can do the job for you. Zhao Chang responded repeatedly, with beads of sweat oozing out of his forehead. After hanging up the phone, the flattery on Zhao Chang's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a look of resentment. He slammed his phone onto the passenger seat, cursing, "You bitch, you really think you're someone important? When I get tired of Yang Yayin, you'll be next." He stepped on the accelerator hard, and the silver van made a shrill roar and disappeared into the night. The next morning, the sun shone through the mist and onto the tall buildings in the city. Xiao Yi, dressed in refreshing casual clothes, appeared downstairs of Yang Yayin's apartment on time. He took a deep breath and rang the doorbell. Ding dong. After a moment, the door opened and Yang Yayin appeared at the door. She was wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans today. She looked less glamorous than on the stage and more pure and cute like a girl next door. Seeing Xiao Yi, she showed a faint smile on her face. "Mr. Xiao, good morning." "Ms. Yang, good morning." Xiao Yi smiled slightly, and the awkward atmosphere between the two of them eased a little. "Just call me Yayin." Yang Yayin said softly. "Okay, Yayin." Xiao Yi nodded. "What are your plans for today?" "We have to go to a film and television base to shoot outdoor scenes today. It might be quite tiring." Yang Yayin said. "No problem, I will do my best to protect your safety," Xiao Yi said firmly. The two got in the car, and the black business car drove smoothly on the wide street. In the car, Yang Yayin and Xiao Yi were chatting casually, and the atmosphere was relaxed and happy. "Turn left at the next intersection." Yang Yayin pointed ahead. Xiao Yi controlled the steering wheel skillfully and the car turned smoothly. Suddenly, Xiao Yi saw a familiar silver van in the rearview mirror. "That car," Xiao Yi said in a low voice. Xiao Yi confirmed the existence of the silver van again from the rearview mirror. "It's that again," he whispered, a hint of alarm in his tone. "What's wrong?" Yang Yayin followed his gaze and noticed the inconspicuous van. "It seems to have been following us since we came out of the apartment." The morning sun shone through the car window onto Yang Yayin's slightly pale face, and a trace of uneasiness spread in her eyes. Xiao Yi gripped the steering wheel tightly, his brows furrowed. The traffic during the morning rush hour was like a long, crawling dragon, moving slowly forward, which gave him more time to observe the van. In the van, a man wearing a baseball cap was staring at their car stealthily. The look in his eyes made Xiao Yi feel uncomfortable. "Have you offended anyone recently?" Xiao Yi asked while paying attention to the road conditions. "Offended people?" Yang Yayin was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. "The entertainment industry is like this, the competition is fierce, and offending people is common." She thought of a TV series she had filmed recently, in which she had some unpleasantness with the other party because she snatched the role of the second female lead. Could it be that the other party is looking for someone to take revenge? Thinking of this, Yang Yayin couldn't help but shudder. "Can you tell me the details?" Xiao Yi asked in a serious tone. Yang Yayin hesitated for a moment, but still told Xiao Yi the whole story. There was a hint of helplessness in her tone. "It's actually nothing serious, just a dispute over some roles. I didn't expect the other party to be so petty." After listening to this, Xiao Yi had a rough judgment in his mind. Although he didn't know much about these things in the entertainment industry, he had heard a lot about them. It seems that this stalking incident is likely related to Yang Yayin's competitor. He looked at the rearview mirror again. The silver van was still following them closely, like a leech on their tarsus, and he couldn't get rid of it. It seems that the other party is well prepared. Xiao Yi's tone was cold, and a chill emanated from him, causing the temperature in the car to drop a few degrees. Yang Yayin's face was pale, she held the seatbelt tightly, and her body trembled slightly. She is just an actor and has never seen such a scene before. She was extremely scared, but she pretended to be calm. "Then, what should we do now?" Xiao Yi's eyes flashed, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Since they want to play, then play with them." He suddenly turned the steering wheel, and the black commercial vehicle suddenly accelerated and drove towards a remote road. What are you going to do?" Yang Yayin exclaimed, with a hint of trembling in her voice. "Get rid of them," Xiao Yi said firmly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. "I want to see what they want to do." Chapter 73, The Turmoil on the Set. Yang Yayin held onto her seatbelt tightly, her face as pale as paper. In the rearview mirror, the silver van was following her like a ghost, and the low roar of its engine sounded like the roar of a wild beast to her. Cold sweat slid down her temples, soaking her carefully groomed hair, and a chill ran from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. She was extremely scared, but she tried to maintain her composure and asked with a trembling voice, Xiaoyi, what do they want to do? Xiaoyi controlled the steering wheel with one hand and patted her shoulder with the other hand. His tone was steady and powerful. Don't be afraid, I'm here. I won't let them hurt you. He glanced at the rearview mirror again. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, since they want to play, then play with them. As soon as the words fell, the black business car rushed out like an arrow from a bow. The friction between the tires and the ground made a shrill scream, which seemed particularly abrupt on the quiet street. Xiaoyi turned the steering wheel sharply, and the car did a beautiful drift and turned into a narrow alley. A few minutes later, after getting rid of the annoying van, Xiaoyi parked the car on the side of the road. Yang Yayin then let out a long sigh and leaned weakly on the chair, her face still a little pale. At this time, Assistant Zhang Xiaoxiao called and asked about Yang Yayin's situation. Sister Yayin, where are you? The director is ready and is waiting for you to start filming. Xiaoxiao's voice was filled with a hint of anxiety. Yang Yayin rubbed her temples, trying to keep herself awake, and said with a hint of helplessness, I'll be there soon. I had a small accident on the way and was delayed for a while. Oh, you have to be careful, things are not peaceful recently. By the way, Sister Yayin, let me tell you, Lu Shiqian is here today, you. Xiaoxiao hesitated to speak. Yang Yayin sighed, I know that she is going to shoot that important scene today. I heard that she even invited a famous acting teacher to guide her. That's right. And I heard. Xiaoxiao lowered her voice, with a hint of resentment in her tone. She even specifically asked the director to move your scene forward, saying that she was afraid that you would affect her state. Yang Yayin smiled bitterly. After hanging up the phone, Yang Yayin turned to look at Xiaoyi and forced a smile. Let's go to the set. When Yang Yayin and Xiaoyi arrived at the set, the scene before them made Yang Yayin couldn't help but marvel. Rows of lighting equipment were neatly arranged, and dozens of staff members were busy shuttling back and forth, each busy with their own tasks. The huge camera stands quietly on the track, like a cold behemoth, ready to capture every detail at any time. The air was filled with a tense yet orderly atmosphere, and everyone was making intensive preparations. Assistant Zhang Xiaoxiao was already waiting at the door. When she saw Yang Yayin and Xiaoyi get out of the car, she hurried over to them with a professional smile on her face, but a hint of concern in her eyes. Sister Yayin, you are finally here. The director is ready and is waiting for you to start filming. Xiaoxiao's tone was relieved. It was obvious that after worrying for so long, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Yayin nodded and said tiredly, Thank you, Xiaoxiao. Sorry for bothering you. Assistant Director Zhao Meng also came over at this time. He glanced at Yang Yayin and Xiaoyi, then turned to Yang Yayin and said solemnly, Yayin, this car crash scene is very important, I need you to be in the best condition. We have already taken all the safety measures, but if you have any discomfort or questions, please tell me in time. Yang Yayin nodded, trying to appear calm. Okay, Director Zhang, I will pay attention. Xiaoyi stood aside, silently observing everything around him. His eyes suddenly fixed and he felt a little uneasy. This is not only an instinctive reaction to the complex environment on the set, but also an indescribable premonition. Just then, his cell phone vibrated. When I opened it, it was a reminder from the sign-in system. Sign-in successful, reward, ability to foresee the future, can foresee minor events that may occur in the next 10 minutes within 24 hours, cannot foresee major or sudden events, limited number of uses. Xiaoyi smiled slightly. Although this ability had many limitations, he felt that it was better than nothing. He quietly put the phone back into his pocket, with a hint of determination in his eyes. Yain, Xiaoyi said softly, I'll stay with you on the set for a while. If you need any help, just tell me. Yang Yayin glanced at him gratefully, and said in a weak voice, Thank you, Xiaoyi. Just then, a sharp brake sound broke the silence on the set. A luxury car drove in slowly, the door opened, and Lu Shiqian walked out of the car. Her appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. She was dressed in gorgeous costumes, and exuded an air of pride in her every move. Hey, isn't this Yang Yayin? Why are you so slow? Don't you have to worry about the progress of the company's projects? Lu Shiqian's voice was crisp but full of sarcasm. Yang Yayin's expression changed slightly, but she still tried to stay calm. When she was about to respond, Xiaoyi gently stood in front of her. Miss Shiqian, Yayin encountered some accidents today, but she has arrived. I hope everyone can concentrate and shoot smoothly. Xiaoyi's tone was calm and firm, but it revealed a majesty that could not be ignored. Lu Shiqian sneered and shook her head, oh, one thing after another. However, the highlight of today is mine,
and the director has agreed to shoot my part in advance.
You won't have any objections, right?
Xiaoyi smiled and just hoped that everyone could do their respective duties and not affect others' normal work. Lu Shiqian's expression changed slightly, but before she could speak again, Director Zhang came over and interrupted their conversation. Okay, everyone is ready, let's get started. Just then, Xiaoyi's phone vibrated again. He took a quick look and frowned slightly. At this moment, Lu Shiqian's eyes fell on the Yuexia Group logo next to her, and a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. Lu Shiqian walked towards them slowly, her high heels tapping on the ground, making a crisp and harsh sound, as if announcing her arrival. Her carefully painted phoenix eyes swept over Yang Yain and the Yuexia Group logo behind her with a hint of disdain, and a mocking arc appeared at the corner of her mouth.
Oh, isn't this our busy woman Yang Yain? How come you finally remembered that you are an actor today?
I thought Yuexia was so busy with her project that she had forgotten where the set was, the big boss. Lu Shiqian's voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for everyone around to hear clearly, with a sharp sting. Yang Yain took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress the unhappiness in her heart. She knew that Lu Shiqian was deliberately looking for trouble and wanted to embarrass her in front of everyone.
She smiled faintly and calmly met Lu Shiqian's provocative gaze. Ms. Lu, what you said is meaningless. No matter how busy Yuexia's project is, I know what is important and what is not.
Unlike some people, who always think about how to steal other people's limelight, for fear that others will forget who they are.
Yang Yain's counterattack was sharp and clever, without a single dirty word, but it made Lu Shiqian's face turn pale in an instant. Lu Shiqian didn't expect that Yang Yain would dare to contradict her in public.
She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deeply into her palms. Her chest seemed to be blocked by a fire, making her feel uncomfortable. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something more unpleasant, but found herself speechless and unable to find any reason to refute. She was so angry that she was shaking all over. Just as she was about to curse, Assistant Zhang Xiaoxiao stood in front of her in time, with a smile on her face, trying to ease the atmosphere. Aya, both of you are beautiful ladies, why do you have to hurt your relationship over such a small matter? We still have a lot of scenes to shoot today, so let's just be harmonious and cooperate well. Yang Yain looked at Lu Shiqian, who was choked and speechless, and she felt relieved, and the previous haze was swept away. She turned her head and looked at Xiaoyi beside her, with a bright smile on her face.
Xiaoyi, look, I'm awesome, right?
She winked playfully, with a hint of pride in her tone. Xiaoyi smiled gently, reached out and gently held Yang Yain's arm. His movements were natural and full of concern. He noticed that Yang Yain's face was a little pale just now, and knew that she must have been frightened today.
Well, my Yain is the best.
His voice was low and magnetic, as if it carried a reassuring power. At this time, Director Zhang Zhaoming also came over. He clapped his hands and attracted everyone's attention.
Okay, everyone, stop chatting here. Yain, go to the dressing room and get ready.
Today's car crash scene is more important, and I hope you can be in your best condition.
Yang Yain nodded with a confident smile on her face.
She took Xiaoyi's hand, winked at him, and said, "Come on, Xiaoyi, accompany me to the dressing room." After that, she walked towards the dressing room without looking back, leaving Lu Shiqian alone there, her face ashen and her chest heaving violently. Her eyes were fixed on Yang Yain's back. At this time, Yang Yain had already walked into the dressing room side by side with Xiaoyi. The smile on her face was still bright, as if the unpleasantness just now had never happened.
The dressing room was filled with the faint scent of powder, and various cosmetics were neatly arranged. The light shone softly on the mirror, reflecting Yang Yain's slightly tired face.
She sat in the makeup chair, quietly waiting for the makeup artist to arrive. Time passed by, but the makeup artist still didn't show up. Upon seeing this, Assistant Zhang Xiaoxiao volunteered to go and urge them, but a few minutes later, she came back with a helpless look on her face.
Sister Yain, the makeup artists are all with Lu Shiqian. They said that her role today is more important and requires a more delicate makeup. Xiaoxiao's voice became smaller and smaller, with a hint of apology.
Yang Yain frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy in her heart.
She stood up and walked to the door of Lu Shiqian's dressing room and knocked gently. Please come in.
Lu Shiqian's voice came from inside, with a hint of laziness. Yang Yain pushed the door open and saw Lu Shiqian surrounded by a group of makeup artists, enjoying the treatment of being treated like a star. She looked around and didn't see her makeup artist.
Ms. Lu, my makeup artist.
Yang Yain just opened her mouth when she was interrupted by Lu Shiqian.
Oh, you mean them. My role today is more important and I need a more professional makeup artist, so I asked them to do my makeup first. You wait, and come over when they are done. Lu Shiqian said nonchalantly, as if this was the most normal thing. Yang Yayin took a deep breath, suppressed her dissatisfaction, turned around and returned to her dressing room. Looking at her bare face in the mirror, she sighed helplessly and could only put on makeup herself. However, she seldom wore makeup and her skills were limited. After a few clumsy strokes, her originally delicate eyebrows became crooked, like two caterpillars lying on her face. Oh. Yang Yayin looked at her failed makeup in the mirror and felt even more discouraged. At this moment, Lu Shiqian's voice came from the door, with a hint of sarcasm. Hey, what's wrong with Boss Yang? You can't even put on makeup properly? Isn't it because Yuexia Group's business is so good that you don't even have time to put on makeup? The other staff members in the dressing room lowered their heads silently. Although they did not say anything, their eyes revealed their apology to Yang Yayin. They all knew that Lu Shiqian was deliberately making things difficult for Yang Yayin, but due to her identity and status, they didn't dare to say anything. Yang Yayin looked at the funny self in the mirror and felt mixed emotions. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Suddenly, a big warm hand gently covered her hand holding the makeup brush. A big, warm hand gently covered Yang Yayin's hand holding the makeup brush, preventing her from doing further damage. Xiaoyi took the makeup brush from her hand, his tone gentle but with unquestionable firmness. Let me do it. Yang Yayin looked at him blankly. She had never seen Xiaoyi put on makeup before, and she never expected that he would offer to help her with her makeup. Xiaoyi picked up the eyebrow pencil and skillfully traced the ends of Yang Yayin's eyebrows. The originally crooked eyebrows instantly became smooth and natural. His slender fingers danced flexibly, and the eyeshadow, foundation, and lipstick seemed to have turned into magic wands in his hands, making Yang Yayin's originally slightly pale face look even whiter and more translucent, and her facial features more three-dimensional and delicate. In less than 10 minutes, a brand new Yang Yayin appeared in the mirror. She covered her mouth in surprise, unable to believe that the person in front of her was herself. This is not just a simple makeup, it is a perfect work of art. Xiaoyi, you can also put on makeup? Yang Yayin asked in surprise, with a hint of disbelief in her tone. Xiaoyi smiled slightly, with a hint of mystery in his tone. I know a little bit. Just then, the door of the dressing room was pushed open, and Lu Shiqian walked in with a group of people. She had a smug smile on her face, and it was obvious that she was here to laugh at Yang Yayin. Hey, Boss Yang, you haven't finished your makeup yet? Could it be? Lu Shiqian was stunned by the scene in front of her before she could finish her words. Yang Yayin has already put on her makeup, and her makeup is so exquisite and impeccable that she looks even more stunning than herself. What surprised her even more was that Xiaoyi, who was standing behind Yang Yayin, was holding a makeup brush in his hand and had a faint smile on his face, like a professional makeup artist. This. Lu Shiqian pointed at Xiaoyi, speechless for a moment, her face turning from red to white, and then from white to blue. It was a very exciting scene. Xiaoyi gently placed the makeup brush on the table, turned to look at Lu Shiqian, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Miss Shiqian, do you have any other advice? Chapter 74, surprised by the skillful hands and hated by the beautiful woman, almost breaking the conspiracy to protect Inin. Lu Shiqian seemed to be choked and couldn't speak for a long time. She originally wanted to laugh at Yang Yayin's joke, but unexpectedly, she was slapped in the face by Xiaoyi instead. Several makeup artists gathered around and marveled at the effect. Xiaoyi, your makeup skills are amazing. Better than those of us veterans. That's right, it's simply a work of God. Miss Yang's makeup is like a fairy descending to earth. The makeup artists praised one after another, which made Lu Shiqian look even uglier. Even the usually serious assistant director Zhang couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Yang Yayin in her makeup. Lu Shiqian forced a smile, walked to Xiaoyi, and said in a charming tone, Xiaoyi, I didn't expect you to have this ability, you are really a hidden talent. If you have the chance in the future, can you help me with my makeup? Xiaoyi glanced at her indifferently, his tone as calm as water. I only know a little bit, I can't compare with professional makeup artists. Lu Shiqian hit a soft nail, her face was a little embarrassed, and she said to Yang Yayin in a sarcastic tone, Boss Yang, you have to be careful. Some people look honest, but they are actually full of bad water. Xiaoyi ignored her at all and turned around to pack up the makeup tools. Lu Shiqian made herself look awkward. She glared at Xiaoyi and Yang Yayin fiercely, then left in disgrace with her people. Xiaoyi, thank you. Yang Yayin looked at herself in the mirror and expressed her gratitude sincerely. Xiaoyi smiled and said, it's just a piece of cake. He was about to leave when suddenly, a picture flashed through his mind. Yang Yayin was pale, foaming at the mouth, and fell to the ground. Wait. Xiaoyi turned around suddenly, his eyes fixed on the lunchbox in front of Yang Yain. Xiaoyi's pupils suddenly constricted, he quickly walked to Yang Yain's lunchbox and snatched it away. There was a faint, barely perceptible fishy smell in the air. He flipped the rice a few times with chopsticks, and a few tiny grains of white powder were particularly eye-catching among the rice. There's something wrong with this food. Xiaoyi's voice was not loud, but it exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. He raised his head, pointed his sharp eyes at Lu Shiqian, who had just walked to the door, and said in a cold tone, "Miss Lu, what did you put in the food you gave to Miss Yang just now?" Lu Shiqian's body froze. She turned around pretending to be calm, a hypocritical smile on her face. "Xiaoyi, what are you talking about? How could I put something in other people's food? Don't slander me." Her heart beat faster and her palms sweated slightly. She tried hard to hide her inner panic. She didn't expect that this seemingly honest delivery man was so alert. Xiaoyi sneered. He picked up the lunchbox and showed the white powder on the chopsticks to everyone. "What is this? Miss Lu, do you dare to say you haven't seen it before? This is not a seasoning." Lu Shiqian's face turned pale instantly. She shook her head desperately to deny it, and said hurriedly, I don't know. I really don't know what this is. Maybe the chef accidentally put it in." She knew that once discovered, her carefully designed conspiracy would be completely exposed. "Really? Then Miss Lu, can you explain to me why you looked so flustered just now and stared at Miss Yang's food?" Xiaoyi pursued her relentlessly, his sharp gaze leaving Lu Shiqian with nowhere to hide. At this moment, people around gathered around, whispering and talking. The looks they gave Lu Shiqian were full of suspicion and distrust. Yang Yain's face turned even livid. She looked at Lu Shiqian in disbelief, her heart filled with anger and disappointment. Lu Shiqian knew that it was no use to argue any further. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across her eyes, and she secretly made up her mind to wait for an opportunity to take revenge. She snorted coldly, her tone gloomy, "Whatever you say, the innocent will be innocent. I haven't done anything, someone will naturally give me justice." After she said that, she turned and left, but she didn't leave completely. Instead, she hid not far away, silently observing Xiaoyi's every move. Xiaoyi ignored Lu Shiqian's threats. He carefully observed the white powder remaining in the lunchbox. He could feel that these powders were not ordinary condiments, but highly toxic drugs. He raised his head and scanned his surroundings. Then, he did something that surprised everyone. He put the food dipped in white powder into his mouth and chewed it carefully. A hint of understanding flashed across his brows. Just as everyone was shocked, Xiaoyi suddenly put down his chopsticks and said calmly to everyone, "This poison." He paused, a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said, "I think I know how to cure it." Xiaoyi's actions left everyone present, including Yang Yain, stunned. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only the heavy breathing of the crowd. Xiaoyi walked calmly to the simple stove nearby. He took a clean pot from the cruise food cart and picked up the ingredients beside him. He cut the vegetables, heated the pan, and added oil with great skill, his movements flowing smoothly and in one go. After a while, a sizzling sound came from the pot, and an enticing aroma began to spread in the air. The aroma was rich and layered, with the freshness of vegetables, the deliciousness of meat, and the sweetness of rice. It made everyone present couldn't help but take a few deep breaths, and their appetite was also aroused. Even Director Chen, who had a furious look on his face just now, couldn't help but turn his head and look around curiously. Stop. Director Chen put down the loudspeaker in his hand, with a hint of confusion in his tone. "What are you doing? Who is cooking?" He frowned, very puzzled by Xiaoyi's behavior. Xiaoyi ignored the discussions around him. He stir-fried the vegetables in the pot evenly, then added the freshly cooked rice and stir-fried it quickly. The rice grains jumped in the pot, fully blending with the vegetable juice, making a pleasant rustling sound. Soon, a fragrant fried rice came out of the pot. Xiaoyi filled a bowl, walked up to Yang Yain, and looked at her tenderly. "Yain, I will be responsible for your lunch today." Then, he snatched the lunchbox from Yang Yain's hand and poured it into the trash can beside her without hesitation. "This." Yang Yain looked at Xiaoyi's actions, feeling a little at a loss. She was touched but also confused, wondering what Xiaoyi was up to. The people around were whispering to each other and pointing fingers at Xiaoyi's behavior. Most people didn't understand why Xiaoyi did this. Director Chen looked even more displeased. He felt that Xiaoyi had delayed the filming progress. He was about to scold him when he was attracted by the fragrance wafting in the air. Xiaoyi did not give them time to react.
After serving the fried rice, he picked up the spoon, gently scooped up a spoonful and handed it to Yang Yin's mouth.
Come, try it.
His tone was gentle but firm, as if he was comforting a frightened child. Yang Yin hesitated a little, but still opened her mouth and swallowed the spoonful of fried rice. The next second, her eyes lit up instantly, and an indescribable deliciousness exploded on the tip of her tongue, making her unable to help but let out a sigh of satisfaction.
Delicious.
She couldn't help but exclaim, a long-lost smile on her face. Seeing Yang Yin's expression, the people around couldn't help swallowing and gathered around, wanting to try the fried rice made by Xiaoyi.
Xiaoyi did not refuse.
He distributed the fried rice in the pot to everyone. In a short while, the big pot of fried rice was snatched up by everyone, and everyone had an expression of wanting more. Director Chen licked his lips and looked at the empty pot with a lingering look. Young man, your cooking skills are pretty good.
Can you make another one?
Xiaoyi smiled slightly, raised the pot in his hand, and made a crisp sound of impact, with a meaningful smile on his face. No problem, the good show has just begun. Chapter 75, Danger on the Set. After everyone had their fill, they all praised Xiaoyi's cooking skills, and the atmosphere on the set became relaxed. Lu Shiqian looked at Xiaoyi, who was surrounded by everyone, and the confident smile on his face, and her heart was burning with anger. She originally wanted to use the lunch opportunity to embarrass Yang Yin, but unexpectedly, Xiaoyi stole the limelight instead. What's even more infuriating is that she actually thought the fried rice tasted good, which was simply an insult to her taste. She clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her flesh, and the gloom in her eyes grew thicker. Assistant Zhang, who was standing aside, looked at Lu Shiqian cautiously and whispered, Sister Shiqian, this Xiaoyi seems a little difficult to deal with.
Should we make a long-term plan?
Lu Shiqian sneered and glanced at Assistant Zhang with disdain. He's just a delivery man, what's there to worry about?
What kind of trouble can he make? Don't forget what the most important thing is today.
After that, she glanced at Yang Yin not far away with a vicious look, and a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth, as if she had already seen Yang Yin's unlucky look. The afternoon sun shines through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground, and the crew starts working again. When Yang Yin put on her stage costume, she glowed with a different radiance. She walked up to Xiaoyi and raised her eyebrows proudly. How is it?
My performance today is not bad, right?
Xiaoyi looked at her bright eyes and couldn't help but smile. Of course, you are a natural actor. In the scene just now, I felt that you brought the heroine to life. Yang Yin was even happier after receiving Xiaoyi's praise, her mouth almost stretched to her ears. Of course, I'm serious.
Xiaoyi restrained his smile and said in a serious tone, but, will you still cooperate with Lu Shiqian next?
Yang Yin shrugged and said casually, no, I've finished filming her scenes with her. The only scene left is the car crash. Hearing this, Xiaoyi frowned slightly and his eyes became deep. He stared straight at Yang Yin. His eyes seemed to see through her. Car crash scene?
Are you sure there are no other arrangements?
Yang Yin felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by Xiaoyi, but she still nodded and said affirmatively, yes, that's what is written in the script, and Director Chen also said that there is only this one scene. She didn't notice that the worry on Xiaoyi's face became more intense. At this moment, Lu Shiqian suddenly covered her stomach, walked to the director with a pale face, and said weakly, Director Chen, my stomach suddenly hurts so much, I'm afraid I can't shoot today's scene, otherwise, I will shoot my part first? Director Chen looked at Lu Shiqian, then at the others, thought for a moment, and then agreed to Lu Shiqian's request. He raised his head and looked at Lu Shiqian. His tone was calm, but it carried a hint of command.
In that case, Shiqian, get ready.
We'll shoot your scene first. Lu Shiqian held her stomach and her steps were unsteady, but she couldn't hide the pride that flashed across her eyes.
Director Chen asked a few questions with concern and then agreed to shoot Lu Shiqian's scenes first.
Xiaoyi looked at Lu Shiqian's slightly exaggerated performance, and his doubts deepened. He walked up to Yang Yin and whispered, don't walk around.
I always feel something is wrong. Yang Yin didn't understand, but nodded obediently.
Xiaoyi left the filming location under the pretext of going to the bathroom. He carefully observed his surroundings, trying to find the source of the uneasiness. He carefully observed the crew's props, vehicles, and even the staff's actions, but found nothing.
Lu Shiqian's filming seemed to be deliberately delayed, with constant NGs.
The sun gradually set and the sky gradually darkened. Night falls, bringing with it a hint of coolness.
Finally it was Yang Yin's turn to fall from the car.
A black sedan was parked on the hillside, with its front facing down the mountain, ready to rush down at any time. According to the script, the car will stop before rushing down the hill, but in order to achieve a realistic effect, the actors need to perform some performances inside the car.
All departments, get ready. Start filming. Director Chen gave the order, and the stuntman drove the car down the hillside.
The wheels made a harsh sound when rubbing against the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The car stopped just a few meters away from the foot of the mountain, and the stuntman climbed out of the car, looking terrified.
Stop. Very good.
Director Chen nodded with satisfaction. Yang Yayin, get ready and start your scene.
Yang Yayin took a deep breath, adjusted her mood, and sat in the driver's seat.
She fastened her seatbelt, held the steering wheel with both hands, and made a panicked expression.
Yayin, relax, don't be nervous.
Xiaoyi stood aside and comforted her softly, but his eyes were fixed on the black car, and sweat beads appeared on his palms.
I know, I'm fine.
Yang Yayin forced a smile, but there was a hint of uneasiness in her eyes.
Start shooting. Director Chen ordered again. Yang Yayin began to perform according to the script requirements.
She swerved the steering wheel, slammed on the brakes, and let out a scream. Suddenly, Xiaoyi's face changed and he yelled, Yayin, be careful. In the distance, an inconspicuous van was slowly approaching. The body of the van was shabby and the color was faded to white. Like a silent ghost, it quietly approached the shooting site. The crew members were busy. Director Chen held a walkie-talkie, stared at the monitor intently, and issued instructions from time to time.
Everything seemed calm and orderly.
Suddenly, Director Chen's heart skipped a beat, and a strong sense of crisis surged into his mind. In his mind, a horrifying scene flashed by of a van losing control and running over Yang Yayin. He opened his mouth, wanting to warn, but found that everything happened too fast. The van, like an enraged beast, suddenly accelerated, making a low roar, and rushed straight towards the direction where Yang Yayin was. Most of the staff on site were busy with their own work and did not notice this sudden change. Xiaoyi's heart seemed to be grasped by an invisible giant hand. His pupils instantly dilated and veins on his forehead bulged. The scene that flashed through Director Chen's mind seemed to reappear before his eyes, and a strong sense of crisis enveloped him. Without any hesitation, he roared and rushed towards Yang Yayin like an arrow, trying to pull her away from the dangerous area.
Xiaoyi, what are you doing? Stop him quickly.
The crew members were frightened by Xiaoyi's sudden action and stepped forward to stop him. They didn't understand why Xiaoyi was so excited for no reason, and they didn't understand why he rushed towards Yang Yayin who was filming. Xiaoyi completely ignored the obstructions around him. There was only Yang Yayin's figure in his eyes and only one thought in his mind: to protect her at all costs. His muscles were tense, every inch of him was filled with explosive power, and he rushed towards Yang Yayin like a mad beast. Yang Yayin sat in the driver's seat with empty eyes, like an exquisite puppet, waiting for the director to say cut as required by the script. She didn't notice the speeding van, nor did she notice that Xiaoyi was rushing towards her desperately.
She just mechanically repeated and waited.
The van was getting closer and closer, and the roar was getting more and more piercing, like a death warrant from the god of death. At this moment, Xiaoyi's roar cut through the sky. Yayin, be careful. The van was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, rapidly approaching the black sedan with a roar of death. The roar of the engine became clearer and clearer as it got closer and closer, causing the ground to tremble slightly, as if the god of death was ringing the death knell. The crew members suddenly woke up and realized the urgency of the situation. Their cries of fear came one after another, but seemed so powerless amid the roar. Yang Yayin still followed the instructions of the script, maintaining a terrified expression and sitting stiffly in the driver's seat, like a lamb targeted by a hunter, waiting for the judgment of fate. She heard the roar of an engine getting closer, but she just thought it was the sound of filming and didn't think much of it. It was not until the van appeared like a huge black shadow, blocking the light in front of her eyes, that she suddenly realized that this was not acting but real danger. She opened her eyes wide, her pupils filled with fear and confusion, but it was too late to react. At this critical moment, Xiaoyi's figure passed through the crowd like a ghost. His speed was so fast that it almost left an afterimage, and the sound of his running breaking through the wind was left in the air. There was a determined gleam in his eyes, and his muscles were tense, every one of them filled with strength. He grabbed the car door and pulled it hard, pulling Yang Yayin out of the car just 1 second before the van was about to hit the car. The two men barely escaped the disaster and fell to the ground, still in shock. The van stopped less than a meter away from them with a sharp brake sound. The front of the car hit the edge of the hillside, and the body of the car shook violently and almost overturned. There was dead silence at the scene, and everyone was stunned by the thrilling scene.
Yayin, are you okay?
Xiaoyi hurriedly helped Yang Yayin up, looked her up and down, and asked anxiously. His voice trembled a little. He felt his palms were full of sweat and his back was cold, which made him even more worried about the woman in his arms. Yang Yayin was frightened by this sudden change and her face turned pale, but she still pretended to be calm, shook her head and said softly, "I'm fine." Her voice was very light, with a barely perceptible tremor.
What is going on? Director Chen's face turned pale.
He walked quickly in front of the two of them, his tone filled with anger. He looked at the van that almost caused a disaster, and then looked at Yang Yayin who was still in shock, and his heart was filled with fear. He looked at Yang Yayin with a guilty look, then turned to the crew members, "Send her back to the lounge immediately.
Today's filming ends here.
I will investigate this matter thoroughly."
Director Chen's tone was firm and unquestionable.
He knew that if Xiaoyi had not acted in time today, the consequences would have been disastrous. With his support, Yang Yayin returned to the lounge, still with a hint of fear on her face.
Xiaoyi followed behind her.
There were only Xiaoyi and Yang Yayin in the lounge.
There was a depressing atmosphere in the air.
Yang Yayin sat on the chair, clutching the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands, her eyes somewhat empty, as if she was still recalling the thrilling scene just now.
She suppressed her uneasiness, turned her head to look at Xiaoyi, forced a smile, and said in a brisk tone, "I'm really fine, you don't have to worry." Xiaoyi looked at her pretending to be relaxed and became even more worried.
He knew that she must be suppressing her inner anxiety. He didn't say much, but just walked quietly to her side, picked up the blanket beside him, gently draped it over her shoulders, then poured a cup of warm water and handed it to her. Yang Yayin looked at his delicate movements, her heart warmed and an indescribable emotion surged in her heart. She took the cup of water and held it in her hand. The warm touch calmed her down a little, but she didn't drink it. She raised her head and looked at Xiaoyi with complicated eyes, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated.
Chapter 76, Warm and Loving.
Yang Yayin stroked the wall of the cup with her slender fingers, and the warmth passed through the thin porcelain to her cold fingertips. A trace of warmth slowly spread, dispelling some of the fear she had just felt. She raised her eyes and their gaze fell on Xiaoyi. This man always cared about her quietly. The change from the cold fear to the warmth of the moment made her feel inexplicably moved.
"Thank you."
Yang Yayin's voice was very soft, but with a barely perceptible tremor. Xiaoyi sat down on the sofa next to her, with a hint of worry in his deep eyes. "Don't take what happened just now to heart, I will find out." He paused, lowered his voice and said, "In the future on the set, you should pay more attention to Lu Shiqian. I always feel that things are not that simple."
Lu Shiqian?
Yang Yayin was slightly stunned. When she realized this, she couldn't help but feel a chill on her back. If Xiaoyi had not arrived in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. "I just suspect it, but I have no evidence," Xiaoyi said cautiously, "but it's better to be safe than sorry." Yang Yayin nodded silently, and her fingers holding the water cup tightened unconsciously. The door of the lounge was suddenly pushed open. The door of the lounge was pushed open, and Yuan walked in holding a bouquet of gorgeous red roses, followed by Lu Shiqian who looked indignant.
Yuan saw Yang Yayin at a glance, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. He walked straight to her and handed her the rose. "Yayin, this flower is for you. I wish you a smooth shooting." He deliberately ignored Xiaoyi who was sitting next to him, as if the other person did not exist at all. Lu Shiqian stood behind Yuan, her face gloomy.
She glared at Yang Yayin fiercely and said in a gloomy tone, "Mr. Shui, he is a very busy man now.
He has bodyguards protecting him all the time. Why does he need you to show him kindness?"
Yuan frowned slightly when he heard this, and turned to look at Lu Shiqian with a somewhat impatient tone. "When was it your turn to interrupt me when I was talking to Yayin? I have already explained the previous matter to you clearly. We are just in a cooperative relationship, so don't bother with it anymore."
Lu Shiqian's face turned pale instantly.
She didn't expect Yuan to be so heartless as to cut off ties with her and make her lose face in front of Yang Yayin. Furious and humiliated, she pointed at Yang Yayin's nose and yelled, "Yang Yayin, you vixen. You only know how to seduce men. You." Yang Yayin was shocked by this sudden change and was at a loss for what to do. Her face turned red and white, and she looked at Xiaoyi in panic, seeking help. When Yuan saw Yang Yayin being humiliated, he suddenly felt a desire to protect her and reached out to hold her shoulders. Xiaoyi was quick to grab Yuan's wrist and said in a cold tone, "Mr. Shui, please respect yourself." Yuan was stopped by Xiaoyi, and immediately became angry and said, "Who do you think you are? How dare you interfere in my business? I'm Miss Yayin's bodyguard. Protecting her is my duty." Xiaoyi looked at Yuan without giving in, with a chill in his eyes.
Yuan snorted coldly, "Don't forget, the car race tonight.
I hope you won't be like a coward and dare not show up at that time." He took out a piece of paper from his pocket and threw it in front of Xiaoyi. "This is the new address, don't go to the wrong place again." Seeing this, Yang Yain looked at Xiaoyi worriedly and said softly, "Xiaoyi, go ahead, I'm fine." There was a hint of relief in her tone. She understood the importance of this game to Xiaoyi. As night fell, Xiaoyi drove Su Wanqing's sports car to the new racing location, an abandoned factory in the suburbs. The factory gate was filled with all kinds of luxury cars, and the crowd was bustling with people talking.
"Isn't that Su Wanqing's car?
Why is she here?
I heard Yuan invited Uncle Hao back. We'll have a good show tonight."
Xiaoyi listened to the discussions around him and couldn't help but feel a little confused.
Uncle Hao? Who is it?
He looked around, trying to find this so-called Uncle Hao in the crowd. Who the hell is Uncle Hao? A burly man patted him on the shoulder. Chapter 77. A glimpse predicts disaster.
Who is Uncle Hao?
A burly man patted Xiaoyi on the shoulder, interrupting his thoughts. Xiaoyi looked back impatiently, but found that the other party's eyes were avoiding him, as if it was just an unintentional act. He frowned and looked at the crowd again. Uncle Hao, the key person tonight, he must find him. Suddenly, a fiery red Ferrari came roaring in and did a beautiful drift, stopping in front of the factory gate. The car door opened, and a pair of slender legs wrapped in black leather pants stretched out first, followed by a woman with a hot body wearing a tight leather jacket who appeared in front of everyone. Her wavy hair was casually scattered, and her sunglasses covered most of her face, but they could not hide the temptation of her red lips and her cool temperament. Xiaoyi was involuntarily attracted to her, and his eyes stayed on her for a moment.
"Beauty, are you here alone? Do you want a brother to play with you?"
A gangster with dyed yellow hair and wearing a floral shirt came up with a playful smile and reached out to touch the arm of the woman in leather jacket.
The leather-clad woman glanced at him with disdain, and a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. "You? Are you worthy? People like you are not even qualified to be my dog chain."
The words of the woman in leather jacket were like a sharp knife, instantly cutting through Zhang Xiuhuan's self-esteem. The smile on his face froze, then was replaced by anger, and his eyes became fierce. "You bitch, you're so shameless!" He roared, clenched his fists, and was about to grab the woman in leather jacket, with a brutal and ruthless force in his movements. Many people in the crowd watching the excitement began to whisper, and some guys who called themselves heroes were already rubbing their hands, ready to perform well in front of the beauties. In their opinion, a weak woman is definitely no match for the gangsters, so this is a good opportunity for them to step forward and win the beauty.
However, the woman in leather jacket was not panicked at all.
The sneer on her lips became even more intense, as if everything was under her control. Just when Zhang the gangster's hand was about to touch her, she moved. She moved as fast as lightning, dodging the attack from Zhang the gangster by leaning sideways, and at the same time, with her right hand, she accurately grabbed Zhang the gangster's wrist. Crack! The crisp sound of bones dislocating seemed particularly harsh in the silent night sky. Immediately afterwards, Zhang the gangster screamed like a pig being slaughtered. His originally ferocious face was now distorted by the severe pain, and cold sweat instantly soaked his forehead.
The crowd of onlookers fell silent in an instant.
The heroes who had been eager to make a move just now were now like being poured with a bucket of cold water. The expressions on their faces were as wonderful as they could be, as if they had seen something incredible. They never expected that this seemingly weak woman in leather clothes could have such thundering means. Xiaoyi was also stunned by this scene. He didn't expect that the woman in leather jacket was so skilled. At the same time, an inexplicable feeling of uneasiness surged into his heart. He had a feeling that this woman was no ordinary person and that what was going to happen tonight might not be that simple. He looked at the woman in leather jacket again, his eyes fell on her fiery red Ferrari, then moved to her, and a feeling of uneasiness surged in his heart again. He felt that this woman seemed dangerous. He was about to warn her, but he saw the leather jacket lady had already let go of Zhang Xiuhu. The woman in leather jacket raised her head and scanned the entire room through her sunglasses, as if she was looking for something. The moment her gaze swept across Xiaoyi, Xiaoyi seemed to see a flash of cold murderous intent in the depths of her eyes. Suddenly, Xiaoyi's gaze fixed on a black modified car not far behind the woman in leather jacket. The color of the car seemed a little strange, not like normal paint. His heart skipped a beat, and a strong sense of crisis instantly enveloped his whole body. It seemed that the car had an accident with the woman in leather jacket in some future timeline. "Be careful," Xiaoyi was about to remind him. The woman in leather jacket suddenly turned around and walked towards him with a hint of curiosity and scrutiny in her eyes. The woman in leather jacket walked up to Xiaoyi, took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of eyes full of wild charm.
What's the matter?
Her voice was low and hoarse, with a hint of lazy sexiness. Only then did Xiaoyi see her full appearance.
With delicate facial features, wheat-colored skin and a hot body, she is simply a beauty.
He was slightly startled by her beauty, but the feeling of uneasiness in his heart became stronger.
If you have nothing to do, just get out of the way and don't block my way.
Seeing that Xiaoyi didn't say anything, the woman in leather jacket waved her hand impatiently. Xiaoyi came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and tried to keep himself calm.
Wait a minute, I have something to tell you.
The woman in leather jacket raised her eyebrows, seeming a little surprised by Xiaoyi's words.
Oh? What do you want to say? Xiaoyi opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He couldn't just tell her that he saw her getting into a car accident in the future, right? Then she would definitely think she was crazy. If you have nothing to do, get out of here now. Stop playing tricks here.
The woman in leather jacket lost her patience. She raised her foot in black high-heeled leather boots and fiercely kicked Zhang the hooligans who were still lying on the ground wailing. If you don't get out of here, I'll break your legs. The gangster Zhang was so scared that he pissed his pants and fled the scene. The crowd watching the excitement around also dispersed, fearing that they would get into trouble. Xiaoyi looked at the woman in leather jacket, hesitated for a moment, but still did not leave. He always felt that if he just left like this, something bad would happen. The leather-clad woman turned and walked towards her Ferrari. Just as she was about to get in, a picture suddenly flashed through Xiaoyi's mind. A black modified car crashed into the leather-clad woman's Ferrari at an extremely fast speed, and then the Ferrari lost control and crashed into a large truck on the side of the road.
No! Xiaoyi couldn't help but shout out.
The leather-clad woman stopped and looked back at him in confusion.
What do you want to do?
Xiaoyi's face was pale and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He pointed at the black modified car behind the woman in leather jacket and said in a trembling voice, that car. The woman in leather jacket looked in the direction of Xiaoyi's finger, and saw a black modified car slowly approaching and stopped not far away.
The car windows were closed and I couldn't see the people inside. What happened to that car?
The woman in leather jacket frowned.
Xiaoyi took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. That car is very dangerous.
As soon as Xiaoyi finished speaking, the thrilling scene in his mind receded like a tide, and everything in front of him returned to normal. The scene just now seemed like just an illusion. He rubbed his swollen temples, his heart full of confusion and uneasiness. Seeing Xiaoyi in a trance, the woman in leather jacket pointed at an ordinary black modified car, her eyes full of disdain. I think you are a lovelorn maniac.
You can't walk when you see me, right?
She snorted coldly, turned around, and walked towards her Ferrari again, ready to get in. Xiaoyi looked at her back, and a strong sense of responsibility surged in his heart. No, he couldn't just watch her go into danger. He walked quickly forward and blocked the way of the woman in leather jacket.
Miss, I'm not kidding. I really feel that you will be in danger today. Xiaoyi's tone was sincere.
The woman in leather jacket frowned, took off her sunglasses again, and stared at Xiaoyi with her beautiful eyes.
What do you want? I'm warning you, don't bother me anymore.
There was a hint of impatience and a hint of defensiveness in her tone. I have no ill intentions, I just feel that you shouldn't participate in the competition today, really. Xiaoyi tried his best to make his tone sound more sincere. I don't know why, but I just feel that if you participate in the competition today, you will die. The woman in leather jacket was stunned at first, then she sneered, as if she had heard some huge joke. Have you read too many novels? Will you die if you participate in the competition? I think you are really a lunatic. She put on her sunglasses again, walked around Xiaoyi and was about to get in the car. Xiaoyi's heart seemed to be stabbed hard by something. He knew how ridiculous what he said was, but he really saw that scene, and he didn't want to see a living life perish. He gritted his teeth and spoke again. I'm really not kidding, believe me, I really shouldn't participate in the competition today. The woman in leather jacket completely lost her patience. She pushed Xiaoyi away, opened the car door, and got in. I think you are a psychopath. If you dare to pester me again, don't blame me for being rude. The Ferrari's engine made a deafening roar. The woman in leather jacket stepped on the accelerator hard. The car rushed out like a red cheetah and disappeared into the night in a blink of an eye. Xiaoyi stood there, looking at the direction where the Ferrari disappeared, feeling full of powerlessness. He knew that he had tried his best,
but the other party didn't believe him at all. He sighed helplessly and his eyes fell on the black modified car again. The car was still parked there with its windows closed, like a wild beast lurking in the darkness, exuding a dangerous aura. Xiao Yi's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. He felt that this car was the real source of danger. The woman in leather jacket was driving while recalling what the man had just said. She didn't understand why the man said those strange words. Did he really see something? She was confused but didn't want to believe it. She opened the car window and felt the night breeze. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of a black modified car not far away, and the body of the car reflected a strange light under the streetlight. She suddenly remembered what the man said, that car is very dangerous. The woman in leather jacket stepped on the brakes and slowly stopped. She looked back at the black modified car and suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. At this moment, she saw the black modified car suddenly start and slowly drive towards her. Chapter 78, Car Race Begins, Xiao Yi Meets a Strong Enemy. The night wind carried a faint smell of gasoline, but Xiao Yi's heartbeat was stronger than the roar of the engine. He took a deep breath, took a step forward, and slowly walked towards the black Buick lurking in the shadows. The car's body lines are smooth and powerful, like a cheetah ready to pounce on its prey at any time. He walked to the car and knocked on the window, making a crisp dong-dong sound. The car window slowly lowered, revealing an angular face with eyes as sharp as a knife. It was the man I saw on the track earlier, Uncle Hao. "Hey, Brother Hao, are you waiting for someone? How about I give you a ride?" Xiao Yi put on a flattering smile on his face, with a hint of tentativeness in his tone. He took out his cell phone as if he was an ordinary taxi driver. Uncle Hao's eyes were like two cold sharp blades, scanning Xiao Yi up and down, as if he wanted to see through him. "Who are you?" His voice was low and magnetic, with an unquestionable majesty. Xiao Yi's heart trembled, but he still kept a smile on his face. "Brother Hao, you were joking. I am just a hustler. Your car looks pretty good. I wanted to ask where you were going. I happen to be going this way." A sneer appeared on Uncle Hao's lips, and an invisible sense of oppression instantly enveloped Xiao Yi. The air around seemed to freeze and the atmosphere instantly became tense. "Boy, you are really good at acting." Uncle Hao's tone was somewhat teasing, but his eyes were more dangerous. "Dragon City is not a place for you to act wildly." Just at this moment, a few hooligans surrounded him, pointing at Xiao Yi and swearing at him. "Where did you come from, you country bumpkin? How dare you talk to Master Hao like that? I think you are tired of living." Xiao Yi's heart sank. He knew he was being targeted. He secretly clenched his fists, but still maintained a humble smile on his face. "Brothers, I was wrong. I'm just a laborer and I don't know the rules." He bent down and apologized repeatedly, looking very sincere. When Uncle Hao saw that Xiao Yi was so sensible, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his originally tense expression relaxed slightly. "Forget it. You seem to be ignorant too. Go away." Xiao Yi felt as if he had been pardoned. He quickly turned around and tried to leave, but he heard Uncle Hao speak again from behind him. "Stop." Xiao Yi's heart skipped a beat and he stopped stiffly. He turned around slowly and forced a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. "Master Hao, do you have any other instructions? Did I let you go?" Uncle Hao said in a cold tone, staring at him like a poisonous snake. Xiao Yi cursed in his heart, but his face became more humble. "Master Hao, I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and let me go this time." Uncle Hao didn't say anything, but just stared at him with cold eyes. The hooligans around also joined in the fun, and the atmosphere became tense again, like the calm before the storm. "Hey, Brother Hao, what's going on? Why is it so lively?" A slightly frivolous voice broke the silence, and a young man in a white suit slowly walked out of the crowd with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. The man in the white suit, Shui Boyuan, walked to Uncle Hao and glanced at Xiao Yi with contempt. "Isn't this Xiao Yi? Why, now that you're with a rich woman, you want to switch to racing? Don't you see what kind of person you are?" Xiao Yi sneered and fought back without showing any weakness. "Shui Boyuan, what do I have to do with you? But you stole my girlfriend and my car, and now you still have the nerve to stand here?" Shui Boyuan's face changed, his eyes flickered, and he said calmly, "What nonsense are you talking about? When did I steal your girl or your car? Don't spit blood." He turned to look at Uncle Hao, with a hint of panic in his tone. "Brother Hao, don't listen to his nonsense, this guy is a lunatic." Uncle Hao didn't say anything, but just looked at the two of them with interest, as if he was enjoying a good show. The air around them froze again, and the atmosphere became tense, like a taut string that could break at any time. Xiao Yi's calmness contrasted sharply with Yuan's panic, adding a touch of suspense. Seeing that Uncle Hao was unmoved, Yuan became even more flustered and said quickly, "Brother Hao, this kid just wants to cause trouble, don't let him affect the game." Uncle Hao finally spoke, his tone indifferent, "I only want the prize money, who wins or loses has nothing to do with me." He paused, his eyes swept over the crowd. "Tonight's prize money is 10 million, whoever has the ability can take it." The crowd burst into cheers. A prize of 10 million was enough to drive people crazy. The roar of engines rose and fell, and the drivers were eager to try. Yuan's eyes rolled, and he suddenly shouted loudly, "I'll add another 40 million. Tonight's bonus is 50 million. The crowd was instantly boiling with excitement. The huge prize of 50 million was enough to make this game a big gamble. Cheers, whistles, and the roar of engines intertwined together, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. Uncle Hao looked at Yuan, with a barely perceptible smile on his face. "It seems that Master Shui is very confident about this game." Yuan smiled calmly, "Of course, I have confidence in Brother Hao." Uncle Hao patted Yuan on the shoulder and said meaningfully, "I hope so." He turned his head and his eyes fell on Xiao Yi again. "Boy, you are very courageous to come here to challenge me." Xiao Yi raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile. "Uncle Hao, thank you for the compliment. I just came here to try my luck." Uncle Hao sneered, "Luck? Luck can't help you in this arena." He paused, his eyes became sharp. "I suddenly realized that I hate your face." Uncle Hao's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and his tone was cold. "Boy, I suddenly realized that I hate your face. This is also one of the reasons why I participated in the competition." He paused, as if sentencing Xiao Yi's fate. "Tonight, I want to let you know what despair is." Yuan was secretly delighted when he saw this. He walked up to Xiao Yi with a haughty attitude and said contemptuously, "Xiao Yi, if you know what's best for you, withdraw from the competition now. Otherwise, I will make you regret coming into this world." Xiao Yi faced the threats from the two without any fear, and a confident arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Really? I'd like to see what you can do to make me regret it." After that, he turned and walked towards his black Buick, his back as straight as a pine tree, exuding fearless domineering. Sitting in the car, Xiao Yi took a deep breath and started the engine. The roar resounded through the night sky, and the Bugatti Veyron let out a low roar like an awakened beast. With the command, the competition officially begins. "Activate the racing skills," Xiao Yi muttered to himself. In an instant, a powerful force surged into the car body, and the Bugatti Veyron rushed out like an arrow, quickly overtaking one car after another. The wind whistled in his ears and the scenery rapidly receded. Xiao Yi followed the instructions of the system and moved around the track with ease, as if he had become one with the car. A red Ferrari appeared in front. It was Miss Xiao whom I met earlier. She saw Xiao Yi's car chasing her closely. A provocative smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she stepped on the accelerator to try to stop him. However, Xiao Yi just smiled slightly, easily passed her car, and left it far behind. Soon, Xiao Yi caught up with Yuan and Uncle Hao's car. Yuan tried the same old trick again and tried to hit Xiao Yi's car, but the system predicted and resolved it in advance. Yuan's car lost control and hit the guardrail, but he did not give up. He restarted the car and continued to chase, with a crazy light flashing in his eyes, as if he had some conspiracy. Just then, a large truck appeared on the road ahead and was driving slowly in Uncle Hao's driveway. Uncle Hao seemed unaware of the danger and continued driving at high speed. Xiao Yi's heart tightened, and an ominous premonition surged into his heart. "Uncle Hao, be careful!" Xiao Yi shouted loudly, and at the same time stepped on the accelerator, preparing to speed up and catch up to remind him. However, just as he was about to climb the hill, the truck suddenly accelerated and crashed straight into Uncle Hao's car. Chapter 79, A Truck Attacked on a Dangerous Road, a Life and Death Situation. The giant truck roared like a steel behemoth, with its front almost occupying the entire track. Uncle Hao seemed stunned by this sudden change and did not react at all. At the critical moment, Xiao Yi slammed the steering wheel, and the tires rubbed against the ground violently, making a shrill scream. The racing car narrowly passed by the truck body, and a blast of hot air blew in his face. Xiao Yi could even smell the pungent smell of burnt tire rubber. My heart was beating wildly in my chest, my adrenaline was surging, and the feeling of fear was instantly replaced by calmness. Before Xiao Yi could recover from his shock, the truck changed lanes again and forced him towards the guardrail at the edge of the track. The shadow of death loomed over him, and the cold breath of metal seemed to be close to his skin. At this moment, a red lightning whizzed from behind Miss Xiao, driving the Ferrari, came like a Valkyrie, and with a beautiful drift, she stood between the truck and Xiao Yi. "Follow me closely."
Miss Zhao shouted through the car communicator, with a barely perceptible tremor in her voice. Xiaoyi followed closely behind the Ferrari. The two sports cars were chased by the truck like two fish swimming in the huge waves. The scenery on both sides of the track quickly receded and turned into blurred light and shadows. The only sounds in my ears were the roar of the engine and the friction of the tires against the ground. After an unknown amount of time, the road ahead suddenly became clear and they drove into a flat, straight section of road. Miss Zhao seized the opportunity, the Ferrari engine roared, and it instantly accelerated and overtook the truck in front. "Quick! Hit the back of his car!" Miss Zhao's voice came again. Xiaoyi understood what she meant. Only by stopping Uncle Hao's car could a greater tragedy be avoided. He took a deep breath, stepped on the accelerator, and the car shot out like an arrow, hitting the rear of Uncle Hao's car hard. Uncle Hao's car shook violently and the steering wheel almost slipped out of his hands. He came back to his senses from the shock, cursed angrily, and turned his target to Xiaoyi. Miss Zhao took this opportunity and turned the Ferrari into a red stream of light, disappearing into the distance. "Boy, you're looking for death." Uncle Hao's gnashing voice came from the communicator. The hot wind blew in with the smell of burning rubber, and Xiaoyi's ears were filled with the roar of the engine. He stared ahead, only to find that the countdown numbers on the system panel were jumping rapidly. "Damn it, the system is shutting down." Xiaoyi's heart sank suddenly, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. This means that he will lose the ability boost provided by the system, and he will have to rely on himself for the rest of his life. Before he could think about it, a black sports car appeared in front of him like a ghost, blocking his way. It was Uncle Hao. Not only that, in front of the track, the terrifying giant truck appeared again, like a steel monster from hell, with its bloody mouth opened. The breath of death once again tightly enveloped Xiaoyi. A feeling of despair spread in Xiaoyi's heart. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, and his knuckles turned white from the force. Just when he thought he was going to die here, a red shadow cut through the sky and appeared in his sight again. Miss Zhao was like a flying firebird, clinging to the truck and using her superb driving skills to tear open a narrow gap between the truck and the edge of the track. "Hurry up!" Miss Zhao's voice came from the communicator, with a hint of anxiety. Xiaoyi did not dare to delay and stepped on the accelerator. The racing car shot out like an arrow and almost passed by the body of the truck. He could feel the huge vibration caused by the friction between the car body and the truck, as well as the heat wave blowing in his face, as if he was in purgatory. "Boy, you can't escape." Uncle Hao chased after him again like a leech. His angry roar echoed in the communicator, causing pain in Xiaoyi's eardrums. Xiaoyi felt as if he was in a chase game with no chance of winning. He was exhausted both physically and mentally, and his heart was consumed by fear and despair. However, when the outline of the finish line appeared in front of the track, a glimmer of hope suddenly ignited in Xiaoyi's heart. The finish line is just around the corner, less than 400 meters away. Uncle Hao no longer tried to trip him up like before, but followed closely behind him. He wanted to defeat him fairly. Calm down, calm down." Xiaoyi tried to calm his breathing, and his mind flashed with what his father once said: everything has blind spots, even a seemingly indestructible enemy. Xiaoyi's brain was working rapidly. He recalled Uncle Hao's previous driving habits. Suddenly, he thought of something. Uncle Hao habitually slows down before entering a turn, which is a tiny flaw when driving at high speed and also his blind spot. Less than 100 meters left. Xiaoyi. What? Uncle Hao looked at Xiaoyi, who accelerated instantly, with an incredible expression on his face. Chapter 80, the car race narrowly beat the stars, confronting Shuebuayuan and showing his edge. His heart was beating violently, he clenched his teeth and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. 100 meters. 50 meters. Closer and closer. When the finish line was less than 20 meters away, Xiaoyi suddenly turned the steering wheel, and his car shot past Uncle Hao's car at an extremely tricky angle like an arrow. What? Uncle Hao looked at Xiaoyi, who accelerated instantly with an incredible expression on his face. He wanted to catch up, but it was too late. Xiaoyi's car crossed the finish line first. "I won." Xiaoyi waved his fists excitedly. Although his car looked a little messy due to the previous collision, and there were even a few obvious scratches on the body, it didn't matter anymore. He won. The crowd instantly became excited, and countless people rushed towards Xiaoyi's car and surrounded him. The cheers, screams, and whistles were deafening. "Xiaoyi! You are so awesome! It's a miracle! You are our hero!" Various words of praise came like a tide, drowning Xiaoyi. He felt the enthusiasm of the crowd and his heart was filled with joy and pride. At this time, Shuebo Yuan arrived late. Seeing Xiaoyi, who was surrounded by people but covered in dust, he smiled contemptuously and was about to say a few words to ridicule him, but was suddenly stopped by several drivers.
Shuebo Yuan, you still have the nerve to come back? If it weren't for you, would we have been chased by that truck and almost lost our lives? That's right. People like you are not worthy of playing racing. You still have the nerve to laugh. If it weren't for Xiaoyi, we would all be dead here today. Shuebo Yuan was a little confused by this sudden accusation. He waved his hands irritably and said impatiently, "Shut up. It's just a broken truck. Is it necessary to make such a fuss?" However, his words angered everyone even more. They accused Shuebo Yuan of being irresponsible, and some even started pushing him. Shuebo Yuan was a little overwhelmed by this sudden change. He was about to leave this place of trouble but was stopped again. "Master Shui, don't forget our bet." A driver stretched out his hand and said with a malicious smile, "You're willing to accept the loss and take the money." Shuebo Yuan's face darkened, and he was about to explode when he heard a teasing voice coming from the crowd. "Mr. Shui, it seems that you are not very lucky today." Xiaoyi walked out of the crowd with a playful smile on his face. He walked slowly to Shuebo Yuan, patted him on the shoulder, and said in a frivolous way, "Mr. Shui, thank you for letting me do this. Is it time to cash the check for 50 million? Only then did Shuebo Yuan realize that Xiaoyi actually won. His eyes widened in disbelief, the contemptuous smile on his face froze, and his face turned pale. He originally thought that Xiaoyi was just a clown who overestimated his own abilities, but he didn't expect that he actually beat Uncle Hao. After a brief moment of dejection, Shuebo Yuan's eyes suddenly became fierce, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Xiaoyi, you'd better pray that you can leave here alive today." "Oh? Master Shui, are you going to threaten me?" Xiaoyi raised his eyebrows, not afraid at all. "I advise you to save your breath. Since I dare to beat you, I am not afraid of your threat." The air around them seemed to freeze as everyone held their breath and looked at the two nervously. An invisible pressure spread out, making it hard for everyone to breathe. Shuebo Yuan was choked by Xiaoyi's words and was speechless. He glared at Xiaoyi fiercely, turned around, and was about to leave, but was blocked by a burly man. "Mr. Shui, where are you going? Our bet hasn't ended yet," Zhang Dehan said in a muffled voice with a hint of teasing in his tone. Shuebo Yuan was furious and yelled at Zhang Dehan, "Get out of here! Who do you think you are? How dare you block my way?" Zhang Dehan was not angry either, and still said with a smile, "Mr. Shui, please don't misunderstand me. I just want to see how you fulfill the bet. I have no other intentions." Shuebo Yuan then remembered that he hadn't given Xiaoyi a check yet. He had walked away in anger before, and now that he's back, doesn't that confirm his reputation as a debtor? Shuebo Yuan was caught in a dilemma for a moment. He was in a quandary and didn't know how to deal with it. Everyone around held their breath, waiting for Shuebo Yuan's reaction. The atmosphere became extremely depressing, like a taut string that could break at any time. "What's the matter? Mr. Shui, it's only 50 million. You can't take it out?" Xiaoyi's voice sounded again, with a hint of sarcasm. Chapter 81, The Arrogance of Wealth Leads to Humiliation. Yining is worried about asking for help. Shuebo Yuan's face turned pale, and he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, "Of course I can afford it." He took out his checkbook, wrote a check for 50 million in a few strokes, and threw it fiercely to Xiaoyi. "Here you go. Are you satisfied now?" The check drew an arc in the air and fell to Xiaoyi's feet. Xiaoyi did not move, staring at Shuebo Yuan with cold eyes, and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Mr. Shui, are you sending away a beggar? Throwing the check on the ground and letting me pick it up myself?" Shuebo Yuan laughed in anger. "Why, you think it's too little? 50 million is not enough for someone like you to spend a lifetime. As for the money, of course I won't take a single cent less." Xiaoyi looked around at the crowd who were indignant at Shuebo Yuan's bad behavior, and said in a resounding voice, "But you are a scum who treats human life as a joke and gets angry and ashamed when you lose the game. You don't deserve to treat me like this." He was referring to the fact that Shuebo Yuan used all means to win in the game and almost caused a serious accident. "Today, you have to pick it up for me." Shuebo Yuan's face flushed red, and the contemptuous looks from the people around him pierced him like needles. He gritted his teeth and was about to explode, but he saw Xiaoyi take out a business card from his pocket. The black and gold stamped business card shines with a low-key glow in the sun, with only one word on it, "Dragon." There was a low cry of surprise all around. "Long family?" He's actually from the Long family. Oh my god, who is this kid? He actually knows someone from the Long family. Shuebo Yuan's expression also changed.
The Long family is one of the most powerful families in Yanjing. Although the Shui family is also wealthy, they are like ants in front of the Long family. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he quickly put on a smiling face. Misunderstanding, it's all misunderstanding. Brother, I was wrong just now, I apologize to you. As he said that, he bent down to pick up the check. Seeing that his younger brother was about to take the lead, Xiaoyi reached out to stop him. Mr. Shui, since you threw it, you have to pick it up yourself. Shuebo Yuan had no choice but to endure the humiliation. He bent down to pick up the check, handed it to Xiaoyi with both hands, and forced a smile uglier than crying on his face. Brother, look at this. Xiaoyi took the check and looked at him with a half smile. Mr. Shui's smile is really charming. You should smile more in the future. Maybe you can become a comedian. A burst of suppressed laughter broke out in the crowd. Shuebo Yuan was so ashamed and angry that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Xiaoyi was enjoying everyone's admiring gazes when his cell phone suddenly rang. The name displayed on the screen is Yang Yain. He answered the phone and heard Yang Yain's trembling voice. Xiaoyi, save me. The crowd's applause surged like a tide. Xiaoyi had a faint smile on his face, enjoying the taste of victory. Shuebo Yuan's embarrassed appearance and the awe-inspiring eyes of the people around him made him feel an unprecedented satisfaction. Once upon a time, he was that humble delivery man, bullied by others. Now, he stood here, looking down at the rich young master who was once high and mighty. The pleasure of this reversal almost made him intoxicated. Suddenly, a rapid ring broke the brief silence. Xiaoyi took out his cell phone, and the words Yang Yain flashed on the screen. He pressed the answer button, and Yang Yain's trembling voice came instantly. Xiaoyi, save me. This voice was full of fear and helplessness, completely different from the singer who usually shines on the stage. Xiaoyi's heart sank suddenly, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Yain, what's wrong? What happened? His voice unconsciously rose a few degrees, and his tone was full of worry. Yang Yain's voice was intermittent, with obvious gasps. I'm Xing Wang. KTV. 308, They. What happened to them? Yain, talk slowly, don't worry, I'll be there soon. Xiaoyi clenched the phone tightly, sweat oozing from his palms. He heard the fear and anxiety in Yang Yain's words, and a strong sense of uneasiness arose in his heart. They won't let me go, and. Yang Yain's voice became weaker and weaker, as if it would cut off at any time. Yain, listen, don't hang up, keep talking, tell me what happened, I'll be there soon. Xiaoyi said as he turned and ran towards his car. His anxiety made him almost forget everything around him. Mr. Xiao. A delicate voice suddenly called him. Chapter 82, Save People in a Hurry, True Heart is Revealed in Times of Adversity. Xiaoyi paused and turned to look at the source of the sound. A hot young woman wearing a tight leather jacket was standing not far from him, with a hint of worry and a complex emotion on her face that he could not understand. He recognized that this was Miss Zhao whom he met when buying milk tea just now. Why did she suddenly call him? Mr. Xiao, where are you going? You look so anxious, do you need help? Miss Zhao's tone was gentle, but with a concern that could not be refused. Xiaoyi was extremely anxious and just wanted to get to Yang Yain as soon as possible. He had no time to deal with others. He shook his head with a hint of impatience in his tone. No, I have something urgent to deal with. After that, he continued to walk towards his car. Wait. Miss Zhao called him again and walked forward quickly. I see that little electric scooter of yours, even if it's smoking, it can't go far, right? Why don't I give you a ride? My car is over there. She pointed to a red sports car not far away, with a hint of confidence in her tone. Xiaoyi looked at her in surprise, his heart full of doubts. Isn't Miss Zhao too enthusiastic? They were just casual acquaintances, why did she help him so much? He glanced at her warily, but time was running out and he couldn't afford to waste any more time. Well, okay. Xiaoyi hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to accept Miss Zhao's help. He knew very well that his electric scooter was of no use in this situation. The red sports car sped along the street, its engine emitting a low roar. Xiaoyi sat in the passenger seat, his face tense and his hands clenched into fists. He kept looking at the conversation with Yang Yain on his mobile phone screen, feeling extremely anxious.
Starlight KTV, Box 308, hurry up. He gave the address in a hurried tone and couldn't help but urge.
Miss Zhao stared ahead firmly, her hands operating the steering wheel skillfully without slowing down the car at all. Although she didn't say anything, Xiaoyi could feel that she was trying her best to cooperate with him, which made him feel slightly relieved. The atmosphere in the car was tense, as if time was passing faster. The sports car was speeding through the crowded streets like an arrow, and every red light made Xiaoyi's heart skip a beat. He kept looking out the window, anxiously waiting for his destination to appear. Squeak accompanied by a sharp brake sound, the sports car stopped downstairs of Starlight KTV. Xiaoyi unbuckled his seatbelt without even waiting for the car to stop, opened the door and jumped out. His eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, and at this moment, a suspicious van parked not far away caught his attention. The windows of the van were covered with a dark film, and it was impossible to see the people inside.
Mr. Xiao.
Miss Zhao's voice came from behind.
Xiaoyi ignored her.
His eyes were fixed on the suspicious van, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Without any hesitation, he turned and rushed towards the door of the KTV. Xiaoyi rushed into the KTV, went straight to the elevator, and anxiously pressed the up button.
Every second of waiting seemed as long as a century. He kept pressing the button, but the elevator didn't move.
On the phone, Yang Yin's voice was intermittent, mixed with a man shouting and a woman's crying, which made Xiaoyi's heart contract suddenly. He gritted his teeth, not caring about anything else, turned around and rushed towards the stairwell.
308, 7th floor.
He ran up the stairs while shouting to Yang Yin on the other end of the phone, "Hold on, I'll be there soon." Miss Zhao in leather jacket followed closely behind, her high heels making crisp sounds on the marble steps. She was agile and soon surpassed Xiaoyi.
The 7th floor, right?
You go first, I'll be there soon, she said decisively, without any hesitation. Xiaoyi was anxious, but he had to admit that his physical strength was far inferior to that of this seemingly weak woman. Since the system upgrade, his physical fitness has improved, but it is still far from enough. A deep sense of loss surged in his heart, but he did not give up. He still gritted his teeth and climbed up step by step. Sweat slid down his forehead and soaked his clothes, but he didn't bother to wipe it off. The only thing in his eyes was the stairs leading to the 7th floor. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the stairwell, and the air was filled with a tense and depressing atmosphere. Xiaoyi's breathing became more and more rapid, and his lungs seemed to be about to explode, but he still did not stop. He knew that Yang Yang was waiting for his rescue and he had to get to her as soon as possible.
We've reached the 7th floor.
Miss Zhao in leather jacket was already standing at the end of the corridor, pointing to room 308 and saying, "It's right there." Xiaoyi didn't have time to thank him and rushed straight to room 308. He took a deep breath, raised his right hand, and knocked on the door.
Bang, bang, bang.
The rapid knocks on the door echoed in the silent corridor, like death-threatening drumbeats.
Yain. It's me. Open the door.
There was a noisy sound from inside the door, and then a man yelled rudely, "Who is it?"
Get out.
Xiaoyi's face darkened, and without any hesitation, he raised his foot and kicked the door hard.
Bang. With a loud noise, the door was kicked open, revealing the scene inside. Xiaoyi kicked the door open, wood chips flew everywhere, revealing a mess in the room.
Under the dim light, Yang Yang was restrained by two drunken men. There was fear on her face and tears were clearly visible at the corners of her eyes. One of the men was pulling her hair roughly, while the other was filming her with his mobile phone and swearing at her.
Yang Yang's clothes were torn into a mess, revealing her fair skin, which was shocking to see. What are you doing?
Xiaoyi roared, his voice echoing in the room like thunder. His eyes were red, his chest heaved violently, and the anger in his heart almost swallowed him. He clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles cracked.
Hey, where did you come from, you wild brat, who dares to meddle in my business?
A man with a face full of flesh looked at Xiaoyi with disdain, holding a bottle of wine in his hand. He pushed Yang Yang and threatened, "Boy, get out of here if you know what's best for you, or I'll take care of you too. Call the police. Call the police quickly." When Yang Yang saw Xiaoyi, she felt like she had grabbed a life-saving straw. She struggled and shouted for help, her voice trembling in despair. The red mark on her neck was particularly conspicuous.
Ha 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 ha, shout.
No one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. Another man laughed wildly, his smile full of malice. Xiaoyi was about to rush in, but was stopped by Miss Zhao in leather jacket. "Don't be impulsive, they have weapons in their hands." At this moment, a man suddenly took out a dagger from his arms. The blade flashed coldly under the dim light, making Xiao Yi's heart sink suddenly.
Want to be a hero and save the beauty? You have to have that ability.
The man smiled grimly and rushed towards Xiao Yi, waving a dagger. Miss Zhao in leather jacket didn't hesitate at all. She pushed Xiao Yi away, quickly dodged, grabbed the door handle, and locked the door. Then she kicked the door hard. Although the door lock was broken, it bought Xiao Yi some time.
Bang! The tables, chairs, and benches in the room were overturned with a loud crash, and Yang Yayin screamed in fright.
Xiao Yi took a deep breath, knowing that now was not the time to hesitate.
He didn't care about anything else, rushed into the room and grabbed the man wielding the dagger.
Seeing this, the man swung the dagger in his hand fiercely, trying to stab Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi dodged swiftly, but his arm was still cut. The blood instantly soaked his clothes, bringing a burning pain. But he did not back down, instead it only fueled the rage within him.
You're looking for death. Xiao Yi roared, grabbed the man's wrist and twisted it hard.
The dagger in the man's hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Xiao Yi did not give the man any chance to resist. He tripped the man to the ground with a sweeping kick and then punched him hard in the face. The man let out a scream and fainted immediately.
Save her quickly.
Xiao Yi shouted at Miss Zhao, then turned and rushed towards another man. He subdued the man in no time and tied his hands, making him unable to move. The crisis in the room was temporarily resolved. Miss Zhao in leather jacket quickly helped Yang Yain, who had fallen to the ground, up and checked her injuries.
Don't be afraid, it's okay. Xiao Yi glanced at the mess in the room, then looked at the wound on his arm.
He took a deep breath and tied up the man in his hand. He took out his cell phone and called the police. After doing all this, he turned his gaze to Yang Yain. Yang Yain's face was covered with tear marks, and the clearly visible red marks on her neck made Xiao Yi's heart wrench. He walked forward, gently lifted up Yang Yain's hands, and carefully examined her body. He found that except for her neck, there were no injuries. His frown relaxed slightly.
I'm glad you're okay, Xiao Yi said softly.
He breathed a sigh of relief and sat down weakly on the sofa, with a hint of fatigue in his eyes.
Don't talk yet, I'll handle it. A deep male voice sounded at the door.
Chapter 83. The truth behind the scenes gradually emerges. Xiao Yi let out a long sigh, the fatigue in his body surged over him like a tide. He leaned back on the sofa, a look of relief in his eyes for having survived the disaster. At this time, a figure walked in, and Long Yun took Yang Yain to sit on the sofa opposite.
Yang Yain clutched the corner of her clothes tightly, staring with horror at the sloppy man tied to the ground.
He kept making unclear curses, mixed with a disgusting smell of sweat. He twisted his body like a trapped animal, trying to break free. Xiao Yi touched the burning wound on his arm, raised his eyes to look at Long Yun, and said sincerely, "Thank you so much today." Yang Yain also raised her head, with a tremor in her voice, "Thank you, sir, thank you very much." Long Yun waved his hand without much expression on his face, "You're welcome, I'm just returning a favor."
My name is Long Yun.
His voice was low and magnetic, making people feel at ease. Xiao Yi was slightly stunned. He always felt that the surname Long was somewhat familiar, so he blurted out and asked, "What is your relationship with the Long family?" Long Yun shook his head, "No." Seeing that he didn't seem to want to talk more, Xiao Yi tactfully didn't ask any more questions, and the atmosphere eased a little. "How do you feel?" Xiao Yi looked at Yang Yain with concern and asked in a gentle tone.
Yang Yain's body trembled.
She was still frightened and her body trembling became more obvious. Yang Yain's voice choked, her eyes turned red, and her body began to tremble slightly. Yang Yain recounted her experience after hiding in the bathroom in a halting manner, her trembling voice full of despair. She choked up and said that the banging sounds outside the door made her eardrums hurt. Every bang was like a hammer hitting her heart, as if death was approaching step by step. She covered her mouth tightly, fearing that any sound would attract the demon. The cold tiles pressed against her shivering back, and fear engulfed her like a tide. After saying this, she could no longer hold back and began to sob softly, tears rolling down her cheeks like beads from a broken string. Long Yun patted Yang Yain's back gently, comforting her silently, with a barely perceptible hint of pity in his deep eyes. Xiao Yi clenched his fists tightly, and his joints made a creaking sound. His mind replayed the scene of Yang Yain being pinned down by the sloppy man. A strong rage erupted like a volcano. He stood up suddenly and kicked the sloppy man hard in the chest. Ouch! The sloppy man let out a shrill scream and curled up into a ball on the ground. His distorted facial features became even more hideous because of the severe pain. He uttered obscene words and attacked Xiao Yi with vicious curses and insults.
Damn bitch. I'm going to kill you sooner or later.
The sloppy man suddenly pointed his finger at Yang Yain. He spoke viciously, his eyes like a poison knife, as if he wanted to eat Yang Yain alive.
Don't think you'll be alright if you hide.
When I get out, I'll show you how I'll kill you. When Yang Yain heard these words, she felt like she had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Her whole body trembled violently and she let out a desperate scream.
I don't know you. I don't know you. Don't come over here. Don't come over here.
She shouted incoherently, her body curled up into a ball, her hands tightly holding her head, as if she wanted to hide herself and avoid this boundless fear.
When the sloppy man saw her reaction, a perverted smile appeared on his face and his tone became even more obscene. Why are you pretending to be so noble? I've seen a lot of women like you. If you hadn't seduced me, would I be like this?
I fell in love with you at first sight and I couldn't eat or sleep for you, but you pretended not to know you.
You're such a bitch.
He was weaving delusions on his own, as if Yang Yain's fear and despair were his best stimulants.
Xiao Yi's anger was ignited again.
He leaned over and grabbed the sloppy man by the collar. His eyes were as sharp as a cold blade.
Tell me, who ordered you to do this?
When the sloppy man saw Xiao Yi's eyes, his body trembled slightly, but then he showed a weird smile. His tone was a little proud and provocative. Want to know?
It's okay to tell you, it's Lu.
He deliberately paused, with a sinister arc at the corner of his mouth, looking at Xiao Yi, as if he was admiring the astonished expression of his prey. Long Yan looked at Xiao Yi and the sloppy man Zhang and frowned slightly. He stood up, walked to Xiao Yi, and said in a low voice with a hint of unquestionable tone, "Take her in." As he said that, he pointed at Yang Yain, and then looked down at the disheveled man Zhang lying on the ground. Long Yun walked over and patted Xiao Yi on the shoulder. His tone was calm but with unquestionable majesty. "Take her in." He glanced at the sloppy man Zhang who was lying on the ground like mud. His eyes were as deep as an ancient well, making it difficult to understand. Xiao Yi hesitated for a moment and looked at Long Yun worriedly. What are you going to do?
Don't let anyone get killed.
Long Yun raised a charming smile at the corner of his mouth, but this smile made Xiao Yi feel a little cold at this moment. He said in a relaxed tone, "Don't worry, I know my limits." Xiao Yi took Yang Yain into the bedroom and gently closed the door, blocking out any sound that might happen in the living room. There were bursts of suppressed howling sounds coming from the living room, like the struggle of a beast before death. Yang Yain tightly grasped Xiao Yi's hand, her face pale, and asked nervously, He will be okay?" Xiao Yi patted the back of her hand gently and comforted her, "It's okay, some people always need some lessons to learn their lesson." His tone was firm. Yang Yain looked at his resolute profile, a blush appeared on her cheeks, and an inexplicable sense of security surged in her heart.
Are you okay? Xiao Yi noticed the abnormal blush on Yang Yain's face.
He reached out and touched her forehead, which felt hot.
"It seems I have a little fever."
Yang Yain's voice was weak and her eyes were a little blurry.
"You should have a good rest."
Xiao Yi helped her sit on the bed, his eyes accidentally swept across the clearly visible bruises on her neck. His eyes instantly became sinister. He gently stroked the scar, his tone was gentle but with a hint of imperceptible anger. "Does it hurt?"
Yang Yain's face turned even redder.
She shook her head gently, avoiding his gaze.
"Lie down."
Xiao Yi tucked in the quilt for her and turned to leave.
"Don't."
Yang Yain suddenly grabbed the corner of his clothes, her voice was weak and faint. I'm scared." Xiao Yi gently patted the back of Yang Yain's hand and said softly, "I'm outside and will be back soon."
"I'm always here."
His tone was firm, which gave Yang Yain great comfort. Yang Yain then slowly loosened her hands and closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, casting a shadow under her eyelids. The room fell silent, with only the sound of her shallow breathing and the occasional sound of traffic outside the window interweaving together.
The warm atmosphere was mixed with a lingering sense of uneasiness.
Walking out of the bedroom, Xiao Yi saw Long Yan carefully wiping his hands with disinfectant wipes, with an indifferent expression, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. Zhang, a sloppy man, huddled in the corner, his face swollen like a pig's head. His originally fierce eyes were now filled with fear. He secretly looked at Long Yun, his body trembling like a lamb to be slaughtered.
He said that Lu Shiqian instructed him to do it.
Long Yun threw the used tissue into the trash can. His tone was so calm that no ripples could be heard, but it was like a bomb exploding in Xiao Yi's ears.
Xiao Yi's eyes narrowed.
Although he had guessed it in his mind, hearing the answer with his own ears still made him feel a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turned white, and his teeth were clenched, as if he wanted to suppress all his anger in his heart. Why would she do that? Long Yun chuckled, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone, jealousy, unwillingness, and perhaps other deeper reasons. He paused, looking at Xiao Yi with deep eyes. You will slowly understand these in the future. Xiao Yi nodded. He knew that Long Yun was right. There must be more complicated motives behind Lu Shiqian's behavior. But what he is more concerned about now is how Long Yun will deal with this matter and how he will deal with Lu Shiqian. Long Yun moved his fingers, making crisp click sounds. Chapter 84, The night is over and the morning light is coming. Long Yun moved his fingers, and the joints made crisp cracking sounds, which were particularly clear in the silent night. The sound was like an invisible hammer, hitting the sloppy man's heart again and again. He curled up tighter, buried his head in his arms, and said nothing. Is it him? Long Yun turned to look at Yang Yain, his eyes as sharp as torches, as if he could see through her. Yang Yain trembled, but still mustered up the courage to point at the sloppy man curled up in the corner, her voice trembling slightly but extremely firm. It's him, he wants. She couldn't say any more when she got to this point, and couldn't help but burst into tears again. You said it was him? Officer Zhao stepped forward and asked sharply, Are you sure? The sloppy man shuddered violently and buried his head even lower, like an ostrich, not daring to face the reality. I'm sure. It's him. Yang Yain said again firmly. The fear and grievance in her eyes made everyone present feel distressed. I. The sloppy man finally spoke, his voice hoarse and low, as if squeezed out from the depths of his throat. I admit that I did it. He finally confessed his crime, his voice filled with fear and desperation. Since you've admitted it, come back to the police station with us to record your statement. Officer Zhao said in a serious and businesslike manner, and you all need to go back to the police station to record your statement. He pointed at Xiao Yi, Yang Yain and Long Yun who were present, his tone filled with unquestionable majesty. Xiao Yi knew that the next procedure was inevitable, so he took the lead and said, I will cooperate. Yang Yain and Long Yun also nodded, expressing their willingness to cooperate with the police. When the statement was taken, it was almost dawn. Yang Yain looked pale and her forehead was hot, obviously she had a fever. Let me take you home. Xiao Yi looked at her haggard appearance and said with some concern. No, Yang Yain refused weakly. She didn't want to trouble Xiao Yi, and she didn't think there was anything wrong with being alone. Don't be so stubborn. If you're like this now, who will take care of you when you go home? Xiao Yi interrupted her directly, with a tone of firmness that would not tolerate rejection. I'll take you to my house. My house is close to here, and my girlfriend can take care of you. This. Yang Yain hesitated. She didn't want to cause trouble for Xiao Yi. It's okay, I told her about your situation here. Xiao Yi said directly, then he took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Su Wanqing. She agreed, let's go. Seeing this, Yang Yain no longer refused. As soon as they walked out of the police station, a black car stopped on the side of the road. The car door opened, and Su Wanqing, wearing thin pajamas, stood in the morning light, her figure looking a little thin. She looked at Xiao Yi, her brows slightly furrowed, with a hint of concern and worry in her eyes. Get in the car. Su Wanqing didn't say much, just urged in a calm tone. The morning light dispelled the gloom of the night, and a taxi stopped downstairs of the apartment building. Xiao Yi helped Yang Yain get out of the car. Her face was still pale and her steps were a little unsteady. Su Wanqing had been waiting downstairs for a long time. Her thin pajamas fluttered slightly in the morning breeze, making her look particularly thin. Why did you come down wearing so little? Xiao Yi frowned, his tone was reproachful and a little distressed. He took off his coat and put it on Su Wanqing. It's very cold outside. You're not in good health. Be careful not to catch a cold. Su Wanqing took the coat and looked at Xiao Yi. Her tone was calm but with a hint of concern. Are you okay? I saw your message saying you were injured. When she saw the scratch on Xiao Yi's arm, her face changed. She hurriedly grabbed Xiao Yi's arm and checked it carefully. What happened? Is the injury serious? It's okay, they are just minor injuries. Xiao Yi comforted her, feeling the warmth from Su Wanqing's fingertips and feeling warm in his heart. The three of them walked into the apartment together. Su Wanqing quickly arranged for Yang Yain to rest in the guest room and thoughtfully poured her a glass of warm water.
After settling Yang Yang, Su Wanqing's gaze fell on Xiaoyi again. She pulled Xiaoyi to sit on the sofa in the living room, her tone filled with a hint of blame and concern. Tell me quickly, what happened? How did you get hurt? Xiaoyi recounted what happened last night in general, from Yang Yang being harassed by the sloppy man, to Long Yun coming to the rescue, to the police arriving. He described it vividly. Su Wanqing was horrified when she heard this, especially when she heard that Xiaoyi's arm was scratched while saving someone. She gasped, exclaimed several times, and grabbed Xiaoyi's arm to examine it carefully. Who is that Long Yun? He is so skilled. Who is the uncle how you mentioned? How come he is with you? Su Wanqing's curiosity was completely aroused, and she blurted out a series of questions. Xiaoyi was about to explain when his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Lin Xingzi calling. Su Wanqing motioned for him to answer the phone. Lin Xingzi's slightly teasing voice came from the other end of the line. Hey, you called me so early in the morning, what's the matter, are you injured? Do you need me to see you? Come here quickly, my friend is injured, and I'm also injured. Xiaoyi said helplessly. Okay, I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Su Wanqing looked at Xiaoyi helplessly and tapped his forehead lightly with her fingertips. You really make me worry. You always cause trouble. After a while, the doorbell rang and Lin Xingzi walked in with a medicine box. Seeing the wound on Xiaoyi's arm, she raised her eyebrows and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. It seems that last night was very exciting. She skillfully treated Xiaoyi's wound, her eyes wandering between Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing, as if exploring some secret. Finally, she glanced towards the guest room again, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself. Xiaoyi looked at Lin Xingzi with a teasing smile, and felt a vague sense of uneasiness in his heart, as if something was quietly changing, and yet it seemed that nothing had changed. Xiaoyi looked at Su Wanqing's concerned eyes, and his heart felt warm as spring. He held her hand gently, feeling the warmth and softness of her palm. Su Wanqing's eyes were as gentle as water, full of care and love for Xiaoyi. Are you okay? I was so scared when I saw your wound. There was a slight tremor in Su Wanqing's voice, and tears were flashing in her eyes, but more of it was worry about Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi smiled and gently wiped away the tears in her eyes with his other hand. Don't worry, they are just minor injuries. It's nothing serious. But you came downstairs to pick me up so late. It's so cold outside and you're wearing so little. Be careful not to catch a cold. Su Wanqing was moved by Xiaoyi's gentleness, her cheeks flushed slightly, she lowered her head and said softly, I'm just worried about you. Do you know how worried I am when you are injured? Xiaoyi's heart was touched by Su Wanqing's words. He held her hand tightly and whispered, I know everything. In fact, I already feel very happy to have you by my side. The reward given to me by the system is only a part of it. What really makes me happy is your care and love for me. Su Wanqing raised her head, with a hint of shyness in her eyes, but more of determination. Xiaoyi, I love you too. No matter who you are, I will always be by your side. The relationship between the two reached a new height at this moment, and a warm and sweet atmosphere filled the living room. Suddenly, a slight cough broke the silence. Lin Xingzi stood at the door with a teasing smile on her face and a medicine box in her hand. Oh, it's only been a short while and you've already gotten into this kind of atmosphere? It seems like I've arrived at the right time. Lin Xingzi walked in, her tone relaxed with a hint of teasing. Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing were interrupted by Lin Xingzi's appearance, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on their faces. Su Wanqing gently patted Xiaoyi's hand, signaling him not to mind, and then said to Lin Xingzi, Xingzi, come and take a look at Xiaoyi's wound. He said the wound on his head hurts a little. Lin Xingzi nodded, walked toward Xiaoyi, and examined his head with a professional look. The wound on the head is not deep, but it still needs to be disinfected. How is the wound on the arm? As she spoke, she gently poked Xiaoyi's arm. Although the movement was gentle, Xiaoyi couldn't help but frown. Hey, be gentle, it hurts me. Xiaoyi complained, but there was a hint of pampering in his tone. Lin Xingzi raised her eyebrows and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Why are you so easily teased? There was a hint of sarcasm in her words, but her hands were gently treating Xiaoyi's wound. At this moment, Lin Xingzi's gaze suddenly swept towards the direction of the guest room with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. How is Yang Yang doing? Do you want me to go see her? As soon as she finished speaking, her hands did not stop moving, as if waiting for Xiaoyi's answer. Chapter 85, True Love in Times of Adversity. Seeing Xiaoyi covering his arm and grimacing, Lin Xingzi couldn't help but chuckle. You are really a big kid.
As she spoke, she took out disinfectant and gauze from the medicine box she carried with her and skillfully treated Xiaoyi's wound. When the disinfectant touched the wound, Xiaoyi couldn't help but gasp, and his facial features wrinkled in pain.
Okay, just bear with it for a while.
Lin Xingzi's tone was gentle, as if she was coaxing a grumpy child.
After treating Xiaoyi's wound, she turned her gaze towards the guest room. Where's the little star? How bad is her fever? She's still having a fever. I just gave her some antipyretics. She should be better now.
Su Wanqing replied with a hint of worry in her tone. Lin Xingzi walked to the door of the guest room, gently pushed it open and walked in. She briefly checked Yang Yin's condition and frowned slightly. Her fever has subsided a little, but she still needs to rest well. I'll prescribe some medicine for her, remember to feed her on time. After Lin Xingzi finished writing the prescription, she gave some instructions for precautions, then turned to Su Wanqing and said, I have something else to do in the hospital, so I have to leave first.
Xiaoyi and the little star will be left to you. Su Wanqing nodded and looked at Lin Xingzi gratefully. Thank you so much today, Xingzi. Why are you being so polite to me? Lin Xingzi smiled, then turned and left. After Lin Xingzi left, Xiaoyi's expression changed immediately. He walked to Su Wanqing and said aggrievely, Wife, my arm still hurts. Can you help me blow it? Su Wanqing looked at him like this, feeling both amused and distressed. She blew gently on Xiaoyi's injured arm. Does it still hurt? Yeah, it still hurts. It will only be better if you kiss me. Xiaoyi said mischievously. Su Wanqing gave him a reproachful look, but still kissed him on the face as she was told, and said gently, Okay, it doesn't hurt now, does it? Xiaoyi smiled like a child, hugged Su Wanqing, and whispered in her ear, My wife is so good. Stop it, I have to go to the company to take care of some things. Su Wanqing pushed Xiaoyi away. Her tone was a little helpless, but more gentle. You stay here and take good care of Yang Yin, I will be back in the evening. Xiaoyi was a little unhappy. When will you come back? I'm bored here alone. There are some urgent matters in the company, and I have to go take care of them. Su Wanqing said firmly, I believe you can take good care of her, right? Xiaoyi looked at Su Wanqing's trusting eyes, and the reluctance in his heart disappeared. Well, I will, you can go without worry. Su Wanqing touched Xiaoyi's head, gave him an encouraging look, then turned and left. You have to behave yourself when I'm not at home. Su Wanqing stopped at the door, turned around and said to Xiaoyi with a hint of reluctance in her tone. I understand, wife. Xiaoyi nodded and watched Su Wanqing leave. As Su Wanqing walked to the door, her cell phone rang. She picked up the phone with a hint of confusion in her tone. What's wrong? Assistant Zhang's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Su, it's bad. The directors are waiting for you in the conference room. The product plan leak has become a big deal. Su Wanqing's heart sank suddenly, and a chill ran from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. She took a deep breath and tried to keep herself calm. I know, I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Su Wanqing immediately hailed a taxi and headed straight to the company. The taxi was moving slowly in the congested traffic, and Su Wanqing's heart was as congested as the traffic. The product plan was leaked, and counterfeit and shoddy products caused allergies. These two things happened one after another, making her feel tremendous pressure. After arriving at the company, Su Wanqing walked quickly towards the meeting room. The atmosphere in the conference room was solemn. Several directors sat upright with gloomy faces. When they saw Su Wanqing coming in, they all looked at her with dissatisfaction. Su Wanqing forced herself to remain calm, walked to the main seat and sat down, then asked in a deep voice, What's the situation? Assistant Zhang quickly stepped forward to report, Boss Su, the product plan has been leaked and it has been confirmed that there are a large number of counterfeit and inferior products on the market, and many consumers have already had allergic reactions. Allergic reaction? Is it serious? Su Wanqing's heart sank. The thing she was most worried about happened. At the moment, the situation is not too serious, but if timely measures are not taken, the consequences will be disastrous. Assistant Zhang said in a serious tone. Su Wanqing frowned, tapped the table lightly with her fingers, and her brain was working rapidly, thinking about how to respond. Suddenly, she thought of a person Tang Xini, whose popularity and influence might be able to help the company overcome the difficulties. Su Wanqing immediately called Tang Xini. After the call was connected, she said straight to the point, Xini, I need your help. What's wrong, Wanqing? What happened? Tang Xini asked with concern. Su Wanqing briefly explained the company's current predicament to Tang Xini and made her request, I hope you can help me do a live broadcast to clarify the facts and promote our new products. Tang Xini agreed without hesitation. No problem, leave it to me. When does it start? The sooner the better.
Su Wanqing said in a firm tone.
Okay, I'll arrange it now. Tang Xini said and hung up the phone. Su Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief.
With Tang Xini's help, a glimmer of hope ignited in her heart. She immediately arranged for staff to prepare for the live broadcast and personally reviewed the content of the live broadcast. After everything was ready, Su Wanqing and Tang Xini came to the live broadcast room.
Are you ready?
Su Wanqing looked at Tang Xini with a hint of nervousness in her eyes. Tang Xini gave her a confident smile. Of course, let's get started.
Chapter 86 live broadcast shocked everyone.
In the live broadcast room, pink lights illuminated Tang Xini's delicate face. She smiled sweetly at the camera, as energetic as ever.
Hello, my little cuties, I have a special surprise for you today.
The clear voice was transmitted to the ears of every fan through the microphone.
Do you feel that I am a little different today? Tang Xini winked playfully, causing a barrage of question marks in the comments section.
She chuckled and explained, "Today, I'm not fighting alone. My best friend, Su Wanqing, the president of Yuexia Group, has also come to the live broadcast room."
The barrage of comments instantly exploded, with all kinds of questions and exclamations flooding in. Wanqing? Is she the arrogant and domineering female CEO? Oh my god, Xini, you actually know her? The dimension wall is broken. I want to see President Su. I want to see President Su. Tang Xini looked at the enthusiastic comments with a smile on her face. I understand your curiosity. Wanqing and I have been good sisters for many years. She is not as cold as you think. She is very funny in private. Once, we went shopping together.
She vividly shared interesting stories with Su Wanqing, which caused laughter in the live broadcast room and created a relaxed and happy atmosphere. Just as the fans were laughing to their heart's content at Tang Xini's story, a chorus of shouts suddenly appeared in the comments. Look at Wanqing!
Look at Wanqing!
Tang Xini covered her mouth and pretended to be helpless. Oh, my best friend is so charming.
She turned around with a smile and said to the outside of the camera, Wanqing, my little cuties can't wait. Do you want to show your face?
The camera moved slowly and everyone looked forward to it.
Su Wanqing's figure finally appeared in the screen.
She was wearing a simple white dress, her dark hair casually draped over her shoulders, and her delicate features looked particularly soft under the soft lighting. A pair of cold eyes seemed to contain endless stories, forming a sharp contrast with Tang Xini's liveliness and cheerfulness.
Ah! It's President Su. She's so beautiful. Goddess. This beauty is amazing. I can lick the screen 100 times. As expected of the CEO. His temperament is so good.
The barrage was instantly flooded with praise and exclamations. Fans were frantically swiping the screen, various flowers, sports cars and rocket special effects kept flashing, and the entire live broadcast room seemed to be in a sea of madness. Although Su Wanqing was not used to being watched by so many people, she still tried to maintain a polite smile. She nodded slightly and said in a cool but magnetic voice, "Hello, everyone."
Ah, I'm dead. I was hit by Mr. Su's voice. Mr. Su, look at me. I love you.
Suddenly, a conspicuous barrage flashed across the screen, from an account named Master Shuet. "Miss Su, you are so beautiful.
I wonder if you have a boyfriend. I want to date you."
Su Wanqing looked at the message on the screen, her eyes narrowed slightly, and a barely perceptible sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. Just as she was about to say something, a clear voice sounded first. "Oh, Master Shuet, you are wrong." Tang Xini rolled her eyes at the camera and deliberately stretched out her voice, teasing, "Our President Su has already been taken.
You little fanboys are going to be sad." Su Wanqing was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Tang Xini to be so direct.
She wanted to respond personally, but since her best friend had already spoken, she just smiled in cooperation, as a tacit agreement. The barrage of comments was boiling again, with wails and cries of surprise rising one after another. At this time, a tycoon with the ID stood out. "It doesn't matter, the goddess can get divorced even if she is married.
As long as you like me, no matter how much money you spend, it doesn't matter. I'll send a rocket to celebrate."
On the screen, a huge rocket special effect soared into the sky, and the brilliant light almost blinded the audience's eyes. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room suddenly became a little subtle. Seeing this, Tang Xini quickly tried to smooth things over. "Oh, thank you Brother Yuanbao for the rocket, but our President Su is a very dedicated person, so stop joking." As she spoke, she winked at the camera, trying to change the subject.
The rich man Yuan Bao obviously did not intend to give up. Another series of rockets fell down, and the entire live broadcast room was shrouded in dazzling light. Goddess, I like you. Please be my girlfriend. I will spend money on you.
In the live broadcast room, some male fans began to make a noise.
They envied Yuan Bao's wealth and coveted Su Wanqing's beauty.
They left messages on the barrage, "Be together.
Be together.
Goddess, look at him, he is so rich, how great."
The noisy barrage seemed to burst the entire screen. At this moment, a more domineering ID broke into everyone's sight, young Master Shui.
Without saying a word, he launched a series of rockets, a total of 100. The live broadcast screen was instantly swallowed up by the dazzling special effects, and the previous reward suddenly seemed eclipsed. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was instantly pushed to a climax.
Fuck, what's going on? Young Master Shui is here too? Master Shui, is he the son of the Shui group? Isn't he here for President Su too?
As everyone was discussing the matter, a comment suddenly popped up from an ID named Linta. "This woman is quite interesting." This comment was like a bombshell, instantly detonating the entire live broadcast room.
Who is Lin? Why did he say that President Su is interesting? Does he know President Su? All kinds of speculations and questions filled the screen, and curiosity grew wildly like a vine.
Su Wanqing frowned slightly, and a complex light flashed in her eyes. She stared at the familiar ID on the screen without saying a word.
Tang Xinyi was also stunned. She looked at Su Wanqing, then at the screen, with a puzzled look on her face. "Wanqing, do you know him?" Su Wanqing's cold voice sounded, with a hint of displeasure. "Mr. Shui, I think you may have misunderstood. I don't know you." She spoke in a firm tone and ruthlessly rejected Shui Yuan's goodwill. There was an uproar in the live broadcast room. Everyone didn't expect Su Wanqing to be so direct, and they all speculated how young Master Shui would respond. Shui Yuan didn't seem to care about Su Wanqing's indifference. He chuckled, with a hint of provocation in his tone. "Boss Su is really a forgetful person. We had a very pleasant chat at the last cocktail party. By the way, Boss Su, there seems to be some problems with your company's products recently. Many consumers have complained that the quality is not up to standard. I wonder if Boss Su has any explanation for this?" Su Wanqing's face darkened. She knew that Shui Yuan was deliberately looking for trouble. She took a deep breath, tried to stay calm, and explained, "Mr. Shui, we have already investigated the product problem you mentioned. Someone maliciously counterfeited our company's packaging and passed off inferior products as genuine ones to deceive consumers. We have reported the case to the relevant authorities and I believe there will be a result soon." Shui Yuan sneered and said noncommittally, "Really? I hope what President Su said is true. However, there are many fakes in the market now, and it is difficult for consumers to distinguish the real from the fake. President Su should strengthen supervision to avoid damaging the company's reputation." His tone seemed concerned, but in fact it was full of sarcasm, and his words hinted that there were problems with Yueshia Group's products. The audience in the live broadcast room did not know the truth and were misled by Shui Yuan's words and began to question the credibility of Yueshia Group. "Yes, there are so many fakes nowadays that it's hard to tell the real from the fake. I also bought fake goods a few days ago. It pissed me off. Boss Su, your company really needs to strengthen supervision." There were more and more voices of doubt and criticism in the barrage, and Su Wanqing's expression became more and more ugly. She didn't expect that Shui Yuan would publicly discredit Yueshia Group in the live broadcast room, which made her feel very angry and wronged. At this moment, a group of new users suddenly poured into the live broadcast room. Their IDs were very similar and they were obviously Smurfs. As soon as these small accounts came in, they began to flood the screen with messages frantically, and the content was all attacks and insults against Yueshia Group. Yueshia Group is a shady company. Su Wanqing, get out of the live broadcast room. Boycott Yueshia Group's products. The appearance of these small accounts made the already chaotic live broadcast room even worse. Tang Xinyi also noticed something was wrong, and she quickly contacted the staff of the live broadcast platform to try to control the situation. Su Wanqing looked at the dense insults on the screen and had a bad feeling in her heart. She vaguely felt that there seemed to be a huge conspiracy hidden behind all this, and she was the target of this conspiracy. "Xinyi," Su Wanqing whispered, "I feel like someone is deliberately targeting me." Tang Xinyi nodded solemnly, staring at the screen, and said word by word, "I think so too." "Wanqing, don't be afraid, I will help you." Chapter 87, Defamation and Slander in the live broadcast room. crisis resolved and love brought. The comments in the live broadcast room were like a wild horse running out of control, surging wildly, and the glaring abuse almost swallowed up the screen. Su Wanqing's face was as cold as ice. She pursed her red lips tightly, and a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Tang Xinyi watched all this at a loss, typing anxiously on the keyboard, trying to contact the platform, but those small accounts were like ghosts, lingering around. Stop your farce. Su Wanqing's voice was cold and firm, like a sharp sword that instantly cut through the noisy air. I'll give you 1 minute to immediately stop slandering and publicly apologize. Otherwise, I will record every IP address of yours and hold you accountable for your legal responsibilities. As soon as she finished speaking, the live broadcast room suddenly became quiet, and the small accounts that were frantically swiping the screen on the barrage also slowed down significantly. Su Wanqing's eyes were as sharp as torches, staring at the flashing IDs on the screen, as if she wanted to see through their true identities. She quickly opened the screen recording software, and a red recording icon appeared in the upper right corner of the screen, like a dormant beast waiting for its prey to appear. Time passed by minute, and the live broadcast room was so quiet that one could hear each other's breathing. Those attacking remarks receded like the tide, and the trumpets that were so arrogant just now were now like dogs that had lost their homes, and they all left the live broadcast room. Su Wanqing's tense body relaxed slightly, but her eyes were still sharp. She knew that this was only a temporary calm and the real storm was still to come. Dear audience, Su Wanqing spoke again, her voice returning to its usual calm and gentle tone, but with a hint of unnoticeable firmness in it. Everyone has seen what happened just now. Someone maliciously slandered my company, stole our latest product plan, and tried to tarnish the image of Yueshia Group with despicable means. I promise everyone here that I will definitely get to the bottom of this, find out the culprit behind this, and give justice to all those who have been harmed. She paused and looked across the screen, as if making eye contact with every viewer. We at Yueshia Group have always been committed to providing consumers with the best products and services. We will not bow to any malicious forces. Please trust us, trust Yueshia Group. In the live broadcast room, the originally chaotic comments gradually became orderly, and the voices of support and encouragement gradually prevailed. Su Wanqing knew that she had successfully stabilized the situation, but the uneasiness in her heart did not dissipate. She vaguely felt that all this was far from as simple as it seemed on the surface, and she had to be fully prepared to deal with it. Tang Xinyi breathed a sigh of relief. The tension just now had made her back wet. She glanced at Su Wanqing, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself. Su Wanqing looked at the screen, her mind full of thoughts. She seemed to be waiting for something, and also seemed to be thinking about her next move. President, Tang Xinyi said softly, next we will. Su Wanqing did not respond. She picked up her cell phone, dialed a number, and said lightly, help me check this IP address. Xiaoyi poured the hot white porridge into a bowl and placed it in front of Yang Yain. The girl's face was pale and her eye sockets were sunken, but she looked much better. The two of them ate in silence. The room was so quiet that the only sound could be heard was the crisp sound of the spoon hitting the wall of the bowl. Suddenly, Xiaoyi's cell phone rang, breaking the silence. It was Hou calling. Brother E, my sister-in-law seems to have encountered some problems in the live broadcast room, you should go and take a look. Hou's voice was filled with a hint of anxiety. Xiaoyi was confused, what's going on? He looked at Yang Yain, and the girl also looked confused. It seems like someone is trying to slander my sister-in-law in the live broadcast room. Now the situation is quite serious. You should go and have a look. Yang Yain put down her bowl and chopsticks, picked up her phone and started to operate it skillfully. I found the live broadcast room of President Su of Yueshia Group. Xiaoyi moved over. In the live broadcast room, Su Wanqing was calmly explaining something. The comments were scrolling quickly, filled with all kinds of comments. When he heard words like malicious slander and product plan, his heart tightened. After Su Wanqing finished her explanation, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room gradually eased, more and more voices of support appeared, and gifts began to be given. An ID named Master Shui was madly brushing the carnival and started a fierce competition with another ID named Little Rich Yuan Bao. Soon, Little Tyrant Yuan Bao was defeated, and young Master Shui firmly sat on the top of the list. Xiaoyi looked at this familiar ID and sneered, Shui Boyuan, it's you. He immediately called Hou, old Ho, help me check the specific information of the ID Master Shui, the sooner the better. After hanging up the phone, he turned to Yang Yain, Yain, can you lend me your Douyin account? A few minutes later, a new ID named Qingfeng Fushengang entered Su Wanqing's live broadcast room. At this time, the live broadcast room was extremely lively, with everyone discussing the generosity of young Master Shui.
There were even a few small internet celebrities who came to take advantage of the popularity, and their words were full of teasing and flattery. Xiaoyi looked at the screen, his fingers quickly tapping on the keyboard, sending out messages one after another. Master Shui, since you are so generous, why don't you come out and have a chat? Chapter 88, Live broadcast of a fight between high-rated players. Master Shui, you are so generous, are you interested in Sister Cindy? A heavily made-up female internet celebrity asked in a delicate voice, not forgetting to wink. Shui Boyuan typed on the public screen, I just want to see Su Wanqing once. Other internet celebrities were not to be outdone and made teasing remarks one after another, making the live broadcast room extremely lively. Su Wanqing felt a little uncomfortable and was about to end the live broadcast when suddenly, the screen was filled with carnival special effects. An ID named Qingfeng Fushengang began to give gifts crazily, instantly overshadowing young Master Shui's arrogance. Who is Qingfeng Fushengang? So arrogant! There was a burst of exclamations in the barrage. Then, the breeze blows over the hills opened several trumpets, the breeze on the hills, the breeze comes gently, the wind blows gently. Everyone in the carnival was flooded with messages addressed to Su Wanqing's ID, and the message on each ID was Wanqing, I love you. Everyone then realized that these IDs were clearly operated by the same person. Which rich guy is expressing his love? How romantic. The barrage was instantly drowned out by calls of be together. Shui Boyuan was not willing to be outdone, and continued to give gifts in an attempt to push his ID to the top of the list, but Qingfeng Fushengang and his small accounts were firing on all cylinders and did not give him any chance at all. The live broadcast room was completely boiling with excitement. The three IDs were playing one after another, and the carnival special effects never stopped, leaving the onlookers stunned. Suddenly, young Master Shui's ID disappeared. A moment later, Qingfeng Fushengang left a message, Wanqing, I'm leaving first, I love you. Then, all the small accounts also disappeared, leaving only the screen full of gift special effects and excited barrage. Tang Xinyi's face turned red with excitement. With this wave of gifts, her number of fans and income skyrocketed. Sister Wanqing, thank you. Thank you so much. She held Su Wanqing's hand tightly, her words incoherent with excitement. It's okay, I didn't expect this to happen. Su Wanqing smiled, however, this breeze blowing on the hills. She had a vague feeling in her heart that this breezy breeze blowing on the hills was Xiaoyi. Cindy, I think Shui Boyuan is actually a pretty good person. Tang Xinyi said cautiously. He's the son of the Shui group, a well-known playboy. Su Wanqing said calmly, but I don't regret breaking up with him and choosing Xiaoyi. She looked at the full screen of gift records, still wondering, where did Xiaoyi get so much money? Oh, Sister Wanqing, you don't want to return the gift, do you? Tang Xinyi pretended to be angry, this is the peak moment of my live broadcast career. The two laughed and joked for a while, and Tang Xinyi said goodbye and left. Su Wanqing looked at the empty office and suddenly said, Assistant Zhang, come in. Assistant Zhang pushed the door open and Su Wanqing's slender fingers tapped on the table, making a crisp sound, one after another, as if knocking on Assistant Zhang's heart. Who arranged today's live broadcast? Her voice was cold and without a trace of warmth. Assistant Zhang had beads of sweat on his forehead and answered cautiously, yes, it was arranged by Vice President Shen. Su Wanqing narrowed her eyes slightly. Shen Xian, what does she want to do? Did she ask anything special? Su Wanqing asked, her tone even colder. Vice President Shen. She asked about the specific time and process of the live broadcast before. Assistant Zhang's voice became smaller and smaller, almost inaudible. Su Wanqing waved her hand, indicating that Assistant Zhang could leave. She picked up the phone and dialed Xin Xian. Xin Xian, come to my office. Su Wanqing's tone left no room for doubt. Not long after, Xin Xian pushed the door open with a hint of impatience on her face. Wanqing, tell me what you want to say. I have to talk to Mr. Zhou later. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Su Wanqing's cold eyes. The air in the office seemed to be frozen, so oppressive that it made people feel breathless. Su Wanqing spoke slowly, her voice piercing like an ice cone, I think you should know why I called you here. Shen Xian's face changed slightly, her eyes flickered, and her hands at her sides clenched unconsciously. Chapter 89, the first confrontation with the suspected secret insider, helping the brother to increase followers and get a bounty. Su Wanqing's gaze was like ice, locking onto Xin Xian's eyes tightly, making her feel uncomfortable all over. Xin Xian forced a smile, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Wanqing, what do you mean? I haven't done anything to let the company down. Really?
Su Wanqing interrupted her coldly, her voice low and firm. Then can you explain why the exclusive partner suddenly jumped the order? And why did the competitor know the schedule of this live broadcast a few days in advance?
Xin Xian tried to remain calm, pursed her lips and said, "This may be a mistake at work, I will check it out. As for the live broadcast, I just followed the routine procedures, how could it be leaked to competitors?"
Su Wanqing frowned slightly.
She certainly knew that Xin Xian was lying, but without solid evidence, she couldn't easily draw a conclusion. She took a deep breath and her tone softened a little. "Xin Xian, I hope you can cooperate with our investigation.
If you really have no problem, I will clear your name."
Xin Xian sneered slightly, with a hint of disdain in her eyes. "No problem, of course I will cooperate. But I hope that the company's investigation will be transparent and fair, and not affect the company's reputation because of personal grudges." Su Wanqing looked at her and waved her hand, indicating that Xin Xian could leave. Xin Xian felt a sense of victory, turned around and left the office. The sound of the door closing echoed in the quiet office, as if mocking Su Wanqing's sense of powerlessness.
At the same time, Xiaoyi and Yang Yayin sat on the sofa in the apartment, and the atmosphere seemed much more relaxed.
Xiaoyi held the phone in his hand, a hint of smile in his eyes. "Yayin, are you sure you can teach Shuebuoyuan a lesson by doing this?" Yang Yayin nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Of course, brother Xiaoyi, don't worry. I will keep an eye on the live broadcast and make sure everything goes according to plan." Xiaoyi smiled slightly, touched the screen with his finger, and entered the transfer amount of 10 million. The note read "Reward from Tang Xinyi's live broadcast room."
He handed the phone to Hou Yu, it's up to you next. Remember, the nickname must be Su Yueru's husband Xiaoyi.
Yu took the phone, his face filled with excitement and excitement. "Don't worry, brother Xiaoyi, I will definitely support Tang Xinyi with all my strength."
The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was extremely hot. Barrages of comments were flying in Tang Xinyi's room, and gifts were pouring in like a tide.
Yu shouted excitedly, "Fans of Su Yueru's husband Xiaoyi, hold on, we must win." His voice, accompanied by the sound of keyboard tapping, echoed in the apartment. Xiaoyi sat quietly on the sofa, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised and a determined light flashing in his eyes.
He knew that he would definitely win this battle. At this moment, Shuebuoyuan's voice suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. "Hey, Yu, do you really think you can beat me?"
Yu's smile gradually faded, and he responded in a low voice, "I'm sure to win." He quickly pressed the last confirmation button, and the screen was instantly filled with 10 million rewards. The live broadcast room almost collapsed with comments, and viewers exclaimed, "Oh my god, Su Yueru's husband really took action. This wave of rewards is too strong, what should Shuebuoyuan do?" Xiaoyi looked at the transfer record on his mobile phone and a victorious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, at this moment, Yu's mobile phone suddenly received a text message, and his face turned pale instantly.
"Brother Xiaoyi."
Yu called in a low voice, with a hint of panic in his voice.
Shuebuoyuan's face was extremely ugly. He never thought that he would lose to an unknown little person.
He gritted his teeth and typed a few words in the live broadcast room unwillingly. "You are so cruel." Then he left the live broadcast room in shame. Yu looked at the barrage of comments scrolling in the live broadcast room and almost jumped up with excitement. He opened his account with trembling hands, and was so surprised to see that there was still a balance of 5 million yuan left in his account that he was incoherent.
"Brother Xiaoyi.
I actually still have 5 million left." Yu excitedly handed the phone to Xiaoyi, his voice changed. Xiaoyi took the phone, glanced at it casually, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Keep it, it's a reward for you." When Yu heard these words, he instantly felt that his life had reached its peak. He clenched his fists excitedly, and his nails dug into the flesh.
"Really? Brother Xiaoyi, I love you so much."
At this moment, he felt as if he was standing at the pinnacle of his life, and the title of millionaire made him feel elated. At this moment, Yu's cell phone vibrated as private messages came in one after another. When he opened them, he found that almost all of them were from women he didn't know. The words were full of ambiguity and teasing, and many of them even attached their own photos. They all had fair skin, beautiful looks, and hot bodies. Yu looked at this information and felt very proud.
The charm of the millionaire was indeed extraordinary.
He pretended to be reserved in replying to those enthusiastic private messages, like an experienced playboy, his words full of jokes and ridicule, showing his attitude of having seen countless women. However, just as he was enjoying this sudden good fortune, the appearance of a text message made his smile freeze instantly. It was a text message from an unfamiliar number with only a few short words on it. "Yu, I'm Zhang Xiaohua, let us meet." When Hou saw the three words Zhang Xiaohua, his breathing suddenly became rapid. He felt as if his heart was tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and even his blood stopped flowing. This name was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. It was a thorn in the deepest part of his heart. The slightest touch would cause him unbearable pain. Hou couldn't help but think of Zhang Xiaohua's innocent face and the sweet times they had spent together. He held the phone tightly, his fingertips trembling slightly. He knew that Zhang Xiaohua approached him for a purpose, but his body replied to the text message uncontrollably, "Okay, see you there." After replying to the message, Hou's heart beat even faster. He felt as if he was in a huge whirlpool and was about to be swallowed up. He looked at Xiaoyi blankly, but found that Xiaoyi was looking at him calmly with deep eyes, as if he had seen through everything. Hou suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He lowered his head in panic, not daring to look into Xiaoyi's eyes again. Beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Chapter 90. The old love is hard to rekindle, the new love is gradually heating up. After Hou replied to the text message, his heart was beating like a drum. He couldn't look directly into Xiaoyi's eyes that seemed to see through everything. He could only turn around pretending to be calm. A moment later, the cell phone rang and the words Zhang Xiaohua appeared on the screen. He took a deep breath and answered the phone, trying to speak calmly. "Hello, Zhang Xiaohua, what's going on?" Zhang Xiaohua's crying voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of grievance and coquettishness. "Hou, I miss you so much.
I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Since I left you, I realized that you were the best to me." Hou sneered, secretly sneering at Zhang Xiaohua's show of weakness. "When she resolutely left me and joined the so-called rich second generation, I didn't see her showing any reluctance. Now that you've been dumped, you realize how good you are. It's so ridiculous. Tell me, what do you want to do?" Hou's tone was full of impatience. Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem to notice Hou's indifference and continued to cry. "Hou, let's get back together. I really can't leave you. That man is not sincere to me at all. He is just playing around." Hou felt nauseous. He suppressed his inner disgust and responded coldly, "Impossible, go away, it's over between us." Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem to expect Hou to be so decisive. She said in panic, "Hou, don't do this to me. Have you forgotten how happy we were? Do you really have no feelings for me at all?" Hou's hand holding the phone trembled slightly. He closed his eyes, and the sweet memories of the past came to his mind, but they were shattered in an instant by Zhang Xiaohua's decisiveness when she betrayed him. He opened his eyes again, and his tone became even colder. "I am not your puppet who can come and go at your will. We can't go back to the past." Seeing Hou so indifferent, Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about her face and directly sent a few exposed photos with a sentence, "Hou, have you forgotten? You once owned everything I had." Hou looked at the photos on the phone, his heart trembled, and his body began to become out of control. After all, that was the woman he once loved deeply, and the memory of her body was difficult to erase in an instant. But he soon came to his senses and realized that this behavior was a violation of his dignity. He squeezed the phone so hard that his knuckles turned white. "You make me sick." Hou yelled and hung up the phone. He felt upset, and a certain desire in his body was forcibly suppressed, which made it even stronger, making him feel powerless. He tried to calm his breathing and called Zhang Xiaohua again. "Zhang Xiaohua, please stop bothering me. Let's just be ordinary friends." After saying that, Hou hung up the phone and put Zhang Xiaohua on the blacklist. He leaned back in his chair, his heart in turmoil. The disgust and desire he had just felt for Zhang Xiaohua intertwined with each other, making him feel extremely irritated. He didn't want to think about it anymore, so he stood up and walked into the kitchen, poured himself a glass of water, tilted his head back and drank it, trying to suppress the confusion in his heart. He had to admit that the appearance of Zhang Xiaohua did stir up some waves in his heart. Just then, there was a slight noise from the door. The slight clicking sound of the door lock turning reached Hou's ears. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, turned and walked into the living room, and saw Xiaoyi carefully helping the exhausted Su Wanqing into the house. Su Wanqing was wearing a professional suit. Her usually meticulous makeup now looked a little tired, with a slightly blue tint under her eyes, making her look particularly pitiful. Xiaoyi supported her gently, his eyes full of concern. When Hou saw the scene, he couldn't help but feel a sour feeling in his heart. He thought of Zhang Xiaohua, and compared it with Xiaoyi in front of him. He hated Zhang Xiaohua's style even more. Xiaoyi noticed Hou's gaze. He just nodded slightly and then focused all his attention on Su Wanqing.
He bent down and gently picked up Su Wanqing horizontally. His movements were extremely careful, as if he was holding a fragile treasure in his arms. Su Wanqing let out a soft exclamation, then leaned her head on Xiaoyi's shoulder, with a faint smile on her lips. Xiaoyi held Su Wanqing in his arms and walked straight to the sofa in the living room, and gently placed her on the soft sofa. He picked up a thin blanket from the table and carefully covered Su Wanqing with it, fearing that she would catch a cold. Su Wanqing looked at Xiaoyi being so gentle and considerate, her eyes slightly reddened and she looked at him with emotion. "You take a rest first, I'll get you some soup." Xiaoyi's voice was low and gentle, like a warm current, slowly flowing into Su Wanqing's heart. He got up and walked into the kitchen. After a while, he came out with a bowl of steaming soup. The aroma of the soup filled the whole room, dispelling the fatigue and loneliness in the house. Xiaoyi sat down next to Su Wanqing, gently scooped up a spoonful of soup with a spoon, blew it cool, and then brought it to Su Wanqing's mouth. Su Wanqing opened her mouth obediently and swallowed the soup filled with love. A warm current spread from her stomach to her whole body, making her feel extremely comfortable. "Thank you, Xiaoyi." Su Wanqing's voice was choked with sobs, and crystal tears sparkled in her eyes. "Silly girl, why are you being so polite to me?" Xiaoyi gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Su Wanqing's eyes with his fingers, his voice low and gentle. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere in the room gradually became ambiguous, as if the air was filled with a sweet scent. Su Wanqing slowly closed her eyes and slightly opened her red lips. Xiaoyi slowly approached her. Their breaths intertwined together. Just a kiss would push this beautiful atmosphere to a climax. At this moment, the sudden sound of a door opening broke this warm scene. Yang Yayin appeared at the door carrying a bag of fruit. She looked at the two people sitting on the sofa in a subtle atmosphere, and the smile on her face froze instantly. "Ah, I seem to have disturbed you?" Yang Yayin's voice trembled a little. Su Wanqing sat up straight as if she had received an electric shock. Her face instantly flushed and her eyes dodged. She didn't dare to look directly at Yang Yayin. She just whispered, "You're back." Xiaoyi withdrew his arm as if nothing had happened. He glanced at Yang Yayin calmly, stood up, and said to Su Wanqing in an unquestionable tone, "I'll serve you a second bowl of soup." Su Wanqing looked at Xiaoyi's departing back and suddenly raised her voice to call Yang Yayin, "Yayin, you should drink some soup too." Yang Yayin was stunned for a moment, then quickly put on a smile and said to Su Wanqing, "Okay, thank you, it looks delicious, brother Xiaoyi's cooking skills are getting better and better." Yang Yayin was flattered by Su Wanqing's invitation. She quickly put down the fruit in her hand, changed into slippers, walked to the sofa and sat down. She carefully looked at Xiaoyi's back, then looked at Su Wanqing whose face was slightly red. The curiosity in her heart was like a kitten scratching her itch, making her feel very unbearable. Brother Xiaoyi is so awesome. The soup he makes is so delicious. Sister Wanqing, you are so lucky. Yang Yayin did not forget to praise Xiaoyi while drinking the soup. Xiaoyi listened to Yang Yayin's words, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, but he did not turn back, but continued to be busy in the kitchen. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was secretly thinking in his heart that since he got the system, not only his cooking skills have greatly improved, but his physical fitness has also been greatly improved. He wondered what surprises the system would bring. After drinking a bowl of soup, the fatigue on Su Wanqing's face faded a lot. She looked at the time and it was already late at night. "It's getting late, everyone should go to bed early," Su Wanqing said. Xiaoyi came out of the kitchen with the second bowl of soup, handed it to Su Wanqing, and served another bowl to Yang Yayin. "Good night," Xiaoyi said lightly, then cleaned up the dishes and walked into his room. "Good night, Sister Wanqing." Yang Yayin also stood up and returned to her room. Su Wanqing whispered good night to Xiaoyi's back, and then, with a little shyness on her face, she returned to her bedroom. It was late at night and the room was silent with only the sound of gentle breathing flowing in the air. Yang Yayin lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She recalled the scene today when she saw Xiaoyi hugging Su Wanqing, and the ambiguous atmosphere between them, and her doubts grew even more. Since the two are so close, why do they have to sleep in separate rooms? She tiptoed to Su Wanqing's door and knocked gently. "Sister Wanqing, are you asleep?" "Not yet, come in." Su Wanqing's voice came from the room. Yang Yayin pushed the door open and walked in. She looked at Su Wanqing who was sitting beside the bed and asked cautiously, "Sister Wanqing, I'm a little curious, why don't you and brother Xiaoyi sleep together?" Su Wanqing's face turned red instantly. She looked at Yang Yayin and whispered a few words in her ear. After hearing this, Yang Yayin's face turned red. She smiled awkwardly and said quickly, I understand, Sister Wanqing, go to bed early.
Good night.
After saying that, she ran back to her room as if escaping and slammed the door. The next morning, sunlight shone into the room through the curtains, and Xiaoyi slowly opened his eyes. He stretched out of habit, only to find two stunning beauties lying in his room. Su Wanqing was sleeping on her side on the bed, wearing a light pink silk nightgown. Her long hair was scattered on the pillow, making her look charming and beautiful. Yang Yayin was sleeping on the other side of the bed. She was wearing a white cartoon pajamas and there was a hint of sleepiness on her pink cheeks. She looked very cute. Xiaoyi looked at the fairyland-like beauty in front of him, his heart moved. Just as he was about to appreciate it for a while, the door was suddenly opened and Yang Yayin, wearing pajamas, walked in aggressively. Brother Xiaoyi, it's so late, why are you still sleeping? Yang Yayin said as she reached out and grabbed Xiaoyi's quilt. The corners of Xiaoyi's mouth rose slightly, and he thought to himself, this girl is really full of energy. Just as Yang Yayin was about to lift Xiaoyi's quilt, Xiaoyi suddenly said, I sleep naked.
Yang Yayin's hand froze in mid-air.
She stared at Xiaoyi with wide eyes. Her face turned red instantly. She turned around in panic and fled the room.
Chapter 91, Discussing Things in the Morning. Yang Yayin ran out of the room angrily, leaving behind a burst of brisk footsteps echoing in the corridor.
Xiaoyi looked at her panicked back, a playful smile appearing on the corner of his mouth.
This girl is really shy.
He stretched and then slowly got up from the bed. When I walked into the living room, the dining table was already filled with exquisite breakfast. Su Wanqing was sitting at the table, holding a document in her hand, looking at it intently. She was wearing a simple white shirt and a black one-step skirt, looking capable and elegant. Yang Yayin was sitting opposite her, the blush on her face had not yet completely faded. She was eating a sandwich in small bites, but her eyes would glance at Xiaoyi from time to time, with a hint of curiosity and a hint of shyness.
Good morning.
Xiaoyi greeted with a smile, pulled out a chair and sat down.
Good morning.
Su Wanqing didn't even raise her head, but just responded lightly.
Good morning, Brother Xiaoyi.
Yang Yayin's voice sounded a little unnatural. She quickly lowered her head and continued to eat breakfast. The three of them tacitly agreed not to mention the incident that had just happened, and the atmosphere of breakfast was particularly warm. After dinner, Su Wanqing put down the documents in her hand, looked up at Xiaoyi and Yang Yayin, and said calmly, I have some things to deal with in the company today, so I won't be back until the evening.
Hearing this, Yang Yayin murmured reluctantly, Boss Su, you are leaving again.
Su Wanqing's eyes softened a little, and she raised her hand and gently touched Yang Yayin's head.
There are a lot of things to do in the company.
I will spend more time with you after I finish this period of work.
Just then, Yang Yayin's cell phone suddenly rang.
She picked up the phone and took a look of surprise appeared on her face.
It's my agent, Sister Yang Hui.
Yang Yayin said to Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing, and then answered the call. Sister Yang Hui's anxious voice came over the phone, but from her words, it could be heard that she was currently abroad. Yayin, I have a temporary problem here, and it may take some time before I can return home. You should have a good rest recently. I have already asked for leave from the company for you, so you don't have to worry. After hearing this, Yang Yayin felt a little disappointed, but she still responded obediently, I know, Sister Hui, don't worry. After hanging up the phone, Yang Yayin looked at Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing helplessly and shrugged, it seems that I can take a long vacation these few days.
Su Wanqing nodded, turned her gaze to Xiaoyi, and said thoughtfully, since Yayin is on vacation, you can accompany her and relax during this time. It's a good opportunity for you to take advantage of it and have a good rest for a few days. Xiaoyi was a little confused after hearing this.
Su Wanqing's tone seemed a little different today, but he didn't think much about it.
He just smiled and nodded, okay. Then I'll go to the company. You guys have fun at home.
After Su Wanqing said that, she stood up, picked up her bag, and prepared to go out.
Mr. Su, be careful on the road. Yang Yayin said obediently. Su Wanqing nodded slightly and then left the room. Brother Xiaoyi, you have to have fun with me during this time.
Yang Yayin suddenly said excitedly. Xiaoyi looked at the smile on her face and started to smile too. Okay, I'll accompany you wherever you want to go.
Really?
Yang Yayin excitedly ran to Xiaoyi, pulled his arm and shook it, then let's go today. Her voice suddenly stopped, her eyes suddenly became a little hesitant, and the hand that was tightly holding Xiaoyi's arm also slightly tightened.
What's wrong? Xiaoyi asked in confusion as he looked at Yang Yayin's expression that suddenly changed.
Let's find a new place to live first. Yang Yain said softly, with a hint of worry on her face. Yang Yain's worried expression made Xiaoyi realize the seriousness of the problem.
With all the turmoil in the entertainment industry, safety issues cannot be ignored.
You're right, we should find a safer place.
Xiaoyi nodded in agreement.
After thinking for a moment, he thought of a person Hou, a know-it-all in Longchang. There was no news he didn't know, and nothing he couldn't do.
Xiaoyi took out his cell phone and called Hou. "Hello, Hou, what have you been busy with recently?" Houyu's hearty laughter came from the other end of the phone. "Brother Xiao, what brings you here? You must have something to ask me, just tell me."
Xiaoyi briefly explained the situation, but the other end of the phone suddenly fell silent.
After a moment, Hou hesitantly said, "This is a bit tricky.
But don't worry, Brother Zhao's business is my business, I will take care of it." The two agreed on a meeting place, and Xiaoyi drove Yang Yain there. After arriving at the agreed location, Xiaoyi saw Hou at a glance, but there was a young woman dressed fashionably standing next to him.
The two of them were behaving very intimately.
The woman held Houyu's arm, looking like a little bird. Xiaoyi and Yang Yain approached, and Hou also saw them. He quickly pushed away the woman holding his arm, with an awkward smile on his face. "Brother Xiao, sister-in-law, you are here. Let me introduce you, this is my girlfriend, Zhang Xiaohua." Zhang Xiaohua generously extended her hand with a sweet smile. "Mr. Xiao, Miss Yang, hello, I have heard of you for a long time." Yang Yain responded politely, but Xiaoyi keenly caught the moment Zhang Xiaohua looked at him.
"Let's talk while we walk."
Hou broke the slightly awkward atmosphere and took the lead to step forward.
"It's like this.
I heard that Linjiang International has an internal subscription activity recently. The security system there is the top one in Longcheng, which is very suitable for you." The four of them walked side by side, and Zhang Xiaohua cast a seductive glance at Xiaoyi from time to time, with a hint of teasing in her eyes. Xiaoyi responded politely, keeping a certain distance from her without showing any emotion.
Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem to notice Xiaoyi's alienation.
Instead, she chatted with Yang Yain more enthusiastically, her words full of praise and flattery, just like a pair of affectionate sisters. Yang Yain has a simple personality and accepted Zhang Xiaohua's enthusiasm wholeheartedly. The two of them soon started chatting enthusiastically, as if they were good friends who had known each other for many years. Seeing this, Hou quietly approached Xiaoyi and said in a low voice, "Brother Xiao, I'm so sorry. When Xiaohua and I broke up, I said a lot of bad things about you.
I hope you don't mind."
Xiaoyi patted Hou on the shoulder and smiled heartily. "There's no need to be polite between brothers.
Let the past be the past. Besides, you and her are back together now. I'm happy for you."
Hou looked at Xiaoyi gratefully, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. He knew that Xiaoyi really didn't care about the past. A breeze blew by, and the leaves on the roadside rustled. The sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves onto the ground, creating mottled light and shadows. The air is filled with the faint fragrance of osmanthus, refreshing. "Brother Xiao, actually, the reason I came to you this time, besides introducing Xiaohua to you, I also have something important to tell you." Hou suddenly stopped and looked at Xiaoyi seriously. Xiaoyi also stopped and looked at Hou with a puzzled look. "What's the matter?"
Hou took a deep breath and said slowly, "I heard."
He deliberately lowered his voice, with a hint of mystery in his tone. Hou said mysteriously, "I heard that this time Linjiang International's internal subscription activity involves some unknown secrets."
He paused, observing Xiaoyi's reaction.
Seeing that he didn't show anything unusual, he continued, "It is said that the houses this time are all seized properties, and the prices are very low, but..."
"But what?"
Xiaoyi asked, feeling something was wrong.
"But there are some unclean things in these houses," Hou said mysteriously.
Xiaoyi understood in his heart that Hou was trying to be mysterious again. However, he did not point it out, but just asked, "What unclean things? Tell me about it."
"It is said that some supernatural events have occurred in these houses."
Hou described them vividly, with an exaggerated tone and rich expressions, as if he had experienced them personally. Xiaoyi listened to Hou's story and observed Zhang Xiaohua's reaction calmly. Sure enough, when Zhang Xiaohua heard the word supernatural incident, her expression changed slightly. Xiaoyi sneered in his heart, this woman was indeed pretending. It seems that her intention towards Hou is not simple.
"Brother Xiao, why don't we not go? I'm a little scared,"
Zhang Xiaohua said timidly, holding Hou's arm tightly. Hou quickly comforted her, "It's okay, Xiaohua, I'm here, I'll protect you." Seeing this, Xiaoyi became more certain of his guess.
Zhang Xiaohua and Ho Yu's reunion definitely has ulterior motives. It's okay. Now that you're here, just go in and take a look. Xiaoyi said with a smile, his tone relaxed, as if he didn't care at all. The four drove to Linjiang International.
Along the way, Zhang Xiaohua kept glancing at Xiaoyi's Ferrari. Xiaoyi saw all of this and became more alert.
The sales office of Linjiang International is magnificent and luxuriously decorated.
A well-dressed sales lady received them warmly and took them to a detached villa. The villa is decorated in a modern and simple style, spacious and bright, exuding luxury and nobility everywhere.
Ho Yu and Zhang Xiaohua were dazzled and exclaimed in amazement from time to time.
Wow, this house is so beautiful. Zhang Xiaohua said excitedly, her eyes full of envy. Yes, the decoration, the furniture, and the location are simply perfect.
Ho Yu also echoed.
Xiaoyi observed the surrounding environment calmly, thinking secretly in his mind.
Mr. Xiao, Ms. Yang, what do you think of this villa? Asked the sales lady with a smile. Before Yang Yain could answer, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't wait to say, I think this villa is amazing. Mr. Xiao, Ms. Yang, you must buy it.
Zhang Xiaohua spoke anxiously, as if she had already seen the scene of herself living in this villa, and her heart was filled with excitement.
Xiaoyi glanced at Zhang Xiaohua with a half-smile, and said slowly, this villa is indeed good, but...
He paused deliberately and turned his gaze to Yang Yain. Let's take a look at other houses first.
The smile on Zhang Xiaohua's face froze.
She didn't expect Xiaoyi to refuse, and she felt a little unwilling. Chapter 92, the desire to buy a luxury house is not fulfilled, and disputes arise and old friends come. Zhang Xiaohua was not willing to give up. She held Ho Yu's arm tightly like a coquettish kitten, and said in a delicate voice with a hint of unquestionableness, oh, I like this one.
Look at the floor-to-ceiling windows. How magnificent. You can lie in the bathtub at night and enjoy the river view. How romantic.
As she spoke, she gently poked Ho Yu's chest with her fingers, her eyes full of desire. Ho Yu was so itchy because of her that his vanity was greatly satisfied. He cleared his throat, turned to look at the sales lady next to him, and asked with a bit of pretentious pride, how much is the rent for this villa? Let's rent it and live here for a while to try it out. The sales lady kept a professional smile on her face and explained politely, hello, sir. Our villas in Linjiang International are only for sale and not for rent.
If you like, I can introduce you to the relevant purchase process. Only for sale, not for rent?
Zhang Xiaohua was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on.
Her face instantly fell.
She felt like she had been slapped in the face in public. She suddenly got angry and shook off Ho Yu's hand.
She asked sharply, Ho Yu, don't you want me to live in such a nice house? You can't even rent it. Don't you love me anymore?
Ho Yu was frightened by her sudden change of expression and explained hurriedly, how could that be, Xiaohua, don't be angry, I didn't mean that, I just think renting it might be more cost-effective. He was at a loss, like a child who had done something wrong, and his voice became soft.
Zhang Xiaohua was not willing to listen to his explanation.
The more she thought about it, the more she felt wronged. Her eyes turned red and tears welled up in her eyes.
She cried, you just don't love me anymore. You can't even buy me a villa.
You still say you love me, but you're just lying. Ho Yu panicked and quickly grabbed her hand, swearing, I swear, I love you the most.
How could I not love you?
I love you more than I love myself.
Seeing Ho Yu's attitude, Zhang Xiaohua finally burst into laughter.
She rolled her eyes and put on a coquettish look.
She pulled Ho Yu's arm and shook it, saying, then just buy it, okay? I really like this place.
Ho Yu looked at his arrogant and willful girlfriend, then at the high price of the villa, and felt a pang of pain in his heart. But he didn't dare to refuse, so he could only hesitate and say, but, this price.
Buy it, buy it. Didn't you say you loved me? Can't you even bear to give up a house?
Seeing Ho Yu's hesitation, Zhang Xiaohua immediately got angry again. She put her hands on her hips and glared at Ho Yu, as if to say, if you don't buy it today, we'll break up.
Ho Yu was forced into a corner by her, so he could only grit his teeth and said, okay. I'll buy it. For you, I'm willing to do anything. Really? That's great.
Zhang Xiaohua jumped up happily, hugged Ho Yu's arm, and kissed him hard on the face. At this moment, the sales lady suddenly showed an excited smile, and she excitedly said to everyone, dear guests, please follow me, we will go to the VIP room for detailed discussion. The sales lady's smile was like a blooming morning glory, with a hint of flattery. She walked quickly in front, leading Ho Yu, Zhang Xiaohua and his group to the VIP room. The VIP room is magnificently decorated, with crystal chandeliers emitting soft light, soft and comfortable leather sofas, and famous paintings and calligraphy hanging on the walls, all of which exude a noble atmosphere. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua entered the room, she sat down on the sofa with a swagger, as if she was the hostess here. She said to the sales lady in a bossy manner, "Hey, pour me a glass of water, warm, and bring me some fruit, I want seasonal food." The sales lady did not dare to be negligent and nodded and bowed quickly to respond, "Okay, miss, please wait a moment, I will prepare it right away." She was like a busy little bee, bringing warm water and a fresh fruit platter. Her movements were quick and attentive. Not long after, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie with neatly combed hair walked in. He was Manager Zhou here. Manager Zhou's face was full of smiles. He shook hands with Hou enthusiastically and said politely, "Hello, Mr. Hou, I am Manager Zhou here. You are interested in our Linjiang International's Riverview No. 1 villa, right? This is the ace unit of our building." As Manager Zhou spoke, he took out a thick document from his briefcase, which was the house purchase contract. He opened the contract, pointed at the clauses, and explained patiently and carefully, "Look, the building area of this villa is 580 square meters, the usable area is 900 square meters, and it comes with front and back gardens and a private swimming pool. The property rights are 70 years? Hou felt overwhelmed when he saw the densely packed text on the contract. He quickly interrupted Manager Zhou and asked cautiously, "Manager Zhou, how much does this house cost in total?" Manager Zhou smiled, held up 5 fingers, added 2 more, and said slowly, not much, just 72 million. 72 million? Hou was so shocked that he almost jumped up. His voice was trembling. He felt like his heart was being gripped by a big hand and breathing became difficult. He originally thought it would be at most a few million, but he didn't expect it to be such an astronomical figure. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this number, the smile on her face froze, but she quickly concealed it and said calmly, "This house is so good, more than 70 million is normal, don't you think, dear?" She nudged Hou lightly with her elbow, with a hint of threat in her eyes. Hou forced himself to smile and looked at Manager Zhou, hoping to get some discounts. Manager Zhou, isn't this price a bit high? Is there any discount? After all, we really want to buy it." When Manager Zhou heard Hou's words, he was slightly stunned, and then a meaningful smile appeared on his face. He did not directly answer Hou's question, but looked at Hou with a slightly sarcastic look, as if saying, You still want a discount?" Hou felt uneasy when he was looked at by him. He smiled awkwardly and said sheepishly, "Well, I'm just asking casually. If you can give me a discount of 60 or 70 million, that would be even better." After he said this, he even felt that what he said was a bit ridiculous. Manager Zhou's smile became even more strange. He said meaningfully, "Mr. Hou is really humorous. I will write down your request." He picked up the pen, made 2 strokes on the contract, and said, "Well, can we start signing the contract now?" Hou looked at the cold contract and felt a little uneasy. He knew that he could not come up with the 72 million no matter what. But looking at Zhang Xiaohua's expectant eyes, he didn't dare to refuse. He could only bite the bullet and say, "Well, let me think about it." At this moment, the door of the VIP room was pushed open, and a voice came with some surprise, "Hou? Why are you here?" Hou looked in the direction of the voice and saw Xiaoyi standing at the door, with a woman wearing sunglasses beside him. Although her face could not be seen clearly, her every move exuded a dazzling light. "Xiaoyi?" Hou smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect to meet Xiaoyi here. Zhang Xiaohua saw Xiaoyi, but she quickly adjusted her mood. She knew that Hou and Xiaoyi had a good relationship, and maybe she could borrow some money from Xiaoyi. She nudged Hou with her elbow and whispered in his ear, "Hey, since your friend is here, why not ask him to borrow some money? This little money shouldn't be a big deal for him, right?" Hou felt embarrassed when he heard this. Xiaoyi had already given him a valuable gift last time, how could he have the nerve to ask for money again? He stammered, "This isn't good, is it? What's wrong with that? Didn't you say he is very rich? What's wrong with borrowing some money?" Zhang Xiaohua refused to give in. She felt that Hou just didn't want to buy a house for her and was deliberately making excuses. Hou was forced into a corner by her and had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "How about we talk about it later?" Zhang Xiaohua was furious when she saw that Hou was unwilling to lend her money. She shook off Hou's hand, sat on the ground like a tantrum, and started crying loudly, "You just don't want to buy me a house. You just don't love me anymore. I don't care, I want to live here today." Her cry was sharp and piercing, like a sword, piercing Hoyu's eardrums, and also made Yang Yin's eyes widen in shock. She didn't expect that there would be such a fierce woman in the world.
Hoyu suddenly felt overwhelmed. He quickly squatted down and comforted Zhang Xiaohua helplessly. "Xiaohua, don't cry, we will discuss it slowly." At this moment, a sarcastic voice came from the door. "Hey, what's going on? Is this a sad drama?"
Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Chen Yajiao leaning against the doorframe with her arms folded, a mocking smile on her face. She was wearing a branded dress and carrying an expensive bag, looking very proud.
"Chen Yajiao? Why are you here?" Hoyu asked with a frown. He felt very disgusted with Chen Yajiao's appearance. Chen Yajiao did not answer his question, but looked down at everyone with a condescending look. She said sarcastically, "TSK, TSK, TSK, so you want to buy a villa? With all your strength? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself?"
Manager Zhou's face was filled with an awkward smile. He quickly stepped forward and politely said to Hoyu, "Mr. Ho, it seems that it is not convenient today.
Why don't you go back first and we will make an appointment next time?" Hoyu's face instantly turned purple.
He knew that he had lost a lot of face today. He glared at Chen Yajiao angrily, then looked at the crying Zhang Xiaohua, feeling powerless. Yang Yayin signaled Xiaoyi with her eyes, as if to say, "This is not a place to stay for long."
The two just stood up and prepared to leave.
Yang Yayin gently tugged at Xiaoyi's sleeve and signaled with her eyes that he should leave this embarrassing situation. As the two of them stood up, Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting on the ground, rushed to Yang Yayin as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, grabbed her hand, and cried, "Miss, please help us. We are almost able to buy this villa. Can you lend us some money? We will definitely pay it back."
Yang Yayin was startled by this sudden action.
She subconsciously tried to pull her hand back, but Zhang Xiaohua held it tightly. A strong smell of perfume hit her in the face, mixed with the smell of sweat and cheap cosmetics, making Yang Yayin feel nauseous. She frowned in disgust and said coldly, "I'm sorry, I don't know you."
Zhang Xiaohua was not willing to let go.
She cried even louder, sobbing and telling her love story with Hoyu, and how much effort they had put in to buy this villa. She spoke incoherently like a madman, attracting a lot of onlookers. The sales lady and manager Zhou stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to do. They had seen all kinds of clients, but had never seen such a violent and unreasonable woman. The onlookers around also began to whisper and point fingers at Zhang Xiaohua's behavior. Seeing this, Xiaoyi quickly stepped forward, pulled Yang Yayin over, and protected her behind him. He said to Hoyu apologetically, "Hoyu, I'm sorry, we have something else to do, so we'll leave first." Hoyu's face turned pale. He felt like a clown, being laughed at by everyone. He nodded weakly and said nothing. Xiaoyi turned around and left with Yang Yayin, leaving behind Hoyu, Zhang Xiaohua, Chen Yajia, and a group of onlookers who were watching the fun.
There was chaos in the VIP room, with cries, discussions, and persuasion intertwined together like a noisy symphony.
Chen Yajia looked at Xiaoyi's departing back, a cold smile appeared on her lips. She turned to look at Hoyu and said sarcastically, "Oh, your good brother just left like that? Without even helping you?" Zhang Xiaohua stopped crying when she heard what Chen Yajiao said. She stood up suddenly, pointed at Chen Yajiao's nose and scolded, "Stop talking nonsense here. If it weren't for you, we would have bought this villa a long time ago."
"Me?" Chen Yajiao laughed as if she had heard something funny. "What did I do? I was just telling the truth. You guys want to buy a villa in Linjiang International? You are just wishful thinking." Zhang Xiaohua was enraged by her. She rushed forward and wanted to hit Chen Yajiao, but was stopped by Hoyu. Hoyu's face was gloomy. He whispered to Zhang Xiaohua, "That's enough. Stop it." Zhang Xiaohua, however, was like a madman, struggling to get rid of Hoyu's restraints. She cried, "Why can't you let me make a fuss? Why can't we afford a villa? Why? Just because." Chen Yajia dragged out her voice, looking at Hoyu and Zhang Xiaohua with contempt, "You are trash." Chapter 93, The Entanglement is Difficult to Stop. Xiaoyi frowned. Zhang Xiaohua's constant crying made him upset. He wanted to take Yang Yayin away from this embarrassing situation as soon as possible, but Zhang Xiaohua hugged his trouser legs tightly, and his eardrums were buzzing with her crying. "Xiaoyi, I know you're rich. Please help me. Just 1 million, no, 500,000 will do. I beg you." Zhang Xiaohua cried with snot and tears, her makeup was smudged, and she looked like a clown. Yang Yayin stood aside, her disgust hard to hide under her delicate makeup. She gently tugged at Xiaoyi's sleeve, signaling him to leave quickly. Xiaoyi was about to lose his temper when Chen Yajiao's sarcastic voice rang out again. Oh, 500,000? Zhang Xiaohua, don't you look at your own character? What are you going to use to pay back the 500,000? Are you going to sell your body?
She smiled contemptuously, her eyes filled with the pleasure of revenge. Seeing Xiaoyi's current predicament, she felt a twisted sense of satisfaction rising in her heart. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua cried even louder, Chen Yajiao, stop talking nonsense here. If you hadn't deliberately raised the price before, we would have bought this villa long ago. Now that you're rich, you come to laugh at us? Are you still human? She cried until she was hoarse, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Me? Raising the price? What a joke! Chen Yajiao laughed as if she had heard something funny. I was speaking the truth. With your level, you want to buy a villa in Linjiang International? That's a pipe dream. She deliberately raised her voice to attract the attention of people around her. There was a sudden buzz in the VIP room, like water dripping into a frying pan, causing it to explode. Xiaoyi, you see, they don't believe that you've become rich at all. Why don't you say something? Seeing that Xiaoyi was unmoved, Zhang Xiaohua became even more anxious. She grabbed Xiaoyi's trouser legs tightly, fearing that he would run away. Xiaoyi took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua coldly, let go. His tone was cold and without a trace of emotion. I won't let go. Unless you promise to lend me money. Zhang Xiaohua cried, her voice hoarse. Just then, a hearty voice came from the door, hey, isn't this brother Xiaoyi? Long time no see. Duing, dressed in famous brands and wearing a shiny watch on his wrist, walked in with great style. He immediately saw Xiaoyi, who was entangled by Zhang Xiaohua, with a hypocritical smile on his face. Brother Xiaoyi, long time no see. You've been doing well recently and even met some big stars. As he spoke, his eyes greedily swept over Yang Yain, not hiding the desire in his eyes. Du Ying's appearance gave Chen Yajiao an opportunity to show off. She took Du Ying's arm and said in a delicate voice, honey, I like this villa. Can you buy it for me? She deliberately pronounced the word I in a coquettish voice, which made people around her get goosebumps. Duing followed Chen Yajiao's gaze towards the villa that Hoyu had previously taken a fancy to, and frowned slightly. Upon seeing this, the sales manager Zhou immediately came up to them with a big smile on his face. Sir, madam, this villa is the best building in our Linjiang International. It has a wide view and luxurious decoration. It is definitely a symbol of status. He introduced the various advantages of the villa with saliva flying, as if this villa was some rare treasure. Xiaoyi sneered and decided to stay and see how Chen Yajiao ended up. How much does this villa cost? Duing asked casually, with a hint of impatience in his tone. 72 million. Manager Zhou reported a number that made Du Ying's face change drastically. What? 72 million? Du Ying's voice suddenly rose, and he widened his eyes in disbelief. So expensive? When Chen Yajiao heard this, she immediately became unhappy. What? You think it's too expensive? Didn't you say you would buy me everything? She shook Du Ying's arm like a spoiled child, with a hint of threat in her voice. Baby, 72 million is not a small amount. Du Ying's tone was a little embarrassed. Zhang Xiaohua watched the fun from the sidelines and said sarcastically, hey, if you can't afford it, don't pretend to be rich. You buy everything, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Chen Yajiao was furious and pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and cursed, you shameless bastard, do you have the right to speak here? Who do you think you are? Who am I? I am someone you can't afford to offend. Zhang Xiaohua was not to be outdone and cursed back with her hands on her hips. Du Ying's expression became increasingly ugly. He shook off Chen Yajiao's hand and shouted, enough. Shut up. He pointed at Chen Yajiao, his fingers trembling. Look at yourself. You look so shameful. Just then, a deep voice came from outside the crowd, Yajiao, what's going on? A middle-aged man in a suit and tie with his hair combed meticulously walked in. He was tall and had a strong aura. It was obvious at first glance that he was not an ordinary person. The middle-aged man hugged Chen Yajiao and gently stroked her belly. He glanced coldly at the people around him and finally his eyes fell on Duing. When Chen Yajiao saw the middle-aged man, she felt like she had found a backer, and she immediately cried, husband, he bullied me. The middle-aged man patted Chen Yajiao's hand and comforted her softly, don't be afraid, I'm here. He turned to Duing and said in a cold tone, you, say it again?
Chapter 94 System Restart. Good luck.
Old man Zhao frowned, his eyes swept across Chen Yajiao's belly sharply. He suddenly raised his hand, and with a crisp paw sound, he slapped Chen Yajiao hard in the face. Chen Yajiao was hit and staggered. She covered her face and looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. Everyone around was stunned by this sudden change and fell into silence.
What are you doing? How dare you hit me?
Chen Yajiao covered her cheeks and screamed, tears streaming down her face. After she became pregnant, old man Zhao had always been very obedient to her.
But today he actually beat her in front of so many people. This was unacceptable to the always proud Chen Yajiao.
Old man Zhao had cold eyes and said in a stern tone, "Shut up.
Look at yourself now, what are you saying? Is the baby in your belly more important, or is this trivial matter more important?"
His tone was firm and unquestionable.
Chen Yajiao was stunned at first, then she became intimidated, not daring to say anything, and just shed tears silently.
Old man Zhao took a deep breath, tried to calm down, turned to look at Xiaoyi, and said in a softer tone, "Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. I will take care of today's matter." After saying that, he hugged Chen Yajiao, turned around and left the sales office. When Chen Yajiao passed by Xiaoyi, she glared at him fiercely. Xiaoyi watched them leave expressionlessly, with no ripples in his heart. Seeing Chen Yajiao being taken away, Zhang Xiaohua showed a gloating smile on his face. She twisted her waist and walked to Xiaoyi, saying in a coquettish tone, "Xiaoyi, I told you, you were right to leave her. Look at her now, it's really embarrassing." She was smiling, as if the person who had just mocked her was not her. "Look, she hasn't bought this house yet, which means you and this house are destined to be together." Xiaoyi glanced at her calmly without saying anything. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua tried even harder to please him. "Xiaoyi, in fact, a man should have a house of his own, so that he can give a woman a sense of security." Seeing that Xiaoyi was unmoved, Zhang Xiaohua continued, "Think about it, if you have your own house, Su Wanqing will definitely look at you with admiration. Women like to feel secure." She deliberately emphasized the three words Su Wanqing, her eyes full of calculation. Xiaoyi frowned slightly and interrupted her. "Zhang Xiaohua, what do you want to say?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed tenderly, stretched out her hand to hold Xiaoyi's arm, and said in a coquettish voice, "Hey, I'm doing this for your own good. Think about it, if you buy this villa, you can choose Su Wanqing or another woman in the future." Xiaoyi shook her hand off abruptly, his eyes cold. "Zhang Xiaohua, do we know each other well? Please respect yourself." Zhang Xiaohua was a little embarrassed to be rejected so ruthlessly by Xiaoyi. She glared at Xiaoyi fiercely and turned to Hoyu for help. "Hoyu, please say something. Why doesn't Xiaoyi understand my good intentions?" Hoyu sighed helplessly, turned away, his eyes full of disappointment. He had long seen through Zhang Xiaohua's vanity and scheming, but was reluctant to say it out loud because of his face. Now seeing Xiaoyi reject her so decisively, she felt somewhat relieved. Xiaoyi looked at the interaction between Zhang Xiaohua and Hoyu and sneered in his heart. He thought of Su Wanqing, the gentle and kind woman who had never asked him for anything material, and had never plotted against him like Zhang Xiaohua did. Thinking of this, a warm feeling surged in his heart, and an idea gradually became clear in his mind. He wanted to give Su Wanqing a home that truly belonged to them. He took a deep breath, turned around and walked towards Manager Zhou at the sales office, and said firmly, "Manager Zhou, I want this villa." Manager Zhou was stunned when he heard this, and then his face was full of smiles. "Mr. Xiao, do you really want to buy it?" Xiaoyi nodded, "Full payment." When Zhang Xiaohua heard what Xiaoyi said, she was stunned. She never thought that Xiaoyi actually wanted to buy a villa and pay in full. She originally thought that Xiaoyi was just talking, but she didn't expect that he actually had the ability. "Xiaoyi, you." Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Xiaoyi's cold eyes. Xiaoyi ignored Zhang Xiaohua and continued to discuss the purchase of the house with Manager Zhou. He had only one thought in his mind, which was to buy the villa as soon as possible and give Su Wanqing a surprise. "Wait." A sudden voice interrupted the conversation between Xiaoyi and Manager Zhou. Xiaoyi felt his phone vibrate, he took it out and saw that it was a system prompt. The system upgrade was completed and the reward had been issued. His mind suddenly moved, and he quickly opened the system interface, only to see that the account balance clearly showed 1 billion. Not only that, the skills previously acquired have also been strengthened, and various indicators such as strength, speed, and reaction have been greatly improved. Xiaoyi clenched his fists. A powerful sense of strength surged through his body. He could almost hear the sound of his blood rushing. An unprecedented sense of confidence arose in his heart. Manager Zhou swiped the card. Xiaoyi said calmly, took out an ordinary bank card from his wallet and handed it over. Manager Joe took the card nonchalantly, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. He had already noticed that Xiao Yi was dressed in ordinary clothes and did not look like a rich man. In his opinion, his previous actions were just a bluff. He has seen many young people like this who want to pretend to be rich, but end up leaving in disgrace.
Xiao Yi, you.
Zhang Xiaohua felt ecstatic upon seeing this. She thought Xiao Yi was going to lend her money to buy a house, and she was secretly proud of herself. It turned out that no man could escape her charm. She had even begun to fantasize about the luxurious life she would have after living in the villa, with luxury cars to drive her in and out, and envious eyes all around her. Manager Joe casually inserted the card into the POS machine, entered the amount, and pressed the confirm button. During the waiting time, the sales office was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Zhang Xiaohua stared at the POS machine nervously, and her palms began to sweat. She seemed to have seen the key to the villa in her hand and was filled with excitement. Beep! A crisp prompt sound broke the silence, and the 4 big words "transaction successful" were displayed on the POS machine screen.
This. Manager Joe couldn't believe his eyes.
He rubbed his eyes and confirmed again.
The screen still showed transaction successful.
He stared at Xiao Yi blankly, as if he was meeting him for the first time.
Xiao Yi raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Manager Joe, can we go through the formalities now?
Manager Joe stared blankly at the bright red words "transaction successful" on the POS machine screen, as if time had stood still. He mechanically took out the bank card and handed it back to Xiao Yi with both hands. His fingertips trembled slightly and a layer of fine beads of sweat seeped out of his forehead.
The sales office was completely silent.
Everyone held their breath, their eyes focused on Xiao Yi.
An atmosphere of disbelief filled the air.
Zhang Xiaohua was even more stunned, his face turned pale as if he was struck by lightning. She originally thought that Xiao Yi was just trying to show off, but she didn't expect that he actually bought the villa in full. Xiao Yi took the bank card, a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said to Manager Joe lightly, "Manager Joe, can I go through the formalities now?" His tone was as calm as if he had just bought a bottle of mineral water. Manager Joe then woke up as if from a dream, and hurriedly nodded and replied, "Yes, of course.
Mr. Xiao, please come this way."
He diligently led Xiao Yi to the VIP room, and his attitude was completely different from before. Zhang Xiaohua came back to her senses and hurriedly caught up with Xiao Yi, with a flattering smile on her face. "Xiao Yi, you see, since this house has been bought, shouldn't you put my name on it? After all, I put in the effort." She reached out to hold Xiao Yi's arm, but Xiao Yi dodged her without leaving a trace. Xiao Yi stopped and looked at Zhang Xiaohua with cold eyes, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "Zhang Xiaohua, did you make a mistake? I bought this house, what does it have to do with you?" Zhang Xiaohua's face froze, and the smile on her face instantly froze. She didn't expect Xiao Yi to be so ruthless, and she was immediately angry and said, "Xiao Yi, don't forget who it was in the beginning."
"Enough!" Xiao Yi interrupted her harshly. "There is no relationship between us anymore."
Hou Yu, who was standing by, finally couldn't bear to watch anymore. He grabbed Zhang Xiaohua and said with a hint of helplessness and disappointment, "Xiaohua, let's go."
Zhang Xiaohua shook off Hou Yu's hand and shouted hysterically, "Leave? Why should I leave? This house should have half of mine. Xiao Yi, if you dare not write my name, I will." "What did I say?"
Xiao Yi stared at Zhang Xiaohua with cold eyes, with a hint of warning in his tone.
Zhang Xiaohua was intimidated by Xiao Yi's aura.
She was speechless for a moment and stammered, unable to speak.
Hou Yu took a deep breath. "What did you say?"
Zhang Xiaohua widened her eyes in disbelief, as if she had heard something incredible. Hou Yu ignored Zhang Xiaohua's shock, turned around and left the sales office without looking back. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua finally couldn't hold back her tears and ran after Hou Yu, her cries echoing in the empty sales office. Xiao Yi looked at Zhang Xiaohua's back as she left crying, without a single ripple in his heart. He turned to look at Manager Joe and said calmly, "Manager Joe, please complete the formalities as soon as possible." Manager Joe nodded quickly, but was secretly guessing Xiao Yi's identity in his heart. The person who can buy a villa in full so easily is definitely not an ordinary person. After Xiao Yi completed the house purchase procedures and was about to leave, he was stopped by Yang Yayin.
"Xiao Yi, wait."
Yang Yayin walked quickly to Xiao Yi, looking a little flustered. Let's go quickly."
Xiao Yi noticed that Yang Yayin was acting strangely and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?"
Yang Yayin did not answer, but just pulled Xiao Yi's arm and quickly left the sales office.
"I always feel that."
Chapter 95, The Aftermath of the Purchase of the House. Warmth fills the room. Yang Yayin pulled Xiaoyi and jogged all the way until they ran out of the door of the sales office and stopped, breathing heavily.
Xiaoyi looked at her with amusement and said teasingly, "Is it that serious? You ran as if there was a dog chasing you."
Yang Yayin rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, "Don't you feel it? Ever since you paid the money, the eyes of those people around me have been like knives, as if they can poke a few holes in me." She rubbed her arms, as if she could still feel the pain of those gazes.
Ah, they are probably jealous and envious.
After all, not many people can buy a villa in full at once.
Xiaoyi said with a smile, "They are probably thinking, how lucky is this kid to be with a big star?" Yang Yayin sighed helplessly, "I would rather they think I'm some rich woman's mistress than be considered your canary."
Xiaoyi touched his nose and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I wanted to help you look for a house, but..."
"It's okay. I'm not in a hurry to buy it." Yang Yayin waved her hand and said in a relaxed tone, "Besides, I don't like it here. It's too depressing." "Then where do you live now?" Xiaoyi asked hesitantly. Yang Yayin shrugged. "It's a rented apartment. It's pretty good. I have freedom." "Okay, then let's go back?" Xiaoyi suggested. "Yeah." Yang Yayin nodded.
The two walked side by side towards the parking lot, the afterglow of the setting sun shining on them, lengthening their shadows.
Back downstairs of the apartment building, Yang Yayin suddenly stopped, turned to look at Xiaoyi, and smiled slyly. "Thank you for accompanying me to look at the house today. I'll treat you to dinner another day."
Xiaoyi also smiled and said, "Okay, I'll wait."
Yang Yayin waved, turned, and walked into the apartment building.
Xiaoyi watched her back disappear at the elevator entrance before turning around and preparing to leave.
As he walked to the car, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. "It's Su Wanqing calling."
He answered the phone, but before he could speak, he heard Su Wanqing's slightly cold voice, "Where are you?" Xiaoyi gave the address, and in less than 20 minutes, a black Mercedes stopped in front of him. The car window slowly lowered, revealing Su Wanqing's delicate face. She was wearing a beige business suit today, which made her look more capable and elegant.
"Get in the car," Su Wanqing said concisely.
Xiaoyi sat in the passenger seat, fastened his seatbelt, and asked curiously, "How did you know I was here?" Su Wanqing started the car and glanced at him calmly. "Yang Yayin told me." Xiaoyi suddenly realized that it seemed that Yang Yayin had already reported his whereabouts. He was about to explain the purchase of the house, but Su Wanqing said first, "I have already seen the house." Xiaoyi was a little nervous, not knowing what Su Wanqing's attitude was.
The car drove smoothly all the way and stopped downstairs of the apartment building.
Su Wanqing did not get out of the car immediately, but turned to look at Xiaoyi with a complicated look. Xiaoyi's heart was in his throat, and he was about to explain when Su Wanqing suddenly unbuckled her seatbelt, leaned over, and hugged him.
"You?" Xiaoyi was caught off guard. "Idiot."
Su Wanqing's voice was muffled, with a hint of blame. "You bought such a big house without consulting me." Xiaoyi felt the fragrance of Su Wanqing, and his heart warmed. He said softly, "I want to give you a home, a stable home." Su Wanqing rubbed against him in his arms, like a docile kitten. After a long while, she raised her head, her eyes slightly red.
"Thank you, Xiaoyi." When they returned to the apartment, Yang Yayin was busy in the kitchen humming a song. Seeing the two of them hugging each other, she immediately stopped what she was doing and said sourly, "Hey, what are you two doing? You are so disgusting, aren't you afraid of blinding my titanium alloy dog eyes?" Su Wanqing's face turned red instantly.
She tried to break free from Xiaoyi's arms, but Xiaoyi held her even tighter. He deliberately leaned close to Su Wanqing's ear and whispered, "Look, someone is jealous." Su Wanqing was so embarrassed that she pinched Xiaoyi's waist hard. Xiaoyi felt pain, but still refused to let go.
"Oh no, I can't stand it anymore, I'm going to get sty." Yang Yayin covered her eyes exaggeratedly and let out a scream. The three of them finally sat down at the dining table.
Yang Yayin looked at the table full of dishes and couldn't help asking, "Mr. Xiao, you bought a villa.
When do you plan to move in?"
Su Wanqing heard this, looked up at Xiaoyi, and hesitated to speak. Su Wanqing bit the chopsticks lightly, hesitated for a moment, and said softly, "Actually,
I don't want to move." Xiaoyi and Yang Yayin were both stunned and looked at her in unison.
Su Wanqing's cheeks blushed slightly as she explained, "This apartment has a special meaning to me. It's the starting point of my struggle, and it's also where we met." She secretly glanced at Xiaoyi, with a hint of tenderness in her eyes.
Xiaoyi's heart warmed.
He held her hand and said softly, "Silly girl, if you don't want to move, then don't move." It doesn't matter where I live as long as I'm with you. Tears welled up in Su Wanqing's eyes and she held Xiaoyi's hand.
Yang Yayin watched from the side and said sourly, TSK, it's really touching. I'm almost choking on you guys for being so sweet.
In order to ease the atmosphere, Xiaoyi suggested recreating the scene of buying the house at that time. He vividly imitated the sales lady's enthusiastic sales pitch and his own domineering appearance of spending money lavishly, which made Su Wanqing and Yang Yayin laugh.
Su Wanqing laughed so hard that she fell backwards.
The tears in the corners of her eyes had not yet dried, and a new smile crept up to her brows.
Yang Yayin also laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her waist.
She teased, Mr. Xiao, when you buy a house in the future, remember to take me with you.
Let me get some of your wealth. The next morning, sunlight poured into the room through the curtains. Yang Yayin's vacation was over and she was ready to go to the studio.
Xiaoyi drove her there, and Su Wanqing went with them. The three of them walked to the door of the apartment and were about to say goodbye when a familiar figure appeared in their sight: security guard Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu recognized Yang Yayin at a glance and was so excited that he stood there in a daze, and the walkie-talkie in his hand fell to the ground with a click. He opened his mouth and eyes wide, as if he had seen a ghost.
Seeing this, Xiaoyi smiled and said, Zhang Hu, what are you standing there for? Come over and say hello.
Zhang Hu then woke up as if from a dream, and like a primary school student, he walked up to Yang Yayin shyly and bowed deeply. Ms. Yang.
Miss Yang Yayin, I am your fan. I have always liked you.
Yang Yayin was startled by this sudden action and quickly waved her hand and said, Don't be so polite, just call me Yayin. Zhang Hu blushed and said courageously, Ms. Yayin, can you write a blessing for my mother?
She has cancer and has always been your loyal fan. She will be very happy if she can get your blessing.
Zhang Hu's voice was a little choked, and tears flashed in his eyes. I worked the night shift on purpose to earn more money for her to spend the new year.
Yang Yayin's heart was touched.
She didn't expect that behind this seemingly ordinary security guard, there was such a touching story. She asked with concern, Your mother? Chapter 96. Zhang Hu left and things gradually calmed down, and the film set was in turmoil. Yang Yayin gently held Zhang Hu's hand. Don't worry, I will write a blessing to your mother.
I believe she will get better.
She took the notebook handed to her by Zhang Hu, carefully wrote a blessing, and signed her name. Zhang Hu carefully took the notebook as if he was holding a treasure. Thank you.
Thank you. You are such a good person.
He bowed deeply again, then turned and left. His back seemed a little staggering, but full of strength. Watching Zhang Hu leave, Lin sighed softly and said to Xiaoyi, I didn't expect he had such a story.
I had some misunderstandings about him before.
Xiaoyi smiled and said, You can't judge a person by his appearance.
You can't measure the depth of the sea. Let's go to the studio. Lin said. The two drove to Lin's studio.
As soon as I entered the door, my assistant Xiao Xiao ran over in a panic with a look of fear on her face.
Sister Lin. Are you okay?
I was scared to death. Xiao Xiao patted her chest, looking still frightened.
I'm fine, what's wrong?
Lin was a little confused. I just heard that a crazy fan rushed into the apartment and...
Xiao Xiao stammered, luckily you're okay. It was really dangerous. It's all my fault.
I should have been with you at the time so that I could take care of you. Lin could see that Xiao Xiao was really worried about her, so she comforted her, It's okay, it's all over. You don't have to blame yourself, no one could have expected something like this to happen.
Xiao Xiao nodded, but there was still a hint of uneasiness between her brows.
She looked at Xiaoyi, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself.
What's wrong?
Lin noticed that Xiao Xiao was acting strange. Xiao Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still said, Sister Lin, that person won't come again, right? Lin was about to speak when she heard a noisy sound coming from outside the studio.
Lin Ta. Lin Ta. I'm your fan. Let me meet you.
Lin's face changed and she exchanged a glance with Xiaoyi. The three of them hurried to the set. As soon as I entered the set, Director Chen came up to me and asked with concern, Lin Ta, I heard something happened at your apartment?
Are you okay?
Lin shook her head and forced a smile. I'm fine, Director Chen, I'm sorry to have made you worry.
Director Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you're okay, it's good that you're okay. Today's scene is very important, are you okay? No problem.
Lin said firmly. Director Chen began to explain the shots that needed to be res hot today, an important emotional outburst scene. The set was bustling with people, and the staff were busy setting up the scenes, adjusting the lights, and debugging the equipment.
It was a scene of bustling activity.
Most people still don't know about the attack on Lin's apartment and are still immersed in their work.
Xiaoyi wandered around the set, observing the operations of the crew.
Suddenly, he saw Lu Shichen hiding in a corner not far away, talking on the phone excitedly with a low voice, as if she didn't want to be heard. Curiosity drove Xiaoyi to move closer quietly, trying to hear clearly what Lu Shichen was saying. However, the noisy environment on the set made it difficult for him to capture the complete sentences. He could only hear some intermittent words, such as unfair, why, opportunity. There was a hint of dissatisfaction and resentment in Lu Shichen's tone, as if she was very unwilling to accept certain things. She clenched her fists and stamped her feet from time to time, and her whole body exuded an indescribable anxiety. The air around her seemed to solidify, filled with a mysterious and tense atmosphere.
Lu Shichen hung up the phone abruptly, took a deep breath, and seemed to be trying to calm herself down.
Then, she turned and walked towards Xiaoyi with a hypocritical smile on her face.
Xiaoyi, you are here too? I heard that Lin had some problems today. I am really worried.
Lu Shichen walked up to Xiaoyi with a hypocritical smile on her face, and there was a barely perceptible hint of gloating in her tone. Xiaoyi looked at Lu Shichen calmly and smiled faintly. Yes, fortunately she is fine.
He asked casually, were you on the phone just now? You seem to be in a bad mood?
Lu Shichen's eyes flickered for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure and said in a nonchalant manner, nothing, just a personal matter. By the way, Lin's role today is very important, I have to go prepare. After that, she left in a hurry, her back looking a little flustered.
Xiaoyi looked at Lu Shichen's back with a deep gaze.
He always felt that there was something wrong with Lu Shichen, as if she was deliberately hiding something. When I returned to the dressing room, Lin was already waiting there.
Seeing Xiaoyi coming in, she came forward and asked with concern, how is it? Is Xiao Xiao's mood stable?
Much better.
Xiaoyi said with a smile, what about you? Are you ready?
Lin nodded, yes, Director Chen has already told me about the play. She looked at Xiaoyi, with a hint of dependence in her eyes, I feel much more at ease with you here. Xiaoyi smiled slightly and patted Lin's shoulder gently, don't worry, everything will go well. While the makeup artist hadn't arrived yet, Xiaoyi suddenly got excited and said, come, I'll help you touch up your makeup.
Lin was a little surprised, you can also put on makeup? I know a little bit. Xiaoyi smiled mysteriously.
He picked up the makeup brush and gently applied it on Lin's face. In my mind, the system's voice sounded at the right time, it is recommended to use the Starry Sky makeup, which can perfectly set off Lin's look today. Xiaoyi followed the system's suggestions and performed each step precisely. Foundation, eyeshadow, mascara, lipstick. Under his skillful hands, Lin's makeup took on a new look, her already delicate facial features became more three-dimensional, and her whole body radiated a dazzling glow.
Wow! It's so beautiful. Xiao Xiao, who was waiting on the side, couldn't help but exclaim.
Other staff members also cast admiring glances. Even makeup artist Li, who was used to seeing all kinds of makeup, was amazed, Mr. Xiao, your makeup skills are amazing. This is simply a stroke of genius. Lin looked at herself in the mirror and was also amazed. She didn't expect Xiaoyi to have such superb makeup skills. Facing the praise from everyone, Xiaoyi just smiled modestly, it's just a trivial skill, not worth mentioning.
Mr. Xiao, this is not just a trivial skill. It is at the master level.
Makeup artist Li said excitedly, it would be a pity if your skills were buried.
Yes, yes. Others echoed, Mr. Xiao, have you ever considered?
Makeup artist Li suddenly lowered her voice and said mysteriously, I know a few celebrities. Chapter 97, lucky to meet a famous movie star, she talks about the past with her delicate makeup. Before makeup artist Li could finish his words, Xiaoyi politely interrupted him, thank you for your kindness. I just want to focus on improving my skills right now. His tone was gentle, but with unquestionable firmness. Makeup artist Li observed her expression and didn't force her to do it, but he felt a little regretful in his heart. After putting on makeup, Yang Yayin looks even more charming and attractive, with every frown and smile carrying a captivating charm. She will be playing the role of a vicious second female lead today. The director praised her performance, thinking that she interpreted the character's cruelty and charm vividly, and even predicted that she will become very popular in the future. Arriving at the set, Xiaoyi sat quietly in the dressing room with his eyes closed.
The soft light shone on his face, outlining his handsome features.
The noise around him seemed to be isolated from him. He was immersed in his own world, calm and peaceful.
Mr. Shao, Mr. Shao?
A slightly hurried voice broke the silence of the dressing room. Xiaoyi slowly opened his eyes and saw a young makeup artist standing in front of him with a slightly anxious look on his face.
Hello, what can I do for you? Xiaoyi asked politely. Mr. Shao, Mr. Dongwu is here and asked you to do his makeup. The young makeup artist's tone was filled with excitement and nervousness. Dongwu? Xiaoyi was stunned. Of course he had heard of this name. He was a legendary figure in the Chinese film industry and the creator of countless classic movies. He actually came to make a cameo appearance in this movie? And he even asked me to put makeup on him myself?
Xiaoyi's heart was full of doubts and curiosity, but he immediately stood up and followed the young makeup artist to Dongwu's lounge.
Dongwu's lounge is decorated simply and elegantly, with a faint scent of sandalwood filling the air.
As soon as Xiaoyi entered the door, he saw an energetic old man sitting on the sofa, flipping through a script. The years have left traces on his face, but have also added a unique charm.
He is Dongwu, the leading figure in the Chinese film industry. Hello, Mr. Dongwu, I am Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi bowed respectfully. Dongwu raised his head, his eyes fell on Xiaoyi, and he showed a kind smile. Are you Xiaoyi?
I heard from Yang Yayin that your makeup skills are very good.
Xiaoyi was somewhat flattered and quickly said, Mr. Dongwu, thank you for your praise. I only know a little bit about it. Young man, don't be modest. Dongwu said with a smile, do you know my movies?
Of course I understand. Xiaoyi's eyes flashed with excitement. Your Heroes of Troubled Times and The Story of Revenge are both my favorites, especially the role of Dugacho Bai you played in The Story of Revenge, which is simply a classic among classics. Dongwu laughed loudly, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes became deeper, but also more kind.
I didn't expect that young people today still remember my old movies.
As he said this, he let Xiaoyi put on makeup for him. Xiaoyi applied makeup to Dongwu skillfully and gently.
As they chatted, the two talked about movies, ranging from classic old films to the latest special effects technology.
Xiaoyi discovered that Dongwu was not only an outstanding actor and director, but also a knowledgeable and well-informed elder. After finishing her makeup, Dongwu looked at herself in the mirror carefully and nodded with satisfaction.
Xiaoyi, your makeup skills are really good, very talented. He turned to look at Xiaoyi with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Young man, do a good job, I am optimistic about you.
A warm feeling surged in Xiaoyi's heart. He thanked Dongwu respectfully, then turned and left the lounge. As soon as he walked out of the room, Xiaoyi heard a familiar voice.
Xiaoyi?
He looked in the direction of the voice and saw Yang Yayin standing not far away with a surprised expression on her face.
She walked quickly to Xiaoyi, looked him up and down, and said with a hint of disbelief, You just came out of Mr. Dongwu's lounge?
Xiaoyi nodded and smiled faintly. Yes, I just put on makeup for Mr. Dongwu. Yang Yayin's eyes widened, as if she had heard something incredible.
You actually did makeup for Mr. Dongwu? How do you know him?
She asked a series of questions, her tone full of curiosity and confusion. Xiaoyi shrugged helplessly. Actually, I don't know him either.
He asked me to do his makeup. Maybe he thought my makeup skills were good?
He said half-jokingly, but he was also a little confused in his heart.
Why did Dongwu choose him? Is it really just because of makeup techniques? Oh my god!
Yang Yayin exclaimed, her tone full of envy. Mr. Dongwu is my idol. I have always hoped to have the opportunity to work with him, even if it is just a small supporting role. She sighed, with a hint of regret in her tone. Unfortunately, I don't have the opportunity to play opposite him this time. Only Lu Shiqian has a scene opposite him.
She paused, lowered her voice, and said mysteriously, Do you know? Mr. Dongwu is still single.
Xiaoyi was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Yang Yayin to suddenly gossip about Dongwu's love life. He smiled and didn't respond, but he secretly thought in his heart that it was not surprising that a person like Dongwu was single. After all, his standards must be very high.
Let's go and see Lu Shiqian and Mr. Dongwu filming.
Yang Yayin pulled Xiaoyi's arm and walked towards the set excitedly.
On the set, the lights were bright and people were coming and going. Lu Shiqian and Dongwu were filming a scene where they play against each other.
Lu Shiqian was dressed in gorgeous costume, with exquisite makeup and elegant manners, just like a noble princess. Dongwu was dressed in a simple robe, with a calm temperament and a strong aura, and his every move exuded the majesty of a superior. The two people standing together formed a sharp contrast, yet wonderfully harmonious.
Start. Director Chen gave the order and the filming officially began. Lu Shiqian and Dong Wu began to perform according to the script, but at this moment, Lu Shiqian suddenly burst out laughing. Lu Shiqian's smile instantly froze the atmosphere on the entire set. Director Chen's face also darkened. He picked up the speaker and shouted, "Cut! Lu Shiqian, what are you doing? Why are you laughing?"
Lu Shiqian realized that she had made a mistake and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, director, I was distracted just now."
"Let's do it again." Director Chen suppressed his anger, waved his hand, and signaled to resume filming. However, the subsequent filming was even less smooth. Lu Shiqian either forgot her lines or her expressions were not right.
After several NGs, Director Chen's face became more and more unsightly, and the atmosphere on the set became more and more tense.
"Cut! Cut! Cut!" Director Chen's voice was almost a roar. "Lu Shiqian, what's wrong with you? Can't you memorize your lines? We've shot this scene so many times, can you act?"
Lu Shiqian's eyes were filled with tears, and she choked up and said, "Director, I'm sorry, I..."
"Stop talking." Director Chen interrupted her impatiently. "If you're not feeling well, go back and rest. We'll talk about this scene later." Lu Shiqian couldn't hold it in any longer and ran back to the dressing room crying. Everyone on the set looked at each other in confusion. The atmosphere was awkward and tense. Dong Wu frowned and looked at Lu Shiqian's departing back.
Just then, Xiaoyi walked up to Dong Wu and whispered a few words. After listening to this, Dong Wu turned his gaze to Yang Yayin, who was standing beside him. He looked her over carefully. "Director Chen," Dong Wu said in a steady and powerful voice, "I think someone else can play this scene."
Director Chen was stunned and looked at Dong Wu in confusion. "Change people? Who?" Dong Wu did not answer directly, but waved at Yang Yayin. "Miss Yang, come here." Yang Yayin was delighted and quickly walked up to Dong Wu. Dong Wu and Yang Yayin talked in a low voice for a few words, and a look of surprise appeared on Yang Yayin's face. Dong Wu turned to look at Director Chen and said slowly, "I think Yang Yayin is more suitable for this role." Director Chen showed hesitation on his face.
Chapter 98. The change of roles on the set caused a disturbance. Director Chen frowned, his eyes moving back and forth between Dong Wu and Yang Yayin. Although Lu Shiqian's acting skills are a little immature, her image and temperament fit the role very well. Now that he has to temporarily replace her, he can't help but feel a little hesitant.
"Is this appropriate?" he asked hesitantly.
At this moment, the door of the dressing room was suddenly pushed open, and Lu Shiqian walked out angrily with red eyes from crying.
"Change? Why change?" She pointed at Yang Yayin and said sharply, "Why can she play my role?" The set suddenly fell silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Shiqian. She choked and tears welled up in her eyes again. "Do you know how much effort I put into this role?
I practice my lines until late at night every day, trying to figure out the character's inner world over and over again.
Now you just want to replace me. What do you think of me?" Dong Wu looked calm and said firmly, "Ms. Lu, I know you work hard, but your condition is really not suitable for continuing the filming. Rather than delaying the progress of the entire crew, it is better to give a more suitable person a chance." "Suitable? Who is suitable?" "Her." Lu Shiqian pointed at Yang Yayin, her tone full of disdain. "What qualifications does she have to play my role? Just because my acting skills are better than yours?" Yang Yayin hit back without showing any weakness. "Okay, let's compete."
Lu Shiqian laughed in anger. "Director, I want to compete with her. Whoever performs better will be allowed to perform."
Director Chen's eyes lit up. This was a good solution. He immediately made the decision. "Okay, let's do it.
The two of you should prepare yourself, and the competition will begin in 10 minutes. The atmosphere on the set suddenly became serious, and the staff were busy preparing for this sudden competition.
Dong Wu walked to Yang Yayin's side and whispered, "Don't be nervous, just play your best." Yang Yayin took a deep breath and nodded. At this time, Xiaoyi came over and said, "Ms. Yang, your makeup needs to be slightly adjusted to better suit the character's setting." He picked up the makeup brush and skillfully applied makeup to Yang Yayin. Yang Yayin looked at herself in the mirror, her heart full of anticipation. She knew that this was a rare opportunity and she must seize it. "Okay." Xiaoyi put down the makeup brush and nodded with satisfaction. Yang Yayin smiled confidently at the mirror. "Thank you, Xiaoyi. I wish you success." Xiaoyi smiled slightly. "Begin." Director Chen gave the order. Yang Yayin took a deep breath, straightened her back, and her eyes flashed with confidence. "Okay, I accept the challenge."
She answered in a resounding voice, which was crisp and firm and echoed throughout the set. Xiaoyi walked to Yang Yin's side, picked up the makeup brush, and gently but skillfully applied makeup to her. The touch of his fingertips was delicate, as if carrying a hint of magic, which gradually calmed Yang Yin's originally slightly nervous mood. The faint scent of powder permeated the air, mixed with the unique smell of lighting on the set, creating a peculiar atmosphere. The eyeshadow should be slightly darker to better reflect the character's inner sadness, Xiaoyi said as he gently smudged Yang Yin's eye sockets with an eyeshadow brush. His voice was low and magnetic, as if it carried a soothing power. Yang Yin looked at herself in the mirror, her eyes moving. Under Xiaoyi's skillful hands, her originally beautiful face became even more charming, like a tragic beauty walking out of a painting.
I wish you success. Xiaoyi smiled slightly.
The competition began, and Yang Yin and Dongwu performed a rival scene according to the script. The lights focused on them, and everything around them seemed to disappear, leaving only the two of them immersed in the world of their characters.
Yang Yin's performance was full of tension, and she portrayed the character's inner sadness, despair, and struggle vividly.
Her voice was trembling and choked with sobs, which was heartbreaking to hear. When she spoke the key lines, a crystal teardrop slid down from the corner of her eye, shining movingly under the light. The set was silent.
Everyone was captivated by Yang Yin's performance.
They felt as if they were in the play, feeling the character's joys and sorrows.
Even Director Chen, who is usually strict, couldn't help but nod slightly, with an admiring look in his eyes.
There is a faint smell of sadness in the air, making people feel depressed and suffocated. Yang Yin's crying, Dong was sighing, and the suppressed breathing of the surrounding staff intertwined together, forming an indescribable atmosphere.
Just then,
suddenly, a sharp cry broke the silence.
Stop! Stop! Stop!
Lu Shiqian stood up suddenly and stomped her feet. The sound of her high heels hitting the ground was particularly harsh in the silent set.
What is she acting? It's so fake. Lu Shiqian's sudden interruption made everyone frown unhappily. Dongwu's face also darkened.
He took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart.
Ms. Lu, please respect the actor's performance. Respect? What's there to respect about her poor acting? Lu Shiqian glanced at Yang Yin with disdain.
She snatched the script and pointed at a line and said, "Here, the character's despair and helplessness should be shown, but she can only wail.
No emotion at all."
As Lu Shiqian spoke, she imitated Yang Yin's performance and cried out exaggeratedly. Her voice was sharp and piercing, with no aesthetic appeal at all. The staff on the set couldn't help but cover their ears, with embarrassed looks on their faces.
Then Miss Lu, why don't you demonstrate it to us?
Dongwu said with a sneer, with a hint of provocation in his tone. When Lu Shiqian heard this, she immediately became excited. She straightened her back, took a deep breath, and prepared to show off her superb acting skills. However, when she started to perform, she found that she couldn't get into the role at all. She tried hard to squeeze out a few tears, but she just couldn't cry. Her face was stiff and she looked very embarrassed.
I.
Lu Shiqian stammered, unable to speak, her face flushed red, and she felt the gazes around her like needles prickling her skin.
She explained in a panic, I wasn't ready just now. Do it again, do it again.
Director Chen's face turned pale and he slammed the script in his hand to the ground with a loud bang.
Enough! He roared, his voice echoing around the set, Lu Shiqian, your condition is too bad.
I don't want to waste any more time. He turned and left, his back filled with anger and disappointment.
Lu Shiqian's tears finally flowed, but she was not crying for the sadness of the character, but for her own grievances and unwillingness.
She covered her face, ran back to the dressing room crying, leaving the set in a mess.
There was an awkward, intense atmosphere in the air, and the staff looked at each other, not knowing what to do.
Dongwu sighed, bent down to pick up the script on the ground, and dusted it off.
He raised his head and looked towards the dressing room with a complicated look.
Yang Yin excitedly ran towards Xiaoyi, her face beaming with joy, and hugged him. Xiaoyi, thank you.
Thank you.
Her excited voice trembled slightly, and tears flashed in her eyes. Xiaoyi patted her back gently and said in a gentle voice, Congratulations, Miss Yang, you deserve it.
Yang Yin let go of Xiaoyi, turned to look at Dongwu, and winked playfully, Teacher Dongwu, can you give me an autograph? I have always been your fan.
Dongwu smiled heartily, of course. He took the notebook handed to him by Yang Yin and signed his name in a flamboyant manner. The three of them were talking and laughing, and the atmosphere on the set was relaxed and pleasant. In the distance, Lu Shiqian's cries gradually disappeared, as if they had never appeared. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Xiao Yi's mind: sign in successfully, obtain the skill, eavesdropping.
Xiao Yi's mind moved. Eavesdropping skills? This is quite interesting.
He activated the skill out of curiosity, and the sounds around him instantly became clearer, as if someone was whispering in his ear.
Damn Dongwu. Damn Yang Yain.
Lu Shiqian's angry voice came from the dressing room, gritting her teeth with deep resentment. They actually dared to steal my role.
I won't let them go. And that Xiao Yi.
Lu Shiqian smashed the makeup mirror in her hand fiercely, and the fragments scattered all over the ground with a crisp sound. He actually helped Yang Yain. I must make him pay the price. Xiao Yi listened to Lu Shiqian's curse and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth.
It seems that this woman is really not simple. Beep, beep.
Lu Shiqian dialed a phone and her tone instantly became gentle. Hello, brother Zhao, it's me. What happened today? Yes, that role was taken away. Lu Shiqian's voice was tearful, as if she had suffered a great injustice.
A deep male voice came from the other end of the phone. What? Robbed? What happened?
There was a hint of impatience in the tone.
It's all Dongwu's fault. And that bitch Yang Yain.
Lu Shiqian recounted the whole story with exaggeration, her tone full of resentment and unwillingness.
Useless.
A roar came from the other end of the phone. You can't even handle such a small matter.
Brother Zhao, I.
Lu Shiqian's voice trembled with a hint of fear.
Just wait for me. The man said, and then hung up the phone.
Lu Shiqian held the phone, her face pale.
Chapter 99, Shocking Secrets. Lu Shiqian took a deep breath and tried to calm her inner fear.
She straightened her messy hair and clothes in the mirror and forced herself to smile.
Damn Yang Yain. And Xiao Yi. Just wait for me.
Lu Shiqian whispered through gritted teeth, with a vicious light flashing in her eyes.
Brother Zhao, we'll never let you go.
Lu Shiqian dialed the phone again, and this time her tone was more humble, even with a hint of flattery.
Brother Zhao, I know I was wrong. I will never fail again next time.
A man's deep voice came from the other end of the phone. Lu Shiqian, you really disappoint me.
Do you know how important this matter is? You actually let an unknown little actor take your role. How can I explain this to the higher-ups? Brother Zhao, I didn't know it would be like this. I had already made arrangements.
Lu Shiqian's voice trembled with a hint of tears. I
have already found someone. Looking for someone? Are you looking for those hooligans? The man's tone was full of sarcasm. Do you think that forging a mental evaluation can solve the problem? You are too naive. Brother Zhao, I will definitely. There won't be a next time. The man interrupted her coldly. I will handle the matter this time. You'd better behave yourself, otherwise.
The man did not continue speaking, but the threat in his words was self-evident.
Lu Shiqian's fingers turned pale as she held the phone.
Xiao Yi hid in the corner and heard the conversation between the two clearly. He was filled with turmoil and forged a mental evaluation.
Boxing.
The words struck his nerves like a hammer. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turned white, and his heart was filled with anger and anxiety. He hesitated whether to tell Yang Yain about this matter.
Xiao Yi took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He looked at the time, turned around and walked away quickly.
He needs to think carefully about how to deal with this matter.
Yang Yain.
Xiao Yi muttered to himself, gradually quickening his pace. When Xiao Yi found Yang Yain, she was holding the script and reading it carefully. Seeing his serious expression and hurried steps, Yang Yain frowned slightly and put down the script. Xiao Yi, what happened?
You don't look well.
Xiao Yi hesitated for a moment, but still told her everything he had overheard. At first, Yang Yain just listened curiously, but as Xiao Yi spoke, her expression gradually became solemn, and in the end, she was so frightened that her face turned pale.
The attack. Mental evaluation. How could they do this?
Yang Yain's voice trembled slightly. She held Xiao Yi's hand tightly, her fingertips were cold. Xiao Yi held her slightly trembling hand with his backhand to give her strength.
Don't be afraid, Yain, I will protect you.
His voice was low and firm, like a reassurance pill, which gradually calmed Yang Yain's panicked heart.
But, if those people are really released? Yang Yain was still frightened.
She couldn't imagine what would happen if those people attacked her again.
No, I will find a way.
Xiaoyi said firmly, I will make them pay the price.
He paused and added, you must be careful during this period, be vigilant, and try not to go out alone.
Yang Yain nodded, and the fear in her eyes was gradually replaced by gratitude and trust.
Thank you, Xiaoyi.
Xiaoyi patted the back of her hand gently and said softly, don't worry, everything will be fine.
He looked up at the time, remembered the call from Su Wanqing before, and thought about what to do next. Just as I was about to speak, my cell phone suddenly rang.
Su Wanqing sat behind a large desk, tapping the tabletop with her slender fingers, making crisp sounds. She scanned the design drafts in front of her with sharp eyes, finally stopping at one of them, with a confident arc at the corner of her mouth.
This is the plan,
she said firmly, leaving no room for doubt.
Okay, Mr. Su.
Assistant Zhang carefully put away the other design drafts, a thin layer of sweat seeping out of his forehead. He knew that once President Su made a decision, he would not change it easily.
The new product launch is scheduled for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Please notify everyone,
Su Wanqing said decisively, as if everything was under her control.
Mr. Su, Vice President Shen.
Assistant Zhang hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't help but remind him.
Don't worry about him,
Su Wanqing said in a cold tone, the press conference will proceed as usual.
Assistant Zhang didn't dare to say anything more.
He nodded quickly and turned to leave the office to arrange the press conference. Su Wanqing picked up the phone and dialed Xiaoyi's number.
Hey, Xiaoyi, can you accompany me to a new product launch conference tomorrow?
Of course,
Wanqing.
Xiaoyi agreed readily, with a hint of doting in his tone. Although I still care about Yang Yain.
Thank you, Xiaoyi.
Su Wanqing's voice softened, with a barely perceptible hint of joy in her tone. Let's go shopping together this afternoon and buy some clothes.
Okay. Xiaoyi agreed with a smile.
He knew that Su Wanqing and Yang Yain both liked shopping, and he was happy to pay for them.
In the afternoon, Xiaoyi met Su Wanqing and Yang Yain in the commercial street.
The two girls excitedly walked between the shops, trying on clothes of various styles, while Xiaoyi followed them silently and was responsible for paying.
Xiaoyi, what do you think of this one?
Yang Yain, wearing a lavender dress, turned around in front of Xiaoyi. Very beautiful,
Xiaoyi praised sincerely. Yang Yain's temperament was pure and sweet, and this lavender dress made her even more charming. Wanqing, what about you? What do you think of this one? Yang Yain walked up to Su Wanqing again and asked for her opinion. Su Wanqing wore a red slim dress, looking noble and elegant, full of aura. It suits you very well.
She smiled slightly, with a hint of appreciation in her tone.
Then let's go with this one. Yang Yain decided happily, and then pulled Su Wanqing to the fitting room to change clothes.
Xiaoyi sat in the rest area, looking at the excited figures of the two girls with a helpless smile on his face.
He knew that there would be another bloody fight.
After an unknown amount of time, the two girls finally came out of the fitting room. Xiaoyi looked up, but was suddenly stunned.
Yang Yain changed into a goose-yellow long dress.
The light and flowing skirt swayed gently with her steps, like the blooming forsythia in spring, fresh and moving.
Su Wanqing chose a black professional suit. The slim cut perfectly outlined her exquisite figure, and her every move exuded the charm of a mature woman. Xiaoyi's eyes lit up.
Seeing two beauties with very different styles standing together was so pleasing to the eye. The three were about to leave when a young man with dyed yellow hair and wearing a flowered shirt, named Sun Xianyan, blocked their way.
You two beauties are so beautiful. Do you want to go and play with your brother?
Sun Xianyan looked at Yang Yain and Su Wanqing with lustful eyes and spoke in a frivolous tone. Xiaoyi's face darkened, and he stood in front of the two girls, saying in a cold tone, "Get out of here." "Oh boy, you're quite the hero saving the damsel in distress." Sun Xianyan sneered disdainfully and reached out to push Xiaoyi.
Xiaoyi was quick-witted and quick-handed.
He grabbed Sun Xianyan's wrist and twisted it hard. Sun Xianyan immediately grimaced in pain. Xiaoyi took advantage of the situation and kicked him in the stomach. Sun Xianyan staggered back a few steps and fell to the ground.
"If you dare to harass them again next time, it won't be so easy," Xiaoyi warned coldly.
At this time, Li Baoan, the security guard of the commercial street, rushed over after hearing the news. When he saw Sun Xianyan lying on the ground, he immediately understood what had happened.
He helped Sun Xianyan up and asked sternly, "What's going on?" Sun Xianyan pointed at Xiaoyi and said viciously, "This kid hit me. You were the one who harassed these two ladies first."
Li Baoan said righteously, I warn you, don't come here to cause trouble again, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Sun Xianyan held his stomach, glared at Xiao Yi with resentment, and said harshly, just wait for me. Then he left in shame.
Let's go eat. I'm hungry. Yang Yayin suggested, holding Xiao Yi's arm.
I know there's a popular restaurant nearby that's delicious. The three of them came to a popular restaurant and asked for a private room.
Exquisite dishes were served one after another. Yang Yayin enthusiastically introduced the characteristics of each dish, while Su Wanqing tasted the food elegantly and exchanged a few words with Xiao Yi from time to time. Xiao Yi talked to them calmly on the surface, but secretly he was observing the surrounding environment vigilantly.
He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice coming from the next room. That voice. Boss Shui, don't worry, I will definitely get this done.
Chapter 100, Shocked by the Conspiracy.
Xiao Yi's heart was shocked.
Isn't this voice Xin Xian? How come she is here? Who was talking to her? Curiosity and vigilance drove him to quietly walk to the wall and put his ear against it.
Mr. Shui, don't worry, I will definitely get things done this time. Xin Xian's voice came again, with a hint of flattery. Xin Xian, if you mess up again this time, you know the consequences. A deep male voice sounded, and Xiao Yi immediately recognized the owner of the voice, Shui Buiyuan, the guy who had been pursuing Su Wanqing but failed and who held a grudge against Xiao Yi. I have bribed a few reporters. At Su Wanqing's new product launch tomorrow, they will deliberately make things difficult for her and humiliate her.
Xin Xian vowed.
It's not enough to just make things difficult for her, Shui Buiyuan snorted coldly, I want to ruin her reputation. I have arranged for people to create chaos at the press conference, and then.
Xiao Yi didn't listen to what Shui Buiyuan said next.
He felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. It turns out that Xin Xian and Shui Buiyuan are colluding with each other to frame Su Wanqing.
He must tell Su Wanqing about this immediately.
Xiao Yi took a deep breath, returned to his seat, and tried to make his expression look more natural.
What's wrong? Su Wanqing keenly noticed Xiao Yi's strangeness. Why do you look so bad?
Xiao Yi hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell Su Wanqing what he had heard.
Wanqing, I just overheard something. He told her everything about Xin Xian and Shui Buiyuan's conspiracy.
Su Wanqing was eating the food elegantly, but after hearing Xiao Yi's words, the fork in her hand stopped in mid-air. She said in a low voice with a hint of chill in her tone.
Tomorrow's press conference.
Xiao Yi looked at Su Wanqing worriedly, I'm afraid there will be trouble. Su Wanqing put down the fork in her hand and her eyes became sharp. If an enemy comes, we will fight him. If a flood comes, we will block it with earth. She said in a deep voice, her tone full of confidence and determination, I want to see what tricks they can play.
Su Wanqing's eyes flashed and she said decisively, Yayin, pay the bill. Xiao Yi, let's go.
The three of them hurriedly finished their dinner and quickly rushed back to Yuexia Group. The Yuexia building was brightly lit under the cover of night, and the air was filled with a tense atmosphere. In the president's office, Su Wanqing, Xiao Yi, Yang Yayin and Xin Xian sat around the conference table in a solemn atmosphere. Su Wanqing told Yang Yayin what Xiao Yi had heard and arranged the next response strategy.
Yang Yayin looked solemn. She nodded from time to time and quickly wrote down the key points.
Xin Xian pretended to be calm, her eyes flickering, and she occasionally stole glances at Su Wanqing's reaction, feeling uneasy inside. The next day, the new product launch site was crowded with people and the spotlights were flashing non-stop.
Su Wanqing, dressed in an elegant white dress, walked onto the stage gracefully, emitting confidence in her every move.
She introduced the new products calmly, and her professional explanation and elegant temperament won rounds of applause. However, just as the press conference was about to end, something unexpected happened. A ragged middle-aged woman suddenly rushed onto the stage, pointing at Su Wanqing and yelling, Su Wanqing, you black-hearted boss. You withhold wages and force people to death. The woman's screams at the top of her lungs immediately caused a commotion at the scene. Immediately afterwards, several people dressed similarly rushed onto the stage and started shouting and cursing together, and the scene suddenly fell into chaos. Seeing this, Xiao Yi immediately rushed onto the stage, stood in front of Su Wanqing, and tried to stop the troublemaker. However, the woman pushed him away and pounced on Su Wanqing, still cursing. Everyone exclaimed and the scene was in chaos, with no idea how to end it.
Security! Where is the security?
Yang Yayin shouted anxiously, but her voice was drowned out by the noisy shouting and cursing. The woman struggled, and was dragged out by the security guard holding her arms. She suddenly shouted at the top of her voice, Shin Xian promised to give me money.
Let me come. Chapter 101: The Conspiracy Behind the Riot. The woman was dragged out by two security guards holding her arms. She struggled desperately, still nagging, Shin Xian promised to give me money. She asked me to slander Mr. Su for withholding wages and forcing people to death. She also said. The woman was dragged to the door, and her hoarse shouting gradually faded away, leaving only the two words Shin Xian echoing in the press conference. Everyone looked at each other, whispered, and cast their eyes on Shin Xian sitting in the guest seats. Shin Xian's face turned pale. She stood up suddenly and shouted angrily, "What nonsense! Security, hurry up and drag this crazy woman out." Su Wanqing raised her hand to stop the security guard who was about to drag the woman away. "Wait," she said calmly, but with unquestionable majesty, "let her finish what she is saying." Shin Xian's face changed. "Boss Su, why bother paying attention to such crazy talk? Let her leave first and don't delay the press conference." Su Wanqing glanced at Shin Xian sharply, and said indifferently, "Manager Shin seems very anxious. Is he afraid that she will say something she shouldn't say?" Shin Xian suppressed her panic and pretended to be calm. "Boss Su, you are joking. I just don't want such unreasonable people to disrupt the order of the press conference." Su Wanqing ignored Shin Xian and looked at the woman who was held by the security guard. She asked calmly, "Tell me, who sent you here?" The woman seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and shouted quickly, "It's Shin Xian. It's her. She gave me some money and asked me to come." Before the woman finished speaking, Shin Xian suddenly rushed forward, covered her mouth with one hand, and said sternly, "Don't talk nonsense." Xian Yi's mouth was covered and she struggled desperately, her eyes full of fear and anger, and a whimpering sound squeezed out of her throat like a trapped beast. She twisted her body desperately, trying to break free from Shin Xian's grip, her high heels rubbing against the floor, making a harsh sound. Shin Xian's face was pale, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and her hand covering Xian Yi was trembling slightly. She forced herself to remain calm and forced a stiff smile at the people around her. "Don't listen to her nonsense, this person has mental problems." Su Wanqing looked at Shin Xian's panic and sneered. She clapped her hands gently, and a photo suddenly appeared on the big screen. In the photo, Shin Xian and Xian Yi were having a secret conversation in a cafe, and a thick stack of banknotes was on the table. The photo clearly recorded the scene of the transaction between the two people, and even the sinister smile on Shin Xian's face was clearly visible. "Manager Shin, do you have anything to explain about this photo?" Su Wanqing's voice was cold, but carried a strong sense of oppression. Shin Xian's face turned pale instantly, her lips trembled, and she was unable to speak for a long time. She looked at the photo on the big screen, and a hint of despair flashed in her eyes. People around began to whisper, looking at Shin Xian with suspicion and contempt. This photo is fake. Someone deliberately framed me." Shin Xian finally found her voice, but her voice was trembling and she lacked confidence. "Framed?" Su Wanqing sneered, "Manager Shin, do you think I would accuse you without any evidence?" She clapped her hands again, and a video appeared on the big screen again. In the video, Shin Xian was talking on the phone with a man, and she ordered the other party in a sinister tone to disrupt the press conference. "Now, what else do you have to say?" Su Wanqing's voice was as cold as the north wind in winter. Shin Xian was completely panicked, she knew she was finished. She slumped weakly in the chair, her eyes empty, as if she had lost her soul. "Boss Su, I think the most important thing right now is to stabilize the situation. The press conference can't be delayed any further." Shin Xian took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She looked at Su Wanqing with a hint of viciousness in her eyes. "For the benefit of the company, I hope you can leave the scene temporarily and let me handle the follow-up matters." Seeing her conspiracy exposed, Shin Xian decided to go all out. She pointed at Xiao Yi and said sternly, "Boss Su, although I did this, it was ultimately because of this man of unknown origin. Why would he marry you when he's just a delivery man? He's just after your money and status. He's just a gigolo, a gigolo. If it weren't for him, how could this happen in the company?" Her words hit the mark, exactly what some people wanted. Shuebu Yuan had always admired Su Wanqing for a long time. Seeing an opportunity, he immediately agreed, "Boss Su, Manager Shin is right. I have always felt that Xiao Yi is not worthy of you. You are a daughter of heaven, how can you be with such an inferior person?" Director Zhou also chimed in, "Yes, President Su, you are of noble status, how can you let such a person tarnish your reputation? For the sake of the group's image, you should cut off your relationship with him as soon as possible."
Su Wanqing glanced at them coldly and was about to speak, but Xiaoyi gently pulled her hand, shook his head at her, and signaled her not to speak. Xiaoyi took a deep breath and said calmly, I know that in your eyes, I am just a delivery boy and not worthy of Wanqing. But I love her, there is no doubt about that. As for the money and status you mentioned, I don't care at all. He paused and looked at Su Wanqing firmly. Wanqing, do you believe me? Su Wanqing held Xiaoyi's hand and gave him an affirmative look. I believe you. Humph, what's the point of believing? The facts are right in front of us. Xinxian sneered, who do you think you are? A delivery man, you want to climb up the social ladder? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Xiaoyi ignored Xinxian's sarcasm. He silently opened the system interface and clicked the sign-in button. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving the reward, top ranking. As soon as the system prompt sounded, a huge roar came from a distance, coming closer and closer, deafening. Xiaoyi's mouth corners slightly raised. There was silence at the press conference. Everyone was attracted by the sudden sound and looked out the window. What's going on? What's that sound? Someone asked in confusion. It sounds like the sound of a helicopter, another person said uncertainly. Helicopter? Why is there a helicopter here? Everyone was talking about it, but no one knew what was going on. Suddenly, someone pointed out the window and exclaimed, look! It's really a helicopter. I saw a helicopter with luxurious paint slowly landing on the helipad of the Uexia Group building. The strong wind from the propellers made the branches sway and the dust fly. No way. Shuebuo Yuan's face turned pale and he muttered to himself. Director Zhou was also stunned, his eyes full of shock and confusion. He swallowed and asked in a trembling voice, what's going on? The atmosphere at the press conference became tense and exciting due to this sudden change. The helicopter slowly landed on the helipad of the Uexia Group building, and the strong wind created by the propeller made the glass windows at the scene tremble. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the luxuriously painted helicopter, their heartbeats quickened, as if time had stopped at this moment. The helicopter door slowly opened, and a man dressed in gorgeous traditional Middle Eastern clothing slowly walked out. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as he scanned the entire audience, and everyone could feel his indescribable majesty. Every step the man took was steady and powerful, as if every step was announcing his arrival. The man walked up to Xiaoyi, bowed deeply, and spoke in a deep and magnetic voice, Mr. Xiao, I am Al-Hassan, the president of the Abu Dhabi Group from the Middle East. My clients have mentioned you to me. You are a respectable friend. This is my business card. I hope we can have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. He handed over a glittering golden business card with both hands. Xiaoyi smiled slightly, took the business card, and nodded in thanks. Al-Hassan looked around and announced loudly, to express my respect, I have prepared these golden business cards. I hope everyone here can accept them. After he said that, he waved his hand to signal the assistant behind him to distribute a stack of golden business cards to everyone present. Each business card shines with golden light, which is completely different from ordinary business cards. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and curiosity, and many of them were holding the golden business cards in their hands, stunned. Seeing this, Shuebuo Yuan's arrogance made it difficult for him to accept what was happening. He stared at Xiaoyi fiercely, walked up to him and said provocatively, Xiaoyi, don't think you can be arrogant just because you have a rich friend from the Middle East. People like you will always be a delivery man, don't even think about turning over. His words were filled with strong disdain and provocation. Al-Hassan frowned slightly, raised his hand to stop the assistant beside him, then took out his mobile phone from his pocket and calmly dialed a number. A response came from the other end of the phone soon. Al-Hassan said coldly, find someone to teach Shuebuo Yuan a lesson and let him know the severity of the situation. After hanging up the phone, he turned to Xiaoyi and smiled, and continued, Mr. Xiao, you are a friend worthy of my respect. Anyone who dares to insult you will pay the price. Shuebuo Yuan's face turned extremely ugly. His cell phone suddenly rang. He answered the call tremblingly. A cold voice came from the other end of the phone, Shuebuo Yuan, your company has been acquired by us. From now on, you are no longer the chairman. Shuebuo Yuan's mouth opened wide. Al-Hassan retracted his gaze, turned to look at Su Wanqing, smiled slightly, and said, Mr. Su, Mr. Xiao is a very outstanding friend. I hope we can have more opportunities to cooperate. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked straight to the backstage of the press conference, leaving behind a deathly silence.
Xin Xian's face turned extremely pale, her eyes were filled with fear. She slowly stood up, trembling towards Su Wanqing, her voice so low that it was almost inaudible. Boss Su, please. Chapter 102, The betrayal of a close friend pierces an old wound, and the changes are unpredictable. Su Wanqing looked down at Xin Xian indifferently.
Xin Xian used to be her best friend and most trusted partner, but now she stood against her, her eyes full of pleading and fear. Xin Xian stretched out her hand tremblingly, trying to grab Su Wanqing's sleeve, but Su Wanqing dodged her without making a sound. Xin Xian's fingertips froze in the air, just like her desperate mood at the moment. Su Wanqing's heart was in turmoil. The deep sisterly love she once had was now nothing but cold betrayal. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and tried hard to suppress the pain in her heart. When she opened her eyes again, her gaze had become as hard as steel. Xin Xian, what you have done has exceeded my tolerance. Su Wanqing's voice was cold, without a trace of emotion, and every word was like a sharp knife piercing Xin Xian's heart. From now on, you are no longer the vice president of Yuexia Group. You are fired. As soon as Su Wanqing finished her words, the originally silent reporters in the audience suddenly exploded, swarming forward like sharks smelling blood, surrounding Su Wanqing and Xin Xian. Flashbulbs flashed non-stop, microphones were extended in front of them like long guns and short cannons, and various questions came like bombardments. Mr. Su, why did you fire Vice President Chen? Vice President Chen, what is your response to Mr. Su's decision? What irreconcilable conflict has occurred between the two of you? Xin Xian's face was pale. She had thought that the board of directors would say a few words for her because of their past friendship. However, when she looked around, she found that those directors who usually treated her as brothers and sisters were now lowering their heads and deliberately avoiding her gaze. Despair surged into her heart like a tide, and she laughed miserably, with a cold arc at the corner of her mouth. Su Wanqing, Xin Xian's voice was hoarse and full of hatred. Do you think you won? Do you think you can really cover the sky with one hand? Her voice was getting louder and louder, almost drowning out the noise of the reporters. I tell you, you are wrong. You are totally wrong. Xin Xian raised her head abruptly, with a crazy light flashing in her eyes. Since you are so heartless, don't blame me for being ungrateful. There are some things I didn't want to say, but now. She paused, staring straight at Su Wanqing, and said word by word, I want to destroy your life and reputation. Xin Xian's shrill laughter echoed in the press conference hall, sharp and piercing, as creepy as nails scratching on a blackboard. Su Wanqing, why are you pretending to be so noble? Do you think I don't know what happened between you and Shuebua Yuan? He was infatuated with you, but you married that loser for the so-called family interests. You trampled on his feelings and ruined everything for me. Su Wanqing was struck by lightning. She staggered back a step, and her face turned pale in an instant. Shuebua Yuan's name exploded in her ears like a thunder. She shook her head blankly. I don't know. I don't know what you are talking about. Her voice trembled with a hint of incredible grievance. She never thought that Xin Xian's resentment came from this. You don't know? Xin Xian laughed even more hysterically, as if she had heard a huge joke. Why are you pretending to be innocent? You clearly know that he likes you, but you take advantage of his feelings time and time again and make him do whatever you want for you. What do you think of him? You think of him as a fool, a toy that you can play with at will. Xin Xian became more and more agitated, and her originally delicate makeup became hideous because of her distorted expression. I hate you. I hate you for taking him away. I hate you for destroying everything I have. She pounced on Su Wanqing, her hands reaching out to her neck like eagle claws, trying to strangle her to death. Wanqing. At the critical moment, a figure flashed by and pushed Xin Xian away fiercely. Another figure also appeared at the same time, protecting Su Wanqing behind him. In the chaos, Su Wanqing only saw a blurry figure and felt a warm embrace. Xin Xian was pushed away and fell to the ground in a mess, but the crazy look in her eyes did not diminish at all. She struggled to get up, pointed at Su Wanqing, and screamed with all her strength, Su Wanqing, do you think you are a good person? You are just an illegitimate daughter. You are not qualified to inherit the Su family's property. You. Pa. A loud slap interrupted Xin Xian's words. Su Wanqing raised her hand tremblingly, unable to believe that she had actually hit Xin Xian. She stared at Xin Xian and said word by word, shut up. Xin Xian covered her face with her hands, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She looked at Su Wanqing with resentment, with a chilling light flashing in her eyes. She spoke slowly, her voice low and cold, this is just the beginning.
Xiaoyi hugged Su Wanqing in his arms, patted her back gently, and whispered comfortingly, "It's okay, I'm here." His cold eyes swept over Xin Xian with a strong warning. Wanqing, Xianer was just impulsive at the moment. "Please forgive her this time." Shuebo Yuan stepped forward and pleaded for Xin Xian in an anxious tone, completely disregarding Su Wanqing's feelings at the moment. He looked at Su Wanqing affectionately, his eyes full of regret. "I know you still have me in your heart, let's start over, okay?" Xiao Yi's face darkened instantly. He protected Su Wanqing even tighter, and his tone was full of unquestionable majesty. "Shuebo Yuan, watch your words. Wanqing is my wife, you have no right to interfere in our affairs." He frowned in disgust. "Also, Xin Xian's behavior has violated the law, I will hold her accountable." The reporters around swarmed over like sharks smelling blood, surrounding the three people. Flashbulbs flashed and microphones nearly poked them in the face. "Boss Su, are you really an illegitimate daughter? What did Vice President Shen mean by the matter between you and Shuebo Yuan? Boss Su, why did you fire Vice President Shen? Was it because of personal grudges or because of dereliction of duty?" Various sharp questions hit Su Wanqing like dense raindrops. Xiaoyi frowned tightly, and an uncontrollable irritation surged in his heart. He pushed away the reporters who were blocking his way and warned them in a cold tone, "Please stay calm and don't interfere with our work." Su Wanqing took a deep breath and tried to calm her inner turmoil. She slowly raised her head, her eyes swept across the room with a cold look, her tone firm and powerful. "Today, I announce two things. First, Xin Xian has been completely expelled for leaking company secrets and damaging the company's interests, and will be included in the industry blacklist and will never be hired again." She paused, her eyes became more stern. "Second, from today on, Yuexia Group will officially be renamed Xingyi Group." The whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked by Su Wanqing's decisiveness and ruthlessness, and the originally noisy meeting room suddenly became silent. Xin Xian slumped on the ground, her face as pale as paper and her eyes empty, as if she had lost her soul. Shuebo Yuan stood there in a daze, looking at Su Wanqing in disbelief. He could never have imagined that Su Wanqing would be so resolute. "Let's go." Xiaoyi put his arm around Su Wanqing's shoulders and turned to walk out of the venue. "Xiaoyi." Su Wanqing's voice was as thin as a mosquito, almost inaudible. Xiaoyi hugged Su Wanqing and walked out of Yuexia building. The cold wind blew across Su Wanqing's cheeks, but it could not dispel the coldness in her heart at all. The high heels made a crisp sound as they stepped on the marble floor, and every step seemed to step on her heart, causing her to feel a tingling pain. After forcing herself to walk to Xiaoyi's car, Su Wanqing could no longer hold on. Her body went limp and she collapsed into Xiaoyi's arms. "Xiaoyi, take me home, I'm so tired." Su Wanqing's voice was weak and trembling. Her usual coolness and strength were gone, replaced by endless fatigue and fragility. Xiaoyi hugged her tightly with concern, picked her up sideways, and placed her carefully in the car. "Start the car, drive all the way, leaving the hustle and bustle behind." Back at the apartment, Su Wanqing curled up on the sofa, looking out the window with empty eyes, like a sculpture that had lost its soul. How can human hearts be so ugly? Su Wanqing murmured to herself, her voice hoarse and with a hint of unspeakable bitterness. She thought of Xin Xian's hysterical accusations, Shuebo Yuan's hypocritical concern, and the greedy eyes of those reporters, and waves of nausea surged in her heart. Once upon a time, she thought she could control everything and protect everything she wanted to protect with her own abilities and efforts. But today, she realized how fragile and vulnerable she was. Xiaoyi sat beside her, gently holding her in his arms, and stroking her hair with his warm palms, again and again, as if comforting a wounded little animal. "Don't think about it, it will all pass." His voice was low and gentle, carrying a reassuring power. Su Wanqing nodded woodenly, but her tears kept flowing down, soaking Xiaoyi's clothes. The emotions that had been suppressed for so long finally collapsed at this moment. She grabbed Xiaoyi's clothes tightly and burst into tears, like a lost child who finally found support. Xiaoyi hugged her silently, letting her tears soak his shoulders. The crying gradually subsided, and Su Wanqing fell asleep in Xiaoyi's arms. Xiaoyi gently picked her up, put her on the bed and covered her with a quilt. He sat by the bed, looking at her quietly. After a long while, he stood up, walked to the window, and made a phone call. "Ms. Yang? This is Xiaoyi. Please help me check all the information about Shuebo Yuan and Xin Xian. The more detailed the better." His voice was low and cold, with a subtle hint of murderous intent. Outside the window, the night is dark, like a huge curtain that hides all the secrets. The next morning, Yang Yayin walked out of the house and prepared to go shopping.
The sun is shining, the air is fresh, and everything seems so beautiful. Suddenly, several burly men appeared in her sight. They had cold eyes and walked hurriedly towards her.
Chapter 103, Dangerous Situation. Yang Yayin was wearing sunglasses and walking happily in the mall.
The dazzling array of goods dazzled her. Suddenly, several burly and ferocious-looking men appeared in the field of vision. They walked hurriedly with cold eyes and went straight towards Yang Yayin.
Yang Yayin's heart tightened and an ominous premonition arose. Sister Yayin, something seems to be wrong. Assistant Xiao Xiao nervously pulled Yang Yayin's sleeve, her voice trembling. However, when those big men got closer, Xiao Xiao took a few steps back calmly and hid behind a huge billboard. What are you doing? A clear female voice sounded in Yang Yayin's ears.
A tall and outgoing woman stood in front of Yang Yayin.
It was Wang Yanan.
She put her hands on her hips and stared at the big men with sharp eyes.
You bitch, mind your own business. Get out of here.
The leading kidnapper, Zhang, glared at Wang Yanan viciously, his tone full of threats.
What do you want to do in broad daylight?
I tell you, you'd better get out of here, or I'll call the police.
Wang Yanan was fearless and spoke in a firm tone. Yanan, don't worry about it, let's go.
Wang Yanan's male companion, a flashy and pretty boy named Zhao, timidly pulled Wang Yanan's sleeve and whispered to her.
Wang Yanan shook off Zhao Xiaobai's hand and shouted angrily, "Shut up!
I'll take care of this matter." Kidnapper Zhang pushed Wang Yanan impatiently and said, "You bitch, if you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the wine for punishment." As he said that, another kidnapper Zhang grabbed Yang Yayin's arm and dragged her out.
Let her go. Wang Yanan rushed forward and tried to pull Yang Yayin back. Pa!
A loud slap hit Wang Yanan's face, and her cheeks instantly became red and swollen.
Ah! You dare to hit people!
Zhao Xiaobai exclaimed, but did not dare to step forward.
Damn it, this woman actually dared to resist. Take them away together.
The kidnapper Zhang grabbed Wang Yanan's hair and dragged her and Yang Yayin out of the mall together.
You, what are you going to do? I tell you, she is the big star Yang Yayin.
If you dare to touch a hair on her, you will be dead. Zhao Xiaobai shouted with a stern face and a trembling voice, but he didn't dare to chase after them. There was chaos in the mall, people were screaming in fear and hiding everywhere.
Drive to the West City factory. The kidnapper Zhang stuffed Yang Yayin and Wang Yanan into a van and ordered viciously.
When Xiaoyi received the news that Yang Yayin was missing, he immediately rushed to the company to ask Xiao Xiao.
Where did Jane go today? Did she tell you?
Xiao Xiao pretended to be calm and said, "No, Sister Yayin's whereabouts have always been kept secret."
I don't know where she went.
Xiaoyi stared at Xiao Xiao with a sharp gaze. Are you sure?
This is related to Yayin's safety.
I hope you think about it seriously and don't hide anything. Under Xiaoyi's gaze, Xiao Xiao's eyes flickered and she bit her lips unconsciously. Her thoughts went back to a while ago when Lu Shiqian stuffed a thick stack of banknotes into her hands and asked her to reveal Yang Yayin's whereabouts. Thinking of the tempting money and Lu Shiqian's threat, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but shudder.
I really don't know. Xiao Xiao's voice trembled and her eyes were wandering.
Xiaoyi keenly caught Xiao Xiao's abnormality and said in a sharper tone, "Xiao Xiao, you'd better tell the truth.
If you hide something, you can't afford the consequences."
Xiao Xiao was so frightened that she trembled all over and tears welled up in her eyes. I said. She told him incoherently how Lu Shiqian had seduced her and how she had betrayed Yang Yayin's whereabouts.
Where is Lu Shiqian now?
Xiaoyi asked, suppressing his anger. Xiao Xiao raised her head in horror. She said she would meet at the factory in the west of the city.
Xiaoyi ignored Xiao Xiao and turned away quickly.
He knew that the most important thing now was to find Yang Yayin.
He drove to the factory in the west of the city.
From afar, he saw factories of all sizes standing side by side, like a maze.
Damn, there are so many factories, where do I start? Xiaoyi thought anxiously.
Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding.
Congratulations to the host, the eavesdropping skill has been upgraded. Upgraded task, give Wang Yanan a princess hug. Xiaoyi was stunned.
He remembered that Wang Yanan was kidnapped together with Yang Yayin.
If he could not complete the upgrade task, the eavesdropping skill would be taken back. System, the situation is urgent now. Can we change the task? Xiaoyi tried to communicate with the system. No.
The system's cold answer made Xiaoyi feel desperate. He clenched his teeth, his heart filled with helplessness and urgency. On one side are his skills that may be taken back at any time, and on the other side is Yang Yain, whose life or death is uncertain. How should he choose? At this moment, a noisy voice came from deep inside the factory. "Boss, the ransom has been received."
Chapter 104, The Hostages Frightened in the Face of Danger.
In the abandoned factory in the west of the city, the air is filled with pungent smells of mold and rust. Yang Yain and Wang Yanan had their hands tied behind their backs and were left lying on the cold concrete floor. Yang Yain tried hard to stay calm, but her heart was beating like a drum, hitting her nerves again and again.
Wang Yanan looked panic-stricken and tears kept flowing down her face. "Boss, we got the ransom."
Zhang's men ran into the factory happily, carrying a heavy black leather suitcase in their hands.
Boss Zhang took the suitcase with satisfaction, opened it and took a look. It was full of red banknotes.
A greedy smile appeared on his face, as if he saw a bright future. After Boss Zhang took most of the men away, a thin gangster named Zhang Xiao stayed behind to guard Yang Yain and Wang Yanan. He approached Yang Yain with an air of superiority, his eyes wandering over her body with a hint of lust.
"Wow, big star, I didn't expect that your skin is so good when I see you from such a close distance." He stretched out his dirty hand and wanted to touch Yang Yain's cheek.
Yang Yain dodged in disgust, suppressed her inner fear, and said calmly, "As long as you let me go, I will give you double the money, how about it?"
Zhang Xiao husband smiled, revealing his yellow teeth. "Money? Do you think I'm short of money? What I want is you."
Yang Yain felt a sense of despair. She knew what kind of devil's den she had fallen into.
"I'm Boss Zhang's subordinate, you'd better know your place."
Little hoodlum Zhang introduced himself and stared at Yang Yain with lustful eyes. "I heard that you have a good relationship with CEO Su Wanqing?
Give me her phone number and address, maybe I'll let you go if I'm happy." Wang Yanan couldn't bear it and angrily scolded, "You are dreaming. We won't tell you."
The gangster Zhang slapped Wang Yanan in the face, leaving a bright red palm print. "You bitch, you still have some nerve.
Just wait and see how I'm going to deal with you."
As he said this, he was about to tear off Wang Yanan's clothes.
"No!" Yang Yain screamed and stood in front of Wang Yanan. "If you have anything to say, come to me. Don't touch her."
Outside the factory, a black car stopped silently. The car door opened and a woman came out.
It was Lu Shiqian.
She held a small camera in her hand and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of her mouth.
"Yang Yain, let's see how you can turn things around this time."
She lowered her voice and talked to herself. At this time, the factory gate opened, and Zhang Xiaohan bowed and greeted her. "Miss Lu, you are here."
Lu Shiqian walked into the abandoned factory in her high heels.
The gangster Zhang bowed and nodded and came forward. "Ms. Lu, now you are here, everything has been arranged." He pointed at the tied-up Yang Yain and Wang Yanan with a flattering smile on his face.
Lu Shiqian's gaze fell on Yang Yain.
Seeing her miserable appearance, an indescribable pleasure rose in her heart. She smiled contemptuously. "Yang Yain, I didn't expect you would have this day." When Yang Yain saw Lu Shiqian, a glimmer of hope ignited in her heart, but it was immediately extinguished.
"Lu Shiqian, it's you. Why are you doing this?" She glared at Lu Shiqian with a trembling voice. Lu Shiqian walked up to Yang Yain and looked down at her. "Why?" "Of course, it's to ruin your reputation."
She squatted down, leaned close to Yang Yain's ear, and said in a cold tone, "You stole my resources and my limelight.
Now, I want you to pay the price."
Lu Shiqian knew that Xiaoyi was busy with his own business and it was impossible for him to come to save Yang Yain. As long as she could take a video of Yang Yain being violated, she would be able to completely destroy Lin Ta, leaving her with no chance of recovery.
Thinking of this, Lu Shiqian. "Zhang Xiao, why are you still standing there? Let's get started," Lu Shiqian urged. When Zhang the gangster heard Lu Shiqian's order, he couldn't wait to start taking off his clothes.
He rubbed his hands and stared at Yang Yain greedily, as if a hungry wolf saw its prey.
"No. Please, no." Yang Yain cried and struggled desperately, but to no avail.
She looked at Lu Shiqian desperately, her eyes filled with pleading. "Lu Shiqian, I beg you, let me go. I will never compete with you for resources again, you can do whatever you want."
Lu Shiqian snorted coldly. "Beg for mercy now? It's too late."
She picked up the camera, pointed it at Yang Yain, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Zhang the gangster approached Yang Yain step by step, and the air was filled with fear and despair. Yang Yain closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, waiting for the upcoming nightmare. "Wait," Lu Shiqian suddenly said.
She looked at Yang Yain in the camera with a sinister smile on her face. I have a more interesting idea. Chapter 105, Evil Thoughts and Dangers Arise. Lu Shiqian's words filled the air with tension and despair. Her voice was cold and firm, like a queen standing high above, looking down at her prey who was about to be destroyed. Do you think I can't do it? I've disliked you for a long time. Lu Shiqian's words pierced Yang Yain's heart like ice, making her feel unprecedented fear. Yang Yain's tears fell like beads from a broken string, and she couldn't stop. Her heart was beating violently in her chest, and every beat seemed to be her death knell. Wang Yanan, go and persuade her and see if you can make her calm down. Yang Yain's voice was almost begging. The corners of her mouth twitched and her eyes were full of despair. Wang Yanan stepped forward quickly, trying to pull Zheng away, but he kicked her away and she fell heavily to the ground. The moment her body hit the ground, a dull sound was heard in the air, making people feel depressed. Don't meddle in other people's business and get out of here. Zheng the gangster's tone was full of violence, and his eyes revealed greed and fanaticism. He approached Yang Yain step by step, his hands became more and more violent and began to tear her clothes. No. Please, no. Yang Yain's voice was hoarse. She struggled desperately, but her strength seemed so insignificant in front of Zheng the gangster. She felt her clothes being torn and a cold touch was left on her skin, as if countless cold hands were wandering over her body, and her heart almost stopped beating. Lu Shiqian looked at this scene and a sneer appeared on her lips. She raised the camera and pointed it at Yang Yain, her distorted face reflected in the lens. There was a smug gleam in her eyes, as if she had already seen the revenge that was about to be realized. This is what happens to you. Who asked you to compete with me for resources? Lu Shiqian's voice was cold and clear, and every word pierced Yang Yain's heart like a knife. Zheng the gangster's hand was getting closer and closer. Yang Yain felt a chill rising from the soles of her feet and her heartbeat almost stopped. Just then, the sound of hurried cars came from afar, breaking the silence of the night. What happened here? Let her go. Xiao Yi's voice was like a flash of lightning, cutting through the night sky. The sound of brakes broke the silence of the night, and a black car rushed into the scene like an arrow. The dazzling light of the headlights illuminated Lu Shiqian's distorted smiling face. Xiao Yi jumped out of the car, his roar exploding in the air. What happened here? Let her go. Zheng Yuan glanced at Xiao Yi with contempt and said with a disdainful smile, Who is this pretty boy, daring to meddle in my business? He did not stop the actions of his hands, but became more unscrupulous. Yang Yain's desperate cry pierced Xiao Yi's heart like a sharp knife. Seeing Yang Yain's ragged clothes and tear marks on her face, Xiao Yi could no longer suppress his anger. He did not care about the other party's large numbers, nor did he care about the shining steel pipes in their hands. He rushed forward and punched Zheng Yuan in the face. With a dull bang, Zheng Yuan staggered and blood gushed out from his nose instantly. He wiped the blood off his face, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. You are courting death. At Zheng Yuan's command, several thugs rushed forward and surrounded Xiao Yi. The steel pipe hit Xiao Yi with a whistling sound. He dodged left and right, struggling to resist. The sounds of fists and feet fighting echoed in the night sky. Xiao Yi was unarmed and outnumbered, and gradually fell into a disadvantage. He felt a burning pain on his face and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, but he did not retreat, and flames of anger burned in his eyes. He punched again and again, pushing back the approaching thugs, and each attack was filled with desperate ferocity. Stop! A rough voice suddenly sounded, and a burly man walked over from a distance, followed by several younger brothers. The person who came was Brother Lu San, a famous gangster leader in this area. When Zheng Yuan saw Brother Lu San, he immediately stopped and greeted him with a nod and a smile. Brother San, why are you here? Brother Lu San took a look at Wang Yanan lying on the ground and Yang Yain in dishevel, his brows furrowed. He walked up to Yang Yain and looked her up and down. Wow, this girl is pretty. He stretched out his hand and wanted to touch Yang Yain's face. Xiao Yi felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, as if all his internal organs were crushed. He was knocked to the ground, his vision was blurry and his mouth was full of blood. He struggled to get up, but felt powerless all over and could only watch the thugs punching and kicking him. Xiao Yi, go away. Don't worry about me. Yang Yain cried heartbreakingly. She watched Xiao Yi being beaten in despair, her heart broken. Zheng Yuan walked up to Xiao Yi, kicked him hard, and spat, You are such a coward, and you still want to be a hero and save the beauty? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? He laughed triumphantly, and his laughter echoed in the night sky, sounding particularly harsh.
He turned to Yang Yain again, with lustful light flashing in his eyes, and reached out his hand to touch her cheek.
Don't be afraid, little beauty. Brother will take good care of you.
Lu Shiqian stood aside with a smug smile on her face, as if she was enjoying a wonderful drama. She raised her phone and captured the scene, ready to enjoy it later.
Stop.
Brother Lu's voice was filled with anger. He pushed Zheng Yuan away, walked in front of Yang Yain, and looked her up and down.
This is Brother Lin's woman, how dare you touch her?
Zheng Yuan quickly nodded and apologized. Third brother, I didn't know she was Brother Lin's person, I was wrong.
Brother Lu San looked at Yang Yain and said, but this girl is really pretty. He stretched out his hand and wanted to touch Yang Yain's cheek.
Yang Yain was so frightened that her whole body was shaking. She dodged desperately, her eyes full of fear.
Please, don't.
Her voice was trembling and almost inaudible.
Brother Lu San looked at her frightened expression and an evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Don't be afraid, my little beauty.
Brother will take good care of you. He grabbed Yang Yain's wrist and pulled her towards him.
Let me go. Help!
Yang Yain's cries echoed in the night sky, but no one could save her.
Brother Lu's hands became more and more outrageous.
Yang Yain felt a sense of despair. She closed her eyes, waiting for the coming nightmare. Suddenly, a figure rushed out and grabbed Lu San's wrist.
What are you doing? Chapter 106, Fighting Against the Mob.
With a loud shout, Xiaoyi rushed out like an arrow from a bow, grabbed Lu San's arm and twisted it hard.
Brother Lu San screamed in pain, and Yang Yain took the opportunity to break free and hid behind Xiaoyi.
Who are you, kid? How dare you ruin my good deeds? Brother Lu San covered his arm and glared at Xiaoyi fiercely.
It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that if you touch my woman, you will have to pay the price.
Xiaoyi looked at him coldly. Before he finished speaking, he punched Brother Lu San in the face with a heavy punch, causing his nose to bleed and he staggered back.
Brothers, come on. Kill him.
Brother Lu San covered his face and yelled at the gangsters behind him. Zhang Dehan rushed towards Xiaoyi with a steel pipe in his hand and a grim smile on his face.
Boy, you dare to act wildly in our territory? I think you are tired of living.
The steel pipe flew straight to Xiaoyi's head with a whistling sound. In a flash, countless fighting skills suddenly emerged in Xiaoyi's mind.
The system is activated.
At the critical moment, he dodged the attack by leaning sideways, snatched the steel pipe from Zhang Dehan with his backhand, and kicked him to the ground.
That's it?
Xiaoyi sneered, and the steel pipe in his hand flew up and down, dancing like a spirit snake, dazzling people.
Zhang Dehan was stunned. He could never have imagined that a seemingly ordinary delivery man could have such skills. Ping! Pang!
The steel pipes collided with each other, making crisp sounds and sparks flying. Every attack from Zhang Dehan was easily resolved by Xiaoyi, and he was forced to retreat step by step.
Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead and he became increasingly anxious. What are you still standing there for? Come on together.
Zhang Dehan yelled at the thugs behind him. These hooligans finally reacted and picked up their weapons, shouting and rushing towards Xiaoyi.
Boy, you're dead.
Xiaoyi sneered, and danced the pole in his hand tightly, with shadows of the pole swirling like wildly dancing silver snakes. The gangsters who rushed up only saw a flash of cold light before their eyes, and then they were blown away by a huge force. The sound of the steel pipes breaking through the air was shrill and sharp.
Each swing was extremely precise, hitting their wrists, knees, and other vital joints. Ouch! Ouch!
Screams came one after another, and Zhang's gangsters fell to the ground like dominoes, covering the parts that were hit and wailing. The originally crowded alley suddenly became empty. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood, mixed with the smell of sweat and dust, which was nauseating. The remaining gangsters watched their companions fall, and they became frightened and their offensive gradually slowed down. They looked at each other, and some began to retreat quietly, trying to slip away in the chaos.
Damn it, come on!
Whoever dares to retreat, I will cripple him.
Zhang Dehan roared in frustration, waving a steel pipe to barely resist Xiaoyi's attack.
His face was covered in bruises and there was blood at the corners of his mouth. He looked in a miserable state.
But he still held on and refused to admit defeat.
He couldn't afford to embarrass himself in front of so many younger brothers, and he couldn't afford to lose to a delivery man.
Brother, this guy is too evil. We are no match for him,
said a gangster with a sad face, stepping back involuntarily.
Shut up. Come on. If anyone dares to say such discouraging words again, I will.
Before Zhang Dehan could finish his words, he was hit in the chest by Xiao Yi's stick. He staggered back a few steps and almost fell down. He just felt a sharp pain in his chest and breathing became difficult.
Ahem.
Just then, a figure flashed out from the alley. The man at the entrance of the alley was Long Yun. At a glance, she saw Xiao Yi who was being besieged, and those girls who were in dishevel and huddled in the corner. Anger exploded in her chest instantly, she clenched her fists and rushed into the crowd. Long Yun's moves were quick, accurate, and ruthless, with a long-suppressed anger in his heart. She kicked over a gangster who was about to attack Xiao Yi from behind. The man screamed and flew out like a broken sack, hitting the wall heavily, slid to the ground, and couldn't get up for a long time. Another gangster swung a steel pipe at Long Yun. She didn't dodge or evade. She grabbed the steel pipe and twisted it hard, and the steel pipe deformed instantly. Before the gangster could react, Long Yun hit him hard in the chest with an elbow. He groaned, bent down, and covered his chest in pain. Long Yun attacked without mercy, and every move was deadly. She was like an angry lioness, charging through the crowd, causing screams wherever she went. Zhang Dehan was already unable to withstand Xiao Yi's attack, and now with the appearance of Long Yun, he was even more powerless to resist. Xiao Yi seized the opportunity and hit Zhang Dehan's knee hard with a stick. With a crisp crack sound, Zhang Dehan screamed and fell to the ground. "Big brother, please spare me. Big brother, please spare me." Zhang Dehan hugged his knees, sweating profusely in pain, and kowtowed repeatedly for mercy. Mercy? Why didn't you think of mercy when you bullied these girls just now? Long Yun stepped on Zhang Dehan's back and shouted angrily. Seeing this, the other hooligans also knelt down and begged for mercy. "Big brother, spare our lives. We won't dare to do it again." After Wang Yanan was untied, a trembling hoodlum pointed at Zhang Dehan and said, "It was Lu Shiqian who asked us to do it." She said, "As long as we..." Lu Shiqian? Xiao Yi's face darkened and a chill emanated from him. "Big brother, please spare us. We were forced to do it. We really didn't know the gangsters were so scared that they kowtowed desperately." Xiao Yi glanced coldly at Zhang and the other gangsters who were kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, and walked to Yang Yayin who was huddled in the corner. Her clothes were disheveled, her eyes were empty, and her body was trembling slightly. Xiao Yi took off his coat and gently draped it over Yang Yayin, his movements as gentle as if he was treating a precious piece of porcelain. Then, he bent down and picked up Yang Yayin by the waist. The princess hug posture made Yang Yayin's originally tense body relax a little. She subconsciously buried her head in Xiao Yi's chest, seeking a sense of security. "Long Yun, I leave this to you." Xiao Yi held Yang Yayin in his arms and said to Long Yun, with unquestionable majesty in his tone, "Don't worry, I will take care of it." Long Yun nodded, and glanced sharply at the gangsters on the ground, like a beast guarding its territory. Wang Yanan also came back to her senses from her fear at this moment. She looked at the gangsters who had bullied her, her eyes burning with anger. She clenched her fists, her knuckles turned white, and her teeth chattered. "Xiao Yi, let me stay. I want to teach these beasts a lesson myself." Xiao Yi looked down at Yang Yayin in his arms, then looked at Wang Yanan who was furious, and finally nodded. "Okay, be careful." Xiao Yi hugged Yang Yayin and turned away, leaving only Long Yun, Wang Yanan, and a group of hooligans wailing and begging for mercy in the alley. Wang Yanan walked towards the gangsters step by step. With every step, the gangsters trembled more violently. She had an icy smile on her face, which made people shudder. "Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why have you all turned into cowards now?" Wang Yanan's voice was ice cold, like a death warrant from hell. A gangster said with a sad face, "Big sister, we were wrong, we won't dare to do it again." "Do you know you're wrong now? It's too late." Wang Yanan kicked the gangster in the stomach. The gangster screamed and curled up into a ball. "Help! Help! Bang! Ah! Please spare my life." The shrill screams echoed in the alley. Long Yun watched coldly and did not stop Wang Yanan. Suddenly, a siren sounded from far away. A gangster with a bruised face and nose struggled to crawl to the alley entrance. Seeing the flashing police lights in the distance, he seemed to have seen a savior. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Police! The police are coming! Help me!" Chapter 107. The matter is over and the night is late. Wang Yanan tapped the last gangster's chest lightly with her toes.
The man jumped back as if he had been electrocuted, collapsed to the ground, and whimpered like a kicked dog.
The shrill sound of sirens tore through the tranquility of the night, coming closer and closer, becoming clearer and clearer. A thug with a bruised face and nose, as if grabbing a life-saving straw, crawled to the alley entrance, crying at the top of his lungs, "Police!
The police are coming! Help me!"
Wang Yanan smiled contemptuously, retracted her foot, and clapped her hands gracefully, as if she had just stepped on an ant to death.
"Long Yun, I'll leave the rest to you." Long Yun nodded slightly and walked calmly towards the alley entrance.
The flashing police lights made his figure appear longer and shorter.
The police car braked suddenly and stopped at the entrance of the alley. Several policemen rushed out quickly.
Officer Zhao, the leader, saw the hooligans lying on the ground, as well as Long Yun and Wang Yanan standing nearby.
He immediately raised his flashlight and asked in a stern voice, "What's going on?"
Long Yun looked calm. He unhurriedly pulled out a USB flash drive from his pocket and handed it to Officer Zhao.
"This is the complete video of the incident, as well as the recording of Lu Shiqian's confession instructing them to kidnap. They're all in it." He explained the whole story in a concise manner.
His tone was calm and without a trace of emotion, as if he was just narrating a trivial matter that had nothing to do with him. Officer Zhao took the USB flash drive, his face serious, and waved his hand, signaling his men to take away all the gangsters on the ground and Lu Shiqian, who was escorted out later.
The sirens sounded again, piercing the night sky.
The alley returned to silence, with only a few wisps of blood smell lingering in the air. Long Yun turned and looked at Wang Yanan, only to see her looking in the direction where the police car was going away, with a barely perceptible sneer on her lips.
"Let's go," Mississippi Long Yun said softly.
Wang Yanan retracted her gaze, nodded, and the two of them left the alley side by side.
The dim street lights stretched their shadows very long, and gradually disappeared into the night. Long Yun's cell phone suddenly vibrated.
He glanced at the caller ID and frowned slightly. "It's a call from the master." Xiaoyi stopped a taxi and carefully helped Yang Yain into the back seat. In the dim carriage, Yang Yain's face was pale and her breathing was weak. Xiaoyi's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and he could hardly breathe. He kept urging the driver to drive faster, but his eyes were always on Yang Yain, fearing that she might have an accident. The street scene quickly retreated, and the light and shadow of the street lamps danced on the car window, reflecting Xiaoyi's anxious expression. He took out his cell phone and wanted to report to Su Wanqing that she was safe, but he was worried that she would worry too much after hearing about Yang Yain's situation. After hesitating for a moment, he finally put down the phone.
The taxi stopped downstairs of the apartment building, and Xiaoyi almost rushed into the elevator carrying Yang Yain.
The elevator's ascent seemed to him to be as slow as a snail, and every second seemed as long as a century. He hugged Yang Yain tightly, feeling her weak breathing and cold body temperature, his heart filled with self-blame and worry.
With a ding sound, the elevator door finally opened.
Before Xiaoyi could take a step, he saw Su Wanqing standing at the door, looking around anxiously.
"Xiaoyi, are you okay? Why did you come back so late?" Seeing Xiaoyi holding the unconscious Yang Yain, Su Wanqing's face turned pale instantly. "What is going on?" Xiaoyi gently placed Yang Yain on the sofa and explained hurriedly, "She was kidnapped.
I rescued her, but..." He paused, his voice choking. "She seems to be injured and needs a doctor." Su Wanqing reacted immediately, grabbed the phone and called Lin Xingzi, "Come to my house soon, someone is injured, the situation is not good." She briefly described Yang Yain's condition, her tone full of anxiety and worry. After hanging up the phone, Su Wanqing walked to Yang Yain and gently touched her forehead, feeling it was cold. She sighed distressfully, looked up at Xiaoyi, her eyes full of concern. "How are you?
Are you hurt?"
Xiaoyi shook his head, suppressing his fatigue and worry, and forced a smile. "I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me." Su Wanqing looked at his tired expression, and a warm feeling surged in her heart, but it was also mixed with deep helplessness. She held Xiaoyi's hand and said softly, "Wait for me, I'll get some hot water and towels." At this moment, a rapid knock on the door broke the silence of the apartment. The knock on the door sounded again, and Su Wanqing hurried to open it. Lin Xingzi rushed in hurriedly, holding a medicine box in her hand, with a hint of anxiety on her face. "Wanqing, what happened? Who is injured?" She saw Yang Yain lying on the sofa, and her face suddenly changed. "Why is it her?
Fighting again?"
She turned to look at Xiaoyi, with a hint of helpless reproach in her tone.
"It wasn't me who hit him."
Xiaoyi explained helplessly, but he didn't know where to start. Su Wanqing hurried forward to explain what happened. Lu Shiqian hired gangsters to kidnap Yang Yain, and Xiaoyi arrived in time to rescue her.
It's Lu Shiqian again.
Lin Xingzi gritted her teeth in anger. This woman is really haunting us.
This is really too much.
She quickly opened the medicine box and began to check Yang Yayin's injuries. Xiaoyi told Su Wanqing the whole story in detail, including the appearance of Wang Yanan and Long Yun.
Su Wanqing was furious and clenched her fists tightly. This Lu Shiqian is so abominable. I must make her pay the price.
Xiaoyi hugged her in his arms with heartache. Don't be angry, it's okay now, I will take care of it all. Su Wanqing leaned on his shoulder, feeling his warm embrace, and the anger in her heart gradually subsided.
Ahem.
Lin Xingzi deliberately coughed twice, interrupting the warm atmosphere between the two of them.
I say, can you two pay attention to the occasion?
There is a patient here. Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she gently pushed Xiaoyi away. Xingzi, stop making fun of us, and go see how Yayin is doing. Lin Xingzi carefully checked Yang Yayin's injuries, frowning. She was frightened and has some scratches on her body.
She needs to rest well.
She looked up at Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing. You two, come with me to the police station and record your statements.
Okay. Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing answered in unison.
The three were about to go out when the doorbell of the apartment suddenly rang.
Su Wanqing opened the door and Wang Yanan and Long Yun were standing outside.
Wang Yanan was still dressed in a smart black suit, and Long Yun stood silently behind her.
Seeing Xiaoyi and Su Wanqing, Wang Yanan nodded slightly. Mr. Xiao, Miss Su.
Ms. Wang, Mr. Long, why are you here?
Su Wanqing was a little surprised.
We are here to give our statements as well. Wang Yanan replied calmly, his eyes falling on Yang Yayin who was lying on the sofa.
Who is this lady?
She is my friend, Yang Yayin. Xiaoyi explained. This time, it is thanks to the help of Miss Wang and Mr. Long, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous.
It's just a small favor. Wang Yanan said calmly, turning to look at Lin Xingzi. Dr. Lin, how is this lady's injury?
Lin Xingzi put away the medicine box and said in a serious tone, she was frightened and has some scratches on her body. She needs to rest well, avoid strenuous exercise, and eat a light diet.
Thank you, Dr. Lin.
Xiaoyi thanked him sincerely, his heart full of gratitude. At this moment, Xiaoyi's cell phone rang.
It was Officer Zhao who called. Mr. Xiao, is it convenient for you to come to the police station to record your statement now? Okay, we'll be there right away.
Xiaoyi hung up the phone and looked at Wang Yanan and Long Yun. Ms. Wang, Mr. Long, why don't we go to the police station together? Wang Yanan nodded, and the group left the apartment and headed to the police station together. In the police station, Xiaoyi, Su Wanqing, Wang Yanan and Long Yun gave their statements respectively. Officer Zhao looked at the confession record and the USB flash drive provided by Long Yun, his face solemn. I didn't expect Lu Shiqian to do such a thing, how audacious. The law will give her the punishment she deserves. Wang Yanan said in a cold tone. It was late at night when they left the police station. Xiaoyi sent Su Wanqing back to the apartment and then turned around to leave. Xiaoyi, Wang Yanan suddenly called him. Thank you for saving Yayin, and thank you for everything you did today.
You're welcome. This is what I should do.
Xiaoyi smiled and said, Ms. Wang, go back and have a rest early. Wait, Wang Yanan hesitated for a moment and said, there are things I want to talk to you about alone. Xiaoyi looked at her serious eyes, and a trace of doubt rose in his heart. What's the matter? Wang Yanan's eyes fell on his face, and he said in a low voice, about violence.
Chapter 108, Borrowing a Villa Just Because of Brotherly Love.
Xiaoyi looked at Wang Yanan's serious eyes, and a trace of doubt rose in his heart. What's the matter? Wang Yanan's eyes fell on his face, and he said in a low voice, about violence.
Xiaoyi suddenly felt uneasy.
He and Wang Yanan had never discussed such a heavy topic before. He nodded slightly, motioning for her to continue. I know you saved Yayin and helped us a lot.
Wang Yanan's voice was trembling. But sometimes, some things have to be fought with violence.
I know it sounds cruel, but in this world, the weak often have no choice.
Xiaoyi frowned, feeling a little regretful.
He thought that what happened today was over, but he didn't expect Wang Yanan still had so many concerns. He was about to explain, but Wang Yanan continued, I understand your good intentions, but sometimes, we must have the courage to protect ourselves.
Not everyone is as lucky as you to meet a noble person like you.
After hearing this, Xiaoyi felt a slight sinking in his heart.
He knew he couldn't refute directly because Wang Yanan's words did make sense.
But he also knew that violence was not the best way to solve problems. He was thinking about how to answer when his cell phone suddenly rang, breaking the silence. Xiaoyi took out his cell phone and saw that it was Hou Yu calling.
He pressed the answer button. Hello, Ho-yu, what's going on? Xiaoyi, where are you? Ho-yu's voice sounded a little anxious. I just came out of the police station. What's the matter? Xiaoyi asked. I'm waiting for you downstairs at your house. I have something to discuss with you.
There was a hint of uneasiness in Ho-yu's tone.
Okay, I'll be there right away.
Xiaoyi hung up the phone and turned to look at Wang Yanan. Ms. Wang, I have something to do and I have to leave first. Wang Yanan nodded, with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Be careful on the road.
Xiaoyi smiled slightly, turned and left. In the dark of night, he quickly came to the villa area and saw Ho-yu standing under the streetlight with an anxious look on his face. Why are you waiting for me here?
Xiaoyi teased, with a hint of ease in his tone.
You kid, you don't know how long I have waited to see you.
Ho-yu sighed. Although he complained, his sad face showed that he cared about his girlfriend.
What's wrong? Are you in any trouble? Xiaoyi asked with a smile. Don't mention it. My girlfriend changed her mind again and said her parents are coming.
She insisted that I borrow your villa to host them. Ho-yu looked helpless, but his tone was firm. Xiaoyi, I don't want to embarrass you, but I really have no choice this time. After hearing this, Xiaoyi immediately understood Ho-yu's difficulties. He patted Ho-yu on the shoulder and said with a smile, Brother, this is just a small matter. You can use the villa as you like. Ho-yu heard this, a trace of gratitude flashed across his face, but then he frowned again. However, Xiaoyi, you must pay attention to safety.
You know, my girlfriend's family background is complicated. Xiaoyi nodded and secretly decided to be more careful. He looked at Ho-yu's gloomy face and suggested, how about we go have a couple of drinks and have a good chat?
Ho-yu, the two of them walked towards Ho-yu's house with their arms around each other's shoulders. The two of them walked arm in arm, chatting and laughing all the way back to Ho-yu's rented apartment. When he opened the door, a familiar smell hit him in the face. Xiaoyi was surprised to find that his room was still the same as it was before. The bed was tidy and there was even a half-read book on the desk. A warm feeling surged in his heart. He didn't expect Ho-yu to be so considerate.
You kid, you are quite nostalgic. You haven't even moved into my room. Xiaoyi joked with a smile.
Ho-yu scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. Xiaoyi looked around and noticed that there were more women's products in the corner of the living room. Cosmetics, bags, and high heels were scattered around, and the air was filled with a faint scent of perfume.
Oh, it looks like good things are about to happen, Xiaoyi said teasingly, winking. Why, you brought your girlfriend home?
Ho-yu's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. His eyes flickered and he stammered, well, she seemed to have gone out.
I don't know where she went.
Seeing that he looked unhappy, Xiaoyi stopped asking and said, by the way, I'm really sorry for causing you trouble last time.
Ho-yu waved his hand. Brothers, why are you talking about this? I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know where I would be wandering now.
Xiaoyi patted his shoulder and said, all right, stop being sentimental.
Tell me, what do you want from me? Ho-yu hesitated for a moment, and finally mustered up the courage to say, actually, I want to.
He stammered, his face flushed, I want to borrow your villa.
Borrow a villa?
Xiaoyi was slightly stunned, then burst into laughter. I thought it was a big deal, it's just a small matter?
No problem.
Ho-yu's eyes widened in surprise, really?
Are you really willing to lend it to me?
Of course. Xiaoyi took out the key to the villa from his pocket and handed it to Ho-yu. Why should we be polite to each other, brothers? After taking the key, Ho-yu felt mixed emotions. Back then, he lived in a small rental house and struggled for a living, but now, he has the opportunity to live in a luxurious villa. All this is thanks to Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi looked at Ho-yu's expression and felt a little emotional. From the small apartment he once lived in to the luxurious villa he lives in today, his life has undergone tremendous changes. This change made him feel relieved, but also made him feel a little alienated. But, brother, Xiaoyi patted Ho-yu on the shoulder and said earnestly, some things should be stopped at the right time.
Don't get too deep and hurt yourself in the end. Ho-yu nodded absent-mindedly, his eyes wandering.
Xiaoyi knew that he didn't listen, so he didn't say anything more and turned to leave the apartment. Standing downstairs of the apartment building, Xiaoyi looked up at the dark night sky, feeling a little worried.
Ho-yu's emotional journey does not seem to be smooth.
Suddenly, the ringing of a cell phone broke the silence of the night. Xiaoyi glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Su Wanqing.
Hello? Xiaoyi, can you come back tonight? Su Wanqing's voice was a little tired. Chapter 109. After the incident, the company was strictly rectified, and a new task arose. Xiaoyi, can you come back tonight? Su Wanqing's voice contained a barely perceptible hint of fatigue. Of course. Xiaoyi hung up the phone and drove to Su Wanqing's company. Although the farce at the new product launch conference has subsided, the subsequent handling work must be complicated. The next morning, Su Wanqing arrived at the company. The mess at the press conference had been cleaned up, but there still seemed to be a hint of gunpowder in the air. She walked into the office, her fingertips gently stroking the table, and the scene when Xiaoyi told her in advance about Xin Xian's conspiracy emerged in her mind. His firm tone and confident eyes seemed to have everything under control. Su Wanqing took a deep breath, and the hesitation in her eyes was replaced by determination. Notify all heads of departments involved to come to the conference room for a meeting in 10 minutes. Her tone was cold and left no room for doubt. The atmosphere in the conference room was solemn. Su Wanqing looked serious, her eyes swept over everyone, and her tone was cold. I believe everyone knows what happened yesterday. I don't want to hear any explanation. All those involved will be fired. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar in the conference room. Some people tried to explain, but were stopped by Su Wanqing's cold eyes. She signed the dismissal documents without hesitation. On Xin Xian's desk is a photo frame that she carefully selected. The photo shows her and her parents with bright smiles. At this point, the items were roughly swept into cartons and thrown out of the office building. All employees who were close to her were also included in the dismissal list. The office was filled with a depressing atmosphere. Everyone was angry but dared not speak out. Su Wanqing's iron-fisted approach made everyone feel in awe. At the same time, Xiaoyi was checking out the new skills after the system upgrade at home. A feature called Favorability Test caught his attention. His heart moved and he thought of Yang Yain. After entering Yang Yain's name, a heart pattern appeared on the screen, and below the pattern it said, Favorability, 60. The corners of Xiaoyi's mouth rose slightly. It seemed that all his efforts during this period were not in vain. Just as I was about to further explore the new features of the system, the doorbell suddenly rang. When I opened the door, a familiar figure appeared in front of me. It was Dr. Lin Xingzi. Xiaoyi, I. Lin Xingzi hesitated to speak. Yuan sat dejectedly on the leather sofa in the villa, the scarlet wine swaying in the crystal glass, reflecting his gloomy face. The scene at the press conference where Xiaoyi acted nonchalantly yet managed to turn the tide replayed in his mind over and over again. He smashed the wine glass against the fireplace, and the crisp sound of shattering echoed in the empty room along with his roar. Xiaoyi. Who are you? He couldn't accept that the scheme he had carefully planned was easily cracked by an unknown delivery man. A strong feeling of jealousy and hatred surged in his chest, as if it was going to swallow him up. He was unwilling to accept this. How could a delivery boy have such confidence and win Su Wanqing's favor? Go, check it for me. I want to know everything about Xiaoyi. Yuan yelled into the phone, his voice trembling slightly with anger. 3 days later, a man in a black suit appeared in front of Yuan and placed a document respectfully in front of him. Mr. Xue, all the information you want is here. Yuan casually flipped through the document, which recorded Xiaoyi's life in detail. Every detail from birth to the present was investigated clearly. He smiled contemptuously. So you're just an ordinary delivery man. Ha, I want to see how long you can be so proud. He threw the documents on the table. At this time, Xiaoyi returned to the apartment and was enthusiastically studying the new skills after the system upgrade. His fingers slid across the virtual screen, his eyes fixed on an icon called Advanced Eavesdropping. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This is interesting. He clicked on the icon, and a clear conversation came into his ears. It was the conversation between Yuan and the private detective. Xiaoyi listened to Yuan's dismissive attitude towards his investigation results without any ripple in his heart, and even found it a little funny. It seems someone still refuses to give up. Xiaoyi muttered to himself, turning his gaze to the system interface, and suddenly remembered the last system upgrade task. Xiaoyi's eyes fell on the words mission completed flashing on the system interface, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He still remembered the requirements of the last system upgrade task to help Su Wanqing turn the tide at the new product launch conference and make her company's stock rise by 5% within 3 days. Now it seems that the mission was accomplished quite well. He could even feel the admiration and gratitude flashing in Su Wanqing's eyes when she looked at him. Just as he was immersed in the joy of successfully completing the task, Xiaoyi suddenly heard a crisp system prompt in his mind. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the system upgrade task.
Now a new upgrade task is released.
The sudden prompt sound made Xiaoyi slightly stunned.
New task? So fast?
He quickly opened the task interface, and a line of eye-catching text came into view. Help a person who has strong negative emotions towards the host to reach a favorability of over 90 points.
Seeing the content of the task, Xiaoyi couldn't help but smile bitterly. Strong negative emotions. 90 points of favorability. This is hell-level difficulty.
He rubbed his temples, and several faces that resented him flashed through his mind quickly. Shuebueyuan's sinister eyes, Xin Xian's curse when she was fired, and Chen Yazhou's family's greedy and contemptuous faces.
System, can't you change to a simpler task? Xiaoyi sighed helplessly.
The system's cold electronic voice rang in his mind. The mission has been released and cannot be changed.
Please complete it as soon as possible.
Xiaoyi took a deep breath. He knew he had no way out.
90 points of favorability.
He had to find a breakthrough.
Wait. Xiaoyi suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up. System, has the favorability test function been upgraded? Xiaoyi's eyes were fixed on the newly appeared favorability test skill icon on the system interface.
The icon was flashing with dazzling light, as if calling him to start a new chapter.
He took a deep breath and clicked the icon. Do you want to activate the favorability test skill?
The system's cold electronic voice sounded in his mind.
Turn it on. Xiaoyi answered without hesitation. After the skill was activated, Xiaoyi's vision changed subtly.
He could see a heart pattern floating above each person's head, with a specific value displayed below the pattern, representing the other person's favorability towards him. He couldn't wait to test the effect of this skill, and the figure of Yang Yayin appeared in his mind.
He picked up the freshly cooked chicken soup, walked towards Yang Yayin's bedroom and knocked on the door gently. Please come in. Yang Yayin's voice came from the room.
Xiaoyi pushed the door open and saw Yang Yayin wearing comfortable home clothes, sitting casually on the bed reading a book. He placed the chicken soup on the bedside table and his eyes fell on the heart pattern above Yang Yayin's head.
The number clearly showed 100.
Xiaoyi secretly thought to himself that this was not good.
A favorability rating of 100 was not a good sign. He tried to keep a calm expression and handed the spoon to Yang Yayin. Drink it while it's hot.
Yang Yayin took the spoon and moved her eyes away from Xiaoyi's face and fell on the soup bowl. At this moment, Xiaoyi noticed that the favorability value above her head had changed from 100 to 80. Xiaoyi suddenly realized that the change in favorability value was related to line of sight. He shook his head and smiled, his worries disappearing. The two were sitting quietly when suddenly the doorbell rang. Xiaoyi got up and opened the door, and saw Dr. Lin Xingzi standing outside. Xiaoyi, let me help Yayin change the medicine and bandage. Lin Xingzi said with a smile. Xiaoyi stepped aside to let Lin Xingzi in. Lin Xingzi skillfully treated Yang Yayin's wound. The atmosphere was relaxed and natural.
Xiaoyi, you don't look well. Are you feeling unwell? Lin Xingzi asked with concern. Chapter 110, Favorability Ups and Downs.
Lin He watched Lin Xingzi skillfully change the dressing for Yang Yayin, but his eyes involuntarily drifted to her chest. There, a light pink heart was faintly visible, and the number below it slowly dropped from 60 to 40.
Lin was puzzled. Why did the favorability drop? Is it because I was staring at her just now? As if she noticed Lin's gaze, Lin Xingzi pulled her collar closer uncomfortably, and said with a slightly dissatisfied tone, "What are you looking at?" Lin quickly retracted his gaze and touched his nose, pretending to be innocent. I didn't see anything, I just saw that you treated the wound very professionally.
Lin Xingzi looked at him suspiciously, said nothing more, and continued with her actions. After changing the medicine, she stood up and said to Lin He, "Xiaoyi, I have something I want to ask you for help." When Lin heard this, he immediately patted his chest and assured, "Sister Xingzi, just tell me if you have anything to say. I will go through fire and water for you without any hesitation." The pink heart flashed again, and the number changed to 35. Lin was even more puzzled. How come the situation kept deteriorating the more he helped? Lin Xingzi sighed, a trace of worry on her face. "Actually, I want to ask you to help me teach my brother a lesson."
Teach your brother a lesson?
Lin was even more puzzled.
What happened to your brother?
Alas, Lin Xingzi shook her head helplessly. "My younger brother is called Chen Yushuan, and he has been spoiled by my parents since he was a child. He is uneducated, idle all day long, and often makes troubles. Recently, he has become even worse, and he even..." Lin Xingzi paused, seeming to be unable to speak.
He actually dared to go to the casino and owed a lot of debt.
Lin Xingzi finally spoke out, her tone full of worry and anger.
My parents are old and can't stand such a thing. I think if I can find a steady and reliable person to watch over him, maybe he can be more restrained. Lin He understood what Lin Xingzi meant. Do you want me to look after your brother? Lin Xingzi nodded and said embarrassedly, I know this request is a bit excessive, but… Xiao Yi, you are a good person.
She looked at Lin Him eagerly, and the pink love heart jumped again, and the number magically returned to 60.
Lin thought for a moment and asked, what should I do specifically?
Lin Xingzi explained, my brother has rented a house outside the school.
Can you pretend to be my boyfriend and move in with him?
This way, he will be more cautious and dare not be too presumptuous. Lin agreed readily, no problem. Sister Xingzi, don't worry, I will help you discipline your brother.
The favorability level jumped again and rose to 70.
Yang Yayin on the side also said, Lin Ta, if you need any help, just tell me.
I can. Yayin, how are you doing? Have you seen a psychiatrist? Lin Xingzi interrupted Yang Yayin with concern. Yang Yayin smiled slightly, I have already seen the doctor, he said I am recovering well. In the evening, Su Wanqing came back. Lin He tied an apron, went into the kitchen and prepared dinner.
After a symphony of pots and pans, several delicious dishes were served on the table.
Wow, it smells so good.
Su Wanqing and Yang Yayin exclaimed in unison. After tasting the sweet and sour spare ribs made by Lin Ta, Su Wanqing showed a satisfied smile on her face. Xiao Yi, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Lin Ta glanced at Su Wanqing inadvertently and found that the color of the heart above her head was darker than Yang Yayin's, and the number was also higher, reaching 90, while Yang Yayin's was only 80.
Why is Su Wanqing's favorability higher than Yang Yayin's?
He whispered in confusion.
Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly. What are you mumbling about?
Lin He quickly shook his head, nothing. After dinner, Yang Yayin mysteriously took out 2 beautifully wrapped gift boxes and placed them in front of Lin Ta and Su Wanqing.
This is for you. What is this? Lin asked curiously. Yang Yayin smiled and said, open it and you will know.
Chapter 111, Gratitude, Gifts, and Farewell, shocked to see my younger brother's chaotic life. Yang Yayin smiled mysteriously and did not answer directly, but urged, open it quickly and take a look. Su Wanqing wanted to refuse, but Xiao Yi took the gift box generously and unpacked it in no time. Inside is a men's watch with a deep black dial and a silver strap, low-key and luxurious.
Wow, this watch is so beautiful. Xiao Yi exclaimed sincerely. Su Wanqing also opened her gift, which was an exquisite necklace dotted with diamonds, sparkling brightly. She covered her mouth in surprise. Yayin, this is too expensive, we can't accept it. Yang Yayin held Su Wanqing's hand and said sincerely, Sister Wanqing, Brother Xiao Yi, thanks to your care during this period, if it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do. This small gift is not a respect, you must accept it. Seeing that Yang Yayin was so persistent, Su Wanqing couldn't refuse anymore.
She nodded with satisfaction, with emotion in her eyes. Putting down the gift, Yang Yayin said hesitantly, Sister Wanqing, Brother Xiao Yi,
I plan to move out.
Su Wanqing and Xiao Yi were both stunned. Although they had not been together for a long time, Yang Yayin's gentleness and kindness had already made them regard her as a friend.
So sudden? Su Wanqing was a little surprised. Yang Yayin nodded, I have found a place to live nearby. I have been living here before and caused you a lot of trouble. Now my situation has stabilized, and it's time to leave. Xiao Yi patted Yang Yayin's shoulder with understanding. Okay, let's keep in touch in the future. The three of them talked about future plans again.
Xiao Yi's bodyguard work is about to end, and he plans to continue his career. Su Wanqing held his hand encouragingly, her eyes full of tenderness. Yang Yayin seemed to remember something and said, by the way, Brother Xiao Yi, Miss Lin Xingzi asked you to help persuade her brother.
When are you free?
Xiao Yi just remembered this and agreed readily, tomorrow, I'm free tomorrow.
There was a knock on the door, and Lin Xingzi's crisp voice came, Xiao Yi, are you ready? Let's go. Xiao Yi responded and opened the door.
Lin Xingzi had already changed into a neat doctor's uniform and had her hair tied up high, looking particularly capable.
She smiled slightly and nodded to Xiao Yi, let's go see Brother Xiaolin. The two took the elevator downstairs.
Lin Xingzi seemed a little nervous along the way and kept adjusting the corners of her clothes. Xiao Yi saw her uneasiness, patted her shoulder gently and comforted her, don't worry, I'm here, nothing will go wrong. Lin Xingzi looked at him gratefully and nodded. Soon, they arrived at the neighborhood where Lin Xingzi's younger brother lived.
This is an old apartment with a modeled exterior and a somewhat messy surrounding environment. Xiao Yi and Lin Xingzi walked into the corridor.
In the narrow stairwell, under the dim light, they could hear noises from afar from time to time.
They went up to the fourth floor. Lin Xingzi stopped, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. "Brother Xiaolin, it's me, Xingzi." There was a hint of urgency in Lin Xingzi's voice. The door opened, and a boy with long hair and empty eyes appeared in front of them. "This is Lin Mo." He was wearing a pair of worn-out slippers and a wrinkled t-shirt that was obviously unkempt. When he saw Lin Xingzi and Xiao Yi, a hint of displeasure flashed across his face, but he quickly turned indifferent. "What are you doing here?"
Lin Mo's voice was cold, with an icy tone that kept people at a distance. Lin Xingzi frowned and tried to remain calm. "Brother Xiaolin, we came to see you and find out about your recent situation." Lin Mo's eyes suddenly became gloomy.
He took a step back and said coldly, "Come in. There's no one here anyway."
As soon as they entered the room, Xiao Yi and Lin Xingzi were immediately stunned by the scene before them. The room was in a mess, with clothes thrown on the ground, and empty drink bottles and leftover takeout boxes scattered everywhere. The air was filled with an unbearable musty and odor that made people feel suffocated. The few posters hanging on the wall have turned yellow, looking particularly desolate. Lin Mo sat on the sofa, ignoring the mess in front of him, and continued to play with his phone.
Lin Xingzi was frightened by the scene and couldn't help covering her nose.
Although Xiao Yi seemed relatively calm, he was also quite shocked in his heart. Lin Xingzi stepped forward and tried to communicate with Lin Mo. "Little Lin, you can't go on like this.
You have to cheer up. This will hurt yourself and us." Lin Mo raised his head with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. "Your hearts? I have seen through them a long time ago. I am the only one in this world."
As he spoke, he stood up, his attitude became more arrogant, and he staggered towards the bedroom. On the way, he kicked an empty wine bottle away, and it hit the wall with a crisp cracking sound. Lin Xingzi was completely frightened by the scene, tears welled up in her eyes and flowed silently.
She could no longer control herself and said in a trembling voice, "What on earth are you doing, Brother Xiaolin? If you continue like this, you will ruin yourself."
Xiao Yi walked forward, gently helped Lin Xingzi to the side, and said to Lin Mo seriously, "Lin Mo, if you continue like this, it will only make you more miserable.
You still have us, and your future. You can't just give up like this."
Lin Mo laughed coldly a few times, turned and walked into the bedroom.
The moment he closed the door, Lin Xingzi finally broke down and burst into tears.
Xiao Yi silently handed her a tissue and comforted her. "We will help you, we will." Lin Xingzi took the tissue, wiped her tears, picked up the clothes on the ground, threw them at Lin Mo, turned around and looked out the window. Chapter 112, the encounter between the brother and sister caused a disturbance, and the new boyfriend was disliked by the brother.
After throwing away the clothes, Lin Xingzi turned her back to Lin Mo and looked out the window.
The tall buildings and the busy traffic seemed to be covered by a layer of gray filter in her eyes, reflecting her mood at the moment. There was a rustling sound coming from the bedroom. Lin Mo put on his clothes and walked out. He lowered his head and rubbed the corner of his clothes awkwardly, no longer as arrogant as before.
"Sister, why are you here?"
Lin Mo's voice was very low, with a hint of barely perceptible embarrassment. Lin Xingzi turned around and looked at her brother's appearance, feeling mixed emotions. She took a deep breath, with a hint of helplessness and reproach in her tone. "Little Lin, look at what you are like now. What a disgrace.
Do you know how worried your mother is about you? And how worried we are about you?"
Lin Mo bit his lip and said nothing. He avoided her gaze and didn't dare to look directly at Lin Xingzi. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat solemn, filled with a sense of oppression. "Let me introduce him to you." Lin Xingzi pointed at Xiao Yi beside her, trying to calm her tone. "This is my boyfriend, Xiao Yi."
Xiao Yi nodded politely to Lin Mo and gave him a friendly smile.
However, he keenly caught the flash of hostility in Lin Mo's eyes. It was a complex emotion, mixed with hostility, jealousy, and even a subtle hint of
fear. Lin Mo's gaze stayed on Xiao Yi for a few seconds, then moved away, with obvious hostility in his tone. "Boyfriend? Sister, when did you find a boyfriend?"
The dissatisfaction in his tone almost overflowed, and the air in the room seemed to solidify. Xiao Yi felt the hostility emanating from Lin Mo, and couldn't help but frown slightly, with a sense of helplessness rising in his heart. Lin Xingzi was about to explain but was interrupted by Lin Mo. He suddenly raised his head and stared at Xiao Yi, his eyes full of provocation. "Who are you?
Xiaoyi was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Lin Mo to be so rude. He was about to speak, but Lin Xingzi spoke first. Little Lin, how can you talk to your elders like that? Xiaoyi is my boyfriend, you should respect him a little. Lin Mo became even more annoyed when he heard what Lin Xingzi said. He felt that his sister was completely biased towards Xiaoyi and didn't care about his feelings at all. A surge of anger surged from the bottom of his heart, burning his face and ears. Respect? Who does he think he is? He's just a pretty boy, and he deserves my respect? Lin Mo pointed at Xiaoyi, his tone full of disdain. You? Lin Xingzi's face turned pale with anger. She didn't expect her brother to be so unreasonable. Lin Mo was furious. He felt that he was humiliated by his sister and Xiaoyi. He rushed towards Xiaoyi and reached out to grab his collar. Xiaoyi was prepared and slightly turned sideways to avoid Lin Mo's attack. Lin Mo missed his target, staggered a few steps and almost fell. He became angry and turned around to hug Xiaoyi again, trying to push him down. However, Xiaoyi was like a big tree rooted in the ground, not moving at all. No matter how hard Lin Mo tried, he couldn't shake Xiaoyi at all. Lin Mo's face turned red and veins popped out on his forehead. He felt like a clown and was completely powerless in front of Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi sighed lightly and gave a gentle push, and Lin Mo fell to the ground again like a kite with a broken string. This time, he fell harder and his butt hit the floor with a dull thud. Lin Mo struggled to get up. He glared at Xiaoyi fiercely, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Little Lin brother. Lin Xingzi shouted, have you had enough of making trouble? Lin Mo gritted his teeth and said nothing. He just stared at Xiaoyi fiercely, his chest heaving violently. The atmosphere in the room was tense, as if a fierce conflict would break out at any second. Lin Xingzi took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She looked at Lin Mo and said in a cold tone, Little Lin, if you keep making trouble like this, you won't get your living expenses this month. When Lin Mo heard the words living expenses, it was as if a bucket of cold water was poured on him, and the anger that was originally burning was instantly extinguished by more than half. He let go of his hand dejectedly, slumped down on the sofa, and looked ahead with empty eyes. He knew that he could not defeat his sister, let alone this man who looked gentle but was actually very capable. Sister, you have changed. Lin Mo's voice was low and hoarse, with a hint of grievance and helplessness that was difficult to conceal. Xiaoyi watched all this calmly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a barely perceptible hint of mockery. He gently dusted himself off, as if nothing had happened. Brother Xiaolin, you've grown up. There are some things you should face on your own. Lin Xingzi walked to Lin Mo and gently stroked his hair, with a hint of helplessness and heartache in her tone. Lin Mo remained silent, he lowered his head, his eyes flickering, and no one knew what he was thinking. The room was so quiet that only the sound of each other's breathing could be heard. The atmosphere was depressing and heavy. Tell me, how did you two know each other? Lin Mo suddenly raised his head and stared at Xiaoyi with burning eyes, with a hint of questioning and provocation in his tone. Xiaoyi smiled and said slowly, on a sunny afternoon, I met your sister on my way to deliver food. She accidentally sprained her ankle, so I sent her to the hospital. And then? Lin Mo asked. Then, we fell in love. Xiaoyi shrugged, his tone relaxed and casual, as if he was telling an insignificant story. TSK, keep making it up. Lin Mo sneered, his tone full of disdain, how can a delivery boy like you be worthy of my sister? Are you attracted by my sister's money? Brother Xiaolin, please be careful with your words. Lin Xingzi frowned, with a hint of warning in her tone. Xiaoyi smiled and said nonchalantly, whether I am a gigolo or not is not important. What is important is that your sister likes me and I like your sister too. But you, an adult, still have to rely on your sister for support, how dare you say that to me? Lin Mo was choked by Xiaoyi's words. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. His face turned pale and blue. Lin Mo was about to open his mouth to refute, but was interrupted by Xiaoyi. What? Nothing to say? Xiaoyi raised his eyebrows, with a hint of teasing in his tone, since you have nothing to say, then shut up. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, glared at Xiaoyi fiercely, but finally chose to remain silent. He lowered his head and clenched his hands into fists, his nails digging deep into the flesh, but he didn't feel any pain. Xiaoyi. Lin Xingzi was about to speak, but was interrupted by a rapid knock on the door. After the knock on the door, a nurse came in with some documents in her hand. Ms. Lin, the surgery is scheduled for 8 a.m. tomorrow. You need to sign some documents now.
Lin Xingzi took the document, glanced through it quickly, and then signed her name.
Brother Xiaolin, I have to go prepare for the surgery.
You should have a good rest and don't cause any more trouble.
She glanced at Xiaoyi with a hint of apology in her eyes. Xiaoyi, you should stay and accompany him. He needs someone to take care of him now.
Sister.
What do you mean? Let him stay?
I don't want him to stay. Lin Mo stood up suddenly and protested excitedly.
Lin Xingzi sighed helplessly. Little Lin, be obedient.
Xiaoyi has nowhere to live now, so let him stay here temporarily.
What? No place to live? Sister, you weren't cheated by him, were you? He couldn't be a liar? Lin Mo widened his eyes and looked at Lin Xingzi in disbelief. Brother Xiaolin. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiaoyi is not a liar. He just encountered some temporary difficulties.
Lin Xingzi explained somewhat awkwardly. Anyway, let him stay here first until my surgery is over.
After saying that, Lin Xingzi followed the nurse out of the ward.
Xiaoyi and Lin Mo were the only ones left in the room, and the atmosphere was awkward and solemn. The two were silent for a moment. Suddenly, the bathroom door opened and a scantily clad woman walked out.
She walked up to Xiaoyi, handed him a business card, then twisted her waist and left the room.
Xiaoyi looked at the business card in his hand, which said special service.
He coughed awkwardly, trying to break the awkward atmosphere. Ahem, are you hungry?
Lin Mo ignored Xiaoyi. He went straight to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator and looked for food. Xiaoyi sighed helplessly, walked to the trash can, threw the business card that the woman had just left in, and cleaned up the garbage in the kitchen.
What are you doing?
Lin Mo suddenly turned around and glared at Xiaoyi.
Xiaoyi was stunned for a moment.
I'm cleaning up the garbage.
Who told you to touch my things? That's my midnight snack.
Lin Mo pointed at the food scraps in the trash can and shouted angrily. Only then did Xiaoyi realize that he had accidentally thrown Lin Mo's midnight snack into the trash can. He opened his mouth and wanted to explain, but found himself speechless.
Lin Mo walked up to Xiaoyi angrily and grabbed his collar. You.
Chapter 113. The aroma of food attracts gluttons. Xiaoyi looked at Lin Mo in front of him, whose clothes were disheveled and hair was messy, as if he hadn't eaten for 3 days. He took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress the urge to pick up this kid and throw him out.
He finally realized that there was no point in reasoning with this young master. Okay, you're awesome, I won't argue with you.
Xiaoyi turned and walked towards the kitchen, opened the refrigerator door, and a gust of cold air hit him in the face. There are quite a lot of ingredients in the refrigerator, including fresh vegetables, premium beef, and even a few baked crabs. It seems that this kid has a good life, but he just can't take care of himself. Xiaoyi rolled up his sleeves and skillfully picked and washed the vegetables. With a flick of the knife, the beef was cut into evenly thin slices. His movements were smooth and flowing, like that of a veteran who had been immersed in cooking for many years. He didn't look like a delivery man at all. Soon, 4 dishes and a soup were placed on the table. Braised beef, steamed crab, garlic broccoli, plus a bowl of steaming tomato and egg soup. The aroma instantly filled the whole room, making people's appetite grow. Lin Mo, who was originally very angry, couldn't help but secretly swallow his saliva at this moment. He stared at the dishes on the table, and his stomach made a rumbling sound. Xiaoyi handed the chopsticks to Lin Mo and signaled him to start eating with his eyes. Lin Mo snorted awkwardly, but sat down honestly. The next second, he started eating like a starving ghost. The beef was tender and juicy. He stuffed big chunks of it into his mouth and swallowed it without much chewing. The crab was plump and he ripped it clean in no time. He ate all the crab roe and meat without leaving any residue. The broccoli was crisp and refreshing, and he gobbled it all up.
Cough, cough, cough.
A large piece of beef was stuck in Lin Mo's throat. His face turned red and he pounded his chest hard, but to no avail. Xiaoyi quickly handed over a bowl of tomato and egg soup. Lin Mo grabbed it and gulped it down. Only then did he recover. He took a long breath, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and said pretentiously, "The taste is just so-so, barely edible."
Really?
Xiaoyi looked at him with a smile. In that case, then I'll have the soup. He pretended to pick up the bowl of tomato and egg soup.
What are you doing?
Lin Mo held the soup bowl tightly and stared at Xiaoyi vigilantly. The soup seems too salty.
I have to pour it out and make it again,
Xiaoyi said, reaching for the soup bowl. Seeing that his last rations were about to be taken away from him, Lin Mo refused to give in. He held the soup bowl tightly with both hands as if he was protecting some treasure, his eyes full of vigilance and hostility.
No. No need. I think it's pretty good, very delicious.
As he said that, he scooped up a spoonful of tomato and egg soup, poured it into his mouth, and said incoherently, "It smells so good."
The delicious soup slid down his throat into his stomach, and the warmth instantly spread throughout his body.
He squinted his eyes comfortably, and a satisfied smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth.
After drinking a big bowl of soup, Lin Mo finally felt alive again.
He leaned lazily on the sofa, touched his round belly, and burped contentedly. Xiaoyi looked at him like this, shook his head helplessly, and asked, "You are a college student, right? Why don't you go to class?"
Lin Mo glanced at Xiaoyi, with a cynical smile on his face. "What class?"
"I."
"What class?" "My uncle is the dean. He can expel anyone but me."
Lin Mo had an arrogant look on his face, as if the dean was his relative and he could be exempted from all responsibilities. This sentence suddenly hit Xiaoyi's sore spot. Once upon a time, he was full of longing for the future, and he studied hard, eager to change his destiny with knowledge. However, the cruelty of reality knocked him down again and again. He recalled how he delivered takeout day and night until he was exhausted in order to save money to buy a gift for Chen Yajio. He recalled how he begged Pan Huilan humbly in order to get the bride price, but was met with ruthless humiliation in return. All his efforts and dedication are worthless in the eyes of those people. An unknown fire burned in Xiaoyi's chest. He stood up suddenly, grabbed Lin Mo's arm, and said in a cold tone, "Let's go to class."
Lin Mo was startled by this sudden action.
He struggled to shake off Xiaoyi's hand, cursing, "What are you doing?
Let me go. You are a delivery man, why do you care about me?"
Xiaoyi didn't say anything, but just exerted slight force on his hands, and his knuckles made a crisp cracking sound. Lin Mo only felt a sharp pain in his arm, as if his bones were about to be crushed. His face turned pale in an instant and his eyes were filled with fear. Only then did he realize that this seemingly ordinary delivery man in front of him was not someone to be trifled with.
"I'll say it again, go to class."
Xiaoyi's voice was low and powerful, with unquestionable majesty. Lin Mo glanced at Xiaoyi guiltily, not daring to resist anymore, and followed him out of the apartment obediently. There was no conversation along the way, and the two came to a teaching building.
Xiaoyi glanced at the sign on the roof of the building, Medical School Anatomy Building.
He frowned, and a faint smell of formaldehyde entered his nostrils, making him feel a little uncomfortable. Lin Mo had a gloomy face and walked in front without saying a word. The students around cast strange looks at him, some with curiosity, some with contempt, and some with gloating. Lin Mo felt like a monkey being watched, and he felt uncomfortable all over.
"Lin Mo, you."
A clear female voice sounded behind Lin Mo. The two came to the anatomy classroom. Lin Mo had a gloomy face and the students around him cast complicated glances at him. Some students were whispering, as if they were discussing a celebrity who had just been involved in a scandal. The smell of formalin filled the air, pungent and unpleasant. Lin Mo's face looked even uglier, his brows furrowed, as if he was trying hard to suppress his discomfort. Just then, a girl in a white coat walked over quickly with a warm smile on her face.
"Lin Mo, you're finally here."
Her words were full of concern, but Lin Mo felt as if he was facing a great enemy and his brows furrowed even more tightly.
"Gu Ruoyun, what are you doing here?"
Lin Mo responded coldly, with obvious disgust in his voice. Gu Ruoyun's smile froze slightly, but she quickly regained her composure and still maintained a polite tone.
"You didn't come to class yesterday and everyone was worried about you. Are you okay?"
she asked with concern, with a hint of imperceptible worry in her eyes. Lin Mo, however, remained unmoved, his eyes dodging, and it was obvious that he did not appreciate Gu Ruoyun's concern.
"I'm fine, don't bother me,"
he said in a stiff tone, then turned around and prepared to leave.
"Gu Ruoyun's Lin Mo, you."
Just as she opened her mouth to say something else, Lin Mo had already walked away quickly, leaving her standing there alone. Xiaoyi stood aside, observing all this silently. He didn't know how many stories Lin Mo had hidden in his heart, but the scene before him made him frown. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the door of the classroom and met Lin Mo's eyes unexpectedly. Lin Mo's face suddenly turned red, and a hint of panic appeared in his eyes.
"You?"
Lin Mo hesitated, his voice weak and almost drowned out by the noise in the classroom.
Xiaoyi's eyes followed Lin Mo closely.
He had a vague premonition in his heart, but he did not say anything. He just waited quietly for what would happen next.
Chapter 114 A glimpse of beauty makes my heart surprise. Gu Ruoyun walked into the classroom gracefully.
She was wearing a lavender dress today, which made her skin look even whiter than snow and her temperament even more extraordinary. Her long black hair fell softly on her shoulders, swaying gently with her steps, like a blooming violet, attracting the attention of many people in the classroom. Lin Mo's eyes met hers unexpectedly, her cheeks instantly flushed, and her heartbeat inexplicably quickened. He looked away in panic, his eyes wandering like a frightened deer.
Xiaoyi took it all in, an annoying smile appeared on his face.
He knew that Lin Mo had something on his mind.
Ruoyun, you're here.
A slightly frivolous voice broke the silence in the classroom.
Long Weishan appeared at the door of the classroom at some point. He walked straight to Gu Ruoyun and put his arm around her shoulders. I thought you wouldn't come today. As he spoke, his eyes swept over Lin Mo intentionally or unintentionally, with a hint of provocation.
Gu Ruoyun lowered her head slightly, a shy blush appearing on her face, like a peach bud about to bloom. She gently broke free from Long Weishan's embrace and whispered, "Don't do this, so many people are watching us."
Although Gu Ruoyun's tone contained a hint of anger, she did not really refuse. Instead, it added a bit of ambiguity to the atmosphere.
Seeing this, Long Weishan smiled triumphantly and cast a provocative look at Lin Mo again.
The atmosphere in the classroom became subtle.
Some students began to whisper and looked at Lin Mo, Gu Ruoyun, and Long Weishan curiously. Lin Mo felt the strange looks from people around him, and the blush on his cheeks deepened. He moved his body uncomfortably, trying to avoid the sight of people around him. Xiaoyi looked at Lin Mo's embarrassed expression and couldn't help but chuckle, then reached out and patted his shoulder.
"Let's go over there,"
Xiaoyi said, pulling Lin Mo up and walking towards the corner of the classroom.
"What are you doing?"
Lin Mo was startled by Xiaoyi's sudden action and subconsciously tried to break free from his hand. Xiaoyi ignored Lin Mo's struggle, pulled him to the corner, and whispered, "Tell me the truth, do you like Gu Ruoyun?"
"What nonsense are you talking about?"
Lin Mo shook off Xiaoyi's hand and glared at him angrily, "I didn't." Xiaoyi looked at Lin Mo's flushed face, and the smile on his lips deepened.
"Are you still being stubborn? Your eyes are about to stare a hole through the girl, and you still say no?"
He deliberately lowered his voice with a hint of sarcasm.
You are talking nonsense." Lin Mo was furious and pushed Xiaoyi away.
His eyes flickered and he didn't dare to look directly into Xiaoyi's eyes. "Don't talk nonsense, she and I, there's nothing between us." Xiaoyi was not annoyed, he just shrugged his shoulders, but there was a hint of inquiry in his eyes.
"It's really nothing? What's going on with Long Weishan? He seems very upset with you." When Lin Mo heard Long Weishan's name, his face instantly darkened.
He bit his lower lip and clenched his fists tightly. He has been pestering Ruoyun, but Ruoyun doesn't like him at all.
"Oh? Entanglement?"
Xiaoyi raised his eyebrows, with a hint of doubt in his tone. "That's not a good word."
"What kind of entanglement?"
Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, but finally couldn't help but say, he relied on his good family background and forced Ruoyun to be with him.
Ruoyun didn't want to, but she couldn't resist.
Lin Mo's voice became lower and lower, and finally turned into a muttering.
Xiaoyi touched his chin, forced? "What is the origin of this Long Wei mountain?"
Lin Mo took a deep breath, as if trying to suppress the anger and unwillingness in his heart.
"The Long family is very powerful in this area." "Oh? Very powerful?" Xiaoyi asked. "How does it compare to the Lin family?"
He noticed that when he mentioned the word Lin family, Lin Mo's face instantly turned pale and his eyes dimmed. Lin Mo was silent for a moment, and finally nodded slowly.
Xiaoyi noticed the change in Lin Mo's expression and understood.
It seems that the Long family is indeed a tricky existence.
The fact that a family like Lin Mo could show such a decadent state cannot be simply described as very powerful.
So, Xiaoyi patted Lin Mo's shoulder and said in a relaxed tone, "You are just too unconfident. In terms of appearance, you are not bad. In terms of talent, you are an excellent student in medicine.
Why do you think you are not as good as that Long Weishan?"
As he spoke, he deliberately winked at Lin Mo and made an extremely narcissistic face. Lin Mo was originally immersed in the distress of the huge disparity in power between his family and the Long family, but he was suddenly amused by Xiaoyi's funny expression and burst out laughing.
"You, stop talking nonsense."
He said this, but his tense expression was obviously relaxed a lot. Seeing that Lin Mo finally smiled, Xiaoyi nodded with satisfaction.
"That's right.
A real man should have confidence in himself.
What's more?" Xiaoyi paused, a sly look flashed in his eyes. Don't you still have a brother like me? The bell rang and the anatomy class officially began. The air was filled with the pungent smell of formaldehyde, causing many students to frown subconsciously. A dissecting table covered with a white cloth was placed in the middle of the classroom. The vague outlines under the white cloth made some timid girls cover their mouths. Students, today is our first anatomy class. You may feel a little uncomfortable. The professor's voice echoed in the classroom, but was soon drowned out by the students' nervous breathing. Now, let's start forming groups. As soon as the professor finished speaking, the students began to look for their team members. Xiaoyi and Lin Mo were assigned to the same group. They looked at each other and saw a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. The white cloth was slowly pulled open, and a well-preserved cadaver appeared in front of everyone. A low cry of surprise suddenly rang out in the classroom, and some timid girls even couldn't help but scream. Xiaoyi looked at the cadaver teacher, and for some reason, he suddenly felt his stomach churning and a strong feeling of nausea surged into his heart. He suddenly covered his mouth and retched a few times. Xiaoyi, are you okay? Lin Mo asked with concern. Xiaoyi waved his hands to indicate that he was fine. However, the moment he raised his head, a golden light suddenly flashed before his eyes. Ding! The host is detected to be in a special environment, triggering the God-level sign-in system. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Mastery of Medical Skills. Xiaoyi was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. Proficient in medical skills? This is good stuff. He suppressed his inner excitement and looked at the cadaver teacher again. This time, he didn't feel sick, but a little intimate? Xiaoyi. Lin Mo looked at Xiaoyi's changing expression, puzzled. Are you really okay? Xiaoyi's face gradually turned rosy from the initial paleness, and even had a strange smile. It's okay, I'm fine. Xiaoyi grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. I feel great now. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to the cadaver teacher. Gu Ruoyun's gaze fell on Lin Mo in the corner. His expression was gloomy, with a hint of melancholy between his brows. She felt inexplicably sad, as if something was pressing on her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. Long Weishan noticed Gu Ruoyun's gaze. He smiled frivolously, put his arm around Gu Ruoyun's shoulders, and whispered in her ear, "What's wrong? Are you heartbroken? Do you want me to call him over for you?" Gu Ruoyun trembled. She was afraid that Long Weishan would really harass Lin Mo, so she quickly apologized humbly. Weishan, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, please don't. When the anatomy class was divided into groups, Lin Mo and Gu Ruoyun were actually assigned to the same group. Lin Mo's cheeks flushed instantly. He glanced at Gu Ruoyun secretly and found that she was also looking at him with a hint of surprise and a subtle hint of joy? Lin Mo's heartbeat suddenly quickened, he clenched his fists nervously, his palms full of sweat. On the other hand, Xiaoyi's face suddenly changed when he saw the cadaver teacher, and he let out an exaggerated scream, "Oh my god! Ghost!" The classroom burst into laughter, and his classmates looked at him with strange eyes. Someone joked, "Xiaoyi, are you too timid? This is just a cadaver teacher, not a real ghost." Xiaoyi scratched his head awkwardly, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. At this moment, a golden light suddenly flashed before Xiaoyi's eyes. Ding! The host is detected to be in a special environment, triggering the God-level sign-in system. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Mastery of Medical Skills. Xiaoyi was stunned, and then ecstasy surged in his heart. Proficient in medical skills. This is a coveted skill. He took a deep breath, tried to calm his excitement, and looked at the cadaver teacher on the dissection table again. This time, he no longer felt fear, but instead had an inexplicable sense of intimacy. He slowly reached out his hand and picked up the scalpel lying beside him. This knife. Chapter 115. A skilled doctor appears in the medical hall. Xiaoyi's fingers gently stroked the cold metal texture of the scalpel, and a strange electric current instantly spread throughout his body. The timidity and panic of the previous moment seemed to be dispelled by an invisible force, and was replaced by an unprecedented calmness and confidence. He took a deep breath and stared at the cadaver teacher on the dissecting table with sharp eyes. This knife. Xiaoyi muttered to himself, his hand holding the knife as steady as a rock. He is no longer the clumsy intern, but has transformed into an experienced and skilled master surgeon. The originally noisy classroom gradually became quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on Xiaoyi.
They were surprised to find that Xiao Yi's movements were no longer as flustered as before, but instead became extremely smooth and natural like flowing water. He cut with great precision, and each cut perfectly avoided important blood vessels and nerves. He peeled away the muscle tissue with ease, demonstrating amazing anatomical skills. 5 minutes later, Xiao Yi completed the entire dissection process. He put down the scalpel, breathed a sigh of relief, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The classroom was silent, and everyone was shocked by Xiao Yi's superb skills. Lin Mo and others were even more stunned. They couldn't believe that Xiao Yi, who they had just laughed at for being timid, actually possessed such superb medical skills. Just then, Mr. Qian, the anatomy teacher, came over. He carefully examined Xiao Yi's dissection results, and the expression on his face gradually changed from confusion to shock. This technique. Teacher Qian couldn't help but exclaim, "It's as accurate as a textbook." He raised his head, stared at Xiao Yi with burning eyes, and asked, "Classmate, what is your name?" Xiao Yi was speechless for a moment, he didn't know how to answer. "His name is Xiao." "Dr. Xiao," Lin Mo suddenly stood up with a firm tone, "he is an intern at our Lin's hospital. Today he is here to observe and learn." Xiao Yi looked at Lin Mo gratefully. He didn't expect that at this critical moment, Lin Mo would stand up to rescue him. Teacher Qian suddenly realized and immediately exclaimed, "No wonder the technique is so skillful. It turns out you are a talent from Lin's hospital. Young man, work hard, you will have a bright future." There was a hint of admiration in Teacher Qian's tone, as well as a hint of recognition for Lin's hospital. "Come on, students, come and take a look. Dr. Xiao has demonstrated textbook-level anatomical operations for us. If you have any questions, you can ask Dr. Xiao." Teacher Qian greeted the students enthusiastically. At first, some students were disdainful and thought Xiao Yi was just lucky. They gathered around in twos and threes, with a hint of contempt on their faces. "Tisk, it's just a cadaver dissection teacher, what's so great about that?" A boy muttered in a low voice. "That's right. Looking at his appearance, he's probably just an intern. How great can he be?" Another girl echoed. Xiao Yi ignored the questioning voices. He picked up the scalpel and started the demonstration again. This time, he was more focused and meticulous. While operating, he explained every step and every detail. He clearly explained the direction of muscles, the distribution of blood vessels, and the direction of nerves. His voice was steady and magnetic, as if carrying a kind of magic that attracted everyone's attention. Following Xiao Yi's demonstration, the students who were originally disdainful gradually quieted down. Their looks changed from contempt to surprise, and finally to admiration. "So that's how it is. I never understood how to peel the muscles in this area before, but now I finally understand," said a boy with sudden enlightenment. "Dr. Zhao's technique is so exquisite. I feel like I have benefited a lot," a girl also said excitedly. The atmosphere in the classroom gradually became lively. Students asked Xiao Yi questions one after another, and Xiao Yi patiently answered every question. The bell rang for the end of get out of class, but the students were still reluctant to leave and surrounded Xiao Yi. A girl with a ponytail, blushing, mustered up the courage to walk up to Xiao Yi, handed him a note, and whispered, "Dr. Xiao, this is my contact information." Before Xiao Yi could react, Lin Mo grabbed his arm, leaned close to his ear, and said in a low voice, "My sister likes you very much, you'd better be careful." The classroom was filled with the pungent smell of formaldehyde, mixed with the restlessness of adolescent hormones. Teacher Qian excitedly shook Xiao Yi's hand, his cloudy eyes gleaming with excitement. "Dr. Xiao, your anatomical skills are simply superb. I wonder if you are interested in teaching at our school. With your level, you are fully qualified to be a visiting professor." Teacher Qian's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples. The students around them also echoed, and the girl with a ponytail who passed the note shouted boldly, "Dr. Xiao, come and teach us. We all want to be your students." Xiao Yi was startled by this sudden enthusiasm. He subconsciously took a step back and declined politely, "Teacher Qian, you are too kind. I only know a little bit and am far from qualified to be a teacher." A trace of disappointment flashed across Teacher Qian's face, and the students around him sighed with regret. There was a sense of regret in the air, as if something beautiful was about to be lost. "Dr. Xiao, are you really not going to reconsider this? Our school really needs talents like you." Teacher Qian persuaded again. "I'm really sorry, Teacher Qian, I have other things to do." Xiao Yi declined again with a firm tone. Seeing Xiao Yi's firm attitude, Teacher Qian couldn't force him any further and could only sigh helplessly. At this time, several bold girls gathered around and chattered about their feelings to Xiaoyi.
Dr. Xiao, you are so handsome. Can you be my boyfriend? Dr. Xiao, add me on WeChat.
Xiaoyi was stunned by this sudden confession. He stood there at a loss, not knowing how to respond. Just when he was at a loss, Lin Mo suddenly appeared, grabbed his arm, and said loudly, "Brother-in-law, my sister is still waiting for you outside.
Let's go."
Xiaoyi was stunned for a moment and looked at Lin Mo in confusion.
Lin Mo pulled him out without saying anything, leaving a group of girls behind with disappointed looks. Brother-in-law? Your sister? Xiaoyi was dragged away by Lin Mo in confusion, and his questions echoed in the corridor.
Lin Mo just smiled mysteriously and quickened his pace, leaving Xiaoyi full of suspicion. After being dragged by Lin Mo's arm all the way to the entrance of the medical school, Xiaoyi finally broke free.
He rubbed his red arm and said unhappily, "What are you doing? What brother-in-law?
Who is your sister?" He, Lin Mo scratched his head, his eyes wandering. It's the woman you saved in the hospital that day." Xiaoyi suddenly realized that the patient he treated in the hospital that day was Lin Mo's sister, Lin Xingzi. That day, Lin Xingzi expressed her gratitude to him, but she didn't expect Lin Mo to suddenly appear and call him brother-in-law.
"Don't shout, I have nothing to do with your sister," Xiaoyi explained helplessly. Ding!
It is detected that Lin Mo's favorability towards the host has increased by 10 points, and the current favorability is 40 points. The system's cold prompt sound rang in Xiaoyi's mind.
Xiaoyi suddenly felt overwhelmed. What was going on with this inexplicable increase in favorability? He obviously didn't do anything. Is it because of the anatomy class just now? This is too outrageous.
A feeling of helplessness and anger surged in Xiaoyi's heart. He couldn't help but curse in a low voice. "This broken system is always causing trouble for me."
"What did you say?"
Lin Mo asked puzzledly.
Xiaoyi quickly covered it up and said, "It's nothing.
I said your sister is such a good person." As he was speaking, a figure chased out from the medical school. Xiaoyi looked carefully and saw that it was the girl with ponytail who handed him the note in the anatomy class just now, Gu Ruoyan.
"Lin Mo, wait for me."
Gu Ruoyan caught up with him, panting, her face slightly red. Lin Mo stopped and turned to look at Gu Ruoyan, frowning slightly. "What's the matter?" Gu Ruoyan took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to say, "Lin Mo, about the last time you rejected me."
"Stop talking."
Lin Mo suddenly interrupted her excitedly, with a hint of nervousness and panic in his tone. His hands clenched unconsciously, his eyes flickered, as if he had something unspeakable to hide. Gu Ruoyan was startled by his sudden reaction and stared at him blankly, at a loss as to what to do.
Chapter 116, The Hongmen Meeting.
Gu Ruoyan's eyes were filled with tears and she choked up as she explained, "Lin Mo, you misunderstood.
There is nothing between Long Weishan and me. He has been pursuing me, but I never agreed.
That day, the day in the cafe, he forcefully kissed me." Crystal tears slid down her cheeks and dripped onto the gray concrete floor, leaving a dark mark. Lin Mo looked at the girl in front of him who was crying bitterly, and the anger of betrayal in his heart actually subsided a little. He turned his head away uncomfortably and said in a nonchalant tone, "All right, stop crying."
"I didn't say anything, why are you crying?" "I don't care." Gu Ruoyan raised her head and looked at him with tearful eyes. "Really? Lin Mo, you don't blame me?" She sniffed and cautiously asked, Then can you accompany me to see Long Weishan? I want to make things clear with him." Lin Mo frowned and his tone instantly turned cold. "See him? Why should I see him? I'm not familiar with him." He turned around and was about to leave, but Gu Ruoyan grabbed the corner of his clothes. "Lin Mo, please, come with me. I'm scared to be alone." Gu Ruoyan's voice trembled slightly, and she clutched the corner of his clothes tightly, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Lin Mo felt an inexplicable irritation in his heart. He shook off Gu Ruoyan's hand and said impatiently, "I've already said that he and I have nothing to do with each other. You can solve it yourself." When Lin Mo shook off Gu Ruoyan's hand, perhaps he used too much force, and Gu Ruoyan lost her balance, staggered, and let out a soft ah. This soft cry was like a thin needle, piercing Lin Mo's heart. His irritability instantly dissipated, replaced by a barely perceptible worry. He subconsciously reached out to support Gu Ruoyan, and his tone softened. "Are you okay?" Gu Ruoyan was a little overwhelmed by his sudden change and shook her head blankly. Lin Mo held her arm and noticed that there was a particularly eye-catching purple mark on her exposed skin.
Looking closely, in the purple, you can vaguely see a light brown mark left by the burning fireworks.
What is this?
Lin Mo's voice was low and dangerous, like the calm before the storm.
He gently lifted Gu Ruoyun's sleeve, revealing more bruises and marks, which was shocking.
A surge of anger surged from the bottom of his heart, burning his reason. Lin Mo clenched his fists violently, his knuckles turning white from the force. He grabbed Gu Ruoyun's wrist, his tone as cold as 1,000-year-old ice. Did Long Weishan do it? Gu Ruoyun shrank back and tried to pull her hand back, but he held it firmly. She bit her lip, her eyes flickered, and whispered, It's not what you think.
Not what I thought. What is it like? Could these wounds have grown on their own?
Lin Mo's voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth, and the blue veins on his forehead were throbbing, as if they were about to explode in the next second.
Lin Mo, don't be angry, I really didn't mean it. Gu Ruoyun's tears burst out again.
She tried to explain, but found that any explanation seemed pale and powerless.
That day I was also wrong. I shouldn't have. What have you done wrong? You are too kind and trust others too easily. Lin Mo roared, interrupting her explanation. He suddenly let go of Gu Ruoyun's hand, turned around and left.
Take me to find him. Gu Ruoyun was startled by Lin Mo's sudden anger.
She choked and said intermittently, in the night bar.
Lin Mo, you must not be impulsive, don't do anything. Without waiting for her to finish, Lin Mo turned around and rushed out, leaving Gu Ruoyun with a resolute back. He ran back to the community in one breath and went straight to the parking lot. What are you going to do? Xiaoyi looked at Lin Mo, who was in a hurry, and asked puzzledly.
Drive.
Lin Mo snatched the car keys from Xiaoyi's hand and quickly opened the car door. Xiaoyi pressed the car door and stopped him. Wait, where are you going? Why are you in such a hurry?
Stop talking nonsense, I'm going to the night bar.
Lin Mo pushed Xiaoyi's hand away impatiently and pretended to get in the car.
Bar?
What are you going there for? I'll go with you, Xiaoyi said as he wanted to get in the car.
No need. I can go by myself.
Lin Mo grabbed Xiaoyi and said in a firm tone. Xiaoyi looked at him with a trace of inquiry in his eyes. Lin Mo, what's wrong with you?
What happened?
Don't worry about it.
Anyway, don't follow me.
Lin Mo shook off Xiaoyi's hand and tried to get in the car again.
Let me open it, Xiaoyi said suddenly. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment and looked at him suspiciously. Can you drive? In his impression, Xiaoyi has always been delivering food on an electric bike. When did he learn to drive a car?
Xiaoyi smiled faintly, his tone relaxed. This car is not expensive, just drive it for fun. He took the key from Lin Mo, opened the car door skillfully, and sat in the driver's seat. Lin Mo looked at him doubtfully, but finally sat in the passenger seat.
Drive quickly. Don't dawdle, he urged.
Xiaoyi started the car, the engine made a low roar, and then the car rushed out like an arrow. The black car sped through the night, the roar of its engine like the roar of a wild beast, deafening. Xiaoyi held the steering wheel steadily with one hand and skillfully controlled the gear with the other hand, and the car was driving at an astonishing speed. Lin Mo sat in the passenger seat, his face pale, his hands tightly grasping the door handle, feeling as if his internal organs were about to be thrown out. The strong feeling of being pushed on his back made Lin Mo's stomach churn, and he felt his heart beating so fast that it was about to jump out of his chest. The scenery on the roadside quickly receded and turned into blurry light and shadows.
He couldn't help but exclaimed, "Slow down. You're going to die."
The wind whistled in through the car window, ruffling Lin Mo's hair. He reached out to fix it, but found that he couldn't get it straight. When the car braked suddenly and stopped in front of the night color bar, Lin Mo's hair was already as messy as a bird's nest. He looked at his reflection in the car window and was stunned. "We're here," Xiaoyi said calmly, as if the thrilling car race just now was just an ordinary drive. Lin Mo took a deep breath, suppressed the fear in his heart, pushed open the car door, and stumbled out of the car. His steps were a little unsteady, and he held onto the car door for a long time before he stood up straight.
"Wait a minute."
Xiaoyi also got out of the car and walked quickly to Lin Mo's side.
"What are you going to do? Just rush in like this? None of your business."
Lin Mo pushed Xiaoyi away and said firmly, "I will make Long Weishan pay the price today." Xiaoyi grabbed him and said, "Calm down.
Do you know who Long Weishan is? Do you know who opened this bar?"
Lin Mo sneered, "I don't care who he is.
If he dares to touch my people, I will make him regret it." You. Xiaoyi wanted to persuade him again, but Lin Mo suddenly turned around and stared at him fiercely. If you stop me again, I will tell my sister that you used to be a delivery man. Xiaoyi was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Mo to use this matter to threaten him.
He sighed helplessly and let go of Lin Mo's hand.
Lin Mo walked into the bar without looking back. Xiaoyi stood there, hesitated for a moment, and finally followed in. The lights in the bar were dim, the music was deafening, and the air was filled with the strong smell of alcohol and cigarettes. On the dance floor, men and women twisted their bodies and released their passion. In the booth, some scantily clad women snuggled up to the men and whispered. Xiaoyi looked around and frowned slightly. He sensed a strange atmosphere, as if something was about to happen. Mr. Xiao, you're here. A man in a black suit suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoyi, with a smile on his face. Our boss is waiting for you upstairs. Chapter 117, Bar Dispute begins.
Deafening music echoed in the bar, and colorful lights danced among the crowd like enchanting elves. The air was filled with a strange smell of alcohol, perfume and sweat, which made people feel excited and confused. Men and women sat separately, some whispering, some laughing loudly, forming a bizarre picture of nightlife.
Mr. Lin, you're here.
The private room upstairs is ready, please come in. The bar manager Joe had sharp eyes and saw Lin Mo at a glance, and hurriedly came up to greet him with a smile on his face. Lin Mo didn't even look at him, but just waved his hand impatiently and walked straight into the back of the bar. Manager Joe was turned down and stood there awkwardly, not daring to go forward and disturb them again.
Lin Mo's eyes swept through the crowd and finally locked on a booth in the corner.
There, Long Weishan was hugging a scantily clad girl. The two were being intimate as if no one was around. Long Weishan's hands were roaming freely on the girl's body, causing her to giggle. Seeing this scene, Lin Mo's face instantly turned gloomy, veins popped out on his forehead, and his eyes burned with rage. He grabbed the wine glass on the table and strode towards Long Wei Mountain.
Long Weishan, you bastard!
Lin Mo roared, raised his glass and was about to throw it at Long Weishan.
Mr. Lin, what are you doing?
A burly man with a face full of flesh suddenly stood in front of Long Weishan. It was Long Weishan's younger brother Zhang Xiaohun. Seeing Lin Mo coming at him aggressively, he didn't think twice and slapped the wine glass in Lin Mo's hand away.
Glass shattered and wine spilled all over the floor.
Before Lin Mo could react, Zhang the gangster punched Lin Mo hard in the face again. Lin Mo staggered back a few steps and sat down on the ground, his face burning with pain. He raised his head, his eyes full of resentment and humiliation.
You. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and squeezed out a word from between his teeth. Mr. Lin, why are you so careless?
Long Weishan stood up pretending to be surprised, pushed away the scantily clad girl named Zhao who was tightly holding his arm, and walked towards Lin Mo with pretended concern.
Zhang, the little rascal. What's wrong with you? Do you think you can touch young Master Lin? Apologize now.
Zhang Xiaohu immediately put on a flattering smile, nodded and bowed to Lin Mo and said, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize the great man. Please don't bear grudges against me.
Don't hold it against me.
Lin Mo got up from the ground, brushed off the dust on his body, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth.
He certainly wouldn't believe Long Weishan's hypocritical posturing, let alone Zhang the Hunhun's false apology.
He knew that this was just a common trick used by Long Weishan.
That's enough, Lin Mo rubbed his hurt cheek, his tone cold, stop acting. Long Weishan, what do you want to do?
He walked straight to the booth, sat down on the sofa, and looked impatient. Seeing this, Long Weishan patted the empty seat next to him and motioned the scantily clad girl named Zhao to sit over there.
The girl understood and twisted her waist, sitting down close to Long Weishan, with almost half of her body leaning on him.
The strong smell of perfume mixed with cheap powder made Lin Mo feel nauseous. Mr. Lin, you misunderstood. Long Weishan picked up the bottle on the table and poured himself a full glass of wine. I came to you today to explain the previous misunderstanding.
Misunderstanding? Lin Mo snorted coldly. You hugged another woman and said it was a misunderstanding? Long Weishan, do you think I'm a fool? Long Weishan was not annoyed. He raised his glass and drank it all. Mr. Lin, calm down and listen to my explanation. I was just playing with her. In my heart. He paused deliberately and glanced at the scantily clad girl named Zhao with an ambiguous look. Only Ruoyun. Don't mention her to me.
Lin Mo stood up suddenly, grabbed the wine bottle on the table and smashed it to the ground. With a pop, the wine bottle shattered, glass fragments splashed everywhere, and the wine spilled all over the floor. Long Weishan seemed startled by Lin Mo's actions, but he quickly regained his composure. He picked up the bottle, poured 3 glasses of wine, and drank them all in one gulp. Mr. Lin, I will punish myself with 3 glasses of wine to express my apology. Lin Mo looked at Long Weishan coldly, with a mocking arc on his lips. Long Weishan, don't try this on me. Long Weishan put down the wineglass, his eyes flashing with an unknown light. Mr. Lin, since you don't believe me, then I will. He suddenly stopped and looked at Lin Mo meaningfully. Then let Ruoyun come and apologize to you in person, how about that? Long Weishan raised his lips to a sinister smile with a hint of provocation. He paused, then added, if you like, I can give her to you. You know, I educated her very well. This sentence completely ignited the anger in Lin Mo's heart. He suddenly grabbed Long Weishan's collar and punched him. You bastard! Just try and touch her. Seeing this, Zhang the gangster immediately rushed forward and tried to stop Lin Mo. However, a strong arm stopped him. What do you want to do? Xiao Yi's eyes were sharp and his tone was cold, with no intention of backing down. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned for a moment, then he reacted and glared at Xiao Yi fiercely. Don't mind your own business, kid. My friend's business is my business. Xiao Yi said in a firm tone, looking at Zhang the gangster without fear. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin Mo and Long Weishan started fighting each other. The two men fought with each other, and the tables, chairs and benches were knocked to the ground, making a harsh noise. The scantily clad girl, Zhao, who was nestled in Long Weishan's arms, screamed and ran away, crawling. The strong smell of perfume filled the air, mixed with the smell of sweat and alcohol. It was nauseating. Stop! A clear voice came from the crowd. Gu Ruoyan pushed through the crowd and rushed in anxiously. She saw Lin Mo and Long Weishan fighting each other at a glance, and her face turned pale instantly. Lin Mo. Long Weishan. Stop it. Gu Ruoyan's voice was trembling. She nervously ran between the two men and tried to separate them. Ruoyun. Lin Mo paused slightly when he saw Gu Ruoyan. Mo, listen to me. Gu Ruoyan grabbed Lin Mo's arm and spoke in a hurried tone. Ruoyan, you're here just in time. Long Weishan took the opportunity to break free from Lin Mo's restraints, tidied up his messy clothes, and had a smug smile on his face. Come and judge, whose fault is it? Gu Ruoyan looked at Lin Mo, then looked at Long Weishan. What's going on? Long Weishan grabbed Gu Ruoyan's wrist and pulled her to his side. His tone was gentle but with a hint of warning. Ruoyan, tell Lin Mo that between us. Lin Mo was held by Gu Ruoyan, and the strength in his hands loosened. He looked at Gu Ruoyan, his eyes filled with complex emotions, including anger, grievance, and more helplessness. Gu Ruoyan walked to Long Weishan with concern, helped him up, and carefully checked whether he had any injuries. Weishan, are you okay? Long Weishan pushed Gu Ruoyan away impatiently, but then pulled her into his arms again, with rough movements and no mercy at all. I'm fine. But you, why did you come so late? There was a hint of blame in his tone, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Mo, as if declaring his sovereignty. Gu Ruoyan was about to explain but was interrupted by Long Weishan. Okay, stop talking. Long Weishan hugged Gu Ruoyan and walked in front of Lin Mo, with a sneer on his face. Since Ruoyan is here, how about letting her have a drink with you to calm down? Gu Ruoyan's expression changed slightly, and she whispered, Weishan, I don't drink. Long Weishan pinched Gu Ruoyan's chin, forced her to look up, and said in a cold tone, you have to drink even if you don't know how to drink. Today, you must have a drink with Lin Mo. The threat in his eyes made Gu Ruoyan feel suffocated. In the dim light of the bar, Long Weishan's smile looked particularly sinister, like a poisonous snake lurking in the darkness, ready to launch a fatal attack at any time. The air was filled with a strong smell of alcohol, mixed with sweat and perfume, which was nauseating. The deafening music hits everyone's nerves like drumbeats, making people feel irritated and uneasy. When Lin Mo saw the fear in Gu Ruoyan's eyes, his anger grew even stronger. He knocked Long Weishan's hand away, protected Gu Ruoyan behind him, and said in a cold tone, Long Weishan, that's enough. Gu Ruoyan forced a smile and said to Lin Mo, I'm fine, just drink a glass, don't be angry. Lin Mo snatched the wine glass from Gu Ruoyan's hand, raised his head and drank it all in one gulp. I'll drink this glass of wine for her. He put the empty wine glass heavily on the table with a bang and stared at Long Weishan fiercely. Long Weishan clapped his hands and said with a smile, Great. Young Master Lin is really generous. In that case, Ruoyan, go and toast my brother again. He pointed at a man with a face full of flesh beside him, who was none other than Zhang the gangster who had attacked Lin Mo before. Gu Ruoyan hesitated for a moment, looked at Zhang Xiaohuan's ferocious appearance, then looked at Long Weishan. She grabbed Lin Mo's sleeve tightly, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw.
Long Weishan urged impatiently, "What? Don't want to? Don't forget."
He leaned close to Gu Ruoyun's ear and whispered a few words.
Gu Ruoyun's face turned pale in an instant, as if all her strength had been taken away.
Her eyes were empty, like a frightened puppet.
Long Weishan looked at Gu Ruoyun's reaction. A cruel smile appeared on his lips.
He patted Gu Ruoyun's cheek and said frivolously, "Go, my little darling, go and toast to Zhang the scoundrel."
Chapter 118, Dispute in the Bar. Righteous person shows up.
Gu Ruoyun trembled as she walked in front of Zhang the hooligan, picked up a glass of wine, and said in a weak voice, "I'll toast you a glass." Zhang's gang of hooligans burst into laughter, whistles rang out one after another, and obscene words that were unbearable to the ears kept coming out.
Gu Ruoyun's cheeks flushed red.
She felt as if she had been stripped naked and exposed in front of everyone. The shame made her want to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. She closed her eyes and drank it all in one gulp. The spicy wine slid down her throat into her stomach, burning like fire. She suppressed her discomfort, handed the empty wineglass to Zhang the gangster, and tried to leave this suffocating environment. "Hey, don't go, beautiful." Another gangster named Zhang blocked her way, also holding a glass of wine in his hand with a lewd smile on his face. "Come, drink with me."
Gu Ruoyun's heart sank suddenly.
She subconsciously took a step back and shook her head to refuse. I don't want to drink." Zhang Xiaowu grabbed her wrist and pulled her to his side with force, saying frivolously, "What?
You don't want to give me face? You don't even want to give face to young Master Long?"
Gu Ruoyun looked at Long Weishan in horror, but Long Weishan just watched coldly with a playful smile on his face, as if he was enjoying a good show.
"Let me go."
Gu Ruoyun struggled, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably, dripping onto the back of Zhang the hooligan's hand, burning hot. Zhang the gangster impatiently shook off her hand and roughly pressed her down on the sofa. He clamped her chin with one hand, forcing her to raise her head, and with the other hand he held the wine glass to her lips. "Drink."
"No." Gu Ruoyun cried desperately and turned her head away desperately, trying to avoid the disgusting breath. "If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the wine for me."
Zhang the scoundrel was so angry that he grabbed Gu Ruoyun's hair and pulled her back fiercely. "You stinky bitch, you."
"Stop."
A deep voice sounded in the box. Lin Mo clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turned white, and flames of anger burned in his chest. He stood up suddenly and was about to rush over to teach those hooligans a lesson.
Long Weishan glanced at him and said sarcastically, "Why, Master Lin, are you going to be a hero and save the beauty?"
Lin Mo paused and looked at Gu Ruoyun, but saw that her eyes were cold and she had no intention of asking for help. Instead, she had a hint of disgust.
Gu Ruoyun said coldly, "It's none of your business."
These 4 short words were like a basin of ice water that extinguished Lin Mo's enthusiasm. He stood there in a daze, feeling mixed emotions. At this time, Xiaoyi, who had been silent all this time, stood up. He walked to Gu Ruoyun, blocking the sight of those hooligans, and said calmly, "I'll drink with you."
Long Weishan sneered, "You? You're just a delivery man, how dare you?"
He winked at Zhang and the gang, signaling them to teach Xiaoyi a lesson. Seeing this, Lin Mo quickly stood in front of Xiaoyi and said, "Long Weishan, don't go too far." Xiaoyi patted Lin Mo's shoulder and motioned him to step back. "It's okay, I can do it myself." He glanced at the 7 or 8 Zhang gangsters. There was no fear in his eyes, but instead a hint of sarcasm. Zhang's gangsters surrounded him, shouting. One of them ran to the corner of the box and brought 10 bottles of beautifully packaged foreign wine. He placed them in front of Long Weishan like offering treasures and asked for credit. "Young Master Long, this is good wine imported from abroad.
Let's not go home until we are drunk today."
As he spoke, he skillfully opened a bottle and drank it. The spicy liquor flowed down his throat, choking him and making him cough non-stop. His face turned red. He stopped after drinking only half a bottle, but pretended to be relaxed and said with all his strength, "This wine is strong."
Xiaoyi looked at this scene. "What? Are you scared?"
A gangster named Zhang looked at Xiaoyi provocatively. "If you are scared, get out of here and don't get in the way here."
Chapter 119, The wine is in your stomach. "What? Are you scared?"
A gangster named Zhang looked at Xiaoyi provocatively. "If you are scared, get out of here and don't get in the way here." Xiaoyi smiled slightly, and to the astonishment of everyone present, every drop of the wine in the bottle flowed into his throat without a single drop spilling out. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoyi picked up another bottle of wine and drank even faster. He drank 3 bottles in a row, but his expression remained calm and his eyes became clearer.
Zhang's gang of hooligans were stunned.
They looked at each other, unable to believe what they were seeing. One of the gangsters who led the group finally reacted and questioned loudly, This is impossible.
Did you cheat? There's no way anyone can drink like this.
Xiaoyi smiled faintly and did not answer, but continued to pick up the remaining wine and drink one bottle after another. After each bottle, he would savor it, as if he was enjoying the taste of the wine. When the last bottle of the whole box of wine was finished, Xiaoyi's eyes became brighter. He was even reluctant to finish the remaining half bottle of wine and smiled slightly.
Lin Mo was stunned and asked in disbelief, How did you do it? Are you really okay?
Xiaoyi nodded and shrugged slightly, It's okay, I have a special resistance to alcohol.
Zhang's gang was unwilling to give up.
One of the leaders shouted, I don't believe it.
Let's compete in drinking beer and see who falls first.
Xiaoyi smiled indifferently, picked up a box of beer, opened a bottle and drank it all in one gulp.
He drank a whole box of beer effortlessly, while Zhang's gang of hooligans couldn't even finish half a box.
They fell to the ground one by one, breathing rapidly. Xiaoyi's just burped leisurely, as if he had just drunk a glass of water.
Everyone was shocked by Xiaoyi's performance and looked at him in amazement.
Long Weishan's face turned ashen, he gritted his teeth secretly, his heart filled with unwillingness. Lin Mo looked at Xiaoyi with joy and felt that he was growing taller and taller. He said softly, It seems that we have one more legend today. Xiaoyi smiled, with a hint of inexplicable confidence in his eyes, as if he had foreseen all the possibilities in the future. He patted Lin Mo's shoulder lightly, and said in a relaxed tone, Let's go, it's time to end today's drinking party. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyi walked out the door, leaving behind a group of shocked people. Xiaoyi's back looked particularly tall and straight in the noisy bar. Lin Mo stared at his back with admiration in his eyes. Before, he never understood why his sister was so in love with a seemingly ordinary delivery man. Now, he seems to understand a little. Xiaoyi's calm demeanor and hidden strength made him feel in awe, and also gave rise to a feeling of hero worship in his heart. Long Weishan sat in the corner with a grim face, watching his men fall drunkenly to the ground one by one, the anger in his heart growing more and more intense. He took a big gulp of the wine and stared at Xiaoyi's back with a sinister look. Suddenly, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he stretched out his hands to hug Gu Ruoyun's slender waist beside him. Gu Ruoyun's body trembled slightly, and she tried to move away somewhat unnaturally, but Long Weishan's arms held her tightly like an iron hoop.
Why, you don't want to accompany me?
Long Weishan's voice was tinged with teasing, and his eyes wandered frivolously over Gu Ruoyun.
Gu Ruoyun's cheeks flushed.
Long Weishan smiled smugly, hugged Gu Ruoyun tighter on purpose, and whispered in her ear, Don't worry, I will take good care of you. He turned to look at Lin Mo, Mr. Lin, your friend is really amazing. He can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk.
It really opens my eyes.
However, no matter how powerful he is, he can't protect the people you want to protect. Long Weishan's tone was full of malice, and his eyes wandered over Gu Ruoyun unscrupulously, as if he was showing off his trophies. Lin Mo clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turned white, and flames of anger burned in his chest. He glared at Long Weishan, his eyes almost spitting fire. Seeing Lin Mo getting angry, Long Weishan felt even more proud. He suddenly pulled Gu Ruoyun close to him and kissed her hard on the cheek, making a loud bow sound.
How is it, Master Lin? Does it taste good?
He asked provocatively, his tone full of teasing and sarcasm.
Gu Ruoyun's cheeks flushed red. You?
Lin Mo roared, stood up suddenly, and was about to rush up to teach Long Weishan a lesson.
Lin Mo.
A steady voice sounded behind him.
Xiaoyi grabbed Lin Mo's arm and pulled him back.
Calm down, Lin Mo. Xiaoyi's voice was low and powerful, with a hint of warning. If you rush forward like this, what else can you do except get beaten? What's more, even if you save her, do you think she will be grateful to you? When Lin Mo heard this, his body stiffened and the anger in his eyes gradually died down, replaced by deep helplessness and unwillingness. He clenched his teeth and his fists creaked, but he had to admit that Xiaoyi was right. He impulsively wanted to save people, but ignored the complicated relationship between himself and Gu Ruoyun, as well as the shortcomings of his own strength.
Then what should we do? Are we just going to watch him bully her?
Lin Mo's voice was low and hoarse, with a hint of pain and struggle. Xiaoyi patted Lin Mo's shoulder, his tone calm and firm. Don't worry, I won't let him do whatever he wants. But now is not the right time, we need to think long term. He turned to look at Long Weishan, his eyes cold and sharp, like a sharp blade that can see through all disguises and hypocrisy.
The two exchanged glances, turned around and prepared to leave tacitly. However, the moment they turned around, a crisp slap sounded in the noisy bar, like a thunder, shocking everyone's hearts. Bang! Long Weishan slapped Gu Ruoyun hard on the face, knocking her petite body to the ground. A bright red fingerprint instantly appeared on Gu Ruoyun's fair cheek, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. She covered her cheek with her hands, tears welling up in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to cry out loud. You dared to hit me? Gu Ruoyun's voice trembled with a hint of disbelief and grievance. You bitch, if you look at me like that again, I'm going to kill you. Long Weishan roared, his eyes flashing with ferocity, like a beast ready to devour its prey. Ah! Lin Mo's eyes were bloodshot and he let out an angry roar. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and rushed forward. Try to touch her. Seeing this, Xiaoyi sighed helplessly. He knew Lin Mo's temper. Once he got impulsive, he would not care about anything else. He could only follow closely, ready to protect Lin Mo at any time. Looking for death. Long Weishan sneered, and the surrounding gangsters also surrounded him, staring at Xiaoyi with murderous eyes, ready to attack at any time. Xiaoyi's eyes flashed, his body moved like lightning, and he instantly stood in front of Lin Mo and grabbed Long Weishan's fist with one hand. You think you can touch him? Xiaoyi's voice was cold and intimidating. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, staring at Long Weishan's eyes. Long Weishan only felt a powerful force coming from Xiaoyi's hand, making him unable to move. His face changed and an indescribable fear surged in his heart. You! Long Weishan was about to speak, but was frightened by Xiaoyi's cold eyes and shut his mouth. Seeing this, the gangsters around him also stopped and did not dare to act rashly. They looked at each other. Come on, all of you. Xiaoyi's voice was like ice and snow in the cold winter, carrying a hint of disdain and sarcasm, echoing in the noisy bar. As soon as Xiaoyi finished speaking, the gangsters around him rushed forward and attacked him with their fists raised. Xiaoyi sneered and moved through the crowd like a ghost, each of his moves being precise and ruthless. After hearing a few muffled bang 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 sounds, several gangsters flew out like kites with broken strings, fell heavily to the ground, and groaned in pain. Seeing this, the remaining Zhang gangsters turned pale with fright and retreated one after another, not daring to take another step forward. They looked at Xiaoyi in horror. Xiaoyi glanced at them with contempt and said in a cold voice, with just this little ability, you dare to be so insolent in front of me? His voice was like ice, with a hint of disdain and ridicule, making the remaining Zhang gangsters tremble and dare not look him in the eye. At this time, Lin Mo had already rushed to Long Weishan, waving his fist and hitting Long Weishan's face hard. Long Weishan was caught off guard and was hit by a punch, causing his nose to bleed, and he staggered back a few steps. He covered his nose, his eyes filled with anger and humiliation, and roared, "You are looking for death." Lin Mo roared, turning all the pain and anger in his heart into attacks, and his punches rained down on Long Weishan's body. Long Weishan was beaten back step by step and had no power to fight back. His heart was filled with fear and regret. If he had known this would happen, he should not have provoked Lin Mo and Xiaoyi. Ah! 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 Long Weishan screamed miserably. His face had swollen like a pig's head and his body was covered with scars. He struggled on the ground in pain, but was unable to escape Lin Mo's attack. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed over and hugged Lin Mo's arm tightly. Lin Mo was stunned, and when he looked down, it was Gu Ruoyun. Gu Ruoyun's face was full of tears, her eyes were full of pleading. She choked and said, "Lin Mo, please, let him go. Please." Lin Mo looked at Gu Ruoyun's tearful face, and the anger in his heart gradually subsided. He hesitated, not knowing whether he should continue fighting. Lin Mo. Gu Ruoyun's voice trembled, with a hint of despair and helplessness, "I beg you." Chapter 120, Human hearts are unpredictable and things are unpredictable. Gu Ruoyun's pleading made Lin Mo hesitate, and his clenched fist slowly loosened. At this moment, Long Weishan suddenly broke free from Lin Mo's grip and slapped Lin Mo hard in the face with his backhand. With a crisp paw sound, Lin Mo was hit and his head tilted to the side, with a burning pain on his cheek. Lin Mo. Gu Ruoyun exclaimed and hurriedly supported the staggering Lin Mo, her eyes full of heartache and blame. Why did you hit him? He was doing this for my own good. Lin Mo covered his face, his eyes full of disbelief. He didn't expect that Gu Ruoyun would blame him for Long Weishan. Long Weishan showed a smug look on his face. He pointed at Lin Mo and said arrogantly, "Boy, you are meddling in other people's business. This is a matter between Gu Ruoyun and me. You don't need to interfere." Xiao Yi was so furious watching from the side that he grabbed Long Weishan by the collar and lifted him up. Say it again. Xiao Yi's voice was cold. Long Weishan was frightened by Xiao Yi's momentum. He struggled to break free from Xiao Yi's grip, but found that he could not move at all. Let me go. Cough, cough, cough. Long Weishan said with difficulty, his face flushed. Xiao Yi glared at Long Weishan fiercely, then threw him heavily to the ground. Long Weishan fell to the ground in a mess, coughed a few times, and then struggled to get up. He pointed at Lin Mo and said viciously, "Boy, just wait. This matter is not over yet." Gu Ruoyun quickly ran to Long Weishan, supported him and asked with concern, "Weishan, are you okay?" Long Weishan pushed Gu Ruoyun away and yelled, "Get out of here. Don't touch me." Gu Ruoyun was pushed to the ground, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She looked at Long Weishan aggrievedly, not understanding why he treated her like this. Lin Mo quickly ran to Gu Ruoyun and helped her up. "Are you okay?" Lin Mo asked with concern. Gu Ruoyun shook her head, but her tears kept flowing. She choked up and said, "Lin Mo, thank you for helping me." Lin Mo looked at Gu Ruoyun's tearful face and felt mixed emotions. He didn't know what to say, so he could only pat Gu Ruoyun's shoulder gently to comfort her. Long Weishan glared at Lin Mo fiercely, then turned and left, leaving behind a sentence, "Just wait for me." Long Weishan struggled to get up, covering his chest, pointing at Lin Mo's nose and cursing viciously, "Boy, just wait for me. I will settle this account with you sooner or later." After that, he spat on the ground and limped away with a few brothers. Xiao Yi was a little surprised. He thought Long Weishan would continue to pester him, but he didn't expect this guy to give in so easily. Xiao Yi walked to Lin Mo, raised his foot and gently kicked his butt as he sat on the ground. "Hey, why are you still sitting on the ground? Get up." Lin Mo slowly raised his head, with a smile on his face. There was no frustration or anger in his eyes, but a hint of provocation. "What? You want to hit me too?" Xiao Yi was stunned for a moment. This kid was slapped in the face, but he could still laugh? He squatted down and looked at Lin Mo's face carefully. Apart from some redness and swelling, there were no obvious scars. "You are quite thick-skinned. You are not hurt at all." Lin Mo's smile deepened. "Do you think he can hurt me with just those few fancy moves? You underestimate me too much." Xiao Yi pulled Lin Mo up and said in a serious tone, "Don't be so stubborn, kid. If I hadn't shown up in time, you would have been beaten even worse. Next time you encounter something like this, don't be impulsive. Protect yourself first." Lin Mo dusted himself off and said nonchalantly, "I know, I just wanted to test how capable he is." Xiao Yi shook his head helplessly. This kid really didn't know his place. He would have to teach him a lesson in the future. He looked at the time and it was almost time for dinner. "Let's go to my house for dinner. My mother made your favorite braised pork today." Lin Mo's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "Really? That's great." He touched his stomach and smiled sheepishly, "Come to think of it, I'm a little hungry." The two walked side by side towards Xiao Yi's house, the afterglow of the setting sun shining on them, lengthening their shadows. When passing by a game hall, Lin Mo suddenly stopped, pointed at the flashing neon lights inside and said, "Xiao Yi, do you want to go in and play a few games?" Xiao Yi hesitated for a moment. "Now? My mother is still at home waiting for us to eat." Lin Mo pulled Xiao Yi's arm and said coquettishly, "Just play for a while, it will be quick. I recently found a very interesting game called PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, do you want to try it together?" Xiao Yi couldn't resist Lin Mo's constant nagging and finally agreed. The two walked into the game room, found two computers, sat down, put on headphones, and entered the world of games. After the game started, Lin Mo operated the characters skillfully while explaining the rules of the game to Xiao Yi. The two cooperated well and quickly killed several enemies. Just as they were immersed in the fun of the game, a character in strange costume suddenly appeared in front of them with a powerful weapon in his hand. "This guy is a little bit strange," Lin Mo said with a frown. The character's movements were swift and strange, and his shooting skills were terrifyingly accurate, almost never missing a shot. Lin Mo and Xiao Yi joined forces, but were still easily knocked down by him. After a few gunshots, both screens turned gray. "What's going on? Is this guy cheating?" Lin Mo took off his headphones in disbelief, rubbed his eyes, and wondered if he was dazzled. Xiao Yi also frowned. Although it was his first time playing this game, he could see that the other party's operation was abnormal. It's a bit strange indeed. His reaction speed and accuracy are too high.
The two started the game again, and this time they deliberately chose different landing points, hoping to avoid the suspicious player. However, no matter where they hid, the player always managed to magically find them and kill them one by one. After being killed by the same player several times in a row, Lin Mo could no longer suppress the anger in his heart.
Damn it, this is definitely cheating. I'm going to report him.
He slammed the table, attracting the attention of the surrounding players. Xiaoyi held Lin Mo and persuaded him, calm down and collect some evidence first.
Time unknowingly came to 9 o'clock in the evening.
The lights in the game hall became more dazzling and the noisy music became more exciting.
Lin Mo rubbed his stomach and suggested, Xiaoyi, I'm hungry, let me treat you to a midnight snack. Xiaoyi dug into his pockets and asked, You're treating me? Do you have money?
Lin Mo then remembered that he forgot to bring his wallet when he went out today.
Can you lend me some money first?
He scratched his head awkwardly. Xiaoyi smiled helplessly, I don't have much money with me, why don't we go home and I'll make you something to eat. The two returned to Xiaoyi's apartment. Xiaoyi skillfully tied an apron and started to busy himself in the kitchen. Lin Mo was lying on the sofa, flipping through his phone boredly.
The meal is ready. Xiaoyi brought the hot meal to the table.
The aroma filled the air, making Lin Mo's appetite grow. After the two of them wolfed down their meal, Lin Mo took out his phone and opened the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds game.
Xiaoyi, come on, let's continue fighting.
Xiaoyi shook his head, I'm not very good at playing this game.
It's okay, I'll teach you.
Lin Mo snatched Xiaoyi's phone, skillfully helped him download the game, and created a new account. Come, I'll take you to the practice field to practice first.
10 minutes later, Lin Mo brought Xiaoyi into the game. Are you ready? I'm going to take you into my team.
The sound of gunfire, footsteps, and heavy breathing intertwined into a chaotic symphony in the headphones. Lin Mo controlled the character and parachuted with Xiaoyi and two other teammates to land at Port G. This is one of the most popular resource points in PUBG and also where the battles are the most intense.
G-Port, let's start fighting as soon as we land.
Lin Mo shouted excitedly, his fingertips sliding quickly across the screen, searching for weapons and equipment. With an M416, several grenades, and a level 2 armor, Lin Mo quickly armed himself, then rushed into the container area with his teammates. De fierce gunfire suddenly rang out, and another team of people also landed at Port G. The two sides immediately started a gunfight.
Bullets whizzed past, leaving dense bullet holes on the container. Fuck! There are so many people on the opposite side.
Lin Mo's teammates exclaimed, with a hint of panic in their voices.
Don't panic. Stay calm. Let's occupy the high ground first.
Lin Mo commanded calmly, dodging the opponent's bullets while looking for advantageous terrain. However, the other side had significantly more people and more fierce firepower. Lin Mo's teammates fell one after another, and their unwilling roars and cries for help could be heard in the headphones.
Brother Mo. Help me. I'm stuck. Brother Mo. I am almost dying. Help me get revenge.
Lin Mo gritted his teeth and watched his teammates fall one by one, his heart filled with anger and unwillingness.
He fired wildly, trying to suppress the opponent's firepower and create opportunities for his teammates.
At this moment, a familiar figure appeared in his field of vision. It was the player who was suspected of cheating before. The other person was wearing strange clothes and holding an armed sniper rifle in his hand, aiming at him.
Bang!
A gunshot rang out, and Lin Mo's screen instantly turned gray.
He was killed by a headshot.
Fuck! Lin Mo roared and threw his phone to the ground. A crack appeared on the screen, just like his mood at the moment, full of anger and unwillingness.
A few seconds later, Lin Mo took a deep breath and picked up the phone.
The screen is cracked but still usable. He logged back into the game, a cold light flashing in his eyes.
Do you think you can escape like this? I will definitely find you and take revenge on you.
Lin Mo said, gritting his teeth, his fingers sliding quickly across the screen to bring up the friend list.
Meng Xiaoming, help me check the team we just saw. I want to know all their information. Chapter 121, the battle restarts and there are many embarrassments. Meng Xiaoming acted quickly and found it in less than 10 minutes. Brother Mo, their team is called Dragon City 2nd Generation.
It is said that all of them are Krypton Gold bigwigs, and their equipment is top-notch.
Lin Mo sneered, Krypton Gold bigwigs? Ha, I want to see if their money can buy real strength.
He looked around at the dejected team members and said in a firm tone, Brothers, I know we lost badly this time, but this is not the end, but a new beginning.
We can't be defeated by failure, we must turn grief and anger into strength and stand up again. Dragon City second generation, sooner or later, we will make them pay the price.
The team members were infected by Lin Mo's passion and rekindled their fighting spirit.
Brother Mo was right. We can't give up. Revenge. We must take revenge. The second generation of Long City, wait for us.
The training room was filled with high morale and the flame of revenge. Fighting again, on the same map, at the same location, Lin Mo led his team members and parachuted to the ground with great momentum.
However, the battle this time was even more brutal than the last time. The second generation team of Long City seemed to have been prepared and ambushed in every corner.
Lin Mo's team members were killed one after another not long after they landed, leaving Lin Mo alone to hold on.
Brother Mo. Help me. I'm stuck.
Meng Xiaomeng's cry for help came from the headset, followed by a scream, Brother Mo.
I'm dying. Help me get revenge.
Lin Mo gritted his teeth, he knew he had to stay calm and avenge his teammates. He moved quickly, looking for traces of the enemy. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. It was the captain of the second generation of Long City. Lin Mo raised his gun without hesitation, aimed, and pulled the trigger. However, just when the bullet was about to hit the opponent suddenly turned around and shot him in the head with lightning speed.
Bang!
Lin Mo's screen turned gray again. His eyes widened in disbelief and he could hear his teammates' regretful sighs through his headphones. Lin Mo suddenly took off his headphones and slammed them on the table.
Damn it! He growled and pounded the table angrily. Brother Mo. A timid voice sounded behind Lin Mo.
Lin Mo looked back and saw that it was Sun Xiaohao, the youngest member of the team, who was standing timidly behind him.
What's the matter?
Lin Mo asked unhappily, with a hint of impatience in his tone.
Sun Xiaohao stammered, Brother Mo, my mother asked me to go home for dinner, I have to go. When Lin Mo heard this, he was immediately furious. Go home for dinner? Now is the crucial moment of the game, and you actually want to go home for dinner? Do you have any sense of responsibility? Do you care about the team?
Sun Xiaohao was frightened by Lin Mo's roar, and trembled all over.
He lowered his head and dared not speak. He stammered, wanting to explain but not knowing what to say.
Lin Mo took a deep breath and tried hard to control his emotions.
Okay, go ahead. You don't have to come here anymore.
With one person missing, Lin Mo's team was in even greater danger. In desperation, Lin Mo had to ask Xiao Yi to join in, so that he could at least help him block a few bullets.
After entering the game, Xiao Yi's clumsy operation made Lin Mo laugh and cry. Have you played this game?
Lin Mo asked helplessly. Xiao Yi scratched his head awkwardly and said, I've played it before, but I'm not very good at it. In order to protect Xiao Yi, Lin Mo chose to avoid direct conflict. He took Xiao Yi around to search for equipment and explained the rules of the game. There's an airdrop ahead, let's go take a look. Lin Mo said, pointing to a mark on the map. The two approached the airdrop cautiously, only to find that the surroundings were unusually quiet. Be careful, there may be an ambush.
Lin Mo warned.
Xiao Yi nervously gripped the gun in his hand and looked around.
Suddenly, a mocking laugh came from not far away. Hey, isn't this the great Lin Mo? Why did you bring a rookie to play?
The captain of the second generation of Long City appeared in front of them with several team members, a playful smile on his face.
What? Are you scared? You don't dare to confront us head-on?
Lin Mo's face turned pale, but he ignored the other party's provocation.
He turned to Xiao Yi and said, Don't worry about them, let's go. Wait, the captain of the second generation of Long City blocked their way, you want to leave now? Don't you take us seriously? He looked Xiao Yi up and down with contempt. Who is this rookie? He can't be your new team member?
Master Lin Mo, your team is getting worse and worse. Lin Mo suppressed his anger, he knew that now was not the time to act on impulse. He pulled Xiao Yi and turned away, not wanting to get entangled with him anymore.
Brother Mo.
Xiao Yi suddenly spoke, his voice a little hesitant.
What's wrong?
Lin Mo asked without turning his head.
I want to try.
Xiao Yi's voice was very low, but Lin Mo still heard it.
Try what?
Lin Mo stopped and looked at Xiao Yi in confusion.
Try throwing a grenade. Xiao Yi pointed at the Long City second generation team who were mocking not far away.
Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, then gave a bitter smile.
Are you sure? You can't even hold a gun steady, and you expect to throw a grenade? I want to try.
Xiaoyi said again, his tone firmer than before.
Lin Mo sighed. He knew that Xiaoyi had a strong sense of self-esteem and didn't want to be looked down upon. Okay, then you try it. But be careful not to blow up your own people. Xiaoyi nodded and took out a grenade from his backpack. He took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. However, his hands could not stop shaking, and the grenade seemed to have become a hot potato in his hands. Fuck, this kid isn't really going to throw it away, is he?
Meng Xiaoming's voice sounded in the headset, his tone full of disbelief.
Brother Mo, are you sure you want him to throw it? Don't let it explode on our people. Another teammate echoed. Shut up.
Lin Mo growled, let him try, maybe he can create a miracle. Xiaoyi stared closely at the enemy in the distance, silently reciting the key points of the operation in his mind. He pulled the safety ring on the grenade, and then... Wait! Where did you throw it?
Lin Mo exclaimed. Xiaoyi was in a panic, and the grenade kept shaking in his hand.
He didn't know where to throw it, he just threw it randomly based on his feeling.
Boom! With a loud bang, flames shot up into the sky. Ah!
With a scream, Xiaoyi fell to the ground.
Fuck! You idiot! You blew yourself to death. Meng Xiaoming's roar sounded in the headphones. Ha ha ha! I'm dying of laughter. This kid is such a rookie. He actually blew himself to death.
The captain of the second generation of Long City laughed so hard that he fell backwards, and the other team members followed suit. Lin Mo closed his eyes in despair, he knew that this time it was really over. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Xiaoyi, who was lying on the ground.
Xiaoyi opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but didn't know what to say.
Xiaoyi's face turned red, and sweat slid down his forehead and dripped onto the game keyboard.
I
didn't mean it, he stammered, his voice as thin as a mosquito, I'm really not familiar with this game. Lin Mo took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress the anger in his heart. He knew Xiaoyi didn't mean it, but this mistake was so low level that he couldn't accept it.
Unfamiliar? If you are not familiar, what game are you playing? Do you know that you just killed our entire team?
Meng Xiaoming's angry roar came from the headphones, making Xiaoyi's eardrums buzz.
That's right. Brother Mo, we can't play with him anymore. He's just a burden. Another teammate echoed.
Xiaoyi lowered his head, bit his lips, and said nothing. He felt like a child who had made a mistake, being blamed and despised by everyone. Various emotions such as grievance, shame, and anger intertwined in his heart, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into the flesh, but he didn't feel any pain. He wanted to refute and defend himself, but he could only endure it all silently, letting the scolding from his teammates come like a tide and drown him.
Alright, Lin Mo interrupted his teammates' complaints, just talk less.
He rubbed his temples tiredly, feeling exhausted both physically and mentally. He knew that even if he blamed Xiaoyi again, it would be of no use. The most important thing now was to find a way to turn the situation around. However, facing the powerful second generation of Wanqing, do they still have a chance? Time passed by minute, and in the blink of an eye it was midnight. Xiaoyi's heart skipped a beat, and he remembered the system's sign-in function.
System, sign in. He said silently in his mind. Ding. Sign in successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining god-level gaming skills. The system's voice sounded in his mind, like the sound of nature.
Xiaoyi took a deep breath and looked at the game interface again. Wait.
Lin Mo suddenly said, staring at the screen, it seems, something is wrong.
Chapter 122, Gaming Counterattack.
When Xiaoyi looked at the game interface again, he felt his vision broadened, and his previous dullness and confusion were swept away. Complex skill combinations, tricky positioning techniques, and precise prediction of timing flooded into my mind like a tide, and every detail was extremely clear. He moved his fingers, and an unprecedented sense of control arose spontaneously.
Captain, 2v4, let's go.
Xiaoyi said calmly, as if he was just talking about a trivial matter.
Lin Mo was stunned, wondering if he had heard it wrong. 2v4? This is simply a fantasy.
He opened his mouth, wanting to persuade Xiaoyi to calm down, but then he remembered Xiaoyi's abnormal silence just now, and a glimmer of hope rose in his heart, a hope that he himself did not dare to believe.
Everyone, I'm sorry, our captain has some ideas. He wants to try 2v4. What do you think?
Lin Mo gritted his teeth and sent an invitation to the other team. The opposing team was silent for a while, and then burst into unbridled laughter.
2v4? Did I hear that right? Ha, this is the funniest joke I've heard this year.
It seems like the other side can't wait to surrender.
Brothers, let's teach them a lesson. Quick and decisive, I'm still waiting to go back to bed.
Inside the game room, the atmosphere on Lin Mo's side was extremely depressing. The team members' faces turned pale and their hands gripping the mouse were trembling slightly. The other party's arrogant ridicule was like sharp thorns, piercing their hearts deeply. After entering the battlefield, the opponent's taunts became more and more intense, like dense raindrops. Xiao Yi, however, acted as if he heard nothing. His fingers danced on the keyboard, controlling the character to move nimbly across the battlefield.
Captain, they are too arrogant, I can't stand it.
A young and energetic member of the team said, gritting his teeth. Lin Mo took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said in a deep voice, "Keep calm, don't be impulsive, watch the captain's operation."
Before he finished speaking, he saw the character controlled by Xiao Yi on the screen flashing like a ghost, releasing skills accurately, and moving in an incredible way, catching the opponent off guard. What's going on? Did this guy take medicine? An exclamation came from the opposing team.
Lin Mo's face was darker than the bottom of a pot. If they lost this game, their team would really be disbanded.
Brothers, this is the last fight. If we lose again.
He paused, his tone heavy, the team will be disbanded on the spot. The team members were silent, and an atmosphere of frustration filled the small training room. One team member slammed the table hard and said through gritted teeth, "Let's fight.
Even if we disband, we will make them pay the price."
The other team members echoed him, with a determined look in their eyes. Suddenly, the character controlled by Xiao Yi jumped off the container at port G without any warning.
"Oh my god, Xiao Yi, what are you doing? You're trying to die,"
a team member exclaimed. Lin Mo's eyelids twitched, and a feeling of powerlessness surged into his heart.
What the hell is this kid doing?
He cursed in a low voice, feeling his temples throbbing.
"Captain, come here slowly."
Xiao Yi's voice was still calm, as if jumping off G-port was just an ordinary thing.
Lin Mo was stunned. He couldn't understand Xiao Yi's behavior at all.
Port G was a well-known place of death.
Jumping down there was almost like committing suicide. "No, I have to go save him."
Lin Mo gritted his teeth and controlled his character to fly towards port G.
"No need, you guys collect supplies and wait for my signal."
Xiao Yi's tone was calm, as if everything was under his control. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to believe Xiao Yi.
After all, Xiao Yi's miraculous operation just now gave him hope. However, this hope is too slim.
Suddenly, a burst of dense gunfire came from the earphones, and Lin Mo's heart sank.
Xiao Yi.
Before he could finish his words, he heard the system prompt, the player Xiao Sanrun knocked down the berserker. Lin Mo's eyes suddenly widened.
Xiao Sanrun was exactly Xiao Yi's game ID. I'm just lucky. I just found a loophole.
He muttered to himself, but he felt something was wrong. The containers in port G were lined up like a steel jungle. After landing, Xiao Yi quickly found an M416, loaded the bullets, and raised the muzzle slightly. The sound of hurried footsteps came from the headset, and the enemy was encircling from behind another container. Xiao Yi held his breath and gently pulled the trigger with his index finger.
Bang!
A gunshot broke the silence of port G.
System prompt, player Xiao Sanrun knocked down berserker. I'm just lucky. I found a loophole.
Lin Mo muttered in a low voice, not caring too much. Captain, be careful, they still have people. Lin Mo heard the reminder from his teammates through the headset. Only then did he realize that Xiao Yi jumped into G-port not to die, but to hunt.
Bang bang bang. A few more gunshots were heard, and the system prompts sounded one after another. The player Xiao Sanrun killed the berserker. The player Xiao Sanrun knocked down Iron Man.
The player Xiao Sanrun killed Iron Man using M416. Lin Mo's pupils suddenly contracted and his heart beat wildly.
In just a few seconds, Xiao Yi actually killed 2 enemies in succession. Is this still the gaming rookie he knows?
There was constant gunfire in port G, and Xiao Yi's figure shuttled back and forth between the containers, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. The opponent couldn't grasp his position at all and could only passively take the beating.
What's going on? Why is this guy so powerful?
A cry of surprise came from the voice channel of the opposing team.
Calm down. Everyone calm down. Don't panic. The opposing captain shouted, trying to stabilize the team's morale. Gather first, then attack together. The players on Lin Mo's side were already very excited. Captain, Xiaoyi is amazing. This operation is simply amazing. Captain, let's go to Port G to provide support. Captain, can you help me ask Xiaoyi about his operating techniques later? I want to learn too. Lin Mo took a deep breath and tried to calm his excitement.
He looked at Xiaoyi's figure on the screen, and suddenly a thought came to his mind: maybe he can really lead the team to victory.
Don't be anxious, wait for Xiaoyi's signal.
Lin Mo said in a deep voice, his eyes fixed on the battle situation on the screen. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the voice channel of the opposing team. Damn it!
He killed another one. Then, the system prompt sounded. The player Xiaoyao Sanrun eliminated the Hulk with a grenade. 3 kills. Xiaoyi has got 3 kills.
Lin Mo's teammates shouted excitedly.
Captain, we.
A team member was about to speak but was interrupted by Lin Mo. Wait, Lin Mo said with a hint of solemnity in his tone, there are still 3 people on the other side. The gunfire in Port G gradually subsided, and the system prompt sounded again. The player Xiaoyao Sanrun used OM to kill Captain America with a headshot.
4 kills in a row. 4 kills.
Xiaoyi fought 1 against 4 and completed an incredible Jedi counterattack.
Awesome. Captain, you're awesome.
Lin Mo's teammates cheered excitedly, as if they had won the world championship. The other team's voice channel was completely silent, with only the captain's gnashing voice. Damn it! This guy must have cheated.
There's no way someone can be that strong.
If you can't afford to lose, don't play. Lin Mo's teammates responded bluntly, you're a bad player, don't make excuses.
Let's play another game. Let's meet offline.
The opposing captain roared in anger.
Meet offline? Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, feeling vaguely uneasy. The other party's tone is not friendly.
He looked at Xiaoyi, but saw that Xiaoyi had a calm face, as if he didn't take the other party's threats seriously at all. Okay, Xiaoyi said calmly, you decide the time and place. The other party obviously didn't expect Xiaoyi to agree so readily.
He was stunned for a moment, then reported an address. Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, XX Internet Cafe, see you there. See you then.
Xiaoyi's tone was calm, as if he was just meeting an ordinary netizen.
After hanging up the voice, Lin Mo looked at Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, what happened to you today? Why did you suddenly become so powerful? Xiaoyi smiled and asked, do you want to learn? Lin Mo's eyes lit up and he nodded without hesitation, yes. Of course. He grabbed Xiaoyi's hand and said excitedly, Master. Please accept me as your disciple. Xiaoyi looked at Lin Mo with a mysterious smile on his face. It's not impossible to learn. Chapter 123, Battle Appointment. It's not impossible to learn if you want to.
Xiaoyi dragged out the last syllable, with a sly look in his eyes, unless. Lin Mo's heart was pounding.
Could it be? Could it be that Xiaoyi wanted him to? Let him ask his sister for help? He swallowed nervously and asked apprehensively, unless what?
Xiaoyi looked at Lin Mo's nervous expression, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, unless you promise me that you will study hard in the future.
Ah. Lin Mo was stunned. He originally thought that Xiaoyi would make some difficult requests, but he didn't expect that he would just ask him to attend the class well. He couldn't believe his ears. Just, that's it? That's it.
Xiaoyi nodded affirmatively, as long as you promise me to study hard, I will teach you.
Lin Mo was ecstatic and nodded repeatedly in agreement, I promise. I promise. I will study hard.
He clenched his fists excitedly, as if he saw the glorious image of a future gaming god. Back in the room, Lin Mo was so excited that he could hardly fall asleep, his mind full of scenes of being a big shot in the game in the future.
The next morning, Lin Mo got up early for the first time and went to school in high spirits.
This sudden change surprised both the students and the teachers. In the Chinese class, Lin Mo actually actively raised his hand to speak, and answered questions very clearly, which surprised the Chinese teacher so much that he couldn't close his mouth for a long time.
In math class, he quickly solved a complex geometry problem, which amazed his classmates. In the next few days, Lin Mo seemed like a different person.
He listened carefully in class, completed his homework actively, and his grades improved by leaps and bounds. He soon caught up with the missed courses. The classmates all looked at him with admiration and exclaimed, "We don't understand the world of academic masters."
Lin Mo, you are so amazing. How did you suddenly become so smart? A classmate asked curiously.
Lin Mo smiled mysteriously, "Hey, this is a secret."
After school, Lin Mo's cell phone suddenly rang. He answered the phone, and an arrogant voice came from it. "Hello, is this Lin Mo? Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, Jinyu Internet Cafe, we will have an offline battle. Do you dare to come?"
Lin Mo held the phone tightly, his eyes firm. "Come on."
Who is afraid of who?
After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo immediately called Xiaoyi and said excitedly, "Xiaoyi, they asked us to play against each other offline tomorrow night."
Jinyu Internet Cafe? Xiao Yi's voice sounded calm. Yes.
It's Jinyu Network.
Okay, I understand.
Xiaoyi paused, his tone carrying a hint of meaning. Looks like there's going to be something interesting to watch. After school, Lin Mo trotted all the way back home and excitedly told Xiaoyi the news.
Xiaoyi was sitting on the sofa reading a book.
When he heard Lin Mo's words, he put down the book in his hand and raised a faint smile. It seems that they can't wait. Lin Mo paced back and forth in the room excitedly, looking at Xiaoyi from time to time. He had lived in a wealthy family since he was a child. His parents had high expectations of him, but he had no interest in studying and was addicted to games instead. The scolding from his parents and the criticism from his teachers made him feel extremely depressed. It was not until he met Xiaoyi that he realized that learning could be so interesting and games could be so meaningful.
Xiaoyi, you are so awesome. Why didn't I discover the joy of learning before?
Lin Mo said excitedly, with a gleam in his eyes.
Learning itself is a fun thing, it's just that you haven't found the right method. Xiaoyi said calmly.
Lin Mo nodded heavily, and his admiration for Xiaoyi deepened. He was glad that he met Xiaoyi, who helped him find the direction of study and understand the meaning of life.
Ding!
It is detected that Lin Mo's favorability towards the host has increased, and the host is rewarded with 1,000 points. The system's voice suddenly sounded in Xiaoyi's mind.
Xiaoyi smiled slightly.
It seems that helping others is also a very meaningful thing. Just then, Lin Mo's cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and his expression changed slightly.
It's them.
Lin Mo said in a low voice, with a hint of nervousness in his tone.
Answer it. Xiaoyi said calmly. Lin Mo took a deep breath and answered the phone. Hello, is this Lin Mo? Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, at Jinyu Internet Cafe, we will have an offline battle. Do you dare to come?
An arrogant voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Mo held the phone tightly, his eyes firm. Come on.
Who is afraid of who?
After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo looked at Xiaoyi, with a hint of inquiry in his tone. Xiaoyi, tomorrow.
I will go. Xiaoyi said lightly. Lin Mo felt at ease immediately after hearing this.
He knew that as long as Xiaoyi was there, he had nothing to fear.
Tomorrow, let's go meet them together.
Lin Mo's eyes were determined and full of fighting spirit. Xiaoyi looked at the high-spirited Lin Mo, with a barely perceptible smile on his face. At 7:30 the next evening, Lin Mo came to Xiaoyi's house again, with a hint of trepidation in his tone. Xiaoyi, it's almost time, shall we set off now? Xiaoyi put down the book in his hand and smiled faintly. Let's go. He stood up, picked up his coat, and looked calm, as if what he was about to face was not a fierce game duel, but just an ordinary outing. Seeing this, Lin Mo felt much more at ease. He also picked up his backpack and the two of them went out together.
Master Xiaoyi. Wait for me.
As soon as he walked downstairs, a figure came running over in a hurry.
It was Sun Xiaohao. He ran up to the two of them breathlessly, with an excited look on his face. Luckily I made it.
I heard there will be a big battle tonight, how can I be absent from such an exciting scene? He rubbed his hands and stared at Xiaoyi with burning eyes, as if he was a loyal fan who was about to follow his idol to the battlefield. Xiaoyi nodded slightly, didn't say much, just walked forward. Upon seeing this, Sun Xiaohao immediately followed happily, like a little tail, afraid of getting lost.
Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh when he saw Sun Xiaohao's excited look. The magnificent sign of Golden Domain Internet Cafe sparkles brightly in the night.
The Internet Cafe is bustling with people, and the sounds of keyboard typing and mouse clicking come one after another, interweaving into a unique electronic symphony. The air is filled with the smell of instant noodles and cigarettes, mixed with the sweat and passion of young people, making people's blood boil. As soon as Xiaoyi and the other two walked into the Internet Cafe, they saw a group of people standing in the middle of the hall in a menacing manner.
Leading them was a well-dressed young man with a shiny slicked-back hair and a thick gold necklace around his neck. He looked arrogant. Song Wandong.
Lin Mo recognized him at a glance, and said with a hint of disdain, "I didn't expect it to be you."
It's really a narrow road for enemies to meet.
Song Wandong glanced at Lin Mo with contempt, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he slowly adjusted his collar before saying, "Hey, isn't this Mr. Lin?"
What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here. It seems that we are really destined to meet.
Song Wandong's sarcastic theory of fate made Lin Mo feel sick.
He sneered and replied unceremoniously, "Who is destined to be with you? Don't be so self-indulgent.
We came here today for only one purpose, and that is to completely solve this matter of cheating." The air was suddenly filled with the smell of gunpowder. More and more people gathered around to watch the fun, and whispers were heard everywhere.
Song Wandong's face darkened, and he put away his hypocritical smile.
His tone became cold.
"Since young Master Lin is so eager to lose, I will grant your wish. Today, in this Golden Domain Internet Cafe, we will speak with strength. If I lose, I will never mention cheating again, but if you lose..." He paused deliberately, a sly light flashed in his eyes, "then just apologize to me obediently, and publicly admit that you are a villain who only knows how to slander others." "Okay. It's a deal."
Lin Mo agreed without hesitation. He turned to look at the two teammates behind him and said firmly, "Brothers, we must teach them a lesson today."
"No problem."
The two teammates answered in unison, with a raging fire of war burning in their eyes.
Lin Mo called his teammates to the reserved seat.
When he was about to sit down, he suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Xiaoyi with a hint of pleading in his tone. "Xiaoyi, I'll leave it to you this time."
Xiaoyi sighed helplessly.
He originally just wanted to watch the fight from the sidelines, but he didn't expect to be dragged into this dispute in the end. He slowly walked to a computer, turned it on skillfully, and logged into the game.
This was his first time playing this game on a computer.
Although he had already reached top level on his mobile phone before, the change in operation method still made him feel a little uncomfortable.
The people around burst into laughter upon seeing this. "Ha, this kid isn't playing on the computer for the first time, is it? Look at how clumsy he is. I guess he can't even use a mouse properly. It's going to be a good show now. Young Master Song will definitely win this time."
Various mocking voices came one after another, but Xiaoyi didn't care at all. He just silently adjusted the sensitivity of the mouse.
"Are you ready?"
Song Wandong's voice came from the opposite side, his tone full of provocation.
"Let's get started." Xiaoyi responded calmly, placing his hands on the keyboard.
Chapter 124. Xiaoyi shows off his skills in games. The second generation of long launching pays respect to the big brother.
Xiaoyi's fingers gently stroked the keyboard, and a strange touch came from his fingertips. Unlike the smooth screen of a mobile phone, this slightly matte keyboard gave him a sense of novelty. Taking a deep breath, he placed his hand firmly on the WASD key.
Although he had never played this game on a computer before, he felt strangely familiar with it due to the muscle memory he had honed on his phone and the talent granted by the system. The mouse slid flexibly in his hand, and the crosshair on the screen moved precisely.
He knew he could do it.
A strong sense of self-confidence surged deep in his heart.
Bang! The first gunshot broke the brief silence.
The game started, and everyone rushed towards the area with abundant supplies like an arrow. The character controlled by Xiaoyi landed steadily and quickly looted the surrounding equipment.
Gunshots, footsteps, explosions, all kinds of sounds intertwined together, stimulating his eardrums.
His eyes were sharp and his gaze was as sharp as a torch, and he quickly caught the figure of an enemy in the distance. Without any hesitation, he raised his gun and shot. Bang!
Bang! Bang!
3 shots to the head, clean and neat.
The crowd gradually quieted down.
They originally thought that Xiaoyi was just a rookie, but they didn't expect him to display such superb skills.
Every movement, every operation, was incredibly precise.
He was like a killing machine, harvesting heads at will in the game. Every kill was accompanied by exclamations and applause from the watching players. The atmosphere at the scene became more and more heated, and people's eyes were fixed on Xiaoyi, afraid of missing any wonderful moment.
It's amazing. This operation is simply amazing. This shooting skill is too accurate. He never misses a shot. This reaction speed is simply inhuman.
There were exclamations of praise one after another, and some people in the crowd even started to applaud and cheer for him. Even Song Wandong, who had always been hostile to Xiaoyi, couldn't help but frown at this moment. He originally thought that this game was a sure win, but he didn't expect that Xiaoyi would give him such a huge surprise. On the screen, the character controlled by Xiaoyi knocked down another enemy. He licked his lips, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. "Who else?" he whispered, his eyes scanning the remaining enemies on the screen as if to declare his dominance. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his sight. It was the last member of the opposing team. The two men quickly exchanged gunfire, the sound of gunfire echoing in the small space. Xiaoyi calmly dodged, aimed, and shot. His series of movements were smooth and fluid, and he eventually knocked the opponent to the ground. "We won!" The crowd burst into deafening cheers and thunderous applause. Xiaoyi took off his headphones, let out a long sigh, and a feeling of exhilaration surged in his heart. At this time, several members of the Dragon City's second-generation team who had been watching the game before came over with expressions of disbelief on their faces.
"Brother, you are awesome. This operation is simply amazing,"
a tall team member said excitedly.
"Yeah, your shooting skills are so good that you can hit whatever you point at," another team member echoed.
Some even switched sides and said, "Brother, you are my big brother from now on.
Teach me."
Xiaoyi was a little overwhelmed by this sudden enthusiasm and could only smile awkwardly. At this time, Su Wanqing also came over with a complicated expression on his face.
"Brother, with your ability, it would be a shame if you don't go pro." Xiaoyi raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?"
Su Wanqing took a deep breath and said, "What I mean is that our team will be with you from now on."
Xiaoyi was stunned.
He didn't expect Su Wanqing to say such a thing. Lin Mo, who was standing nearby, felt a little uncomfortable when he saw this.
He stepped forward and said, "Su Wanqing, what do you mean? Are you trying to poach someone?" Su Wanqing quickly explained, "It's not poaching, it's apprenticeship. From now on, our Dragon City second-generation team will be a subsidiary team of your team." When Lin Mo heard this, his anger immediately turned into joy.
It felt really good to have a younger brother.
"Ahem," Su Wanqing cleared his throat, "come on, let me introduce you, this is young Master Yuan."
Seeing Xiaoyi stunned, Su Wanqing hurriedly said, "This is young Master Yuan, the son of the Yuan family. This is young Master Yang, the second generation of the Yang group. This is young Master Wang, the successor of the Wang family." He introduced them one by one, with a bit of awe in his tone. These young men all had expressions of sincere admiration on their faces, as if Xiaoyi had become a hero in their hearts.
"We are all the second generation of Long City.
We can exchange some resources with each other and help each other develop our family." Su Wanqing continued, with a hint of expectation in his eyes, "Brother Xiaoyi, if you need anything in the future, just say a word and we will definitely help you." Xiaoyi listened to Su Wanqing's words, his eyes moved slightly, but his heart was unusually calm. He didn't show much surprise or gratitude, just nodded. He understood that these people were descendants of shrewd businessmen, and their statements were not without reason, but after seeing their own strength, they hoped to use their power to gain benefits for themselves. However, having these resources in hand will indeed be of great help to his future.
"Okay, I understand,"
Xiaoyi responded lightly, with a hint of indifference in his tone. He raised his hand and gently patted Su Wanqing's shoulder, signaling him not to worry. Lin Mo felt complicated when he saw this. On the one hand, he was happy for Xiaoyi. After all, with the support of these second-generation players, the team's strength and resources would be further improved. On the other hand, he was also a little jealous. He didn't expect that Xiaoyi could gain the respect of these people so easily, even he himself could not match it.
"Xiaoyi, you're awesome."
Lin Mo walked forward with a smile on his face, but there was a hint of complicated emotions in his eyes. Xiaoyi smiled, glanced at the young rich second generations around him, and said to himself, "It seems that I won't be so lonely in the future."
He looked up at the computer screen not far away.
The background of the screen was a battlefield filled with gunfire, as if waiting for his next battle. Night falls and the lights come on.
The dazzling neon lights make the city look like daytime, and the air is filled with noise and restlessness.
Lin Mo sat in the car on the way back to the apartment with an excited smile on his face. Thinking back on everything that happened in the esports stadium during the day, he still found it a little unbelievable. Xiaoyi, the man whom he had always found difficult to understand, had become the object of pursuit by the rich second generation in Long City in just a few hours. Lin Mo secretly sighed in his heart that Xiaoyi's charm was truly unmatched.
He seemed to be born with a magical power to attract people. No matter where he went, he could become the focus of everyone. And today, Xiaoyi's charm was displayed to the fullest.
His superb gaming skills, calm temperament, and neither humble nor arrogant attitude deeply impressed everyone present. At this moment, a crisp electronic synthesized sound suddenly rang in Lin Mo's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing one of the upgrade mission goals. Lin Mo's favorability has increased to 80%. Please continue to work hard and strive to complete the upgrade mission as soon as possible. Lin Mo was delighted. He didn't expect that Xiao Yi's outstanding performance would indirectly help him complete one of the goals of the system upgrade task. It seems that following Xiao Yi really has many benefits. After returning to the apartment, Lin Mo couldn't wait to set up a WeChat group and invited Xiao Yi, Song Wendong, and several other second-generation Dragon City people to join. He named the group Brother Yi's team and set Xiao Yi as the group owner. Brothers, good evening. I am Lin Mo, Brother Yi's personal assistant. Lin Mo sent a message in the group. Everyone has seen Brother Yi's performance in the esports stadium today. It is simply amazing and no one can beat him. From now on, we will all follow Brother Yi and I guarantee that everyone will have good food and good drinks. The group immediately exploded. Brother Mo, Brother Yi are so amazing. Their operation is so smooth and flowing, it dazzles me. Yeah, Brother Yi is absolutely my idol. I will follow Brother Yi from now on. Brother Mo, can you help me ask Brother Yi when he is free? I want to learn some gaming techniques from him. Lin Mo looked at the lively discussion in the group, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He exaggerated and described Xiao Yi's performance today to make it even more brilliant, as if Xiao Yi was the god of war in the gaming world and no one could defeat him. By the way, do you know? Brother Yi is actually the Phantom Maniac who has recently become famous in Longlong City. Lin Mo said mysteriously. What? Brother Yi is the Phantom Maniac? The group suddenly became excited. The Phantom Maniac is the one who defeated the god of cars. I didn't expect it to be Brother Yi. Brother Yi, you are so awesome. At this time, Xiao Yi sent a message in the group. It's just luck. Brother Yi, don't be so modest. We have all seen your strength. Song Wendong said. Lin Mo looked at Xiao Yi's reply and smiled secretly. The more modest Xiao Yi was, the more powerful he seemed. Brother Yi, if you need anything in the future, just let us know. We will go through fire and water for you without hesitation. Yes, Brother Yi, you will be our big brother from now on. The atmosphere in the group became more and more heated, and everyone's admiration for Xiao Yi became deeper and deeper. Lin Mo looked at all this, his heart filled with joy and pride. He felt as if he had become the focus of everyone's attention along with Xiao Yi. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Yi with a burning gaze, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Brother Yi, Lin Mo paused, as if he wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. Chapter 125, The Dragon Family Auction Guests Gathered, and the invitation cards caused a distance. Brother Yi, you are so low-key. Lin Mo had a face full of admiration, his tone full of respect. Even the god of cars was defeated by you, this can't be explained by good luck. Xiao Yi smiled helplessly, and patted Lin Mo on the shoulder. Don't praise me so highly, I'm just an ordinary person, I just want to game by luck. Lin Mo opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but didn't know where to start. He knew that Xiao Yi's strength was far more than just luck, but Xiao Yi's low-keyness made him admire him even more. He could only nod silently, with complex lights flashing in his eyes, which showed both admiration for Xiao Yi's abilities and appreciation for his low-keyness. At this time, the group of rich second generation in Longqing suddenly became lively. Brothers, look what this is. An arrogant voice sounded, followed by a gold-stamped invitation picture. An invitation to the Long Family Charity Auction. I heard there will be a lot of treasures at this auction, I can't wait. That's it? I received it too. Another rich second generation followed closely and also posted his own invitation, with the Long family's logo clearly printed on the picture. I heard there are rare collections from overseas this time. I'm ready to show off my skills. The group instantly exploded with all kinds of pictures and messages showing off the invitations, as if not having an invitation made one inferior. Hey, have you all received the invitation? I don't think I received it. A slightly embarrassed voice seemed particularly abrupt in the noise. Ha, Lao Wang, you weren't invited, were you? A rich second generation said jokingly, it seems that the Long family doesn't think highly of you either. That's right, you don't even have an invitation, and you still have the nerve to hang out in the group? Another rich second generation echoed. I might have been left out. The ridiculed rich second generation explained awkwardly, I'll ask the Long family later. Don't ask,
you just weren't invited. A second-generation rich man mercilessly exposed his lie. With your little money, you still want to participate in the Long family's auction? Forget it.
The atmosphere in the group became more heated, full of comparison and ridicule. At this moment, Xiaoyi slowly sent a message in the group, "I didn't receive the invitation."
The group fell silent instantly.
As soon as Xiaoyi's message came out, the originally lively atmosphere in the group froze instantly, as if the pause button was pressed. The faces of the few rich second generations who had been mocking Lao Wang became a little embarrassed. They paused with their fingers on the screen, wanting to retract their previous sarcastic remarks, but found that it was too late.
Brother E, you didn't receive it either?
The rich second generation who had shown off the invitation the most before spoke with caution, as if he was afraid of angering Xiaoyi. Yes, Xiaoyi replied calmly, it seems that the invitation to the Long family this time is quite difficult to get. The group was silent for a few seconds, and Lin Mo was the first to break the awkwardness. Brother E, if you want to go, I'll take you in.
My dad has 2 tickets. Yes, Brother E, I have an extra one here, do you want to take one? Another rich second generation also quickly agreed. Brother E, I can take you in too.
For a moment, the group became lively again, but this time the liveliness was no longer about showing off and ridicule, but about everyone vying to invite Xiaoyi. When Xiaoyi read the news, a warm feeling surged in his heart, and the originally tense atmosphere instantly became warm. The next day, Xiaoyi and Lin Mo came to the Long family auction.
Xiaoyi was wearing casual clothes. Although clean and tidy, he did not fit in with the well-dressed guests around him.
Lin Mo was wearing a well-tailored suit, looking particularly energetic. Sir, this is the Long family charity auction.
Do you have an invitation? The security guard Li Baoan at the door stopped Xiaoyi and Lin Mo with a hint of arrogance in his tone.
He looked up and down at Xiaoyi's clothes.
Yes, of course. Lin Mo took out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Li Baoan. Li Baoan took it and looked at it, his brows frowned even more tightly.
The invitation was wrinkled and even had some oil stains on it, and it was obvious that it had been pressed by something.
He looked at Lin Mo suspiciously, and his tone became even more impolite. Sir, are you sure this is an invitation? And not paper used to pat instant noodles?
Lin Mo smiled awkwardly and explained, this is indeed an invitation, I accidentally wrinkled it. Li Baoan carefully checked the information on the invitation, and then glanced at Xiaoyi and Lin Mo with suspicion. The air was filled with embarrassment and contempt, and Xiaoyi and Lin Mo both felt a little uncomfortable. Suddenly, Li Baoan's expression changed, and his tone became respectful. It turned out to be Master Lin. Li Baoan carefully handed the invitation back to Lin Mo and stretched out his hand to make a pleased gesture.
You too, please come in. Chapter 126 Enemies Meet. Li Baoan respectfully welcomed Lin Mo into the venue.
Xiaoyi followed closely behind, but was blocked by a hand.
Hey, isn't this Xiaoyi? What, you want to go in too?
Shuebo Yuan glanced at Xiaoyi with a scornful smile on his lips. He had already investigated Xiaoyi and knew that he was just a delivery man and his family was extremely ordinary. When he saw Xiaoyi showing up at the entrance of the Long family's auction today, and he didn't even have an invitation, he immediately felt that the opportunity for revenge had come.
Mr. Shui. Beads of sweat appeared on Li Baoan's forehead as he tried to force a smile. Why, does he have an invitation?
Shuebo Yuan raised his eyebrows and glanced sharply at Li Baoan and Xiaoyi.
This gentleman is with young Master Lin.
Li Baoan explained tremblingly, occasionally glancing at Lin Mo who had already walked into the venue.
Lin Mo? Shuebo Yuan was slightly stunned, and a figure appeared in his mind.
He recalled having met Lin Mo at a party before, and vaguely remembered that he seemed to be from some aristocratic family.
I'm talking to Li Baoan, don't you understand what I'm saying? I'm talking about him.
Shuebo Yuan pointed at Xiaoyi and said in a more serious tone,
Does he have an invitation? Li Baoan's face became even uglier. He looked at Shuebo Yuan, then at Xiaoyi, not knowing what to do for a moment. Shuebo Yuan, I seem to have seen you somewhere.
Lin Mo came back at some point, stood beside Xiaoyi, and looked at Shuebo Yuan calmly.
Lin Mo, you're here too?
Shuebo Yuan responded with a fake smile, but his eyes never left Xiaoyi. Why, are you hanging out with this guy?
My friend and I are here to attend the auction. Is there any problem?
Lin Mo's tone was still calm, but with a hint of unquestionable majesty.
Shuebo Yuan sneered, friend? Him? A delivery man? He turned to Li Baoan again. I'll ask you one last time, does he have an invitation?
Li Baoan was so frightened that his whole body trembled and his lips shook, but he dared not make any sound.
Lin Mo was about to speak. He doesn't need an invitation.
Lin Mo's tone was calm, but with unquestionable majesty. I am from the Lin family.
Do I need an invitation to bring a friend in?
Shui Yuan's face changed slightly.
The Lin family is one of the largest families in the local area.
Although he is also a rich kid, he is still a long way behind the Lin family. His eyes rolled and a smile appeared on his face.
So you are Mr. Lin's friend. I am so sorry.
Mr. Lin, this guy is not a good guy at first glance.
Don't be fooled by him.
How about this, you send him away and I will treat you to a good time inside.
Lin Mo's eyes turned cold. Lie? He is my master. Master? Shui Yuan was stunned, then burst into laughter. Mr. Lin, you really know how to joke. Him? A delivery man, can he be your master? Stop teasing me.
A few low laughs were heard around, and several rich young men behind Shui Yuan also echoed them, looking at Xiaoyi with contempt. Lin Mo's face darkened. Shui Yuan, I'll say it again, he is my master. If you speak rudely to him, you are disrespecting me.
The smile on Shui Yuan's face froze.
He didn't expect that Lin Mo would publicly offend him for the sake of a delivery man. His face turned pale and blue, and he felt the gazes from those around him piercing his body like needles, making him lose all face.
Lin Mo, don't be so arrogant. An arrogant voice came from the crowd.
A young man wearing a designer suit and with shiny hair walked over.
It was Wang Ziyuan. He walked up to Shui Yuan, patted him on the shoulder, and shouted at Lin Mo, do you think you can offend Master Shui? Who do you think you are? Lin Mo sneered, who am I? You don't deserve to know who I am.
But you are barking here, and people who don't know would think it's someone's dog that's not tied up properly.
You!
Wang Ziyuan suddenly became furious, his face turned red, and his fists clenched so hard that they made a clattering sound.
You're looking for death.
He raised his fist and punched Lin Mo in the face. No sooner said than done, a slender white hand grabbed Wang Ziyuan's arm. Long Yun's fingers are slender and white, but they contain amazing power.
Wang Ziyuan felt as if his arm was clamped by an iron clamp and he could not move.
He turned to look at Long Yun and was shocked. Long Yun's beauty was well known far and wide, and now, seeing her up close, she was even more stunning. She was wearing a simple white dress, her long black hair was draped over her shoulders, her facial features were delicate and picturesque, and her clear eyes had a hint of coldness that made people dare not look directly at her. The air around them seemed to freeze. Everyone was attracted by Long Yun's beauty, and their eyes lingered on her.
Only Shui Yuan's. Wang Ziyuan, what do you want to do?
Long Yun's voice was as cold as ice, with a hint of warning in his tone.
Wang Ziyuan's face turned red and he stammered, unable to speak.
He didn't dare to offend Long Yun, so he could only retract his fist in disappointment.
At this moment, a clear voice came from outside the crowd. Wang Ziyuan, what are you doing again?
Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman in a black dress walking towards them. She is tall, beautiful, and has a hint of heroic spirit between her eyebrows.
It was Wang Ziyuan's sister, Wang Yanan. As soon as Wang Ziyuan saw Wang Yanan, his expression changed immediately.
Like a wronged child, he ran to her and pointed at Lin Mo to complain, "Sister, this kid bullied me."
Wang Yanan ignored Wang Ziyuan's complaint and walked straight to Xiaoyi with a bright smile on her face. Xiaoyi, you are here too? Long time no see.
Xiaoyi was slightly stunned.
He didn't expect Wang Yanan to take the initiative to greet him. He responded politely, Ms. Wang, long time no see. Wang Yanan covered her mouth and chuckled, why are you still calling me Miss Wang? Just call me Yanan.
She turned to Lin Mo and teased, Lin Mo, your master is so charming that even I can't help but try to get close to him. Lin Mo smiled faintly and said nothing.
Wang Yanan's gaze returned to Xiaoyi again.
Xiaoyi smiled modestly, no, it's just luck.
Wang Yanan's smile became even brighter. She moved closer to Xiaoyi and said in a low voice, Xiaoyi, do you know?
When Wang Ziyuan saw his sister coming, he immediately exaggerated the complaint, Sister, it was this guy who made Lin Mo lose face for me. He pointed at Xiaoyi, spitting everywhere, as if Xiaoyi was some unforgivable sinner. Wang Yanan ignored Wang Ziyuan's accusation, but turned to Xiaoyi and smiled, with a hint of gratitude in her tone, Xiaoyi, thank you for helping me teach this useless brother a lesson. He makes trouble all the time, and I am almost annoyed by him. When Wang Ziyuan heard this, he was stunned. His mouth opened wide, like a fish out of water, and he couldn't speak for a long time. He looked at his sister in disbelief, not understanding why she wanted to thank Xiaoyi. In his opinion, Xiaoyi was clearly the culprit who caused him to lose face, and his sister should help him vent his anger.
Sister, you. Wang Ziyuan pointed at Xiaoyi and spoke incoherently, he.
Wang Yanan interrupted him impatiently. Okay, stop talking.
I know you've been wronged, but you're really wrong this time. How dare you provoke Lin Xiao?
If Xiaoyi hadn't been there, today's matter wouldn't be so simple. She reached out and patted Wang Ziyuan's shoulder, saying earnestly, it's time to learn your lesson and stop stirring up trouble all day long.
Wang Ziyuan looked aggrieved, but he didn't dare to refute his sister.
He could only glare at Xiaoyi fiercely. Wang Yanan turned and looked at Shuebuoyuan, a sneer on her lips, not hiding the contempt in her eyes. She rolled her eyes and said in a cold tone, Shuebuoyuan, stop making trouble here.
My brother is ignorant, and you are also making trouble? Do you really think that my Wang family is easy to bully? Shuebuoyuan was shocked by Wang Yanan's aura. He didn't expect Wang Yanan to be so strong.
His face turned pale and blue, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found that he couldn't say anything. The air around seemed to freeze and the atmosphere became extremely tense. Wang Yanan ignored Shuebuoyuan and turned to Xiaoyi again with a bright smile on her face. Xiaoyi, let's go in, the auction is about to start. Xiaoyi smiled slightly and nodded in agreement.
He followed Wang Yanan into the venue, leaving Shuebuoyuan standing there alone with a gloomy look on his face.
He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his flesh, but he didn't feel any pain. His heart was filled with anger and unwillingness, but he was helpless. He took a deep breath, tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart, forced a stiff smile on his face, and quickly followed.
Ms. Wang, you. Chapter 127, Disturbance is just a fight for face.
Wang Yanan directly spoke out the things she didn't like, and her tone was so cold that it made people shudder. Because of the power of the Wang family, Shuebuoyuan managed to maintain a polite smile on the surface, but his heart was filled with anger and resentment. He clenched his teeth, clenched his fists, and dug his nails deep into his flesh, but he didn't feel any pain. Seeing this, Xiaoyi raised the corners of his mouth slightly and revealed a smile. This smile caused Wang Ziyuan, who was standing nearby, to misunderstand. He was originally full of hostility towards Xiaoyi, and when he saw Xiaoyi's smile, he became even more furious.
Wang Ziyuan's face turned livid.
He suddenly broke free from Long Yun's restraints and roared, Xiaoyi, what are you laughing at? Seeing this, Long Yun hurriedly grabbed Wang Ziyuan and whispered, Xiaoyuan, calm down.
Don't do anything stupid.
This is not a place to joke. He knew in his heart that if Wang Ziyuan really rushed towards Xiaoyi, he would be knocked down quickly by Xiaoyi.
The Long family's face could not be restored.
Seeing this, Wang Yanan frowned slightly. She took a step forward gracefully and stood beside Xiaoyi, her tone still polite. Xiaoyi, please wait a moment, I will take him away now. Her words surprised everyone present, including Shuebuoyuan.
Wang Yanan pulled Wang Ziyuan, who was full of anger, away from the crowd and disappeared at the door.
The security guard stood there at a loss, not daring to act rashly, but just looking around vigilantly. The atmosphere at the entrance of the venue became more tense and seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. Just then, footsteps were heard in the distance, and people invited to the charity auction arrived at the venue one after another. Their eyes were all drawn to the confrontation at the door. Some were talking in low voices, while others were staring with eyes wide open nervously.
Xiaoyi smiled slightly and looked at Wang Yanan.
They both had their own plans in mind. Xiaoyi patted Wang Yanan's shoulder gently, smiled and said, Thank you for your help, come in. Wang Yanan nodded, and the two walked into the venue side by side, leaving behind a lot of turmoil and discussion.
This is going to be a good show,
Xiaoyi thought to himself, but the smile on his lips never faded. The smell of perfume, cigars, and sweat mixed in the air, and whispers surged like a tide. Attracted by the stalemate at the door, the guests who arrived one after another slowed down their pace, looking back and forth between Xiaoyi and Shuebuoyuan with curious eyes, and talking in low voices. Some speculated that it was a continuation of business competition, while others believed it was an outbreak of personal grudges.
In the crowd, several well-dressed rich second generations stood out.
They looked at Xiaoyi with contempt, and their words were full of provocation.
Hey, isn't this the delivery man Xiaoyi? What? Did you sneak into the Long family's charity auction? Are you trying to steal something back?
A young man in a bright pink suit and with shiny hair said in a sarcastic tone, causing laughter from those around him.
That's right, don't you look at your own identity in the Long family? How can someone like you come here?
Another woman in tight leather pants and a thick gold necklace echoed, her tone sarcastic. Seeing this, Yuan's lips curled up into a smug smile. He crossed his arms over his chest and glanced at Xiaoyi, as if he had already secured victory. The mocking voices around were getting louder and louder, like a group of buzzing flies, disturbing people's peace. Xiaoyi remained calm and glanced at everyone calmly, as if these ridicules were just a breeze to him. At this moment, a steady voice came from the crowd, "You guys, keep your mouths shut." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Song Wendong walking over with a few burly bodyguards. He walked behind Xiaoyi and glared at those rich second generations with eyes wide open. "Mr. Xiao is an honored guest of our Song family. If you dare to disrespect him, you are disrespecting our Song family." Song Wendong's voice was loud and clear, with unquestionable majesty. The faces of those rich second generations changed. Although they were arrogant and domineering, they also knew that the strength of the Song family should not be underestimated. They exchanged glances and finally chose to shut up. "Brother Song, thank you very much." Xiaoyi smiled faintly and patted Song Wendong on the shoulder. "Mr. Xiao, you are too polite. I just saw injustice and wanted to help." Song Wendong smiled heartily and looked at Yuan with provocative eyes. "Humph, a bunch of nouveau riche who are looked down upon by the aristocratic families dare to clamor here." A cold voice came from the crowd. Everyone turned around and saw a handsome young man in a black suit slowly walking towards them. It was Lin Mo, the young master of the Longcheng Lin family. He walked to Yuan and glanced at Xiaoyi and Song Wendong with contempt. "Mr. Xue, there's no need to bother with this kind of person." The atmosphere was tense, like a taut string that could break at any time. At this moment, an old and majestic voice came from a distance. "What's going on? It's so noisy, how disgraceful." Xiaoyi looked at the tense situation in front of him and almost laughed out loud. These second-generation rich people are so arrogant and act like fighting cocks. It's really funny. However, he came to participate in a charity auction today and did not want to be too conspicuous. Thinking of this, he turned around and said to the group of rich second generations who were watching the fun behind him, "Everyone, today is the Long family's charity auction. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to cause trouble here, right?" Although his tone was calm, it carried an unquestionable majesty. Several rich second generations looked at each other, and the atmosphere eased a little. However, a rich second generation guy with dyed yellow hair in the crowd curled his lips in disdain and said sarcastically, "TSK, a delivery guy, why is he pretending to be so high and mighty? Isn't it just that he hooked up with that cold-faced CEO Su Wanqing? He really thinks he's a big shot." A resounding slapping sound echoed throughout the hall. Song Wendong's eyes widened with anger, and he pointed at the yellow-haired rich second generation's nose and cursed. "What the hell did you say? Do you think you can insult Mr. Xiao? You are tired of living." The yellow-haired rich second generation covered his face with a look of disbelief. From childhood to adulthood, how could he have ever suffered such injustice? He pointed at Xiaoyi and cursed, You just wait. I won't let you go." After that, he fled from the crowd in shame. Seeing this scene, Yuan seemed to have grasped something and laughed out loud. "Ha, this is really hilarious. A nouveau riche with a poor loser dares to show off in front of us? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror?" His voice echoed in the empty hall, full of sarcasm and disdain. "Who are you saying is tired of living?" An old and majestic voice exploded in the noisy hall like a thunder. As soon as this voice came out, the originally noisy hall suddenly became quiet, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw an old man with white hair, a youthful face and an energetic spirit, slowly walking towards them, surrounded by a group of bodyguards in black. The old man was dressed in a tang suit and walked steadily. His aura of majesty without even being angry was awe-inspiring. "Long? Old Long!" Someone shouted, and everyone gasped. The eldest elder of the Long family, the real ruler of Longcheng, Old Man Long. He actually came in person. The originally arrogant rich second generations were all silent, their faces pale, as if an invisible big hand was strangling their throats, and they dared not even breathe. The smug look on Yuan's face disappeared instantly, replaced by deep fear. He never expected that Old Long would appear at this time. Seeing this, Xiaoyi took a step forward and greeted him with a bow. "Hello, Mr. Long." When Elder Long saw Xiaoyi, a smile appeared on his originally serious face. He stroked his beard and said, "Xiaoyi, long time no see.
I really missed the dishes you cooked. Shuebuayuan, who was standing by, quickly stepped forward and said with a nod and a bow, Mr. Long, you have a really good memory. You even remember a small delivery boy. This kid is ignorant and has offended a junior. Mr. Long, please. Humph.
Old Long snorted coldly, interrupting Shuebuayuan's words, staring at him with a sharp gaze. It's not your turn to interrupt my Long family's affairs.
Shuebuayuan was frightened by Old Long's sharp eyes and trembled all over. His face turned pale and blue. He stood there awkwardly, unable to move forward or backward.
Old Man Long turned his head and looked at Xiaoyi, his eyes full of kindness. Xiaoyi, you helped my Long family a lot last time. I, the old man, will remember this favor. At today's auction, if you like anything, just tell me. No matter how much others bid, I, the old man, will give it to you.
As soon as Old Man Long said this, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone was guessing, what exactly would Xiaoyi be interested in? What could make Mr. Long so generous?
After Elder Long finished speaking, he glanced meaningfully at Song Wendong, who was standing behind Xiaoyi, nodded slightly, and then turned and left, leaving only an old but firm voice echoing in the hall. Let's get started.
Chapter 128, Elder Long's gift shocks everyone.
Elder Long's voice was like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears.
Send something? Or give it away no matter how much others offer. This is Mr. Long. Dragon City living legend.
The way everyone looked at Xiaoyi changed instantly, from curiosity and inquiry to awe and envy.
Xiaoyi just smiled faintly.
He understood that Mr. Long's politeness and distantness were only because of the last incident.
Xiaoyi accepted this favor, but that didn't mean he could take anything from the Long family at will. Xiaoyi, you're awesome.
Song Wendong patted Xiaoyi's shoulder excitedly, his tone filled with excitement that was hard to conceal. Lin Mo also looked at Xiaoyi with admiration, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. Shuebuayuan, who was standing by, had a pale face and felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. He never imagined that a little delivery man in his eyes actually had such a powerful background.
Xiaoyi didn't care about these flattering words.
He knew that Old Man Long gave him face because he cured the old man of the Long family's illness, and that was all. He nodded slightly, signaling Song Wendong and Lin Mo to keep a low profile, and then walked into the auction venue. The originally noisy conference hall suddenly became quiet with Xiaoyi's entry. Everyone's eyes were focused on him like searchlights, full of awe and inquiry.
Xiaoyi looked calm and walked straight to a corner.
However, he felt a burning gaze always on him, making him feel uneasy. He turned his head and met Lin Mo's sparkling eyes. The look in his eyes was no longer the admiration between friends, but a kind of worship that is almost fanatical. Xiaoyi's heart skipped a beat, and an inexplicable panic surged into his heart. He looked away uncomfortably, forcing himself not to look at those eyes that made him feel pressured.
Xiaoyi. Lin Mo's voice sounded in his ears, with a hint of trembling and expectation.
Xiaoyi turned his head suddenly and was about to speak, but he saw Lin Mo take a deep breath and said with a firm look in his eyes, I. Lin Mo took a deep breath and said with a firm look in his eyes, I think, my sister is not worthy of you. Xiaoyi's heart skipped a beat, and an even more inexplicable panic surged into his heart. He opened his mouth, but found himself speechless.
Not worthy? What does this mean? Could it be that Lin Mo sought his affection for Lin Xingzi?
No, it's impossible, he hid it so well. What I mean is, Lin Mo saw that Xiaoyi's face was not right, and hurriedly explained, although my sister is beautiful and capable, she is too strong.
If you are with her, you will definitely be dominated by her. You are so outstanding, you should find someone gentle and considerate.
As Lin Mo spoke, his voice became smaller and smaller, and his face became redder and redder.
Xiaoyi was stunned.
Looking at Lin Mo's embarrassed look, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have thought wrongly.
He coughed lightly and pretended to be calm and said, You think too much. Your sister and I are just ordinary friends.
Really?
Lin Mo's eyes lit up, like twinkling stars in the night sky. Then what kind do you like? I'll introduce it to you. The corners of Xiaoyi's mouth twitched. Why did he feel like he had jumped into a bigger pit?
No need, he waved his hands quickly. When it comes to love, just let nature take its course. He took a deep breath and was about to confess to Lin Mo his feelings about Lin Xingzi, but suddenly he heard a crisp ringtone. A graceful hostess wearing a red cheongsam walked onto the stage, holding an exquisite tray in her hand. The tray was covered with a piece of red silk, so the items underneath could not be seen clearly.
Good evening, distinguished guests.
The sweet voice of the etiquette lady was like a spring breeze, instantly attracting everyone's attention.
Welcome to Launching's annual charity auction. I'm tonight's host, Wang Li.
As soon as Wang Li finished speaking, a slightly overweight middle-aged man walked onto the stage. With a big smile on his face, he said into the microphone, "Dear friends, I am Zhao Dezhu, the president of the Longqing Business Association.
It is an honor to be here and witness this grand event with you all. As everyone knows, the Long family." He spoke endlessly about the glorious history of the Long family and their contributions to charity.
Xiaoyi listened boredly, but his eyes were always fixed on the tray covered with red cloth.
What is under the red cloth? Chapter 129, the competition at the auction is intense. What is under the red cloth? Everyone was looking forward to it, holding their breath. The lights from the auction focused on the tray, making the piece of red silk even more vivid. Host Zhang cleared his throat and introduced the Long family's contribution to charity in an emotional voice, his tone full of praise for the Long family. His tone of voice was up and down, as if every word carried magic, making the atmosphere on the scene even more lively. Now, let us unveil the true identity of this first lot. Just as host Zhang finished speaking, Miss Wang Lily, known as Miss Long-Legged Zhao, gracefully stretched out her hand and gently lifted the red cloth. Wow! Exclamations broke out from the crowd.
On the tray, a pair of crystal clear glass cups lay quietly. The entire cup is amber in color, and under the light, it is colorful and beautiful. The cup is engraved with lifelike dragon and phoenix patterns, which seem to be flying into the sky. This pair of colored glass cups was used by the imperial court in the Tang dynasty and has a history of 1,000 years. The voice of host Zhang sounded again, explaining in detail the origin and value of the pair of colored glass cups. Every word he said was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples. Starting price, 1 million. With the bang of the gavel by host Zhang, the auction officially began. 1,100,000. 1,200,000. The bidding prices soared, but people remained calm, as if the numbers were just chips in the game. The atmosphere was lively and the bidding was heard one after another. Xiaoyi looked at Lin Mo beside him, and he quietly raised the sign in his hand. 1,800,000. Xiaoyi shouted out a price, which immediately attracted the attention of the people around him. Lin Mo, who was sitting next to him, had no reaction at all. His eyes were fixed on Miss Wang Li on the stage, as if she was the only one left in the world. 2,100,000. A slightly sharp voice came from the crowd. It was Wang Ziyuan. He was determined to win and was determined to get this first lot so that he could show off in front of everyone. The price continued to rise, and finally, Wang Ziyuan bought the pair of glass cups at a high price of 3.5 million. He looked around triumphantly, expecting everyone's admiration and envy, but the people around him just clapped politely and did not respond as enthusiastically as he had imagined. A subtle sense of loss passed through his heart. Immediately afterwards, the second item was presented: an antique painting and calligraphy. Host Zhang began to introduce the history and artistic value of this calligraphy and painting, and his melodious voice once again resounded throughout the audience. This calligraphy and painting. Song Wendong turned his head, wanting to discuss the value of this calligraphy and painting with Lin Mo, but found that Lin Mo was still staring at Miss Wang Li, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Lin Mo? Song Wendong called again. Lin Mo still didn't respond. Seeing this, Xiaoyi raised his lips slightly and thought to himself, it seems that this kid is completely fascinated. He gently patted Lin Mo's shoulder, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, "Do you want to give her something?" Lin Mo suddenly woke up from his dream and blinked blankly. "Ah? What?" He turned to look at Xiaoyi with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Song Wendong shook his head helplessly and said to Xiaoyi, "It seems that this boy has been poisoned by beauty." "Xiaoyi, are you interested in this calligraphy and painting?" Xiaoyi shrugged and said, "I'm not interested in the Long family's junk." He glanced at the items on the stage with a hint of disdain. "However, if we can find something to amuse this kid, we can consider it." At this time, a burst of sneers came from Yuan's side. "Hey, isn't this Mr. Xiao, the good man? What, you don't plan to donate generously and contribute to charity today?" The speaker was Yuan's friend, and there was obvious provocation in his tone. Xiaoyi raised his eyebrows and was about to fight back when he heard host Zhang announce, "Second lot, sold." Lin Mo's attention was drawn again. He saw Miss Wang Li walking towards the booth with an exquisite wooden box in her hand. The box is carved with intricate patterns and exudes a faint sandalwood scent. The third item. Host Zhang's voice sounded again, but was drowned out by Lin Mo's rapid heartbeat. He stared at the wooden box in Miss Wang Lily's hand, as if it contained all his hopes.
I think.
Lin Mo hesitated, his face flushed red, his eyes fixed on the elegant figure of Miss Wang Lily, as if he wanted to engrave her in his heart.
What are you thinking about? Want to treat them to a meal?
Xiao Yi joked, with a hint of teasing in his tone. Lin Mo hesitated for a long time, and finally mustered up the courage to whisper, I want to give her something, and then invite her to have dinner together.
Xiao Yi raised his eyebrows and asked with interest, Oh? Are you interested in her?
If you like her, just chase her boldly.
What do you want to give her as a gift?
I'll buy it for you.
Really? Brother Yi, you are so kind.
Lin Mo was so grateful that he grabbed Xiao Yi's hand and spoke incoherently with excitement. Brother Yi, you are simply my savior.
I love you so much.
Xiao Yi smiled and pulled his hand back, patting Lin Mo's shoulder with disgust. Alright, that's enough, it's so corny.
Let's see what it is first.
He cast his eyes on the wooden box in Miss Wang Li's hand and started the system scan. The screen shows, Miss Wang Li has a high favorability towards the items to be auctioned, but a very low favorability towards Shuebuiyuan.
How do I send this?
Lin Mo scratched his head, looking confused.
Send it directly? Are you stupid? I'm an auction staff, how can I just take things?
Xiao Yi rolled his eyes at him unhappily. Listen to me, take a look at what it is first.
At this time, Miss Wan Li opened the wooden box.
Inside was a pair of beautifully carved walnuts.
A pair of century-old walnuts? Lin Mo asked doubtfully, how about this one? Don't be in a hurry.
Xiao Yi raised a mysterious smile and fixed his eyes on Miss Wang Li.
Listen to my arrangements.
He lowered his voice and whispered a few words to Lin Mo.
After listening to this, Lin Mo looked confused. Is this okay?
Xiao Yi patted his shoulder with a firm look in his eyes. Trust me. He raised the bidding card in his hand. The magnetic voice of host Zhang sounded again, introducing the third lot. The item being auctioned this time was tightly wrapped in a piece of crimson velvet cloth, adding a touch of mystery. Miss Wang walked slowly to the center of the booth and stood gracefully beside the tray. Her white fingertips lightly touched the velvet cloth, as if with a hint of expectation.
On Xiao Yi's system screen, Miss Wan Li's favorability towards this unrevealed item rose again and was already close to the maximum value.
Xiao Yi raised the corner of his mouth and whispered to Lin Mo, this is it. Although Lin Mo didn't understand where Xiao Yi's confidence came from, he chose to believe in this friend who had repeatedly created miracles. He stared at the red cloth nervously, his palms sweating slightly. Now, let us reveal this mysterious item. Host Zhang said in a high-pitched voice and tugged at the red cloth.
A purple clay teapot with a warm color suddenly appeared in front of everyone.
The body of the pot has smooth lines and a simple shape, exuding a calm and restrained temperament.
Zisha teapot? Lin Mo was stunned.
He didn't know much about tea art, let alone the value of a purple clay teapot. He was confused for a moment. But when he thought of Xiao Yi's confident look, the inexplicable sense of trust in his heart prevailed again.
Starting price, 500,000. The moment host Zhang's voice fell, Lin Mo raised the bidding card in his hand without hesitation. 600,000. Chapter 130, Bidding for Love. 600,000.
A slightly sharp voice sounded, breaking Lin Mo's brief joy. Following the voice, it was Shuebuiyuan, who had a grudge against Xiao Yi before. With a sneer on his lips, he looked at Lin Mo provocatively. A hint of hesitation arose in Lin Mo's heart. He really couldn't see anything special about this purple clay teapot, but its price kept soaring. He thought of Miss Lin's clear eyes. She liked the exquisite little gadgets in the street shops, not these antiques that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Besides, the money belonged to Xiao Yi, and he really couldn't bear to spend too much of his brother's money.
1 million.
Lin Mo gritted his teeth and raised the sign again.
1,100,000. Shuebuiyuan chased closely.
Seeing this, Xiao Yi patted Lin Mo on the shoulder and said with a smile, it's okay, take pictures if you like, money is not a problem. He spoke in a relaxed tone, as if 1 million was just pocket money. Lin Mo's heart became even more shaken. 1 million was not a small sum for him, and Xiao Yi's understatement made him both moved and uneasy.
He subconsciously looked at Miss Wang etiquette on the stage.
Her slim figure and elegant temperament made his heart flutter.
Wait, what was I thinking? Lin Mo suddenly came back to his senses. Could it be that what I like is woman?
He quickly shook his head to get rid of this ridiculous idea. I must have been under too much pressure recently, which is why I have so many random thoughts.
1,500,000. Shuebo Yuan raised the price again, with a hint of pride in his tone.
He recognized Lin Mo and thought to himself, how dare a poor boy steal things from me?
I'm going to embarrass you today.
The rich second generations around also joined in the fun, treating this auction as a face-saving battle among the rich second generations.
The atmosphere suddenly became tense.
Lin Mo hesitated for a moment and was about to give up, but Xiaoyi whispered in his ear, don't be scared, just do it.
Lin Mo took a deep breath and his eyes became firm.
He raised his bidding card and was about to speak, but Shuebo Yuan took the lead.
2 million. Shuebo Yuan looked at Lin Mo provocatively, as if he was sure of winning.
Lin Mo's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. He slowly raised his bidding card and said word by word.
3 million. The whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone turned their eyes to Lin Mo. 3 million to buy a purple clay teapot? Is this kid crazy? Shuebo Yuan's face turned pale. He didn't expect Lin Mo to be so crazy.
He gritted his teeth and raised the sign again, 35 million.
40 million. Lin Mo followed without hesitation. 45 million. 50 million.
The price soared all the way like a wild horse running out of control, leaving everyone present stunned. Shuebo Yuan's face became increasingly ugly, with beads of sweat oozing out of his forehead. He felt his breathing become a little rapid and his heart was beating violently in his chest.
80 million. Shuebo Yuan's voice trembled a little, and he almost shouted with gritted teeth. 8,500. Lin Mo remained calm and his tone was terrifyingly calm.
Shuebo Yuan put down the bidding card in his hand dejectedly, he knew he had lost. He slumped weakly in the chair, staring ahead with empty eyes.
85 million once. 85 million twice.
85 million 3 times.
Deal.
With the crisp sound of the auction hammer, the purple clay teapot finally fell into Lin Mo's hands. Lin Mo let out a long sigh and a victorious smile appeared on his face. He bowed to Shuebo Yuan, with a hint of provocation in his tone, thank you, Master Xue.
Shuebo Yuan's face turned pale and he said nothing.
Lin Mo walked up to Xiaoyi and said excitedly, Brother Yi, look at Shuebo Yuan's expression, it's like he's eaten a fly, huh? Then he became a little worried, but, do you think Miss Lin will like this purple clay teapot? I feel like she likes those little things more. Xiaoyi patted Lin Mo's shoulder and said with a smile, it's okay, if you don't like it, just leave it there, just treat it as a decoration. Lin Mo looked at Xiaoyi with envy and sighed, Brother Yi, you spend money so freely. You spent more than 85 million without blinking an eye. Xiaoyi smiled faintly, as for money, you can't bring it with you when you are born and you can't take it with you when you die.
Once you spend it, it's spent. Lin Mo became even more envious. When would he be able to spend money like water like Xiaoyi?
At this time, a well-dressed young man came over with a flattering smile on his face. This brother is really courageous. The young man was Song Wendong, and beside him were several rich second generations, all of whom looked at Xiaoyi with admiration. Song Wendong stretched out his hand.
My name is Song Wendong. What's your name, brother?
Xiaoyi shook hands with him and smiled heartily, Xiaoyi. Brother Xiao, your generosity in spending money is truly admirable.
Another second generation rich man came over with a big smile on his face, my name is Li Zihao, nice to meet you.
The other second generation rich people also introduced themselves, their words were full of flattery. They usually spend money like water, but they have never seen anyone like Xiaoyi, who spent more than 80 million to buy a purple clay teapot without blinking an eye.
Xiaoyi was surrounded by them, but he didn't feel annoyed. He just dealt with them with a smile.
He understood that these people were just attracted by his financial resources and wanted to curry favor with him.
Brother Xiao, we are brothers from now on.
Song Wendong patted Xiaoyi on the shoulder and said enthusiastically, if you need any help in the future, just ask.
Okay. Xiaoyi replied with a smile. The auction continued, and items were brought onto the stage one by one.
However, Xiaoyi and the others no longer had the interest to bid, and just watched casually. Lin Mo's gaze drifted in a certain direction from time to time, where a girl in a light blue dress was sitting.
It was the girl he had been thinking about. Brother Yi, do you feel that Sister Lin seems to be looking at us all the time?
Lin Mo leaned close to Xiaoyi's ear and asked in a low voice. Xiaoyi followed Lin Mo's gaze and saw that Miss Lin was looking towards them, with a hint of curiosity and
appreciate? Xiaoyi raised the corners of his mouth slightly and teased, "Why, have you come to your senses? Do you know what girls are thinking?"
Lin Mo's face immediately turned red, and he stammered, "No way.
I was just asking casually."
Xiaoyi laughed loudly, patted Lin Mo on the shoulder, and said, "Brother, I'm optimistic about you."
Just then, a new item was brought to the stage.
It was an antique wooden box with intricate patterns carved on it, exuding a mysterious atmosphere. Just as the auctioneer began to introduce the item, a middle-aged man sitting next to Xiaoyi and the others suddenly stood up excitedly, staring at the wooden box, muttering to himself, "That's it.
That's it."
The auctioneer's voice was drowned out by a low buzzing sound, as if the air had frozen. Everyone was attracted by this sudden action, and all eyes were cast on the middle-aged man. His suit was slightly wrinkled and his hair was a little messy, but there was a strange light flashing in his eyes, as if he had discovered some treasure.
"What's going on?"
Lin Mo asked Xiaoyi in a low voice, his eyes full of confusion. The middle-aged man was very close to them, and Lin Mo heard his mumbling clearly, but he had no idea what it meant. Xiaoyi frowned slightly and also felt a little strange. He looked at the middle-aged man, trying to read something from his expression and behavior. However, the middle-aged man seemed to be completely immersed in his own world, indifferent to everything around him. He stared closely at the quaint wooden box on the stage.
"Sir, do you have any questions?"
Miss Wan Lily walked up to the middle-aged man and asked softly. Her voice was sweet and gentle, yet with a subtle hint of wariness. The middle-aged man ignored Miss Wan Li and continued to stare at the wooden box, muttering, "That's it.
That's it."
Miss Wan Li stood aside a little awkwardly, not knowing what to do. The auctioneer also stopped what he was doing and looked at the middle-aged man in confusion.
The atmosphere became a little weird.
The originally bustling auction venue was now silent, with only the low murmur of the middle-aged man echoing in the air. Suddenly, the middle-aged man raised his head abruptly, his eyes swept across the entire audience, and finally fell on Xiaoyi. His eyes were sharp and deep, as if they could see through people's hearts. Lin Mo was startled by the sudden gaze, and he subconsciously hid behind Xiaoyi.
"What's wrong?" Xiaoyi noticed Lin Mo's abnormality and asked in a low voice. Lin Mo pointed at the middle-aged man and stammered, He seems to be looking at you."
Xiaoyi looked in the direction Lin Mo's finger pointed and met the middle-aged man's gaze. The middle-aged man did not dodge. Instead, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. Lin Mo felt a little scared by his gaze. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Brother I'm going to the bathroom." After saying that, Lin Mo hurriedly left his seat, leaving Xiaoyi and the mysterious middle-aged man behind.